Chapter 1, Reborn and Live Your Own Life. Gu Chencher stood silently in front of the trash can. He was reborn at the most embarrassing and desperate moment of his previous life. He suddenly laughed at himself and reached out to take out the top trash. It is a pink scarf with a cute cartoon pattern woven on the other end. Next to the pattern, there is a small word Ran. It's no secret that he likes Lin Ran Ran. He is not the only one who likes her, many boys like her. Lin Ran Ran is the goddess in the eyes of many boys. She is gentle, beautiful, playful, and cute. She was present in every beautiful moment he imagined. I remember one day, after she received an expensive gift from a boy, she complained unhappily, "I hate this kind of boy the most." Do you think the more expensive the gift, the more touching it will be? Vulgar. This trick only works on gold diggers, but I'm not one. As for me, I still like boys who are attentive. Sincerity is the most precious thing in this world. Even if it's 1,000 paper cranes that I folded myself, or a portrait that I drew myself, it's much more precious than anything I bought with my parents' money. Gu Chencher was very touched at that time and was glad that he did not like the wrong person. Later, Lin Ran Ran's birthday was approaching. Gu Chencher racked his brains for what gift to give her. Lin Ran Ran's birthday is in a season of heavy snow. Gu Chencher decided to give her a scarf that he had knitted himself. Although almost no boys would knit something, the more they do so, the more it highlights his sincerity, doesn't it? Gu Chencher knitted a scarf that was more than 1 meter long, following the instructional video and clumsily holding the knitting needles for a whole month. When he happily gave the scarf to Lin Ran Ran and said with anticipation that he had prepared it for her personally, he thought she would be very touched. However, after Lin Ran Ran took a look, there was no change on her face, she just said thank you perfunctorily. In the end, he seemed to have only moved himself. Maybe she just didn't show her emotions. But when she receives gifts from others, she will smile and say sweetly, "Thank you, I like it so much." Gu Chencher felt very disappointed, and then he reflected on whether he had not done well enough. Maybe Lin Ran Ran doesn't like the scarf, or maybe she doesn't like the cartoon pattern on it. I should find out her preferences in advance before making plans. However, my previous life self had forgotten that the cartoon pattern was exactly Lin Ran Ran's favorite anime character. After they came out of the hotel, Lin Ran Ran said she was thirsty. After hearing this, Gu Chencher went to a nearby milk tea shop and bought her favorite flavor. However, when he hurried back with the milk tea, what did he see? I saw Lin Ran Ran casually throwing something into the trash can, carelessly and without any attachment. What was thrown away was a pink scarf. For fear of being laughed at by his parents, Gu Chencher hid in his room for a month and secretly knitted a scarf that was filled with his love for her. What she threw away was not the scarf, but Gu Chencher's sincere love for her. In his previous life, Gu Chencher was shocked and heartbroken. He dug out a scarf he had knitted himself from the trash can and asked her why she threw it away. At that time, he wanted to see a look of guilt on Lin Ran Ran's face, then take the scarf back and explain, "Oops, sorry, I made a mistake." But it didn't. Lin Ran Ran's eyes flashed with panic, and she used anger to cover up her embarrassment. "I don't like it. Even if I take it home, it will be covered in dust in the corner. Besides, there are too many things. I can't carry them, so I just throw them away. Is there a problem?" Justified and without any guilt. Gu Chencher was extremely disappointed. "Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry, it's his fault." He shouldn't be so self-righteous as to mistake his sincerity for treasure and pour it into a cheap and ridiculous scarf in an attempt to influence her. She is right. Things you don't like should be thrown away. Otherwise, what's the point of taking them home? Will it annoy yourself? After hearing her answer, Gu Chencher was devastated. There were about 10 classmates present at the time, and everyone looked at him with sympathy or gloating. Gu Chencher's cheeks felt burning, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. At that moment, his dignity was thrown to the ground and trampled upon by Lin Ran Ran's light words. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. He was walking home in a daze, and because he failed to avoid an oncoming private car in time, he was hit by a speeding car and his legs were broken. Although his life was saved, he was disabled for life. He was paralyzed in bed and died of depression a year later due to endless hatred, regret, and despair about the future. Gu Chencher never dreamed that there would be a day when he would be reborn. When he saw the scarf thrown into the trash can again, he no longer felt the same anger as before. It's really not worth it for someone who doesn't care about you and doesn't even want to give you the most basic respect. Gu Chencher calmly used paper to wipe off the dirt on the pink scarf, folded it and stuffed it into his backpack, inserted the straw, and then slowly walked towards them who were standing on the roadside not far away and chatting and laughing. Hearing the noise, Lin Ranran turned around. I have to say, she is really beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is better than the most popular stars. She has delicate facial features, long flowing hair, and a perfectly proportioned figure. She looks good even in a sack. Maybe she is good in every way except that she doesn't have Gu Chencher in her heart. However, it is her freedom to like or dislike someone, isn't it? He liked her, but he never pestered her like other boys did, and she never said she hated him. If she had said to him the same way she would to other boys, Gu Chencher, are you annoying? Stop hanging around me all the time. Gu Chencher will definitely know the time and move away, and stop dreaming about having a beautiful woman in his arms. After a year, Gu Chencher felt no emotion when he saw her stunning beauty again. Lin Ranran, if I live this life again, I will live for myself, and you will just be a passerby who will be wiped out from my world. Lin Ranran reached out to tuck her long hair that was messed up by the wind behind her ears, while chatting and laughing with others naturally, and then very naturally extended her hand to Gu Chencher. She was asking for the milk tea in Gu Chencher's hand. Whenever Gu Chencher bought milk tea for her before, he would insert the straw and hand it to her carefully. He wanted to do everything he could for her. However, unknowingly, he turned himself into a bootlicker without realizing it. If he were to live his life over again, he would never again be so foolish as to question Lin Ranran with the scarf in his hand. Some answers were enough to be heard once, and he didn't want to humiliate himself again. In this life, he wants to live for himself and for those who truly love him. Gu Chencher put the straw into his mouth and took a sip. So sweet and greasy. Lin Ranran was stunned when she saw that Gu Chencher did not give her the milk tea as usual, but drank it himself. This situation has never happened before. Readers who like this article, please add a bookshelf. Bookshelf comparison is very important to the author. Thank you. Please forgive me if you don't like it. The author is a human being, not a god. His ability is limited and he can't write a work that satisfies all readers. You are welcome to point out the shortcomings in the novel, but please don't make personal attacks on the author. Thank you. Chapter 2, The School Beauty's Grievance. Gu Chencher felt Lin Ranran's surprised gaze and looked up. Lin Ranran started to act like a spoiled brat, rolled her eyes and said, "Then drink it yourself, I won't drink what others have drunk." Gu Chencher pretended to be surprised and asked, "What, you want to drink too?" Lin Ranran was stunned again. "Didn't you buy it for me?" Gu Chencher smiled. He was actually quite handsome and looked good when he smiled. "No, I just wanted to drink it myself, so I went to buy it." "So you want to drink it too?" "Here, the milk tea shop is over there." Lin Ranran's fair little face turned red, and she was very embarrassed. She mistakenly thought that the milk tea that someone bought for herself was bought for her, and she reached out to ask for it in front of everyone so naturally. Isn't this just being too sentimental? It really damages her image as a lofty goddess. But after she left the box, she did say she was thirsty, and then Gu Chencher disappeared. According to Lin Ranran's understanding of Gu Chencher must have bought a drink for herself, and it was definitely her favorite flavor. Gu Chencher had been around her all the time, paying attention to her every move. She had become accustomed to it. No matter what Gu Chencher did for her, she took it for granted. That was why the misunderstanding just now happened. Lin Ranran is thin-skinned and a little sulky. Even if she made a mistake, it was Gu Chencher's fault. Why not buy her one, too? Why embarrass her in public? Gu Chencher, how can you be so annoying? Seeing Lin Ranran embarrassed, someone immediately jumped out to smooth things over. Isn't it just milk tea? If you want to drink it, I'll go buy it for you. The boy who was speaking was named Kong Xiao, and he was one of Lin Ranran's many bootlickers. In the past, Gu Chencher regarded him as a strong rival and competed with him secretly, but now, as long as you are happy. Before Kong Xiao ran to buy milk tea, he did not forget to disdain Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher, why are you so stingy? You only bought 1 cup of milk tea and drank it in front of us. If you are so stingy, whoever wants to be your wife in the future will be unlucky. Gu Chencher looked at Kong Xiao with an expressionless face. If he has the chance in the future, he can't let this guy go. In his previous life, when Gu Chencher was paralyzed in bed and living a life worse than death, Kong Xiao passed away. He didn't go there to comfort Gu Chencher. He went there to make fun of Gu Chencher and rub salt into Gu Chencher's body. Gu Chencher smiled and said, "Yeah, you are right, 1, 2, 3, 4. I will forget about that. I have drunk it and I won't let you spend money. There are 13 people in total. You have to buy 13 cups. It's quite tiring. If you can't carry them all, you can call me and I'll help you. Kong Xiao. He originally just wanted to please the campus beauty goddess and bought a cup specifically for her. He had no intention of buying anything for anyone else. But after being disturbed by Gu Chunshi, if he really bought a cup for himself, who had just made fun of Gu Chunshi for being stingy, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Of course, he didn't lack this little money, but he felt uncomfortable being tricked by Gu Chunshi. Moreover, he just wanted to show off in front of Lin Ranran. If everyone bought it, the nature of the matter would seem to have changed. Kong Xiao was angry, but he was in a dilemma and had to buy it. Hey, have you figured out what flavors everyone likes? If you buy a flavor that no one likes, it would be a waste to throw it away. Gu Chunshi called him slowly. Kong Xiao. Although everyone knows that Gu Chunshi did it on purpose, others would not think so. Instead, they would think that Gu Chunshi is very considerate. Kong Xiao was furious. It seems like I've contributed money and effort, but you're just being a good guy, and you're the only one who gets to be the good guy? But he couldn't get angry, otherwise others might misunderstand him as being angry and not wanting to treat others. By the time Kong Xiao checked everyone's tastes one by one and bought back 13 cups of milk tea, his hands were full of milk tea bags. He did not look like a wealthy man treating guests, but rather like a small vendor. Everyone took the milk tea with a laugh, thanked him, waved to each other and left. Soon, only Gu Chunshi, Kong Xiao and Lin Ranran were left there. Kong Xiao smiled at Lin Ranran flatteringly. Ranran, you are so beautiful, it must be unsafe to go home alone, I will take you back. Lin Ranran bit the straw, glanced at Gu Chunshi calmly, snorted lightly, and nodded. Kong Xiao was ecstatic, and looked at Gu Chunshi with a very proud look in his eyes. Gu Chunshi finished his milk tea, threw the empty cup into the trash can, and left without even looking back. I didn't even bother to say goodbye. Lin Ranran stared at his back and suddenly felt that he was a little strange. She agreed to Kong Xiao's request to send her off. Under normal circumstances, Gu Chunshi would be unhappy and would then ask her for the opportunity to send her off himself. She agreed to Kong Xiao in order to avenge him for making her lose face. But she did not see the panic look on Gu Chunshi's face as she wished. Instead, he left very calmly. Lin Ranran bit her lower lip, feeling a little aggrieved. Why? Ranran, the car is here, shall we go? The taxi arrived. Kong Xiao ran to open the door happily, looking at her expectantly. Lin Ranran suddenly felt very regretful. In fact, she didn't want Kong Xiao to send her off at all. Nor did he want to give Kong Xiao any thought that I might catch up with her. I just did it to piss off Gu Chunshi. But now that things have come to this, she can't just go back on her word and say something like I don't need you to send me off, thank you? After Lin Ranran got in the car, no matter how excited Kong Xiao was or how he tried to adjust the atmosphere, Lin Ranran remained silent and looked uninterested. At this moment, Lin Ranran actually hoped that the person sitting next to her was Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi is very considerate and quiet. I will never talk endlessly to attract her attention. Nor would I tell jokes that are not funny at all in an attempt to make her happy. He always showed her just the right amount of care and concern, and never made her feel disgusted like other boys did. It can be said that among all the boys who showed their affection to her, only Gu Chunshi felt the most comfortable when he was with her. But what happened to him tonight? She didn't feel anything before, but why did she feel anxious when he was not around? Lin Ranran pondered over it absent-mindedly all the way, and it was not until before going to bed that she seemed to have figured it out. Gu Chunshi was angry because he promised Kong Xiao to send her off? Thinking of this, Lin Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. She became even more angry with Gu Chunshi. It turns out that this guy is quite petty. I am not his private property, nor am I his girlfriend. He can let anyone give me to him. Why does he care? Humph, so boring. No matter how you apologize to me tomorrow, I will ignore you. She thought so, but before going to bed, she couldn't help but check her phone over and over again. If it were usual, Gu Chunshi would definitely send her a message to ask if she had arrived home. But today, the chat history stopped at this morning, with a birthday greeting from Gu Chunshi, just 4 short words, happy birthday. When she saw this message among many birthday wishes in the morning, she was too lazy to even reply. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Gu Chunshi returned home, and his mother was making dumplings in the kitchen. Gu Chunshi's family background is average. My mother is a stock clerk in a shopping mall or supermarket, and my father is an ordinary company employee. He often goes on business trips and comes back once every 10 days or half a month. Mom got off work late and came home busy making dumplings and putting them in the refrigerator for Gu Chuncher as breakfast. How was the fun? Jinglan looked up at her beloved son, who was a head taller than her, with a doting look in her eyes. Gu Chuncher washed his hands and picked up the dumpling wrappers to make dumplings. Jinglan chased him away. Don't make them anymore. The dumplings you make are too ugly. They make people lose their appetite. Go to bed quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow. Gu Chuncher looked at the deep wrinkles at the corners of his mother's eyes and fell into deep guilt. Chapter 3. She is not worthy of his affection. In his previous life, after Gu Chuncher had a car accident, the people who were hit the hardest were naturally his parents. I often cried behind his back, but when I faced him, I always greeted him with a smile, encouraging him not to be discouraged and that everything would be fine. However, Gu Chuncher knew very well that it was just a lie to comfort people. Forget about medical miracles, he knew that he would be bedridden for the rest of his life, a useless person who couldn't even take care of himself. His life was completely ruined. In order to take care of him, my mother quit her job. She lost a lot of weight later. Her face was unrecognizable, her skin was sallow and loose, and at the age of 50, she looked like a lady in her 80s, with all her hair completely white. His father worked overtime day and night for him, but he still emptied the family and left them with huge foreign debts. Not only was his life ruined, he also ruined his parents' lives. A dog licks a dog, but in the end, he is left with nothing. Gu Chuncher looked at the few strands of white hair on his mother's head and felt more and more sad. Which woman doesn't love beauty? However, in my memory, my mother always wore the same clothes, and of course she had no cosmetics. She used a bag of children's flour that cost 2 yuan to wipe her face, and she never did her hair. In her opinion, he needs money to go to school, to get along with his classmates, and to go to college and get married in the future. Everything will cost money. His parents' world is all about him. But he only had his eyes on the woman who could trample on his dignity at will, but he never thought of giving some of his attention to his parents who loved him. He deserved to die. Even though he had been feeling guilty and suffering for a whole year in his previous life, his heart still ached after being reborn. Look at what you wrapped. Isn't it ugly? Stop making trouble here and do what you need to do. Jinglan pointed at the dumplings made by Gu Chuncher and said with disdain. Indeed, the dumplings made by Jinglan all have plump bellies, and look lively and pretty. In contrast, the one that Gu Chuncher made was shriveled and looked like it was malnourished. It lay limp on the chopping board. Compared with those little fat ones, it looked horrible. Gu Chuncher secretly took a deep breath, forced back his tears, and said with a smile, "The first time is new, the second time is familiar. Mom, you are not born knowing how to make beautiful dumplings. The reason why I make ugly dumplings is because of lack of practice. I just need to practice a few more times and they will be better." Jinglan muttered, "Instead of practicing making dumplings, you might as well do a few exercises. There's not much time left. You can't be so careless anymore. Study hard and get into a good university in the future. Isn't that better than anything else? No matter how beautifully you make dumplings, if you have no future, you won't be able to find a wife." Jinglan started nagging again. In the past, when listening to Jinglan's nagging, although Gu Chuncher was relatively well behaved and would not learn from some rebellious children to directly retort when they disagreed, he mostly ignored it and did not take it to heart. Listening to his mother's nagging again now, Gu Chuncher felt that it was not enough. After he became paralyzed in his previous life, his mother was always very careful when taking care of him, fearing that she would say something wrong and make him feel bad, and she completely stopped the nagging habit. But who would have thought that Gu Chuncher particularly missed the way his mother nagged him? Gu Chuncher didn't make many dumplings after all. He just sat down at his desk and started doing questions. From today on, he will listen to his parents and never make them sad again. Then, as they wish, they can get into a good university, have a good job in the future, and enjoy a peaceful life. However, before he finished any of the questions, Jinglan's nagging came in. All right, stop writing. Look at the time. Go take a shower and go to bed. Gu Chuncher. Who just said that making dumplings is not as good as doing a few questions? What a fickle woman. However, Gu Chuncher knew that his mother felt that he was under a lot of pressure from studying and wanted him to rest more. I know, Mom. After saying this, Gu Chuncher could no longer hold back and tears quietly fell. In order to prepare a birthday present for Lin Ranran, he secretly hid in the room and knitted a scarf. From childhood to adulthood, apart from cards, I don't think I have ever given my mother any decent gifts. Even so, his mother's heart is still full of him. In the past, he revolved around Lin Ranran, and his mother revolved around him. Thinking of this, Gu Chencher felt even more like he was nothing. In this life, he wants to make up for the regrets of his previous life. After Gu Chencher went to bed, he found someone sent him a text message. It was from Zhou Xiangyu, a classmate with whom he had a good relationship. He said that he had something to do today and did not go to celebrate Lin Ranran's birthday. He was the only one who knew in advance what birthday gift Gu Chencher prepared for Lin Ranran. Brother, how did you get today? School beauty Lin must be so moved that she almost cried, right? You knitted it stitch by stitch with your own hands. You put so much thought into it. It means a lot. If I weren't a man, I would fall in love with you. Gu Chencher was speechless. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. In his previous life, after learning the truth that Gu Chencher was hit by a car, Zhou Xiangyu was extremely angry and ran to Lin Ranran and cursed at her. Lin Ranran was dissatisfied with the birthday gifts given by others. When she was found out, she acted as if she was justified. She caused others to be sad and had a car accident. The news spread throughout the school and her image as a goddess collapsed overnight. You have the right to dislike someone, but you can just say no, so what's wrong with humiliating them in this way? Later, Lin Ranran went abroad, and in this way, completely left Gu Chencher's world. Until Gu Chencher died of depression, she never appeared in front of him. After being reborn, Gu Chencher's feelings for Lin Ranran were no longer, so he didn't feel embarrassed anymore. Just treat your former sincerity as something thrown away. Gu Chencher replied, I have decided to study hard and make progress every day starting from today. Do you want to join me? As soon as the message was sent, Zhou Xiangyu's video call came in. Zhou Xiangyu in the video looked a little nervous. Dude, are you okay? Gu Chencher shook his head, it's okay. Zhou Xiangyu didn't believe it. Then why did you suddenly say study hard and make progress every day? We are students. Isn't it the most important thing for us to study hard and make progress every day? Speaking of this, Gu Chencher smiled. He knew very well what Zhou Xiangyu was worried about. Is Zhou Xiangyu worried that Lin Ranran will be deeply hurt because she doesn't feel his fiery love? Yes, I was indeed deeply shocked in my previous life. And paid a heavy price for it. But in this life, he will no longer be stupid. The painful lessons of his previous life were enough to make him understand that Lin Ranran was not someone worthy of his love. Zhou Xiangyu, I just realized tonight that Lin Ranran and I are not suitable for each other at all. She doesn't have me in her heart at all, it was just my wishful thinking before. Now I don't want to waste my energy on boring love affairs. This is not what we should do at our age. These words sounded somewhat self-destructive, but when Zhou Xiangyu observed carefully, he found that there was nothing wrong with Gu Chencher's expression and tone. This made Zhou Xiangyu a little worried. Others may not know Gu Chencher's feelings for Lin Ranran, but as a good friend, he knows it very well. Zhou Xiangyu asked tentatively, well, buddy, how about I go to your house tonight? Gu Chencher laughed and scolded, why are you coming to my house? You are not homeless. Don't come. You are too noisy and will scare my mother. Although he said he disliked it, he was touched in his heart. Zhou Xiangyu was afraid that he would be upset and have a bad day, so he wanted to come over and look after him. Good brother. Chapter 4 Good brothers are more beautiful than school bells. The next day, Gu Chencher got up early and cooked the dumplings his mother had made the night before. Ginglan complained about Gu Chencher being disobedient and not sleeping enough, but in her heart she felt that her son seemed to have grown up suddenly and became very sensible. Ginglan was pressed down on a chair by Gu Chencher, who did not allow her to intervene. He turned back to the kitchen and soon brought over 2 bowls of dumplings. Jinglan was filled with joy and couldn't help but reveal her true feelings, my son is so good. Whoever can become my son's wife in the future will definitely be very happy. Gu Chencher flattered her and said, that's because you taught me well, Mom. Jinglan couldn't stop smiling, and said proudly, I love to hear that. You are so outstanding, of course it has something to do with your outstanding mother. Even your father has to stand aside. Gu Chencher took a bite of the dumplings, which were stuffed with pork and cabbage. They were fragrant and very delicious. Every bite is full of the taste of happiness. Mom, when will Dad be back? Gu Chencher missed his father. In my previous life, because I had an accident, my father rushed back from his business trip and rushed to the hospital in a panic. The father, who was always serious and dignified, was in tears, but he held his son's hand tightly and comforted him with a smile. Son, Dad is here, you will be fine, Dad will protect you. Your dad has only been on a business trip for a few days. It's still early. Jinglan answered casually. She didn't think anything of it at first, but then she felt something was wrong. Since my son grew up and had his own social circle, he is not as clingy to his parents as before. Since yesterday, my son seems to be different. He took the initiative to help her make dumplings, got up early in the morning to make them, and now he is concerned about his father who was away on a business trip. Jinglan put down her chopsticks and stared at Gu Chenshur suspiciously. Chenshur, are you out of money? Gu Chenshur was puzzled. Yes. Jinglan asked again, did you make any mistake? Gu Chenshur shook his head. Jinglan felt relieved. She believed that there was nothing wrong with her son's character. Mom, it's getting cold. Call Dad and tell him to dress warmly. Gu Chenshur thought about it and couldn't help but say. Jinglan looked at her son. He used to be so small, like a hairless monkey, but in the blink of an eye, he had grown into a handsome and warm-hearted boy. Her eyes suddenly felt a little sore, and the happiness in her heart overflowed, making her feel warm all over in the cold November. Fuck, Lao Gu, are you serious? You rolled up so early in the morning. Please, leave some room for me and other poor students to survive. Zhou Xiangyu walked into the classroom in a nonchalant manner. With a casual glance, he found that there were quite a few people in the classroom. Most of them were talking and laughing loudly. Only his good friend was reading silently. He tiptoed over and took a look, and was greatly disappointed Gu Chenshur was actually reading a textbook instead of a novel. Ahak. Zhou Xiangyu felt suffocated instantly. Why was he studying? Why was he studying so early in the morning? What stimulated him? Gu Chenshur smiled faintly. I wasn't just joking yesterday. Zhou Xiangyu, let's work hard together and be responsible for our own lives. In his previous life, after Zhou Xiangyu knew about his situation, he ran to Lin Ranran and stood up for him. 2 days later, on the way to see Gu Chenshur, he was beaten up indiscriminately by a group of people. Although the police were called at the time, the other party seemed to have planned it in advance and chose a remote place where there were no people and no cameras. After the attack, he ran away without a trace, and the case was dropped after he could not be found. Zhou Xiangyu was sent to the hospital in time. Although his life was not in danger, he suffered multiple fractures all over his body. He stayed in the hospital for a month and later did very poorly in the college entrance examination. There are different opinions about who the attacker is. Some people think that it must be the Lin family who secretly instigated it, because Zhou Xiangyu made Lin Ranran discredited and it was almost impossible for her to continue to show up on campus. Some people also speculated that it might be one of Lin Ranran's dogs who stood up for the goddess and gathered a group of people to beat Zhou Xiangyu. Anyway, no matter what the speculation is, it is related to Lin Ranran. In Gu Chenshur's previous life, he harmed himself and his parents, and also dragged down his good brother. Zhou Xiangyu sat down on Gu Chenshur's deskmate's seat, took a quick look, and found that the seat of Lin University's campus beauty was empty, and she hadn't arrived yet. He lowered his voice and said, Lao Gu, what's going on? If you have anything to say, tell me. I am your emotional trash can. No matter how much trash you have, just dump it here. If Lin Ranran goes too far, I will help you fight for justice. Gu Chenshur shook his head. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but he is too lazy to say it. Besides, Zhou Xiangyu has a somewhat impulsive personality, and he doesn't want him to get involved in his and Lin Ranran's private affairs. The most important thing is that he and Lin Ranran are over. Oh no, it's his one-sided love for Lin Ranran that is over. I suddenly feel that being a bootleaker is not as interesting as studying. In the end, you may end up with nothing, but studying can enrich my soul and bring me a bright future. That's all. Zhou Xiangyu frowned and said, Lao Gu, have you finally realized that you are a bootleaker? Yeah, Gu Chenshur nodded, and suddenly felt something was wrong. You always thought I was a bootleaker? Zhou Xiangyu said, isn't it? Gu Chenshur. Well, if he isn't a bootlicker, then what is he? Actually, although you and Lin Ranran seem to be a perfect match, there are too many people chasing after her. However, your efforts for Lin Ranran make me feel that one day you will impress the beautiful Lin and win her heart. But I am really happy for you that you can wake up early. Gu Chenshur took out a meat floss bread and a bag of milk from the hole in the table. You didn't have breakfast? Here. Zhou Xiangyu's eyes lit up and he snatched it away. Old Gu, you really have foresight. Gu Chencher rolled his eyes. What does it mean that he can predict the future? Isn't it because he knows this guy too well? This guy likes to hide in bed and play games. He often plays until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. He can't get up in the morning and naturally has no time to eat breakfast. Looking at Zhou Xiangyu, who was eating voraciously, Gu Chencher wondered silently whether his brain had been kicked by a donkey before? Who cares about a beautiful schoolgirl? Having a good brother who truly cares about you is much better than a schoolgirl. When Lin Ranran walked into the classroom, she subconsciously glanced at Gu Chencher's seat. Perhaps she herself did not realize that she had never actively paid attention to Gu Chencher before, because as long as she appeared, Gu Chencher's eyes would automatically follow her. Gu Chencher didn't know what he was talking about with Zhou Xiangyu, but he was laughing happily. She suddenly became absent-minded. Why didn't she realize before that Gu Chencher's smile could be as dazzling as the sunshine outside? Looking at the intimacy between Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu, Lin Ranran suddenly felt very uncomfortable, although she didn't know why she was uncomfortable. Gu Chencher even reached out his hand and gently patted off the breadcrumbs that had fallen on Zhou Xiangyu's school uniform collar. Lin Ranran was a little bit unbelievable. I stood at the door of the classroom for several seconds, but Gu Chencher didn't even look at me. Chapter 5, The School Beauty is Annoying. Hey Ranran, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep well last night? Lin Ranran's deskmate Jing Shu asked when she saw this, not noticing that Lin Ranran was unhappy. Speaking of this, Lin Ranran became even angrier. She tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep, and checked her phone dozens of times. However, until this morning, I didn't see the greeting text message sent by Gu Chencher. How could he be so stingy? And if he didn't want Kong Sha to send her off, why didn't he fight for it yesterday? As long as he tries hard enough, she will still let him deliver it. He actually left without even looking back, pretending to be nonchalant. Lin Ranran deliberately raised her voice. Well, I didn't sleep well, and I'm a little annoyed. Jing Shu asked curiously, it was your birthday yesterday, and we had a lot of fun, so why are you so upset? Lin Ranran suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. My already depressed mood became even more irritable. After she said that she was so upset that she couldn't sleep well all night, she found that Gu Chencher didn't even look at her, let alone show any concern. Being ignored by others, no, to be precise, the feeling of being ignored by Gu Chencher made her very uncomfortable, and she even felt an emotion that she herself was not aware of. Panic. When she stuffed her school bag into the hole of the table in a bad mood, she felt something inside. She felt a little happy in her heart, and when she reached out and took it out, she saw that it was a box of beautifully wrapped chocolates. Lin Ranran stood up pretending to be unhappy, walked to Gu Chencher, threw the chocolate on Gu Chencher's table, and said coldly, Hey, Gu Chencher, don't give me snacks randomly in the future, I don't like them. When Zhou Xiangyu saw the beautifully packaged chocolate, he suddenly felt that the milk he was drinking no longer tasted good and looked at Gu Chencher questioningly. The look on his face seemed to be saying, Damn it, old Gu, didn't you just say that being a bootlicker is not as fun as studying? A guy who says one thing and thinks another. Is it fun to slap yourself in the face? Gu Chencher did not receive Zhou Xiangyu's silent roar. He looked up at Lin Ranran, who was still as arrogant as ever. Don't worry, I will never send you off again in the future. He spent the money his parents saved to please a woman who trampled on his dignity at will. If he makes this mistake again, let him go out and get hit by a car and break his legs. Lin Ranran was stunned. Gu Chencher's expressionless face and cold tone made Lin Ranran feel unfamiliar. Zhou Xiangyu secretly gave his good friend a thumbs up in his heart. That's the right thing to do. He reached out and took the chocolate, then smiled and said to the absent-minded Lin Ranran, You really don't want to eat it? Then I'll eat it. Just as he was about to open the package, Gu Chencher snatched it away. Zhou Xiangyu. He felt extremely aggrieved. No, I already said I don't want to eat it. Why are you still reluctant to give it to me? I am a good brother who is willing to go through fire and water for you. Can we still be friends? If not, let us break up today. Gu Chencher explained, I didn't buy this. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Shao rushed over, snatched the chocolate from Gu Chencher's hand, pointed at Gu Chencher and angrily shouted. Gu Chencher, are you shameless? This is the chocolate I gave to Ranran, and you have the audacity to pretend that it was given by you? It's okay for you to be stingy, but how can you be so despicable and shameless? I despise you. Lin Ranran was shocked. It turns out that the chocolate was not given by Gu Chencher, but by Kong Shao? Why is it Kong Shao? Kong Xiao does give her small gifts and snacks from time to time, but Gu Chencher does too. Why did she think of Gu Chencher first when she saw the imported chocolate that was obviously different from the snacks that Gu Chencher usually gave out? Maybe she finally found a reason to talk to Gu Chencher. But she just decided to ignore him last night. Gu Chencher looked at the emotional Kong Xiao like an idiot. Which eye of yours saw me saying this was a gift from me? Zhou Xiangyu unconditionally stood on the side of his good brother. Kong Xiao, why are you barking like a mad dog? If you slander my brother's character, I will be the first one to disagree. Kong Xiao had just gone to the toilet because of a stomachache. When he came back, he found the goddess standing in front of Gu Chencher's seat. Gu Chencher was holding the chocolate that he had put into the hole in the goddess's desk in the morning. He imagined some inexplicable things in his mind and rushed over in a fit of excitement, resulting in a misunderstanding. He put the chocolate in Lin Ranran's hand in a flattering way. Ranran, you often have low blood sugar, you. Eat it if you want, but don't give me anything again. Lin Ranran's face turned dark. She threw the chocolate back and vented all her unhappiness on Kong Xiao. He turned around and returned to his seat angrily. Kong Xiao, on the other hand, glared at Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher, tell me the truth, how did you offend Ranran? Gu Chencher sneered, it was the chocolate you gave me that caused the trouble. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Xiangyu agreed, yeah, your IQ isn't too low, right? You can't even see such a simple cause and effect relationship? Go home and eat some more pig brains to replenish your body. Kong Xiao recently made a fortune by taking advantage of the demolition of his hometown. He is usually very high profile, and his arrogant attitude disgusts many people in the class. Kong Xiao was speechless and glared at them with a vicious look before leaving. Gu Chencher shuddered suddenly. Among Lin Ranran's many bootlickers, if he ranks second, then Kong Xiao must be the first. I heard that Kong Xiao has become so perverted that he secretly takes beautiful photos of Lin Ranran, and he has to admire them before going to sleep. When I heard this rumor in the past, I was very angry and felt that my goddess was being desecrated. But without any evidence, he could do nothing. So, could it be that the person who beat Zhou Xiangyu in the previous life was the bastard Kong Xiao? Although he was unable to investigate the truth of his previous life, Kong Xiao was the number one suspect. Anyway, no matter whether Kong Xiao beat up Zhou Xiangyu's people or not, Gu Chencher could not forget the hatred of Kong Xiao rubbing salt into his wounds in his previous life. As long as he finds an opportunity, he will never let this bastard off easily. The school is under closed management, and all teachers and students eat in the cafeteria at noon. Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu walk side by side with the crowd to the cafeteria. Although Zhou Xiangyu knew that Gu Chencher suddenly realized that being a bootlicker was not as interesting as studying, it must be because something happened, but since Gu Chencher didn't want to say it, he didn't ask anymore. However, it is well known that Gu Chencher likes Lin Ranran. Apart from normal studies, he basically revolves around Lin Ranran. It cannot be denied that he is the boy who appears most often around Lin Ranran. On the way to lunch, Gu Chencher would definitely stay with Lin Ranran, help her get food, and eat with her. Many people think that they will end this not yet lovers status and naturally become real lovers. So when Gu Chencher abandoned Lin Ranran and started to hang out with his friends, many people found it incredible and thought that they must have had a quarrel. Jingshu looked curiously at the two tall boys in front of her who were talking and laughing, and at Lin Ranran who was obviously in a low mood. She tried to hold back, but finally couldn't. Ranran, what happened between you and Gu Chencher? Lin Ranran was filled with resentment when she heard the three words Gu Chencher. This guy has been acting weird since last night, and it has continued until now. What exactly does he want to do? Cold War? Good, she has never lost, so who is afraid of who? Chapter 6 Her affairs have nothing to do with me. Zhou Xiangyu turned around inadvertently and saw Lin Ranran, who was slowly following the crowd of people eating. Even though the latter quickly and proudly averted his gaze, Zhou Xiangyu could still confirm that the school beauty who had just been looking down on them was looking at them. Zhou Xiangyu was a little puzzled. The way Lin Ranran looked at me just now was a little strange. What words can describe that look? Jealousy. Yes, it's jealousy. Zhou Xiangyu was stunned when he found the perfect adjective. Lin Ranran is jealous of him? Is she jealous that he is taller than her and has a great body? Definitely not. Zhou Xiangyu looked blankly at Gu Chencher, who was walking on his left, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, who had watched countless idol dramas with his mother. Is Lin Ranran jealous that he can stand next to Gu Chencher and talk and laugh with Gu Chencher? It's impossible? Zhou Xiangyu was shocked by his own speculation. School beauty Lin is used to being treated like a star by everyone. She treats everyone as if they are fleeting. She acts superior all day long. The good brothers almost gave their hearts to her, but she never showed even a little tenderness to them. Zhou Xiangyu shook his head, overturning his speculation about the truth, and thought to himself, fortunately I only love games, otherwise it would be really tiring to guess what these women are thinking every day. Chinshi, do you really not have any thoughts about Lin Ranran anymore? If you say you want to lick it, then don't lick it. Can you really be so decisive? Gu Chenshi said, if you are my brother, please don't ask such boring questions in the future. Zhou Xiangyu's eyes lit up. He and Gu Chenshi were classmates in junior high school, and their brotherhood continued from junior high school to high school, so he knew Gu Chenshi quite well. As long as Gu Chenshi is determined to do something, he will put it into action. For example, if you want to pursue Lin Ranran, you should treat her well wholeheartedly. Now we should put aside our romantic feelings and study hard, and we can also do what we say. Gu Chenshi is such a real man who always keeps his word. When Gu Chenshi got out of the sea of love, the person who was happiest was Zhou Xiangyu. Because there will be someone to play games with him in the future. Gu Chenshi rolled his eyes at him and said, you wish for it. I want to study hard and make progress every day. In one sentence, Zhou Xiangyu was poured a bucket of cold water. He originally planned to drag Gu Chenshi into the water, so that when he was unfortunately caught by his mother in the future, he could still betray his good brother to share the hardships with him. Zhou Xiangyu said in distress, how can studying be more important than playing games? Gu Chenshi asked, aren't you afraid of not doing well in the exam in the future? Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head, whether I do well in the exam depends on fate, but my parents have high expectations of me. If I don't do well in the exam, I will probably be severely beaten. Oh, it's so depressing. Let's work hard together starting from today? Gu Chenshi said seriously. Zhou Xiangyu shook his head, no, you should work hard on your own. I am young and don't want to die suddenly. Gu Chenshi sneered and said, then when you are going to be beaten in the future, please notify me in advance. Zhou Xiangyu was touched and said, good brother. If you stop me, I will suffer less. My parents will give you some face. No, I will bring a small stool and go to cheer your parents on. Gu Chenshi finished his words calmly. Zhou Xiangyu. Fuck you, Lao Gu, can we still be brothers in the future? We're breaking up, today. The two of them were playing together. Lin Ranran felt uncomfortable when she saw the two laughing boys in front of her. I have been angry since last night and have been angry until now. It would be fine if Gu Chenshi didn't come to cheer me up, but he could be so heartless and play around with his friends? He's gone too far. Hey, Ranran, why don't you move? Seeing her stop, Jingshu stopped too. Lin Ranran bit her lower lip, stamped her feet, said I don't want to eat anymore, turned around and walked back. Jingshu was confused, hey. She looked at Lin Ranran's angry back blankly, then turned around to look at the two boys who were still fighting, feeling a little stunned. Is it because of Gu Chenshi? But she clearly remembered that Lin Ranran had once proudly stated that she wanted to be a queen all her life and would never let any so-called man affect her mood. But now, Lin Ranran's condition has been not right all morning. Could it be related to Gu Chenshi? They were fine yesterday, but today they are ignoring each other. What happened? Something must have happened after they left last night. And it was particularly serious, otherwise, it would be impossible for Gu Chenshi, who doted on her so much, to not take the initiative to talk to her for such a long time. In fact, sometimes Jingshu doesn't really understand Lin Ranran. Gu Chenshi is really good. He is handsome, has a good temper, is patient, is a good student, and has impeccable character. Everyone could see his sincerity towards Lin Ranran. Anyway, if a boy treated me like this, I would definitely fall for him. Even if the other person is not his/her type, she would not maintain an ambiguous relationship with him/her like Lin Ranran does. Maybe Lin Ranran is used to being the center of attention and becoming arrogant because of it. Even if Gu Chenshi ran out of patience and left, he wouldn't care. But how do I explain why I was suddenly angry for no reason? Jingshu hesitated for a moment, and considering that they were all friends, she decided to make an exception and intervene. Jingshu turned 3 steps into 2 and caught up with Gu Chenshi. We are all classmates and are quite familiar with each other. After saying hello, Jingshu hesitated and said, Gu Chenshi, Ranran was halfway there when he suddenly said he didn't want to eat anymore and went back to the classroom. Gu Chenshi smiled and said, her affairs have nothing to do with me in the future. Please don't deliberately tell me such trivial matters. Jing Shu was completely stunned. Since this concerns Lin Ranran, how can it be called a trivial matter? Zhou Xiangyu once again silently gave Gu Chencher a thumbs up. You are worthy of being my brother, so decisive. He has long been fed up with seeing his good brother bowing and scraping for some bullshit love. Instead of chasing girls, wouldn't it be better to play games? Jing Shu stammered, but aren't you afraid that Ran Ran will never talk to you again? Gu Chencher asked back, does it matter whether she pays attention to me or not? Jing Shu was stunned. Isn't it important? But you like Ran Ran very much, don't you? Gu Chencher was speechless. Anyone with eyesight knows that he likes Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran is so smart, how could she not know? If you don't like him, you can reject him directly or hint at him indirectly. Why should you let him think there is a chance? Then he threw the gift he had carefully prepared into the trash can like trash. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes Lin Ranran, who was walking behind the crowd, throwing things into the trash can, he would never have believed that the girl he liked would do that. So who should I blame? Blame him for liking someone he shouldn't like. Chapter 7 What do you want to do? In the next few days, Gu Chencher's life was very peaceful. Study, help my mother with housework, and call my father to tell him to take care of his health. Then I will use some of my energy to persuade my brothers to stop playing games and spend more time on studying, so that they won't be beaten to death by their parents in half a year. It turned out that after he blocked Lin Ranran from his life, he could live such a fulfilling life. When you reach the end of your life and look back at your life, you probably won't have as many regrets as in your previous life. While he was enjoying a fulfilling life, Lin Ranran was having a miserable time. She was not used to Gu Chencher not being around these days. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was an indisputable fact. Even though she looked indifferent and cool at school every day, in fact, she was always paying attention to him silently. During breaks, Gu Chencher spent most of his time sitting quietly in his seat reading or doing homework. Sometimes Zhou Xiangyu would run over and occupy his deskmate's seat and chat with him. Sometimes when his female classmate asked him questions, he would explain patiently. Sometimes. When Lin Ranran found out that she was so concerned about Gu Chencher, she was shocked. What's wrong with her? It had always been Gu Chencher's eyes that revolved around her. When did her eyes start to revolve around Gu Chencher? Isn't this a mess? She is a girl, a beautiful girl who attracts people's attention wherever she goes. She should be as high and mighty as a proud queen. If she keeps her attention on a boy all day long, isn't that lowering her own value? But she can't control it. Gu Chencher has a really bad temper. It's been 4 days, 4 whole days, and not only has he not been around her like before, he doesn't even seem to look at her straight in the eye. When has Lin Ranran ever suffered such injustice? She was so angry that she thought fiercely, you are not paying attention to me, right? Then I will ignore you too, forever. Even if you come to me crying and begging me in the future, I will ignore you. I, Lin Ranran, am still the proud queen even without you, Gu Chencher. I do what I say, and if I can't do it, I'm a puppy. Although she said so, it wasn't long after she swore the poisonous oath that Lin Ranran couldn't help herself and took the initiative to talk to Gu Chencher. It happened after school on Thursday. Gu Chencher walked forward slowly with the crowd as usual. He talked to Zhou Xiangyu as he walked, and naturally he was still advising Zhou Xiangyu to seize the time and make a sprint to avoid regrets in the future. Actually, Zhou Xiangyu was very smart, and he is the kind of person who can improve his grades with a little effort. Unfortunately, he is too playful and puts all his attention on games, so his grades are always mediocre, which makes people anxious. Zhou Xiangyu said that Gu Chencher's wailing was more annoying than his mother, but he was thinking in his heart, why not quit playing games first, and sprint with his brothers, and then have fun to his heart's content after the college entrance examination? He knows that if he doesn't really care about you, who the hell would have nothing better to do than give you such harsh words every day? Walking next to them was Gu Chencher's deskmate Tang Xiaoxi. Tang Xiaoxi was holding a pile of study materials in her arms. Someone tripped her and she stumbled forward. Gu Chencher was quick to reach out and help her in time. But the information in Tang Xiaoxi's arms fell to the ground with a bang. Then Gu Chencher decided to be a good person and help Tang Xiaoxi to the end. When Tang Xiaoxi hurriedly squatted down to pick up the information, he bent down and helped pick it up. Just as Tang Xiaoxi was shyly thanking him, Lin Ranran, who was walking behind him, snorted coldly, "Hey, Gu Chencher, you tripped Tang Xiaoxi, didn't you? Don't you even plan to say sorry?" Tang Xiaoxi quickly clarified, "It wasn't Gu Chencher who tripped me. The person who tripped me left." Gu Chenshur glanced back at her in confusion, without saying a word, and just walked forward. Lin Ranran stood there in a daze, unable to believe that Gu Chenshur actually ignored her and was just leaving. Perhaps in the eyes of others, what she just said was ostensibly to speak up for Tang Xiaoxi, but in reality it was to make things difficult for Gu Chenshur. But in fact, her real intention was to give Gu Chenshur a way out as well as a way for herself to save face. After all, she took the initiative to talk to him, didn't she? This has never happened to her before. As long as Gu Chenshur explained a few words or smiled at her gently like before, she would immediately forgive him and their relationship would return to what it was before. However, Gu Chenshur didn't seem to find it rare? He really seemed to not want to bother with me. Lin Ranran's eyes suddenly turned red. She couldn't stand Gu Chenshur's disregard for her. In the past, whenever Gu Chen saw her, his eyes were always filled with doting. Why did it suddenly change? She really didn't understand why Gu Chenshur could be so petty. Lin Ranran really didn't understand. Gu Chenshur wasn't petty, but he was deeply hurt by her and had completely given up on her. By the way, recognize your own heart. He had always misunderstood Lin Ranran. In fact, Lin Ranran was not the type of girl he liked at all. Gu Chenshur. Lin Ranran couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Gu Chenshur's back. At this moment, she was a little out of control, disregarding her goddess image and the strange looks from others. Gu Chenshur frowned and looked back. Why didn't I find her so annoying when my eyes were full of her before? That's because, at that time, he was blinded by his deep love and couldn't see her shortcomings. Zhou Xiangyu didn't understand what happened between them, but he still whispered, "Old Gu, why don't you go and listen to what she has to say? Even if you can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, you are still classmates after all, so don't make things too awkward." Zhou Xiangyu said it very objectively. That was because he didn't know what Gu Chenshur had experienced, nor did he understand the psychological annoyance that Gu Chenshur felt when he saw Lin Ranran at this moment. The girl who was once cherished in his heart has now become the person he hates the most. It's really ridiculous to think about it. Gu Chenshur, what on earth do you want to do? In the milk tea shop outside the school, the two sat face to face. Gu Chenshur looked out the window absent-mindedly. In the end, it was Lin Ranran who took the initiative to break the silence. Gu Chenshur looked at her with an unsure expression. Should he be asking her this question? But he was too lazy to ask. When you see through a person and hate her, you really don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. In his previous life, because he cared too much about Lin Ranran, he suffered a huge blow and broke both his legs, ruining his life. He hated her to the core and imagined all kinds of revenge on her in his mind. However, after he silently hated her for more than 300 days and nights in his previous life, he was reborn and suddenly he could no longer hate her. Because hating someone is a different kind of remembrance, and in his heart, she no longer exists at all, so much so that he doesn't even bother to hate her. Sometimes Gu Chenshur thought, if he stood in Lin Ranran's perspective, it seemed that she had done nothing wrong. She didn't like the gift he gave her, so she threw it away as if it were trash, and responded to his questioning with a righteous attitude. This was just a manifestation of low emotional intelligence, and it was not illegal. She didn't beg him to like her, nor did she ask him to spend time knitting a scarf for her, nor did she push him in front of a private car. If I really have to blame someone, I'd blame myself for being too wishful, trying to use my sincerity to warm a heartless stone. But now Shirtu is questioning him aggrievedly about what he wants to do. What does Shirtu mean? Aren't you heartless? Why do you care what I want to do? No matter what I want to do, it seems to have nothing to do with you. Chapter 8. Lin's mother comes to the door. It's really hard to guess what women are thinking. When you are around her, she ignores you. When you suddenly realize your mistake and consciously withdraw from her world, she will ask you what you are doing. Maybe I was licking her well before, but suddenly I stopped, making her feel embarrassed? Maybe whether he should lick or not depends on her telling him to do so, otherwise he doesn't even have the right to stop? Gu Chenshur was too lazy to guess what she was thinking. Lin Ranran looked at him angrily. Come on, why don't you speak? Gu Chenshur pulled the corners of his lips, but found that he couldn't move them. In front of Lin Ranran, he was unwilling to even pretend to be nice. He really didn't understand who gave Lin Ranran the confidence to act so bossy in front of him. Gu Chenshur didn't want to waste time talking to her, so he said directly, nothing. I suddenly felt that I couldn't waste my time and energy anymore. I want to study hard. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. After saying that, without giving her a chance to react, he stood up and was about to leave. He thought he had made his words clear enough and that it was over, but Lin Ranran seemed even angrier and chased after him, saying, Gu Chenshur, what do you mean? You mean that you wasted all your time and energy on me before, right? Gu Chenshur nodded, yes. Lin Ranran's eyes suddenly turned red, and she was overwhelmed by a feeling of grievance that she had never felt before. Gu Chenshur was really too much. He actually said that caring for her and accompanying her in the past was a waste of time and energy. How could he do this? Beneath the surging waves of grievance, there was another emotion that Lin Ranran could not ignore and was at a loss as to what to do, panic. She suddenly felt very scared. After letting Gu Chenshur go this time, he would never talk to her again. But they were fine a few days ago, weren't they? He also told me lovingly that he had prepared a special birthday gift for me. Lin Ranran said angrily, Gu Chenshur, did I beg you to waste your time and energy on me? Did I beg you to like me? That's your own problem. Gu Chenshur looked at her calmly. There wasn't even a trace of embarrassment or sadness on his face. Because he had already guessed what she would say. So, he was too lazy to tell her about the scarf. What would it matter if he told her? He still remembered her answer from her previous life. Even if I say it again now, she will definitely say with confidence that since you gave the thing to me, it is mine and I can do whatever I want with my things. Anyway, no matter what she says, she is right and she is never wrong. Then what else does Gu Chenshur have to say? He thought to himself with self-mockery, see, she knows that he likes her, so this is her reason to trample on his dignity? Now, Gu Chenshur no longer cares about right or wrong, he just wants to completely withdraw from her world. Gu Chenshur said, yes, it is indeed my own problem, so I want to take back my time and energy now, and I will no longer like you or bother you, this is my freedom. Lin Ranran was speechless. Yes, that was his freedom. What right does she have to blame? But that doesn't seem to be what was said? How can he say that he can take the energy away from himself? His eyes were full of love when he looked at me, how could that just disappear? Lin Ranran stared blankly at Gu Chenshur, who turned and left, thinking silently, he is still angry, yes, that must be the case. Kong Xiao walked over and said angrily, Gu Chenshur, are you fucking sick? Why do you always provoke Ranran? Gu Chenshur looked at him with cold eyes, try to say it again, damn it. Kong Xiao looked dazed. If a fight really breaks out, who knows who will be the one to suffer? After Gu Chenshur walked away, Kong Xiao pretended to curse at Gu Chenshur's back, what the hell? He hurried to Lin Ranran and asked with concern, Ranran, are you okay? Next time that bastard bullies you, tell me, and I will take care of him for you. Lin Ranran became furious when she saw Kong Xiao. If this guy hadn't sent him home that night, Gu Chenshur wouldn't have been angry with him for so long. Lin Ranran said angrily, when did it become your turn to point fingers at my affairs? Who do you think you are? Kong Xiao. It seems like I'm just trying to please someone but getting rejected? But he was used to it and wasn't angry at all. He is happy to stick to the goddess's cold butt. Lin Ranran returned home in a daze, slammed the door and locked herself in the room. Mother Lin didn't know what happened and was terrified. She knocked on the door and asked, Ranran, what happened? Tell me if you have anything to say. It's okay. Lin Ranran's voice came out muffled from inside. How can it be okay? Lin's mother was worried. In the past, when my daughter came home, she would hold me and act coquettishly for a while, eat some fruit snacks, play with the cat and look at the flowers, and after dinner, dawdle for a while before going to her room to do her homework. He ignored everyone after school today. Something must have happened. Lin's mother thought about it and called a classmate she knew to find out more about the situation. The blow was aimed at Kong Xiao. The Lin family opened a company, and Kong Xiao's parents both held important positions in the Lin company. The two families have a close relationship. Kong Xiao, who was worrying about how to take revenge on Gu Chenshur, was overjoyed when he received a call from Lin's mother. He exaggerated the situation and slandered Gu Chenshur. After hanging up the phone, Lin's mother was furious. Don't blame her for being angry. According to Kong Xiao's description, Gu Chenshur became a despicable villain who failed to pursue Lin Ranran and turned from love to hate and bullied Lin Ranran. Mother Lin was so angry that she immediately found out Gu Chenshur's address through her connections at school, picked up her bag and went to his house in a threatening manner. Before Lin's mother arrived, Gu Chenshur put on his mother's apron and was washing and cutting vegetables. Jinglan works the night shift this week and has to get off work at 9 o'clock. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound of knocking on the door. That's right, it was the sound of banging on the door, not knocking. As soon as you hear it, you will think that the other party is rolling up his sleeves and getting ready for a fight. Gu Chencher went to open the door while wondering. A middle-aged woman who looked like a noble lady was standing outside the door. When she saw him open the door, she immediately frowned and asked, "Are you Gu Chencher?" Gu Chencher was confused, but nodded, "I am, Auntie Yu." "You little bastard, dare to bully my daughter, I will beat you to death." Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged woman, Mother Lin, raised her hand and slapped him in the face. Fortunately, Gu Chencher was quick-witted and grabbed her raised wrist. This woman must have just escaped from a mental hospital. She looks very ill. He didn't even know her, so it was impossible for him to offend her. Gu Chencher's face turned cold. "Who are you? Why did you hit me?" Mother Lin raised her other hand and smashed the bag on Gu Chencher's head, angrily saying, "Who do you say I am?" "I am Lin Ranran's mother." After hearing this, Gu Chencher was stunned. Lin Ranran's mother? Chapter 9: The Truth Revealed. Seeing Gu Chencher stunned for a moment, Lin's mother thought he was guilty, so she pointed at Gu Chencher's nose and cursed, "Little bastard, you bully my daughter. Do you believe that I will have the school expel you today?" The shouting was so loud that it alarmed the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Gu Chencher was unbelievable. He couldn't have imagined that Lin Ranran would complain to her family about him bullying her after returning home. It's not just her low EQ that's happening, she's spreading rumors and slandering others. Gu Chencher said calmly, "Please investigate thoroughly before you speak. Spreading rumors and causing trouble will result in legal consequences." Mother Lin's eyes widened. "I came here only after I investigated thoroughly. I will never wrongly accuse you." The neighbor who came over spoke up for Gu Chencher, "Parent, please calm down. I think there must be some misunderstanding. We watched Chencher grow up. He has a good character and it is impossible for him to bully a female classmate." Lin's mother became even angrier. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying that I, as an adult, bullied him as a child? What misunderstanding? How can something I have already investigated clearly become a misunderstanding in your mouth? And you, Gu Chencher, don't think that you are really innocent just because you pretend to be innocent. I tell you, this matter is not over yet. I must have the school expel you, otherwise if even a scumbag like you can go to college, there will be even more lawlessness in the future." Lin's mother spoke loudly and quickly, like a machine gun, making it impossible for people to get a word in. Gu Chencher couldn't bear it any longer and took out his cell phone to call the police. Because he didn't check it in time, Lin's mother slapped him to the ground. The other neighbors were talking at the same time, but no one noticed. Gu Chencher. Crazy bitch. What's going on? Jinglan was at work when she suddenly received a call from her upstairs neighbor, asking her to come back quickly because something had happened to Gu Chencher. Jinglan was so scared that she didn't even bother to ask what was going on. She asked her colleagues to ask for leave for her and hurriedly rode her electric bike home. When I came back, I found that my door was crowded with neighbors from upstairs and downstairs. A woman was cursing at me, calling people hooligans, social scum, and fired. It was obvious that the problem was serious. Jinglan squeezed into the crowd, and the first thing she did was to pull her son behind her in a protective posture. When Lin's mother saw Jinglan, she guessed Jinglan's identity and immediately pointed her gun at Jinglan. "How did you educate your child? You. Have you cursed enough?" Gu Chencher said angrily. "If anyone dares to insult or bully his family, he will fight to the death." Mother Lin looked at his icy eyes and suddenly shrank back, actually shutting her mouth. Jinglan wanted to speak, but Gu Chencher motioned for her to be quiet for a while, then stared at Lin's mother. "I told you that I failed in pursuing Lin Ranran, so I turned to be a hooligan to her and bullied her until she cried. Is it Lin Ranran?" This question stumped Lin's mother. "Not really." Gu Chencher saw the clue and was surprised. Wasn't it Lin Ranran who was talking irresponsible nonsense in front of her mother? Where did Lin's mother hear this slander? Gu Chencher's eyes moved slightly, and he guessed the answer. "Is it Kong Xiao?" Mother Lin hesitated and said, "Everyone saw what you did, don't try to deny it." Gu Chencher said, "A real man should be brave enough to take responsibility for his actions, but don't try to blame me for things I didn't do. Go back and ask clearly whether I bullied Lin Ranran or not." Mother Lin hesitated. Seeing that Gu Chencher looked so frank, she couldn't help but wonder, maybe she really was wrong? But Kong Xiao was a child she had watched grow up, and he was usually very well behaved. There was no need for him to fabricate something untrue to deceive her. Besides, my daughter's condition is really not right. Jinglan said sternly, "Dear parent, you only listened to one side of the story and came over to insult my son, which seriously harmed his physical and mental health. I want you to apologize to my son in front of everyone. Otherwise, I will report you to the police for slander and defamation." Lin's mother came here to seek justice for her daughter, but of course she was unwilling to be asked to apologize by others. If he is really innocent, why do others say about him and not others? Lin's mother retorted. Gu Chencher bent down and picked up the phone. The quality of the phone was pretty good and there was no damage at all. In front of Lin's mother and others, he called Lin Ranran. Lin family. Lin Ranran was lying on the bed feeling sad when the phone rang. She didn't want to answer it, but when she saw the caller ID showed it was Gu Chencher, she suddenly sat up from the bed, her breathing became a little disordered. Soon, joy rushed to her heart, and then she thought with a little pride, "Humph, you finally know you were wrong? I knew you would apologize to me." Lin Ranran deliberately waited for a while before answering the phone. However, before she could proudly question why Gu Chencher called her, Gu Chencher's voice came over. "Lin Ranran, your mother is outside my house now. She has some misunderstandings about me. Please help clarify it." Lin Ranran was confused. "What, Mom is outside Gu Chencher's house? That's not right. Wasn't Mom at home?" When she came back, Mom was clearly sitting in the living room braiding the cat's hair. As if to prove that what Gu Chencher said was true, Lin's mother's voice soon came out from the microphone. "Ranran, if you have any grievances, tell your mother, and your mother will make the decision for you." After finding out the whole story, Lin Ranran became anxious. "Mom, can you believe what Kong Xiao said? How could you?" "Oh, Mom, Gu Chencher didn't bully me." Gu Chencher was using the speakerphone, and the 5 words "you didn't bully me" came out clearly from the microphone, and everyone present could hear it. Now that the parties involved have clarified it themselves, isn't the truth now clear? Gu Chencher did not bully female classmates. Jinglan looked at Lin's mother with surprise. She felt very distressed because her son was scolded for most of the day for no reason. Lin's mother was very embarrassed. After all this fuss, it really was just a misunderstanding. Mother Lin looked at Gu Chencher awkwardly. "I'm sorry, child. You see, I was so anxious that." Gu Chencher looked at her expressionlessly, as if he didn't hear her apology, and turned around and went into the house. Although he looked magnanimous on the surface, his eyes were cold, even a little disdainful, which made Mother Lin even more embarrassed and her face burned fiercely. She felt embarrassed when she thought about how she had just acted like a shrew in front of everyone. In the eyes of others, she might be even worse than a child? Although Jinglan was angry that Lin's mother had wrongly accused her son, the children saw each other every day in school, and if the parents had a falling out, the children would also be in trouble. So they exchanged a few casual pleasantries, and in a stiff tone she said that parents are afraid that their children will be wronged. After Lin's mother apologized repeatedly, the matter was over. After seeing off the extremely embarrassed Lin's mother, Jinglan went back and asked Gu Chencher, "Chencher, is Lin Ranran the school beauty of your school?" Gu Chencher had mentioned this to Jinglan before, and Jinglan remembered it. Gu Chencher nodded. Jinglan asked again, "Do you like her?" Gu Chencher thought about it and said honestly, "I liked her a little bit before, but not now. I'm young and shouldn't fall in love so early." Jinglan heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. I think her mother is a person who never gives in even if she is right. In my opinion, that Lin Ranran is not easy to get along with either. Since you don't like her, I'm relieved. Otherwise, you will suffer in the future." Gu Chencher paused in cutting vegetables. "I have to say, my mother is very good at predicting things." Jinglan pushed him aside. "You go and take a rest. I've already asked for leave. I won't go. It's really worrying every day." "Hey wait, now you're back. Do you have a girl you like?" Mom is not an old-fashioned person, and you can still have a relationship, but it can't affect your studies. Also, it can't be that Lin Ranran. This parent is so confused and overbearing. What the hell is this? Gu Chencher. Not long after, Gu Chencher's cell phone rang. The caller is Lin Ranran. In the past, Lin Ranran seldom took the initiative to contact him. Occasionally, when she did, Gu Chencher would be happy for a long time. But now, knowing that it was Lin Ranran calling, he was too lazy to even answer the call. "So I really didn't answer it." Jinglan said, "Chencher, why didn't you answer the phone?" Gu Chencher said, "It's a harassing call." After Lin's mother came home with her face downcast, Lin Ranran complained angrily, "Mom, what's wrong with you? How could you go and cause trouble for Gu Chencher just based on the one-sided words of that bastard Kong Xiao? Mother Lin was already embarrassed enough, and now she heard her daughter's complaints. She felt very aggrieved. I asked you what was wrong, but you didn't say anything, so I could only ask others. What's wrong with this kid Kong Xiao? How could he talk nonsense? It really pissed me off. The more Lin's mother thought about it, the angrier she became. She wanted to scold Kong Xiao immediately, but she took the phone in her hand and put it down again. Forget it. The two families usually have a good relationship. If I keep holding on to this matter, it will have a bad impact. I'll just have to let it go. Lin Ranran was still asking nervously, Mom, did you scold Gu Chencher? Mother Lin. Lin Ranran's heart sank. Gu Chencher must be very angry. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me not to answer her call. Mother Lin was very worried. Because she had not forgotten the question that Gu Chencher asked before entering the house, Mother and Father Kong Xiao, do you work at your aunt's company? Chapter 10, Shooting Oneself in the Foot. When Lin's father returned home and learned about this, he also blamed his wife for being too impulsive. Lin's mother was very upset. She prides herself on being a woman of vision and elegance, and usually despises those shrews who curse at everyone. It is really wrong to do such a thing today. When she thought of the scene at that time, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But since it was about her precious daughter, she was blinded by anger. After the misunderstanding was resolved, although the mother and son of the Gu family seemed to be more reasonable and did not insist on making trouble, Lin's mother still felt very embarrassed. She thought to herself that it was fortunate that Gu Chencher was quick to grab her hand in time, otherwise if that angry slap had really landed on Gu Chencher's face, it would have been a serious problem. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. After all, isn't it because he heard that his daughter was bullied and lost his mind in desperation? So naturally, she thought of Kong Xiao, who provided her with false information. Father Lin was surprised and asked, did Kong Xiao tell you that Gu Chencher bullied our daughter? How could he say such irresponsible words? Mother Lin said angrily, who knew this kid would be like this? I trusted him so much. I lost face in front of so many people. And I even offended Ran Ran's male classmate. Lin Ranran was so angry that she jumped up and down. That bastard Kong Xiao is so abominable. Why is he so annoying and disgusting? I'm so fed up with him. Mom and Dad, can you please not invite him to our house as a guest in the future? I get so annoyed when I see him. Father Lin pondered and said, does Kong Xiao have any personal grudges with that Gu Chencher? In fact, Lin's father was also very angry. At such a young age, he has such evil intentions. He has learned how to kill people by borrowing a knife, and he even used it against them. Of course Lin Ranran knew what was going on. Kong Xiao likes her, and Gu Chencher also likes her. She usually didn't reject Gu Chencher's approach, but she always ignored Kong Xiao, so Kong Xiao held a grudge against Gu Chencher. But she usually acts like a good girl in front of her parents, so how could she have the nerve to say these things? He shook his head and said he didn't know either. Father Lin and Mother Lin looked at each other. They were experienced people and could vaguely guess what was going on. Mother Lin asked tentatively, Ranran, are you on good terms with Gu Chencher at school? Lin Ranran choked. Is she on good terms with Gu Chencher? If it was before, she could still just say it's okay naturally, but now, it seems even worse than a stranger. At least Gu Chencher, who is polite to others, would not use such a cold look and indifferent tone towards strangers. Lin Ranran was extremely panicked. What exactly does Gu Chencher want? How long will he be angry? But Lin Ranran also felt that Gu Chencher didn't seem to be angry with her. He looked as if he really didn't want to waste his time and energy on her anymore, just as he told her in the milk tea shop. If that was the case, Lin Ranran would rather Gu Chencher was narrow-minded and was angry with her rather than ignoring her. No one can be angry forever, but you can ignore it. She couldn't bear it. The next day, Kong Xiao walked into the classroom humming a tune and immediately looked in the direction of Gu Chencher. He was disappointed to find that Gu Chencher was actually sitting in his seat reading a book with a calm expression, as if he was not affected at all. There were no bruises or scars on that handsome face that he hated. He was a little puzzled. It shouldn't be. When he was trying hard to discredit Gu Chen on the phone yesterday, even though I couldn't see it through the phone, I could feel that Lin's mother was about to explode with anger. He knows Lin's mother better. She is usually gentle and dignified, but once her precious daughter Lin Ranran is involved, she becomes a terrifying tigress. He still remembered that when Lin Ranran was still in elementary school, a boy liked Lin Ranran and wanted to attract Lin Ranran's attention, so he deliberately pulled her pigtails. When Lin's mother found out, she rushed to the school and scolded the boy harshly. In the end, the boy's parents apologized and transferred the boy to another school, and the matter was settled. Kong Xiao believed that his accusation against Gu Chunshur on the phone was much more serious than the little boy pulling Lin Ranran's braids. Lin's mother would have to beat Gu Chunshur up and then strongly demand that the school expel Gu Chunshur. In fact, from other people's perspective, Kong Xiao's behavior was very stupid. As long as the Lin family finds out the truth, it would be like he is shooting himself in the foot, and the good image he has worked so hard to establish in front of Lin's father and mother would be destroyed. But why does he dare to speak without any evidence? He felt that Gu Chunshur had been becoming unreasonably arrogant these days and always made Lin Ranran angry. Lin Ranran is narrow-minded. In order to take revenge on Gu Chunshur, she will not help Gu Chunshur clarify the facts. In this way, it would be tantamount to confirming Gu Chunshur's guilt, and Gu Chunshur would not be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Ha ha. Who asked this guy to sit alone with Lin Ranran in the milk tea shop for a while? If he wanted to, there must be a chance to do something, right? All I can say is that Kong Xiao was too self-righteous and thought he knew Lin Ranran very well. Gu Chunshur seemed to sense something and looked up. Kong Xiao was startled and avoided his gaze guiltily, walking towards his seat. Gu Chunshur snorted. Idiot. Are we just going to let go of Kong Xiao's slander against him yesterday? Of course not. However, Gu Chunshur would not be so foolish as to slam the table and ask Kong Xiao why he slandered him. If a dog bites you, do you have to open your mouth and bite it back? Why can't I use a brick to hit it? Why not beat the dog with a stick? You have to deal with a mad dog and protect yourself from being bitten by the dog again, so you have to be smart. Doesn't Kong Xiao want to kill someone by borrowing a knife? Please, he can do it too. The desperate and dark year he spent lying in bed in his previous life made Gu Chunshur's thoughts mature beyond his age. He knew very well that even if he got the chance to be reborn, he was still just an ordinary person. Life is so beautiful and time is so precious, why should he waste his limited energy on entanglement with scum? That's tantamount to wasting life. Before Gu Chunshur entered the house yesterday, he specifically asked Lin's mother whether Kong Xiao's parents worked in their company. In order to highlight his extraordinary relationship with Lin Ranran, Kong Xiao had publicized it many times, so it was nothing surprising for Gu Chunshur to know that his parents were employees of Lin Ranran's company. Kong Xiao didn't dare to confront him head-on and used Lin's mother to cause trouble, so there was naturally no problem for Gu Chunshur to fight back. He asked this question deliberately yesterday, actually to remind Lin's mother. Lin Ranran once said that her parents particularly hate people with bad character. So let me ask, if someone raises Kong Xiao to be such a vicious person, can he have good character? And Lin's mother lost so much face because of Kong Xiao's nonsense, how could she not be angry? At this time, Gu Chunshur only needed to drive a thorn into Lin's mother's heart to make her feel uneasy. You know, Kong Xiao's parents both hold important positions in the company. If their character is really problematic, it's not a child's play, it's not a matter of breaking off the friendship just like that. It would be fine if Kong Xiao's parents were clean, but if they were not. No one is perfect. If Lin Ranran's parents really want to find something, they can find some problems more or less. I have to say that Gu Chunshur is very good at predicting things. That evening, Lin's mother told Lin's father about her concerns. Lin's father also realized the seriousness of the problem. The next day, he began to secretly investigate whether Kong Xiao's parents had any workplace problems such as dereliction of duty, violation of discipline, etc. Gu Chunshur, let's go to the cafeteria together. After the last class in the morning, Lin Ranran took the initiative to invite Gu Chunshur. The other students were shocked. The high and mighty school beauty actually has times when she takes the initiative to invite others? Then they thought about how the two of them had been like strangers in recent days, and they might have had some kind of disagreement. They thought that Gu Chunshur would eventually give in. After all, the school belle was beautiful, but she was also prouder than ordinary girls. How could she lower her noble head? However, the reality is that Gu Chunshur acted as if nothing had happened. He read and studied as usual every day and did not try to coax Lin Ranran. But now, Lin Ranran actually took the initiative to express her willingness to reconcile with Gu Chunshur? When everyone looked at Gu Chen, they couldn't help but show admiration, retreating to advance, playing hard to get. This tactic was brilliant. Chapter 11, Strange Gu Chunshur. Wrong, they were all wrong. Gu Chunshur was not playing hard to get, he wanted to withdraw completely. Zhou Xiangyu, who was waiting to go with Gu Chunshur, walked away tactfully after hearing this. He used to feel sorry for his brother because school beauty Lin always seemed to fail to see the good in his brother, but now school beauty Lin is taking the initiative to reconcile with her brother, which is a good thing. He couldn't be a third wheel between the two of them. A good man doesn't fight with a woman, so he should be more generous and give his brother to the school belle. Kong Xiao was very unconvinced. Ran, have you forgotten how he bullied you yesterday? Let me go with you. No matter what time it is, I will never make you angry. The tactful ones laughed, while the tactless ones came up and shamelessly tried to make their presence felt. Lin Ran glared at him unhappily. I have something to say to Gu Chenshi, stay away from me. If her parents hadn't told her to stay calm yesterday, she would have definitely gone to trouble this guy early this morning. Kong Xiao went aside embarrassedly and covered in dust. Gu Chenshi calmly closed the book and put it into the desk hole, then stood up and left the classroom. From beginning to end, he did not respond to Lin Ran's invitation. In fact, he felt a little strange. He had already made it so clear yesterday. Logically speaking, Lin Ran, who was such a proud person, should not pay any attention to him. But why? Because of what happened to Lin's mother yesterday? Should I say sorry to him again today according to my parents' instructions? In fact, he really doesn't care, so why bother? Besides, Lin Ran didn't really want to say sorry, she was just following the instructions to complete the task assigned to her by her parents. Then he will be even less rare, okay? The two of them were following the crowd, seemingly walking leisurely to the cafeteria as usual. When Gu Chenshi accompanied Lin Ran to the cafeteria, he wished the journey could be longer and longer, and time could go slower and slower. However, now, thinking back on his previous state of mind, he only felt that it was both naive and ridiculous. Lin Ran walked beside Gu Chenshi, feeling nervous and melancholy. She secretly glanced at him, and the grievance in her heart swelled up like a sponge soaked in water. Her birthday was on Monday, and today is Friday, a whole 4 days have passed. Gu Chenshi has ignored her for 4 days. How could he be so excessive? Gu Chenshi glanced at her sideways. His eyes weren't cold, but they weren't hot either. In short, the thing in his eyes that made Lin Ran feel familiar and accustomed to it was gone. Lin Ran felt a dull pain in her heart. Suddenly, Gu Chenshi became so strange. It was as if the Gu Chenshi who had looked at her lovingly and considered everything for her was just her own wishful imagination. You are still angry with me? Lin Ran stammered. Gu Chenshi said, this matter itself has nothing to do with you, and I can't say whether I am angry with you or not. Lin Ran thought aggrievedly, you also know that it has nothing to do with me, then why did you ignore me for several days? After all, you are still angry. Gu Chenshi naturally had no idea what Lin Ran was thinking at the moment, and he was too lazy to guess. Because Lin Ran was just a passerby in his life. He was too lazy to pay too much attention to the person who was destined to be a passerby in his life. However, Gu Chenshi also knew that he and Lin Ran were classmates and lived under the same roof. They saw each other every day. It was impossible to block her out of his life immediately. It doesn't matter, it's just a little more than half a year. When he gets into college, they will go their separate ways and they will no longer have any contact with each other. As for the past 6 months, it's actually not that unbearable. It was only now that he understood that when you truly ignore someone, even if she is standing in front of you, you may not remember what kind of clothes she is wearing. Naturally, it is impossible to pay attention to her emotions. Maybe Lin Ran had this kind of attitude towards him before? Since you don't like Kong Xiao sending me home, why didn't you say it at the time? Lin Ran bit her lower lip, feeling very aggrieved. Although she realized that asking this question herself would lower her status, she couldn't help but express the grievance in her heart. Gu Chenshi was stunned. Lin Ran was angry just now, not because of what happened to her mother last night, but because of her birthday night. Gu Chenshi was confused. What was this? Why was he angry? That's right, if it had happened before, he would have felt uncomfortable. But that's her freedom, isn't it? She could let whoever she wanted to send it, after all, they had no relationship at all. In the past, he had no right to be angry, but now, why should he be angry about something that didn't matter to him? To put it bluntly, even if Lin Ran and Kong Xiao confirmed their relationship, or even got a room together, there would not be any ripples in his heart. Gu Chenshi said, Lin Ran, it is your freedom to let Kong Xiao take you home. I am not angry. Lin Ran looked at him in surprise. She tried to find evidence of lying on Gu Chenshi's calm face, but she failed. She pressed the issue, are you really not angry? Gu Chenshi shook his head. Lin Ran suddenly couldn't help it, Gu Chenshi, you bastard. After saying this, his eyes turned red and he turned and ran back. Gu Chenshi. What did he say wrong? So tiring. It's so tiring to be a bootlicker. If this had happened in the past, he would have been extremely terrified and would have chased after him to explain. Fortunately, he has pulled himself back from the brink and turned towards the bright road. Zhou Xiangyu was halfway through his meal when Gu Chenshi came towards him with the freshly prepared meal. Seeing that Gu Chenshi was holding only a plate in his hand, he subconsciously looked behind Gu Chenshi, but did not see the figure of school beauty Lin. Zhou Xiangyu asked curiously, "Old Gu, where is school beauty Lin? Didn't you two come here together? Why did you only order your own portion of food?" Gu Chenshi said, "I can't eat 2 portions by myself, so of course I'll order 1. Zhou Xiangyu bit his chopsticks and said, "Old Gu, I think that although learning is important, if it is allocated properly, you can have both learning and love." Gu Chenshi looked at him in confusion. "From what you said, are you trying to persuade me to go back and continue to be a bootlicker?" No, Zhou Xiangyu waved his hands. "How is this possible? I think that I seem to have misunderstood Lin Xiaohua before. I thought she was deliberately keeping you hanging, but now I feel that she seems to care about you. You may not know that when you were studying at your desk, I accidentally discovered that she was secretly looking at you. Later, I paid a little more attention and found her several times." Gu Chenshi was slightly stunned. Lin Ranran secretly looked at him? You must be wrong. She is the proud Lin Ranran, how could she possibly peek at a bootlicker like herself? I think if you work harder, you might really be able to win the heart of the beauty. Although I don't support you being a bootlicker, I have to say that you and Lin Ranran are a perfect match. Gu Chenshi laughed mockingly. It's impossible. He and Lin Ranran, no matter in this life or the next life, no matter how many lives he has, it is impossible. Not to mention that Zhou Xiangyu made a mistake, it was impossible for Lin Ranran to suddenly pay attention to him. Even if Lin Ranran really saw his good side and wanted to be with him, the problem was that he no longer liked Lin Ranran. Chapter 12, The Neurotic New Neighbor. Lin Ranran didn't eat lunch and lay on the desk crying secretly for the whole afternoon. Before others came back from the cafeteria, she wiped away her tears, carefully used concealer to cover the redness of her eyes in front of the mirror, and tried to maintain her usual tsundere look. How could she, Lin Ranran, cry for a man? She thought fiercely, "Gu Chenshi, what's so great about you? Don't think that the earth will stop turning without you. I will live a better life than before." She thought she had disguised herself well and no one knew what happened this afternoon. However, she didn't expect that a particularly annoying guy took out his cell phone, recorded her secretly crying on the table at noon, and sent it to her mother. Who could this person be? Naturally, it was Kong Xiao who wished he could step on Gu Chenshi under his feet. Kong Xiao thought that by doing this, Lin's mother would be very grateful to him. As long as he can please Lin's father and mother, gain their support, and recognize him as their son-in-law, the goddess will be his sooner or later. The goddess more or less has to listen to her parents. Kong Xiao looked at the video that was successfully sent, and looked forward to the future with joy in his heart. How could he have imagined that this move would not only fail to please Mother Lin, but would also be like playing with fire and getting burned? Lin Ranran disguised herself very successfully. In the eyes of others, she was still the queen who was high above everyone else and was pursued and flattered by many boys. But only she herself knew that things were different. She discovered to her annoyance that she couldn't control herself. Ever since Gu Chenshi suddenly became indifferent, she couldn't control her desire to pay attention to him. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She thought, maybe it was because Gu Chenshi went too far and made her angry? For Lin Ranran, who has enjoyed being the center of attention since she was a child, she has always been liked and paid attention to, so when she couldn't help but pay attention to others, she really couldn't figure out what was going on. Gu Chenshi had unknowingly become an indispensable presence in her life, but before that, she had never realized this and had never thought about cherishing Gu Chenshi. Even if she regretted it, it was too late. In the Lin family, not only is Lin Ranran's mood fluctuating weirdly, but Lin's father and mother are also very busy and annoyed recently. It wouldn't have mattered if they didn't check, but when they did I was so angry that I almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Kong Zhao's parents took advantage of the Lin family's trust in them and relied on their position to secretly embezzle public funds to speculate in stocks. In anger, Lin's father called the police to arrest the man. Perhaps Kong Xiao never dreamed that the lie he made up did not bring down Gu Chenshi, but instead made his parents eat from the same pot. Compared with the chaos in the Lin and Kong families, Gu Chenshi spent 2 days of the weekend at home in warmth and peace. At 7 o'clock on Saturday evening, Gu Chencher walked out of the convenience store outside the community carrying a plastic shopping bag. There was no soy sauce at home. Seeing that he had been sitting at the table studying, his mother asked him to come out to buy some soy sauce and to stretch his body and rest his eyes. Gu Chencher was thinking about a question in his mind and walked back slowly. As he was walking, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the person walking in front of him. The man was not tall. He was wearing a bulky black men's down jacket, a black woolen hat on his head, and a mask and sunglasses on his face. Wearing sunglasses in the winter when night falls really feels strange. Of course, it is possible that the person has just had double eyelid surgery and is afraid of scaring others with his red and swollen eyes. As long as it does not violate the law and as long as they feel comfortable, others can wear sunglasses whenever they want. It is their freedom. However, what caught Gu Chencher's attention was not the sunglasses on the person in front of him, but his actions, which looked particularly nervous. He looked back from time to time, as if there was a bad guy secretly following him, who would beat him up or drag him into a car when no one was around. This made Gu Chencher feel suspicious, and he couldn't help but imitate the person in front of him and turned his head to look behind him, but he was depressed to find that there was no one behind him. In other words, I am the one who makes the people in front of me feel uneasy? Do I look so scary? Please open your eyes and look at this. He is just a student. It is just a normal shopping trip. There is no need to make it like a spy movie, okay? If they really think he is a dangerous person, then Gu Chencher suggests that the guy in front should stay in the room and not go anywhere. Gu Chencher was speechless. He quickened his pace and quickly overtook the neurotic man. Then he couldn't help but look back. He found that the man still looked back even after he had overtaken him, and he felt a little relieved. It turns out that this person doesn't consider himself a dangerous person. But there is no one behind him at all. I really don't know what to see. A weirdo. Oh, by the way, Chencher, someone has moved into your Grandma Li's house. While eating, Jinglan remembered something and mentioned it. Grandma Li is an old neighbor of Gu Chencher's family. The two families have always had a good relationship. When Gu Chencher was a child, his parents were busy with work, so Grandma Li took the initiative to take care of Gu Chencher for a period of time. Grandma Li's son settled abroad. He was worried about leaving his old mother alone at home, so he flew back some time ago to pick her up. The vacant house was put up for rent through an agency. Gu Chencher didn't take it too seriously. They were just new neighbors who moved in and might move out soon. When he saw them, he would just nod to say hello and wouldn't have any other interactions with them. Jinglan added, but I think this child is a little weird. Gu Chencher was stunned for a moment. It's a child who moved in. Not with his parents? Yeah, that's why I say it's weird. What parents would let a half-grown boy live out on his own? He doesn't look much younger than you. Gu Chencher proposed a possibility. Maybe he just looks young, but he is actually an adult. Jinglan wondered, isn't that possible? That little face is so fair and clean, and looks so tender, even more tender than your face. Gu Chencher proposed another possibility. Maybe he is better at taking care of himself? Unlike your son, he is just a rough old man. Jinglan suddenly smiled and reached out to pinch Gu Chencher's face. My son is handsome even without maintenance. As they were talking, there was a sound of a door opening next door. Oh, you're back. Jinglan put down her chopsticks and walked out, saying, I'll go take a look. I just moved in, so I have to tidy up a bit. I'll see if I can help. Gu Chencher shook his head. His mother is always so warm-hearted and wants to be open-hearted to everyone. Gu Chen finished the rice in his bowl in a few bites, wiped his mouth casually, and was about to walk into the room when Jinglan's voice came from outside the door. Chencher, come over and give me a hand. Gu Chencher walked out and was a little surprised to see the people outside. Bloated black down jacket, black mask, and black sunglasses. Isn't it just the neurotic guy who was walking in front of him at the beginning? Jinglan urged, Chencher, don't just stand there, help your brother hang up the curtains. Hey, boy, how old are you this year? Jinglan suddenly remembered what Gu Chencher said at the dinner table about someone looking younger than him. It was unclear who was calling whom brother. He was stunned for a moment, hesitated, and said in a hoarse voice, Auntie, I am 20 years old. 20? Jinglan was extremely surprised. She glanced at Gu Chencher subconsciously and thought, did this silly boy really guess it right? Chapter 13, Warmth from Strangers. Gu Chencher didn't want to have anything to do with neurotic people. But since his mother had spoken, he had no choice but to help hang the curtains. When the 1.80 meter tall Gu Chencher passed by Neurotic, he suddenly thought jokingly in his heart, this Neurotic looks young, partly because of his tender skin, but also because of his height, right? I'm already 20 years old and about 1.6 meters tall. It looks like I won't have any chance of growing any taller. While Gu Chencher was hanging the curtains, Jinglan was chatting with Neurotic. It can be seen that neurotic people are not very good at chatting. It was basically Jinglan who was talking. Fortunately, Jinglan is a sensible person who doesn't ask people too many questions. She tells him that he can ask them for help if he needs anything in the future and not to be embarrassed. Gu Chencher hung up the curtains, clapped his hands and got down from the chair. Jinglan called him and said, "Okay, Chencher, let's go quickly and don't disturb my brother's rest." Gu Chencher secretly spat, "What brother? He is just an inexplicable weirdo. This guy is so rude. I helped him hang the curtains and he can't even say thank you?" Just thinking this, I spoke nervously, "Thank you, Gu Chencher." After returning to his home, Gu Chencher asked curiously, "Mom, that guy's face was covered so tightly, how did you see that he was young?" Jinglan said, "When he came to see the house just now, he didn't wear sunglasses. He was a very handsome young man, but unfortunately he was a little short." Gu Chencher was surprised and asked, "He didn't have double eyelid surgery?" Jinglan was puzzled and said, "Why do you want double eyelids?" "She has double eyelids all the way through. They are double eyelids to begin with." Gu Chencher said seriously, "Mom, can you be more warm-hearted in the future and stop taking on everything? You kid, it's fate that we all meet. We should help each other and not be so indifferent." "You're right, but I think this new neighbor is a little weird. It's always a good idea to be careful." Jinglan said angrily, "Don't comment on others behind their backs, it's not good." "But why is he wearing sunglasses? It's weird." The strange new neighbor was soon forgotten by Gu Chencher. If it weren't for Miss Jinglan's kindness, he could have ignored his new neighbor just as he ignored Lin Ranran. "We had dumplings for lunch on Sunday." Gu Chencher came back to life and made dumplings for Lin Ranran on her birthday. They packed a little too much, and after 2 meals, there was still enough for the mother and daughter to have 2 more meals. When Gu Chencher went to serve the rice, he was surprised. "Mom, why did you make so many dumplings?" Jinglan took the spoon from his hand and put dumplings on a plate while saying to Gu Chencher, "Send this plate of dumplings to the brother next door. I saw that he has not opened the door of his room since yesterday. I haven't seen him buy vegetables, and I don't know if he has eaten." Gu Chencher said speechlessly, "Mom, you just need to care about whether I eat or not, why bother with him?" Jinglan handed the plate to him and poked his forehead. "You little brat, are you jealous? Don't worry, my love is only for you. I just think it's not easy for a child to live on his own. I just cooked these dumplings together. It's a piece of cake." What a kid! He is already 20 years old. If he doesn't know how to eat, he deserves to starve to death. Gu Chencher muttered. Jinglan laughed and scolded, all right, go now." Gu Chencher had no choice but to walk out the door reluctantly. Their family has lived here for more than 10 years. My parents have never had a quarrel with anyone, and the neighbors have always been polite and harmonious. There is a reason for this. Gu Chencher stood in front of the closed door with a big Fu character on it and raised his hand to knock. I knocked several times, but no one came to open the door. If Jinglan hadn't said that no one had ever come out from inside, Gu Chencher would have doubted whether there was anyone inside at all. Gu Chencher looked at the steaming and fragrant dumplings on the plate and thought to himself, "My mother can't blame me now." Just as I was about to turn around and leave, the door opened. He first met a pair of blurry eyes. As Jinglan said, this pair of eyes has double eyelids that are perfect and very beautiful, so there is really no need to have any surgery. There is a sesame-sized mole at the end of my left eye, which makes me look very charming. Their eyes met, and the other party was stunned for a moment. Gu Chencher handed the dumplings to him in a businesslike manner. "My mother cooked them. We cook too much at home, so she asked me to bring some to you to try." He stared at the dumplings in a nervous daze. Gu Chencher had already thought that he might refuse, and was mentally prepared to take the dumplings back intact. After all, although we have become neighbors, we are not familiar with each other. It is normal for others to refuse if we rashly give food to them to taste. Unexpectedly, the nervous man reached out to take it. The fingers are slender and white, and the nails are round and have a healthy luster. He whispered, "Thank you." Gu Chencher said indifferently, "You're welcome." He put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Oh, wait. Did that guy's eyes look red just now? Did she need the dumplings herself, or was she moved to tears by the delicious dumplings that were delivered to her door? When you are away from home, it is a kind of happiness to get other people's care. About an hour later, there was a knock on his door. Nervous to still clean dishes. Because he seemed a little neurotic and introverted, Jinglan was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable, so she did not enthusiastically invite him to sit in her house for a while. When Jinglan sent the plate back to the kitchen, she said to herself, "What a handsome boy. If he were a girl, she would definitely be very beautiful." At this moment, how could she have imagined that she had unexpectedly guessed the truth? School started on Monday and everyone was whispering about something. Gu Chenshi habitually blocked out the noise and focused on studying. Seeing Zhou Xiangyu coming over, Tang Xiaoxi stood up consciously and went to chat with her sisters. Zhou Xiangyu occupied Gu Chenshi's deskmate's chair, closed the textbook Gu Chenshi had just opened, and said with a beaming face, "Great news. Do you want to hear it?" Gu Chenshi held his chin with one hand and asked nonchalantly, "What's the great news?" Zhou Xiangyu sighed, "I knew it. You study so hard every day that you become stupid. Everyone is talking about it, but you don't know." Then he whispered, "Kong Xiao didn't come to school today." Gu Chenshi said, "Hasn't the class bell rung yet? And even if he doesn't come to school today, so what? He's not dead. This isn't great news." Gu Chenshi is a narrow-minded person and he still remembers the grudge from his previous life. Although he's not dead, it's still a surprise, let me tell you. His parents are in prison. Gu Chenshi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. The Lin family acted so quickly? Give it a thumbs up. And Kong Xiao's parents are really not clean, huh? How about it? This is great news, right? His parents work in Lin Ranran's company. Lin Ranran's parents have always trusted them. Later, for some reason, they suddenly investigated them, and then the problem was found out. Didn't Kong Xiao's grandson boast about how much compensation they received from the demolition of their hometown? They have already lost money a long time ago, but they refuse to give up and want to make it back, so they embezzle public funds to continue speculating. Alas, if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Zhou Xiangyu clicked his tongue, his words full of gloating. We are all classmates, so there is no need to add insult to injury, but this guy Kong Xiao is so disgusting. If we could anonymously choose who everyone hates the most, it would definitely be Kong Xiao. It's no wonder that Lin Ranran doesn't like to talk to him usually, but she has to consider the relationship between the two parents and can't just lose face. Chapter 14. Mom, please go see an eye doctor. Both of Kong Xiao's parents were thrown into prison, and Kong Xiao didn't show up at school for several days. Kong Xiao was not a good student to begin with, and with such a big incident happening to his parents before the college entrance examination, it is not difficult to imagine how he would perform in the college entrance examination. The family is in debt again, the future is worrying. Anyway, it's enough to know that he is having a hard time. Jinglan started working the early shift this week and went home at 2 in the afternoon. After school, Gu Chenshi can eat delicious ready-made meals when he gets home. It is worth mentioning that the new neighbor next door is still a recluse, mysterious and very low-key. If not for a loud thud suddenly heard from just across the wall, Gu Chenshi would have almost forgotten about this person. Jinglan was startled and hurriedly said to Gu Chenshi, Chenshi, hurry up, go and see what happened." To be honest, Gu Chenshi was also shocked. That sounded like someone falling heavily to the ground. It must have hurt, right? Oh, no, he would probably be knocked unconscious, or even die from the fall. Although Gu Chenshi didn't like this weird neighbor very much, it was a life after all, and if the house next door became a haunted house, it would be uncomfortable for him to live there. Gu Chenshi rushed directly out the door. He knocked on the door first. After knocking twice and seeing no one responding, he decisively raised his long legs and kicked the door hard. Very good, the door was kicked open and the slippers on my feet flew off successfully. Gu Chenshi didn't care about anything else and rushed in first. Living room, no one. Bedroom, no one. There was no one in the bathroom. Finally, Gu Chenshi saw someone lying on the ground in the kitchen. He immediately rushed over and helped the nervous man sit up. Hey, are you okay? You. He looked at the hair scattered on his shoulders and was stunned. No, this is not neurotic. Isn't neurotic a manly man? Why does he have such long hair? The hair smells good, the body smells good, and the body is soft. Jinglan ran in afterwards and said in panic, Chenshi, are you okay, huh? She was also stunned. When did another girl move in next door? She looks somewhat familiar. Is she a sibling of that boy? Fortunately, the girl didn't die or faint after the fall, but she was a little dazed. Ginglan wanted to step forward to help, but then she realized that she was just kneading dough, so she urged, Chincher, don't dawdle, help her up quickly to see if she's injured. If not, let's go to the hospital. Gu Chencher was a little embarrassed. If the person in front of him was an old man, Gu Chencher would definitely wrap his arms around his upper body and lift him up. But when facing a girl, Gu Chencher became a little hesitant and didn't know where to put his hands. Grab her arm? But her body was soft and difficult to pull. Around her waist? That doesn't seem quite right. Men and women should not touch each other. When Jinglan urged, Gu Chencher suddenly woke up. Saving lives is the most important thing. There are male gynecologists among them. This is not the time to worry about the issue of physical contact between men and women. Gu Chencher simply carried the girl horizontally in his arms like a princess, and gently put her down on the bed in the bedroom. The girl seemed to finally come to her senses, a little panicked, and pushed Gu Chencher awkwardly. Well, good people can't do that. Gu Chencher consciously stepped back. She wouldn't think that he should take advantage of the situation to do something. Luckily his mother came in, otherwise if she had screamed at the top of her lungs, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Jinglan asked with concern, Child, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Do you want to go to the hospital? The girl's long black hair was scattered messily, covering most of her face. Maybe she was hurt from the fall, tears fell down her face and she shook her head silently. Ginglan breathed a sigh of relief after making sure she was okay. Gu Chencher said, Mom, it's okay, I'm going home to do my homework. Hey, don't leave yet. Bring me the tissue on the bedside table. Gu Chencher did as he was told. Oh, by the way, did you see where I put the bread I bought for you today? Go get it. Gu Chencher. He was in a weird mood. The air smells like instant noodles. Still spicy. This guy. Oh no, it's this girl. Could it be that she fainted from hunger? What a talent. It's amazing how lazy he is. Gu Chencher brought the bread over, Jinglan took it, took out a piece and handed it to her. Child, you must have low blood sugar, right? You have to eat well. Look at your legs, they are not as thick as my arms. This is not good. The girl silently took the bread, tore it into small pieces, put it in her mouth and chewed it slowly, her tears falling more and more fiercely. This made Ginglan very anxious. If nothing was wrong, why would you keep crying? Child, how about I take you to the hospital for a checkup? If everything is fine, then everyone will be happy. If there is something wrong, you can get treatment in time, right? The girl sobbed and shook her head silently. Jinglan thought of something. Are you worried about the examination fee? Don't worry about that, Auntie will help you pay for it, you just need to go to the hospital with Auntie. Gu Chencher was afraid that his mother would tell him to do something again, so he didn't go out immediately. At this moment, he didn't know what he thought of, and he suddenly burst out laughing. Jinglan. She was furious and asked, What are you laughing at, little brat? The little girl is crying her heart out, but he is still smiling. Does this brat have any sympathy? Gu Chencher immediately stopped laughing and said seriously, Oh, nothing. I just think that if we go to the hospital later, I suggest that you go to the ophthalmology department and have your eyes checked out. The girl was Emil. When Jinglan was about to ask him what he meant, he suddenly remembered something and looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. What brother and sister? This girl is actually their new neighbor who just moved in. Even if they are twins, it is impossible for them to have an identical mole at the corner of their eyes, right? After making sure that the girl was okay, Jinglan came back and made a bowl of nutritious and delicious tomato and egg noodles for the girl, and then domineeringly poured the bowl of instant noodles that the girl had soaked into the trash can. At this time, Gu Chencher was already sitting at the desk with his mind focused. After Jinglan came back, she thought about it and couldn't help laughing. When I see a woman dressed as a man on TV, I want to complain. You say that fair and clean little face is obviously a woman, but you insist on saying it's a man. Isn't that an insult to other people's intelligence? But I never thought that I could mistake a fair-skinned girl for a boy in real life. Gu Chencher didn't even raise his head, so I asked you to go to the dentist, is there any problem? Jinglan said depressedly, when I first saw her, she was wearing a black men's down jacket with a hat, and her hair was covered. Then I thought that girls nowadays all love beauty, who would wear men's clothes to hang around? I subconsciously thought of her as a handsome young man. But I mistook her for a young man, why didn't she clarify it? Chenshur, you are right, this little girl is quite strange. Gu Chenshur said, you can also tell from her voice, right? Men's voices and women's voices can generally be distinguished. Then he thought of the answer himself. He saw cold medicine in the neurotic room. This means that she had a cold and her voice became hoarse, and her voice sounded rough like a man's. Chapter 15 Different Choices, Different Lives. While doing my homework, I felt thirsty. When Gu Chenshur came out to pour some water, someone knocked on the door. He could probably guess who was knocking on the door. It's the new neighbor next door. The girl had her long hair tied casually behind her head. She was wearing a furry off-white flannel pajamas. Her plain and pretty face was not made up, and her complexion was a little too pale. She is so delicate that one can't help but want to protect her. She is really beautiful, and she would be a goddess no matter which school she goes to. However, his eyes were indifferent, which was inconsistent with his age. When he met Gu Chenshur's eyes, he avoided them unnaturally. She handed the bowl to Gu Chenshur somewhat embarrassedly and whispered, "Thank you." Gu Chenshur took the bowl, and the girl lowered her head and turned to leave. Hey, Gu Chenshur leaned against the doorframe, holding a bowl in one hand and a glass of water in the other. He took a sip slowly and said, "Please take care of yourself." The girl looked at Gu Chenshur blankly. She seemed uncomfortable with his sudden concern. Otherwise my mother will always be thinking about you. She is usually very busy and I don't want her to be too tired. The girl lowered her head again and uttered a muffled Gu Chenshur stepped behind the door and gently kicked it shut with his foot. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the girl who had already walked to her room couldn't help but look back. Looking at the closed door, a hint of yearning was revealed in her indifferent eyes. Then she seemed to be thinking of something, her eyes dimmed, and she silently stepped over the threshold. Such a happy and warm home is something she will never desire in her entire life, right? She is destined to be unhappy all her life. Hasn't she accepted her fate? But it's funny that when she moved in here and was taken care of by kind neighbors, she actually hoped that one day she would have someone who truly loved and cared about her. That boy must be the happiest person in the world. Such a good mother. She was so jealous of him. I'm going crazy with jealousy. It is said that due to a major change in the family, of course, everyone knows what the so-called major change is, Kong Xiao dropped out of school. As for where he went after dropping out of school, according to well-informed sources, it seemed that his parents owed a lot of foreign debts and were unable to repay them, and his grandfather was afraid that the creditors would find him, so he took him away to hide. As for academic future, it's not as important as life. Gu Chenshur himself did not expect that Kong Xiao, this clown, would end up in front of him in this way. He lived two lives, made different choices, and lived differently. In his previous life, he lay lifeless on the bed, waiting for death. In this life, he is a senior high school student preparing for the college entrance examination. He has a bright future and a promising future. Every day is busy and fulfilling, and Gu Chenshur is very satisfied. The academic workload in high school is intense and school ends late. It was already dark when school was over. Beep. As Gu Chenshur walked towards the bus stop, he heard a car horn behind him. He heard the deliberateness in the horn sound and subconsciously turned around. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar face, a well-maintained middle-aged woman. "Hello, Gu Chenshur." The middle-aged woman smiled at Gu Chenshur, her smile a little embarrassed. Gu Chenshur thought about it and knew who she was. Lin Ranran's mother. "Get in the car. I'll give you a ride." Gu Chenshur used his toes to think and knew that Lin Ranran was sitting in the back row. He shook his head, "No, thank you." Why would he bother himself and ask others to give him a ride when he could do it for $2? What's more, he didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Ranran and the Lin family. The unforgettable experience in his previous life made him avoid Lin Ranran. Mother Lin expected to be rejected, and her smile was still a little awkward. "Student Gu Chenshur, are you still angry with me?" "But there is nothing I can do about it. I was too impulsive that day and went too far. I still regret it now. Why did I just act like that based on Kong Xiao's words?" "You have every right to be angry with me." Gu Chenshur said coldly, "Let the past be the past, Auntie, if there is nothing else, I will go wait for the bus." After Gu Chenshur finished speaking, he didn't give Lin's mother time to react and walked forward. Lin Ranran, who was sitting in the back row, stared straight at Gu Chenshur's handsome, free and easy, yet slightly lazy back, and couldn't take her eyes off for a long time. This guy has such a cold and hard heart. He said he would not waste his time on her, but he actually withdrew from her world completely without leaving any room for her. But even if they were not lovers, they were once friends. If we can't be friends, at least we're still classmates, right? Why could this guy ignore her existence like that? For a moment she wondered if she had accidentally triggered the invisibility function that was only effective against him, so he couldn't see her? Lin Ranran bit her lower lip tightly. In the past, he would always remember whatever she said. Mother Lin took in her precious daughter's expression in the rearview mirror, and a certain guess in her heart was about to come out. Although Kong Xiao is a bad guy, through the video he sent, Lin's mother learned that her daughter was worried recently. But she never told her family. I have been in a very low mood these past few days. I either stay in the house or sit in a daze. In order to take care of her child's emotions, Lin's mother did not press the issue, but she was very anxious. She felt that it must be related to a male classmate named Gu Chenshi. Could it be that? Lin's mother thought of a possibility. Is my daughter in unrequited love? It is said that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Her daughter is a proud little princess who has always been pursued by boys, but it seems that she has never taken the initiative to like anyone. But nothing is absolute. Or maybe the two of them were secretly in love, and now they are having a quarrel, and Gu Chenshi is ignoring her, so the daughter is absent-minded? Oh, it's all my fault that I was too impulsive and offended your classmates. Lin's mother reflected on herself. Lin Ranran didn't say anything, but she felt somewhat resentful in her heart. If Mom hadn't believed Kong Zhao's nonsense and hadn't caused trouble for Gu Chenshi, maybe they would have reconciled by now. Mother Lin added, Mom will come to visit you some other day and apologize solemnly. Lin Ranran's eyes suddenly lit up, then she carefully hid them and asked in a nonchalant manner, Mom, when are you going to go? Mother Lin saw her reaction and sighed secretly. Her silly daughter. This Saturday, let's do it. Saturday morning. I can't do it on other days. You guys are too busy with your studies, and it would be a bother to come to your house. Lin Ranran took a deep breath, Mom, I'll go with you. On the surface, it seemed that she wanted to share the hardships with her mother, but in fact, she wanted to see what the place where Gu Chenshi lived every day looked like. It's strange, why wasn't she curious at all before? Chapter 16 The Tragic Life of the New Neighbor. No one knows a mother better than her son. After Jinglan learned that the girl next door had fainted from hunger, she always thought about the girl. Whenever she was at home, she would always include the girl in her meals. In her words, he was still a child, and it was not easy to leave his hometown and live alone. Meeting him was fate, so she would help him if she could. Oh, she found out all the girl's details. The girl's name is Xiaoyu and she is 18 years old. When he was young, his parents died in a car accident, and he has been living with his grandmother ever since. My grandmother was very old and suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. She passed away a month ago. After her grandmother passed away, she became an orphan with no one to rely on. In order to avoid being sad, she took the little savings left by her grandmother and left her hometown to come to their strange city. Due to her social phobia and lack of work experience, she relied on her excellent painting skills and wild imagination to become an artist who took orders online and could barely support herself. When the sentimental Ms. Jinglan sighed over Xiaoyu's unfortunate life experience, Gu Chenshi was half believing and half doubting. He recalled how Xiaoyu was so suspicious when they first met, and seemed like a poor rich girl who was hiding away to avoid being hunted by bad guys. Having said that, whether she is a helpless orphan or a poor girl, one thing is undeniable, that is, she is indeed a beauty picked out of a million. Living next door to his own house, Gu Chenshi should be excited because he is close to the water and gets to see the moon first. However, due to the tragic experience of being a bootlicker in his previous life, Gu Chenshi had a psychological trauma and would feel resistant and wary when seeing beautiful girls. That was why he was not overwhelmed by Xiaoyu's stunning beauty and remained rational enough to analyze the various possibilities that could happen to her. But it was fine for him to just think about it casually, he didn't dare say it out loud, otherwise Ms. Jinglan would scold him for being unsympathetic. He gently reminded her, Mom, don't be so eager to open up to her. Don't forget that she lied to you. Jinglan waved her hands and said nonchalantly, Hey, how can this be called her lying to me? I didn't recognize that she was a girl, and she didn't point it out because she was afraid that I would be embarrassed. Don't blame her, don't blame her. Gu Chenshi, but she was obviously 18, but she told you she was 20. This is an undeniable reality, right? I was there at the time, isn't this called lying? Jinglan said, You're talking about that? It's no big deal. She apologized to me later. She just wanted to make herself look more mature, so she deliberately said she was 2 years older. Some people have wrinkles all over their faces but still insist on being called sister. It's the same. Gu Chencher rolled his eyes. Mom, I told you not to be angry. Someone like you can only survive one episode in a palace drama. No, you can't even survive one episode. If you appear online for 1 minute, you will probably die in a daze. Jinglan slapped him with a smile and scolded him. You little bastard, you are beating around the bush and saying your mother is stupid, right? I am your mother, your IQ is the same as mine. If I am a big fool, then you are a little fool. Gu Chencher said, who said I have to follow you? Maybe I will follow my father. The mother and son were arguing when someone knocked on the door. Xiaoyu stood outside the door stiffly. Gu Chencher didn't have time to hide the smile on his face, so when he looked at her, he also had a smile on his face. Xiaoyu looked at him uncomfortably and whispered, Excuse me, is Auntie home? Gu Chencher turned around and said, Mom, I'm looking for you. Jinglan warmly invited Xiaoyu into the house. Xiaoyu shyly handed the shopping bag to Jinglan. Auntie, this is the sweater I bought for you, take a look and see if it fits you. Jinglan was stunned. You bought me a sweater? Oh, you are such a fool. It's not easy to be away from home. Why are you spending money recklessly? Xiaoyu smiled shyly. It didn't cost much, Auntie, just accept it. No, how can this be possible? How can I take your things? Jinglan said, How about this, how much did you spend? I'll give you the money, that should be fine, right? You're still young, and you'll have many places to spend money in the future, so don't spend it recklessly. Xiaoyu shook his head and refused. Gu Chencher couldn't stand it anymore as they pushed each other back and forth. Mom, it's just a sweater, just accept it. Gu Chencher felt that if Jinglan refused again, Xiaoyu would be so anxious that she would cry. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chencher with gratitude. Jinglan had no choice but to accept it. This sweater looks good, kid, you must have spent a lot of money on it, right? Xiaoyu shook his head and said, It didn't cost much, just over 100. Jinglan sighed and said, Child, you are the same age as my son. I really treat you as my own child, so I treat you well. I treat everyone the same way. You must not feel any psychological burden. Xiaoyu whispered, Auntie, I bought you clothes because I thought you were so kind, I didn't have any other thoughts. Jinglan laughed, You see me as kind, and I see you as kind too. Seeing you is like seeing my own daughter. Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to have a daughter, but it was a bad boy. Gu Chencher pretended to be unhappy and said, Mom, what's wrong with the brat? The brat is just as considerate. Xiaoyu said goodbye, Auntie, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going back. After successfully delivering the sweater, she looked faintly pleased, and her steps seemed to be a lot lighter. Jinglan sighed, I didn't expect that I don't have a daughter, but I can receive gifts from other people's daughters. This feeling is really wonderful. Gu Chencher didn't say a word. He thought of his ridiculous past life and felt ashamed. Mom, when I can make money in the future, I will definitely let you and Dad live a good life. Jinglan smiled and said, Your father and I will have pensions in the future, so you don't need to worry about it. You just need to live your own life well. Gu Chencher felt even more like a worthless person in his heart. Jinglan took out the sweater that Xiaoyu bought and put it on. It turned out to be a perfect fit, the size was just right. This sweater is so soft and comfortable to wear. The quality of this 100 yuan piece is really good. It's worth buying. I didn't expect this kid to be such a good shopper. Jinglan looked at herself in the mirror and praised herself sincerely. Gu Chencher thought of the pink scarf he picked up from the trash can. He couldn't tell what he was thinking when he picked up the pink scarf. Maybe he felt that even if Lin Ranran didn't like it, it was something he had knitted stitch by stitch, with a lot of time and energy. Others might dislike it, but he couldn't. Gu Chencher thought mockingly, maybe the real reason why he picked up the pink scarf was that he subconsciously wanted the pink scarf to remind him all the time not to be a mindless bootlicker anymore. Chapter 17, Extra People at the Table. At dinner time, Gu Chencher sat at the dining table and found that there were 3 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks on the table. But his father, who was on a business trip, did not come back. Gu Chencher knew what was going on after a quick thought. My mother doesn't have Alzheimer's disease, so of course she couldn't have counted wrong. As expected. After Ms. Jinglan finished her work, she went to knock on the door of the next room. Xiaoyu, it's not easy for you to cook by yourself, and eating takeout all day is not good for your health. You can eat at my house tonight. I cook a lot anyway. Xiaoyu hesitated and said, "Auntie, this is not very convenient." Jinglan grabbed Xiaoyu's arm and led her to the threshold of her home. "It's not inconvenient. From now on, you can treat your aunt's home as your own home." Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chencher sitting at the dining table and felt very reserved. Jinglan seemed to see her concerns and said, "Don't worry about him. It's not his turn to speak in this family yet." Gu Chencher. "Mom, don't be like this. I don't think I said anything." Jinglan pulled out the chair opposite Gu Chencher and greeted him warmly. "Xiaoyu, come here, you are right here." Xiaoyu sat down respectfully and obeyed. Since Gu Chencher has a heavy workload and needs to get enough nutrition, Jinglan would think of ways to cook every day so that Gu Chencher could eat better. But if she was alone at home, she would just eat a little to get by. Today's staple food is rice, 3 dishes, and 1 soup. The soup is seaweed egg drop soup, and the dishes are braised spare ribs, pork stewed with vermicelli, and a stir-fried shredded potato. "Child, just treat this place as your own home. Don't be restrained. Eat whatever you want," Jinglan instructed her. Xiaoyu responded softly and ate in small bites with chopsticks. Gu Chencher didn't know whether she was restrained or not, but he felt quite uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of a stranger at the table. But fortunately, this was his own home, and this feeling of discomfort soon disappeared. He always eats very quickly. He finishes the rice in his bowl, drinks the last mouthful of soup, then gets up and goes into the room to do his homework. Senior year of high school is the most critical year. Teachers assign homework desperately, and students have to work until after 11 o'clock every day before they can go to bed. He closed the door casually, but with less force. The door did not close completely, but left a gap. Through the cracks, one could faintly hear Jinglan and Xiaoyu chatting quietly while eating outside. Because I was fully focused on studying, I didn't pay attention to what they were talking about. In his previous life, he was like many of his classmates. He felt that studying was too hard and would occasionally feel lazy. But after being reborn, he increasingly liked the down-to-earth feeling of working hard for the future. Isn't it a manifestation of happiness to have the opportunity to work hard? After Gu Chencher left, Xiaoyu felt a lot more relaxed. The age of 17 or 18 is a very sensitive time. If you are not a lively, cheerful and outgoing person, it is normal to feel uncomfortable when facing an unfamiliar opposite sex. "Do you like the food Auntie cooks?" Jinglan asked. Xiaoyu nodded. "It's delicious, Auntie. The food you cook is the best thing I have ever eaten." Jinglan laughed, thinking that Xiaoyu said this on purpose out of politeness. However, what she didn't know was that Xiaoyu was actually speaking the truth. Xiaoyu tasted the taste of home and happiness from her food. That was something she longed for but could not get. She herself also found it very incredible. According to her previous plan, when she arrived in the city, she would find a place to stay and then lock herself in the room and not go anywhere except when she had to go out. Of course, she would not have any contact with anyone. If the house is a tomb, then she is a walking corpse lying in the tomb. But when she met her new neighbor, she found herself becoming more and more insincere. She wanted to get close to her new neighbors, and even dreamed of integrating into their family. Based on her previous personality, she would never just go to someone else's house for a meal. But now, when her neighbor enthusiastically invited her to dinner, she was actually very happy. The hesitation was simply because she was afraid that the new neighbor's son would find her too annoying. Before she knew it, she had eaten a lot, her stomach was full, and she felt very at ease. For several days in a row, whenever Jinglan had the chance, she would invite Xiaoyu to dinner. In her words, a girl doesn't eat much anyway, so it's just a matter of adding an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. Xiaoyu no longer refused. Sometimes I would go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables, fruits, etc. Jinglan started to complain about her spending money recklessly, but then she changed her mind and realized that if she refused to accept anything, Xiaoyu would definitely not feel comfortable eating at her house, so she didn't say anything. As Xiaoyu came in and out of their house more and more often, Gu Chencher miraculously got used to her presence slowly. But it's quite interesting to talk about. Although Jinglan and Xiaoyu came in and out frequently and were as close as mother and daughter, Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu hardly ever said a word to each other, let alone any private communication. It's like they have become invisible to each other. This situation is actually quite strange. We are all the same age, and we will naturally become familiar with each other after more contact. However, because Gu Chencher had an aversion to beautiful women, he subconsciously kept his distance from Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu might be too introverted, so even though they could see each other every day and even often eat at the same table, their relationship remained at the same level and was still very unfamiliar. However, Gu Qinshi's contact with Xiaoyu was limited to meals, if that could be considered contact. In the past, he would help his mother clear the table and wash the dishes after dinner. Now, these chores have been taken away by Xiaoyu, and he has nothing to do. It's a good opportunity for him to study. He sat at the desk for 2 or 3 hours. Ginglan and Xiaoyu chatted happily in the living room. Sometimes when Gu Qinsher came out to pour water, he would see them laughing together when they were happy. He would subconsciously think that it was good for mom to have someone to chat with. Days go by one after another. I used to feel it was boring, but now every day is an enjoyment. Lao Gu, come here, I'll treat you to a chicken drumstick. At noon in the cafeteria, Zhou Xiangyu picked up a big chicken leg and put it on Gu Qinsher's plate. Gu Qinsher quickly covered his plate. Hey, tell me the truth, did the chicken leg fall to the ground? Because this guy had done this before, but fortunately Gu Qinsher was smart and didn't fall for his trick. Zhou Xiangyu said sadly, Old Gu, if you say something like this, I will really be sad, okay? It was only then that Gu Qinsher discovered that there was also a big chicken leg in Zhou Xiangyu's plate. Brother said, this chicken leg is for you to eat, just eat it without worry, it's not poisonous. Zhou Xiangyu threw the chicken leg into his plate in annoyance. Gu Qinsher snorted coldly, before I decide whether to eat this chicken leg, you'd better explain things to me clearly. Zhou Xiangyu said, I told you that this is a treat for you. This is a thank you fee. Gu Qinsher was half believing and half doubting, when did you become so good? Zhou Xiangyu decided not to keep him in suspense. I have behaved very well recently, my parents are almost moved to tears, and they took the initiative to increase my pocket money. Gu Qinsher asked doubtfully, what does this have to do with me? Chapter 18. There is no if in life. Zhou Xiangyu behaved well, so his parents were happy and gave him more pocket money. Gu Qinsher didn't understand what this had to do with him. Zhou Xiangyu said, how can it have nothing to do with you? If you hadn't been in my ear every day, telling me to quit playing games like an old woman, I would be so annoyed that I'm afraid you would annoy me to death one day, and then I would put the game aside. After hearing this, Gu Qinsher realized that it really was related to him. Gu Qinsher was very happy that Zhou Xiangyu really listened to him, so he ate the chicken leg with peace of mind. Zhou Xiangyu suddenly winked at him. Gu Qinsher looked up and saw Lin Ranran and her deskmate Jing Shu walking towards them with the freshly prepared meals. Gu Qinsher had a bad feeling. Were they going to sit at the same table with them? There are plenty of empty seats over there, why do you have to squeeze into a table with them? The cafeteria is everyone's cafeteria, and the tables and chairs are also everyone's tables and chairs. Gu Qinsher certainly has no right to monopolize a table and not allow other students to sit there, but he is not willing to sit at the same table with Lin Ranran. However, if she really sat down, it would be impossible for Gu Qinsher to just take the tray and go to another table to eat. Lin Ranran didn't deserve any unnecessary actions from him. Not even qualified to stir up his emotions. He could now completely ignore Lin Ranran's existence. Gu Qinsher, do you mind if we sit here? Jing Shu smiled at them. Gu Qinsher said, sit anywhere you like. Jing Shu said to Lin Ranran, let's sit here for a while. Lin Ranran nodded, she looked no different from usual. Jing Shu sat next to Zhou Xiangyu, and Lin Ranran naturally sat next to Gu Qinsher. A faint fragrance wafts towards you. Lin Ranran glanced at Gu Qinsher seemingly unintentionally, frowned and looked at her own dishes. There are too many dishes, I can't seem to finish them. She ordered 1 serving of sweet and sour pork ribs, 1 serving of braised pork, and 1 serving of lettuce. A very rich lunch. Gu Qinsher was eating his meal seriously, as if he didn't hear it. Lin Ranran is very picky about food and has a small appetite. When they ate together in the past, Lin Ranran would give the food she didn't like to Gu Qinsher. Gu Qinsher felt it was very sweet that the girl he liked didn't eat anything. But now thinking about it, Gu Qinsher felt that he was a trash can. People could dump whatever they wanted on him, and he was actually happy about it. It was really ridiculous. Gu Qinsher, do you want to eat the braised pork? I just hit him and he didn't move at all. Lin Ranran suddenly said to Gu Qinsher. Zhou Xiangyu was tactful enough to shut up and eat. Braised pork was his favorite, so he ordered 1 for himself, but the portion was too small and he didn't enjoy it enough. If it were any other girl, he would definitely say, give it to me, I love it. But if it's Lin Ranran, and the gift recipient is Gu Qinsher, then forget it. Gu Qinsher said, I have enough food, no need. The tone was normal, nothing unusual. Jing Shu glanced at Gu Qinsher. Gu Qinsher didn't even raise his head when he said this. She didn't go to see Lin Ranran, but she knew that Lin Ranran must be very disappointed. But he would definitely pretend to be indifferent. She obviously cares, but she insists on acting like a queen. Alas, Ranran, now you understand that if you don't cherish some people at the time and they leave, it may be very difficult to get them back. How many people can, faced with a stone that cannot be heated up, stay where they are and wait silently? If I had accepted Gu Chuncher before he left, I wouldn't be suffering now. Jing Shu didn't know the real reason why Gu Chuncher left, so she had this thought. But there was nothing wrong with her thinking. If this was Gu Chencher's previous life, if Gu Chencher had not seen the birthday gift thrown into the trash can for Lin Ranran, even if he left in despair after not getting a response, if Lin Ranran tried to keep him, he might be surprised. But many times, there are no ifs. Lin Ranran snorted, if you don't want to eat it, forget it. On the surface, she seemed to be blaming Gu Chencher for being ungrateful, but in fact, she felt extremely upset. She had already taken the initiative to talk to him, and had even planned everything in advance, deliberately ordering more food, and pulling Jing Shu to sit at the same table with him, wanting to repair their relationship, but he didn't accept it? She initially thought that Gu Chencher would not be able to hold on for a few days and would take the initiative to look for her, but she was wrong. Then she thought that if she gave him a way out, he would definitely do so, but she was wrong again. In the end, she thought self-indulgently that as long as she took the initiative to distance herself from Gu Chencher would reconcile with her as before. She was still wrong. Lin Ranran felt confused and panicked. It was not until now that she seemed to understand that no matter what she did, she and Gu Chencher could never go back to the way they were before. This realization made her feel desperate. Looking at Gu Chencher's back as he and Zhou Xiangyu walked away arm in arm after finishing their meal, Lin Ranran suddenly wanted to cry. Jing Shu saw her reaction. They were all friends. Seeing her so upset, Jing Shu wanted to help her. Ranran, what happened between you and Gu Chencher? What happened? Lin Ranran was not sure either. She originally thought that Gu Chencher was angry with her for asking Kong Xiao to send him home, but now she felt that things did not seem to be the case, but she did not know what it was. Maybe she was angry at Kong Xiao for sending her home, and then her mother came to the house and wrongly accused him. It was caused by various reasons. Lin Ranran was impatient. Who knows him? Maybe he's having a seizure. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. What's so great about him? But even though she didn't even look at other men, she couldn't help but pay attention to his every move. She's no longer like herself, she's so annoying. On the way back to the classroom, Zhou Xiangyu said, Old Gu, although I admire your perseverance in doing what you say, but didn't you always like Lin Ranran? How can you just let it go? Gu Chencher said, it's nothing, I just suddenly stopped liking it and let it go. Zhou Xiangyu was about to say scumbag when he suddenly said, no, Lao Gu, don't interrupt me. You are not the kind of person who changes your mind every day. Gu Chencher smiled and said, thank you for your affirmation of my character. Actually, I really think Lin Ranran should have seen your good side now. Otherwise, would you please reconsider what I said to you before? If you can achieve both love and career, you are a winner in life. Gu Chencher said, I have my own plans, don't worry about me. Zhou Xiangyu got excited, do you think I worry about other people's affairs? Just because you are my brother, I have to worry about this, just like you advised me to study hard for the exam before. Gu Chencher was silent for a moment. Do you remember that I spent a month secretly knitting a scarf for her? Chapter 19, A Sudden Visit. Of course Zhou Xiangyu remembered. He also made fun of Gu Chencher for being old-fashioned. However, she secretly cheered him on afterwards, kept an eye on the progress of the scarf, and was wishful thinking that she would be moved by Gu Chencher, thinking that school beauty Lin would definitely be moved by Gu Chencher this time. I gave my scarf away on my birthday, but not long after, I picked it up from the trash can. Gu Chencher laughed at himself, and there was no ripple in his heart when he talked about this embarrassing thing. What do you mean you picked it up from the trash can? Zhou Xiangyu didn't understand at first, but he soon figured it out and widened his eyes in shock. No, you mean she threw the birthday gift you spent a month preparing into the trash can? Gu Chencher nodded. Zhou Xiangyu found it unbelievable. Throwing away birthday gifts given by others, what kind of thing is this? This is a naked humiliation. Old Gu, maybe you made a mistake. Maybe it wasn't lost by her. Gu Chencher said, I saw her throw it into the trash can with my own eyes, do you think I am wrong? Maybe she wanted to take out the trash, but took it to the wrong place? Zhou Xiangyu was still speaking for Lin Ranran, because he felt that any normal person would not do such a thing. Even if you don't like the birthday gift someone gave you, it's not too late to take it home and throw it away. There's no need to be so impatient. It couldn't have been lost by mistake. Did you ask her in person? Asked about past life. Of course, Gu Chencher couldn't say that. Zhou Xiangyu, she didn't like that scarf. Her reaction when I gave it to her said it all. And then it was thrown away. There was no way it could have been a mistake. Do you trust my judgment or your own guess? Zhou Xiangyu thought for a moment and said, I trust your judgment. Gu Chencher smiled. Zhou Xiangyu stood still, his face gloomy and frightening. No, I have to go find her. That was the birthday gift you spent a month preparing for him. Although it may not be worth much, it is full of thought. Even if she doesn't like it, she can't throw it away, right? She's going too far. I want to ask her in person why she humiliated you like this. Gu Chencher was startled and helplessly grabbed him. I know you are doing this for my own good, but don't worry about this matter, okay? She has become my past. Do you understand what I mean? Don't say that she doesn't like me at all. Even if she did like me, there is no way we can be together. Because I no longer have the same feelings for her as before. Yes, there are many better flowers in the world. Why should you love only one flower? Who does she think she is? What's so great about her? Isn't she just a little pretty? There are so many beautiful women in the world. I support you, bro, you are doing the right thing. It was you who had the good character to not question her. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to stand it. Gu Chencher. Ugh, brother, you flatter me. He dared not forget the misery of his previous life, nor could he forget it. Zhou Xiangyu put his arm around Gu Chencher's shoulders and said distressfully as they walked, Brother, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I won't laugh at you. If you are my brother, you must tell me if you have any grievances in the future. And that Lin Ranran, even if she cries and begs for peace in front of you, you can't be soft-hearted. Don't ever pay attention to her again. I get annoyed when I see her now. I won't pay attention to her anymore. What the hell? Gu Chencher smiled and said, What are you thinking? She is the queen who is high above everyone else. How could she shed tears in front of me? Bah, bullshit queen. In my eyes, she is nothing. For a girl like her, I hope she finds a domestic violence man and gets beaten and scolded every day. Gu Chencher glanced at him, so vicious? Zhou Xiangyu snorted coldly, I haven't said anything more vicious to her yet. When people live a fulfilling life, time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye it is Saturday again. At 9 o'clock on Saturday, Gu Chencher had a rare late sleep. He stretched in bed and was about to get up when he heard his mother Jinglan's voice. At first I thought she was talking to Xiaoyu next door, but after a while, there was a knock on the door. There was something strange in Jinglan's voice, Chencher, hurry up and get up, don't sleep in, your classmates are here. Gu Chencher was puzzled. Classmate? Zhou Xiangyu? But they had chatted on the phone for a while last night, and this guy didn't say he was coming to see him. And based on Gu Chencher's understanding of this guy, it was impossible for him to get out of bed at this point. Gu Chencher put on his clothes quickly while wondering. Oh my, you guys are such a fool. You just came here, why are you carrying so many things? What happened last time? Didn't we talk about it last time? It's enough to clear up the misunderstanding. There are still times when the upper lip and the lower lip fight. Chencher is getting up, don't stand anymore, sit down quickly, come on, drink some water first. Jinglan's voice came in intermittently. Gu Chencher became more and more puzzled. It seemed that there was more than one person coming? Who could it be? Except for Zhou Xiangyu, his relationship with other classmates is average, far from the point of visiting others. When Gu Chencher walked out and saw the person sitting on the sofa in the living room, he was stunned. How could it be them? Lin Ranran and her mother. Lin Ranran was wearing a white down jacket, which made her already fair skin glow. In the past, when Gu Chencher saw Lin Ranran suddenly appear in his house, he would have fainted from happiness. But now, he had only one question in his mind, what the hell were they doing? Auntie, it was all because of that Kong Zhao's nonsense last time, so my mother got anxious and, you must not take it to heart. Lin Ranran whispered softly. Oh, this is all my fault. I didn't figure it out in advance. Lin's mother looked ashamed. Their behavior made Jinglan feel embarrassed. Didn't we clear up the misunderstanding that day? No matter how wrong it was all the fault of that bad classmate. In the end, we are all victims. Don't be embarrassed. Let's just let it go and no one should mention it again in the future. At this moment, Lin Ranran smiled gently when she saw Gu Chunshur. He looked like the kind of obedient child that the elders liked. Why did you get up just now? You are such a lazy bum. Her voice was soft and tender, with a hint of the cuteness that only a young girl could have, and it was obvious that this was the tone that only people with a close relationship would use. Mother Lin glanced at her daughter calmly, then cast her gaze on Gu Chunshur calmly, sizing him up secretly. Gu Chunshur was annoyed with her, but in front of the parents, he still had to be polite and asked perfunctorily, "Why are you here?" Chapter 20 Lin Ranran's Apology. Lin Ranran's classmates, except Kong Xiaolin's mother, don't know any of them. I met Gu Chunshur once last time, but I was angry at that time and didn't look at him carefully. Looking at it again this time, I found that Gu Chunshur is a handsome man with outstanding looks and good temperament. Lin Ranran looked at him apologetically. My mother has always felt very embarrassed about what happened last time, and I feel very embarrassed too, so I came here today to solemnly apologize to you in person. Gu Chunshur said, "My mother is right, what's past is past, and I have already forgotten it." Lin Ranran looked behind him curiously and said with a smile, "What does your room look like? Can I take a look?" Firstly, she was really curious, and secondly, she wanted to show the adults that they had a good relationship. When Gu Chunshur came out, he closed the door and Lin Ranran couldn't see him. Gu Chunshur said, "It's better not to look at it. I just got up and the quilt is not folded. It's a mess." Lin Ranran said, "Then can't you be more diligent and fold the quilt? Auntie must be worried about you all the time, right?" Gu Chunshur didn't say anything. He thought, "Lin Ranran, aren't you tired? Where is your usual arrogant attitude? That's the real you." Jinglan smiled and said, "Chunshur is usually very well behaved and never gives me any worries." The two adults were chatting with each other. Lin Ranran wanted to talk to Gu Chunshur, but Gu Chunshur avoided her on the pretext of brushing his teeth and washing his face. Listening to you and me talking in the living room, I was speechless. What on earth does Lin Ranran want to do? As Zhou Xiangyu said, after seeing his good side, you want to reconcile with him? Impossible. What would that be? Oh, her mother must have felt that if she came alone, her sincerity would not be enough, so she dragged her alone. That's definitely the case. Gu Chunshur saw the rice porridge and meat buns in the pot. "Auntie, have you eaten breakfast?" Gu Chunshur asked politely. Lin's mother quickly said that she had eaten. "Mom, why did you prepare so many buns?" "Oh, it's for Xiaoyu. That child got up late, so I didn't send it to her." Gu Chunshur said, "If you don't eat it now, the bun will get cold. I'll send it to her." "Auntie, I'm going to go out for a while." Naturally, Lin's mother would say, "Okay, go ahead and do your thing." Gu Chunshur walked out of the house carrying a meat bun and a bowl of porridge, stood in front of the next door, and raised his hand to knock on it. While knocking, I prayed that Xiaoyu had already woken up. He really didn't want to engage in hypocritical greetings with Lin Ranran and her daughter, so he wanted to find a place to hide, even if he got scolded by his mother when he got back. The door opened quickly. "Auntie, I made a very interesting thing last night." Xiaoyu had her hair loose, and was wearing loose and comfortable velvet and thickened home clothes. She had a smile on her lips. As soon as she opened the door, she couldn't wait to share her dream that had just come out last night. However, before she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the person standing in front of her was not her aunt. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chun in astonishment with his big black and white eyes, his mouth slightly open, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. Gu Chunshur raised the plate in his hand. "My mother left this breakfast for you." Xiaoyu took it and whispered, "Thank you." Gu Chunshur saw that she was dressed neatly and didn't seem to have any inconvenience, so he asked in a low voice, "Is it convenient for me to come in?" Xiaoyu was surprised again, and said in a panic, "Yes, yes." Although I felt a little reluctant, I still agreed. "Because he is my aunt's son." Gu Chunshur breathed a sigh of relief, said thank you to her, and moved in sideways. Then, without looking around, he picked up a bun. He took a lot of buns, stood in front of the living room window, looked out the window, and ate it honestly. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. He went to his own house to find a place to eat? But doesn't he have a family of his own? Xiaoyu was confused, but did not ask. She was only familiar with Gu Chunshur's mother, and strictly speaking, her relationship with Gu Chunshur was just strangers who didn't know each other very well. Xiaoyu handed the only bowl of porridge to him. Gu Chunshur said, "No, thank you, I still have some at home. I will go back to my own house later to drink it. You drink it while it's hot, otherwise it will get cold." Xiaoyu silently picked up a meat bun and took a bite. Wow, the meaty aroma filled the air. It was so delicious. Thank you, she whispered again. Gu Chenshur had his back to her, his tall and straight figure gave people an invisible feeling of suffocation. He didn't react at all, probably because he didn't hear it. Gu Chenshur indeed didn't hear it, he was thinking about something. After finishing the bun in his hand, Gu Chenshur wondered why he was hiding here. How could he let Lin Ranran control his thoughts? She was not worthy. When I thought about this, I decided to go home. Gu Chenshur turned around and accidentally met a pair of clear eyes that were secretly looking at him. When they saw him looking at him, the owner of the eyes was obviously startled and quickly looked away. Gu Chenshur thought, what a weird person. But maybe I am also a weirdo in her eyes. I obviously have a home, so why did I come to her place and stay for a while for no reason? What does that mean? Gu Chenshur said, thank you, I'm leaving now. Xiaoyu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, sipping porridge with a spoon, looking very elegant. When she heard Gu Chenshur say that he was leaving, she said oh and then stood up, as if to see him off. Gu Chenshur had already opened the door and was about to say don't be so polite when he suddenly thought of a question. Wait, Gu Chenshur stood at the threshold, looked back at Xiaoyu, hesitated for a moment and asked, can you tell me if you are in any trouble? Xiaoyu looked up at him blankly. The girl's long hair fell softly on her shoulders, her fair face was not made up, her eyes were watery, and she had a kind of childish beauty that made people's heart beat faster. Fortunately, Gu Chenshur is mentally strong now, otherwise, his heart would have missed a beat. What? She didn't understand. Gu Chenshur said, when we first met, oh yes, not when I hung the curtains for you. I don't know if you noticed, but before I hung the curtains for you, you came back from outside and I was walking behind you. Xiaoyu recalled that it seemed that there was indeed someone behind him at that time, and later that person surpassed him and ran ahead. She didn't care about it at the time, but after Gu Chenshur reminded her, she realized that the person was him. You looked nervous, like someone was following you. What was going on? Gu Chenshur must get to the bottom of this matter. Because now her mother and she are too close, almost like mother and daughter, but if Xiaoyu is really a trouble, it might bring trouble to their family, so Gu Chenshur has to be on guard. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. Gu Chenshur said, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. But he would definitely tell his mother later to stop opening her heart to everyone. The key is, make sure she can listen to him. Chapter 21. The important thing is that he doesn't like you. It's not inconvenient. When Gu Chenshur thought Xiaoyu wouldn't speak, Xiaoyu spoke. She was clutching the corner of her clothes tightly with one hand and looked nervous. Her state was almost the same as when Gu Chenshur first saw her. That day when I was coming back from shopping, I saw a man who looked very similar to the bad guy who often bullied our family. I was scared, so... Gu Chenshur frowned. Is that really the case? It turned out that he had psychological trauma in his childhood, so he would feel very scared when he saw someone who looked like him, and he would wonder if it was the person who bullied him back then. Maybe he put on the sunglasses at that time because he was afraid of being discovered by bad guys. Somehow, seeing Xiaoyu like this, Gu Chenshur suddenly felt a little guilty. I'm sorry. I feel like I accidentally exposed someone's scar. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. It's okay. The world is so big, and the population is so vast. It shouldn't be easy to see the people from the past in a strange city. After thinking about it, Gu Chenshur comforted. Xiaoyu suddenly laughed, and his smile seemed to be somewhat relieved. I will never see him again in my life, because he has gone to hell. She never mentioned this matter to anyone else, including her aunt. This is a secret buried deep in my heart. She herself could not have imagined that the secret that she had kept deep in her heart would be told to the boy in front of her. Maybe she saw the worry in the boy's eyes and was afraid that he would be wary of her and would no longer be able to enjoy the care from his mother in the future. She was really too greedy for the feeling of being cared for, to be more precise, the feeling of being cared for by her mother. Even if the one who cares for her is someone else's mother, she is happy with it. Gu Chenshur looked at her and suddenly realized that this was a girl with a story hidden in her. Someone called Gu Chenshur's name softly. Gu Chenshur frowned, then turned his head and saw Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran looked over his shoulder and inside, meeting Xiaoyu's gaze. When Lin Ranran saw Xiaoyu's appearance clearly, an inexplicable hostility quietly arose in her heart. Is this the new neighbor that Gu Chenshur's mother mentioned who moved in not long ago? I didn't expect that she is so young and beautiful. Is it because of this female neighbor that Gu Chenshur ignores me? Gu Chenshur seemed to be very familiar with her, and even came to bring her breakfast personally. Why did he bring her breakfast? They are obviously just neighbors, not relatives. If she wants to eat, can't she cook or buy it herself? So annoying. Lin Ranran was in a state of confusion. Gu Chencher walked out and helped Xiaoyu close the door. Gu Chencher, she. Just as Lin Ranran was about to say something, Jinglan's polite voice floated out, Ranran's mother, why are you in such a hurry? Stay at my house for a while longer. Jinglan and Lin's mother walked out one after another. After the two exchanged a few words, Lin's mother looked at Gu Chencher very kindly. She didn't look like that day when she was furious and looked like she wanted to eat people. Child, let Ranran bring you to my house some other day. Gu Chencher nodded perfunctorily. Mother Lin called to Lin Ranran, hurry up and say goodbye to Auntie, we are leaving. Lin Ranran looked at Gu Chencher hesitantly, then waved goodbye with a smile. After watching them leave, Jinglan put away the smile on her face and said tiredly, what is this? Gu Chencher walked towards his home. Jinglan followed behind, hey Chencher, how is your relationship with Lin Ranran at school? Gu Chencher suddenly felt a little guilty, but then he thought that it was all in the past, so he felt at ease and said frankly, it's just so-so. As expected of your school's beauty queen, she is really pretty and seems quite polite. If her mother hadn't come over and wrongly accused you last time, I might have liked her. Jinglan talked to herself. Although this was a misunderstanding, it has been resolved and the other party has personally come to apologize, but there is still a knot in Jinglan's heart. Putting herself in the other person's shoes, if someone said that her son was bullied, she would definitely do extensive research and make further plans only after confirming that it was true. Instead of just listening to one side of the story and then running over and pointing at other people's children and cursing at them. Although parents of girls may be a little more sensitive, Lin's mother's behavior that day was indeed too arrogant. Jinglan dared to bet that if their family was not an ordinary family with no power or influence, would Lin's mother have said those words? It's a bit contemptuous. Chencher, I need to tell you something now. If you really want to find a girlfriend in the future, it's best to find someone who is of equal status. Don't think that I am old-fashioned. This is the advice from someone who has been through it. Gu Chencher agreed very obediently. Gu Chencher knew that Lin Ranran came from a well-off family. But he liked Lin Ranran before, of course he liked her as a person, it couldn't be because of her family background. The feelings of people at their age are mostly pure and they don't consider too many things. Instead, they will arrogantly think that the advice given by adults is very mundane. After leaving Gu's house, Lin's mother could clearly feel that her daughter was in a visibly low mood compared to her expectations when she came. When Lin's mother started the car, she suddenly asked, Ranran, do you like that Gu Chencher? Lin Ranran was suddenly startled, like a cat whose tail was accidentally stepped on. No, Mom, don't talk nonsense, we are just ordinary classmates. They only react violently when there is a problem. Mother Lin secretly sighed, and then said, it would be better if you were just ordinary classmates, you are not suitable. Lin Ranran didn't expect her mother to suddenly talk to her about these things today. She was not used to it and was puzzled, Mom, why is it inappropriate? Now that she had started, Lin's mother decided to explain the pros and cons to her directly. Have you seen their family? They look like ordinary working class people. Although our family is not a wealthy family, we are also well known. We are not a good match. Lin Ranran curled her lips, Mom, I always thought you were an open-minded mother different from others, but I didn't expect you to be so realistic. Of course, the disparity in family background is not the most important reason. The most important thing is? Lin Ranran pricked up her ears. Mother Lin thought about it, but finally didn't say it out loud. The important thing is that Gu Chencher doesn't seem to like you at all. The important thing is, you don't like each other at all, right? Lin Ranran fell silent. Wrong. She was sure that Gu Chencher had liked her. But now, I don't seem to like it anymore? As for the real reason, it is not the so-called need to study, but falling in love with someone else? He gave all the pampering and patience he had shown her to another girl? So, this should be the real reason, right? Lin Ranran suddenly felt very angry. She wanted to get out of the car immediately and rush to Gu Chencher, pointing at his nose and scolding him as a scumbag. But then she remembered, in what capacity did she accuse Gu Chencher? The identity of the ex-girlfriend? It was a pity that she had enjoyed Gu Chencher's kindness to her without any regrets, but she had never been his girlfriend for a day. Chapter 22 Find out the reason for the neglect. Lin Ranran suddenly realized that even if Gu Chencher had fallen in love with someone else, she didn't even have the right to be angry and accuse him. She looked out the window silently. When she thought about how Gu Chencher had given all his tenderness to another girl, her heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. Gu Chencher, you shouldn't be like this. But she didn't know what Gu Chencher should be like. It seems like she doesn't understand Gu Chencher at all. Why didn't she think about getting to know him better when he was always around her? The college entrance examination is approaching, and Lin Ranran's absent-minded state is obviously not acceptable. But Lin's mother didn't worry too much. Lin Ranran will not take the college entrance examination and will go abroad to study as soon as she graduates. Lin's father has already contacted the school. Lin's mother firmly believes that time is the best diluent. As long as some time passes, her silly daughter will come out of it. If she looks back on the present one day, she may still think that she was very silly and naive. Whose youth doesn't have a little bit of childish sadness? However, at this time, Lin's mother naturally could not realize that she was actually the naive one. Time can't even stop Gu Chencher's influence on Lin Ranran. Of course, this is Lin Ranran's own business and has nothing to do with Gu Chencher. Lin Ranran was in a distracted state, and even her father, who was overwhelmed by the matter of Kong Zhao's parents, noticed it. He sat on the sofa, rubbing his brows, and asked tiredly, "What happened to our baby? Who made her unhappy?" Without waiting for Lin's mother to answer, he remembered something. "By the way, didn't you go to Gu's classmate's house to apologize today? Did they not accept it and gave you a cold look?" Lin's mother told the truth. "They didn't give us a cold shoulder. On the contrary, they were very polite and said it was all in the past. They were much more tolerant than we thought." Father Lin said, "That's good, but what happened to our baby? Did you accidentally offend her?" Mother Lin shook her head, thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "What do you think of her male classmate?" "That's Gu Chencher." Father Lin was puzzled and said, "I have never met that Gu Chencher, so how can I know? But didn't you say that he is not easily affected by fame or disgrace, and he will be a big shot in the future? Why did you suddenly think of mentioning him?" Mother Lin raised her head and glanced towards the second floor, and whispered, "I think your precious daughter and that Gu Chencher." Father Lin slapped the armrest of the sofa and said in surprise, "Great! A pig wants to eat our cabbage? No, tell me where his home is quickly. I want to go see him now." Father Lin looked serious and actually wanted to get up to get his coat. Mother Lin quickly pulled him back. "Things are not what you think. I think our daughter is in unrequited love." "Nonsense! This is impossible." Lin's father denied it outright. "Our daughter is so beautiful, only those stinky boys are thinking about her, it's impossible for her to be thinking about others." Mother Lin said quietly, "I understand how you feel, but I can tell you responsibly that after my observation, classmate Gu has no feelings for our daughter at all." Lin Ranran, who knew nothing about her parents' conversation, lay on the bed in a depressed mood, and somehow found the chat history with Gu Chencher. The chat history still stops at the happy birthday message sent by Gu Chencher. Lin Ranran read these 4 simple and ordinary words over and over again. She regretted it very much. Why didn't she reply to his message at that time? After Gu Chencher sent her a happy birthday greeting, did he wait by the phone for her reply? He must have been disappointed that he didn't get her reply. Lin Ranran herself did not realize that she, who never cared about other people's feelings before, had unknowingly learned to think from other people's perspectives. She would only think from Gu Chencher's perspective. Her thoughts couldn't help but drift to her birthday. Analyze carefully. Everything was normal until they arrived at the hotel to celebrate his birthday. Gu Chencher and other classmates sang a birthday song for her and then gave her a birthday present. She still remembered the anxiety and anticipation in his eyes at that time. "This is a gift I spent a long time preparing for you. I hope you like it." She thought it was something else, but when she took it and took a look, she found that it was just a scarf. Scarves, she has plenty of them. There were clothes of all colors and materials in the wardrobe. Before the north wind blew, her mother took her to the counter and bought her another one for more than 2,000 yuan. So she looked down on it a little. After coming out of the hotel, even though someone helped her carry it, she still had a lot of things in her hands, so she just threw them into the trash can when no one was looking. Anyway, she won't be able to wear it when she takes it home, so it doesn't take up space. She now feels a little regretful. How did she lose it? Apart from knowing that it was her favorite pink, she didn't even take a good look at what the scarf that Gu Chencher gave her looked like. After feeling annoyed for a while, she suddenly remembered that Gu Chencher, who had always been fine, seemed to have become abnormal after buying the milk tea. Lin Ranran suddenly sat up from the bed. "I suddenly felt very scared. She just took advantage of the time when Gu Chencher was away. Did Gu Chencher see her throwing away the birthday present he gave her? But when she threw it, she looked around, so no one probably saw it. Should be, right. Lin Ranran's heart was pounding like thunder and her face was burning. She felt as if she was a thief and was caught in the act. No, Gu Chencher won't see it. Lin Ranran paced back and forth in the room restlessly, feeling extremely frightened. But Gu Chencher did become abnormal at that time. Lin Ranran felt a little desperate. He was not angry that she agreed to let Kong Xiao send her home, nor was he angry that she had fallen in love with someone else. Instead, he was angry because he saw with his own eyes that she threw away his birthday present. Lin Ranran suddenly stopped. Although she didn't want to believe it, Lin Ranran felt that she had found the truth behind Gu Chan's sudden neglect of her. Tears welled up in my eyes without any warning. This is not a question of whether Gu Chencher is stingy or not. To put it more seriously, it is a question of dignity. She trampled on his dignity. In fact, Lin Ranran had done this kind of thing before, throwing gifts away from others. However, even if those boys knew, they would still try to please her as usual. She wasn't afraid of them getting angry. Even without any one of them, she, Lin Ranran, is still Lin Ranran. But Gu Chencher can't do that. After these few days of torture, Lin Ranran finally realized that she couldn't live without Gu Chencher in her world. Lin Ranran squatted on the ground, covering her face and crying silently. Because of her willfulness and pride, she lost the boy who had eyes only for her? Lin's mother came upstairs to call her for dinner, but when she saw this scene, she fell silent. Sad people. Things don't seem as simple as she imagined. Mom, I accidentally hurt a classmate. He is very angry and ignores me. What can I do to make him forgive me? Lin Ranran said with tears in her eyes. Even if she didn't ask, Lin's mother knew who the classmate who was hurt was. It must be Gu Chencher. Chapter 23, The Beautiful Girl Who Was Tricked. Jinglan looked at the pile of vegetables in the kitchen and sighed angrily over and over again. As he sighed, he suddenly burst out laughing. Gu Chencher was tired from doing his homework, so he ran over to wash an apple and nibble on it. He accidentally saw the vegetables on the ground and said in surprise, "Mom, how long have you bought these potatoes? They've sprouted, throw them away quickly. And this chicken, why is it so fat? There is not much meat left after removing the fat. And this." Gu Chencher suddenly shut up, glanced at Xiaoyu who had a confused expression, and knew what was going on. The potatoes weren't stored for a long time, and the chicken wasn't bought by my mom. This pile of vegetables was bought by Xiaoyu. Look at the sprouting potatoes, the fat chicken, and the pile of ribs full of big bones. She must have been cheated by a gang of vegetable vendors, right? Come to think of it, the people who usually go shopping for groceries are elderly men and women. If a young and beautiful girl like her, who obviously has never experienced the harshness of society, goes shopping for groceries, wouldn't she be ripped off? It was obvious that she had no common sense and she didn't even know that potatoes should not be eaten if they are green or sprouted. Xiaoyu looked at Jinglan and laughed happily. Then he listened to Gu Chencher's complaints. Even a dumb person would know what was going on. She said depressedly, "Auntie, have I been cheated? I clearly asked them to pick the best one for me, and they clearly agreed." Hearing this, Gu Chencher looked at her speechlessly. "Silly girl, these are profiteers. If they can do what you ask, can they still be called profiteers?" After accidentally finding out one of her little secrets, Gu Chencher unknowingly became a little closer to her, but that was all. At home, apart from sleeping, Gu Chencher devoted all his time to studying. It was normal for him to lock himself in his room. Even Jinglan could only say a few words to him during meals. It was normal for Xiaoyu not to see Gu Chencher when he came here to visit. Jinglan smiled and patted her shoulder, comforting her, "Don't be sad, it's normal to not be able to tell the good from the bad. If I ask Chencher to go shopping, what he buys can't be any better than yours." Gu Chencher. Just comfort her if you want to, why do you have to involve me? It's hard to say about the other things, but he would never buy these sprouted potatoes or chicken with a belly full of fat. Xiaoyu, don't buy this dish anymore. Auntie can buy it. Xiaoyu shook his head, "No." Jinglan said, "Why are you so stubborn? You will be ripped off again next time you buy it." Xiaoyu was silent. Even if she didn't know common sense, she knew that living in the city, even tap water cost money. They are not related to her in any way. If she doesn't give anything in return, why should she often go to other people's homes to eat and drink for free? Jinglan saw her concerns and said, "Don't worry. When Auntie cooks dinner, just come and eat. Your appetite is like feeding a cat, so you won't be able to eat much." Xiaoyu still shook his head. In fact, this kind of thing is easy to solve. All she has to do is not come here to eat from now on. But she couldn't bear to do that. Although Jinglan's cooking skills are indeed very good. But what she missed was not the food, but the warmth of home here. Xiaoyu raised his head and said seriously, "Auntie, how about I give you money?" Gu Chincher took a bite of the apple, ate it, and left the kitchen as if it had nothing to do with him. Jinglan's voice came from behind, "How can that be possible? I can't take your money. You didn't eat much. Then I won't come to your house for dinner anymore. No matter how little I eat, it still costs money. Your money doesn't come from the wind." Gu Chencher kicked the door shut with a bang. He had no idea what they said next. "My mother definitely won't ask Xiaoyu for money easily. I originally thought that my family had to eat anyway, so making a little more was just a convenient thing to do, and it was a way of looking after each other among neighbors. But if you ask for money, it becomes a business and its nature changes. But if my mother refused to take the money, Xiaoyu would naturally feel embarrassed to continue eating at their house. Whether Xiaoyu would continue to eat at his house in the future or not had no impact on him, so he didn't take this issue to heart. When he closed the book, stretched his waist and glanced at the time, ready to end his struggle for the day, Jinglan pushed the door open and muttered, "Xiaoyu is such a stubborn kid, she insists on giving me 3,000 yuan a month. How much does she earn in a month? After paying the rent, there won't be much left." Gu Chincher just remembered this. "Do you want it?" Jinglan said, "How can I take her money? She didn't need much anyway, it's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. But she said that if you don't ask for money, she won't come to eat here anymore, kid." Gu Chencher asked, "Will you still invite her to dinner in the future?" Jinglan said, "Shout, how can I not yell? She's a little girl, we can't expect her to cook for herself. Just look at the food she bought and you'll know she can't cook. If we don't take good care of her, I think she'll either eat instant noodles or order takeout. Isn't that ruining her health?" Gu Chincher said, "You don't let her buy food, and you don't even want her money. We are not related, how can she have the nerve to continue eating at our house?" Jinglan sighed, "That's why I'm worried. I think it's better to do this. 3,000 a month is too much. You can charge her a few hundred symbolically. She has to spend money on her own food anyway. Maybe she will feel better this way." Jinglan thought for a while and said, "I think it's okay. I'll take the money first, and when she doesn't live here anymore, I'll return the money to her. Anyway, I can't take her money, so what's the point? But if she moves away someday, I'd be really reluctant to let her go. This little girl and I get along really well. It would be so great if she were my daughter." Gu Chincher was speechless. Jinglan was happy. "Hey, don't be unconvinced. I really wanted a daughter back then, but unfortunately I gave birth to a boy. I was disappointed for several days. But your father and your grandmother were very happy." Gu Chincher said, "Since you like daughters so much, why don't you have another one with my dad? The second child policy has been relaxed now anyway." Jinglan was furious. "You little bastard, you even dared to make fun of your mother, are you looking for a fight?" He raised his hand towards Gu Chincher's head in a bluffing manner, but in the end he was reluctant to let it fall. "No matter how unreasonable he is still my biological child. I can't beat him. I still have to rely on him when I get old." Early in the morning, Gu Chencher looked at Zhou Xiangyu speechlessly. If you don't know, you would think this guy is the reincarnation of a starving ghost. He finished 2 big buns in just a few bites. He choked and rolled his eyes, and quickly drank some water to wash it down. "Where did you buy these buns? They taste good." Zhou Xiangyu praised. "My mother paid for it." Gu Chencher changed the subject. "Didn't you say that you would quit playing games first and wait until the college entrance examination is over? Why did you go back on your word?" Chapter 24 Lost the Whole World. When Gu Chencher woke up early, he found that this guy had sent him a message at 2 o'clock in the morning. "Old Gu, please feed me." So I brought in 2 big buns from home. Zhou Xiangyu's parents are both businessmen and are very busy. They hired a nanny to take care of his dinner, but he has to buy his own breakfast. He plays games all day long and sleeps all morning. He is lucky enough to be able to make sure he is not late for school. How can he have time to buy breakfast? So I used to go to class on an empty stomach. When it was time for lunch, I would rush to the cafeteria with green eyes without waiting for the teacher to leave. People gave me the nickname, the Eater Brother. Later, under Gu Qinshi's advice, I studied hard and made progress every day. When I was taking the test with everyone, I had a few normal days. Who would have thought that it wouldn't take long before he returned to his old ways? Zhou Xiangyu said confidently, "It takes a long time for a child to be weaned. Besides, I just played for a short while." "Yeah, we played for a short while until around 2 in the morning." Gu Qinshe exposed him with a sneer. Zhou Xiangyu argued, "I studied until about 1:30 in the morning and only played for more than 20 minutes." Gu Qinshe rolled his eyes at him and said, "Just believe it yourself. Anyway, it's you who will die suddenly in the future, not me." Zhou Xiangyu felt guilty. Indeed, he himself did not believe this nonsense. "Hey, old Gu. Go back to your own seat now, and stop occupying my deskmate's seat. Hey, old Gu, listen to me. Get lost. Old Gu, old Gu." Zhou Xiangyu lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Listen to me first. School beauty Lin was looking at you just now." Gu Qinshe said unhappily, "What's so good about me? Is she looking at you?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "She is really looking at you. When I accidentally saw her just now, she immediately looked away unnaturally." Gu Qinshe was puzzled and subconsciously looked in the direction of Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran sat in her seat, holding her chin with one hand and flipping through a book with the other, totally out of tune with the noise in the classroom. She seemed a little depressed. In the past, Gu Qinshe always couldn't help but pay attention to her every move, and her emotional changes always affected his emotions. A year has passed including the previous life, for Gu Qinshe, isn't it just 1 year? Gu Qinshe no longer had any romantic feelings for Lin Ranran in his heart. Even if someone gave him a big bowl of mangpa soup, Gu Qinshe felt that he would never like Lin Ranran again. How can I forget the despair that was engraved in my bones in my previous life? Old Gu. Gu Qinshe casually withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu looked worried, and his expression was very serious. "Old Gu, if school beauty Lin really remembered your kindness and wanted to get back together with you, will you be shaken?" Gu Qinshe said, "We have never been together, how can we get back together?" Zhou Xiangyu thought at first that he didn't understand what he meant, but he soon realized it. He patted Gu Qinshe's shoulder with relief. "That's right, I was really afraid that school beauty Lin wanted to eat you back, and you were soft-hearted and let her eat you." Gu Qinshe twitched his lips. "Don't worry, I'm not someone that anyone can eat." Lin Ranran seemed to be reading a book, but in fact, she couldn't understand a single word. Every cell in the body is uncontrollably focused in one direction. That was the direction of Gu Qinshe's seat. Gu Qinshe always came earlier than her, and almost every day he sat obediently in his seat reading and studying. She couldn't help but imitate him and open the book to feel what he felt. However, every word in the textbook seemed so boring. Why did he read it with such gusto? She naturally didn't know that during the more than a year of regret in his previous life, what Gu Qinshe desired most was to use his healthy body to love his family and friends, and then work hard for the future. Having lived his life again, he not only did not find studying boring, but he enjoyed it very much. Lin Ranran was very confused and had no way of concentrating, not even if she tried to pretend. She pretended to pick up something and secretly looked at Gu Qinshe. That annoying guy Zhou Xiangyu sat in Tang Xiaoxi's seat again. Why didn't she think this guy was so annoying before? Especially the way he confidently asked Gu Qinshe for food, and the way he chatted with Gu Qinshe in a relaxed manner. Everything about him was so annoying. Oops, this guy is looking here. Lin Ranran unexpectedly met the annoying guy's gaze, and was startled. She quickly looked away. She didn't know why she was panicking. Isn't it normal to accidentally meet someone's eyes? Can't you just look away naturally? Why is she panicking? Of course it was because she was caught while secretly looking at Gu Qinshe. Then not long after, she caught a glimpse of Gu Qinshe from the corner of her eye and he seemed to be looking at her. She suddenly became nervous and her whole body tensed up. It was a cold winter and her palms were full of sweat. Lin Ranran didn't have the courage to look Gu Qinshe in the eye. Obviously, this was an extremely trivial matter in the past and she had never cared about it. She was so scared. When she saw Gu Qinshe looking at her again, the indifference and disgust in his eyes. She cried so much yesterday and didn't sleep well last night, and her eyes are still sore. She cried and asked her mother how she could make her friend who was angry with her forgive her. Her mother was silent for a long time and said, "Child, if you are wrong, you are wrong. Even if he forgives you on the surface, the gap in his heart is like a cracked mirror. it will always be there. Her mother's words were like ice water poured over her head, chilling Lin Ranran from head to toe. In other words, there is no possibility of reconciliation between her and Gu Chencher? Why do you have to reconcile with him? Why do you have to care if there is a crack in his heart? There are so many boys around her, which one of them is so gentle? Which one of them doesn't look at her with deep love and humble flattery? Even without Gu Chencher and Kong Xiao, there were still all kinds of snacks in her desk hole. There were always boys from other classes hanging around the door and window of their classroom, and she was still the almighty school belle. As for the girls, she is also popular. She is never lonely anyway. But now she was in the noisy classroom, feeling extremely lonely. The mother asked what happened. How could she say that? She told her mother that she didn't like the birthday present someone else gave her and threw it away. And what a coincidence that the person who gave the gift saw it. If her mother knew about this, she would definitely scold her for being ignorant. Even if her mother didn't scold her, she would have scolded herself badly. She could hear her mother's comfort. That was to let her learn from this and move on. As for the cracks in the mirror, who doesn't have regrets in life? But Lin Ranran found that she couldn't do it. Why did she feel so desperate, as if she had lost the whole world when she lost Gu Chen? Gu Chencher is her world. But she woke up too late. Chapter 25: The Beauty Outside the Fence. During the third physical education class in the afternoon, the physical education teacher, perhaps because he was having a bad time, asked them to run 5 laps around the playground without saying a word. The 2 rows of teams that were in good order at the beginning became completely messy when they ran to the back, and became loose and slack like a pile of sand. Lao Gu, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. Zhou Xiangyu wailed in pain. Gu Chencher glanced at him lazily. He can still speak, it seems that there is no problem. Zhou Xiangyu panted heavily, feeling incredible. Old Gu, aren't you tired? It would be a lie to say that he was not tired. Gu Chencher's legs were so sore that they felt like they were filled with lead, and it was very difficult for him to take steps. But he felt he could still continue, not as exaggerated as Zhou Xiangyu. Today's students have heavy academic workloads and rarely have time to exercise. Even if they do, like Zhou Xiangyu, they will only waste their time on games and will not go downstairs to run. Only during physical education class can you stretch your muscles. It's normal that many people can't bear it. Zhou Xiangyu said shamelessly, Old Gu, I'll pull your clothes, can you drag me for a distance? Gu Chencher said mercilessly, get lost. Zhou Xiangyu's mouth and nose were spewing hot air continuously. Just when he was about to stop and take a rest in despair, he inadvertently glimpsed something and immediately chased after Gu Chencher as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Old Gu. Zhou Xiangyu said in an excited tone with a hint of gossip, look, there's a beautiful woman over there, with a first-class temperament. She seemed to glance at me just now. Gu Chencher said calmly, that's good news, it means you are lucky in love. Zhou Xiangyu looked over there again. The school wall is an iron fence. Sometimes when there are activities held on campus, there will be people standing outside the fence to watch. That's not right, Lao Gu. Why do I feel like she is looking at you? Zhou Xiangyu said depressedly. It seemed that other people in the class had also noticed the beauty Zhou Xiangyu was talking about. The boys all looked outside the yard, and there was some commotion for a while. In addition to the boys, even the girls were alarmed. Lin Ranran ran breathlessly while looking outside the yard. I saw a girl wearing a long black down jacket and a black woolen hat standing outside the iron fence. Her long, soft hair was draped over her shoulders. Because she was wearing a mask, her facial features could not be seen clearly. But her fair forehead, her sharp eyes, and her cold and aloof temperament that could not be ignored even when she stood there motionless all indicated that she had an extraordinary appearance. Lin Ranran was in a bad mood, and she even disliked the girl. She doesn't look that old. If she's not in school at this time, she must be a working girl who dropped out of school to enter the society. If she's not working, what is she doing here? Lin Ranran snorted in annoyance. Because of the commotion it caused, Gu Chencher also subconsciously looked over there. It doesn't cost any money to take a look anyway, and he was very curious about how beautiful the girl was who could make Zhou Xiangyu scream. It didn't matter what he saw, he was stunned. Isn't this Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu had a big red scarf around his neck and his hands were in his pockets. He was staring into the school in a trance, his eyes fixed on something unknown. He was completely unaware of the sensation he had unintentionally caused. Old Gu, isn't she beautiful? Zhou Xiangyu patted Gu Chenshi on the shoulder and laughed. I see your eyes are wide open. The voice was quite loud and many people heard it, including Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran bit her lower lip, wishing she could rush over and beat the annoying Zhou Xiangyu to death. Do you know how to speak? If you can't, just shut up. No one will think you are dumb. Is Gu Chenshi the kind of person who judges people by appearance? Of course not. But then again, why did Gu Chenshi like me before? What did he like about her? Like other boys, is it because she is pretty? But she just thought that Gu Chenshi was not a superficial person who judged people by their appearance. When she thought of Gu Chen, Lin Ranran began to feel dejected again. Although my mother said that the human heart is like a mirror, once a crack appears, it is difficult to repair. But she can't live without Gu Chenshi. She missed Gu Chenshi's gentle smile to her so much. What should I do to repair my relationship with Gu Chenshi? Lin Ranran was worried. Gu Chenshi discovered Xiao Yushi when he was in the 4th lap. When he ran to the 5th lap, Xiao Yu finally came to his senses and found Gu Chenshi among the sparse and miserable crowd. She seemed not to have expected to meet Gu Chenshi by such a coincidence, and stared at him in surprise. The others followed her gaze and looked at Gu Chenshi. Zhou Xiangyu looked Gu Chen up and down in surprise, and said, "The beauty is actually looking at you. What kind of lousy luck do you have with women? This guy is really a dog that can't spit out ivory." He has to add the word dog shit before his love luck because he is afraid that people will misunderstand him as being too gentle or something. Gu Chenshi walked towards the wall under the envious and jealous gazes of others. What is Gu Chenshi doing? Is he trying to strike up a conversation? After running 5 laps, Jingshu could no longer straighten her back. She held her knees and asked in surprise. Lin Ranran remained silent, but couldn't help but look over there. Jingshu realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly added, I think they might know each other. This reminded Lin Ranran. When looking at the girl again, Lin Ranran felt that the girl's temperament was somewhat familiar. After running 5 laps, Gu Chenshi felt warmed up in the cold winter. He unzipped his school uniform, revealing the pure white sweater underneath. He looked energetic and handsome. Gu Chenshi first looked outside through the iron fence, looking for Ms. Jinglan. He did not forget what Jinglan said, that Xiao Yu was socially anxious and if she didn't have to go out, she would lock herself in her room for the rest of her life. Ms. Jinglan thinks this is not acceptable. The less you interact with others, the more afraid you will become. If this continues, won't you be useless? So whenever Jinglan went out, she would knock on the door of the next room and ask Xiao Yu if he wanted to go out with her. Fortunately, this little girl has never found her annoying and basically agrees with everything she says. The little girl held her arm, and the two of them walked together affectionately, like mother and daughter. So when Xiao Yu appeared here, Gu Chenshi had reason to suspect that Ms. Jinglan was also nearby, and Jinglan happened to be taking a day off today. Gu Chenshi didn't see Jinglan, so he asked Xiao Yu, "Where's my mother?" Xiao Yu turned around and pointed to a place not far away, and he met a friend and is chatting over there now. Gu Chenshi finally spotted his mother. The middle-aged woman next to Jinglan was pushing an electric pedal car and chatting with Jinglan enthusiastically. When Xiao Yu saw Gu Chenshi's classmates all stretched their necks to look over here, with gossipy looks on their faces, he smiled slightly. Your campus life looks quite interesting. There was a hint of envy in his tone. This made Gu Chenshi wonder, although they were the same age, she entered society earlier. Was it because of family reasons or because she couldn't continue her studies? Chapter 26 She is a mystery. Xiao Yu is like a mystery. Gu Chenshi had a hunch that her story must not be as simple as Jinglan knew. It can be seen from the mess she made when buying groceries that she had always been taken care of in the past. At least what Gu Chenshi could be sure of was that she definitely did not go into the kitchen very often. According to Jinglan's understanding, both her parents have passed away and she has been living with her grandmother. My grandmother is old. It would be very immature if she just sits there and waits for everything to be done for her. But from the fact that she rushes to wash vegetables and dishes in her own home, it can be seen that she is not an ungrateful person. Then there is one possibility left. My grandmother's family was well off and she had a nanny to take care of her, so she lived the life of a young lady from childhood to adulthood. Thinking about it this way, Gu Chenshi could understand why she could starve herself to death. However, she was courageous enough to leave her hometown and choose to start a new life in a strange city. Gu Chenshi was a little curious about Xiao Yu's past, but he didn't intend to ask. Who doesn't have some secrets? Besides, they were not so close that they could pry into other people's privacy. He felt very sorry for accidentally touching her psychological shadow that day. The whistle sounded, and Gu Chencher could no longer stay here. He waved to her and said, "We have to gather now. Bye." Xiaoyu said him and watched him return to the team before he retracted his gaze and walked towards Jinglan. Then I thought, if she had a normal life, she might be like Gu Chencher now, carrying a school bag to and from school every day, laughing and playing with friends. Maybe she would be overwhelmed by the heavy workload every day, but isn't this the life she should have at her age? Gu Chencher became the object of collective envy, jealousy, and hatred among the boys. In the past, he was the only one who could always walk beside the campus beauty of Lin University. Although now for some reason, the campus belle of Lin University ignored him. No, they didn't understand, or they didn't want to admit that it was actually Gu Chencher who ignored their campus belle of Lin University. But not long after the campus beauty of Lin University ignored him, another girl with great temperament appeared and showed her affection to him. "Hey, Lao Gu, how is it? Did you get the contact information of the beautiful girl? I think she seems to be interested in you. There are so many boys, but she is only staring at you." Zhou Xiangyu came over excitedly and asked. Gu Chencher thought he was boring. "What contact information do you want? Old Gu, what do you want me to say to you?" Zhou Xiangyu slapped his thigh and said, "There are so many people in this world. If you don't seize the opportunity this time, the beauty will be thrown into the vast crowd. If you want to find her again, you won't be able to find her." Gu Chencher asked doubtfully, "Zhou Xiangyu, do you like her? For the sake of our brotherhood, how about I help you?" Zhou Xiangyu thought about it and refused righteously. "No, I don't want to be in a relationship. I have to make her happy all the time, think about her interests and hobbies, and spend time choosing suitable gifts for her on holidays. My God, it's scary to think about it. I might as well play a few games with this time." Gu Chencher was speechless. Will this guy be alone for the rest of his life? With games to keep him company, maybe he won't feel lonely. Lin Ranran looked at the two of them whispering together. It was obvious that they were discussing the girl just now, and she felt very uncomfortable. However, she also knew that she had no right to feel uncomfortable. Gu Chencher is not hers, it is his freedom to like or dislike someone. Zhou Xiangyu took a long time to react. He asked in surprise, "What did you just say? You want to help me chase her? Do you know each other?" Gu Chencher said calmly, "My neighbor." "Fuck, so she is your neighbor. No wonder you are so calm. You didn't even ask for her contact information for such a good opportunity." Zhou Xiangyu had sly eyes and laughed as he looked at Gu Chencher in a lewd way. The corners of Gu Chencher's mouth twitched. This guy's smile is so mean. If Gu Chencher hadn't still remembered the friendship from the previous life, I would really want to pick up a brick and beat him to death. Anyway, this guy must be holding his fart in at this moment. "Old Gu, you are the first to see the moon when you are close to the water. Come on. Get lost. You two look so good together just now, really a perfect match." "Shut up, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Gu Chencher had never had any romantic intentions towards Xiaoyu, so he thought Zhou Xiangyu's words were particularly outrageous. But he not only has no feelings for Xiaoyu, to be honest, he has no feelings for any girl now. Their conversation drifted into Lin Ranran's ears bit by bit, and Lin Ranran suddenly realized that the girl was Gu Chencher's neighbor. A strong sense of crisis surged towards Lin Ranran. No, she couldn't hesitate any longer. If she didn't take concrete action, Gu Chencher would be snatched away by another girl. Jinglan started working the night shift this week. This means that the days when Gu Chencher could just go home and eat ready-made meals are temporarily gone. Gu Chencher stood in front of the door. Just as he took out the key to open the door opened by itself from the inside. The aroma of mutton immediately wafted out from inside. Gu Chencher stared blankly at the middle-aged man who was about the same height as him inside the door, and his nose felt sore. "Silly boy, are you possessed? You don't even recognize your father?" The middle-aged man patted him on the shoulder casually, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. Gu Chencher finally came back to his senses, suppressed his excitement, and followed behind. "Dad, when did you come back?" Gu Chang, Gu's father, answered him while lifting the lid of the pot. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. "How are your studies recently? Are you tired? Just hold on a little longer and you will be free soon." Gu Chencher shook his head. Not bad. How could he not feel tired? This was the life he had always dreamed of in his previous life. Gu Chang turned around and couldn't help laughing. "You were so excited to see your dad come back that you didn't even put down your school bag?" Gu Cheng didn't think anything of it. He is busy with work and business trips are the norm, he is used to it. In fact, Jinglan and Gu Chencher have also gotten used to it. Gu Cheng's business trip this time was no different from usual. He would go home once every 10 days or half a month, which was very normal. But for Gu Chencher now, all he has seen for the whole year is his father who forced himself to smile but became increasingly thin. He hasn't seen his father as healthy and strong as he is now, with a genuine smile on his face, for a long time. He just stood aside and watched his busy father, and a whole day and night was not enough for him. Gu Cheng noticed that something was wrong with him and touched his forehead worriedly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. You must be too tired from studying. Go and have a rest. The meal will be ready soon. We'll eat in a minute. Gu Chencher thought to himself, why should I be tired? It's just studying. My father has been working hard. When he comes home, he has no time to rest and has to cook immediately. If anyone is tired, he is the one who is tired. Gu Chencher didn't say this. If he told it, his father would think he was weird. Oh, right, Chencher, before dinner, Gu Cheng thought of something. The girl who just moved into your grandmother Li's house, your mother told me her name, what was it? Xiao Yu. Gu Chencher added. Xiao Yu, yes, your mother said her name is Xiao Yu, go and ask Xiao Yu to come over for dinner. Chapter 27 Self-Introduction. When Gu Chencher knocked on Xiao Yu's door, he suddenly thought of Zhou Xiangyu saying he who was close to the water gets the moon first. He shook his head and knocked lightly on the door twice. Xiao Yu changed into loose and warm home clothes. Her hair hung down fluffy and slightly messy, and the air was filled with the scent of shampoo. Her usually pale face was now slightly flushed, which diluted her indifference and added a bit of cuteness that was only seen at this age. It could be seen that she had just taken a shower and was halfway through blow-drying her hair when she ran over to open the door for him. Come over and have dinner when you're ready. Gu Chencher called out and was about to leave when she called him back. Obviously, she was not used to calling his name, so she didn't say it. I just ordered takeout, so I won't go to your house for dinner today. Gu Chencher looked at her strangely. During this period of time, she had been eating well at home, and later she even insisted on giving them 3,000 for food expenses, but Jinglan bargained down the price to 500, and finally, as a compromise, she settled on 1,000. Although Jinglan accepted it, she would never ask for the money. She accepted it just to help her save it first, and would definitely return it to her when she had the chance in the future. Gu Chencher quickly understood what was going on. In the past, when she came home for dinner, her mother was always at home. Now that mom is working the night shift, there are only 2 grown men at home, him and dad. Moreover, she has never met dad before and is not familiar with him, so she must feel uncomfortable. Gu Chencher went back and said, Dad, she said she ordered takeout and won't come. Gu Chencher could think of what Gu Cheng could think of as well. It seems that the little girl is embarrassed to come. So, I'll serve her the food and you can take it to her. If this had happened in the past, Gu Chencher would have been full of complaints. Now he has become accustomed to Xiao Yu's presence. If Xiao Yu does not come to his house for dinner, he will worry that Xiao Yu will not eat well, but he himself has not noticed this. Gu Chencher brought the meal that Gu Cheng had specially prepared for Xiao Yuxing and knocked on the door of the next room again. Xiao Yu was obviously surprised when he saw the steaming and fragrant food. She probably didn't expect that even though she had clearly stated that she had ordered takeout, Gu Chencher would personally bring the meal to her. Hurry up and bring it. If you don't eat well, my mother will be worried about you again. Gu Chencher urged her. Oh. Xiao Yu brought it over obediently, not forgetting to thank Gu Chencher. Thank you. Gu Chencher didn't care and said, You're welcome. It was just a small matter and he really didn't take it to heart. Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher turned around. Xiao Yu met his inquiring gaze and suddenly didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth, looking a little helpless. After a long while, she said, Well, it's okay. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Gu Chencher could probably guess what she wanted to say. She might be thinking that if she doesn't go to eat next time, don't send her food specially, because it would be embarrassing. However, this really meant nothing to Gu Chencher. Xiao Yu sat alone at the dining table, staring blankly at the fragrant food. Tears fell without any warning. I don't know whether I was lamenting my own life or feeling touched at my good fortune of having such a good neighbor. She wiped away her tears and carefully picked up a piece of mutton. The taste was different from what her aunt cooked, but it was just as delicious. She finished the meal in silence with tears in her eyes. Then, when she took the dishes to the kitchen to wash, she looked at the fully equipped kitchen and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She knew that Ginglon worked the morning shift one week and the night shift the other. During the night shift, even Gu Chencher had to cook for himself. How could she have the nerve to go to their house for dinner again? But if they don't go to eat, they will miss it. What's more, I just took 1,000 yuan from her. Xiao Yu felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have insisted on giving money before. Although she was afraid that her aunt would suffer a loss, everything became strange when it came to money. If someone wants to invite you to dinner, then they should invite you to dinner, but it doesn't matter if they don't invite you. But after giving the money, it seems like a forced binding, which is not good. Xiao Yu made up his mind. She plans to learn how to cook starting tomorrow. Don't know how to buy groceries and are afraid of being ripped off? It doesn't matter. She can go shopping for groceries with the aunt. With the aunt's guidance, she doesn't have to worry about being ripped off or buying bad products because she doesn't know how to choose. Since there is a refrigerator at home, she can buy more at one time and put it in the refrigerator to eat slowly. When she learns how to cook, she can cook for her aunt's family. After making up his mind, Xiao Yu's worries disappeared. Her eyes fell on the shiny pots and pans in the kitchen. The first step in learning how to cook is to learn how to use these pots. This might be a little difficult for her without guidance and instructions. Fortunately, the internet is very convenient now. If you don't understand something, you can just search it online. Before she got ready to do something big, there was obviously something more important. She picked up the washed dishes, took several deep breaths, and then knocked on Gu Chencher's door. The one who opened the door was Gu Chang. What was different from the past was that Gu Chencher did not go into his room to do his homework immediately after dinner. Instead, he sat in the living room and chatted with his father. Maybe it didn't matter to Gu Chang, as he had already gotten used to this kind of life where they were apart more often than they were together. But it was different for Gu Chencher. He finally got to see his father, and he wanted to see his father more and hear his father's voice more, as if he missed it, he would never have the chance again. Hello uncle, my name is Xiao Yu, and I'm the neighbor who just moved next door. Please take care of me in the future. Xiao Yu bowed deeply to Gu Chang. It would be impossible for Gu Chang to do this directly. In a recent phone call with my wife, besides our son, the person she mentioned most was our new neighbor Xiao Yu. This allowed Gu Chang to have some understanding of her before he met her again, and he knew that she was socially anxious. So when Xiao Yu ran over solemnly and introduced himself, Gu Chang was deeply surprised. The child was afraid of being misunderstood as impolite, so he must have prepared himself mentally for a long time before running over to say hello. It must not have been easy. Gu Chang said, "So you are Xiao Yu? I often hear your aunt mention you and praise you for being sensible and smart. When I saw you today, it was indeed true." Xiao Yu smiled shyly, handed over the tableware with both hands, thought for a moment and said, "Uncle's dishes are delicious." Gu Chang laughed, "It's just some homely food. I'm glad you like it. Child, do you want to come in and sit down?" A friendly child invisibly brought him closer to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu subconsciously glanced inside and happened to meet Gu Chencher's gaze. She retracted her gaze and smiled at Gu Chang. "I won't bother you guys anymore, uncle. Goodbye." Gu Chang closed the door and said, "No wonder your mother can't stop smiling when she mentions Xiao Yu. This girl is really likable." Then he thought of something and smiled at Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher was puzzled by his laughter. Chapter 28 Lin Ranran's Pink Scarf. Gu Chencher was really confused. "Dad, what are you laughing at?" Gu Chang waved his hand. "Nothing, nothing. Nothing, that's just a ghost." Gu Chencher felt strange, but did not ask any further questions. "I always feel that my father's smile has something to do with Xiao Yu, and coincidentally, it has a little bit to do with me. At the same time, it concerns Xiao Yu and himself." Gu Chencher thought about it for a moment, and as smart as he was, he came up with something. "Well, is it possible that dad is as boring as mom, or is it that the boring dad heard a boring fantasy from the boring mom?" A few days ago, Ms. Dinglan suddenly looked left and right at Gu Chencher, which made Gu Chencher feel uneasy. Gu Chencher couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help asking her, "Mom, what are you looking at?" Jinglan grinned and said proudly, "My son is so handsome." Gu Chencher said as a matter of course, Mom, you didn't realize how handsome your son is just today, did you?" Jinglan smiled and said, "When can you go and get me a beautiful daughter-in-law?" Gu Chencher was horrified. Is my mother possessed by evil spirits? Come on, he is only 18 years old, still a child. Gu Chuncher felt that if he let Ms. Jinglan continue, she would definitely say something like, "When can you hold my grandson?" He was so scared that he quickly stopped her. Okay, Mom, I still have a lot of homework to do, you hurry out and don't bother me. If I can't get into college in the future, it will be your responsibility. A big hat was put on, and Ms. Jinglan, who was possessed by some evil spirit, was successfully sent away. But before Jinglan left, she said something inexplicably, "I really like Xiaoyu." Gu Chensher didn't think much about it at the time. Originally, Gu Chensher had forgotten about this matter a long time ago, but at this moment, his father smiled so meaningfully that he remembered it for no reason and magically connected all the things together. Gu Chensher was speechless. The old saying goes that people from the same family tend to date the same family. It's so true. It's all so inexplicable. Also, can you please not want to make a pretty and well-behaved girl your daughter-in-law just because you see her? It's not good to be too sentimental. It's snowing. Gu Chensher, a senior high school student, hadn't even gotten up yet when he heard the cheers and screams of the first graders downstairs. Gu Chensher rubbed his eyes, got up and got dressed yawning. When the window was opened, a biting cold wind carrying snowflakes drifted in, chilling Gu Chensher, who had just crawled out of bed. Gu Chensher quickly stopped his suicidal behavior and closed the window. After hurriedly washing up and eating breakfast, Gu Chensher walked out of the house as usual. "Hey, it's windy outside, you should wrap a scarf around your neck before you go out." Jinglan hurriedly stopped him. Gu Chung took the scarf and handed it to Gu Chensher. "Keep warm." Gu Chensher walked down the stairs while wrapping the scarf around his neck twice, and then naturally thought of the pink scarf lying in his closet. "Fuck, I'm freezing to death." Zhou Xiangyu rushed in with his neck shrunk, his beautiful hair was blown into a mess by the strong wind, and there were sparkling melting snowflakes on the mess. Gu Chensher glanced at him. This guy cares more about style than warmth. He only wears a sweater under his school uniform jacket and doesn't even wear a scarf. If not him, who would be freezing? Just as Zhou Xiangyu was stamping his feet desperately to keep warm, someone passed by him and a faint fragrant breeze blew over. Zhou Xiangyu rubbed his nose, looked up and saw that it was Lin Ranran. When he was about to look away in annoyance, his eyes inadvertently swept across her neck and he was suddenly stunned. Then he looked at Gu Chensher in disbelief. The look on her face seemed to be saying, "Wasn't he the scarf lost? Then what as the one around her neck?" Gu Chensher also saw the scarf around Lin Ranran's neck. A light pink color, exactly the same color as the scarf he gave to Lin Ranran. And the material is the same. At first glance, it is indeed very similar to the scarf he knitted himself, so Zhou Xiangyu was surprised. Gu Chensher withdrew his gaze. It's no secret that Lin Ranran likes light pink. Isn't it normal that she has a scarf of the same color? Lin Ranran pretended to glance in his direction casually. I don't know when it started, from the moment she realized that Gu Chensher was different to her than other boys. When she looked at Gu Chen, she couldn't be as free and focused as when she looked at others. Now, she wanted to look at him but was afraid of being discovered by others looking at him. She was hesitant and didn't know what to do. Lin Ranran took a deep breath, tried to calm her restless heartbeat, and walked over here. Gu Chensher caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, looked up and saw her walking towards him, feeling a little surprised. Since he took the initiative to withdraw from her world, there has been almost no interaction between them. He thought he had successfully withdrawn from her army of lickers, and from now on they would go their separate ways and have nothing to do with each other anymore. But what did it mean that Lin Ranran walked towards him and smiled at him? At this moment, she no longer looked as superior as usual, but was as gentle as a girl next door. Gu Chensher, thank you for the scarf you gave me. I like it very much. Lin Ranran walked up to Gu Chensher, smiled gently and thanked him. Gu Chensher looked at her in silence, completely confused. If he had not lived 2 lives and picked up the scarf from the trash can twice, he would really doubt whether it was an illusion that Lin Ranran threw away the scarf. Jing Shu came over with the newly arrived hot water and was surprised when she heard this. Gu Chensher, the birthday gift you gave to Ranran turned out to be a scarf. It's snowing so heavily, and the scarf is really suitable. The color is also Ranran's favorite pink. It's very thoughtful. Gu Chensher. Zhou Xiangyu squeezed over and looked at Gu Chensher with a puzzled look on his face. Although he was confused, he was not stupid enough to ask Gu Chensher directly in front of Lin Ranran and the others, "Didn't you say that Lin Ranran threw your birthday present into the trash can?" Gu Chensher said nothing in response to Jing Shu's praise. To be honest, he was a little lost at this moment. The scarf was clearly thrown away by Lin Ranran, but now she was wearing a scarf that was very similar to the one she threw away and ran over to thank him for his gift. What does she mean? She was considerate and worried that he would feel disappointed if she didn't wear the scarf he gave her, but she really didn't like the one he gave her, so she bought one that looked similar and put it on, then ran over to tell him that she liked it very much. Is it funny? Gu Chencher was not interested in such consideration. But he also felt that since Lin Ranran didn't care about him, there was naturally no need for her to show her understanding in this way. The only explanation is that Lin Ranran is not used to the fact that a heavyweight like herself is missing from her army of licking dogs, and she wants to win herself back? Maybe, possibly, this is the truth. Chapter 29 Lin Ranran, did I make you angry in some way? Mr. Gu, what's going on? Didn't you say that the school beauty Lin lost her scarf? Then what was she wearing today during the break? Zhou Xiangyu hurried over and asked in a low voice about the situation. Gu Chencher interrupted him directly, that was not given by me. The scarf she threw away is now in my closet. Zhou Xiangyu was puzzled, what did she mean this morning? I heard her say thank you for your scarf, it was very warm. Zhou Xiangyu asked Gu Chencher, and Gu Chencher asked who was going. Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chencher thought of the same thing, old Gu, I see, it must be because you ignored her these past few days, she is not used to it, and wants to reconcile with you? It's not easy to find a good and non-annoying dog like you. Gu Chencher glanced at him depressedly, can you please stop talking about the past? Zhou Xiangyu smiled and agreed to him, okay, you have changed your ways now, I won't mention it again in the future, okay? Gu Chencher. Goddamn, he should change his ways. When Lin Ranran was chatting with Jing Shu, she saw Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu leaning against each other, whispering something to each other. She couldn't help but feel jealous. She hated Zhou Xiangyu more and more. Why does this guy like to stick to Gu Chencher so much? What if others misunderstand you? The same thing happened to Gu Chencher's deskmate Tang Xiaoxi. As soon as he saw Zhou Xiangyu coming, he immediately gave up his seat and went to play with other classmates. Why should he give up his seat to that guy every time? Don't you have any temper? Lin Ranran was angry, then she reached her hand into the hole in the table and accidentally touched something soft. It was the scarf she had worn this morning. Her heart immediately tightened again. Fortunately, before throwing the scarf away, I took a look at it and remembered its color and material. In order to find something similar, she spent most of the day searching in the mall yesterday before she found it. Gu Chencher, did you believe it? His reaction at that time couldn't tell anything. Although Lin Ranran felt that she had found the truth, Gu Chencher must have seen that she threw away his birthday present, so he was angry. But she was not sure whether Gu Chencher had actually seen it. If Gu Chencher really saw her throwing the scarf, then the way she put on another scarf and ran over to thank him would be really funny. At noon, Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu went to the cafeteria together. Lin Ranran and Jing Shu walked behind and had no chance to talk to Gu Chencher at all. Lin Ranran herself did not expect that she, who had always been the one to try every means to find opportunities to talk to boys, would one day rack her brains just to find an opportunity to talk to a boy naturally. It's really a changing world. After school, Lin Ranran finally found an opportunity to talk to Gu Chencher alone. Gu Chencher's home is 3 stops away. Most of the time he takes the bus. Sometimes when there are too many people or the bus is hard to wait, Gu Chencher simply walks home. It only takes more than 20 minutes, which he can consider as exercise. Gu Chencher. Lin Ranran suddenly appeared from a corner and greeted Gu Chencher with a smile. What a coincidence, are you walking home today? Gu Chencher found it very ironic. When he treated her like a treasure, she was like a queen high above him, and her attitude towards him depended entirely on her mood. When he had no thoughts about her and withdrew from her world, she smiled like a flower and took the initiative to approach him. What exactly does she want to do? It seems that as a bootlicker, I am important enough in her mind. I wonder if this is an honor. He. Lin Ranran was wearing a light pink scarf with her chin and mouth buried in the furry scarf, which made her already pretty face look even smaller. She walked naturally on the left side of Gu Chencher. It just looked natural, but in fact, she was a little panicked and nervous, but at the same time, a little sweet. Lin Ranran was very melancholy. They used to walk together often, why didn't she feel anything at that time? Why do people have to wait until they lose something before they know how to cherish it? Whenever Lin Ranran thought about how she had ignored Gu Chencher, she felt extremely upset. Who can give her a time machine? She really wanted to go back to her birthday, when he gave her a scarf, and she happily accepted it and told him that she liked it very much. After leaving the hotel, I put on the scarf in front of him in the freezing weather. Everything might be completely different from what it is now. Their relationship will definitely go further. Even if they don't confirm the relationship right away, as long as they have each other in their hearts, isn't it natural for them to be together? They would also go out to eat together at noon, and when he had nothing to do, he would tell jokes to himself to make himself happy. Instead of being completely ignored by him like now, his spare time was all occupied by that bastard Zhou Xiangyu. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and there is no time machine to help her realize her wish to go back and make a new choice. There was always a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of Gu Qinshi's nose. That was Lin Ranran's body fragrance. In the past, this fragrance intoxicated him, but now, he felt that the air around him was polluted. He looked at Lin Ranran expressionlessly. What's the matter? Lin Ranran met his gaze and felt suffocated for no reason. His eyes are so cold. He looked so strange. He would never look at her like this before. When he looked at me at that time, there was a faint smile in his eyes, full of tenderness. Lin Ranran suddenly felt like crying. She really wants to go back to the past. Lin Ranran didn't have the courage to continue looking into his eyes. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, whispering, Gu Qinsher, tell me honestly, did I do something wrong to make you angry? So what you said to me that day was just angry words, right? That look of endless grievance left Gu Qinsher stunned. Lin Ranran felt that he was a stranger. Didn't he also feel that Lin Ranran, who took the initiative to put down her status, was a stranger? When has the queen, who is so high and mighty, ever been so humble? Even if they do something wrong, they will make up excuses for themselves. Just like in his previous life when he picked up the scarf from the trash can and ran over to ask her. In short, she was never wrong. But what is being done now? Just because he ignored her for a few days, she actually came to him and asked him if he had done anything wrong? In order to win back her boyfriend, she tried so hard that it was touching. Gu Qinsher said against his will, no. What do you want him to say? Talking about birthday presents? But the matter of the birthday present was over for him, and he didn't intend to mention it again. He just wanted to restore their normal classmate relationship, that's all. Then why have you ignored me recently? You weren't like this before. Lin Ranran bit her lower lip and said aggrievely. Gu Qinsher was speechless. It seems that you should think twice before becoming a bootlicker. Because when you realize you don't want to continue licking, you will be asked why. Chapter 30. She can't live without him in her world. From time to time, someone passed by them and looked at them strangely. In the eyes of others, they looked like two quarreling young lovers in their school uniforms. Gu Qinsher said, what I said that day was not an angry remark, Lin Ranran, I will take the college entrance examination soon, I have to prepare well for the exam, so don't bother me in the future. In the past, the words don't bother me anymore would have been enough to make Lin Ranran go crazy. But now Lin Ranran can automatically ignore the lethality of this sentence. She thought aggrievedly, no, he was just saying that in anger. Even if I'm preparing for the exam, is it necessary to ignore her? Do I need to avoid her when going to the cafeteria at noon? You're lying, you must be mad at me. Lin Ranran knew that if she didn't make her point clear, Gu Qinsher would still ignore her. She witnessed his cruel heart. Lin Ranran hesitated and touched the scarf around her neck, and took the initiative to bring up the topic. Are you unhappy because you saw that I haven't worn the scarf you gave me these days? Gu Qinsher wanted to laugh. He didn't want to think about the scarf anymore, and he was too lazy to expose her lie, so why did she bring it up on her own initiative? In that case, Gu Qinsher might as well make it clear. It was her own business if she felt embarrassed, and Gu Qinsher didn't need to consider her feelings. When she threw away the scarf he gave her, she also didn't consider his feelings. Lin Ranran, I think you made a mistake. What you are wearing around your neck is not the one I gave you. Gu Qinsher looked at him with sarcasm. Lin Ranran's heart sank. It was indeed about the scarf, she knew it. Lin Ranran was mentally prepared, so she didn't look embarrassed or flustered. So you're mad that I lost your scarf? What does lost mean? It's totally different from throwing away garbage, okay? Lin Ranran's eyes were red. She had already thought of a solution yesterday. That's why she wore a light pink scarf today, and that's why she took the initiative to find Gu Qinsher to clear up the misunderstanding with him and resolve the past grudges. Gu Qinsher, I'm sorry. On my birthday, I was throwing away the trash with my classmates after leaving the hotel, but I accidentally threw away the birthday present you gave me. When I remembered it, it was already the next day, and the trash had already been cleared away. I hate my head so much, how could I, Gu Chincher, can you please forgive me this time? Lin Ranran took Gu Chincher's hand and shook it gently, speaking in a half coquettish, half pleading tone, looking at Gu Chincher eagerly. Gu Chincher raised his eyebrows. If it weren't for his experience in his previous life, perhaps Gu Chincher would have believed it. In my previous life, I held the scarf in my hand, waiting anxiously for her to give me an explanation. How he wanted to hear her say that she threw it away by mistake. But what did she say at that time? He was completely embarrassed in front of his classmates. He was so confident and righteous, without a trace of guilt on his face. Even after he became paralyzed in bed, I never visited him once. Gu Chencher calmly withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "Well, I understand." Lin Ranran asked anxiously, "Have you forgiven me?" Gu Chencher said, "If you say forgive me, then I will forgive you." Listen, what a perfunctory answer. Lin Ranran hesitated and asked again, "Then, can we go back to the past?" Gu Chincher said in a calm tone, "I'm sorry, I need to prepare for the exam. If you're okay, I should leave." After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Lin Ranran to answer. Lin Ranran stared at his back in a daze, tears falling down her face unconsciously. It seems that he still hasn't forgiven me. I have done so much, but he still won't forgive me. What does he want from me? I've never done this to other boys, doesn't he know? Lin Ranran didn't wipe away her tears until Gu Chincher's back disappeared from her sight. She thought angrily and resentfully, "Gu Chincher, don't take yourself so seriously. Without you, I, Lin Ranran, can still live very well." Lin Ranran's tears fell even harder. But it doesn't seem to work? In her world, she can't live without him. Gu Chencher jogged all the way and returned home feeling hot all over, but his legs were a little sore. The snow stopped falling, failing to create a scene of a vast expanse of white snow. There was a thin layer of snow on the roofs and tree branches, and the ground was dry except for a few scattered white spots in remote areas where no one was walking. Walking into the community, Gu Chencher saw a child making a small snowball in his hand, asking his parents to make a snowman for him. Gu Chencher thought that he was the same when he was a child. He would get excited when he saw snow and fantasize about building a big snowman. Unfortunately, those innocent and carefree days are gone forever. Gu Chencher slowly walked towards the stairs and suddenly found that the figure walking in front of him looked somewhat familiar. It's Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu lowered his head, fiddling with something, and walked in a distracted manner. Gu Chencher didn't walk fast, but Xiao Yu walked too slowly, so he easily caught up with Xiao Yu. He couldn't help but look back and couldn't help laughing. Xiao Yu was actually playing snowballs like a child. At this time, she kneaded the snowball with her hands like kneading dough, trying to make it rounder. Her slender fingers were red from the cold, but she didn't seem to feel the cold and was having a lot of fun. Xiao Yu noticed someone passing by and subconsciously raised his head, just in time to meet Gu Chencher's inquiring gaze. She smiled at Gu Chencher somewhat embarrassedly. Oh, Gu Chencher just discovered that she had a pair of canine teeth, which were pointy and cute. Gu Chencher walked up the stairs with her and asked her, "Aren't you cold?" Xiao Yu smiled, "Not bad." After the question and answer, Gu Chencher didn't know what to say. Xiao Yu had nothing to say. In order to avoid embarrassment, Gu Chencher took a long step and climbed up the stairs ahead of her. Same as always. After finishing a business trip, Gu Chang would work from 9 to 5 for a few days in the company before going on another business trip. When Gu Chang is at home and Jinglan works the night shift, Gu Chencher doesn't have to cook for himself. When Gu Chencher took out the key to open the door, he turned around and saw Xiao Yu slowly climbing up. He casually greeted her, "Come over to eat with us later?" Xiao Yu shook his head. Only when her Aunt Jinglan was at home would she appear in Gu Chencher's house with ease. When Aunt Jinglan is not around, she never goes out except to take out the trash. Her reaction was as expected, and Gu Chencher didn't say anything more. He was just asking out of politeness anyway. "Okay, I'll bring it to you later." "No, that's not necessary." Gu Chencher said, "You ordered takeout again? Eat less takeout, it's not good for your health. Don't eat instant noodles too often, they have no nutrition." His concern for her was revealed unconsciously in his words, but he didn't realize it. "Really, no thanks, I just had a bowl of beef noodles at the noodle shop outside. There is a beef noodle restaurant downstairs. Gu Chencher would go there occasionally to eat and the food tastes pretty good." Gu Chencher asked, "Have you really eaten?" Xiao Yu nodded, "Yeah." Gu Chencher opened the door and said with a smile, "See you later." After saying that, the man disappeared behind the door. "Goodbye." Xiaoyu added silently in his heart, opened the door, and his figure quickly disappeared. Chapter 31. Someone is a stingy person. Xiaoyu looked at a potato and a handful of green vegetables in the plastic bag and felt a little worried. Today she told Jinglan about her idea of learning how to cook. Jinglan knew what prompted her to learn how to cook, but after thinking about it, she agreed with both hands. They can't take care of her forever, and she won't have to suffer that anymore after she learns how to cook. Jinglan took her with her when she went shopping for groceries and bought some simple vegetarian dishes. Rice, flour, oil, salt, etc. are naturally indispensable. When it came time to pay, Jinglan didn't let her interfere, and Jinglan paid the money herself. Then tell her that after she learns how to cook vegetarian dishes, I will teach her how to cook meat dishes. As long as she is willing to learn, I will teach her all my cooking skills. Xiaoyu tinkered with it all night last night and learned how to use the rice cooker. It's very simple, not as difficult as you imagine. As the saying goes, if you don't know how to do it, it will be easy once you know how to do it. I heard from his aunt that her son Gu Chenshur can also cook simple meals. Then there is no reason why I can't learn it. There was a faint aroma of rice in the air. There was a slight gurgling sound coming from the rice cooker. The rice that was steamed before being thrown away was almost cooked, which gave Xiaoyu great encouragement. Her confidence grew, and she clenched her hands into fists. She can do it. It won't be long before she can let her aunt taste her cooking skills. The thought of it makes her excited. Here at the Gu family, Gu Cheng prepared the meal and served some to Xiaoyu as usual. Gu Chenshur said, "Dad," she said she had eaten. She had beef noodles downstairs. Gu Cheng said, "You believe her when she says she has eaten? Your mother told me that she wants to learn how to cook, and she must be tinkering with it at home at night. She has never cooked before, so you can make something edible, and you can bring it to her." Gu Chenshur was stunned. A person who can starve himself to death actually wants to learn how to cook? Dad is right, the food she cooks is definitely not edible. Bang, bang. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chenshur, who was carrying the food, in surprise. "I said I'd eaten." It's because the rice is so fragrant that Gu Chenshur can smell it even when he is standing outside the door. Without saying anything, he put the tray in her hands, said liar, and turned away. Xiaoyu. What he was referring to, of course, was the time she lied to him and said she had eaten beef noodles downstairs. She lowered her head and said, "It's delicious. Go back and look at the black and green vegetables that she had cooked." Forget it, she doesn't even have the courage to taste them, so she might as well just throw them into the trash can. Well, anyway, the rice was steamed pretty well, so it wasn't a complete failure. All things are difficult at the beginning, and she will not be defeated by a little setback. "Hey, Gu Chenshur, are you with Lin Ranran?" The next day during break, in the toilet, a boy from the next class saw Gu Chen and became envious and jealous. Gu Chenshur said, "No." The boy said, "Don't worry, just tell the truth, we won't put a sack on you halfway." Gu Chenshur said speechlessly, "Really not? But someone saw you shopping with Lin Ranran yesterday." Seeing that he refused to admit it, the boy said again, "Shop? How is that possible? How could he go shopping with her when he didn't even talk to her? He couldn't do it even if you gave him 10 bowls of mangpa soup." Gu Chenshur said, "Then I must have seen it wrong. Impossible." The boy said firmly, and then gave the specific location. Gu Chenshur thought about it and understood. He met Lin Ranran by chance after school yesterday. He didn't know that it was not a chance encounter. Then when others saw them, they mistakenly thought they were shopping together. Some young couples will go shopping hand in hand and eat snacks after school, taking the opportunity to cultivate their relationship. "We met by chance yesterday," Gu Chenshur explained. The boy's eyes lit up. "You two are really not together?" Gu Chenshur shook his head. He just wanted to end this boring topic as soon as possible. He is not a talkative person. He had no interest in anything related to Lin Ranran. "Since you two are not together, I still have a chance." The boy touched his smooth chin. "Hey, Gu Chenshur, you don't mind if I pursue Lin Ranran? She didn't accept you, this is called fair competition." Gu Chenshur said, "I don't mind, I wish you can get your beauty soon." After saying that, he walked out of the bathroom. The boy stood there in a daze. He was not sure whether Gu Chenshur was making fun of him. But thinking about Gu Chenshur's calm tone, it didn't sound sarcastic, but rather sincere. Gu Chenshur walked into the classroom and Lin Ranran came out towards him. If Gu Chenshur had not dodged in time, the two would have almost bumped into each other. Gu Chencher stopped and turned sideways, motioning Lin Ranran to go out first. Lin Ranran looked at him silently, with a resentful look in her eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. How could he know that after leaving yesterday, Lin Ranran found a deserted place and cried secretly for a long time before going home? No matter how well she disguised herself, her parents still saw through her. Lin Ranran accepted the reality that Gu Chencher was going to withdraw from her world. If you want to leave, just go. Lin Ranran thought with great grievance, what a stingy person. I've already apologized to you, if you don't accept it, then forget it. Can I die without you? If you ignore me, I will ignore you too. Who is afraid of who? Lin Ranran gave up on herself and decided to love whoever she wanted. But who can sleep well after tossing and turning all night? Whose dark circles need to be covered with concealer? Who else feels pain in breathing when seeing someone? Who else has been absent-minded the whole day, silently hoping that he would look at her? It's her, it's still her. After all, she still didn't want to accept this reality. Lin Ranran later thought that maybe it was because she had him in the past that she couldn't get used to being alone now. If there was another boy by her side, she might not care about him so much. Maybe that's the case. Lin Ranran was really confused. Time flies, and it's the weekend again in the blink of an eye. Breakfast on Saturday morning was omelette and millet porridge. Gu Chencher picked up a piece of egg pancake and said disdainfully, "Mom, why have your cooking skills plummeted? This pancake is so rotten." After a careful look, some places are still a bit blurry. Jinglan slapped him on the back of the head and said angrily, "Eat quickly, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Gu Chencher was depressed. Although my mother sometimes has a bad temper, she is generally very democratic and willing to accept opinions with an open mind. What happened today? Gu Chencher looked at his father Gu Cheng and asked him with his eyes, "Dad, did you make Mom angry?" Gu Cheng coughed lightly and said, "Chencher, what did your parents teach you every day? You can't judge a person by his appearance. The same principle applies to cakes. Don't be fooled by the appearance of this cake, but it tastes good." Gu Chencher. "Dad, I despise you." Xiaoyu, who was sitting nearby, reflected quietly, "I'm sorry, I will practice more and try to make the pancake more complete next time." Gu Chencher suddenly turned his head and looked at her in disbelief, feeling horrified. No way, this cake was made by Xiaoyu? Chapter 32, Unexpectedly Good. Gu Chencher had the urge to throw away the omelette in his hand immediately. Omelette made by Xiaoyu? Is that edible? Jinglan narrowed her eyes slightly, as if saying, "Why don't you show me your disdain again?" Gu Chencher really wanted to ask, "Mom, am I your biological child? Is it because you want a daughter so badly that you want to poison me to make room for Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu said weakly, "If you don't want to eat, forget it." When Gu Chencher saw how considerate she was, he suddenly felt that he had gone too far. It's normal for people to not cook well when they are cooking for the first time. Need a lot of encouragement. It was my first time making egg pancakes, so I wasn't necessarily better than hers. If you complain about everything, you might kill her enthusiasm. Gu Chencher looked at the omelette in his hand with a determined gaze. Well, it is really poisonous. At worst, he will have to go to the hospital for gastric lavage. But he has to eat it, and then say with a smile, "Not bad, it tastes good. How about I try it?" Gu Chencher was afraid that the omelette would fall into crumbs, so he reluctantly rolled the messy omelette into a roll. Under the watchful eyes of his mother, his father's "It's really not bad," and Xiaoyu's nervous and anxious gaze, he took a bite. Soft, seems to have no taste. Gu Chencher chewed slowly. Soon, I could taste the unique aroma of eggs. He widened his eyes slightly. Actually, it seems, unexpectedly, it's not bad? The taste was normal, not at all as terrible as he had imagined. Jinglan actually looked more nervous than Xiaoyu. "How does it taste, little brat? Is it good?" Gu Chencher gave Xiaoyu a thumbs up, "Not bad, it's delicious." Xiaoyu was skeptical, "Really?" "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" In order to prove that what he said was true, Gu Chencher immediately took another big bite. His cheeks were puffed up and he looked like he was eating with great relish. Xiaoyu believed it now. If it was just to comfort himself, he wouldn't have eaten so happily. In fact, before Xiaoyu brought the egg pancake over to share, she tasted it herself and didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so she dared to bring it over. However, she was still very nervous that her aunt's family would not like it. Now she heard them say that the cakes were pretty good. Although she knew that there was a certain amount of comfort and encouragement in it, she was still very happy. At least what she made was edible and not difficult to swallow. Jinglan smiled and said, Xiaoyu, what did I tell you before? You are a smart child. You will definitely be able to learn anything. The meals you make in the future will definitely be more delicious than those made by Auntie. Xiaoyu was a little excited, her cheeks turned white with a hint of pink, and her eyes sparkled. Uncle and Aunt, when I learn how to cook, I will cook for you. She promised solemnly. Jinglan laughed, okay, then Auntie will wait for the meal you cook. She likes this child from the bottom of her heart. Gu Chencher was very considerate and finished the remaining egg pancakes, then drank a full bowl of millet porridge. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, Jinglan told him that even the millet porridge was cooked by Xiaoyu. Gu Chencher was so surprised. Good man, today oh no, it was their whole family who were fed by her? Jinglan said to Gu Chencher, Chencher, don't sit in the house and study all the time. You should at least take a break. Let's go out for a walk together later. Your dad is going on a business trip tomorrow, so buy him 2 pieces of clothing and a down jacket for you as well. Gu Chencher said, I won't buy it. I can still wear last year's. He didn't care whether the clothes were new or not, as long as he had something to wear. We have to buy it. Our family is not short of this little money. Besides, the new year is almost here, and it's time to buy some new clothes. Jinglan said domineeringly. Gu Chencher said, okay, then you buy one too. Jinglan said, I won't buy any. I have too many clothes to wear. Gu Chencher used her words to say, our family is not short of this little money, and besides, the new year is coming soon, so we need something new. Jinglan held it in for a long time before finally saying 3 words, stinky boy. Xiaoyu covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Gu Chencher accidentally saw it and his breathing suddenly became disordered. She looks pretty when she smiles. Gu Cheng started to change shoes, buy all. We don't have a lot of money, but we still have this little bit of money. A family of 3, oh no, to outsiders, it should be a family of 4. When Xiaoyu walked with them, it felt like he was a member of their family and there was no sense of incongruity. Xiaoyu was wearing the same long black down jacket that Gu Chencher had seen him wearing during physical education class last time. He was also wearing a woolen hat and a red wool scarf. With his hands in his pockets, he walked quietly beside Jinglan. Gu Chencher walked fast and always walked in front of them. Hearing the chatting behind him, he would interject a few words from time to time. They came to the largest shopping mall in the city center. While Jinglan was helping Gu Cheng choose warm clothes, Gu Chencher hooked his finger at Xiaoyu who was standing beside him. Xiaoyu looked at him in confusion. Hey, I want to buy some clothes for my mother. I don't have a good taste. Can you help me with some advice? The last time Xiaoyu bought a sweater for Jinglan, the color, style, and size were all just right. It shows that she has a good eye for choosing clothes. Gu Chencher has a poor taste, so in order to buy clothes that his mother likes, he has to find someone to help him check. Xiaoyu is naturally the most suitable candidate. Xiaoyu readily agreed, okay. Gu Chencher said to Jinglan and the others, Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu and I are going to go somewhere else. Jinglan said, okay, then you go. The mall is huge, but since communication is easy, they are not worried about getting separated. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu walked out side by side. Jinglan looked back at the two of them, smiled and patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder and asked, do you think they are a good match? Gu Cheng said something very truthful, it is useless for us to say whether they are a good match or not. The children have to be willing. As parents, we should not interfere. Besides, your son is only 18 years old this year. Even if you want to be a grandmother, you have to wait patiently for a few more years. Before leaving, Gu Chencher secretly took out his New Year's money. I've saved up New Year's money for several years, which should be at least a few thousand. Gu Chencher planned to buy one for each of his parents. This money can almost buy 2 decent clothes. Let's go to this one first. Gu Chencher pointed to a women's clothing store. Xiaoyu followed him in. The salesperson came up to him, glanced at Xiaoyu, and said to Gu Chencher with a smile on his face, wow, your girlfriend is so beautiful, you two are really a perfect match. Buying clothes for your girlfriend? Come in and take a look, our clothes are very fashionable and stylish, your girlfriend will definitely look great in them. Well. Although Gu Chencher admitted that the salesperson was sincere in saying Xiaoyu was pretty, could he please not match them up with others randomly? When you see a man and a woman, does it mean they are necessarily in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Chapter 33. Are you sick? The salesperson's words made both Gu Chuncher and Xiaoyu feel a little uncomfortable. But no one thought about clarifying anything. Because there is no need. Anyway, a person with a clear conscience fears no slander. Moreover, the salesperson was a stranger they met by chance, and they would most likely not see each other again after leaving here. No matter how she misunderstood, it would not have any impact on their actual lives, so let the misunderstanding be. Xiaoyu gently tugged at Gu Chencher's sleeve. Gu Chencher turned around, and the two of them communicated silently with their eyes, looking more like a young couple. This store sells fashion items, and its target audience is fashionable young women. There are no clothes suitable for Jinglan. When they walked out of the store, Gu Chencher noticed that in a store across the street there were customers about the same age as his mother choosing clothes. He deduced that there should be clothes suitable for his mother there, so he walked in. The store is decorated in a luxurious and elegant style, and the clothes inside are obviously high-end. Specialty store, prices are clearly marked and no bargaining is allowed. Gu Chencher took a casual look and felt that they were all the same. The dazzling array of items dazzled him. He asked Xiaoyu to help him choose, and he just looked around and did nothing. While Xiaoyu was carefully selecting, Gu Chencher was walking around the store and accidentally saw a sweater that looked particularly familiar. It looks exactly the same as the sweater Xiaoyu bought for his mother. Gu Chencher touched it and it felt the same, furry, especially smooth and soft. Gu Chencher took a look at the trademark and became more certain. He had an idea and looked at the tag to see the price, but it was not a big deal. It made him snort coldly. At the same time, Xiaoyu found a style that was suitable for Jinglan, turned around and looked at Gu Chencher. When he was about to ask Gu Chencher to come over and see if it was okay, he saw Gu Chencher staring at the tag of a sweater. His heart skipped a beat. It's over. Gu Chencher noticed something and looked at her, with the corners of his lips slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. Xiaoyu was suddenly at a loss, regretting that he had forgotten about this and should not have let him enter the store just now. She rushed to Gu Chencher, ignoring the salesperson's strange look, and directly pulled Gu Chencher out of the store, looking flustered. What I bought for my aunt is a high imitation, it's really just over 100. Gu Chencher looked at her with a gloomy expression. It seemed as if it was saying, keep making it up. Xiaoyu was anxious, it's really a high imitation, you have to believe me. Gu Chencher was almost a head taller than Xiaoyu. As they were facing each other at close distance, Gu Chencher had to lower his head slightly when looking at her. In addition, he looked surprised at the moment, which inadvertently created a sense of arrogance. I don't believe you. Gu Chencher said unhappily, Comrade Xiaoyu, is there a single word of truth in your mouth? Do you think he is a fool? Since she said she bought a high-end imitation, how does she know that the authentic one is ridiculously expensive? The price that Gu Chencher just saw on the tag of the sweater was 1,899 yuan. And this female liar lied to his naive old mother and said it was more than 100. Even her mother praised her for her ability to buy clothes, saying that the clothes were of good quality and comfortable to wear. How can it be uncomfortable to wear a sweater that costs nearly 2,000 yuan? Xiaoyu's face suddenly turned pale. With her panic-stricken eyes, she looked as desperate as if she had been sentenced to death. As she stared at Gu Chen in a daze, tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Chencher. It's so annoying. She was clearly lying and it was clearly her fault, so why did Gu Chencher feel so guilty when he saw her like this? Actually, if you think about it, she is not wrong. Her lie was a white lie. If she told the price honestly, Jinglan would either have to give her the money or ask her to return it. She lied in order to get Jinglan to accept it. So many people came and went, and everyone looked at them strangely. One of the kind-hearted ladies couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Gu Chencher, young man, what's wrong with you? You made your girlfriend cry and you don't even know how to comfort her? Look at your girlfriend, she is so beautiful, be careful that she won't be with you anymore. Gu Chencher. What does this have to do with anything? Xiaoyu stammered, I'm afraid that auntie won't accept it, but I really want to do something for her. Gu Chencher, can you please forgive me this time? When Gu Chencher was about to say something, he seemed to sense something. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Lin Ran Ran? How could it be such a coincidence that I could meet her again after traveling for 100 years? Lin Ran Ran should be shopping with friends. Standing next to her was a young, beautiful, and fashionably dressed beauty, who was looking at them curiously, and then whispered something to Lin Ran Ran. What she said was, Ran Ran, are they your classmates? Lin Ran Ran didn't hear what she said at all. His eyes stared straight ahead. Gu Chencher stood face to face with a girl. The girl had her back to her and lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. Although her face could not be seen, she could still tell from her posture that she looked pitiful. Gu Chenshur frowned, with a hint of self-blame and regret in his eyes. Did he regret making the girl feel wronged? What did the girl do before? She confessed to him, but he didn't accept it. Then the girl cried, and he felt very guilty? Lin Ran, who was unaware of the truth, made up a bloody love drama in her mind. Ran? The beautiful woman next to her didn't get a response. She looked at Lin Ran in confusion and found that she was in a daze. I thought Lin Ran had accidentally discovered a classmate's romance, and I was surprised and a little embarrassed. However, Lin Ran's reaction the next second scared the beauty. Lin Ran rushed directly towards the young couple. Gu Chenshur. Lin Ran not only scared the beautiful woman with her, but also Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's eyes were red and he looked at Lin Ran blankly. She felt that Lin Ran looked familiar, but she couldn't remember when she had seen him. She's just your neighbor, can you please just ignore her? Lin Ran said angrily. Xiaoyu. Who are you? This is a private matter between Gu Chenshur and me. What does it have to do with you? Baffling. Of course, Gu Chenshur also found her inexplicable. Her beautiful companion looked at all this in astonishment, somewhat confused. Gu Chenshur frowned. He wanted to say, Lin Ran, are you sick? However, saying this in front of others would damage his image as a handsome boy. So he changed his words and said, Lin Ran, this is a private matter between me and her, please don't meddle in it. Lin Ran's female companion was shocked. It was the first time she saw a boy being so rude to Lin Ran. Lin Ran was heartbroken. Why has it nothing to do with me? Gu Chenshur asked expressionlessly, how can it have anything to do with you? We are just ordinary classmates. Lin Ran was stunned on the spot. Let's go. Gu Chenshur said without saying a word and pulled Xiaoyu away. Lin Ran's companion, Lin Ran's cousin Jiang Xinyue hesitated and walked up to Lin Ran, who was standing there, and asked carefully, Ran, are you okay? No response. Jiang Xinyue looked over and saw that her little cousin was actually crying. Chapter 34 Xiaoyu's background. Lin Ran's recent low mood has been noticed by both Lin's father and mother. However, the child refuses to admit that he has relationship problems, and his parents it is difficult for us to intervene. So on Saturday, I asked her cousin to take her out to relax. There are some things I don't want to tell my parents, but I might tell them to my sister who is only a few years older than me. For many women, shopping is a great way to relieve stress. Her cousin took her to the mall, and then went to have some delicious food at noon, and then took the opportunity to chat with her and understand what was bothering her. Jiang Xinyue never dreamed that before she even opened her mouth to ask, she seemed to have figured out what was going on. Her school beauty cousin seems to be caught in a love triangle. And my cousin is the most humble one. This. Jiang Xinyue looked at Lin Ran with tears streaming down her face and began to doubt her life. Lin Ran has never lacked suitors, but she has always looked down upon them. When did she start to like a boy? And got caught up in such an awkward love triangle? Xiaoyu passively followed Gu Chenshur. That girl just now, is she your classmate? You are lovers? Gu Chenshur stopped. This was a corner of the shopping mall and there were almost no people there. He frowned in annoyance, of course not. Xiaoyu thought in surprise, isn't it? The girl's reaction just now was obviously jealous. Although she has never been in love, she can feel it. The girl thought that there was something unclear between her and Gu Chenshur, so she became jealous. Xiaoyu thought that Gu Chenshur had a quarrel with his classmate and didn't want to admit it, so he said, she may not have gone far. I can go and explain it to her. Gu Chenshur thought, what is there to explain? What the hell is there to explain? He snorted coldly, not only do you like to lie, you are also a bit self-righteous. Xiaoyu was embarrassed. Please, I'm just worried that there will be a misunderstanding between you and your girlfriend, and that the misunderstanding will only get bigger and bigger. Gu Chenshur lowered his head and realized that he was still holding her wrist, so he quickly let go. We are always misunderstood when we are together. If we continue to argue, we will never be able to clear ourselves even if we jump into the Yellow River. But then again, her wrist was so thin that Gu Chenshur felt like he could break it with just a little force. Xiaoyu pleaded in a low voice, please don't tell Auntie about the price of the sweater, okay? I beg you. Gu Chenshur said helplessly, but that sweater is too expensive. How much can you earn in a month by drawing illustrations? Money should be spent wisely. You can't be so lavish as you are. Do you understand that a small gift is more valuable than a token of sentiment? Even if you buy my mother a cheap item worth a few $dozen, she will be very happy. Xiao Yu muttered quietly, "It's not much money actually." Although the voice was small, Gu Chencher still heard it. Gu Chencher was speechless. A sweater that costs nearly 2,000 yuan is not expensive? How much is expensive? How come she has no idea about money? Gu Chencher was speechless, and suddenly remembered a guess he had made about Xiao Yu. The poor daughter. Ah, he understood. Maybe I guessed it right. Xiao Yu was a rich lady who was used to spending money like water, so a sweater worth less than 2,000 yuan was nothing to her. Gu Chencher looked at Xiao Yu seriously. "Hey, tell me the truth. What other lies have you told us?" Xiao Yu was hesitant and it was obvious that he had something to hide. Gu Chencher was so angry that he snorted and looked down on her. Xiao Yu lowered his head and said nothing. Gu Chencher looked at her without saying a word. Don't blame him for being aggressive. He had always felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Yu. But his mother liked her so much, and she seemed very well behaved, so he thought maybe he was overthinking it. However, I only now discovered that Xiao Yu has too many secrets. Everyone has secrets. Gu Chencher doesn't have any special hobbies and doesn't like to explore other people as secrets. But Xiao Yu was so close to their family that he had even become part of their lives. They often eat at the same table and even go out together. Isn't this the best proof? Gu Chencher was finally reborn, and just wanted to live a good life with his parents and didn't want to care about so many troubles. He didn't want any unnecessary complications to make himself unhappy again in this life. Yes, I lied to you. Xiao Yu seemed to have made up his mind. She smiled, but her eyes were somewhat desolate, and she was confused about the future. Seeing her like this made Gu Chencher feel a little bit uncomfortable, just like when he faced her psychological shadow that day. But he has no regrets and no plans to stop. He looked at Xiao Yu, waiting for her to continue. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. "I am the mistress's child." Gu Chencher was suddenly stunned. At this time, he wanted to stop, but Xiao Yu couldn't stop. "My mother is a vixen who was kept by a rich man. Because the rich man didn't want to divorce his wife to marry my mother developed mental problems. My mother died when I was 12. I was sent to the countryside by a rich man to live with an old lady. The old lady kept telling me that she was my mother's mother, that is, my grandmother." Gu Chencher looked at her quietly, with an emotion called regret quietly spreading in his heart. "Okay, stop talking," Gu Chencher said. However, Xiao Yu laughed mockingly and continued, "Later, I found out that the old lady I called grandma for 6 years was actually the mother of that rich man. Biologically speaking, she is my grandmother. Then I ran away and came to your city alone." Gu Chencher said, "Okay." Xiao Yu raised his head. "Gu Chencher, what I am saying now is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. The rich man is called Young." Gu Chencher interrupted her. "I believe you. Because she hated the man who made her mother unhappy, she didn't want to have anything to do with her biological father. When she unexpectedly discovered that the grandmother who had raised her for many years had become a great-grandmother, she could not bear the blow, so she left her hometown and just wanted to sever ties with her unbearable original family." Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chencher and said seriously, "Gu Chencher, I bought clothes for my aunt with my own money. I can earn 7,000 or 8,000 a month. I not only draw illustrations, but also spend an hour or two before going to bed to write online novels, which is another source of income. I feed the whole family, so it's really nothing to buy a sweater worth more than 1,000 yuan for my aunt." This made Gu Chencher think of himself. At the same age, he has never earned a penny and is still living off his parents. How shameful. Gu Chencher said, "What novel did you write? Would you mind telling me the name so I can read it?" Xiao Yu said embarrassedly, "I just started writing, so there is no progress yet. I will show it to you when more people read it." You must not laugh at my poor writing skills then. Chapter 35. He is not a scumbag. I'm sorry. Gu Chencher apologized to Xiao Yu solemnly. Although I feel like I'm nothing, it's better to figure it out than to be confused. Xiao Yu's situation is a problem left over from his parents' generation. A rich daughter, if she hadn't been adopted by a wealthy family, even if she had lived a life of luxury since childhood, she would not be considered a rich daughter. At most, he is a canary kept in a luxurious cage. According to Xiao Yu's description just now, she lived with her mother when she was young, and after her mother passed away, she was sent to her hometown in the countryside by her wealthy father. This proves that the rich man did not take her home. Gu Chencher had only seen the grievances of wealthy families in movies and TV dramas before, and this was the first time he had encountered it in real life. You won't tell your aunt about the price of the sweater again, right? Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chencher hesitantly. Gu Chencher nodded, okay, but you have to promise me that you won't do this again in the future. Yeah. Xiao Yu felt relieved. Then he thought of something and said hesitantly, my life experience. Gu Chencher understood, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else, including my parents. He is a grown man and has no heart for gossip. Xiao Yu smiled, thank you. Let's go, I haven't bought my mother's clothes yet. The two of them talked and felt very relaxed, walking towards the store side by side. Gu Chencher said, but after I buy clothes for my parents, the price, don't let me know. Xiao Yu nodded and said, don't worry, it's no problem. After all, you are a master of lying, right? Gu Chencher said half jokingly and half teasingly. They themselves didn't realize that the distance between them had suddenly shortened. Xiao Yu was extremely embarrassed and begged for mercy, I will never lie again. Gu Chencher was very satisfied, okay, then I will just pretend that I have a bad memory and forget that you lied. Beauty, come in and see if there is anything you like. The clerk enthusiastically invited the customer. Jiang Xinyue ignored the clerk's enthusiasm and was extremely depressed. I really want to blow my head off. She must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, otherwise why would she bring her cousin to this mall? Now, not only did my cousin's mood not improve, but... Jiang Xinyue looked at Lin Ranran with concern. Although she had stopped crying, she was obviously not in a good state. Ranran, are you hungry? I will take you to eat something delicious. Lin Ranran was in a daze, as if she didn't hear it at all. Jiang Xinyue sighed. I glanced casually and saw a man and a woman walking towards me, and I was immediately overwhelmed. If she was not mistaken, these two people were the ones who had just made her cousin cry. Didn't they leave? Why did they come back? Did they think they hadn't hurt her cousin enough? Jiang Xinyue hurriedly pulled Lin Ranran back. Fortunately, Lin Ranran was like a walking corpse, immersed in his own sadness, unable to extricate himself, and let her manipulate him, so he didn't notice anything wrong. Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu discovered them both at the same time. When Xiao Yu turned his head to look at Gu Chen, he found that he had a blank expression and did not seem to be affected at all. While Jiang Xinyue was leading Lin Ranran back, she turned around and glared at Gu Chencher fiercely. Her expression clearly said, scumbag. Don't let me see you in the future, or I will never let you go. Gu Chencher. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together. Lin Ranran is abnormal, are the people around her also abnormal? He wondered with some frustration why his eyes were always filled with Lin Ranran before. Maybe I liked her then and unconsciously tolerated everything about her. Now I don't like her anymore, and in my eyes, she is useless. Sister, what should I do? In the elegantly decorated coffee shop, Lin Ranran looked at her beautiful but haggard face reflected in the glass window, like a defeated rooster. I'm so scared. He's going to be snatched away by another girl. What should I do? Lin Ranran muttered to herself in a panic, tears about to flow out again. Jiang Xinyue hurriedly took out a tissue and wiped her tears. Don't cry, don't cry. You can't stop a man from leaving. For a scumbag like him, just let him go if he wants to leave. We don't care about him. No. Lin Ranran said painfully, I can't live without him. Sister, please help me. Tell me how can I make him forgive me and come back to me? Jiang Xinyue looked at the frightened Lin Ranran in silence. To be honest, she had never seen a little cousin like this before. Ranran, he is your boyfriend? Why have I never heard you say you have a boyfriend before? Lin Ranran shook her head, no. But he liked me before, I know. Sister, it seems that what I said was true. He used to be very gentle and kind to me. Although it was cruel, Jiang Xinyue still had to say, Ranran, he likes another girl now. You just saw it. He just made that girl cry, and now he makes you cry again. What does it mean? It means that he is a scumbag. No matter how handsome a scumbag looks, he is still a scumbag at heart. They just like to be fickle and flirtatious, they just like to see innocent little girls crying. Not only do they not feel ashamed, but they feel complacent. The scumbag should be cut into pieces. Ranran, come and wipe your tears, stop crying, we must learn to be smarter and never shed tears for a scumbag, it's not worth it. Lin Ran shook her head, Gu Chencher is not a scumbag. Jiang Xinyue. Could it be that this girl didn't listen to anything she just said? Now she is still defending the scumbag. Jiang Xinyue began to worry. Well, usually I see this little cousin as a smart kid with high standards. She usually treats those suitors as nothing, but suddenly. If she were to say, she was too young and had met too few boys, so she mistook the scumbag for her treasure. She cried so hard, and her feelings were really deep. Okay then, since you said he's not a scumbag, let's just assume he's not a scumbag. Jiang Xinyue took a deep breath and tried hard to control her temper. My cousin is already sad enough. If I scold her again, how will I explain to her parents if something happens to her? Then tell me, what kind of boy is he usually like? And what happened between you two? 10 minutes later, Jiang Xinyue's temples were throbbing as she watched her cousin sobbing. It's a typical act. If it weren't for the fact that she was her cousin, Jiang Xinyue really wanted to scold her. It's too much, it's really too much. No matter how much you dislike a gift from someone, as long as the other person gives it sincerely, you can't throw it away like garbage. Anyway, for Jiang Xinyue, if someone threw away the gift she gave, she would definitely point at that person's nose and scold him, and then break off the friendship with that person and never have anything to do with him again. Alas, my little cousin is so spoiled that she could do such a stupid thing. Chapter 36, the lie was immediately exposed. Gu Chencher felt guilty when he thought about it. The most expensive piece of clothing my mother owns is actually the sweater that Xiaoyu gave her. In addition, the most expensive piece of clothing she has ever bought was an old down jacket at a 50% discount, which cost her more than 600 yuan, but she still felt very distressed about it. When my dad goes on a business trip, he has to dress decently, otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to spend too much money on clothes. His parents' minds are full of him. Not only did she work hard to raise him, she also saved money to buy him a wedding house and to marry him off. The more Gu Chencher thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He is already 18 years old this year, what has he brought to his parents? Especially in the previous life. He wants to make up for the regrets of his previous life in this life. Under Xiaoyu's advice, Gu Chencher bought a down jacket for Jinglan and Gu Chang respectively, spending a total of more than 4,800 yuan, almost emptying his small treasury, but he did not regret it at all. Mom and Dad, these are the clothes I bought for you. See if you like them. Gu Chencher handed over the clothes he had just bought as if he were presenting a treasure. Where did you get the money? Jing Lanqi asked. Gu Chencher said, New Year's money, you have thought about it before, I have saved several thousand. Jinglan said, who asked you, a bad boy, to buy clothes for us on your own initiative? You can buy them for your dad, but I have clothes to wear. But their eyes were red and they could not hide the pride in their eyes their son had grown up. Mom, try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can go back and change it now since we're not far away. It will be troublesome if it doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, Jinglan will naturally go to the store in person to try it on and exchange it. Then the issue of price will not be concealed anymore, right? However, Gu Chencher believed in Xiaoyu's vision and said this just for show. He believed that it would suit Jinglan very well. Jinglan raised her hands to look at the style of the clothes and asked, how much did you buy this dress for? Gu Chencher said, it didn't cost much. Yours cost more than 700 yuan, and my dad's cost more than 800 yuan. The total is a little over 1,600 yuan. Look how thick the duck down is. It's very affordable. Gu Chencher couldn't say too little, otherwise it would seem fake and easily exposed. More than 700? So cheap? Jinglan hesitated and didn't believe it. Mom, why would I lie to you? Try it on quickly. Gu Chencher urged, if it fits you well, don't take it off. Wear your new clothes home. Dad, try it on too. Gu Chun coughed lightly, I'll talk about that later. Just when Gu Chencher heard the hidden meaning in his father's words and was wondering what it meant, Jinglan suddenly became furious and raised her hand to slap Gu Chencher on the forehead. You little brat, what did your dad and I teach you? You have to be honest. Over 700? Over 800? Okay, tell me which store you bought it from. Take your dad and me to have a look now. Xiaoyu stood aside with his neck shrunk and said nothing. Oh no, Auntie saw through Gu Chencher's lie so quickly. Gu Chencher covered the back of his head and looked at Xiaoyu with great depression. Damn it! Her lies have not been exposed by her mother yet, but she was immediately found out the first time she lied. What is this? Seeing Gu Chencher looking at her, Xiaoyu immediately turned her face away as if it had nothing to do with her, as if she would be exposed if she maintained eye contact with Gu Chencher for one more second. As soon as he saw the look on her face that showed she wanted to cut off all ties with him, Gu Chencher knew that he didn't expect her to share his hardships anymore, and he looked at Ms. Jinglan with grievance. It was also his bad luck that Ginglan and Gu Cheng had also been shopping in the store where he bought the down jacket before he met up with them. Coincidentally, the one Jinglan liked was the one that Gu Chencher bought for her. Gu Cheng wanted to buy one for Jinglan, but after seeing the price, Jinglan refused it and pulled him out. So when Jinglan saw this familiar down jacket, she subconsciously asked the price. After Gu Chencher made up something about more than 700, Jinglan naturally knew that he was lying. Mom, you see other mothers are all dressed beautifully, but you always wear the same old clothes. I don't dislike you, I just want you to dress beautifully like other parents. I lied on purpose because I was afraid you wouldn't want it. Oh, by the way, I asked Xiaoyu to keep it a secret from you. This matter has nothing to do with her. Xiaoyu and Gu Chencher bought clothes together. If Gu Chencher lied, then she would be considered to have known the truth but failed to report it. Gu Chencher took all the responsibilities on himself, which touched Xiaoyu very much. Jinglan rolled her eyes at him. Of course I know. Xiaoyu is such a good child, she wouldn't be like you. You little brat, don't ask her to do this kind of thing in the future, lest you teach her bad things. Gu Chencher almost vomited blood. Is she good? Did I teach her bad things? Mom, your judgment of people is really poor. After Jinglan scolded Gu Chencher for spending money indiscriminately, she finally tried on the clothes reluctantly. Well, they fit her perfectly. Gu Cheng also tried it on and found it fit him well. I have to say that Xiaoyu has a very good vision. Ginglan took out a red woolen hat from a shopping bag. It was fluffy with a thick layer of white fur inside and there was a ball of wool on the top of the hat. She put the woolen hat on Xiaoyu's head with a smile, and said with great satisfaction, I told you, Xiaoyu will look very good in this hat, and it can also protect the ears. It turned out that she saw Xiaoyu had a big red scarf. When she put it on, she looked youthful and beautiful, with the cuteness that a girl of her age should have. When I saw this red hat, I immediately thought of buying it for her to match with the red scarf. Xiaoyu covered his ears with his hands and said with a smile, Thank you, Auntie. This hat is very warm. I like it very much. The cafe at this time. Sister, what do you think I should do? I think if this continues he will be snatched away by another girl. Lin Ranran completely regarded her cousin, who was 3 years older than her, as a life-saving straw and emotional expert, hoping that she could show her a clear way out. But after hearing the whole story, Zhang Xinyue felt powerless. She now finally realized that she had misunderstood. The guy is not a scumbag at all. After listening to her cousin Lin Ranran's description, she learned that the boy liked her very much and was one of her many suitors. But ever since his cousin threw the birthday present he gave her into the trash can, his attitude changed 180 degrees and he became indifferent to his cousin. Well, in Zhang Xinyue's opinion, this is completely human nature. If she witnessed with her own eyes that the birthday gift she gave was thrown into the trash can by the other party, and the boy was still deeply in love with her, then Zhang Xinyue would say that this boy has no backbone at all and it is better not to have him. Chapter 37, Feelings Can't Be Willful. All in all, Zhang Xinyue didn't know what to say when facing Lin Ranran with tears in her eyes. When boys treat you as a treasure, you treat them as grass. After he came to his senses and left, you thought of his goodness again and cried and shouted that your world couldn't be without him. What do you call this? If you were thrown into a soap opera, you would be the second female lead who was despised and asked for death. Well, Zhang Xinyue just wanted to sigh at this moment. But the child still looked at her eagerly, hoping that she would give him some advice. Please. Zhang Xinyue admitted that she had indeed had several relationships, but she was not a master of relationships. And from her perspective as a bystander, what Lin Ranran should have done most was to wipe away her tears, sincerely say sorry to the boy, then consciously withdraw from his world and stop disturbing his life. But obviously, the little cousin couldn't listen at all at this time. All in all, it's because I have too little experience and my ability to withstand setbacks is low. From Zhang Xinyue's perspective, of course, this is just Zhang Xinyue's own opinion, she thinks this little cousin is spoiled. To use an inappropriate analogy. That boy is like a toy of my cousin. My cousin finds it boring every time she sees it, but when other children want to play with it, she will cry and shout to snatch it back. Ranran, there are many outstanding boys in the world, how about? Jiang Xinyue asked tentatively. Lin Ranran shook her head sadly. No matter how many men there are in the world, they are not Gu Chenshi. Jiang Xinyue. But you can't force feelings. You've hurt his heart, and there's nothing you can do about it if he wants to leave. Lin Ranran looked at her pitifully. That's why I want you to think of a way for me, sister. You must have a way, right? You must help me. Jiang Xinyue. From a selfish point of view, even if Lin Ranran was indeed wrong in this matter, because of the blood ties, Jiang Xinyue would still stand by her side after she calmed down. But emotional matters are no different from other things. You said that if her cousin was bullied, she, as her cousin, could rush up and give the bully a good beating to vent her anger. But in this situation, she can't just rush up to the boy and tell him that he can't like other girls and can only like my cousin? She is not a bandit who would kidnap someone and take him to the mountains to be his concubine just because of a disagreement. Sister, please say something. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Sister, please help me. Lin Ranran shook Jiang Xinyue's arm. If this had happened in the past, Lin Ranran would never have dreamed that she would be able to do so much to win back a boy's heart. Jiang Xinyue nodded and said, how about you calm down first? He might still be angry now, why don't you wait until he's not so angry for a while? No. What if he is snatched away by another girl? Lin Ranran was terrified. Jiang Xinyue didn't want to talk anymore. She began to regret that she should not have agreed so readily when she received a call from her uncle yesterday asking her to comfort her little cousin. At that time, she thought that making her little cousin happy would be an easy task. She is the best at coaxing children. However, when she found out the whole story, she realized that all the problems were caused by her willful little cousin. But can emotional matters be resolved by being willful? The current situation is that she doesn't dare to say anything harsh, and her cousin won't listen to any light words. There is no solution to this problem. It was a rare happy occasion, so at noon, Gu Cheng took everyone out to a restaurant. The four of them sat down happily around a table for four, just like a family of four. But to be honest, the food in the restaurant is just so-so. Compared to that, Gu Chenshi still prefers the food his mother cooks. But it's nice to change the taste occasionally. Gu Cheng handed the menu to Xiaoyu and said to her with a smile, Xiaoyu, just order whatever you like. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, Uncle, you can order anything. I'm not picky about food. She is just a freeloader, it's not good to be picky. But her excuse was true, she was not very picky about food. Gu Chenshi took the menu without hesitation. I'll order. He looked at the menu and ordered randomly, all of which were Jinglan and Gu Cheng's favorites. After ordering the food, they chatted while waiting. At Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu's insistence, Jinglan didn't take off her new clothes after putting them on. Now she muttered again, I think I should change my clothes back to avoid dripping oil on them. Seeing that she actually started to zip up, Gu Chenshi was unhappy. Mom, you are not allowed to change. Xiaoyu said, Auntie, just wear it. Clothes are meant to be worn. Gu Cheng also advised, okay, the child is right. What's the point of buying clothes if you don't wear them? Don't take them off. Jinglan rolled her eyes at him unhappily. It's hot here, is it okay if I'm hot? Gu Cheng. It would have been fine if they hadn't mentioned it, because once they did, they realized that the air conditioning was set very high and it was a bit hot. So the three of them took off their thick cotton clothes one after another, and immediately felt a lot more comfortable. Jinglan looked at them and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone then realized that it was indeed funny and they all burst into laughter. The restaurant was doing good business, but it was dinner time and there were many people, so the food was served slowly. When Xiaoyu went to the bathroom, Jinglan sighed, what a good child. If he was in a normal family, he would still be a spoiled baby. Oh, it really makes me feel bad. Under normal circumstances, Gu Chenshi might have been half jealous. But since he knew Xiaoyu's life experience, Gu Chenshi suddenly admired her a little. No one can tell what is right or wrong among adults. But she is innocent. Mama's gone, and Dad, the cheap dad, should be gone too, right? If his guess was correct, the bad man who left her with psychological trauma should be her biological father. She said that the bad guy went to hell, doesn't that mean he was dead? Gu Chenshi was just daydreaming when Gu Cheng suddenly said, Chenshi, go take a look. Gu Chenshi looked up and found that Xiaoyu was stopped by someone. After Xiaoyu took off her bulky black down jacket, she revealed a slightly loose round neck beige sweater and a pair of light-colored jeans. Her smooth long hair was casually tied behind her head. Although she was not wearing any makeup, she was very pure and beautiful, which was particularly eye-catching. The person who stopped her was a young man in his 20s, who shamelessly asked her for her contact information. Xiaoyu had a cold face and seemed unwilling to pay attention to him. However, the aisle was a bit narrow, and the young people blocked the way. Xiaoyu wanted to come over, but there was no way to go. Gu Chencher walked over and patted the man on the shoulder. "Brother, please make way." Although the young man was unhappy about being disturbed when he was picking up girls, he also understood that it was wrong for him to block the road, so he obediently moved aside. Xiaoyu came over quickly. The young man watched Xiaoyu follow Gu Chencher and sit down at a table where two adults were waiting, and he could only give up in disappointment. Chapter 38 Secret Sharing. Jinglan looked back at the young man and snorted coldly. "A toad wants to eat swan flesh. My Xiaoyu is a fairy, not everyone can dream of her. Xiaoyu, you should be careful when you go out next time. You can tell at a glance that this guy is not a man who can live a normal life. Stay away from him next time you see him." Gu Chang was speechless and said, "Why are you saying this to a child? The child is still young." Jinglan retorted, "Xiaoyu is already 18 years old. Although she is too young to talk about marriage, there are some things that need to be understood in advance to avoid being at a disadvantage in the future. This is a matter of life and death, so we can't be careless about it." Gu Chang was defeated. Okay, you are right. Come, try this piece of braised pork." Jinglan angrily said, "What do you mean? Do you think I talk too much and want to shut me up?" Gu Chang. Okay, whatever he says is wrong, whatever he does is wrong, okay? Gu Chencher was gloating on the sidelines, but soon his joy turned to sorrow. "You little brat, what are you laughing at? I haven't settled the score with you for your lie just now." Jinglan aimed her fire at him. Gu Cheng quietly kicked Gu Chencher with his foot, and Gu Chencher obediently acted like a grandson. Jinglan looked at Xiaoyu with a friendly expression. "Xiaoyu, eat well. You are too thin. Eat more to get better." Xiaoyu said obediently. Jinglan said worriedly, "Xiaoyu, what Auntie just said to you is from the bottom of my heart. Do you think Auntie is being long-winded?" Xiaoyu shook his head. "No, I know you are doing this for my own good, Auntie. I remember everything you said." She feels very lucky. In a strange city, she met wonderful neighbors who made her feel the warmth of a complete family that she had never felt since childhood. Even if it doesn't belong to her, what does it matter? At least, she can pretend that she has had it in this life. After dinner, Gu Chencher did not go home, but went to the bookstore to buy some information. Xiaoyu, who always sticks to Jinglan, thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you." Gu Chencher looked at her in surprise. Jinglan smiled from ear to ear. "Go ahead, Chencher, take care of Xiaoyu. If you lose her, I won't forgive you." "I know, Mom. If I really lose her, I won't go back, right? You're just a bad mouth, you little brat." Jinglan changed the subject and asked with concern, "Chencher, do you have any money on you? If not, Mom will give it to you." Gu Chencher was so touched. "I still have some on me, no need." But when he caught a glimpse of a quiet figure out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly realized that he had been moved too early. "My mother suddenly cared about whether I had money or not. It was actually because of Xiaoyu. Mom, you are really my mom. If it's too late and you don't want to go home for dinner, you can just eat whatever you like outside before going home," Jinglan instructed. After waving goodbye at the hotel entrance, Gu Chencher called Xiaoyu and walked slowly along the green belt. This is the city center. The largest bookstore is not far away, about 10 minutes walk. The little warmth that he had accumulated in the warm hotel was blown away by the cold wind. Gu Chencher forgot to wear a scarf when he went out. He pulled the collar of his down jacket to the top and buried his chin in it. He finally felt better. Xiaoyu was wearing the red hat that Jinglan had just bought for him, and a red scarf around his neck. He covered his mouth with the scarf, and he looked warm. My mom is so partial. Gu Chencher thought, since he knew he was going to buy a hat for Xiaoyu, why didn't he buy one for him as well? Of course, Gu Chencher was just thinking casually and was not really jealous of Xiaoyu. Even if his mother really bought it for him, he wouldn't wear it because it would press his hair down on his scalp and damage his image as a beautiful boy. Xiaoyu pointed at his back. Gu Chencher was confused and subconsciously looked back, but his brain was limited in its range and he couldn't see anything. Is there something on my back? Can you please help me get rid of it? I can't see where it is. Xiaoyu smiled and stretched out his hand, and the next second, a hat appeared on Gu Chencher's head. Xiao Yu helped him put the hood of his down jacket on his head. She smiled slightly. Is it warmer now? Yes, indeed. Gu Chencher was puzzled. Hey, why didn't I think of that? I don't know when this person became confused. Both of them put their hands in their pockets and walked forward slowly. You don't have work today? Gu Chencher asked casually. Xiao Yu looked down at the ground. Yes, but not much. Do you have a stable monthly income? Gu Chencher was quite curious about this. In his opinion, Xiao Yu's current job is different from ordinary jobs in companies or factories. Whether you are working in a company or a factory, the biggest advantage in the eyes of outsiders is stability. However, Xiao Yu's way of taking orders and doing work through the internet seems a little unreliable. Xiao Yu said, it's not bad. Even if there isn't a lot of work, the minimum is 4,000 or 5,000 a month. It's enough to support myself. Gu Chencher couldn't help but do the math for her in his heart. This is not a big city, so the cost of living is relatively low. The monthly rent for Grandma Li's house is 2,000 yuan. If we follow the minimum income standard she mentioned, it would be about 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month. After deducting the rent, she would have 2,000 or 3,000 yuan left for living expenses. Even if she can feed the whole family, this money is not enough for her to live on her own. So naturally, Gu Chencher thought of the sweater she bought for her mother and her previous suggestion to give their family 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses. This made Gu Chencher realize that she might have always been in the state of moonlight. Gu Chencher said, it's not easy to make money, so spend it sparingly in the future. It's best to save some for emergencies. Yes, I understand. Xiao Yu was so well behaved that Gu Chencher suddenly felt like an older brother. What are your plans for the future? Gu Chencher asked again. What's interesting is that before today, they were in an awkward half-familiar state with nothing to say to each other, but now they are suddenly like friends who have known each other for a long time, and they can naturally ask each other whatever is on their minds, and they don't feel that there is anything wrong with each other. Seriously speaking, Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu are now secret sharers. Xiao Yu's big black and white eyes showed a bit of confusion. I don't know, let's take it one step at a time. One thing she was sure of was that she would not move away from her current place easily. She couldn't even imagine what she would become if she left her aunt's family. I will probably return to my old state of lifelessness and hopelessness for the future. What about you? Which university are you going to apply to in the future? Xiao Yu was rarely curious about Gu Chencher's private affairs. Me? Gu Chencher smiled and said, I don't know either. I just want to try my best. As for the result, I'll just leave it to fate. Xiao Yu tilted her head to look at him, and seeing his handsome profile, she suddenly said, Gu Chencher, I'm really jealous of you, you know? Chapter 39 She Deserves Happiness. Gu Chencher looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. I'm really jealous of you. Sometimes I'm almost crazy with jealousy. Xiao Yu repeated with a serious look. Gu Chencher was stunned. Are you jealous of me? What should I be jealous of? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly understood. She must be jealous that he has a healthy and warm family. Auntie is a good mother, and uncle is a good father. They both care about you very much. Xiao Yu paused here and sighed softly. She was sighing for herself. After learning about her unique family background and listening to what she said now, Gu Chencher fell silent. Seeing that he was silent, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Hey, what are you staring at? Are you afraid that I will snatch your parents away? After all, uncle and aunt seem to like me very much. Gu Chencher looked at her smiling face absent-mindedly. She looks really beautiful when she smiles, which is the youthful innocence that people of their age should have. It's a pity that she doesn't usually like to smile. For no reason, Gu Chencher thought of the first few days when he met her. Every time he saw her, she exuded a lifeless aura, and the whole person looked particularly gloomy and intimidating. The reason for her unique temperament is naturally related to her original family. It was hard for Gu Chencher to imagine what she had experienced since she was a child. She must have had a hard time. Gu Chencher smiled and said, You don't need to fight for it. My parents have already given you some of their love and care. Xiao Yu stopped laughing and replaced it with a nervous look. Will you blame me? If I weren't there, all the love from uncle and aunt would be yours. Gu Chencher burst out laughing. Why should I blame you? They won't love me less because of you. To me, my parents are like the sun. It shines on everyone without favoring anyone. Besides, even if you rob me, you can't beat me. After all, I am their biological son. Speaking of the latter part, Gu Chencher rarely became arrogant. Xiao Yu sighed, I thought you would hate me. Gu Chencher said, no, you don't have to worry. Gu Chencher, thank you. Xiao Yu was very serious. Gu Chencher found it funny. It seems like she has said thank you to me a lot since we met. There is no need, there is really no need. Xiao Yu, when you find someone who loves you and build a new family of your own, you will also have a happy family like mine. Gu Chencher didn't expect that he could be so corny when he was being corny. But it doesn't seem to matter when he really says it, as these are words that come from his heart. Xiao Yu shook his head silently and said hesitantly, I think I'd better forget it. Gu Chencher was stunned and asked, what do you mean? I think it's good for me to live alone. There was something sad in Xiao Yu's smile. Gu Chencher didn't say anything. The influence that a person's original family has on him is far beyond the imagination of outsiders. Since she herself has never felt happiness, she probably doesn't dare to have any expectations for the future. For some reason, Gu Chencher, who didn't like to pay too much attention to other people's affairs, suddenly felt sorry for her. After these days of contact, he felt that Xiao Yu was a good girl. Then she should have her own happiness. She deserves it. The atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. Gu Chencher took the initiative to change the subject. Why do you suddenly want to go to the bookstore and buy books? I don't really want to go. Since he promised himself that he would never lie to them again, Xiao Yu has become much more honest. I know that my uncle is often on business trips, and my aunt and uncle don't have many opportunities to be alone together. If I go back with them, I will definitely be a light bulb. This answer caught Gu Chencher off guard. What a thoughtful and considerate girl. So if she can't have happiness, then this world is really hopeless. The two chatted casually and unknowingly arrived at the bookstore. There are a lot of people in the bookstore, including parents buying materials for their children, and students who come here with their books to find a place to do their homework. Gu Chencher was looking for the information he wanted in front of the bookshelf, while Xiao Yu was browsing through the rows of bookshelves to see if there were any books that interested him. Gu Chencher had a target and found it quickly. He looked around, pointed to an empty seat and said, I'll wait for you over there. It's a rare opportunity to come out, so it's okay to stay here for a while before going back. Xiao Yu nodded. Gu Chencher walked towards the empty seat and was about to sit down when someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Old Gu. Someone's excited voice sounded from behind. The corners of Gu Chencher's mouth twitched, then rose slightly. Zhou Xiangyu put his arm around Gu Chencher's shoulders like a good brother. Hey, before I came here, I was wondering if I would meet you here. I didn't expect to meet you in the end. It's fate. Gu Chencher said, this city is so small, it's not surprising to encounter such a thing. Zhou Xiangyu said, Old Gu, you really don't understand romance. Gu Chencher said, please, even if I want to be romantic, I won't be romantic with you. Zhou Xiangyu thought for a moment and said, that's true. While the two were talking, a figure flashed before Gu Chencher's eyes. It was over. The position he had his eyes on was gone. Gu Chencher rubbed his back teeth and said, Zhou Xiangyu, return my position. Zhou Xiangyu said, what's the importance of location? Come on, Lao Gu, turn your head over here. There is a beautiful lady over here. She is so pretty. Gu Chencher discovered a particularly interesting phenomenon. Zhou Xiangyu is a guy who likes to look at beautiful women and talk about them, but he never takes any practical action towards them. Because compared to beautiful women, his favorite is actually games. Gu Chencher was too lazy to look back. Oh, then you should take a closer look, so that you won't have any regrets in your life. Zhou Xiangyu lowered his voice and said, Old Gu, a beautiful woman is walking towards us. Is she interested in me and wants my contact information? No. I can't tell her my contact information, otherwise she will pester me every day to talk about love. How can I play games? Gu Chencher. Brother Zhou, if you continue like this, you will be alone for the rest of your life. And is there a possibility that you are just being too sentimental? Zhou Xiangyu was too conflicted and too excited, and his paws unconsciously grabbed Gu Chencher's arm, causing him a little pain. He pushed Zhou Xiangyu aside in annoyance, then turned around inadvertently and saw Xiao Yu standing not far away, at a loss. Well. The beautiful woman Zhou Xiangyu mentioned was interested in him and wanted his contact information, so she must be Xiao Yu. As expected, he knew that this guy was just being self-indulgent. Gu Chencher smiled and waved at Xiao Yu. Zhou Xiangyu? Xiao Yu slowly approached them and looked at Zhou Xiangyu uncomfortably. Zhou Xiangyu almost blurted out fuck. Chapter 40 Zhou Xiangyu, brother, I want to delay your romance. Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chencher with doubt in his heart, then looked at the beauty. What is going on? Old Gu actually knows this beautiful girl. What is their relationship and when did it start? Why has that bastard Lao Gu never said this before? It's a pity that in the past, whenever I saw a beautiful woman, I couldn't wait to call in to appreciate her together. I'm so unbrotherly. Having been good brothers for so many years, how could Gu Chencher not know what he was thinking? Xiaoyu, he is my friend and classmate, Zhou Xiangyu. Gu Chencher introduced them solemnly, then turned unhappily to Zhou Xiangyu, who looked as if struck by lightning. Zhou Xiangyu, this is my neighbor. Zhou Xiangyu slapped his head and said excitedly, I know. She is the beautiful girl standing outside the fence during our last physical education class, right? Gu Chencher. Is it too late to say I don't know you now? Gu Chencher looked at Xiaoyu apologetically, I'm sorry, my classmate is just like that, please don't mind it. Zhou Xiangyu didn't notice the disdain in Gu Chencher's words at all, and he stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Zhou Xiangyu, and I'm Gu Chencher's best friend. Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly but politely, and did not extend his hand to give him a friendly handshake. Gu Chencher slapped his dog paw that was hanging in the air and said, alright, put away your enthusiasm quickly and don't scare her. Zhou Xiangyu suddenly remembered something. Lao Gu, I suddenly remembered that I have other things to do. I don't want to chat with you anymore. Goodbye. Gu Chencher. Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Xiangyu's hurriedly leaving back, and said with a strange and somewhat envious look, you are such an interesting classmate. Yes, although he seems to be out of tune sometimes, he is the most reliable one at the critical moment. Gu Chencher thought of his past life, which was too painful to look back on. If your classmates are all this interesting, campus life must be interesting too. Maybe. What about you? There must be one or two interesting classmates among you, right? Gu Chencher didn't expect that such a seemingly simple question would stump Xiaoyu. She hesitated and said, I never went to school. Gu Chencher was shocked. What, you never went to school? Xiaoyu nodded, yes, I have never been to school for a single day. Gu Chencher found it hard to accept. What era was this? How could there still be people who had never been to school? No matter how embarrassing her background is, she should still have the proper education. Doesn't that mean she can't read? What is the difference between that and being blind? Oops, that's not right. If she really couldn't read, how could she possibly get orders to draw illustrations online? How can you get from one city to another strange city? How to find an agent to rent a house? In today's society, it is no exaggeration to say that it is difficult to get anywhere without knowing how to read and write. What's more, she just told him today that she is currently writing a novel. How can one write a novel if he cannot read? Xiaoyu seemed to see through his confusion and explained, my mother has mental problems. She doesn't allow me to go out casually, so I didn't go to school, but that man. She paused here. From this we can see that she is particularly resistant to the man who ruined her mother's life. He hired more than a dozen tutors for me. I should have learned everything you would normally learn, but I just didn't go to school like other children. So that's how it is. Gu Chencher felt a little better. But it's too bad. Before I knew it, I seemed to know more and more of her secrets. She knows more than my mom does. Well, strictly speaking, my mom knows nothing about her true background. The more he got to know her, the more Gu Chencher felt sorry for her. Her mother doesn't allow her to go out, which results in her not having normal social interactions, and this is what causes her social anxiety. But then again, the reason why her mother didn't let her go out was probably a form of alternative protection for her. The phone in my pocket vibrated a few times. Zhou Xiangyu, Lao Gu, are you being nice enough? Zhou Xiangyu, in order not to delay your conversation with the beautiful lady, I sacrificed myself. Zhou Xiangyu, come on, brother, she is no worse than School Beauty Lin. Zhou Xiangyu, School Beauty Lin must be dumbfounded now. Even without her, you can still find someone better. Gu Chencher. He stared at his phone and couldn't help but smile. Even though this guy can be annoying and nagging sometimes, it doesn't stop him from being his best friend. This guy left in a hurry not because he had something to do, but because he didn't want to be a third wheel here. Although his motives made Gu Chencher laugh and cry, they also brought Gu Chencher precious warmth and touching moments in the cold winter. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu stayed in the bookstore for a while, then paid and left. There was a milk tea shop downstairs. Gu Chencher said, wait for me. I'll buy you a cup of milk tea. What flavor do you like? Xiaoyu shook his head. Don't buy it, I don't drink it, thank you. Gu Chencher thought she was being polite. It's just a cup of milk tea, you don't have to be polite to me. It's so cold, drinking a cup of hot milk tea can keep you warm. Xiaoyu said, I'm not being polite to you, I really don't drink milk tea, I don't like things that are too sweet. Few girls can resist the temptation of milk tea. Among the girls that Gu Chencher knew, almost none of them didn't like drinking milk tea, including Lin Ranran. Gu Chencher couldn't help but wonder, Xiaoyu doesn't like things that are too sweet, is it related to her unsweet life? So what do you like to eat? Let's not rush home yet, why don't we just go out and eat something later? Unconsciously, Gu Chencher tried his best to give her as much warmth as possible. Now he can finally empathize with what his mother likes to say, this child has it so hard. She really has a hard time. Of course, there are many unfortunate people in this world, but since God has sent her to him, he wants to treat her well within his ability. Xiaoyu nodded, okay, you choose the place. I'm not picky about food. I can eat anything. Gu Chencher smiled, okay, I'll treat you. You treated me this time, so I must treat you next time, Xiaoyu said seriously. Gu Chencher said, why are you being so clear with me? Xiaoyu half-jokingly said, brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Besides, you are a student now, and you spend your parents' money. But it's different for me. I can earn my own money, so I can't take advantage of you. It's unfair to you. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Gu Chencher was speechless. This damn sense of superiority really suffocated him. Ms. Jinglan called, Chencher, just have some fun outside today and relax. Take Xiaoyu with you and show her all the places you young people like to go. How could Gu Chencher not know that his mother's consideration for him at this moment was all because of Xiaoyu? But Gu Chencher was not jealous at all. Chapter 41 Lin Ranran's cousin. In fact, Gu Chencher had no idea about the places that Jinglan mentioned young people liked, because he was a otaku and didn't like to run around. Fortunately, Xiaoyu has a relatively quiet personality, so they just walked around and looked around, which was pretty good. Gu Chencher. As they walked, Xiaoyu suddenly called Gu Chencher's name in a low voice. There's someone behind us who's been watching us. Can you see if it's someone you know? Gu Chencher turned around and found the person who had been watching them as Xiaoyu mentioned, in front of a huge puppet outside a store. She was a beautiful curly-haired lady with fashionable clothes and a queen-like look. Gu Chencher was sure that he didn't know her, but she seemed familiar to him. Seeing him looking over, the curly-haired beauty came over and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Gu Chencher. The curly-haired beauty actually called out his name accurately. Gu Chencher frowned and thought for a moment, then remembered who she was. She was the female companion who was with Lin Ranran. Then he remembered the warning look she gave him when she took Lin Ranran away, and he immediately became alert. What's wrong? The curly-haired beauty, Jiang Xinyue, smiled and said, it's just a little thing. I'll take up a bit of your time. Is that convenient? Gu Chencher refused straightforwardly, sorry, it's not convenient. Jiang Xinyue. If I had known this I wouldn't have asked this question. But having said that, this little guy looks quite interesting. I'm Lin Ranran's cousin, my name is Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue introduced herself, can I just take up a little of your time? I want to talk to you about my cousin Lin Ranran. As he said this, he looked at Xiaoyu with a smile, and his eyes seemed to be saying to Xiaoyu, you shouldn't mind, right? Xiaoyu was puzzled, but of course she didn't mind. Let us talk about Lin Ranran? Gu Chencher was completely speechless. A solemn warning to all gay men, being a bootlicker is risky, so be careful when doing it. Didn't he just not want to continue licking? Why was it not enough for Lin Ranran to come alone to bother him, but she also pulled her cousin over to scold him for not licking to the end? Sorry, there's nothing to talk about. Gu Chencher still refused. Jiang Xinyue thought to herself, this guy is not easy to talk to. From this we can see how deeply this girl Ranran hurt others. But who can blame her for being my cousin? Even if I don't do it for her sake, I have to do it for my uncle and aunt's sake and take care of this matter. Ranran told me everything about you too. No matter what, she was wrong for throwing away the birthday present you gave her. Gu Chencher raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, Lin Ranran not only admitted her mistake in front of him, but also admitted that what she did was wrong in front of her cousin? Is he really worthy of her redemption? He was really flattered. However, he found it annoying. Xiaoyu consciously walked away and didn't listen to their conversation. Jiang Xinyue thought to herself, this little girl seems quite considerate. No wonder Gu Chenshi chose her instead of her willful cousin. She is very pretty. Are you together? Jiang Xinyue asked curiously. If they really get together, then there will be no chance for my cousin. The girl is not worse looking than her, has a gentler personality than her, and is better at caring for boys' emotions than her. If it were Jiang Xinyue, she would also choose this girl instead of her cousin. Although it may sound a bit cruel to say this, in real life when people choose their other half, they will definitely choose the one who makes them feel physically and mentally happy. After all, people with masochistic tendencies are still a minority. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Xinyue discovered that her cousin had no advantage at all in this battle to defend love. The only advantage may be the identity of being classmates. Please don't ask about my private affairs. Also, if you have nothing else to do, I'm leaving. Gu Chenshi said coldly. Jiang Xinyue thought, Ran, my dear cousin, I am being rejected by someone so coldly right now, but it is all for you. Wait, my cousin knows she's wrong. Gu Chenshi interrupted her, well, she has already told me she is sorry, and I have accepted it. Is there anything else? Jiang Xinyue. Now that things have been said to this point, what else does she have to say? If I continue talking, it would seem like I am pestering you. The most taboo thing in a relationship is to be persistent. Gu Chenshi called Xiaoyu, let's go. Jiang Xinyue watched them walk away from her sight as if no one was around. She suddenly understood why her cousin couldn't let go of Gu Chenshi. This little guy looks pretty tasty. Cool. Unfortunately, it was my cousin who liked him, and he was a little young, so I couldn't do it myself, otherwise it would be too cruel. Xiaoyu was very sensible and she didn't ask any further questions about what had just happened. Gu Chenshi felt unexpectedly comfortable being with her. But even so, he didn't think of anything else. There are some things he shouldn't think about at his age. His only thought now is to work hard and provide a good life for his parents in the future. Until their figures completely disappeared from her sight, Jiang Xinyue sighed softly and took out her cell phone. Hello, Aunt, okay, I'll come find you right away. What could it be about meeting my aunt? Of course it was about Lin Ran. Jiang Xinyue had originally made arrangements to devote the entire day to Lin Ran, but after meeting Gu Chenshi, things got out of her control. When Lin Ran saw him walking with another girl, she lost control of her emotions. No matter how Jiang Xinyue tried to persuade her, she was too sad to extricate herself. Jiang Xinyue had no choice but to send her home first. She quietly told her aunt that she could do nothing to help. My aunt was naturally anxious and angry, but home was not a good place to talk. If Lin Ran heard it, it might add fuel to the fire. So, ask her out for a meeting. My aunt needs to find out what is going on. As soon as they saw it, Jiang Xinyue's aunt, Lin Ran's mother Du Yan, asked, is it because of her male classmate, Gu Chenshi? Jiang Xinyue was shocked. It turned out that her aunt already knew about it? She thought she was the first person to know about Lin's emotional problems. As soon as Du Yan saw her expression, she knew that this matter must be related to Gu Chenshi. Although she had guessed before that her daughter's recent bad mood was related to Gu Chenshi. Although she felt it was almost certain, it was still a guess after all. Now she confirmed that it was related to Gu Chenshi. Du Yan was so impulsive that she wanted to rush to find Gu Chenshi without saying a word. However, she quickly thought of the embarrassing result when she first went to see Gu Chen, and calmed herself down, and said to Jiang Xinyue, yeah, tell me everything you know. Chapter 42 Find someone to replace you. Jiang Xinyue had to tell her aunt about it, but before she spoke, she repeatedly reminded her, Aunt, I think you'd better not interfere in Ran's love life. Also, Ran asked me to keep it a secret for her, so... Du Yan understood and said, yeah, don't worry, I know my limits and I won't betray you. Jiang Xinyue felt relieved. She told him everything she knew. When talking about Gu Chen who had pursued Lin Ran, Du Yan frowned slightly, looking a little displeased. But when she heard that Lin Ran actually threw away the birthday present given by others as garbage, Lin's mother was shocked and blurted out, this is impossible, Ran is not such a child. Jiang Xinyue said awkwardly, Aunt, this is what Ran told me personally, I didn't exaggerate. Du Yan was silent. She thought of the day when Lin Ran hid in the room and cried secretly, and then asked her with tears on her face how to win back the heart of an angry friend. So you're referring to this? If that was the case, then everything had an answer, although this answer was a little unacceptable to her. Originally the boy treated his daughter like a princess, but the daughter did not know how to cherish her and threw away the birthday present given by the boy. By chance, the boy saw it. The boy was disappointed and distanced himself from her, but her precious daughter suddenly felt that he was very important and wanted to win him back? This. Du Yen didn't know what to say. She would rather the two children secretly dated each other, and then had a big fight over some minor conflicts. In this way, if she wanted to intervene, she would have a legitimate reason. But now, no matter how you look at it, her daughter is the one who is in the wrong. In fact, in the boy's view, this matter has passed, so he chose to withdraw and leave. Even if it was Du Yen, we cannot say that his choice was wrong. The one who caused this situation now was her precious daughter, who realized belatedly how good the other person was and was unwilling to let go. Du Yen was depressed. Jiang Xinyue hesitated. Du Yen said, "Just say whatever you want to say." Jiang Xinyue said, "Aunt, in fact, whether this matter can be resolved depends mainly on Ranran. As long as Ranran lets it go, the matter itself will be resolved." Du Yen admitted that Jiang Xinyue was right. This farce was clearly the daughter's one-sided and unreasonable behavior. Even if she wanted to protect her child, the facts were there for her to ignore. Although Ranran was at fault in this matter, he was not at fault at all? But Du Yen felt very distressed because her precious daughter was absent-minded every day, and she couldn't help but find fault with her. If he didn't treat Ranran well, how could Ranran still miss him? Jiang Xinyue was shocked. My aunt is a well-educated and well-mannered woman after all, how could she say such things? When a boy pursues a girl, he naturally has to be nice to her. Is there anything wrong with that? It's obviously my cousin who's at fault. Du Yen also realized that what she had just said was very inappropriate and damaged the good image she usually established in front of the younger generation. She sighed and said, Yeah, what my aunt said just now was just angry words, don't take it to heart. It was indeed Ranran's fault for throwing away someone's birthday present. It's all your uncle and I's fault for spoiling her. Jiang Xinyue said, Aunt, what are you going to do about Ranran's matter? Du Yen said unhappily, what should we do? Just chill. Yeah, don't worry about Ranran's affairs. Of course, you should also learn from this and grab the boy you like when you meet him. Don't leave any regrets behind. Jiang Xinyue said, Oh. That Gu Chenshur honestly, I think he is pretty good, but it looks like he is destined not to be with Ranran. After this incident, I believe Ranran will also mature. Du Yen was tired. The handsome yet cold image of Gu Chenshur appeared in front of Jiang Xinyue's eyes. She sighed and regretted. If she had known in the past that her cousin had such an outstanding suitor, she would have advised her cousin to think twice. Now that the regret has been made, what can we do? In another half a year, cousin Ranran will go abroad to study. Then let time slowly dilute the regret and remorse of loss. Uncle and aunt, we are back. Xiaoyu greeted Jinglan and his wife obediently. Jinglan smiled and said, How was your fun today? Xiaoyu said, Very good, auntie, I still have some work to do, I'll go back first. As soon as Xiaoyu left, Jinglan immediately grabbed Gu Chenshur who was about to go into the room, stinky boy. Gu Chenshur guessed what she was going to ask and interrupted her directly, Mom, don't worry, I took good care of her today, and I brought her back to you safely, do you have anything else to say? Jinglan laughed and hit him, You did a good job today, little brat. When you have nothing to do in the future, take her out more often. After a while, she will be able to relax and integrate into society, right? Gu Chenshur said, Mom, this heavy responsibility still has to be shouldered by you. I have so many things to do every day, how can I have the time to take her out for a walk? Jinglan said, What you said is true, but you are young people and you have common topics to talk about together. If you were to guide her, the effect would be much better. This reminded Gu Chenshur of the secret he had been guarding for Xiaoyu, and he felt an indescribable sense of superiority in front of his mother. Gu Chenshur finishes his homework very quickly, so even though he wasted the entire day, he was not panicked. When Gu Chenshur was sitting at the desk with his textbook open, he suddenly remembered that Xiaoyu was writing a novel. I wonder what kind of story a girl like her would make up. He was actually very curious. In the room decorated in princess style, Lin Ranran sat cross-legged on the floor, staring blankly at a photo on her phone. The boys and girls in the photos all exude youthful smiles. Standing at the end and smiling at the camera is Gu Chenshur. This was taken by the class teacher at the school sports meet. Lin Ranran's tears kept falling. How sad. She wanted to take a good look at him now, but she could only see him through the photos she had taken before. Gu Chenshur, do you really want to withdraw from my world? You really can't forgive me? What should I do then? What should I do? Do you know that I can't breathe when I think about the fact that you are no longer in my world? But, you who used to have eyes only for me, you won't care anymore, right? I don't know how long I cried. Lin Ranran finally stopped. She wiped away her tears calmly. No, I can't go on like this. Lin Ranran took a deep breath and made a decision in her heart. Maybe, if I find someone to stand by my side instead of you, I won't be so sad. At this time, Lin Ranran did not realize that her decision was a desperate attempt to find a cure. Chapter 43 Gentleness is Poison. New week, new beginning. The tense and busy campus life has begun. Just as Gu Chunshur expected, Zhou Xiangyu immediately took over his deskmate's seat as soon as he arrived. His deskmate, Comrade Tang Xiaoxi, has a very good temper. Whenever she sees Zhou Xiangyu coming, she will immediately stand up and give her seat to him even if she is doing homework. Zhou Xiangyu was such a shameless guy that he didn't think anything of it, but Gu Chunshur felt embarrassed instead. Zhou Xiangyu asked, "Old Gu, how is the progress between you and your beautiful neighbor?" As soon as they met, he immediately became concerned about Gu Chunshur's love life. Gu Chunshur said, "We are just normal neighbors, not what you think." Zhou Xiangyu definitely didn't believe it and wanted to ask more questions, but Gu Chunshur took out 2 hot meat buns from the hole in the table. "My mother made them last time, and these are the only 2 left. Do you want to eat them?" Zhou Xiangyu's eyes lit up green and he immediately reached out to grab it. Gu Chunshur covered the bun with his hand, "But you have to promise me not to ask me about the progress between me and my neighbor. We really have nothing to do with each other." Zhou Xiangyu readily agreed, Okay, I won't ask anymore, okay? Anyway, the facts are there, it doesn't matter whether I ask or not. Gu Chunshur. Sometimes he felt that this guy worried about him more than his parents, fearing that he would be single in the future. Please, spend more time caring about yourself. I think you're the one who's going to be single in the future. Jing Shu walked in from outside carrying her school bag and looked at Gu Chunshur with a strange expression. After thinking about it, he shook his head and decided to mind his own business. At this time, a boy named Wang Zishan slammed the table in frustration and said, I'm so angry. What's wrong with Shanzi? Who offended you? Why are you so angry? Asked his deskmate Zhu Mingming. Wang Zishan said, the grandson from the next class is now paying attention to the school beauty Lin from our class. Zhu Mingming said indifferently, whoever wants to show their affection can do so. Don't worry, our school beauty Lin doesn't like those cowards. Wang Zishan snorted coldly, I don't think so. Zhang Shua from the next class was afraid that she would get tired, so he wanted to carry her school bag, and she let him do it. Zhu Mingming thought he was telling a joke, impossible. School beauty Lin hates others touching her things the most. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Zhang Shua's face was filled with a happy smile as he walked into their classroom carrying Lin Ranran's school bag. He didn't even need Lin Ranran, who was following closely behind him, to lead the way. He walked to Lin Ranran's desk with ease. Are you kidding? Is it in vain that I keep wandering around outside this classroom door every day? Of course, he already knew where Lin Ranran was sitting. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Everyone in the classroom looked at Lin Ranran and Zhang Shua, including Gu Chunshur and Zhou Xiangyu. Gu Chunshur discovered that the boy who helped Lin Ranran carry her school bag was the boy who asked him in the bathroom that day if he was already with Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran smiled and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Facing the goddess smile, Zhang Shua felt very embarrassed. He scratched his head, and under the gnashing gaze of the other boys, he said, If you want, I will help you carry your school bag every day in the future. This is actually a confession. Lin Ranran just smiled and didn't respond. She is the recognized campus beauty in this school. There are a lot of boys who like her. Writing love letters, giving gifts, and expressing their love to her happen to her almost every day. Except for the ones she particularly hates, which she will explicitly refuse, she will not refuse the rest, but will not accept them either. Her favorite saying is, we are still students now, we must study hard. When Gu Chunshur still liked her before, he thought she was really gentle. This method is used to encourage the boys who like her, and at the same time, they should not neglect their studies. Only now did he understand that Lin Ranran's gentleness was actually a poison. Maybe she didn't mean it, but her ambiguous attitude would mislead the boys who like her and make them think they have a chance. In fact, isn't this a manifestation of irresponsibility? Jingshu looked at Lin Ranran in silence, who was still smiling, not knowing what to say. At this time, although Lin Ranran had a smile on her face, she was actually very nervous. She could feel that Gu Chuncher was looking at her. What will he do? Lin Ranran's heart was pounding wildly and she was so nervous that she was about to go crazy. Will Gu Chuncher be jealous? Even though he is angry, he should still have a little bit of attachment to her, right? Jing Shu secretly glanced at Gu Chuncher. Not only her, but many other classmates in the classroom were also secretly looking at him. They all wanted to know how he would react when they saw that Lin Ranran had a crush on another boy. They were surprised to find that Gu Chuncher did not react at all. He is just like them, a spectator. Zhou Xiangyu whispered to Gu Chuncher, "Old Gu, does Lin Ranran really like this grandson next door?" Gu Chuncher said, "How can I know? If you are really curious, why don't you go and ask her in person?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "I'm not going to ask her. I'm annoyed when I see her now. You are so nice, but she treats you. Even the kid next door can't compare to you. If she really likes you, then her eyes are probably blind. She needs to see an ophthalmologist." Lin Ranran's palms were full of sweat, and her heart sank little by little. No reaction. He didn't react at all. That's right, didn't T Kong Xiao have any reaction at all when you wanted to take her home that night? He left in a very cool manner. He really didn't have any attachment to her anymore. He doesn't like her anymore. Lin Ranran felt empty inside and didn't even notice Zhang Shu shyly waved goodbye to her and left. Seeing her sitting in her seat in a daze, Jing Shu shook her head secretly. Although they are good friends also need to maintain boundaries, and there are some things that she cannot interfere in. Ranran, by doing this, you will not only bring yourself unnecessary trouble, but it will also be of no use in winning him back. When going to the cafeteria at noon, Jing Shu was left alone. At this time, there was a boy standing next to Lin Ranran. This boy is Zhang Shuo from the next class. The two of them were walking in front, talking and chatting, and they looked very harmonious. Zhang Shuo was so excited that he unknowingly attracted countless daggers. You can be jealous all you want, you can envy all you want, you can hate all you want. The school beauty is mine. He thought smugly. As Jing Shu walked, she came to Gu Chuncher and Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu said with a click of his tongue, "Student Jing Shu, were you abandoned by your friends today?" Jing Shu smiled at him. She is a soft girl with severe myopia who studies very hard. She has a good temper and has never had any conflicts with other students in her 3 years of high school. When Zhou Xiangyu saw her smiling at him, he wanted to say something teasing to her, but now he couldn't say it out loud. Jing Shu's gaze fell on Gu Chuncher intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 44, Zhou Xiangyu, protecting his son. Gu Chuncher noticed her gaze and looked towards her. Jing Shu thought to herself that she shouldn't mind her own business, but she couldn't help but said, "I know Ranran, she actually doesn't like that boy." "Whether she likes that boy or not, what does it have to do with us, Lao Gu?" Zhou Xiangyu interrupted Jing Shu before she finished speaking, then proudly put his arm around Gu Chuncher's shoulders and said in a boastful manner, "I want to solemnly announce to you now that our Lao Gu has found a better girlfriend, who is beautiful, gentle, and lovely. That girl is the best girl I have ever seen in the world. So please don't mention Lin Ranran in front of Lao Gu anymore. What would Lao Gu's girlfriend think if she knew about this? If there's a misunderstanding, can you take responsibility?" Gu Chuncher. When did I become your family? Also, the relationship between Xiao Yu and I is not what you think. Jing Shu was stunned. Thinking of Zhou Xiangyu's usual inconsistency, he looked at Gu Chuncher and asked seriously, "Gu Chuncher, is this true? Whether it is or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right?" However, Gu Chuncher and Jing Shu have a good relationship, so it is naturally impossible for him to talk back at her. Gu Chuncher said, "Jing Shu, I appreciate your kindness, but some people and some things are already in the past for me, so please don't mention these in front of me in the future, okay?" Zhou Xiangyu echoed, "Oh, yes, don't mention Lin Ranran in front of Lao Gu, it's bad luck." Jing Shu suddenly became a little angry. "Gu Chuncher, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You have always left a good impression in my mind, and I used to be particularly optimistic about you and Ranran, but how could you be like this now? I was wondering why you and Ranran suddenly became estranged. It turns out that you fell in love with someone else. To put it bluntly, your behavior is called. She is a refined person and never uttered the word scumbag." Zhou Xiangyu was protecting his son, and he got angry when he heard this. "Hey, Jing Shu, what are you talking about? I can tell you responsibly that Lao Gu is not a scumbag. Didn't Lin Ranran tell you about the bad thing she did?" Zhou Xiangyu suddenly stopped talking. If that matter was really exposed, although Lin Ranran's good image in front of others would collapse, his buddy's face would also be lost. But when he thought about his good friend being misunderstood as a fickle scumbag, he felt suffocated. Gu Chencher smiled calmly at Jing Shu. Yes, I did pursue Lin Ranran before, but she never agreed to be with me, right? So I can walk away at any time. I don't think this should be considered a scumbag, right? Jing Shu said anxiously. I'm sorry, Gu Chencher, I just said the wrong thing in a hurry, please don't mind it. It's okay. Gu Chencher said generously. Zhou Xiangyu snorted coldly. Jing Shu, I know you have a good relationship with Lin Ranran, but please understand some things before you speak, otherwise it is easy to hurt innocent people. Jing Shu thought of the bad things Lin Ranran did in his previous words. What was that? What unknown things happened between them that caused them to become strangers now? As much as Gu Chencher liked Lin Ranran before, he is now as indifferent to her. Jing Shu hesitated again and again. Gu Chencher, even if you don't pursue Ranran anymore, there's no need to be a passerby. The way you two are now, something must have happened. Can you tell me about it? Gu Chencher smiled. Do you really want to know? As Lin Ranran wished, she found a relatively pleasing-looking boy to stand by her side to replace Gu Chencher's position. The boy named Zhang Shua is very considerate and attentive, and he can tell jokes to make her happy. But even though she was smiling, she wasn't happy at all. I even felt that he was a bit annoying. When Gu Chencher was by her side before, she had never felt this impatient. Give him some time. Lin Ranran thought, give yourself some time. Maybe it's because I don't know him well enough and I still feel a little resistant to him. When she gets to know what kind of boy he is, she won't feel bored when facing him. Lin Ranran comforted herself and enlightened herself in this way, but even so, she could not hide her confusion about the future. Gu Cheng stayed at home for only a few days before he had to go on a business trip again. Since Gu Chencher had to go to school, I was unable to personally send him to the station, and I felt very disappointed. Grow up quickly and become strong quickly. Gu Chencher said to himself, your parents have worked hard for you all their lives, you must let them live a good life, do you understand? As soon as Gu Chencher entered the house, he heard laughter coming from the kitchen. You made a great dumpling. It's much better than that brat's. The dumplings he made are so soft and so unappetizing. The corners of Gu Chencher's mouth twitched. Mom, I can't tolerate people like you. Why do you always expose other people's shortcomings? He put down his school bag and tiptoed towards the kitchen. Xiaoyu, who was concentrating on making dumplings, looked up and saw him. Gu Chencher quickly raised his index finger and made a hush gesture, quietly came behind his mother, and suddenly opened his arms to hug her. Ouch! The sudden hug made Jing Lan tremble with fear. When she found out it was Gu Chencher, she raised her hand and patted him while smiling. You bastard, you almost scared the hell out of me. Gu Chencher's prank succeeded and he laughed. Xiaoyu smiled secretly on the side. The person who used to exude a lifeless aura has now become more and more cheerful. Jinglan pointed to a row of dumplings on the chopping board and said to Gu Chencher, Chencher, look at these dumplings made by Xiaoyu. This is her first time making them. Look how pretty they are. Xiaoyu said modestly, it's far worse than Auntie's. For dinner, we had dumplings in one dish, beef stewed with potatoes. 3 people sat around a table, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of dumplings. In the cold winter, eating a bowl of steaming dumplings feels like celebrating the new year in advance. But speaking of which, Gu Chencher is about to have winter vacation. Halfway through the meal, Jinglan's phone rang. It was Gu Cheng calling to report that he was safe after arriving at his business trip destination. Jinglan told him to find a place to have a good meal first, then changed the subject and boasted, today's dinner is dumplings. Come, let me show you so you can satisfy your craving. Gu Chencher ate a little faster. Xiaoyu saw that there were no more dumplings in his bowl and reached out to him, give me the bowl, I'll help you get some. No, I have hands and feet, I can serve it myself. What an international joke. Gu Chencher believed that if he really let her serve her own food, Ms. Jinglan would beat him to death. Their family tradition is to respect the elderly and love the young, and try not to trouble others with things you can do yourself. Chapter 45 I'd shed enough tears for him. Lin family. Du Yem looked at Lin Ranran who was eating quietly, and winked at Lin's father Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo coughed lightly and said to Lin Ranran in a friendly manner, Ranran, Dad is going abroad for business tomorrow. Ask your teacher for 2 days off and go with Dad. It's a good opportunity to see the school you will attend next year. Lin Ranran said sullenly, I won't go abroad to study. What? Father Lin didn't hear clearly. Lin Ranran put down her chopsticks and said very seriously, Dad, I said I don't want to study abroad anymore. I want to take the college entrance examination normally. Lin Jiangwo and Du Yan were both stunned. She used to be looking forward to studying abroad, but suddenly she decided not to go. Du Yan guessed the reason and couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. Ranran, your father has already contacted the school for you, you can't be so willful. Lin Ranran stood up indifferently, I'm full, I'm going back to the house. Hey, you kid. Du Yan glanced at Lin Ranran's barely touched meal and threw her chopsticks in anger, we really spoiled this child. Lin Jiangwo said, the child is in a bad mood, so we need to comfort him. How can I comfort her? She's not a 3-year-old child. Just buy her a new toy. Alas, a girl can't be kept when she grows up. Du Yan sighed. She had noticed Lin Ranran's abnormal behavior over the past few days. Now that she had figured out the problem, she was angry and distressed, and was anxious but helpless. Lin Jiangwo hesitated and said, how about I go meet that male classmate when I come back from abroad? Du Yan said, what's the point of you going to see him? He's getting annoyed when he sees your daughter, and he's probably not going to be nice to you. Lin Jiangwo added, last time you misunderstood that someone was bullying Ranran. Du Yan. She really didn't want to think about that embarrassing thing again. If the child continues to be like this, it will definitely not work. Let's talk about it after I return home. This is all we can do for now. What if Ranran doesn't want to go with you tomorrow? Du Yan asked worriedly. The child is grown up now and has her own ideas. If she really doesn't want to go, then she doesn't have to go. What if she really doesn't want to go abroad and insists on taking the college entrance examination? Lin Jiangwo said, then what else can we do? Respect the child's opinion. Du Yan complained, just spoil her as much as you can. Lin Jiangwo said, as a matter of course, I only have this one daughter. If I don't spoil her, who should I spoil? Even if she wants the stars in the sky, I will bring a ladder to help her pick them down. Du Yan snorted coldly, she likes that Gu Chincher now, can you make that Gu Chincher change his mind? Lin Jiangwo. He found it hard to accept that his princess-like daughter was so lost and depressed because of another boy. You're overthinking it. In my opinion, our daughter may just not be used to being ignored by others. Maybe she doesn't really like that Gu Chincher. But if she really must have that Gu Chincher, we, as parents, will naturally help her. Du Yan asked, how can we help? Do we have to tie him up and bring him in front of your daughter? We are not bandits. Although Lin Jiangwo didn't say anything else, he became curious about Gu Chencher, whom he had never met. What kind of boy could make his precious daughter so sad? Lin Ranran locked herself in the room. She somehow found the chat history with Gu Chencher again. This guy is so lazy, he never posts on WeChat moments. The profile picture is a casual shot of a slightly messy desk. Lin Ranran stared at Gu Chencher's profile picture for a long time, wondering, what is he doing now? Still learning? He seems to have changed. Apart from no longer revolving around myself, it seemed as if overnight, I suddenly became a study maniac. Lin Ranran shook her head desperately, thinking in annoyance, why am I still thinking about him? No one is perfect. She did something wrong, but she apologized and reflected deeply on herself, but he still refused to forgive her. He is so stingy, what is there for her to care about? Lin Ranran stood up impatiently, opened the door, stood on the stairs and said to Lin Jiangwo below, Dad, please ask the teacher for leave for me. She needs some quiet time. Since he is no longer in her world, she must try to learn to accept it, even though it is difficult. But how can you know you can't do it if you don't try? I have shed enough tears for him. If she continues like this, she will become even less like herself. Maybe, not being able to see him will make me forget him quickly. Lin Ranran tried her best to find a way to forget Gu Chencher. And tried various methods. The first solution is to find a substitute to take his place by your side. She tried it out today and felt very bad. Although she kept trying to convince herself to give the boy more chances, she couldn't convince herself. So she had to use the second method and stay away from him. As classmates, we see each other every day. How can it be easy to stay away from each other? Especially since she couldn't help but keep an eye on him all the time. But how can you know it won't work if you don't try? Maybe if I change my mood, I will feel better. Why didn't Lin Ranran come to school today? I heard that he asked for leave to go abroad with his father. The college entrance exam is only half a year away, and she actually asked for leave to go abroad? Are you stupid? He didn't even take the college entrance examination. He went abroad to study right after graduation. The school has already been contacted. Besides, they have their own companies and are from a wealthy family, so they don't need to change their faith through study. If they do well, that's icing on the cake, but if they don't, they still live better than us. Alas, she is beautiful and has a good family background. God is so unfair. Why did he give her all the good things? Gu Chenshur listened to his classmates' discussions and thought that in his previous life, Lin Ranran did go abroad to study. Zhang Shua was wandering around outside the classroom. Wang Zishan saw him and said to him angrily, "If you want to wander around outside your classroom, go wander around. You're almost collapsing the floor outside our classroom." Zhang Shua smiled and held him back. "Hey, brother Wang, don't be in a hurry to leave. Today, Lin Ranran. She didn't come to school today." Wang Zishan answered the question that concerned him most straightforwardly, with a sullen look on his face. Zhang Shua immediately asked nervously, "Why didn't she come to school? Is she sick? Where is her home?" Wang Zishan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you think you know 100,000 whys? If you want to know, that's fine. One question costs 100 yuan. Give me the money and I'll satisfy you." Zhang Shua looked at his back as he entered the classroom and sneered, "Don't think I don't know that you are envious and jealous, humph. There is no point in hating her, the school beauty only loves me, he. Chapter 46, Everyone Knows My Girlfriend. After Zhang Shua learned that Lin Ranran did not come today, the classroom of Class 37 suddenly lost all appeal to him. He was about to leave when he saw Gu Chenshur lazily walking out of the classroom and passing by him as if no one was around. "Hey Gu Chenshur." Zhang Shua called him. Gu Chenshur gave him a strange look. "What's the matter?" Zhang Shua coughed lightly. "I need to remind you solemnly that I am Lin Ranran's boyfriend now. Please keep your distance from her in the future. Otherwise I will be unhappy and will take practical action for it. For the sake of our friendship, I am telling you this specially." Gu Chenshur glanced at him with a half-smile. Was this guy taking himself too seriously? He carried Lin Ranran's school bag and had lunch with her. Does that mean he is her boyfriend? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. Gu Chenshur said lightly to indicate that he understood. He was so aware of the current situation that he could not deal with Zhang Shua. "Hey, Gu Chenshur, are you serious?" Zhang Shua asked suspiciously. Gu Chenshur. He looked at Zhang Shua speechlessly and thought, "Since you don't believe me, why bother asking me any more questions?" Gu Chenshur, as Lin Ranran's boyfriend, I ask you to promise me that you will never get close to Lin Ranran again and never have any thoughts about her again. Gu Chenshur. He said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Zhang Shua, please, I don't seem to have any obligation to promise you anything. How unconfident are you that you would ask me to promise this and that?" Zhang Shua choked. He was touched in the heart by Gu Chenshur. He is indeed very insecure. He knew very well that Lin Ranran did not accept him. I just acquiesced to his approach. He is now just like Gu Chenshur in the past. He can walk beside Lin Ranran, help her carry her school bag, and get her meals. Seriously speaking, he is just a free servant. Being able to get close to her doesn't mean that she will eventually accept you. Just look at Gu Chenshur now and you will know. But even if he knew it in his heart, he was still happy to accept it. How many boys have tried their best to get such an opportunity but failed? Only if you successfully approach her and get the opportunity to be by her side will there be a possibility of further development. Even though Gu Chenshur failed, it doesn't mean he will fail forever. Come on, Zhang Shua. Lin Ranran is yours, no one can take her away from you. Zhang Shua secretly cheered himself up. Unfortunately, it still cannot cover up the panic and confusion in my heart. Lin Ranran didn't even look at him before, why did she suddenly allow him to approach her? This made him confused. Maybe when Lin Ranran was with Gu Chen before, he couldn't see his existence and his good side. Gu Chenshur ignored him and left. Zhang Shua stopped where he was, thinking, when suddenly his neck felt tight. Zhou Xiangyu's voice sounded sinisterly from behind him, "Grandson." Zhang Shua struggled for a while, but failed to free the arm that was around his neck. He could only smile bitterly and beg for mercy. Let go, you're strangling me to death." Zhou Xiangyu is a man of great build and strength. For unknown reasons, he once had a conflict with boys from other classes. He defeated 5 of them alone and became famous since then, and no one dared to mess with him. Zhou Xiangyu ignored him and said, "Hey, grandson, what did you just say to Lao Gu?" Zhang Shua knew that Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chencher had a very good relationship, so good that they could wear the same pants. He immediately knew how he had offended this plague god. "Nothing, I was just greeting him normally." Zhang Shua defended weakly. "Saying hello? Does saying hello require him to promise this or that?" Zhou Xiangyu felt that Zhang Shua was treating him like a fool and got angry. "If you want to be Lin Ranran's licking dog, no one will stop you, but if you come to cause trouble for him for no reason in the future, I will be the first one to not forgive you." Zhang Shua is a man of insight. I know. How dare I cause trouble for someone that brother Zhou is protecting?" Zhou Xiangyu snorted coldly, "Then let him go, you are smart. But I need to tell you that Lao Gu has no feelings for Lin Ranran, so if you want to find an imaginary rival in love, don't look for him." Zhang Shua asked hesitantly, "Really? But I remember that Gu Chencher liked Lin Ranran very much before. How could he just say he didn't like her?" Zhou Xiangyu said proudly, "If our Lao Gu says he doesn't like it, then he really doesn't like it, he is such a man. To tell you the truth, Lao Gu's current girlfriend is 100 times better than Lin Ranran. Only superficial men like you would treasure Lin Ranran." When Zhang Shua heard that this guy dared to belittle his goddess, he couldn't help but clench his fists. But when he saw Zhou Xiangyu's big body, he silently unclenched his fist. Forget it, he advised himself, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. But Zhou Xiangyu just said that Gu Chencher's current girlfriend is 100 times better than Lin Ranran? Go and fool the devil. Putting aside other things, Lin Ranran's looks are better than only 90.99% of the women in this world. Zhou Xiangyu is speaking on behalf of his brother who can't eat the grapes and says the grapes are sour. Anyway, he would never believe that Gu Chencher could find a girlfriend who was more beautiful than Lin Ranran. Gu Chencher never dreamed that the unfounded fact that he had a girlfriend who was prettier than Lin Ranran was spread by Zhou Xiangyu, the big mouth, and known to everyone. As soon as he returned to the classroom, Wang Zishan came over with a shameless face and said, "Gu Chencher, is your girlfriend really more beautiful than Lin Ranran? Do you have any photos? We are all classmates, let's open our eyes." Gu Chencher was confused. "What did you say?" "I don't have a girlfriend." Wang Zishan said disdainfully, "It's no fun for you to do this. We all know about it, so don't hide it. It won't cost you anything to let us take a look." Gu Chencher. He looked back at Zhou Xiangyu depressedly and thought, "You guy. We agreed not to mention this matter anymore, but you went even further and made it known to everyone. We were wondering why you suddenly ignored school beauty Lin, it turns out you found a girlfriend who's prettier than her. You are really good, why are you so lucky in relationships? Give some to your brothers." Xu Mingming came over, speaking in a sour tone, and was almost going crazy with envy and jealousy. Ah, how embarrassed are these losers who have never even held a girl's hand. Gu Chencher was speechless. He couldn't just dig out his own heart to prove that he wasn't lying? Even his quiet desk-mate Tang Xiaoxi asked curiously, "Gu Chencher, is that girl really beautiful?" "Anyway, from what I heard from Zhou Xiangyu, she looks like a fairy." Chapter 47. Is he showing off? Seeing that all his classmates were eager to admire the peerless beauty of his fairy-like girlfriend, Gu Chencher wished he could beat Zhou Xiangyu to death. He went to Zhou Xiangyu to settle the score angrily, asking this guy why he spread rumors and caused trouble. Zhou Xiangyu said confidently, "It's only a matter of time before your fairy neighbor becomes your girlfriend, so I didn't spread rumors." Gu Chencher sneered, "Why, do you have the ability to predict the future? Then why don't you tell yourself when you can end your single life?" Zhou Xiangyu said inexplicably, "Why should I end my life as a single dog? I think being single is great. No one bothers me, no one nags me, no one annoys me. I enjoy this kind of life." Gu Chencher. "Okay, I get it, you're ready to live with the game for the rest of your life. It's nice to live with games. I love it, it loves me, and we like each other." Zhou Xiangyu said happily. "God damn, they are in love." Gu Chencher looked at Zhou Xiangyu with concern. Zhou Xiangyu touched his face blankly, then laughed, "Old Gu, did you suddenly realize that I'm quite handsome? So cool." Gu Chencher rolled his eyes, then said earnestly, "For the sake of our brotherhood, I advise you to go to the hospital as soon as possible." Zhou Xiangyu was confused, "Why should I go to the hospital when I'm fine? Go look in your head." Gu Chencher said unhappily. Zhou Xiangyu laughed and scolded, "Damn old Gu, you are indirectly scolding me for being stupid." The two pushed and shoved each other, making a mess. It's snowing. Someone shouted, and my friends ran out of the classroom and leaned on the windows in the corridor to look out. Really? The heavy snow fell heavily, much more exciting than the first time it fell. The sky had been gloomy for several days, and finally a heavy snow fell. I don't know why, but when winter comes, people seem to look forward to a heavy snowfall. Perhaps the white snowflakes seem to be able to cleanse people's souls, purify the world, and make people's moods peaceful and harmonious. Some girls stretched out their hands and cheered to catch the feather like white snowflakes. Gu Chunshur looked at the heavy snow and recalled a time during the spring festival when he was in elementary school. It snowed particularly heavily. After eating dumplings in the evening, his father took him downstairs to make a snowman. The snowman was big and beautiful, and he liked it very much. But the next day, some troublemaker kicked off the snowman's head, and it became a headless corpse. He was very sad and cried miserably. My mother couldn't comfort him at all, so she could only let him cry. She couldn't help but joked, "When your father and I die someday, it will be enough if you can cry this sadly." As a result, he cried even harder. No, he doesn't want his parents to die, he wants his parents to live 100 years. Zhou Xiangyu squeezed over and said, "Fuck, it's snowing so heavily." Gu Chunshur. Such a beautiful mood and such interesting memories were completely destroyed by this guy's words. Old Gu. Go away and leave me alone. Zhou Xiangyu said, "You're not really mad at me, are you? In fact, regardless of whether your beautiful neighbor is your girlfriend or not, it will only benefit you if I promote her for you, not harm you." Gu Chunshur glared at him and gritted his teeth and said, "Then tell me, what good can it do for me?" Zhou Xiangyu counted on his fingers and analyzed carefully. "You see, your main goal now is to prepare well for the exam and try to get into a good university, right?" Gu Chunshur nodded, "Yes, but what does this have to do with your rumor mongering?" "Of course it does matter." Zhou Xiangyu said seriously, "Think about it, if everyone knew you had a girlfriend, they wouldn't have any improper thoughts about you. Then, you can prepare for the exam with peace of mind." Zhou Xiangyu's words seemed to make sense at first, but Gu Chunshur knew that he was not a popular person. "No matter what you say, you are right." Gu Chunshur snorted coldly. Zhou Xiangyu smiled and put his arm around his shoulders. Don't be angry, I'll treat you to a chicken drumstick at noon." At this moment, Gu Chunshur could not have imagined that Zhou Xiangyu, this guy, had a bad mouth and his words actually came true. The snow didn't stop until school was over. The entire earth is covered with white snow, creating a different pure white world. Gu Chunshur followed the crowd towards the school gate and was suddenly bumped by someone. "Oh, sorry. The girl who bumped into him apologized quickly. Just when Gu Chunshur was about to say it was okay, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The eyes of the boys around him turned into knives, whizzing towards him. Gu Chunshur. The girl apologized, "I'm sorry Gu Chunshur, I didn't mean to bump into you, are you okay?" Gu Chunshur looked at the bright-looking girl in front of him. If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be a student in class 2, grade 3, and they had no interaction with each other. In addition to coveting Lin Ranran's beauty, some of the boys in their class, knowing that it is impossible for them to win the heart of the school belle, wisely set their sights on the beauties in other classes. This girl is one of the girls that those guys often talk about. What was her name? Gu Chunshur thought about it carefully. Oh, he remembered, it seemed to be Yan Yan. The boys around him must be jealous of the intimate contact he and she just had. Gu Chunshur said, "It's okay. People wear more clothes in winter, so even if he is knocked to the ground, he will not get hurt." Yan Yan raised her hand and tucked the hair behind her ear. "To express my apology, how about I buy you some milk tea later?" Gu Chunshur? Didn't I just say it was okay? Did she not hear me or what? But then again, what does it mean that the girl behind Yan Yan is smiling so ambiguously? If you don't say anything, that means you agree. Yan Yan smiled shyly. "Let's go." The girls behind her, who should be her classmates and best friends, giggled and said to Yan Yan, "Come on, Yan Yan." Gu Chunshur. What oil to add? Male classmates such as Wang Zishan and Zhu Mingming looked at Gu Chunshur depressedly, with eyes full of envy, jealousy and hatred, as if they wanted to eat Gu Chunshur alive. Why is this guy so lucky in love? Why? I'm so angry. Gu Chunshur could not hear the roar of the miserable single dog at all. He looked at Yan Yan in confusion and said, "I'm fine. No need for milk tea." After saying that, he ignored Yan Yan's strange expression and walked forward. Wang Zishan, Zhu Mingming and others looked at each other in bewilderment. Does this guy really not understand or is he just pretending to be cool? It's obvious that the girl is pursuing him under some excuse. Chapter 48, Confession. Yan Yan was dumbfounded when she saw Guchen walking forward on his own. Am I being too reserved? He is so silly and cute. Handsome and cute, exactly my type. Yan Yan suddenly pursed her lips and smiled, then strode after him. Wang Zishan gnashed his teeth and said, I'm here tonight to prepare the sacks. Who of you wants to join me? Xu Mingming immediately raised his hand to sign up. Me. I. And me. Many boys around responded positively. At this time, someone sneered and poured cold water on him. Even if I hand you the sack now, you still wouldn't dare to put a sack on Guchenshir's head even if you had 100 guts. The person who poured cold water on them was Zhang Shuo. Who doesn't he know that Gu Chenshir and Zhou Xiangyu are good buddies, and who doesn't he know that Zhou Xiangyu is a legend who can fight 5 people alone? If they dared to put a sack over Gu Chenshir's head, wouldn't that be tantamount to declaring war on Zhou Xiangyu? Wang Zishan and Xu Mingming exchanged a glance, and then rushed towards Zhang Shu, who was making sarcastic remarks. Damn it, I don't dare to hit him, but I dare to hit you now. Damn it, if you dare to snatch the school beauty from us, I will beat you to death. Zhang Shuo screamed in pain. Yan Yan caught up with Gu Chenshir not far from the school gate. Gu Chenshir. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. She ran to Gu Chenshir, panting. Gu Chenshir said helplessly, didn't I already say that I'm fine, and you've apologized to me, so this matter is written off. You don't need to buy milk tea to apologize to me. Yan Yan pouted, why, if I don't apologize to you, I can't buy you milk tea. Gu Chenshir then realized something belatedly. He was stunned. Is it true, as they say, that his luck with love has come? This girl likes him? But Gu Chenshir pretended to be confused and said, thank you, but no, I don't like milk tea. Yan Yan walked closely beside him, and to others, they looked like a loving couple. Gu Chenshir subconsciously moved to the side to distance himself from her, but Yan Yan kept pressing on, finally forcing him to the curb. Yan Yan's eyes were full of autumnal waves, and she said coquettishly, why are you hiding from me? I'm not a female monster. I can't eat you. Gu Chenshir had to stop. When Yan Yan looked at him, the love in her eyes was not concealed at all. Gu Chenshir, I like you, let's be together. Gu Chenshir was shocked by her boldness and almost choked on his own saliva. You don't have to give me an answer right away, Yan Yan said shyly, I can wait for you for 3 days. Gu Chenshir smiled awkwardly but politely, thank you, but. Yan Yan interrupted him directly and stopped him from continuing. I said, I want your answer in 3 days, you can reply to me in 3 days, there is no need to tell me so anxiously now. Gu Chenshir thought that if he really waited 3 days before giving a reply, then within these 3 days, his relationship with Yan Yan would inevitably be ambiguous, and he didn't like this. No need to wait 3 days. Although he seems a little inhuman now, if he doesn't make a decisive decision, he will suffer the consequences. I'm sorry, the college entrance examination is coming soon and I have to prepare well for it, so I won't consider things that are not related to the college entrance examination. Gu Chenshir said seriously. Yan Yan said, are you afraid that I will delay your studies? I can guarantee that after we are together, I will progress with you and will never hold you back. She blinked her eyes and made a cute expression as she spoke. Gu Chenshir, I will definitely do what I say, you don't have to worry about that. Gu Chenshir. What's wrong with this girl? He used preparing for the exam as an excuse just to save her face. He said it so tactfully, isn't it clear enough? The main reason is that he doesn't like her. He had heard about Yan Yan's reputation. A very lively and outgoing girl. I heard that she is very playful and has a lot of fun. She is a bit of an entertainment person. Maybe she is a good person, but she is not the type that Gu Chenshir likes. Although it was cruel for him to reject a girl who bravely confessed her love to him, he could not sacrifice his own feelings just to save the girl's face. Yan Yan curled her lips, a little unhappy. Hey, you probably still can't let go of that Lin Ranran, I really don't understand you guys, what's so good about her? Gu Chenshir said, we are talking about the two of us now, can you please not mention others? Yan Yan snorted coldly, her face no longer showing the shyness and cuteness from before. What's the matter? Did it hit your sore spot? Do you like being her liquor so much? How cheap. A guy like you deserves to be her liquor for life. Gu Chenshir looked at her calmly. I could clearly see the undisguised contempt on her face. It turns out that this girl is not suitable for him at all. Originally, Gu Chenshir felt a little guilty for rejecting her without thinking, but now, that little bit of guilt disappeared in an instant. Yan Yan's words were unpleasant to the ears, and to put it more seriously, they had violated other people's dignity. Of course, now Gu Chencher has realized his mistake and has long since withdrawn from Lin Ranran's army of bootlickers. Even if others mention his past as a bootlicker, he can just laugh it off. But this does not mean that Yan Yan's words are not excessive. Gu Chencher's expression was calm, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. Although the girl was indeed pretty, in Gu Chencher's eyes, she was no more pleasing to the eye than a toad. Are you done? I want you to understand that no matter who I become, I will never be your lapdog. Gu Chencher turned and left. In fact, these words are a bit harsh for a girl. Anyone with a little sense of shame would probably turn around and walk away crying. However, Gu Chencher underestimated how thick-skinned Yan Yan was. Yan Yan looked at his back and stamped her feet in anger. Gu Chencher, I can tell you responsibly now that if you miss me, you will never find a girl as good as me again. Gu Chencher turned around. Come on, who gave you the confidence? Sometimes being overconfident is also a disease and needs to be treated. Gu Chencher. Yan Yan chased after him angrily. I'll give you one more chance, do you agree to be with me? If I turn around and leave today, it will be too late for you to regret it later. I told you, you will never find a girl as good as me in the future. Just when Gu Chencher could no longer bear it and was about to say something harsh to hit this mysteriously confident girl hard, suddenly a soft voice called his name softly. Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher looked over in the direction of the voice. Under the dim street lights and in the heavy snow, a girl stood next to a telephone pole holding a transparent umbrella. It's as beautiful as a painting. I don't know how long she stood there. And how much I saw and heard. Yan Yan stared at the girl. She considered herself to be one of the most beautiful women, no less beautiful than Lin Ranran. Those boys were just blind and voted Lin Ranran as the school belle. But now, looking at the girl standing over there, I suddenly felt ashamed of myself, and a kind of inferiority complex quietly arose. Chapter 49, Fairy-like Girl. Yan Yan forgot about the unpleasantness between her and Gu Chencher for a moment, and couldn't help asking, Gu Chencher, who is she? She could be unconvinced and not admit that Lin Ranran was prettier than her, but after seeing this girl, she really felt ashamed of herself. Because this girl looks so clean and pure. It's like an elf walking out of the snow. Gu Chencher didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked straight towards the electric pole. He had never felt that Xiao Yu's smile was so healing. It instantly healed the psychological trauma he had just suffered from being harassed by the female hooligan. He asked softly, why are you here? Where's my mom? It seems like she's working the night shift today? Xiao Yu handed him a scarf and answered him, well, Auntie went to work the night shift. I heard her say this morning that you left in a hurry and forgot to wear a scarf when you went out. I happened to be out for something, so I took a detour and came by to give you your scarf and umbrella. Gu Chencher took the scarf and wrapped it around his neck twice, and he immediately felt much warmer. Bang! Xiao Yu opened the other umbrella in his hand and handed it to Gu Chencher. The two men walked past Yan Yan as if no one was around. As they passed each other, Xiao Yu glanced at Yan Yan coldly. Yan Yan met her gaze and shuddered for no reason. Yan Yan was a little confused. She doesn't look very old. Why should I be afraid of her? As they walked, Xiao Yu asked quietly, is she your classmate? I see you two are wearing the same school uniform. Gu Chencher said unhappily, what classmate? She is a psychopath. After a long time, Gu Chencher didn't hear any response from Xiao Yu, and he became uneasy. Were you frightened by his rudeness? Just as I was thinking this, Xiao Yu spoke, you have to face all kinds of classmates every day in school. Do you find it interesting or annoying? Gu Chencher sighed when he thought of her special living environment. She has never experienced the ordinary life that almost all children have experienced for even one day. Is this a regret in her life? Well, it's just like that. Most of the time it's pretty boring, but of course there are happy times too. That girl just now was confessing to you? Xiao Yu thought about it and couldn't help asking. She and Gu Chencher have gradually become familiar with each other, and when she encounters something curious, she will ask naturally. Gu Chencher's face darkened when he thought of Yan Yan. What kind of confession? I'm not worthy of it, hey, be careful. As they walked towards the platform, Xiao Yu accidentally slipped. Gu Chencher was quick to reach out and grab her. Because of their sudden proximity, the umbrellas in their hands collided with each other. Under the force of Gu Chencher, Xiao Yu's body leaned towards Gu Chencher, and soon the fragrance brought by it came to her nose. At this moment, Gu Chencher felt distracted for no reason and wondered what brand of shampoo or laundry detergent she used. Smells good. Xiao Yu thanked him in shock. The platform was packed with people, mostly high school students. Their appearance immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. Hey, look, isn't that Gu Chencher from class 7 of senior grade 3? Yes, that's right, it's him. Who's the girl next to him? Why have I never seen her in school before? She shouldn't be a student of our school. Look, she's not even wearing a school uniform. You have such a good temperament, you look like a star. Thanks to Talon Ranran, the low-key Gu Chencher is known by many people in school. They were talking to each other, and the station was so small that the conversation was heard intermittently by Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu remained silent. Although she didn't care much about her appearance, she knew from other people's comments that she looked good. In fact, the amazed looks others gave her and the sincere compliments about her appearance made her feel at a loss. This might be because she had little contact with the outside world since she was a child. She was particularly afraid of being noticed by others. But today, perhaps because Gu Chencher was by her side, she did not feel uneasy at all. Gu Chencher originally intended to pretend that he didn't hear the discussions, but when some inappropriate speculations came, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is she Gu Chencher's girlfriend? That should be the case. I heard Zhou Xiangyu say that Gu Chencher found a girlfriend who was prettier than Lin Ranran. I thought he was bragging on behalf of Gu Chencher, but I didn't expect it to be true. But you know what, they look so good together. Gu Chencher. Why are these people so boring? Why should we waste our limited energy on gossiping and talking about irrelevant people? He was afraid that Xiao Yu would feel uncomfortable after hearing these rumors, so he whispered to her, "They are so boring, just pretend you can't hear them." Xiao Yu said lightly, but quietly pricked up his ears to listen to their discussions. When they talk about Gu Chencher, they always like to mention a girl named Lin Ranran. Is she Gu Chencher's classmate? It sounds like she has a special relationship with Gu Chencher. There was a boy in the crowd who looked at Xiao Yu in amazement. This boy is Zhang Shua. Gu Chencher and Zhang Shua are not in the same class, but the reason they can talk to each other is that they wait for the same bus at the same time almost every day. Zhang Shua couldn't see what Xiao Yu looked like. However, it is not difficult to tell from Xiao Yu's temperament that she is an outstanding beauty. Listening to other students' discussions, he felt mixed emotions. It turns out that what Zhou Xiangyu said was true. Gu Chencher really has a beautiful girlfriend. So, in fact, it wasn't that Lin Ranran didn't allow him to continue standing beside her, but that he didn't want to? To be honest, Zhang Shua was a little shocked after knowing the truth. He thought that it was his charm that defeated Gu Chencher, and he was complacent about it. But now it seems that this is not the case? When I thought about my warning to Gu Chencher today, I felt as ridiculous as a clown. By the way, after school today, Yan Yan from class 2 seemed to be confessing to Gu Chencher? It seems, the confession failed? Unexpectedly, Yan Yan would also be humiliated sometimes. During the 2.5 years of high school, Yan Yan dated several boyfriends. She has a characteristic: she won't even look at anyone who pursues her. She has dated several boyfriends, and she personally pursued them all. Then after dating for a while, you get tired of each other and kick them off. Although her reputation is not very good, she never fails whenever she takes action. The main reason, of course, is that she is so beautiful. Zhang Shu thought about it, and several people came over and greeted Gu Chencher with a smile. "Hi, Gu Chencher." Gu Chencher glanced at him, which was considered a greeting. They meet here every day and just nod to each other at most. When Xiao Yu heard someone greeting Gu Chencher, he subconsciously looked towards that person. Xiao Yu was wearing a scarf with 1/3 of her face buried in it, but her big eyes with distinct black and white still made Zhang Shua pause. He couldn't help but think of Zhou Xiangyu's words, "Lao Gu's girlfriend is as beautiful as a fairy." Chapter 50, Fed by Xiao Yu. In the cold winter, everyone wears similar clothes. Bulky down jacket, scarf and hat. Fully armed from head to toe. I wish I could cover all my skin tightly. The girl standing next to Gu Chencher at this time was also dressed in the same outfit, but the strange thing was that she did not give people a bloated feeling. Instead, she revealed a fairy-like aura that could not be underestimated. Ah, fairies, aren't they ethereal and airy? She is indeed no worse than Lin Ranran, but Lin Ranran is the goddess in Zhang Shua's mind after all, and he cannot admit that Lin Ranran is worse than other girls. If he had to make a comparison, they were evenly matched. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. If it were someone else, they would probably think that Xiaoyu is better. Her otherworldly temperament is not something that can be possessed by just being pretty. The car slowly stopped in front of the platform. Everyone rushed forward, scrambling to squeeze in. When almost everyone had gotten on, Gu Chencher called Xiaoyu, put away his umbrella, and took a step forward with his long legs, getting on the bus first. He turned around and pulled Xiaoyu up, swiping his student card twice. The first one was mine, and the second one was Xiaoyu's. The car is full of people and there is no room left. Gu Chencher walked to the back door to get off the car, holding the hanging ring. Xiaoyu walked to his side naturally. In addition to students, there are also many people from the society in this car. The bus was packed with people. Gu Chencher protected Xiaoyu in front of him to prevent others from squeezing her. From a visual perspective, it seemed as if Xiaoyu was held in his arms. Xiaoyu's face was facing the glass window of the bus. When he saw Gu Chencher's profile on the glass window, he felt inexplicably nervous. They were really too close. So close that she could smell the pine scent of laundry detergent on him. Refreshing and clean. The heater was on the bus, and there were so many people that when the bus started, the swaying made people drowsy. Fortunately, the journey was not far and we arrived at the station quickly. Just like when he got on the car, Gu Chencher got off first, and then carefully helped Xiaoyu up, fearing that she would slip and fall. The two walked side by side, each holding an umbrella, on the way back. The cool air was filled with the aroma of food wafting from some unknown window. Some children, accompanied by their parents, were enthusiastically making snowmen on the roadside. Have you ever made a snowman? Gu Chencher asked suddenly. Xiaoyu shook his head. I had never seen snow before I came to this city. Gu Chencher never asked her which city she lived in before, but from this sentence, it can be seen that she used to live in a southern city. It's a pity that I have too much homework, otherwise I could take you to build a snowman in the community yard. Gu Chencher said regretfully. It doesn't matter. There will always be opportunities in the future. Yes, they still have a long time to live, and there will always be opportunities in the future. Their home is on the 4th floor. After climbing up the stairs, Gu Chencher took out his key as usual and thought about what to eat tonight. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu invited him, come to my place to eat tonight. I have prepared everything. Gu Chencher was surprised. Huh? You don't dare to eat it? Xiaoyu asked hesitantly. Gu Chencher waved his hands quickly. No. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. That's fine, you go home and put your school bag away first, I'll go get the food. Gu Chencher opened the door dazed, put down his school bag, was stunned for a moment, and then came out dazed again. It wasn't until he sat down at his neighbor's dining table that he finally realized what was happening. Things have changed. Xiaoyu, who used to be fed by their family, now starts to feed them instead. How do I describe this feeling? It's a bit strange. I hope what she cooks will be like the omelette I made that morning, which may not look good, but must be edible. This is important, especially important. Because if the dishes she made were extremely unpalatable, Gu Chencher would be embarrassed to show it in front of her. That means he will have to suffer a lot while eating this meal. However, the faint fragrance of rice in the air gave him some comfort. Even if the food tastes bad, as long as the rice is cooked, there is no problem. Can I help you? He felt it would be impolite to just sit there and wait, so he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. No, just sit there and wait. Xiaoyu flatly refused and insisted on giving him VIP treatment. So Gu Chencher didn't insist and casually turned his head to look around. This is not his first time here. He used to play here often when Grandma Li was at home. When he was a child, his parents were busy with work, so Grandma Li took care of him for a period of time. He is very familiar with everything here. However, since Xiaoyu moved in, the layout here has changed a bit. For example, the curtains with simple and fresh patterns, the cute little ornaments on the table, the pure white sheets and quilt covers on the bed. As a boy, it was not polite for him to casually look into other girls' bedrooms. It wasn't that he wanted to see it on purpose, but Xiaoyu's bedroom door was not closed, so he just glanced casually and saw it easily. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room, one of which is a bedroom, so the other one should be her studio. Xiaoyu placed the food on the table one by one, and then said to Gu Chencher, okay, let's eat. Gu Chencher's eyes fell on the table and he was shocked again. 2 bowls of rice, one for each of them. There were 2 plates, one containing stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms, and the other containing stir-fried spicy chicken. And the appearance of the dish really increases your appetite. Xiaoyu said a little embarrassedly, I haven't learned how to cook many dishes, so there are only 2 dishes tonight. Gu Chencher said in disbelief, this dish, are you sure it's not from a restaurant? Xiaoyu didn't understand what he meant for a moment, and said in confusion, no, I burned it. You're awesome. Gu Chencher gave her a thumbs up. Just these 2 dishes don't look like they were made by a novice. Even Gu Chencher, who cooks often, can't make such a delicious dish. It looks good and should taste good too. He was surprised. Could it be that Xiaoyu, who has never done any housework, is possessed by the god of cooking? Gu Chencher's impression of her cooking skills was still on the mushy omelets, so he was amazed to see these 2 perfect dishes. I made it according to the tutorial on the internet. You can try it and see how it tastes. Okay, I'll try it. Gu Chencher picked up the chopsticks and first picked up the stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms. Xiaoyu stared at him without blinking, looking very nervous. Yeah. Not bad. Yeah. This one's good too. After the meal, the 2 sentences Gu Chencher said the most were the 2 above. And everything he said was true. There is no comfort in it. He had to admit that Xiaoyu is truly possessed by the god of cooking. Chapter 51, A Genius Beautiful Girl with Amazing Bones. There is heating in the north in winter. But this is an old neighborhood without collective heating, so they have to turn on the air conditioner for heating. As soon as Xiaoyu entered his residence, it was very warm. It seemed that the air conditioner had been turned on for a long time and had never been turned off. Gu Chencher silently calculated the living expenses for her. Rent, utilities, and living expenses would still cost her a lot even if she lived alone. Maybe her previous life made her have little concept of money, but now that she was self-reliant, Gu Chencher felt that he needed to remind her from time to spend frugally and not buy unnecessary things, such as the sweater worth nearly 2,000 yuan that he gave to his mother. It is worth mentioning that after Xiaoyu left the home of her nominal grandmother, who was actually her grandfather, she has never spent a penny of her biological father's money. What if someone wants to argue that her travel expenses were not paid by her biological father? Not really. Before Xiaoyu found out that his grandmother was actually his great-grandmother, he had already made a little money by commissioning paintings online. Even when she left, she was wearing clothes that she bought online with her own money. Although blood ties could not be severed, everything else that could be severed was cut off by her and kept away from. Xiaoyu has a small appetite, just as Jing Lan said, it's like feeding a cat. At this time, she took off her black down jacket and wore a casual apricot sweater inside. She rested her elbows on the table, supporting her cheek, with a faint satisfied smile on her lips. Gu Chencher could understand that her satisfaction came from his affirmation of her cooking skills and the fact that he enjoyed the food. As a result, as the one being fed, Gu Chencher felt inexplicably full and comfortable in his heart. Seeing that he had finished his meal, Xiaoyu hurriedly asked, do you want to eat more? There is still rice in the pot. Gu Chencher waved his hand, no more eating, my stomach is about to burst. He wasn't being polite. He has eaten 2 full bowls of rice. The 18-year-old boy was still growing up. With heavy study load and late school hours, he was often starving before school was over. But he only eats 1.5 bowls of rice at most. Today at Xiaoyu's place, he ate 2 full bowls of rice. How could he not be full? Gu Chencher's gaze fell on Xiaoyu's wrist, which was supporting his chin. The cuffs of the sweater slid down slightly, revealing a small section as white as jade. Very slender. Gu Chencher couldn't help but think of the feeling of holding her wrist in the mall 2 days ago. It seemed that it would break if he applied even a little force. How is your novel? Does it have many readers? What's the feedback? They didn't know since when, but they no longer had the awkward feeling of having nothing to talk about when they were alone. They can also sit face to face and chat casually and happily like other friends. Xiaoyu said shyly, it's not too long now, about 70,000 to 80,000 words, and the feedback is pretty good, but I don't know what level it ranks among online novels. After all, this is my first time writing. Gu Chencher encouraged her, everything is difficult at the beginning, but once you get off to a good start, you will be able to thrive. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the food he had cleared off his plate. It's just like when you were learning to cook. Look, it's only been a few days. The dishes you cook are already at the level of a 5-star chef. Xiaoyu said modestly, I can only cook a few simple dishes at the moment, and I am still far from being a true master. Gu Chencher turned the topic to her novel, when can I read your masterpiece? Well, wait a minute, I don't have any results yet. When I get good grades and make money, I will definitely show it off to you and Auntie. Gu Chincher laughed. Okay, I'll wait, that day should come soon. Afterwards, they had some arguments over who should wash the pots and dishes. Xiaoyu thought that this was her territory and she should play the role of a good host and treat Gu Chencher as a guest of honor and not let him wash pots and dishes. Gu Chencher refuted her with reason and evidence. When you were at my house, weren't you also a guest? But you always rushed to brush the brush. Xiaoyu couldn't win the argument with him and could only watch him clean the table neatly and carry the dishes into the kitchen. Not the same. Xiaoyu listened to the rustling sounds coming from the kitchen and thought silently. I may be an abrupt intruder to you, but to me, you are an indispensable light in my life. Can it be the same? After eating and drinking, Gu Chencher went home to do his homework. Jinglan returned home at 9:30, and Xiaoyu promptly served her the meal that had been prepared for her. Jinglan was so surprised and excited that she almost cried. After tasting Xiaoyu's cooking, she was as shocked as Gu Chencher, exclaiming that Xiaoyu was an amazing genius. Gu Chencher, who was doing his homework at the desk, couldn't help but smile when he heard his mother use the fashionable word amazing to praise Xiaoyu. But he felt that his mother's amazing bones was used just right. Xiaoyu's skeleton is indeed amazing. Could she be a beautiful genius who can learn anything? Thinking of this, Gu Chencher couldn't help but think again, when his mother works the night shift in the future, will both he and his mother be fed by her? He remembered that when Xiaoyu decided to learn how to cook, he said he would cook for them in the future. But it's okay to eat it once or twice, but it would be embarrassing to let him eat it often. You know, Xiaoyu only eats alone at their house, and if she wants to feed them, she should at least feed 2 of them. If this goes on for a long time, isn't she taking advantage of them? The next day, as soon as Gu Chencher arrived at school, he was pestered by a girl. Gu Chencher, who was always polite and courteous, had a cold face and didn't even bother to look at her. Oh, this girl is Yan Yan who asked me yesterday whether he was cheap or not. Yan Yan came up to him enthusiastically and greeted him familiarly, as if she had known him for 800 years. Seeing that Gu Chencher treated her as heir, she curled her lips. Hey, are you still angry with me? You are so petty. Gu Chencher stopped and turned to look at her. I rejected you yesterday, but you still came up to me today. Are you a bitch? Yan Yan's face turned green. What did you just say about me? Gu Chencher laughed mockingly. Why do you also find this unpleasant? I just slightly processed what you said to me yesterday and gave it back to you, and you can't stand it? Yan Yan was furious and said, I said, can you say the same thing to me? You are a boy, how can you be so narrow-minded? Gu Chencher snorted coldly. Come on, how long have you been shouting the slogan of gender equality? If you want to gain the respect of others, you must first learn to respect others. Yan Yan. What he said made sense and she was speechless. Yes, if you don't respect others, why should others respect you? But she used to say this to those annoying boys around her, and those boys didn't have any objections, right? Chapter 52 The Truth You Want. Yan Yan suddenly realized that the reason those boys were so tolerant was because they were pursuing her, so they could tolerate her temper. The reason why Gu Chencher is small-minded is because he doesn't like her, so naturally he won't indulge her. Yan Yan was extremely depressed. I began to have deep doubts about my personal charm. She has never failed in pursuing boys. Could it be that she will break her record with Gu Chencher this time? Yan Yan became worried. She boasted in front of her best friend that she would definitely win over Gu Chencher. If she fails this time, it will be so embarrassing. Yan Yan's eyes rolled slightly, and her face immediately changed to a weak and pitiful look. Gu Chencher, I really like you. Gu Chencher just walked forward, treating her as heir. I'm sorry, I apologize to you, okay? I was wrong yesterday, I should never have attacked you personally. Yan Yan hurriedly chased after him. Gu Chencher sneered. What kind of apology is this? There is no sincerity at all. Yan Yan risked her life and shouted at his back, I'm sorry, Gu Chencher, I was wrong, please forgive me, okay? It was a little early at this time and there were not many students in the school, but Yan Yan's loud apology still alarmed 3 or 2 nearby students. They didn't understand what was going on and looked over here with curious looks on their faces. Gu Chencher remained unmoved and continued walking forward. He had long legs and walked fast, and Yan Yan had to jog to barely catch up with him. Since I sincerely apologize to you, can you please forgive me this time? I will never say such hurtful words again next time. Yan Yan panted slightly and spoke sincerely. Gu Chencher still ignored her. Because he had seen how shameless this girl was, he knew that once he started a conversation with her, she would pester him endlessly, which would be extremely annoying. Lin Ranran and Jing Shu walked into the campus side by side. Jing Shu glanced ahead casually and asked in surprise, "Isn't that Gu Chencher?" The girl next to him seems to be Yen Yen from class 2? Lin Ranran looked over subconsciously, and it was true. She noticed Gu Chencher walking towards the teaching building without looking around. And Yen Yen, like a dogskin plaster, followed closely, with a coquettish smile on her face, and said something to Gu Chencher. Lin Ranran felt uncomfortable for no reason. Gu Chencher didn't seem to want to pay attention to her, so how could she be so shameless to approach him? "Since I really like you, won't you consider giving me a chance?" Yen Yen pouted and said aggrievedly. Gu Chencher finally spoke, "I heard that there are a lot of boys who like you. Have you given them all a chance?" Yen Yen. At this time, a boy not far away heard their conversation and teased Yen Yen, who was frustrated. "Yen Yen, Gu Chencher's girlfriend is like a fairy from heaven, so forget about it. How about you consider me?" If this were any other time, a hot-tempered Yen Yen would have stood with her hands on her hips in disbelief and told them they were bragging. Fairies descended to earth? Bah, I am a fairy. However, after she saw the girl who gave Gu Chencher an umbrella yesterday, Yen Yen could no longer be so arrogant. That girl is actually Gu Chencher's girlfriend? Why hadn't she thought of this before? Maybe he subconsciously thought, if Gu Chencher has such a beautiful girlfriend, is there any need for him to be Lin Ranran's bootlicker? Yen Yen was a little unwilling. "The girl who gave you an umbrella yesterday, is she really your girlfriend?" Of course it's true. Otherwise, it's freezing cold in the snow. Who would come out just to give an umbrella? The boy simply treated himself as Gu Chencher's spokesperson and rushed to answer. Yen Yen rolled her eyes at him. "I'm talking to him, did I ask you?" However, she had wised herself up and no longer had any other thoughts about Gu Chencher. Because she could feel that Gu Chencher had absolutely no interest in her at all, why should she continue to humiliate herself in front of him? As for the possible loss of face in front of my bestie. Ah, he has a girlfriend, and he and his girlfriend have a very good relationship. How can I be the third party who interferes with other people's relationship? Well, that is great, that is a very good reason. Yen Yen found a way out for herself and stopped pestering Gu Chencher, but it turns out that Gu Chencher is so cool, she didn't realize it before. The sooner you find out, the sooner you can take action. Maybe you can succeed before he gets a girlfriend. Her shoelaces were untied, so she squatted down to tie them. When she stood up, two girls passed by her. Yen Yen subconsciously looked over and saw Lin Ranran, who made her unconvinced. In her eyes, Lin Ranran was too good at pretending, and those boys were too stupid. Lin Ranran's pretty face was tense, and like a proud peacock, she passed by Yen Yen without even looking at her. Both are beauties, but since the title of school belle fell on Lin Ranran's head, Yen Yen seemed to have become Lin Ranran's defeated opponent. When facing her, Lin Ranran would unconsciously feel that she was superior to her. Yen Yen looked at her back, rolled her eyes in disdain and snorted. However, even though Lin Ranran seemed to have won the contest with Yen Yen, she was in a bad mood now. Jing Shu saw it all and felt mixed emotions. That day, Jing Shu learned from Gu Chencher the real reason for their breakup as she wished. Gu Chencher said that Lin Ranran threw the birthday present he gave her into the trash can. Jing Shu immediately expressed her doubt. "How is this possible? Didn't Ranran wear the scarf you gave her a few days ago to show that she liked it very much?" Gu Chencher said, "The scarf I gave her was picked up from the trash can by me. It is now in the closet in my room. The one she is wearing is not the one I gave her." Jing Shu expressed doubt. "Do you mean that Ranran is lying?" Gu Chencher asked her back, "So you mean I'm lying now?" "You have a good relationship with her, I know that, and I can understand that you don't believe me, but every word I say is the fact that you want to know." At this time, Jing Shu looked at Lin Ranran and thought silently in her heart, "Ranran, you are not that kind of person, right? But if you really did that, what qualifications do you have to ask Gu Chencher to like you as usual? And I can no longer stand by you and support you unconditionally like I always do." Selfishly speaking, Jing Shu was unwilling to believe that Lin Ranran was the kind of person who would trample on other people's sincerity. But at the same time, she had to admit that Gu Chencher didn't seem to be talking nonsense. "We have been classmates for 2.5 years and have gotten to know each other's character." She felt that Gu Chencher was not that kind of person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be the most optimistic about Gu Chencher among Lin Ranran's many suitors. Chapter 53. It turns out she can't do it. Jing Shu couldn't believe that her good friend was someone who would trample on other people's sincerity. But I also felt that Gu Chencher was not someone who could lie. So the problem facing her now is whether she should firmly believe in her best friend or choose to believe what Gu Chencher said. Ah, it feels so hard. Maybe there is some misunderstanding? However, she raised this possibility at the time, and Gu Chencher told her very confidently that there was no misunderstanding. Lin Ranran's eyes unconsciously followed the handsome and elegant figure in front of her. Old Gu, wait for me. Zhou Xiangyu's voice came from behind. When Gu Chencher turned around and looked at Zhou Xiangyu, he saw them in passing. Lin Ranran nodded at them with no expression on her face, and suddenly realized how she had gone against her own heart again. He is still the same as before, ignoring me. How could she not know that his nod of greeting just now seemed to be directed at the two of them, but in fact, it was just a greeting to Jing Shu. His eyes swept across himself without stopping. Gu Chencher turned around to face them and stopped waiting for Zhou Xiangyu. Lin Ranran was depressed. Shouldn't she be used to his indifference? She is trying to get used to his indifference. During the 2 days she went abroad to relax with her father, she looked at the exotic scenery and thought deeply. Life is short, enjoy it to the fullest. If some people are destined to be passers-by in her life, let them go. Since they don't miss you, why should you miss them? Lin Ranran thought she had figured it out. Although she was the one who made the mistake first, no one is perfect. Who can guarantee that they will not make any mistakes in their life? Gu Chencher, since you are determined to withdraw from my world, it's up to you. There are so many people who can't wait to squeeze into my world and win my attention. What does it matter if you are missing? Lin Ranran thought that after spending 2 days, she could finally face his disregard for her calmly. But when she faced Gu Chen again, she was annoyed to find that she had not done it. When she finds out that a girl is hitting on him, she gets very angry, as if her treasure is being coveted by someone else and is trying to be snatched away. When Gu Chencher ignored her, she still felt heartbroken. Jing Shu saw that she obviously cared a lot, but she tried her best to restrain herself and pretended nothing had happened. She thought again of her previous conversation with Gu Chencher. I felt a little shaken. What a proud person Lin Ranran is. If she really did nothing wrong, would he bear it alone when she was wronged? Of course not. So the answer seems to be obvious. What Gu Chencher said is the answer. Jing Shu sighed. Ranran, how can you be so reckless? You can throw away anything, but you cannot throw away someone's love for you. Just like the pink scarf that Gu Chencher picked up and brought home, once it is thrown away, it will never be found again. Gu Chencher became the focus of the whole class. The news that he is dating a beautiful girlfriend has been confirmed by everyone. Gu Chencher, let me see how you can argue this time. Yesterday, your goddess girlfriend came to give you an umbrella, but many people saw it. You're so stingy. We just wanted to see the photos, but you wouldn't let us. Are you afraid we'd snatch them away? Everyone was talking at once, some were envious, some were jealous. Someone wants to find a sack again. Everyone is still suffering as a miserable single dog. Why is it that he can always be surrounded by beautiful women, and they are all top-notch beauties? Gu Chencher was not used to being the center of attention. He twitched his lips, knowing that he could not wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I hope Xiao Yuan-Ti blame him after he finds out. The noisy classroom became quiet for a short while because of Lin Ranran's appearance. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ranran with a bit of a sense of watching the fun. Everyone knows that Gu Chencher used to like Lin Ranran, and many people thought that he would eventually win the heart of the school beauty Lin. But they were surprised to find that for some reason, the two of them suddenly had nothing in common. Rather than thinking that Gu Chencher abandoned Belle Lin, more people believed that Gu Chencher confessed his feelings to Belle Lin behind everyone's back, and Belle Lin ruthlessly rejected him. He felt hopeless, and in anger, he broke up with Belle Lin. Well, this is what other students speculated about their current situation, and they took it for granted that this was the truth. Gu Chencher didn't know what others thought, and he was too lazy to care. But when they learned that Gu Chencher had a new girlfriend, they all compared Gu Chencher's girlfriend with school beauty Lin, and began to re-examine the reasons why their relationship suddenly became distant. Perhaps, things were not as they had initially guessed? Judging from the current situation, it seems that Gu Chencher took the initiative to withdraw, because he has a fairy girlfriend who is no worse than Lin Xiaohua. Naturally, there is no need for him to continue to revolve around Lin Xiaohua and be neglected in front of her. Hey, let me tell you, I heard that Gu Chencher's girlfriend has a very good temperament, she's very fairy-like. She came here on a snowy day just to give him an umbrella. It shows that they have a very good relationship. Stop talking, or my teeth will break. The discussion was not loud, but bits and pieces of it drifted into Lin Ranran's ears. Lin Ranran looked nonchalant on the surface, but her heart ached. Even breathing is difficult. They are actually together? That female neighbor came all the way over just to give him an umbrella on a snowy day? Are they so inseparable? But if Gu Chencher were to find any other girl as his girlfriend, Lin Ranran would develop a sense of superiority that they are not as good as me, except for his female neighbor. At least in terms of appearance, she couldn't find any fault with it. The bell rang, the classroom became quiet, and everyone took out the books they needed for this class. Jingshu glanced casually and found Lin Ranran sitting in her seat in a daze, as if she was possessed by a ghost. "Ranran, class is starting," she reminded in a low voice. Lin Ranran came back to her senses, smiled at her gratefully, and then glanced in a certain direction pretending to be unintentional. That was the direction of Gu Chencher's seat. During the break, Tang Xiaoxi, who was sitting in her seat, suddenly stood up. So even without looking, Gu Chencher knew who was coming. Zhou Xiangyu sat carelessly in Tang Xiaoxi's seat, rubbing his legs and saying, "Old Gu, you were so mean. I treat you as a buddy, but you two are together, but you kept it a secret from me." Gu Chencher said tiredly, "It's not what you think. We are really just ordinary neighbors. No, don't worry about me for now. Are your legs still sore?" Chapter 54, Brother is a Straight Man. Gu Chencher asked Zhou Xiangyu with concern if his legs were still sore. "Sour, of course it's sour. I stood for the entire class. Then again, a class is only 45 minutes, and Zhou Xiangyu is tall and strong, so what's the point in him standing? But one thing that needs to be pointed out is that this guy got up late. Of course, this is the norm for him, so it's not uncommon. In order to save time, he ran towards the side as soon as he got off the bus, but he still entered the classroom one step later than the teacher. It was his bad luck that the first period was taught by the head teacher. The head teacher gave him a sharp look, and Zhou Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat. His feet slipped, and he performed a difficult juggling show for everyone, dog chewing mud. Amidst everyone's laughter, the head teacher asked him with concern how badly he fell and whether he needed to go to the school infirmary. Zhou Xiangyu was so moved that he quickly got up from the ground and said that he was fine. Afraid that the head teacher would not believe me, I took a few steps on the spot. "That's good." The head teacher nodded with relief, then changed his expression in a second. "Since you're fine, if you're late, stand at the back." Zhou Xiangyu. It seemed too late for him to say that he had something to say. Although he arrived late, he knew about Gu Chencher's goddess girlfriend that everyone had been talking about in the morning. He was on the bus on his way to school and met a boy from another class who was also late. He learned about this from the boy. The boy was one of the witnesses who saw Gu Chencher's goddess girlfriend at the bus stop yesterday. Gu Chencher asked, "Did you play games again last night?" Zhou Xiangyu said with a guilty conscience, "I just played for a short while." Gu Chencher didn't say anything. He is just Zhou Xiangyu's friend, not Zhou Xiangyu's mother. As a friend, he can advise Zhou Xiangyu in a kind manner, but cannot interfere forcefully. And as Zhou Xiangyu himself said, it takes time for a child to be pinched for breastfeeding. How can it be stopped all at once? Gu Chencher silently took out a few slices of bread and a cold egg from the hole in the table. "It doesn't matter if the eggs are cold, this guy is tough." Zhou Xiangyu chuckled, took it and ate it in big bites, enjoying it very much. Jiden ate his food a little too quickly and choked. He gestured with his hands to ask Gu Chencher to bring him some water. At this time, a glass with cute cartoon stickers on it was handed to him. Zhou Xiangyu took it and drank the water in one breath. After finishing the drink, I realized that the cup was not Gu Chencher's, but Tang Xiaoxi asked softly, "Is that enough? If not, I'll get you some more." No. Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head, took Tang Xiaoxi's water cup and stood up. "I'll help you wash the cup." Zhou Xiangyu felt very embarrassed after accidentally drinking water from a female classmate's cup. Tang Xiaoxi reached out and took the cup from him, smiling, "I'll go." Gu Chencher looked at Zhou Xiangyu, who had eaten and drunk his fill and sat down again, then looked back at Tang Xiaoxi, who was leaving the classroom. Something seems wrong?" Gu Chencher couldn't help but stare at Zhou Xiangyu's face. Zhou Xiangyu said unhappily, "Hey, you're going to suggest that I go to the hospital to check my brain again? I don't seem to have offended you today." No, he misunderstood. Gu Chencher didn't want him to go to the hospital to check his brain. In fact, although Zhou Xiangyu is not a standard handsome guy, he has a good-looking appearance and exudes a rare masculinity all over his body. Gu Chencher recalled the scene when Tang Xiaoxi handed over her cup of water without hesitation when Zhou Xiangyu asked for water. After all, cups are personal items. Unless the relationship is very good and no one is dissatisfied with each other, few people are willing to lend their cups to others. Then Gu Chuncher thought about it again. His classmate Tang Xiaoxi seemed to have given up her seat only for Zhou Xiangyu. Will she like Zhou Xiangyu? Gu Chuncher secretly smacked his lips. Zhou Xiangyu, whose mind is full of games, actually has someone who likes him. What a miracle! However, just because girls like him doesn't mean he won't be alone for the rest of his life. Because between girls and games, he would choose games without hesitation. Lin Ranran, who hadn't come to school for 2 days, finally returned, which made Zhang Shua very excited. He hurried over as soon as the get-out of class was over, and couldn't wait to confess his longing for the goddess. However, unlike his enthusiasm, the goddess coldly said, "Don't come to our class all the time," and sent him away. Zhang Shua looked back every few steps as he walked, reluctant to leave and feeling anxious. Did he do something wrong and make the goddess angry? He thought about it uneasily, but it seemed that it wasn't the case. Then why did the goddess not come for 2 days and suddenly become so cold to him? He suddenly fell down from heaven. How could he understand at this moment that if Gu Chuncher had not withdrawn, let alone standing by Lin Ranran, he would not even have the qualifications to say a few words to Lin Ranran? He thought he was finally able to see the moon at the end of the tunnel, but in reality he was just a replacement for Gu Chuncher. When Zhang Shua left, he couldn't help but look depressed in the direction of Gu Chuncher. This guy is the boy who has stood next to Lin Ranran the longest. How did he do it? He must have advantages that they don't know about. Zhang Shua thought to himself that he had to find an opportunity in the next 2 days to learn from Gu Chuncher. Although it was quite embarrassing, he finally had the chance to get close to the goddess, so he naturally couldn't give up easily. However, even Gu Chuncher himself didn't know that in Lin Ranran's heart, his advantage was who he was. At noon, Jingshu felt like walking alone, but Lin Ranran stopped her. "Shu, let's go together." Then he took Jingshu's arm affectionately. They usually walked together so intimately. But today, Jingshu felt uncomfortable when she saw Zhang Shua, who wanted to come closer but didn't dare to. Lin Ranran walked closely beside her, chatting about what she had seen and heard in the past 2 days as they walked. Jingshu listened absent-mindedly and felt particularly uncomfortable. She really wanted to ask, "Ranran, what do you want to do? If I guess correctly, you must have Gu Chuncher in your heart. But what are you doing? If you don't like other boys, why should you acquiesce to their approach and let them think they have a chance? Maybe you want to use other boys to stimulate Gu Chuncher, but doesn't this invisibly hurt other boys who are truly devoted to you? Alas, Ranran, I can't see through you anymore. Walk carefully." Gu Chuncher said impatiently. "No, my legs are sore." Zhou Xiangyu hummed. "Isn't it disgusting? Save your coquettish behavior for future use on your wife." Gu Chuncher got goosebumps all over his body. At this time, Zhou Xiangyu put his arms around his shoulders and pressed the weight of his upper body on Gu Chuncher as if he had no bones, making Gu Chuncher miserable. "Get out of here, get out of here. When others see us being so clingy, they think we are gay." Gu Chuncher said speechlessly. "This trick works." Zhou Xiangyu immediately stood up straight and said, "Whoever dares to say that, I will punch him away. I am a straight man." Chapter 55. She is invisible. Zhou Xiangyu turned his head and found Tang Xiaoxi covering her mouth and laughing. He was shocked and explained hurriedly, "Tang Xiaoxi, you don't think that Lao Gu and I are that? We have a very pure brotherly relationship, please don't think too much." Tang Xiaoxi stopped laughing, hummed, and whispered, "I believe it." Zhou Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If he was misunderstood, not only would his reputation be damaged, but Gu's girlfriend might even come to his house and point at his nose and call him a mistress. Wouldn't he then become the sinner who destroyed other people's feelings? He doesn't want to be a mistress. That's not right. I have known Lao Gu for more than 5 years, so she can't be a mistress, right? Zhou Xiangyu became confused. It is true that he met Lao Gu first, but he and Lao Gu did not have a confirmed relationship, so she was still a mistress? What a mess. Tang Xiaoxi looked at Zhou Xiangyu shyly, who looked depressed, and asked, "Zhou Xiangyu, what games do you usually play?" Zhou Xiangyu came back to his senses and asked in surprise, "You play games too?" In the class, Tang Xiaoxi is the type of good girl who has little sense of existence and her grades are also good. If it weren't for the fact that she was Gu Chincher's deskmate, perhaps after 3 years of high school, Zhou Xiangyu might not even remember that there was someone like her in the class. Gu Chencher, who was walking beside them, was almost certain of a guess in his mind. After thinking about it, he took 2 quick steps and distanced himself from them. Tang Xiaoxi, as your deskmate, this is all I can do for you. But Zhou Xiangyu is a blockhead who only cares about games. Maybe your secret love is destined to be fruitless. As Gu Chencher was walking, someone called him softly. He glanced sideways and realized that he had unknowingly walked in front of Jing Shu and Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran, who was walking on the other side of Jing Shu and still holding Jing Shu's arm intimately, stiffened unconsciously, which was keenly caught by Jing Shu. She is nervous. Because of Gu Chencher's approach. Ever since they parted at the mall, Lin Ranran actually found it a little difficult to face Gu Chencher. She had just rushed up to him that day and started to make comments about Gu Chencher's private life. In the words of Gu Chencher, she was just an ordinary classmate of his. What qualifications did she have to make comments? To be honest, the 4 words ordinary classmate really made Lin Ranran shed a lot of tears. But what Gu Chencher said seemed to be correct. Now, they are indeed just ordinary classmates. Lin Ranran felt a little embarrassed when facing Gu Chen again. I deeply regret my impulsiveness that day. Her behavior at that time clearly showed that she was jealous, but Gu Chencher remained indifferent. In other words, even if she revealed her feelings for him, it wouldn't move him at all. She was reluctant, but it was the truth. Neither of them mentioned that incident. She did so because she was embarrassed, but as for Gu Chencher, had he already forgotten about it? After all, he now just regarded her as air. Gu Chencher was very close to her at this time, only about the distance between him and Jing Shu. Lin Ranran wanted to act more natural, but found that not only could she not do it, even her breathing was disordered. Jing Shu didn't know why she called Gu Chencher. Perhaps it was Zhang Shua who followed her silently and looked at her eagerly from time to time that made her feel uncomfortable. Maybe it was Lin Ranran's nonchalant and lively conversation that made her feel restless? Anyway, the distance of several dozen meters to the cafeteria was extremely painful for Jing Shu. So when she caught a glimpse of Gu Chen out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help herself. Jing Shu asked curiously, Gu Chencher, I saw you walking with Yan Yan from class 2 this morning. She was not a gossipy person, but at this moment she needed to find something to talk about to relieve her strange and tormenting state. Upon hearing what they were talking about at this moment, Lin Ranran immediately pricked up her ears, and then cursed silently in her heart, how shameless. This curse was naturally directed at Yan Yan. Zhang Shua, who had been silent for a long time, finally found an opportunity to show his presence. He laughed and joked, when Yan Yan approached you yesterday, some people envied your good luck in relationships and were planning to put a sack over your head. Gu Chencher laughed at himself, what kind of luck in love? That's not the case. Listening to their relaxed conversation, Lin Ranran felt tortured. At the same time, I am extremely jealous. She was jealous of Jing Shu and Zhang Shua because they could talk to Gu Chencher like friends. And I was clearly walking with them, but in Gu Chencher's eyes, I was no different from an invisible person. Lin Ranran was dejected. It seemed that everyone could enter and exit Gu Chencher's world at will, except her. But she should have been the center of Gu Chencher. Everything changed because of an action I took on a whim. Now she was so close to Gu Chencher, breathing the same air and feeling the same wind, but they were separated by an invisible barrier and became people from 2 different worlds with no intersection at all. When talking about games, Zhou Xiangyu became very excited and talked to Tang Xiaoxi for a while with his hands and feet dancing. It means that when you meet a good friend, 1,000 cups are not enough. When he came to his senses, hey, where is Lao Gu? Tang Xiaoxi said, he's in front. When Zhou Xiangyu caught up with him, Gu Chencher and the others' topic somehow turned to who was a better fighter between him and Zhou Xiangyu. Gu Chencher said, you actually don't know that although Zhou Xiangyu is well known, he was actually defeated by me. Jing Shu was surprised and asked, is it true? If you don't tell us, we really can't tell. Zhou Xiangyu, who happened to hear this, was very dissatisfied. Who said I'm not your opponent? Come on, do you want to practice on the spot? Gu Chencher looked at Zhou Xiangyu with an attitude of who was afraid of whom. And looked down on everything, come on, let's practice. Zhou Xiangyu coughed lightly and said, forget it. I'm the elder brother and you're the younger brother. I don't want to be accused of bullying the weak. Well, in terms of age, Gu Chencher should indeed call Zhou Xiangyu brother. This guy is only 1 week older than Gu Chencher. But even if he is 1 minute older, he is still my brother. Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked towards the cafeteria. Lin Ranran silently held Jing Shu's arm, and was like air throughout the whole process, not saying a word. On the surface, it seems that she is aloof and unwilling to mix with these ordinary people. The actual situation was, because Gu Chencher was among these people, she felt nervous and short of breath, and she didn't dare and couldn't blend into their laughter. At this moment, she felt that she was abandoned by the whole world. Surrounded by laughter and joy, yet feeling extremely lonely. But in fact, she is the one who is least likely to be lonely. For example, now, Zhang Shua would look towards her from time to time, hoping that she would look at him. The most torturous thing in this world is probably not being able to get the love you want. While Lin Ranran was being tortured by others, wasn't she also torturing others? Chapter 56, Dog Licking Experience. The station after school was as crowded as usual. After Zhang Shur rushed onto the bus, he took the initiative and grabbed 2 seats without any moral ethics, then loudly called out to Gu Chencher, who got on the bus later. Gu Chencher, come here, I've reserved a seat for you. Gu Chencher was stunned for a moment. They are just acquaintances, they can't be that close? But since a seat has already been reserved for him, he can't just say something ungrateful like no, I'm used to standing, right? Gu Chencher walked over and sat down. Before arriving at the station, he chatted casually with Zhang Shua for a few words. It's nothing more than topics like which university you want to apply to in the future and what major you are interested in. Since we were not really familiar with each other, we ran out of things to talk about after a few sentences. They soon arrived at the station and Gu Chencher got up and left. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shua also stood up. Gu Chencher vaguely remembered that he seemed to have said that his home was 2 stops away. Maybe he has relatives or friends living nearby. Gu Chencher didn't think much and got off the car. Gu Chencher. Zhang Shua, who got off the car later, called him. Gu Chencher looked at Zhang Shua in confusion. A gust of cold wind blew over, and Zhang Shua couldn't help but shrink his neck and stamp his feet, smiling a little embarrassedly. I'll take up a moment of your time. I want to ask you a question. Seeing Zhang Shua's hesitation, Gu Chencher raised his eyebrows and immediately realized that the question Zhang Shua wanted to ask must be related to Lin Ranran. Gu Chencher was speechless. It seems that even though he is completely withdrawn from Lin Ranran's world, others still tie him and Lin Ranran together. It's cold outside, so Zhang Shua wants to invite Gu Chencher to sit in the cafe and have a cup of coffee. However, Gu Chencher did not accept it, but suggested finding a place where they could talk. So they went to a supermarket to use the heating. When they stood in an empty corner, Zhang Shua stammered, Gu Chencher, I told you not to laugh at me. What I want to ask you is, how do you manage not to annoy Lin Ranran? Gu Chencher. To be honest, he thought what Zhang Shua wanted to tell him was that you already have a girlfriend, so please don't have any ideas about Lin Ranran anymore. After all this fuss, isn't it? Gu Chencher looked at Zhang Shua in astonishment, which made Zhang Shua feel even more embarrassed. Zhang Shua scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, you are the only one who can always stand by Lin Ranran without being disliked by her. So I was thinking if you have any tricks, or if you know how to make her happy, would you please tell me about it? Gu Chencher. It's not easy. He accidentally licked himself and became a role model among bootlickers? It's really weird to see 2 boys sneaking around in a secluded place and quietly exchanging their experiences of being a dog. Gu Chencher said with a mixture of laughter and tears, I'm sorry, although I really want to help you, I don't have any special tricks. Zhang Shua was silent. Before he came to Gu Chencher with the mentality of hoping for luck and trying anything possible, he had anticipated this result. After all, my behavior was indeed a bit ridiculous. Perhaps Zhang Shua's distraught look reminded Gu Chencher of his own days as a bootlicker, and he developed a sense of mutual sympathy. However, he was telling the truth. He didn't have any dog-licking tips to pass on to Zhang Shua. If I have to say it, it might be just foolishly and one-sidedly being nice to a girl. Isn't this a characteristic that all bootlickers have? As the saying goes, a bystander sees more clearly than a participant. Lin Ranran doesn't like Zhang Shua. Just like I didn't like him at the beginning. What Zhang Shua should do most now is to cherish his life and stay away from people who casually destroy his emotions. But Gu Chencher would not say such words. His relationship with Zhang Shua is just average, and he has no obligation to remind Zhang Shua not to be a bootlicker. Of course, the main reason is that Zhang Shua has not experienced what he has experienced, and cannot see the sadness of being a bootlicker. Even if Gu Chencher tries to persuade him in a kind way, he will not listen. Gu Chencher, can you tell me whether your leaving Lin Ranran has anything to do with your current girlfriend? Zhang Shua asked suddenly. Gu Chencher smiled and said, if I say no, will you believe me? Come on, he really doesn't have a goddess girlfriend, okay? He and Xiaoyu are just neighbors. It's a pity that no one believes it. If you don't believe it, then just don't believe it. Anyway, it didn't affect his normal life much. Zhang Shua hesitated and said, then why would you give up? You are the one that everyone thinks is the best and most likely to be accepted by her. Gu Chincher said, I suddenly feel that she is not the type I like, so I don't like her anymore. There should be no problem, right? Zhang Shua said nothing. Gu Chincher half-jokingly asked, hey, why are you silent? Are you thinking that I offended your goddess and are secretly planning how to avenge me on your goddess' behalf? Zhang Shua smiled and said, how is that possible? I should thank you for quitting, which gave me the opportunity to get close to her. Although he laughed, Zhang Shua felt very confused. He seemed to see his own future in Gu Chenshi. But he was unwilling to give up just like that. When he first met Lin Ranran, he was deeply attracted by Lin Ranran's image and temperament. Lin Ranran is exactly like his dream lover. She was like a white cloud in the sky. He kept looking up and gazing at her with a pious heart. Finally he had the chance to be close to her. How could he let her go so easily? Zhang Shua looked at Gu Chenshi and saw her figure disappear around a corner after waving goodbye to him. He thought silently, as a goddess, she naturally has the arrogance of a goddess. He believed that one day, Lin Ranran would see his true heart and finally accept him. How could he know at this moment that his psychological activities at this moment were the same as Gu Chenshi's before? The greatest sorrow of a dog licker is that he is moved by his own willingness. While they were standing here talking, Gu Chenshi would never have thought that Xiaoyu was also in this supermarket. After she paid, she walked out with her full shopping bags. A cold wind was blowing outside. She wrapped the scarf around her neck one more time, all the way to above her nose, leaving only her eyes exposed. She put one hand in her pocket, holding a shopping bag in the other, and walked towards the community leisurely. As she walked, she felt something was wrong. I looked back and found a man in a suit following me. The road belongs to everyone and anyone can walk on it. In the eyes of others, perhaps this man just happened to be going the same way as her. But Xiaoyu's intuition told him that things were not as simple as he had imagined. She deliberately stopped and pretended to squat down to tie her shoelaces. This is to verify the guess in my mind. And the man behind him seemed to have stopped. Chapter 57, The Pervert Who Has No Offspring. In order to verify whether there was anything wrong with the man behind her, Xiaoyu deliberately squatted down and pretended to tie his shoelaces. If the man continues to move forward, it means she is overthinking. If a man also stops, it is enough to prove that there is something wrong with him. When she squatted down, the man behind her seemed to stop as well, pretending to hold his cell phone and saying something indistinctly. This man really has problems. Xiaoyu stood up and took a look at the road he was about to take. The dim street lights seemed to exude an ominous atmosphere. About 10 meters behind her was the supermarket where she had just bought something. Therefore, if the man wanted to do something to her, this was obviously not the right place. Xiaoyu continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. The man in the suit behind him also began to catch up slowly. Xiaoyu quickened his pace. However, instead of widening the distance between him and the person behind him, he inadvertently stimulated that person, causing him to quicken his pace. Due to the freezing cold weather, not long after dark, apart from the busy and bustling streets, there were very few pedestrians outside. Especially on the way back when Xiaoyu was going back, apart from her and the man in a suit and tie, who looked respectable and was following her step by step, there was no third person to be seen. Little sister, are you tired of carrying so many things? Come, I'll help you carry them. Where is your home? Hey little sister, why are you ignoring me? Don't be afraid, I'm a good person, don't walk so fast, wait for me. The man behind saw that there was no one around, so he became more arrogant, and there was a hint of ill intent in his laughter. Xiaoyu could tell from the voice that the sticky-looking man behind her was getting closer and closer to her. There was an alley ahead with no streetlights. It was dark and eerie, very much like the crime scene in a horror movie. The man behind him suddenly rushed over. According to the following plot, the lamb-like Xiaoyu would be dragged into the alley by a malicious man, who would cover her mouth to prevent her from calling for help, and then commit illegal assault. Xiaoyu smelled the smell of alcohol coming towards him. If it were someone else, they would probably have been frightened to the point of screaming. However, she was not panicked, but slightly raised the corners of her lips. If the man behind her could see the contempt in her icy eyes, he might regret his lustful decision. The man behind her couldn't wait to pounce on the petite and weak Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu slightly turned his body and dodged the attack flexibly. Then he made a beautiful spin, stretched out his right foot and kicked hard at a certain part of the man's lower body. Fast and fierce, not giving men any chance to defend themselves. The man covered his lower body in pain, his face turning the color of liver. The man cried. The severe pain somewhere in his lower body sobered him up. He raised his head in horror and looked at the girl in front of him who was covering her face so tightly that even under bright lights, his face could not be seen clearly. Tears of regret flowed down his face. Will he be without descendants? Xiaoyu reached into the pocket of his down jacket. The man immediately burst into tears and begged, "Don't call the police. Auntie, I kowtow to you, please don't call the police. He has a respectable job, and if he goes to jail, he will definitely lose his job." But Xiaoyu didn't want to let him go just like that. Just as she raised her foot to teach him a lesson again, she suddenly sensed something, walked out of the alley, and looked back. Under a street light more than 10 meters away, a tall and slender figure slowly walked towards this side. Xiaoyu's frosty face suddenly melted, he smiled slightly, turned around, and went back to greet him. Gu Chunshur looked at the figure walking towards him and felt that it was somewhat familiar. In the cold winter season, everyone will arm themselves fully when going out. Sometimes, two people who know each other well may pass each other on the street without recognizing each other. When he got closer to Gu Chen, he finally confirmed that it was Xiaoyu. Looking at Xiaoyu's smiling eyes that seemed to contain endless starlight, Gu Chunshur was very surprised. Xiaoyu was holding a shopping bag filled with daily necessities, and it seemed that he was buying things in the supermarket he had just walked out of. There is a convenience store outside their community, but the items inside are not complete, so sometimes they need to walk a little further to a nearby supermarket to buy things. A suppressed groan was faintly heard. Gu Chunshur looked forward in surprise. As he walked this road every day, he naturally knew that there was a dead end on the left side ahead, and the groaning sound came from there. Xiaoyu said calmly, "Oh, there seems to be a drunkard over there." So, based on the faint groaning sound, Gu Chunshur imagined a scene of a drunkard stumbling into a dead end and vomiting. When passing by the dead end, Gu Chunshur subconsciously looked inside and vaguely saw a figure kneeling on the ground, seemingly in a very embarrassed state. But that's all. Nowadays, the world is in decline and it is difficult to be a good person. Gu Chunshur, who has lived a new life, doesn't want to get into trouble. It is better to have less trouble than more. Therefore, he would not go into a dead end, but would ask with concern whether the person needed help. As they walked, Xiaoyu thought of something. "You seem to come back later than usual today." "Well, I chatted with a classmate for a while, which delayed me a little." Xiaoyu looked at the heavy school bag on Gu Chunshur's back and asked, "Are you very tired every day?" Gu Chunshur smiled, "It's okay, I'm used to it. In another 6 months, these hard times will be over." And compared with the despair of being paralyzed in bed in his previous life, this little suffering was nothing. Xiaoyu boasted, "I learned a new dish today, cumin lamb." Gu Chunshur praised sincerely, "Great." It was like praising a child, which made Xiaoyu feel a little embarrassed. After arriving home, when Gu Chunshur was about to go back to his own home, Xiaoyu said, "It won't be too late for you to go back after dinner." Although Gu Chunshur knew that she would definitely let him go to her house for dinner, when Xiaoyu naturally invited him to her house, Gu Chunshur felt embarrassed. During the week when his mother worked the night shift, he ate Xiaoyu's food every night. Oh no, he and his mother ate every night. Sooner or later, Xiaoyu's little money will be eaten up. How could he know that, let alone eating up all of Xiaoyu's money? Even if they needed her life, she would be willing to give it to them now. The Gu family is the light that shines into Xiaoyu's dark world. Without them, there would be no Xiaoyu who was trying hard to enjoy life now. Xiaoyu didn't notice Gu Chunshur's embarrassment. As he opened the door, he said to Gu Chunshur excitedly, "I think I did a good job. Come and try it. And give me some comments to see if there is anything that needs improvement." Gu Chunshur found it funny. She looks so happy. If I were to make excuses, it would inevitably ruin her mood. Then he would rather obey respectfully. As for who ate from whom and who took advantage of whom, we can settle the accounts later. Gu Chunshur obediently turned around, stepped over the threshold with her, and immediately smelled the tempting aroma of cumin lamb. Gu Chunshur's stomach growled twice in response. Well, he's hungry. Chapter 58. Do you treat me as an outsider? Gu Chunshur put his school bag on the sofa and went to the kitchen to wash his hands. Xiaoyu put the cumin lamb on a plate and brought it to Gu Chunshur like a treasure. Smell it, doesn't it smell good? Gu Chunshur wiped his hands and smelled them at the same time. They smelled very good. His stomach growled even louder. Xiaoyu brought the cumin lamb to the table. When he turned back, Gu Chenshi was leisurely serving rice. Xiaoyu didn't fight with him for it. Instead, he opened the lid of another wok and scooped out a plate of loofah and edamame. Finally, serve each of them a bowl of tomato and egg soup. 2 dishes in one soup, delicious and tasty. I can't believe that these were created by a beautiful girl who has only been planning to learn cooking for less than 10 days. Gu Chenshi has already accepted an incredible reality. That is, Xiaoyu is indeed an amazing genius. She is the most powerful person Gu Chenshi has ever seen. You're amazing, aren't you? Do you learn everything so quickly? Xiaoyu didn't think it was a big deal. It's nothing, actually. I just followed the instructions online step by step, and it came naturally. If it were you, you can do it too, it's very simple. Gu Chenshi smiled and said nothing. I became more convinced that Xiaoyu was a genius. If it were really as simple as she said, and everyone could make delicious dishes by following the steps of online food recipes, then there would be no such thing as dark cuisine in the world. Try it and see if it suits your taste? Xiaoyu said with anticipation. Gu Chenshi picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of mutton. Put it in your mouth and chew it slowly. During this period, Xiaoyu looked at him expectantly with a pair of big eyes with distinct black and white, and was reluctant to blink until Gu Chenshi came to a conclusion. The aroma of mutton and cumin blend perfectly together, giving Gu Chenshi's taste buds great satisfaction. Jinglan also cooks this dish often, but why is Xiaoyu called a genius? The dish cooked by Xiaoyu seems to taste even better. Gu Chenshi commented objectively and impartially, it's delicious. Xiaoyu, with your cooking skills, your restaurant business will definitely be very popular. Xiaoyu smiled. Obviously, Gu Chenshi's comments made her very happy. Only then did he pick up his chopsticks with satisfaction and start eating. She eats very little. It's really not much more than what a cat eats. And they eat very slowly, just like counting rice grains one by one. It is leisurely and pleasing to the eye. Eating with a beautiful woman is also a kind of enjoyment. Originally, Gu Chenshi thought that his eating manners were normal, and compared to Zhou Xiangyu, the eater himself, he could even be considered elegant. But compared with Xiaoyu, it seemed like he was wolfing down the food. You eat so little, will you be hungry at night? Gu Chenshi couldn't help but ask. Eat too little. Xiaoyu shook his head. I'm not hungry. I don't exercise normally, so I consume less energy. She is too thin. Gu Chenshi thought. It is so fragile that it can be blown away by a gust of wind. In addition, we usually stay at home and lack exercise. If this continues for a long time, can our physical fitness improve? If Gu Chenshi knew that the fragile Xiaoyu was going to brutally abuse a gangster tonight and probably make the gangster have no offspring, then he wouldn't think so. TSK, how miserable. As soon as Jinglan came back, she vividly told Xiaoyu what she saw and heard on the way home from get off work that evening. Gu Chenshi walked out of the room, picked up 2 bananas, handed one to Xiaoyu and kept one for himself. He peeled the skin and put it in his mouth, then asked in surprise, Mom, who did you just say was childless? Jinglan said, a white-collar worker was carried into an ambulance with his legs clamped together. He said he accidentally fell. You said he fell, he fell. I don't know if it will have any impact on his future. She glanced at Xiaoyu. I felt it was inappropriate to explain exactly where the man fell in front of such an innocent girl. Fortunately, Gu Chenshi understood. The white-collar worker fell down, and as luck would have it, he hit his vitals? He couldn't help but wonder. Most people would hurt their head, elbows, legs or knees when they fall, but that person actually fell on his vitals. What a tricky falling posture must have been to achieve that. Xiaoyu peeled the banana silently, but what she was thinking in her heart was that the scum was lucky. If she hadn't noticed Gu Chenshi's appearance, she would never let the scum go so easily. However, Xiaoyu was very confident in his strength. With that kick from her, the villain was almost crippled. This is why she chose not to call the police. Since the villain's act of attempting to violate her would not be severely punished, it would be better for her to kick him and let him become a eunuch. Well, she is acting in the name of justice. It was her that the scum met tonight. If it was an ordinary girl who was powerless, the outcome might be very different. Jinglan educated Gu Chenshi earnestly. Chenshi, don't drink in the future. If you need it for work in the future, you can drink less, but remember, you must not drink too much. Drinking will cause trouble. This person today fell accidentally because he drank too much. It may cause lifelong regret. Gu Chencher suddenly realized. It turned out that the man who had fallen down that my mother mentioned was the drunkard he met in the dead end on his way back. Xiaoyu, your mutton is so good, better than mine. Jinglan picked up a piece of cumin lamb and put it in her mouth, her eyes shining, and she praised it endlessly. Xiaoyu said obediently, as long as auntie likes it. Jinglan was eating when she suddenly frowned. Xiaoyu asked nervously, Auntie, what's wrong? Is there anything that needs improvement? No, Jinglan waved her hands, you did an excellent job, impeccable. Ha, I was originally planning to teach you my cooking skills, but now it seems that there is no need at all. You are a genius who has learned everything by yourself, and you don't need me to teach you how to cook. Gu Chencher felt that his mother was very self-aware. Indeed, the home-cooked dishes she had made for decades were not even on the same level as Xiaoyu's dishes that could amaze everyone with just one serving. Jinglan said worriedly, Xiaoyu, Chencher, and I eat and drink yours all day long. Xiaoyu interrupted Jinglan, Auntie, don't say that. Didn't I eat and drink your food before? Jinglan waved her hand, that's different. You ate alone at my house, and you ate very little, but now you're feeding Chencher and me. Isn't that taking advantage of you? Xiaoyu was in low spirits and didn't speak for a long time. Gu Chencher and Jinglan exchanged glances. Gu Chencher, Mom, you seem to have made her sad. Jinglan, but what I said was the truth. I was really taking advantage of her. Jinglan hesitated and said, Xiaoyu, if Auntie says something wrong, just point it out right there and then. Xiaoyu said gloomily, Auntie, are you treating me as an outsider? Chapter 59 Confused Account. Xiaoyu asked Jinglan aggrievedly if she was treating her as an outsider. Jinglan quickly denied, No, absolutely not. Xiaoyu said, since you don't treat me as an outsider, then Auntie, please don't say anything like taking advantage of someone in the future. How can one family take advantage of another? Gu Chencher was stunned. Jinglan was also stunned. Xiaoyu's serious and sincere expression shocked and moved them. It's like a relative suddenly appears in the dark, sharing the sufferings with you in this world where everyone suffers. Jinglan almost shed tears. Child, you are a good child, but Auntie has to consider your future. You still have a long way to go. It's not easy for you to make money. You have to save more money so that you can live a better life. This is true, but for Xiaoyu, no amount of money can make her happy. Only by working hard to make the people who bring light to her life happy can she be happy. Jinglan wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Gu Chencher's look. He could vaguely understand Xiaoyu's feelings. Perhaps, their family is the only people who have been truly kind to her since she grew up. That's why she is so devoted to treating them well. Gu Chencher felt a slight pain in his heart. Although he didn't know what her life was like as a child, he was sure that it must have been hard. But then again, she really is a double standard. When eating at their house, she insisted on giving them living expenses. When it was their turn to eat her, she complained aggrievedly that they treated her as an outsider. Auntie, I'm still young, there's plenty of time for the future. And I believe that money is earned, not saved. Besides, I have just learned how to cook, and I especially need gourmets to taste my food and give me some comments. It is my honor that you are willing to taste my food. Listening to her eloquence, Gu Chencher was really impressed by her. I guess if I asked her about the fact that she insisted on giving them living expenses, she might say something like it's not easy for you to live with a family, how can I be a burden to you? No matter how you put it, she is always right. Auntie, I don't cook for you every day. If you are so calculating with me, how can I come to your house for dinner in the future? You eat mine and I eat yours, it's a give and take, no one owes anyone anything. Auntie, please don't mention this matter again, okay? After she said that, the account became a mess and couldn't be sorted out. Xiaoyu's eyes were red, as if tears would fall at the next second, which was heartbreaking to see. So he succeeded in making Jinglan feel that he was indeed a good person. The other girl was so affectionate, so why should he be so calculating with her? In the final analysis, it seemed like he was treating her as an outsider. It's my fault, Auntie. I think too much. Jinglan corrected her mistakes as soon as she knew them and reflected on herself. Xiaoyu burst into laughter and said, No, Auntie, you are the best auntie in the world. The atmosphere immediately returned to its previous joyful and harmonious state. After Gu Chencher finished eating the banana, he threw the banana peel into the trash can and turned back to his room. Poor senior high school student, I'll keep trying. Time flies and winter vacation is here. But don't get me wrong. The first and second year high school students are on winter vacation. Since the third-year high school students will soon face the college entrance examination, the winter vacation is only 7 days. Late holidays and early school starts is the sad reality that every senior high school student will face. The departure of the freshmen and sophomores made the entire campus seem much larger and emptier overnight. During the break, Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu leaned against the corridor, chatting with their backs to the window. It was a nice day today. The sunlight shone through the glass window onto his head, casting a faint halo on his black hair. I don't know what he was talking about with Zhou Xiangyu, but he burst into laughter, and his smile was brighter than the sun outside. Lin Ranran walked out and saw this scene, and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Gu Chencher noticed something and turned his head to look over here seemingly unintentionally. Lin Ranran panicked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their eyes met, and Gu Chencher's eyes were still filled with a smile that he couldn't hide in time. Warm and sunny. Lin Ranran couldn't help but feel dazed. It seemed like it hadn't been long since Gu Chencher left her world. But to Lin Ranran, it seemed like a century had passed. Before she could come to her senses, Gu Chencher had already withdrawn his gaze as if nothing had happened and continued the previous topic with Zhou Xiangyu. An indescribable sadness surged in Lin Ranran's heart. When Gu Chencher looked at her just now, although there was no indifference or disgust in his eyes, it made her feel even more uncomfortable. Gu Chencher's eyes just fell on her, but he didn't seem to see her. Or, in Gu Chencher's eyes, she was like a wall, a stone, a scenery without any interest, unable to cause any ripples in his heart. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Lin Ranran, who was used to being the center of attention. She was depressed and embarrassed, but she tried to straighten her back, making herself look superior as usual, and then walked past them without looking at them. Ah, Lao Gu, don't you think this is ridiculous? Zhou Xiangyu has a low laugh point and he couldn't stop laughing. When he caught a glimpse of Lin Ranran out of the corner of his eye, he immediately stopped laughing and curled his lips in disdain. TSK, you scumbag woman playing with my brother's feelings. He suddenly changed the subject. Old Gu, how is the progress between you and your goddess girlfriend now? Lin Ranran's steps became unsteady. She had heard a lot about Gu Chencher's goddess girlfriend, and every time she heard it, it would affect her mood for a long time. However, seriously speaking, ever since Gu Chencher no longer paid attention to her and cared about her as usual, and when she realized that he would never forgive her if she made him angry, she seemed to have never been in a good mood. Even if you smile on your face, it will never reach your heart. Gu Chencher looked at Zhou Xiangyu, who was making faces, and was speechless. This guy, why did he suddenly think of bringing this up again? Seeing Zhou Xiangyu blinking and pursing his lips, he became even more speechless. This guy did it on purpose. Deliberately using goddess girlfriend to attack Lin Ranran? It's so boring. After Gu Chencher was reborn, he immediately drew a clear line between himself and Lin Ranran. At the beginning, Lin Ranran's inexplicable actions made him very unhappy. However, that day in the mall, Lin Ranran was bossing him around, and after he retorted, she never bothered him again. Maybe what he said that day was harsh? But who can be blamed? She asked for it. After Lin Ranran walked away, Zhou Xiangyu complained, Old Gu, do we have any tacit understanding? No. Gu Chencher said without hesitation. Oh, that's so boring. I want to see her cry. Zhou Xiangyu said maliciously. Of course, she refers to Lin Ranran. Gu Chencher said inexplicably, you want to make her cry? That's easy, can't you just go over and give her 2 brains explode? What does it matter whether you cooperate with him or not? Chapter 60 The Touch of Shame. Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chencher with a click of the tongue. Gu Chencher said unhappily, am I wrong? Zhou Xiangyu said, Old Gu, didn't you notice? What did you find? Gu Chencher was puzzled. Don't you think that since you ignored Lin Ranran, she seems to be different from before? What does that have to do with me? Zhou Xiangyu. On second thought, he felt that there was nothing wrong with what Gu Chencher said. Zhou Xiangyu asked unwillingly, you didn't feel anything at all? Gu Chencher asked back, what should I feel? Zhou Xiangyu gave up trying to guide him and said directly, I think Lin Ranran seems to care about you very much now. She must have discovered your goodness and is looking forward to your return. Well, she hopes he will continue to be her lapdog. After all, among her army of lickers, Gu Chencher is one of the highest quality ones. Gu Chencher repeated what he had just said, what does that have to do with me? Zhou Xiangyu laughed out loud, yes, you are absolutely right. She is a thing of the past. You have a fairy girlfriend now, so you don't need to care about her at all. Gu Chencher thought to himself, even if I remain single for the rest of my life, I will never look back. Oh, by the way, what is the name of the fairy girlfriend? Zhou Xiangyu thought of this. Gu Chencher said, are you crazy? Didn't I introduce it to you in the bookstore that day? Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head, really? But I don't remember it. Her name is Xiao Yu. Gu Chencher did not forget to clarify, we are really just ordinary neighbors. That doesn't seem to be accurate enough. Are ordinary neighbors like this, you eat at my house today, and I eat at your house tomorrow, and we can hardly tell the difference between us? Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chen and smiled meanly, old Gu, I can tell you're lying. When you mentioned your neighbor, the corners of your mouth couldn't help but rise. You looked so happy. Gu Chencher. Is there? He didn't even notice it himself. But speaking of happiness, he has now escaped the helpless despair of his previous life, he is in good health, his family is harmonious and peaceful, and he is happy every day, okay? This guy Zhou Xiangyu is deliberately trying to stir up trouble. Zhou Xiangyu chuckled, no matter how hard you talk, you can't escape my sharp eyes. Gu Chencher was both amused and confused. Fiery eyes and golden pupils? Then why didn't you realize that Tang Xiaoxi was secretly in love with you? Achoo! Zhou Xiangyu sneezed suddenly. Gu Chencher immediately kept his distance from him. Zhou Xiangyu, have you been infected? The flu has been raging recently and many people are sick. Zhou Xiangyu rubbed his nose nonchalantly, how is that possible? My strong body can be immune to all viruses. Achoo! Gu Chencher didn't know whether Zhou Xiangyu was infected or not, but Ms. Jinglan unfortunately was. She started to have a headache in the afternoon and felt groggy and just wanted to sleep. She is dedicated to her work and sticks to her post, riding her electric bike home only after get off work. I went home and used a thermometer and found that I had a low fever. Gu Chencher took out the medicine and poured her a cup of hot water for her to take. Jinglan had no appetite for dinner. She reluctantly drank a little millet porridge that Xiaoyu had specially prepared for her, and then lay down. The next day, Jinglan was still having a fever and definitely could not go to work. Gu Chencher wanted her to go to the hospital, but she thought it was just a minor cold and would be fine after some sleep. Gu Chencher was worried about leaving her alone at home, so Xiaoyu said, don't worry about going to school. I will take care of Auntie. If something goes wrong, I will send her to the hospital immediately. Gu Chencher said gratefully, Xiaoyu, thank you. Xiaoyu said seriously, you don't have to thank me. Auntie is your mother, and she is also my auntie. It is my duty to take care of my auntie. Gu Chencher. In that case, he was just being too sentimental? But no matter what, he was still very grateful to Xiaoyu. After school, Gu Chencher hurried home, and the first thing he wanted to do was to see how his mother was doing. There was no light in the room and the light was very dim. There was a person lying in front of the sofa in the living room, motionless. Gu Chencher's heart tightened. My mother's condition seems to be more serious than I thought. All fainted. He rushed over in a hurry, hugged the person on the ground, and said in panic, Mom, are you okay? Mom! Mom! Gu Chencher suddenly stopped talking. The soft touch and sweet smell in my arms. He seems to have made a mistake. The one in his arms now was not his mother, Ms. Jinglan, but Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu struggled out of his arms in panic in the dim light, her red face could not be seen. Gu Chencher hesitated and said, I'm sorry, I thought you were my mother who fainted here, and I was anxious. But speaking of which, why was she lying on the ground? It caused him a false alarm. My key accidentally slipped under the sofa. Xiaoyu explained in a low voice. She lay down, and just when she was able to come out to turn off the light of her phone, Gu Chencher rushed in. In order to ease the embarrassment, Gu Chencher asked, is my mother feeling better? Auntie's fever has subsided a little. It's now 37.6 degrees. She just took medicine half an hour ago. Thank you for your hard work. I am grateful to you for today. Don't thank me. I'm taking care of my aunt and that's what I should do. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he lowered his head, walked around Gu Chencher and hurried away. Gu Chencher was secretly a little annoyed. She won't be angry, right? I was really too reckless just now. While he was still feeling regretful, he somehow recalled the feeling of holding her in his arms. Full, soft, fragrant. Seems like it's pretty good. In the bedroom, Jinglan's cough brought Gu Chencher back from his distracted mind. Gu Chencher was horrified and ashamed. What was he thinking about? What a shameful feeling. If others knew about this, would he still be able to live as a human being? However, for a boy of his age, it would be abnormal if he didn't feel anything at all when facing an outstanding and beautiful girl, right? Thinking of this, Gu Chencher's sense of shame was immediately alleviated a lot. He stepped inside. Gu Chencher wanted to tuck in the corners of the quilt for his mother, but found that it was already tucked in well and there was no need for him to do anything. There was a tofu-shaped wet towel on Jinglan's forehead, which was naturally put there by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took good care of her aunt, his mother. Gu Chencher tiptoed out of his parents' bedroom, went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator to see what vegetables were there, and started cooking. Just as he was holding a potato and preparing to peel it, Xiaoyu walked in with a bowl of rice and a plate of vegetables. Gu Chencher, stop it. I've prepared the meal. Come and eat. Gu Chencher was very surprised. He subconsciously thought that Xiaoyu had to take care of the patients and had no time to cook, but he didn't expect that she could do both. Xiaoyu put the food on the dining table, turned and walked into the bedroom, and when he came out he had a towel in his hand. She soaked the towel in warm water, took it out and wrung it dry, folded it into a tofu-shaped block, and placed it back on Jinglan's forehead. Gu Chencher said, "You haven't eaten either? Come and eat with us." Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, "You eat first. I had a late lunch and I'm not hungry now. I'll eat later." Gu Chencher's heart skipped a beat. It's over, she's really angry. I don't even want to eat at the same table with him. Chapter 61 Xiaoyu is angry? Gu Chencher was a little uneasy. He accidentally bumped into Xiaoyu and made her angry. Well, what to do? Apologize to her sincerely? But he had apologized right away, and she seemed to have accepted it. But I only accepted it on the surface, and in my heart I was still angry with him. Gu Chencher was a little at a loss. So his eyes couldn't help but follow Xiaoyu's figure. Xiaoyu was busy, taking Jinglan's temperature and then soaking the towel on her forehead in warm water. Gu Chencher, the biological son of Ms. Jinglan, sat at the dining table and ate his dinner leisurely. In comparison, Gu Chencher's son did a lot of unnecessary things. With Xiaoyu around, he didn't have to do anything, and it seemed like he couldn't do anything. Because Xiaoyu had done everything that needed to be done. And she was also very domineering and didn't allow him to say thank you. After eating, drinking, brushing and washing, Gu Chencher walked into the bedroom. Xiaoyu squatted beside the bed, looking down at his phone. I don't know what he was looking at, but he was very focused. When she heard Gu Chencher coming in, she paused, sliding her finger across the screen, but did not turn back. Gu Chencher was a little at a loss. You see, she is really angry and doesn't want to pay attention to him. The atmosphere was eerily silent. There's also a hint of awkwardness mixed in there. Gu Chencher broke the silence, his voice low. Xiaoyu, go and do your thing first, my mom is here with me. Xiaoyu finally responded. She came over and whispered, you have homework to do, go do it, I don't have anything to do. While speaking, she still looked down at her phone, and her tone was a little stiff. Gu Chencher believed that if Xiaoyu was not afraid of disturbing his old mother, he would definitely not be willing to be so close to him. She hates him? It must be said that the feeling of being disliked by others accidentally made him feel uneasy. Gu Chencher opened his mouth. Seeing him standing still, Xiaoyu raised her head and glanced at him quickly, her expression somewhat uncomfortable. Go study quickly, don't let your aunt worry about you. Gu Chencher felt that what she said sounded a little familiar. He remembered that when she first moved in, he had asked her to eat well and not let his mother worry about her. Things have changed, and now it's Xiaoyu's turn to give him instructions? Well, thank you for your help. Gu Chencher was afraid that his stubbornness would make Xiaoyu even angrier, so he turned and left. Xiaoyu finally took his eyes off the phone screen and looked up at the door where he disappeared. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly frowned. Why was he being so polite to her? Everything she did for her aunt and them was done willingly, and she could get happiness from it, and it reflected her own life value. If anyone wants to say thank you, she should say it. She wanted to thank them for giving her the opportunity to integrate into their group, for giving her real care, and then for giving her the right to care for others. Gu Chencher sat in front of the desk and was stunned for a while. He was thinking about how to make Xiaoyu calm down. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He had been a bootlicker for more than 2 years in his previous life, but he just couldn't figure out a girl's mind. Jinglan woke up. Xiao Yu immediately handed her some warm water to replenish her water. Jinglan was halfway through her drink when she subconsciously looked up at the wall clock and was startled. Ouch, she patted her dizzy head weakly and said in a hoarse voice, "It's already 9:30 in the evening?" At noon, Auntie, don't worry, he has eaten and is doing his homework in the room now. Xiao Yu knew what she was worried about and said quickly. Jinglan said guiltily, "Kid, you have worked hard today." Xiao Yu said angrily, "Auntie, don't be so polite to me all the time. It's nothing to me." Jinglan thought that she was afraid that they would treat her as an outsider, so she was moved and stopped expressing her gratitude. "Auntie, do you want to go to the bathroom? Let me help you." Xiao Yu supported Jinglan carefully, and his thoughtfulness almost made Jinglan burst into tears. Although their son Gu Chenshi is no worse than other children, they, who do not have daughters, feel the care and love of their little one. But there is an essential difference between the masculine toughness of boys and the gentleness of girls. What a wonderful child! How nice it would be if she were really my daughter. A son and a daughter make up the Chinese character good. If you can't be my daughter, being my daughter-in-law is not bad either. In this way, wouldn't we become a real family? The more Jinglan looked at Xiao Yu, the happier she became, and she couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Gu Chenshi immediately walked out of the house when he heard the noise. When he saw his mother walking out with the help of Xiao Yu, he was shocked. "Mom, are you okay? If not, let's go to the hospital now." Jinglan rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not that serious about your mom. Oh, I still feel a little dizzy. But it seems a little better than during the day." Hearing this, Gu Chenshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I just hope Mom is fine." Xiao Yu suddenly said to Jinglan, "Auntie, can you sleep at my place tonight?" Gu Chenshi was shocked again. "What's the meaning? Are you blatantly trying to steal my mom?" Jinglan was also a little confused. Xiao Yu explained, "Auntie, I'm worried that you haven't recovered yet. Come to my place and I can take care of you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can tell me at any time." Gu Chenshi said, "I can also take care of my mother." Xiao Yu said, "You have classes tomorrow. If you get up in the middle of the night to take care of Auntie, you won't be able to rest well at night, which will affect your studies. So it's better to let me take care of Auntie." Gu Chenshi was speechless. She is meticulous and considerate, what else can he say? Gu Chenshi thought of something and felt secretly happy. By the way, since she is willing to consider everything for herself, does that mean she is no longer angry with him? However, on second thought, on the surface, it seemed that Xiao Yu was considering him, but if you think about it carefully, Xiao Yu is actually considering his mother. He knows himself. Xiao Yu has the best relationship with his mother. If it weren't for his mother, Xiao Yu would not have been able to integrate into their family. Xiao Yu was worried that his lack of rest would affect his studies tomorrow, but that was only because he was his mother's son. It probably has nothing to do with him. 10 minutes later. Gu Chenshi sat alone on the sofa, looking at his small 2-bedroom apartment, feeling like he was abandoned. Mom happily went with Xiao Yu, leaving him alone at home. Oh, by the way, before leaving, Mom did not forget to leave him a $20 bill, so that he could solve his own breakfast tomorrow morning. Gu Chenshi silently put the 20 yuan into his pocket, feeling lonely and cold. He thought that people should always learn to grow up. Chapter 62, Possessed. The next day. Gu Chenshi got up from the bed yawning, and groggily washed his face with a handful of water that seemed to have just been taken out of the refrigerator. He shivered suddenly and woke up in an instant. After waking up, Gu Chenshi felt very ashamed. He had a bizarre dream last night. It may be normal to have some strange dreams when you are young and full of energy. But putting Xiao Yu in, is it still normal? The sweet and soft feeling in the dream. Ugh, it's so embarrassing. After a simple wash, Gu Chenshi walked out the door with his heavy schoolbag on his back. He couldn't help but look across. I don't know what's going on with my mom. Is she still having a fever? As a son, it seems a bit inappropriate for him not to visit his sick mother before passing away, right? But at this point, they should not have woken up yet. Gu Chenshi convinced himself. Knocking on the door rashly would be a disturbance. He remembered his mother saying that Xiao Yu didn't get up very early every day. Speaking of Xiao Yu, it's over. Gu Chenshi doesn't have the courage to face her now. Even if no one knew about the shameful and strange dream he had just had, he still felt guilty. When Gu Chenshi turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. One of Gu Qinshi's feet was hanging in the air, and his body suddenly stiffened. Is it my mom? I think so. Auntie's fever has gone down. She wanted to go to work today, but I didn't let her go. She's still sleeping now. Xiao Yu's soft voice sounded softly from behind. Gu Qinshi's heart skipped a beat. He said oh and tried to make his voice sound normal. Okay, then I'm relieved. Be careful on the road. Xiao Yu looked at his back and said hesitantly. Gu Qinsher said, okay, I understand. Well, bye. There was the sound of a door closing softly behind me. Gu Qinsher finally let go of the foot that was hanging in the air. He let out a long sigh, his heart beating so hard that he didn't even know why he was so nervous. He walked to the stairs in silence, and as he quickly went down the stairs he was thinking, has Xiao Yu forgiven him? The sky is gray and it's not bright yet. The cold air like ice chips blew towards him, making Gu Qinsher couldn't help but shrink his neck. He walked out of the community quickly, but suddenly stopped for no reason and turned to look at the residential building behind him. His sight was fixed directly on a certain window. Then he laughed at himself and continued walking out. How could he know that when he suddenly turned his head to look over, someone was startled and quickly hid behind the curtains? Xiao Yu didn't understand why he had to stand in front of the window, open it a little, and wait until he saw his figure appear in his sight, and he would feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. It was as if there was a strange puzzle in her heart, and he was an important piece of the puzzle. Only by putting him in the puzzle would her day be complete. The aroma of porridge wafted from the kitchen. Xiao Yu came to the kitchen, scooped out 2 eggs with a colander, blew them cool, cracked the skin, and peeled them carefully. As she was peeling the vegetables, she suddenly remembered that she wondered if there were many people at the breakfast shop outside. Is it hygienic? Does it taste good? But what does this have to do with her? Xiao Yu suddenly felt confused. Yeah, what does it have to do with her? Anyway, she has learned how to cook and it is impossible for her to go out for breakfast, so why bother about so many things? Oh, she was worried that Gu Qinsher won't eat well. Gu Qinsher can't study well if he doesn't eat well. If he doesn't study well, his aunt will worry. And when her aunt worries, she will worry. So in the end, she was worried about her aunt. Well, yes, that's right. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu was no longer confused. Gu Qinsher had a busy, terrible, and strange day. He didn't dare to let himself be idle. Whenever I have free time, I can't help but think of that shameful dream. Whenever he thought of that dream, he would think of Xiao Yu. When he thought of Xiao Yu, he would think of Xiang Xiang Ruan Ruan. It's just like being possessed by an evil spirit. In order to get rid of this strange thought, Gu Qinsher worked hard on math questions after class, so that he could focus all his attention on the boring and brain-demanding math questions. This method was very effective, and he quickly got back to his normal state and became himself again. Just when he was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and unable to extricate himself, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Gu Qinsher shuddered with fear, and then from the movement of Tang Xiaoxi getting up and leaving, he knew who the idiot who patted his shoulder was. Old Gu, let's go for a walk outside. Zhou Xiangyu said, although I think you are enjoying it, I am really worried that you will die suddenly. After he said that, Gu Qinsher felt that his right wrist was extremely sore. From holding the pen for a long time, the tip of his index finger was flattened. He stretched and walked out with Zhou Xiangyu. Tang Xiaoxi, with her glass of water full, came over from the opposite side and smiled at them shyly. Gu Qinsher gave the idiot next to him a meaningful look. This idiot was humming a song while shaking his head, and didn't even notice the other person's smile. Gu Qinsher couldn't help but wonder, would his desk mate continue to have a crush on him until graduation? My desk mate Tang Xiaoxi usually speaks softly, blushes easily, and is an introverted girl. She probably doesn't have the courage to confess to Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu, whose mind was full of games, was completely unaware of her admiration. Gu Qinsher thought silently, should he remind him? On second thought, forget it. What's the point of letting this guy know? Can he immediately abandon I love games and games love me and be with the soft girl Tang Xiaoxi? Based on Gu Qinsher's understanding of Zhou Xiangyu, if Zhou Xiangyu knew that there were girls who liked him, it would not only make him inflated and think that he was infinitely charming, falling into unrealistic inflation, but it might also cause him some trouble. So after thinking about it, I decided to pretend I didn't know. If Zhou Xiangyu really ends up alone for the rest of his life, it doesn't really matter. Nowadays, as long as it does not violate the law and morality, people are free to make any decision. No one else has the right to interfere. If he becomes old and helpless, Gu Chenshur can ask his future children to visit this unreliable and stupid uncle from time to time. Anyway, Gu Chenshur will definitely get married, have children, and live a normal life in the future. But it's quite interesting to talk about it. Gu Chenshur feels that he will definitely find a wife in the future and will definitely have a happy family. Well, he is handsome and has this kind of confidence, hee hee. Jing Shu, could you please help me pass this box of chocolates to Lin Ranran? Oh, and this box is for you as a thank you. Gu Chenshur and Zhou Xiangyu both looked over. Zhang Shua stopped Jing Shu and pleaded sincerely. Chapter 63 Changing Each Other. Zhang Shuading is on the right track. If you ask for help from someone, buy 2 gifts, one for the goddess and one for the helper. Jing Shu politely declined. I think it would be more effective if you deliver it in person to fully demonstrate your sincerity. Zhang Shua smiled awkwardly. If he could deliver it himself, would he need to ask others to do it for him? For some reason, Goddess Lin Ranran has not paid much attention to him these days. Yesterday, she even bluntly asked him to stop bothering her all the time. Zhang Shua was flustered and confused. He didn't know where he had done wrong. He just wanted her to see his good side, not to bother her. Zhou Xiangyu said with a click of the tongue, fortunately, I only love games. I won't be a bootlicker, and I won't be hurt by others. Gu Chenshur looked at Zhang Shua with sympathy. Although he had been a bootlicker before, he was much better than him. He had never begged others in such a humble manner in order to get close to Lin Ranran. TSK. Gu Chenshur found it a little funny. How come when both of them are bootlickers, one can actually feel superior to another bootlicker? Ha ha. What he experienced in his previous life was much more miserable than what Zhang Shua experienced now. After Jing Shu rejected Zhang Shua, she ignored him and turned away. Zhang Shua was disappointed and looked around for the next person who could help him. Then accidentally, his eyes met Gu Chenshur's. He was a little embarrassed. Gu Chenshur withdrew his gaze, glanced around himself, and was speechless. Zhou Xiangyu, a guy who only wants to create chaos in the world, actually walked straight towards Zhang Shua. Gu Chenshur's intuition told him that this guy was up to no good. Zhang Shua, what brand of chocolate is this? Zhang Shua didn't understand, but he still told the truth. Zhou Xiangyu raised his eyebrows. Affordable brands? That won't work. Our school beauty Lin has a very narrow mind. She only likes to eat imported food. Ah? Zhang Shua was dumbfounded and asked with some inferiority, really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Zhou Xiangyu said as a matter of course, and then added, even if you successfully give it to her, she won't eat it. She might just throw it into the trash. What a waste. Zhou Xiangyu was not accusing Lin Ranran wrongly. After all, she had thrown the birthday gift given by Gu Chenshur into the trash can not long ago because she didn't like it. The corners of Gu Chenshur's mouth twitched, and he had already thought of what Zhou Xiangyu would do next. Then what should I do? Zhang Shua asked stupidly. Zhou Xiangyu said seriously, what else can we do? He held out his hand, give it to me. Zhang Shua foolishly handed the exquisitely packaged chocolate box to Zhou Xiangyu. In front of him, Zhou Xiangyu opened the chocolate, took out a chocolate ball that was slightly smaller than a bouncy ball, peeled off the tin foil, and put it directly into his mouth. He nodded in satisfaction while chewing. Well, not bad, it's filled, delicious. Come, Lao Gu, I'll give you a few to try. As he said this, he placed 2 chocolate balls into Gu Chenshur's palm and generously said, if that's not enough, I have more. Zhang Shua. This is my gift to the goddess. His heart is bleeding. But he didn't dare say anything. Unless he wanted to try how hard Zhou Xiangyu's fist was. Zhou Xiangyu patted his shoulder, as if he didn't need to be thanked. This way, it won't be wasted. Hey, if you're afraid of wasting your box, give it to me, and I'll help you finish it all. Zhang Shua quickly hid the other box behind him and said with a wry smile, no need, brother Zhou, I'll finish this one myself. I'll finish it myself. Zhou Xiangyu said, can you do it? Eating too much chocolate is bad for your teeth. Zhang Shua wanted to cry but couldn't. I have good teeth, so I'm not afraid. He ran into his class as if escaping. I'm afraid it's too late and I won't be able to keep this box of chocolates. Zhou Xiangyu turned his head and saw Tang Xiaoxi standing outside the classroom door and looking over here. Maybe he finally felt guilty and thought it was not good to occupy other people's seats all the time, so he waved to her, handed her 2 chocolates, and said, here, I'll give you 2 chocolates. Tang Xiaoxi took it with a blushing face, lowered her head and whispered thanks. Zhou Xiangyu looked at Tang Xiaoxi's back and said, Gu Chunshur, your deskmate is pretty good. Gu Chunshur had just peeled a piece of chocolate and put it in his mouth when he was shocked when he heard this. Did I misunderstand this guy? He discovered the good in Tang Xiaoxi? Gu Chunshur remained calm and said vaguely, oh, what's good about it? Whenever I go to see you, she always gives me her seat in a very good mood and never complains that I'm annoying. Gu Chunshur thought, so you knew it too. Zhou Xiangyu changed the subject, she is just a little dull and doesn't talk much. Whoever marries her will be so bored in the future. Gu Chunshur. A hope that had just emerged fell into the soil with a plop. The class bell rang. Gu Chunshur walked into the classroom with Zhou Xiangyu with a mouthful of chocolate fragrance. Zhou Xiangyu's cheeks puffed up and he walked towards his seat happily with squinted eyes. He didn't realize that a certain dull girl had been quietly following his gaze. Gu Chunshur sat down in his seat and felt someone's eyes falling on him. He turned his head in surprise and saw Lin Ranran's profile. She was flipping through a book with her head down and didn't look at him. Gu Chunshur withdrew his gaze indifferently, and then thought, I wonder how my mother is doing? With Xiaoyu around, he, as the son, has become a hands-off boss and is becoming increasingly incompetent. Jinglan has not recovered and still coughs occasionally, but her fever is gone. She sat on the sofa, knitting a sweater with wool. Gu Chunshur was sure that Xiaoyu was not at their house, and he felt relieved for no reason. He was still a little afraid to see her. Mom, don't I already have a sweater to wear? Why are you knitting again? Gu Chunshur put down his schoolbag and asked puzzledly. Jinglan smiled and rolled her eyes at him, don't be so sentimental. Who said I would knit it for you? Gu Chunshur said, give it to my dad? I don't think my dad needs it either. Jinglan said, Xiaoyu doesn't have many clothes, I will knit one for her. Gu Chunshur. How could I forget about her? Pure white wool will make a spotless white sweater. It would definitely look good on her. However, people who are good looking and have a good figure should look good in anything they wear. The food is in the kitchen and it's still hot. Go and eat it. Jinglan instructed without even raising her head. Gu Chunshur saw her sitting still and asked, Mom, have you eaten? Well, I just ate at Xiaoyu's place. Gu Chunshur understood. From this, it can be seen that what he is going to eat later is still the meal cooked by Xiaoyu. Ever since Xiaoyu learned how to cook, he has never been able to feed himself again. Their family changed Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu also changed their family. Chapter 64 Emergency. For several days, Gu Chunshur didn't speak to Xiaoyu, and they didn't even make eye contact. Even so, they still sit at a dining table to eat almost every day as before. Maybe she's still a little angry. Gu Chunshur felt a little uncomfortable when facing her and would not take the initiative to talk to her. As a result, the distance between the two people, which had been narrowed with great difficulty, was suddenly returned to the period before liberation. While fighting the virus, Ms. Jinglan miraculously did not notice anything wrong between them. Gu Chunshur didn't know that every time he went out, there would be someone standing silently in front of the window, watching him leave. In order to complete the puzzle in her mind. Time passes day by day and the spring festival is just around the corner. The poor senior high school student, after taking exams for 2 consecutive days, is temporarily resting at home. It will be time for vacation when he returns to school next time. Major shopping malls have begun to organize sales promotions and hang up red lanterns in advance. The festive atmosphere suddenly came up. Jinglan stocks up on New Year's goods in advance every year, and this year is no exception. The New Year's goods have been almost prepared. Jinglan takes advantage of the break to take Xiaoyu out to the mall to look around and see what is missing and make some more purchases. Gu Chunshur doesn't like shopping. He used to go out with his mother because he was afraid that she would be lonely. Now that Xiaoyu is with her, he has no place to use his talents and can stay at home and read books. Oh, by the way, he and Xiaoyu are still the same, they try not to talk if possible, and they will never have any eye contact if possible. Jinglan and her friends went out at around 8 in the morning. At 9:30, Zhou Xiangyu called and asked her to go out for a walk in the city center. Gu Chunshur refused outright. He felt very comfortable staying at home and didn't want to go anywhere. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiangyu proudly said that he knew that this otaku would refuse, so he came directly to him and is now outside Gu Chunshur's house. Gu Chunshur opened the door and found this guy was really outside. Where's my aunt? Is she at work? Zhou Xiangyu looked around as he entered the door. Gu Chunshur said, I went out to buy New Year's goods. Hearing that his parents were not at home, Zhou Xiangyu immediately relaxed and said, let's go, let's go. It's a rare opportunity to take a break. Isn't it a waste of life to stay at home? Let's go out and play, relax. Gu Chenshur seemed to dislike him on the surface, but in his heart he was actually very happy that he listened to his advice and had been behaving well recently. Seeing Zhou Xiangyu's progress, Gu Chenshur felt a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Xiangyu is his best friend, and he has already come to his door, so Gu Chenshur said, okay, wait for me first. Zhou Xiangyu sat down on the sofa in the living room carelessly, picked up a banana, and ate it while looking at his mobile phone. As natural as being at home. Gu Chenshur had just changed his clothes and was about to go out with Zhou Xiangyu when his cell phone rang. The caller is Jinglan. After pressing the answer button, Jinglan's voice immediately came out of the microphone. Chenshur, you hey, what are you doing? You're making so much noise. The call was disconnected. Gu Chenshur was stunned for a moment, his heart skipped a beat, he instinctively felt that something had happened, and rushed out immediately. Jinglan's next words were obviously not directed at herself. And the voice sounded surprised at first, but later turned into panic. There was a hint of fear in the trembling voice. As far as I can remember, the last time Jinglan was so panicked was when he was hit by a car in his previous life and she was trembling to inform her father Gu Chang. This shows that something extremely serious must have happened to them. Old Gu. Zhou Xiangyu said anxiously, wait for me, I'll go with you. As he said this, he did not forget to help Gu Chenshur close the door, and ran after him wildly. Gu Chenshur rushed to the community and hailed a taxi, and Zhou Xiangyu also caught up with him, panting. Gu Chan reported the address. Fortunately, when they left, Gu Chenshur asked them where they were going, so he knew roughly where they were at the moment. After Gu Chen reported the address, he said to the driver in an urgent tone, driver, I have something urgent to do, please drive faster. Zhou Xiangyu was frightened by his reaction and asked tremblingly, Lao Gu, what happened? Gu Chenshur shook his head, I don't know either, but I think something must have happened. My mother may have encountered some emergency, so I have to go there. Zhou Xiangyu comforted him, maybe you think too much, things may not be what you think. Gu Chenshur fell silent. The more panicked he was at this moment, the more useless it would be. I hope he is overthinking it? But Jinglan's panic on the phone said it all. The driver was very helpful and took them to their destination in 10 minutes. Zhou Xiangyu looked up and saw the three big words Jia Jiafu. This is a well-known large shopping supermarket, which has been holding a big Spring Festival promotion in the past 2 days. He asked, Lao Gu, which floor is Auntie on now? Let's hurry over there. This question really stumped Gu Chenshur. Jia Jiafu supermarket is very big, with 2 floors, so it is a bit difficult to find my mother and her friends immediately. Gu Chenshur took out his cell phone and called his mother, hoping that she would answer the call normally. But based on his mother's reaction on the phone, Gu Chenshur felt that his mother's phone was no longer in her hands. The familiar ringtone was faintly carried to my ears by the wind. Sometimes Jinglan was afraid that she would be busy and unable to hear the phone call, so she turned the volume up to the maximum. Gu Chenshur looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 men heading into the alley next to Jia Jiafu supermarket. Gu Chenshur's heart tightened. My mama's cell phone should be in their hands. There is a new store opened at the other end of the alley. A performance team was invited to set up a stage outside the store to prepare for the performance. Just as the 2 men ran over, there was a sudden sound of gongs and drums, and it was extremely lively. As the store held a lucky draw on site, it attracted a lot of people to watch. Once those 2 men successfully blend into the crowd, it would be difficult to find them. Gu Chenshur didn't think twice and ran directly in the direction where the 2 men were running. Zhou Xiangyu naturally followed closely. Whether it is a mobile phone or a wallet, they are all external possessions. Now he just wants to make sure if anything happened to his mother. Gu Chenshur successfully met Jinglan at a relatively remote and deserted intersection about 10 meters away. Gu Chenshur quickly glanced her up and down, and his heart, which had been in a state of panic, finally returned to normal. Apart from looking extremely anxious and flustered, there was nothing wrong with her body. Gu Chenshur hurried over and said, Mom, what happened? Jinglan ran out of breath. When she saw Gu Chen, she didn't have time to wonder why he was here. She pointed in the direction the 2 men had just run past and said anxiously, Chenshur, hurry up and catch up. Xiao Yu. Chapter 65. She is the boss. Gu Chenshur's heart sank. Jinglan's bag was stolen, and to prevent her from calling the police, her cell phone was also taken away. Xiao Yu actually chased after him? Gu Chunshur turned around and chased after him in a rage, extremely anxious. Is she stupid? Those are just personal belongings. If they are stolen, just let them be. Even if you call the police and cannot find them back, it does not matter. Personal safety is the most important. How dare she catch up with him? She was just a weak woman who was powerless. Even if they caught up with her, what could she do? She couldn't beat them. Not only could she not get back the things that were stolen, but she might also put herself in danger. Gu Chunshur was extremely panicked, and all kinds of terrible scenes appeared in his mind. Even though he didn't want to think about it, he couldn't control it at all. Zhou Xiangyu had just caught up and was about to ask what was going on, panting, when he saw Gu Chunshur suddenly turn around and rush out, his expression so gloomy that water almost dripped out. It looks like he's going to kill someone. Zhou Xiangyu knew something must have happened, and hurriedly said to Jinglan, "Auntie, wait here and don't run around. I'll go help him." After saying this, he chased after Gu Chunshur like the wind. Gu Chunshur stopped in front of the alley next to Jia Jiafu and looked ahead in surprise. Zhou Xiangyu finally caught up and was about to ask something when he inadvertently glanced at something. His mouth slowly opened into an O shape and a shocked "oh shit" came out of his mouth. In a narrow alley, two men were stacking up like humans. A girl wearing a long black down jacket, a red scarf and a red hat stepped on the back of the man at the top with her black marten boots, with a grim look on her face. The two men were lying together with bruised faces and noses, looking as miserable as could be. Gu Chunshur was dumbfounded and fell into deep doubt about life. Was he hallucinating? The weak and frail Xiaoyu challenged two big men and stepped on them? He had the urge to rub his eyes and look again. At the same time, Xiaoyu noticed something and looked towards them. When he met Gu Chunshur's gaze, he suddenly froze in place. As the two of them stared at each other from a distance, Zhou Xiangyu shouted, "Lady, I'm here to help you." As he said that, he pounced on him. Xiaoyu didn't know whether he was frightened by him or was a little nervous when he suddenly saw them appear here, so he quickly hid aside. Gu Chunshur walked forward and helped subdue the two men. In fact, the two men who were stacking up had already been subdued and had no room for resistance in a short time. Although there were only Xiaoyu and two men stacked in the alley before this, Gu Chunshur still found it a little unbelievable. He thought that someone might have provided help to Xiaoyu, so after subduing the two men, he left without taking any credit or fame. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how Xiaoyu, with his thin arms and legs, could subdue these two big men. Xiaoyu retrieved Jinglan's stolen phone and wallet from the men and handed them to Gu Chunshur. "Here, they belong to Auntie. Take them." Gu Chunshur hesitated and said, "Xiaoyu, they..." Xiaoyu said, "They are thieves. I have called the police. The police will come and catch them soon." "No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, they are all you." Xiaoyu understood what he meant. She looked at him with her big black and white eyes and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "They are just two social scums. It's nothing. Just nothing." Gu Chunshur's gaze fell on her wrist for some unknown reason. Even though her wrists were hidden in the sleeves of her down jacket at this moment, it did not prevent Gu Chunshur from having her slender wrists that seemed like they could be broken with a slight bend appear in his mind. The impression Xiaoyu gave him was that he was thin. "I just found out today that Xiaoyu is thin, but not weak." The police arrived quickly. "Put the thief in handcuffs." The thief looked miserable, with blood all over his face. "Well, there are 5 clearly visible fingerprints. Need I say more?" It was awarded by Xiaoyu. When they saw Xiaoyu, they couldn't help but reveal a look of fear and shrinking back. It can be seen that Xiaoyu left them with an indelible psychological shadow. The following picture appeared in Gu Chunshur's mind. Two thieves were running in front, and a wind-like female hero appeared behind them. She chased after them, jumped up, and kicked one of the thieves in the butt, knocking him down. Then, without giving the other thief a chance to react, she kicked him hard again, and both thieves were perfectly dealt with by her. This is real life, not a martial arts drama. However, the facts were almost the same as he thought. Xiaoyu did kick one away with a flying kick, and then immediately kicked the other away. When she kicked the two thieves, she deliberately chose the angle and used a force that no one else could imagine. She kicked them both against the wall, causing them to bleed from their heads and become unconscious. They took off their armor and surrendered in a short time. Xiaoyu piled them together so that she could control them before the police arrived. During the moment, he felt so angry that he raised his hand and slapped everyone in the face. The two thieves were bleeding from their noses. But what she didn't expect was that when she called the police, Gu Chunshur and his friends would also appear there. When recording the statements at the police station, the police were also shocked when they learned that the two thieves were actually subdued at the beginning by the weak-looking woman in front of them. Under the gazes of astonishment, Xiaoyu explained with a bit of embarrassment, I started learning martial arts with my teacher when I was 3 years old. Zhou Xiangyu looked at Xiaoyu with even more admiration. After the confession was recorded, the four people walked out with different moods. Except for Xiaoyu himself, who was relatively calm, no one else came out of their confused state. Jinglan was amazed and pulled Xiaoyu's hand. Oh my goodness, Xiaoyu, you were so amazing. You defeated 2 grown men by yourself? Then Auntie will be relieved. No one will be able to bully you in the future. Xiaoyu just smiled and didn't say anything. Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu walked silently behind them. Zhou Xiangyu gently touched Gu Chunshi's elbow. Silently, he lip-synced to Gu Chunshi. Fuck, this is a real boss. Old Gu, I want to become his disciple. Gu Chunshi, come on. Zhou Xiangyu, no one can stop me. From today on, she is my master. Gu Chunshi shook his head speechlessly. This guy just does whatever he wants. Zhou Xiangyu, old Gu, I'm suddenly very worried about your future. Gu Chunshi was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhou Xiangyu, if you have a conflict in the future, what will you do if she abuses you? Gu Chunshi. This guy is really. What does this have to do with anything? Zhou Xiangyu looked at the two people in front of him who looked like mother and daughter. She became even more worried, and it seems that Auntie likes her very much. If she beats you in the future, I guess Auntie won't stand by you. It's terrible. Gu Chunshi couldn't help but glared at him. Shut up. Zhou Xiangyu wasn't finished yet, and I won't be able to protect you anymore. Gu Chunshi? Zhou Xiangyu, because she will be my master in the future, I can't violate her superiors. Gu Chunshi rolled his eyes. That's about it. Chapter 66. The female boss you don't dare to provoke. I went out happily to buy New Year's goods, but ended up meeting 2 daring thieves who stole and robbed me. I returned with a false alarm. As the year draws to a close, thieves are working hard to have a good year. Jinglan was still terrified and said, Xiaoyu, although I know now that you can fight better than a man, you should not rush out for such things in the future. What if they have accomplices, or if they have weapons? Thinking of these 2 possibilities, Jinglan's voice trembled. What they took away were all your belongings. Your personal safety is more important to your aunt. If anything happens to you, what will you let your aunt do? Jinglan became more and more frightened as she spoke and began to wipe away her tears. Originally, Xiaoyu thought it was nothing. When she found out that her aunt's things had been stolen, she felt a surge of blood rushing to her head and she rushed out without thinking much. They actually dared to mess with her aunt. She absolutely could not let those 2 bastards go. She felt that it was her duty to teach those 2 blind bastards a lesson and take back her aunt's things. But now, after hearing what her aunt said, her nose suddenly felt sore and she wanted to cry. Why? Oh, that's because at this moment, she clearly felt that there are people in this world who care about her and worry about her now. This feeling is really good. Gu Chunshi pulled out 2 tissues and handed them to his mother. He frowned slightly when he looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, don't let my mother worry about you anymore. Not to mention his mother, even he was almost scared to death, okay? When he said this, Zhou Xiangyu, who had been sitting next to him and had not dared to say a word, was shocked. Is this guy Lao Gu trying to kill himself? How dare he speak to the female boss in such a tone? What if the female boss angered him and she jumped up and beat him up? What should he do then? Should I stand firmly by my brother's side, or pretend I saw nothing? No, if this kind of thing really happened, would I even need to ask? The friendship between them for more than 5 years is not as important as his own life. What if the female boss gets angry and takes him into account? Brother, I'm sorry, I have to stay to collect your body. As soon as Xiaoyu met Gu Chunshi's gaze, he immediately lowered his head and said lightly. Zhou Xiangyu was dumbfounded. What about the imagined rage? The female boss seems to have a good temper, while the little girl next door is generally docile. Or is she only so docile in front of his buddies? He no longer has to worry about his good brother being beaten to death. After what happened, Zhou Xiangyu was in no mood to go out and play. But he didn't feel any regret at all. Now my mind is full of how to find the right opportunity to become Xiaoyu's apprentice. Gu Chunshi poured cold water on him without any hesitation. Just wake up, I have been practicing martial arts since I was 3 years old, and you are 18 now, your bones are hard, you can't practice at all. Zhou Xiangyu stiffened his neck and said, then I'll just treat it as strengthening my body, right? Jinglan gave Xiaoyu many warnings and only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Xiaoyu promise her that if she encountered such a thing again, she would never rush forward. Near noon, Jinglan got up and went to the kitchen to work. Xiangyu, my aunt's house only has some home-cooked meals, please don't be disgusted. Zhou Xiangyu hurriedly stopped her. Auntie, stop working, I think we should go out to eat, I'll treat you. Jinglan said, how can that be possible? You come to my house as a guest and I ask you to treat us to a meal? That's too unreasonable. Gu Chencher said, Mom, why don't we just go out and have something to eat? He's not a stranger anyway, so don't bother. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, Auntie, how about this? I'll make lunch. Gu Chencher glanced at Xiaoyu. I thought to myself, no wonder my mom likes her, she is indeed likable. If he really gets beaten by Xiaoyu one day, his mother might not speak for him. But speaking of which, why should he be beaten by Xiaoyu? It's inexplicably tight. Of course, the above was just his little grumble when he was bored. As Ms. Jinglan's son for 18 years, how could he not know that he was Ms. Jinglan's treasure, huh? Zhou Xiangyu didn't dare to eat the food prepared by the female boss, for fear of shortening his life. He slapped his thigh and said, Auntie, I'm not a stranger, I can just eat whatever I want. If you make it too grand, I'll be embarrassed. Now that things had come to this, Jinglan no longer insisted. She laughed and said, okay, I'll do as you say. Eat whatever you want when the time comes. Don't save money for me. The money that was lost and found now seemed like picked up by her. Besides, she is not a stingy person. When her son's friends come, she will naturally entertain them well. Hello, my name is Zhou Xiangyu, and I'm Gu Chencher's best friend. In the small restaurant, Zhou Xiangyu finally found an opportunity to solemnly introduce himself to Xiaoyu. In order to emphasize the extent of his relationship with Gu Chencher, Zhou Xiangyu used the word most 4 times in one breath. Jinglan agreed with a smile. Yes, Xiaoyu is Chencher's best friend. They were classmates in junior high school. I didn't expect that they were also in the same class in high school. This is called fate. Xiaoyu smiled slightly, looking soft, cute and harmless. In short, if you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard to associate her with the King Kong Barbie who subdues 2 big men alone. Hello, we met once in a bookstore last time, I remember you. Zhou Xiangyu was stunned when he saw her smiling face. Wow, she looks so beautiful when she smiles. Wow, she still remembers me. Wow, luckily she is my buddy's neighbor. If she was someone else's neighbor, I wouldn't even have the chance to talk to her. Wow, such a good girl, I must let Lao Gu hold on to her. If I miss her, my master will be gone. Wow. She looks so gentle. If I ask her to be my disciple, she will definitely agree, right? As soon as Gu Chencher saw Zhou Xiangyu's eyes shining, he knew something was wrong. Would this guy really? Do you know that I admire you very much? You are the heroine in my mind. Ahem. A sudden cough interrupted Zhou Xiangyu's words. The 3 people at the table all looked at Gu Chencher. Jinglan said nervously, I told you to wear more clothes, but you just wouldn't listen. Are you sick? Gu Chencher waved his hands. No, I just choked while drinking water. After saying that, he glared at Zhou Xiangyu calmly. Don't embarrass me, or I will break up with you. Chapter 67, Moment of Tacit Understanding. After receiving Gu Chencher's warning, Zhou Xiangyu immediately behaved himself. He cares more about his brothers than his disciples. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyu finally remembered the brotherhood between him and Gu Chencher, and forgot his plan to collect Gu Chencher's body. Zhou Xiangyu is an extrovert and talkative person, and he had a very lively chat with Jinglan. In comparison, Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu were much quieter. A table for 4, starting with Jinglan, followed by Xiaoyu, Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu faced each other. Gu Chencher listened to Zhou Xiangyu talking about study with his mother and felt amused. Is he really pretending to be a good boy? When I extended my chopsticks towards a plate of lettuce, coincidentally, at the same time, a pair of chopsticks was also extended towards me from the opposite side. The 2 pairs of chopsticks almost fought in the air. Gu Chencher quickly pretended that he wanted to pick up the ribs next to him and stretched his chopsticks towards the ribs. However, the other party had the same idea as him and also stretched out his chopsticks towards the ribs. The chopsticks that had not been in a fight just now, finally started to fight at this moment. It was exactly the same scene as in movies and TV dramas where fierce battles occurred and spears were entangled with each other. They were both startled, and withdrew their chopsticks at the same time in tacit understanding. An awkward atmosphere quietly spread between Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu. By the way, their situation is a bit strange now. It was neither as unfamiliar as at the beginning, where they naturally treated each other as air, nor was it as relaxed and at ease as later when they got to know each other. If you think about it carefully, ever since Jinglan fell ill, they seem to have been deliberately avoiding each other. Xiaoyu avoided him because he was too abrupt, and he avoided her because of that strange dream. It was over. He remembered this dream again. In order to ease the embarrassment and avoid falling into the memory of a dream, Gu Chencher coughed lightly and asked, "Was it hard for you to learn martial arts?" Xiaoyu lowered his eyes. Her eyelashes are very long and thick, and slightly curled, like the thin wings of a butterfly resting on a flower to collect nectar. "It's okay. Now that I think about it, I don't feel it was that hard," she answered softly. How can it not be bitter? Gu Chencher's relative has a little sister who learns to dance. She has to practice every day and cries and complains about the hard work. She learned martial arts, which should be based on the same principles as dancing, both of which are about exploring the limits of the body. Their conversation was heard by Zhou Xiangyu, who turned to Xiaoyu and asked seriously, "Is it too late for me to learn martial arts at this age?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "It's definitely not as effective as learning it since childhood, but if you use it as a way to strengthen your body, it's a good choice. But you need to be careful not to do it too hard at the beginning to avoid getting hurt." Zhou Xiangyu rarely felt embarrassed. "Then can you give me some advice because I'm Gu Chencher's friend?" Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. After seeing his sincere expression, he hesitated and said, "Okay. Yeah." Zhou Xiangyu was so happy that he threw a coquettish glance at Gu Chencher with a beaming face. The next sentence made Gu Chencher's previous warning fall short. "Then you will be my master from now on." "I will call you master from now on, do you mind?" Xiao Yu. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Sun Wukong and Tang Monk and his disciples. Gu Chencher was almost speechless about this guy. Jinglan looked at these young people with a smile, and the more she looked, the happier she felt. These kids are so nice. They are all good kids. Ha! Hey! Roar! Zhou Xiangyu was wearing a bulky down jacket. As soon as he got down the stairs, he couldn't wait to get into a horse stance and perform some martial arts moves. A little boy of about 6 or 7 years old next to him stared at him intently, his eyes revealing admiration for the older brother. After Zhou Xiangyu finished his outburst, the little boy clapped his hands without hesitation and said excitedly, "Big brother, you are so awesome." Zhou Xiangyu said proudly, "Do I need to say this, little brat?" The little boy pestered Zhou Xiangyu and said, "Brother, you are so good, please teach me, I will take you as my master, okay?" After Zhou Xiangyu coaxed the little boy away with a few words, he said with a grin, "My trip today was worthwhile, ha." The loud and ecstatic laughter made Gu Chencher couldn't help but scratch his ears. Zhou Xiangyu put his arm around Gu Chencher's shoulders and warned him solemnly, "Old Gu, I don't care whether you and my master are together or not. If you are together, you must treat her well. If you are not together." The word master made Gu Chencher's mouth twitch. "Your self-conceit is misplaced. When did she ever say she wanted to accept you as her apprentice? Also, if I wasn't with Xiaoyu, what would you have thought? Could it be that? Are you trying to pursue Xiaoyu?" Gu Chencher was horrified. "If you two aren't together, then I must now solemnly request you to get her for me as soon as possible. Such a good girl, it's better not to let outsiders take advantage of her. Don't let those other bastards get away with it. I think you two are a perfect match, you should get together as soon as possible. I really want you to take her to show off in front of those bastards before graduation. This way, as your good brother, I can also benefit from it." For some reason, after confirming that Zhou Xiangyu had no romantic feelings for Xiaoyu, Gu Chencher secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this guy only has games in his mind. Beauty? Oh, they are all floating clouds. But what exactly was I relaxing about? He had always told Zhou Xiangyu that he and Xiaoyu were just ordinary neighbors, so even if Zhou Xiangyu wanted to pursue Xiaoyu, that was his freedom. What was he worried about just now? Oh, maybe he was worried that Zhou Xiangyu would become stubborn and pester Xiaoyu, which would piss Xiaoyu off and lead him to beat him to death in anger. Gu Chencher was confused. "Hey, Lao Gu, did you hear me? This is the only thing I'm asking of you in my life. You must agree to it." Gu Chencher rolled his eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I will be beaten to death by her one day?" Zhou Xiangyu smiled and said, No, my master looks so gentle, how could she use violence? Her violence is only directed at criminals. Don't worry about my affairs. Gu Chencher struggled to get away and asked him jokingly, Do you want to have dinner at my house before leaving? Zhou Xiangyu said seriously, Don't tell me, I really want to have dinner at your house. Alas, Auntie's cooking is so delicious. It's a pity that I didn't have it at noon today. But my aunt is usually very busy. If I stay, she will be busy inside and outside, which will increase her workload. Forget it, let us talk about it next time when there's a chance. Chapter 68, A Treasure. After seeing off Zhou Xiangyu, who was reluctant to leave, Gu Chencher turned around and walked back. I climbed up to the 4th floor and took a subconscious look, and found that Xiao Yu's room was closed. She has been very busy lately and should be working now. Jinglan held the sweater she had just knitted and looked at it from left to right. Every sweater Gu Chencher wears was knitted by his mother. In total, she knitted dozens of pieces for Gu Chencher. But she still wears the same old sweater from more than 10 years ago. Fewer people knit sweaters nowadays because they think it is too troublesome and a waste of time to knit one stitch at a time. Basically, they just buy the finished sweaters, which come in many beautiful styles. But Jinglan is a person who cannot sit still, and she has quick hands, so it doesn't take long for her to finish knitting while watching TV series. Look, it didn't take long to knit this sweater and it's finished. Jinglan felt a little worried after admiring it alone. The ones I knit myself are not as good as those sold in the mall. Although I bought good wool and it feels soft, the style is too simple. I don't know if Xiao Yu will dislike it. Gu Chencher said, I think you think too much. Xiao Yu won't mind. Then I'm relieved. Chencher, go and call Xiao Yu to come for dinner. As usual, as long as Jinglan was not at work, Xiao Yu would have dinner at their house. Gu Chencher said, Mom, you should have her phone contact information, right? Can't you just call or send a message? Jinglan said angrily, It's only 2 steps away, is it necessary to call? Go quickly. Gu Chencher had no choice but to put down his school bag, turned around and walked out, came to Xiao Yu's door, and knocked twice with his fingers. Xiao Yu came over and opened the door. She was wearing comfortable and loose home clothes, her long hair was casually tied behind her head, and her plain little face was the size of a palm. No matter how you looked at her, she was a soft and cute girl who was powerless. Gu Chencher was still a little uncomfortable with the fact that she had suddenly become a female boss who could defeat 2 men with her bare hands. Their eyes met, and Gu Chencher said to her in a casual tone, It's time to eat. Oh. She responded. She looks no different from usual, just well behaved. When Gu Chencher turned around and left, he couldn't help but wonder, is she always so well behaved in front of others? It really doesn't fit her image as a female boss. Xiao Yu, come and have a look. Auntie knitted a sweater for you. See if you like it. Jinglan picked up the white sweater and tried it on herself. The size seemed to be about right and should fit her, but she was not sure if it would satisfy her. Xiao Yu was obviously shocked. Auntie, this sweater, you knitted it for me? She had always seen Jinglan knitting a white sweater before. She thought Jinglan was knitting it for Gu Chencher, but she didn't expect that it was actually prepared for her. Jinglan nodded, Auntie can only knit ordinary sweaters, do you like them? Xiao Yu smiled happily, like a 3-year-old child who finally got a gift he had been longing for. He nodded heavily and said with some joy, Auntie, I like it. Jinglan said with relief, I was afraid you would dislike it before. As long as you like it, try it when you go back. If there is anything wrong, tell me and I will see if I can modify it. No need to modify it, I think it fits everywhere. Thank you, Auntie, you are so kind to me. Gu Chencher watched her holding the sweater in her arms as if it were a treasure. He felt that what she was holding was not a sweater, but a priceless treasure in the world. The longer he spent with her, the more Gu Chencher could feel her desire for affection. Therefore, when someone is truly kind to her, she will try her best to be twice as nice to others. So when Jinglan was sick, she would take care of her without any regrets. When Jinglan is targeted by a thief, she will rush forward and subdue the criminal without hesitation. A simple and grateful girl. But no one is perfect, she also has shortcomings. Her shortcoming is that she is too narrow-minded. Before, Gu Chencher mistook her for his own mother and held her in his arms. As a result, until now, she seemed to be deliberately distancing herself from him. Fortunately, after being depressed for a while, Gu Chencher has now gotten used to it. He is too busy. He goes to school and studies every day and has no extra time to think about other things. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jinglan talked to Gu Cheng on the phone. After confirming that he would finish his business trip in the next 2 days and giving him a few instructions, she hung up the phone. She thought of something, pushed open Gu Chencher's door, and said to Gu Chencher, who was sitting at the desk, "Chencher, do you feel that Xiaoyu's recent state is not right? Did the rough-minded mother finally realize that something was wrong between him and Xiaoyu? But it seems that we can't blame her. Because he and Xiaoyu met so little every day and so few times, and they always treated each other with respect, it was normal that Jinglan didn't notice it immediately." Gu Chen was hesitant, not knowing whether to tell her about the embarrassing incident that happened that day, when he heard her mutter to herself. "I felt like this child was worried." Although she was smiling most of the time, she seemed a little depressed. Gu Chencher wondered incredulously, his collision that day had left her with such a serious psychological trauma? On second thought, because he is a boy, his attitude towards this matter is different from hers as a girl. For him, that incident was just an embarrassing misunderstanding, an unintentional act, which he could usually just laugh off. However, if you put yourself in his shoes, if he were a girl with a more traditional and introverted personality, she might be more bothered by the idea that men and women should not be too close to each other. Feel like you've been taken advantage of. When he thought of this possibility, Gu Chencher immediately became restless. For a moment, I felt like I was that despicable and shameless hooligan. He was a little overwhelmed, feeling extremely upset for the trauma he had caused her, and didn't know what to do. Jinglan had no idea what was going on in the silent Gu Chencher's mind, so she said to herself, "Anyway, this kid must have something on his mind. If he keeps it in his heart, won't he get sick sooner or later?" Gu Chencher said with a guilty conscience, "Mom, you're not going to ask her, are you? If she doesn't want to say it, I think you'd better not ask. Who doesn't have a little privacy?" Jinglan said worriedly, "Yes, it's because I could see that she didn't want to say it, so I didn't dare to ask. But this is not a solution. Chencher, you and she are about the same age. You young people can definitely chat with each other, otherwise." Jinglan assigned this difficult task to Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher was overwhelmed. If it was really because of him, then he really didn't have the face to appear in front of Xiaoyu. But running away isn't always a solution, right? The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it, okay? If there is a suitable opportunity, he will definitely ask Xiaoyu carefully and then sincerely apologize to her. Chapter 69 Xiaoyu's Concern. Gu Chencher planned to find an opportunity to apologize to Xiaoyu, although his rudeness that day was not his intention. The problem was that it seemed to have caused trouble to Xiaoyu. The opportunity will come soon. Gu Cheng is back, and as the year draws to a close he will stay at home until the new year. After dinner, Jinglan and Gu Cheng went out for a walk. Before going out, they habitually called Xiaoyu. The considerate Xiaoyu naturally didn't want to follow them and become a light bulb for the couple who were rarely together. Gu Chencher was the only one left at home. He sat in the chair and took many deep breaths before he stood up and mustered up the courage to knock on Xiaoyu's door. "Xiaoyu, can we have a chat?" Gu Chencher asked sincerely. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, perhaps because he couldn't immediately react to what they could talk about. But in Gu Chencher's eyes, he understood it as a kind of disgust and disgust. Although he kept smiling, Gu Chencher was in a very depressed mood. It's over, it seems she really hates him. Originally, Gu Chencher was very free and easy and didn't care much about what others thought of him. But now Xiaoyu hated him, and he felt really bad. Suddenly, even he himself felt that he was worthless and greasy and vulgar. He felt very ashamed. "Xiaoyu, are you still angry with me? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it that time. If I made you uncomfortable, then you can just treat me as a punching bag." What courage does it take to say this to a female boss who can knock down two thieves with her bare hands? In order to help Xiaoyu resolve his emotional issues, Gu Chencher took the risk. Xiaoyu was confused. What? Now it was Gu Chencher's turn to be confused. You are not angry with me?" Xiaoyu shook his head blankly. "Why should I be angry with you? It was last time. I mistook you for my mother." Gu Chencher recalled for her awkwardly. Xiaoyu's delicate face turned slightly red. "If you don't tell me, I'll almost forget about it." Gu Chencher still didn't believe it. "Really? Then why haven't you been paying much attention to me recently?" Xiaoyu lowered his head uncomfortably and whispered, "No. Aren't you ignoring me too?" Well. Gu Chencher thought about it and it seemed to be the case. Because he had a strange dream about Xiaoyu before, he was embarrassed to see Xiaoyu for many days. Now that he thought about it, he did try to avoid her. Gu Chencher was a little amused. It was a pity that he had belittled himself before coming here. It turned out that Xiaoyu didn't take his previous rudeness to heart at all. It turned out that he was also responsible for the estrangement between them. Gu Chencher smiled with relief, thinking of Jinglan's worries, and after thinking for a while, he couldn't help but ask. Are you worried about something? If it's convenient, can you tell me? If it is within my ability, I will definitely help you solve the problem. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, just pretend I never asked. Xiaoyu lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. At this moment, she seemed to have taken off her nonchalant disguise, and she looked particularly melancholy and sad. The new year is almost here, she said without thinking. Gu Chencher nodded. Yes, it's almost the new year. But what does this have to do with her being in a bad mood? Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time. The 29th day of the lunar year is the anniversary of my mother's death. Gu Chencher was stunned. This is the crux of her worries. Xiaoyu's voice sounded a little vague. My mother died on the 29th day of the lunar year. She locked herself in her room for a whole day, and when someone kicked the door open, she was gone. So much blood. That's the most I've ever seen in my life. Xiaoyu lowered her head, with the strands of hair falling down in front of her forehead. Gu Chencher saw that crystal liquid was falling from her eyes. In the eyes of others, Gu Chencher has a happy family. But who could have imagined that he had a painful past life that he couldn't bear to look back on? So he could empathize with Xiaoyu's sadness at this moment. Just imagine this. A 12-year-old girl lost her mother, who depended on her for everything, on the day before the Spring Festival. While others were welcoming the new year with joy, she had to face the despair and helplessness of being abandoned by the whole world. Therefore, as the Spring Festival gets closer, it reminds her more of the pain of losing her loved ones. Gu Chencher suddenly wanted to hug her and give her some strength and comfort. But he stood still. Men and women should not touch each other. He took out a crumpled piece of toilet paper from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoyu. Your mother in heaven would definitely not have the heart to see you so sad. Xiaoyu took the toilet paper, wiped away her tears, sniffed and said, when that day comes, I will go back to see her. She must be very lonely down there alone. Gu Chencher became worried. She looked very bad at the moment. Especially the last sentence. She must be lonely down there alone. Wouldn't she be so depressed that she would go and accompany her mother? Gu Chencher worriedly told his parents what he had found out and his own thoughts. Jinglan was indeed even more worried. What should we do? How about we persuade her not to go back to see her mother? Gu Cheng thought it was inappropriate. It is natural for her to go back to visit her deceased mother. We have no right to stop her from going. Jinglan was at a loss. What should we do? Are we going to let her go alone when we know something might happen to her? Gu Cheng smiled and said, since we are afraid that something might happen to her if she goes there alone, why don't we just not let her go there alone? Gu Chencher immediately understood the meaning of his father's words. Who will go back with Xiaoyu? It should be Mom. After all, they are as close as mother and daughter. That's right. Jinglan suddenly realized and turned to look at Gu Chencher. Chencher, you happen to have a day off on the 29th, so go back with Xiaoyu. Gu Chencher? Are you kidding me? Why me? Gu Cheng said, I definitely can't do it, and neither can your mother. She wants to prepare the ingredients for the festival with me at home, so you, a free man, are the most suitable person to do it. Gu Chencher. He didn't do anything, but he felt 10,000 points of critical hit. He is an idle person. Is this why he has a low status in the family? At this moment, he wanted to sing a sad song, Am I the one you love the most? Jinglan said, Chencher, you usually study too hard, so you can take advantage of this opportunity and treat it as a trip to relax and relieve the pressure of study. Gu Chencher snorted, what kind of traveling? It's more like a flower protector. Chapter 70 Don't be a double-standard person. The decision to accompany Xiaoyu back to visit her mother was made by Jinglan and Gu Cheng without Gu Chencher having a say. That day came quickly. When Gu Chencher stood in front of Xiaoyu's door early in the morning, breathing heavily and carrying a backpack, and said that he wanted to go with her, Xiaoyu was shocked. Jinglan was afraid that she would refuse, so she hurriedly said, Xiaoyu, I know you are just like the female warriors in the TV series, and you are very good at fighting, but I am still worried when you go out alone. It just so happens that Chencher is too tired from studying and wants to go to another city to relax, so let him go with you. I can see the scenery of other cities and keep you company, killing two birds with one stone. Gu Chencher. Why do you want me to go to another city to relax? Isn't it you and Dad who have the final say and directly decide my fate? Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Xiao Yu hesitated. This. If you want to go, go quickly and don't be late for coming back to eat dumplings on New Year's Eve. Jing Lan added. These words instantly made Xiao Yu feel warm inside. In this cold winter, she can finally feel like she is back home. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chensher embarrassedly. It's okay if you don't want to go. I can go alone. Gu Chensher said, no, I'm not unwilling. Just like I told my mother, I want to walk around. Although his words were not entirely sincere, he was actually as worried as her parents that something might happen to her if she was alone. Two people, each carrying a small bag, walked out of the community together. It is worth mentioning that on the way out of the community, Gu Chensher met many neighbors. The new year is coming soon, and neighbors who I don't see often have appeared. While they greeted Gu Chensher with a smile, they all glanced at Xiao Yu without exception, with an expression of I understand on their faces. Gu Chensher was speechless. They took a taxi to the high-speed rail station. It was not until this time that Gu Chensher knew which city Xiao Yu had lived in before. As he had guessed before, Xiao Yu indeed lived in a first-tier city in the south. They are a perfect match, and they attract attention wherever they go. And they took it for granted that they were a young couple traveling together. It doesn't matter. Gu Chensher has become accustomed to other people's misunderstanding of him and Xiao Yu. After getting in the car, Gu Chensher took out a thermos cup and handed it to Xiao Yu. The cup is new and no one has used it. Drink some hot water. Xiao Yu took it gratefully, then looked out the window and fell into a long silence. Nowadays, transportation is well developed, and a southern city 1,000 kilometers away can be reached in just 3 or 4 hours by high-speed rail. In the crowd, Xiao Yu looked at the high-speed rail exit and stopped unconsciously. Gu Chensher also stopped. If I could, I would never come back. Xiao Yu laughed to himself, and the sadness on his face disappeared, replaced by an indifference that Gu Chensher had never seen before. Gu Chensher said, if you don't like it here, let's go back immediately after seeing your mother. Xiao Yu nodded, feeling a little more relaxed because of his presence. Let's go. This place seems to be a quarter away from Gu Chensher's city. It was a freezing winter at his home, with the temperature around 4 or 5 degrees, not particularly cold. The street is very lively with people coming and going. It was noon, and after sitting in the car for a whole morning, they both felt a little hungry. Gu Chensher looked up at the gray sky and it looked like it was going to rain. Xiao Yu looked around expressionlessly. Although this is where she has lived for more than 10 years, because she had always been in captivity before, she is no less unfamiliar with this place than Gu Chensher, who has just arrived. Moreover, as soon as she set foot on this land, Xiao Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, as if the air here contained some invisible toxins that were quietly corroding her body and making her want to escape immediately. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this city, and there is certainly nothing wrong with the air here. The mistake was that she had too many memories that she didn't want to recall, and they were left here. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chensher and said, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Gu Chensher said indifferently, whatever, I don't have much appetite after sitting in the car for such a long time. How about we go and have a bowl of noodles, what do you think? Xiao Yu said, are you saving money for me? Don't underestimate me, okay? I'm not as poor as you think. Gu Chensher smiled, I really have no appetite. Okay, then I'll take you to eat noodles. 10 minutes later, using mobile phone navigation, they found themselves in a small noodle restaurant not far from the high-speed rail station. 2 bowls of steaming noodles were brought over by the waiter. Gu Chensher looked at the face in front of him, then looked at Xiao Yu's face. Should they be treated differently? Xiao Yu's noodles, apart from a small handful of noodles, only had a few green vegetable leaves floating in the noodle soup. As for Gu Chensher's noodles, first of all, the bowl was a whole circle bigger than Xiao Yu's. The noodles were piled with sausages, fried eggs, beef and other things, which simply amazed him. The noodles were ordered by Xiao Yu by scanning the QR code. Gu Chensher had no idea that she was so good at it. Even so, Xiao Yu was still worried that he wouldn't have enough to eat. Gu Chensher, if you don't have enough to eat, just tell me. You mustn't be polite to me. Gu Chensher laughed, you treat me like a pig. He picked up a fried egg and put it in her bowl. I know you don't eat much, and I know you have no appetite now, but you must eat well and get enough basic nutrition. Oh, and I haven't used my chopsticks yet. Xiao Yu said seriously, Gu Chensher, thank you. Gu Chensher said speechlessly, what should I thank you for? Don't forget, it was you who treated us to this meal. I am just offering this egg to you, why are you thanking me for anything? Xiaoyu lowered his head and gently picked up a noodle with chopsticks, and said in a voice that only he could hear. Actually, I know that you didn't come with me just to take a walk. You asked me to come with you because you were worried about me. Gu Chenshi raised his eyebrows. Xiaoyu, sometimes I feel that you are quite hypocritical. Xiaoyu raised his head in a daze. Double standard is not a nice word. Gu Chenshi began to scold her. On the one hand, you ask us not to treat you as an outsider, but on the other hand, you are extremely polite to us. You have to thank us for a small favor and treat us as outsiders. Isn't this double standards? Xiaoyu. It seems as if, is it really like this? Gu Chenshi sighed softly. A real family should care for each other and worry about each other. This is a very normal thing. For me, accompanying you back to see your mother is what I should do, so you don't need to thank me specifically for this. Chapter 71 Xiaoyu's Mother. After lunch, we took a taxi and headed straight to the cemetery. This is their ultimate purpose for coming all the way to this city. Xiaoyu, who was sitting on Gu Chenshi's right, looked calm on the surface, but Gu Chenshi could tell from her tense body and her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothes that she was very nervous. However, when visiting a deceased mother, the biggest emotion should be sadness, but why is she nervous? Gu Chenshi was puzzled. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He thought he had found the reason. According to Xiaoyu's previous description, after she learned that her grandmother was actually her grandmother, she climbed over the wall and ran away from her grandmother's house at night. Although she left a note of breaking off all ties before leaving, it didn't mean that grandma was really willing to let her go. Xiaoyu did not give any details when talking about these past events, but Gu Chenshi could infer that during the years when she was raised by her grandmother, she must have been moved from one luxurious cage to another. Of course, maybe it wasn't her grandmother's intention to imprison her. Rather, it was her life experiences from childhood to adulthood that made her dislike going out and communicating with others. I just imprisoned myself automatically. But she was so resistant to the place where she used to live that she would unconsciously become nervous once she got close to it. In other words, on their way to the cemetery, they would pass by the place where Xiaoyu used to live? Gu Chenshi thought his guess was correct. He also noticed that the car was passing through a villa area that looked very high-end. After the car left the villa area, Xiaoyu suddenly relaxed. In other words, what made Xiaoyu nervous was related to that villa area. And she should have lived in a house there before. Not long after, we arrived at the cemetery. The cemetery is built halfway up the mountain. Xiaoyu got out of the car holding a large bouquet of carnations bought from the flower shop. He stood there and looked in the direction of the cemetery with no expression on his face. The taxi sped away. Gu Chenshi looked around and said, "Shall we go?" Xiaoyu said lightly. The two walked slowly towards the cemetery. As they walked, Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. This is the second time I've come to see her since she died. Gu Chenshi was stunned. He thought she would come over at least once a year. The first time was the day after she was buried. I secretly ran over to see her. Believe me, I didn't shed a single tear. Gu Chenshi was silent. He really didn't know how to respond. I didn't cry when she died. People might think I was scared, but what I was thinking was, she's finally dead. Gu Chenshi's heart began to ache. He could feel that although Xiaoyu seemed calm on the surface when she recalled these things, she must be feeling very sad, right? She lived such a miserable and shameful life, without any dignity at all. It would be better for her to die sooner. What Xiaoyu said now sounded extremely cold-blooded. But tears quietly slipped from the corners of my eyes. Gu Chenshi silently handed over a tissue. Others say she is a vixen who destroys other people's families, but I know she is not. Xiaoyu choked up. If she hadn't met that scumbag, she would have had a happy life and a happy family, found someone who loved her, and had a well-behaved and lovely child. Gu Chenshi said nothing. If she wants to cry, let her cry as much as she wants. The grievances that have accumulated in your heart for many years need an outlet, otherwise if you keep it in your heart, you will eventually get hurt. All he could do was hand her a tissue at the right time. I used to think her death was a relief, and I wished she would die sooner. If there is an afterlife, she might have been reborn into a happy and loving family, enjoying a carefree childhood and starting a new life without regrets and scumbags. But I often dream about her recently. I miss her so much. Xiaoyu completely took off her disguise and cried loudly in front of Gu Chenshi. At this moment, she no longer had her usual aloofness, nor did she look like a female boss fighting two people alone. She is just an ordinary girl next door who needs care and love. Gu Chencher thought silently, it's a good thing that he came along. Otherwise, her current condition is really not very good. Fortunately, Xiaoyu quickly adjusted her mood, wiped away her tears with the tissue that Gu Chencher handed to her, and then found her mother's tomb among the many tombstones. Before this, she had only come here once, when her mother was buried, and the next day. 6 years later, she could still find her mother's tombstone easily. That's because this is her mother's final resting place. The address and the specific location of the tombstone here are deeply engraved in her heart. How could she forget? The photo on the tombstone was of a woman who looked 70% like Xiaoyu. She looks to be around 40 years old, with a pure and beautiful appearance and a quiet and gentle temperament. Unlike Xiaoyu, although he is at a young age, he gives off a cold and indifferent aura that says no one should disturb me. Later, under the influence of Gu Chencher's family, he became much more normal. However, her normality was only towards Gu Chencher's family. She was still cold towards irrelevant outsiders. Xiao Qingge, this is Xiao Yu's mother's name, very nice. Xiao Yu took his mother's surname. Gu Chencher vaguely remembered that her biological father's surname seemed to be Yan. She was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she wanted to tell him the full name of his biological father to prove that she was not lying. Gu Chencher really couldn't bear to see her continue to expose her scars, so he stopped her. Xiaoyu placed a large bouquet of carnations in front of his mother's tombstone, squatted down, took out a wet wipe and wanted to help his mother wipe the tombstone. At this moment, she was particularly calm, as if the girl who had just cried so hard and made people feel pity for her had never existed at all. Suddenly, there was a conversation not far away. It looks particularly out of place in the quiet cemetery. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, I could tell that they were two men. Xiaoyu paused holding the wet wipe. He immediately stood up and pulled Gu Chencher to hide behind the cypress tree. Before getting up, he did not forget to take away the carnations placed in front of his mother's tombstone. Gu Chencher didn't understand, but didn't ask anything. He just followed Xiaoyu and hid behind the cypress tree. The two of them squatted together, Xiaoyu in front and Gu Chencher behind. They were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. The fragrance of Xiaoyu's hair and the smell of laundry detergent on Gu Chencher's clothes blended together, creating an indescribable ambiguous atmosphere. However, all their attention was drawn to the two men who suddenly appeared, and no one noticed this. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, Gu Chencher discovered two men in suits and ties appeared in front of the tombstone of Xiaoyu's mother, Xiao Qingge. Xiaoyu suddenly clenched his fists. Chapter 72 The Only Sibling. After seeing the two men, Xiaoyu's eyes turned red and his body suddenly exuded a terrifying murderous aura. In a second, she transformed from a soft and cute girl next door into a murderous and ferocious beast. Gu Chencher was shocked. Although he didn't know who the man who appeared in front of Xiao Qingge's tombstone was, and what grudge he had with Xiaoyu, he felt that Xiaoyu should not be impulsive. He subconsciously reached out and held Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu came to his senses, calmed himself down, and squatted there motionless. Both men were around 30 years old. Although they were both wearing expensive brand-name suits, there was a huge difference between their temperaments. From this we can see that the man standing in front should be the boss, while the person behind him is an assistant or something like that. The boss-looking man slowly bent down and placed a large bunch of chrysanthemums in front of Xiao Qingge's tombstone. After a long silence, he said softly, "Teacher Qiao, I'm here to see you." Teacher Qiao? Xiaoyu's mother is a teacher, and this man is her mother's student? The teacher's students remembered the teacher's death anniversary and gave the teacher a bouquet of flowers on that day. Why was Xiaoyu so resistant and hateful? Obviously, this man is not a simple person. Could it be that? After presenting the flowers, the man stood in front of Xiao Qingge's tombstone in silence for a long time. Suddenly, he pulled the corners of his lips and revealed a mocking smile. Today is your Memorial Day, has she forgotten? Gu Chencher subconsciously glanced at Xiaoyu and intuitively felt that the she the man was referring to, well, he thought it should be the she with the female character next to it, and was referring to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu pursed her lips tightly. There was a hint of contempt in his cold eyes. After the man said this, he fell silent again. His eyes fell on Xiao Qingge's photo, and his expression was hard to read. The man who looked like an assistant behind him hesitated and said, "Boss Yang, it's getting late." Gu Chencher thought to himself, this man's surname is indeed Yang. If you don't leave now, your wife will become suspicious. If she knows you're here to see Teacher Qiao, she'll definitely be furious, the man who looked like an assistant said worriedly. Hearing this, Yang Mu's expression suddenly turned cold. After a long while, he relaxed his expression and said, I have already informed Grandma before I came here. As long as you don't tell her, she won't find out that I'm here. Let's go. The two men turned and left. After making sure that they were far away, Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu stood up from where they were. Due to maintaining a squatting position for a long time without moving, Gu Chenshur found his legs sore and numb when he stood up. He tilted his body and squatted on his buttocks. When Xiaoyu stood up, he extended his hand to him. Her fingers are slender and delicate. It is indeed a painting hand. The body temperature is slightly cool. The moment Gu Chenshur's hand held Xiaoyu's hand, he didn't have time to exert any strength before a great force came from Xiaoyu's delicate little hand, pulling Gu Chenshur up from the ground. While Gu Chenshur was brushing the dirt off his body, Xiaoyu came to Qiao Qingge's tombstone and violently kicked the bunch of chrysanthemums far away with his feet. Then he turned into a ruthless devil who destroyed the flowers and trampled them into pieces. Xiaoyu spat with a cold face, Bah, what the hell, don't come here to dirty my mother's eyes. She placed the bouquet of carnations back in front of her mother's tombstone. She squatted in front of the tombstone, took out the tissue again, and slowly wiped the dust off her mother's tombstone. After wiping it, he looked at the photo of his mother and smiled slightly. You like to scold me the most, but I will disappoint you, I am still alive and well now. Besides, I met the best person in the world, and I am living a good life now. Gu Chenshur stood behind her silently. Rather than saying that she was demonstrating to her mother in heaven, it would be more accurate to say that she was actually trying to report to her mother that she was safe. She lives well. This should be what her mother wants to know most. Let's go. Xiaoyu stood up, her eyes red, but pretended to be relaxed and said to Gu Chenshur, Okay, we should go now. Not long after they left, a man stood in front of Qiao Qingge's tombstone again. Yang Muse. He silently looked at the bouquet of carnations presented by Xiaoyu, and finally his eyes fell on the chrysanthemums that had been trampled into mud, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turns out she is back. She is not as ruthless as she thinks. Realizing this, Yang Muse looked around. Suddenly she was probably nearby. However, if she deliberately wanted to hide from him, it would be difficult to find her. Yang Muse returned to the car and suddenly said to his assistant Xiao Fei, Xiaoyu is back. Xiao Fei was stunned. Should we let the old lady know about this? Yang Muse shook his head. Don't tell Grandma for now. That lady. Just know that she is fine. There is no need to look for her deliberately. Speaking of this, Yang Muzha laughed at himself. I still have some self-awareness and I don't want to annoy people in front of others. If she wants to fly, let her fly. Besides, now is not a good time to get her back. Xiao Fei agreed with this. Bringing the young lady back now would undoubtedly be pushing her into the fire pit. Xiao Fei sighed, Boss Yang, it's a pity that the young lady regards you as an enemy and doesn't know your brotherly love for her. Yang Muse didn't care and said, it's normal for her to hate me. Who wants me to be my father's son? But I can't help thinking about her. Although we were not born from the same mother, it is undeniable that she is the only sibling I, Yang Muse, have in this world. Tomorrow is the spring festival. I wonder how this little girl survives alone outside. He could let her fly. But he needed to be sure where she had flown to. After leaving the cemetery, Xiaoyu no longer had any attachment to the city and immediately started his journey back. After seeing his mother and having a good cry, Xiaoyu looked much more relaxed. They bought tickets for the 8 p.m. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and I have 6 hours to spare. Xiaoyu said, we still have time. Can I take you to see the tourist attractions here? Gu Chenshur shook his head, I don't want to go anywhere. Let's find a place near the high-speed rail station to rest and wait for the train to go home. Xiaoyu looked at him gratefully. She was not stupid. Of course she knew that the reason why Gu Chenshur said this was because he knew that she had resistance to this city. They walked around the shopping mall near the high-speed rail station, and Xiaoyu took the initiative to talk about her mother. My mother regarded me as a symbol of shame. It is said that when she gave birth to me, she wanted to strangle me to death. Her favorite thing to say to me was, why don't you just die? Xiaoyu was holding the thermos cup that Gu Chenshur had thoughtfully prepared for her before he came. She sat lazily on the bench and smiled at herself. I was brought up by a nanny since I was a child. When she was emotionally unstable, the nanny would isolate me from her to avoid being hurt by her. Chapter 73 Xiaoyu's past. Gu Chenshur was a little confused when he heard this. Since Xiaoyu's biological father was afraid that Xiaoyu's mother would hurt her, why didn't he take her away when she was born? Even if we can't take her home, Can we find a wet nurse for her and raise her in some other safe place? Her biological father definitely has the financial resources. Xiaoyu's next words indirectly explained Gu Qinshi's doubts. She hates me, but when she wants to see me and doesn't see me right away, she goes crazy and no one can stop her. She also has moments of clarity, even if they are brief. She set a lot of rules for me. She wouldn't let me leave the yard. The servants in the house are all aunties. The teachers who come to teach me must also be women. She told me that all men are bad. She would ask me to study hard 1 second, and tear up my homework and kick the teacher out the next. No matter how hard it was to practice, I didn't dare to cry. Because she'll be angry. Gu Chunshi couldn't help but said distressfully, "Will she hit you when she's angry?" Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Even though she tells me to die every day and is crazy and scary, she has never hit me since I was a child." This answer surprised Gu Chunshi very much. Then I thought about it and understood. Although she would blame Xiaoyu for her misfortunes in life, she actually still loved Xiaoyu. This can be seen from the fact that she did not allow Xiaoyu to leave the house was full of women, and she let Xiaoyu learn martial arts at the age of 3. Her life was ruined by an irresponsible scumbag, so she hates all men in the world. In order to prevent her daughter from repeating her mistakes, she controlled her from going out and trapped her in a small world without men. However, Xiao Qingge also thought that he could not protect her for the rest of her life, so he let her learn martial arts so that she could protect herself. Xiao Qingge's love for Xiaoyu was no less than that of any other mother in the world. Gu Chunshi thought of another question. That man, Xiaoyu's biological father, wouldn't he visit her and her from time to time? Later he found out that every time Xiaoyu's biological father passed away, Xiao Qingge would go crazy. Xiao Qingge didn't want to see him, nor did she want her daughter to see him. Later, he only dared to go there secretly once when Xiao Qingge was asleep. He might also want to be close to his daughter. However, every time he went there before, his mother's mental state would go out of control. Over time, Xiaoyu came to regard him as a scourge, and whenever he went, she would immediately hide. No matter how her biological father and the nanny coaxed her, they could not dispel her fear and hostility towards her biological father. Later, Xiao Qingge finally couldn't bear the pain in his heart, and one afternoon, he ended his miserable life with his own hands. After Xiao Qingge died, the aunt who raised Xiaoyu took her to an old woman in the countryside and told her that she was her grandmother. "Grandma, no, that old lady has never liked me. I didn't understand the reason before, but later I found out that she was the man's mother, not my mother's mother. Xiaoyu, those unhappy things are in the past. You will get better and better. You are a good girl and you will definitely be happy. I never lie to anyone. If you don't believe me, you can ask my mother." Gu Chunshi comforted her from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoyu's past is unimaginable to ordinary people. That is why Gu Chunshi finds it incredible and heartbreaking for her. Gu Chunshi admired Xiaoyu a little bit. Having lived in such an extremely depressing environment since childhood, he is a little withdrawn but has not been driven crazy, which is a reflection of his strength. But no matter how strong she is, she still needs someone to love her. So when her kind mother inadvertently gave her a little care, she would burst into tears. So whenever she had the chance, she tried her best to repay her family. After she learned how to cook, she would take care of dinner for her mother whenever she worked the night shift. My mother casually mentioned that he didn't wear a scarf when he went out in the morning, so she brought one to him despite the cold weather. When his mother was ill, she took good care of him, allowing him to study without any worries. "Where can I find such a good girl?" Xiaoyu said unconfidently, "But I feel like no one would like a boring person like me." Seeing her so negative, Gu Chunshi felt distressed and anxious. "Who said that? My parents like you very much, and I like you too." He was so excited and wanted to comfort Xiaoyu so much that his voice was a little loud. Some passers-by were startled by him, and after looking over, they covered their mouths and laughed in understanding. A fashionable auntie smiled and said to her companion, "Young people nowadays are really bold in love and hate, unlike us back then." Gu Chunshi: "No, auntie, things are not what you think." Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and her eyes were slightly red. "Gu Chunshi, is everything you said true? Have you ever found me annoying?" Gu Chunshi said honestly, "To be honest, when I first met you, I thought you were weird and didn't want to talk to you because I was afraid of getting into trouble. But now I find that I was wrong. Now that I think about it, I am very grateful to my mother, because if it weren't for her, I would never have had any intersection with you. Then I will definitely miss the opportunity to meet you, which will be the biggest loss in my life for me." Ah, these words sound so corny. but they were definitely Gu Chuncher's heartfelt words. He really felt that missing out on meeting a girl like Xiaoyu would be a loss for him. Gu Chencher discovered that after spending some time together, Xiaoyu had suddenly become an indispensable part of their family of three. Gu Chencher didn't expect, nor did he want to think about how Xiaoyu would feel when he left their home. Xiaoyu had a smile on his face, but his voice choked up involuntarily. She shook her head. No, if I don't meet you, it will be the biggest loss in my life. Gu Chencher, thank you, and uncle and aunt, you are the best people in the world. Gu Chencher couldn't help but reach out to wipe away her tears. He himself couldn't see the pain in her eyes when she looked at her, nor did he notice the tenderness in his tone unconsciously. He pretended to be unhappy and said, "Didn't I tell you not to keep thanking me?" Xiaoyu felt how lucky he was. She had already prepared herself mentally to hide in some dark corner and slowly waste her life. Isn't this what life is all about? It's all over. As for whether you live a happy life or a painful life, who cares? She is all alone and doesn't deserve to be cared for by anyone. Yes, no one cares how she is doing. She is the most redundant person in this world. Chapter 74. I'll lend you my shoulder. In the past, Xiaoyu never had any expectations for the future. But since meeting Gu Chencher's family, everything has become different. In her eyes, this world is no longer monotonous gray and white. It turns out that life can be so beautiful. It gave her a glimmer of hope for the future. Is she really qualified to have the happy future that Gu Chencher talked about? But in her vision, in her happy future, uncle, aunt and Gu Chencher, none of them can be missing. It was soon 8 o'clock in the evening. After getting on the high-speed train, Gu Chencher called his family to report his itinerary. Jinglan only saw Gu Chencher's big face on the screen. After chatting for a few words, she asked, "Where's Xiaoyu?" Gu Chencher pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him. Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly towards him and smiled at Jinglan on the mobile phone screen. This unintentional action caused her and Gu Chencher's heads to almost touch each other, making them look very close and more like a couple. Gu Chencher said, "Did you see that? Even if I lost myself, I would never lose her. I will take the person back to you safely, so you can rest assured." Jinglan laughed and said, "You little brat, you're the only one with a bad mouth. Chencher, what time will you arrive? I will pick you up at the high-speed rail station then." Gu Cheng's face appeared behind Jinglan's head, but due to the limitation of the mobile phone screen, only half of it was visible. Gu Chencher calculated that it would be around midnight. Gu Chencher said, "Dad, you should go to sleep when you need to. Don't come to pick us up. We are not 3-year-old children. We can take a taxi back by ourselves." His family doesn't have a car, so his dad has to take a taxi to pick them up. It would be better for them to take a taxi back directly. It's so cold, so they shouldn't bother their dad and disturb his rest. Gu Cheng said, "That won't do. You two are still children after all. I'm worried about you doing that in the middle of the night." Gu Chencher said, "Dad, don't underestimate me. I'm not 1.8 meters tall for nothing." Gu Cheng said, "That's true, but it's better to be safe than sorry, especially since you have Xiaoyu with you." Gu Chencher thought to himself, if something really happened, maybe your son who was 1.8 meters tall would need the protection of a little girl. Of course, this is a joke. Xiaoyu is very capable, but he is not a useless person. He had told Jing Shu before that Zhou Xiangyu was his defeated opponent, and he was not bragging. He is a down-to-earth person who never exaggerates. Otherwise, why wouldn't Zhou Xiangyu dare to compete with him? Do you really think he is worthy of being a brother? In fact, he was afraid of being knocked down by Gu Chencher on the spot, and his image as a god of war would collapse. Gu Chencher is a peace lover, and he keeps a low profile, so he has never made any enemies at school except Kong Xiao, who had always been at odds with him because of Lin Ranran. So, he has no place to display his skills, and they are unknown to others. Ahem, keep a low profile. He is just a little better at fighting than the average person. Uncle, I agree with what Gu Chencher said. You should just sleep at home, don't come to pick us up. We can go back by ourselves. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves. Xiaoyu advised. She felt bad for taking up Gu Chencher's precious time for the day, so how could she let Gu Cheng sacrifice his own rest time and come over to pick them up? Xiaoyu felt that if it weren't for her presence, Gu Cheng might not have made the special trip over here. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Uncles and aunts must be very busy. If they don't get enough rest, won't they not be able to have a good time for the whole new year? Xiaoyu refused to let him pick them up no matter what. Dad, don't worry so much. We can go home by ourselves. Jinglan on the other end of the phone thought of something and smiled. Old Gu, the kids are right. They will be fine if they come back by themselves. Don't worry about them. After the call ended, Gu Cheng said in confusion, I thought you had to insist that I pick them up. Why do you think there is nothing wrong with them? But if it's just Chinshur, I think it's fine, but there's also Xiaoyu, what if something happens to her? Jinglan waved her hand confidently, there will be absolutely no problem. While laughing, he told Gu Cheng about Xiaoyu's heroic deeds. Gu Cheng was shocked when he heard this and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? You said she dealt with 2 thieves by herself? With her skinny and weak body? I don't believe it. Jinglan said, don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can wait for your son to come back. Ask your son. He is also an eyewitness. Except for a few passengers who were chatting in low voices, most people in the carriage were drowsy. Including Xiaoyu. Her mood was very unstable today. She cried a lot and felt mentally exhausted. She leaned back in the chair with her eyes closed, her head tilted to one side, as if she was asleep. Maybe she was feeling uncomfortable while sleeping, so she frowned slightly and turned towards Gu Chunshur. Gu Chunshur thought about it and moved towards her. The slight movement startled her. She opened her eyes immediately, and the moment she opened them, they were full of vigilance and alertness. However, when he saw it was him, he immediately relaxed. Gu Chunshur pointed to his shoulder and said, I can lend it to you for a while. Xiaoyu hesitated. Gu Chunshur was prepared to be rejected by her. Although they have a good relationship now, Xiaoyu is different from other girls. Due to the special living environment in her childhood and the influence from her mother, she is highly wary of people, or more precisely, men. Although Gu Chunshur knew that even if he was rejected, the responsibility was not his, he still felt a little lost in advance. However, what he didn't expect was that after hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyu carefully placed his head on his shoulder. Then she looked at him and asked quietly, if my head is always pressing on your shoulders, would you feel uncomfortable? Gu Chunshur appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very excited in his heart. She didn't refuse. She didn't object to contacting him. He said sullenly, no, you don't have to worry about that. Just do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Oh. Xiaoyu responded obediently and closed his eyes again. Gu Chunshur raised the corner of his mouth unconsciously. He felt honored that he could lend his shoulder to Xiaoyu. At this moment, an inexplicably strange feeling surged in his heart, making him involuntarily obsessed and unable to extricate himself. Even at this moment, he hoped that time could pass a little slower, so that Xiaoyu could rest his head on his shoulder for a little longer. He didn't realize that he seemed to have fallen in love with this strong, lovable girl with a rough life. Chapter 75 I am willing to let her sleep with me forever. Xiaoyu was holding her backpack, resting her head on Gu Chunshur's shoulder, and sleeping soundly. Gu Chunshur dared not move a single part of his body except his head. Afraid of waking her up. Although it was tiring to maintain a sitting posture for a long time, Gu Chunshur did not feel it was hard at all. Instead, he enjoyed it. His shoulder, she was willing to rest her head on it for the rest of her life. Gu Chunshur tilted his head slightly. From his angle, he could see Xiaoyu's shiny black hair, white forehead, thick eyelashes, and small, straight nose. She breathed evenly and deeply and slept very soundly. Is she dreaming now? What kind of dreams will you have? Could it be a wonderful dream? I have nothing to do, so I really want to take a look at her dream. I don't know if he can appear in her dreams. Thinking of this, an indescribable and familiar feeling of shame once again swept over Gu Chunshur. It made him feel like the evil big bad wolf, having wild thoughts about the little sheep sitting next to him. But Xiaoyu is not the weak little lamb that she looks like. She is the female boss that Zhou Xiangyu wants to be his apprentice. How would she feel if she knew that I had made her appear in my dreams? What will be the reaction? I would definitely pin him to the ground and rub him like crazy. His fate is even more miserable than that of the thief who stole my mama's wallet and cell phone. Gu Chunshur shuddered and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He stared straight ahead, hypnotizing himself over and over again. I am a gentleman, I am a gentleman. How could I think of such messy things that I shouldn't think of? This is not something a gentleman like me should think about. Gu Chunshur took a long breath, carefully took out his mobile phone to surf the internet, trying to divert his attention. As soon as I opened my phone, I found that the class group was in an uproar. Some people are sending Spring Festival greetings, wishing a Happy New Year in advance, and asking everyone about their plans during the Spring Festival. It is very lively. Someone tagged all members in the group. It is active Prince Mountain. He said that in half a year everyone would go their separate ways, and perhaps many of them would never see each other again in their lives, so the more times they saw each other, the less likely they would see each other. He suggested that everyone get together during the spring festival to avoid regrets in the future. Although this guy is usually not very serious, his words successfully aroused everyone's sadness. We spend every day together, and there may be some minor frictions and troubles at ordinary times, but when we think about the upcoming separation, we can't help but feel a little reluctant. Wang Zishan's proposal received positive responses from everyone. Except for a few who had other arrangements and could not spare the time during the spring festival, most of them have signed up. Gu Chencher had experienced separation of life and death in his previous life, so the slight sadness of parting could not affect him at all. To be honest, those classmates, except Zhou Xiangyu, were just passers-by in his life. Whether they would see each other again in the future depended entirely on fate. He didn't really want to go and wanted to spend all his time with his family. There were 46 people in the class. After 12 people expressed regretfully that they could not go, there were 34 people left. 29 people have signed up so far. There are still 5 people who have not signed up. Among them are Gu Chencher, Zhou Xiangyu, Jing Shu, Lin Ranran and Tang Xiaoxi. As the organizer of this gathering, Wang Zishan tagged everyone one by one. Zhou Xiangyu was the first to reply, "I'm busy, so I won't go." Wang Zishan is very observant. "You are too busy playing games to have time, right? Our 3 years of friendship is not as important as a broken game, right?" Zhou Xiangyu argued, "What 3 years? It's obviously 2.5 years. The days that didn't pass cannot be counted." Wang Zishan, "Are you coming or not? If you don't come, I will end my friendship with you." Group leader, "Kick this guy out of the group and end our friendship." Classmate A, Zhou Xiangyu, "You are really heartbreaking to us by doing this." Classmate B, "We are classmates after all, don't be so cold-blooded, Zhou Xiangyu." Classmate C, Zhou Xiangyu, "When school starts, do you believe I will find some friends to beat you? Can't you fight 1 against 5? Then I want to see if you can fight 10. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and other students joined the army to attack Zhou Xiangyu. Seeing that he had incurred the wrath of the crowd, Zhou Xiangyu finally gave in. All right, brothers and sisters, I will definitely be there on time that day. If I don't go, I'll be a grandson." Zhou Xiangyu, "I didn't expect that I am so important in everyone's mind, he. Wang Zishan, "Zhou Xiangyu, do you have any shame? If it weren't for you being a member of our class 7, who would want to bother with a dead otaku like you?" Classmate A, "Zhou Xiangyu is shameless." Classmate B, "Zhou Xiangyu is shameless." Classmate C, "Zhou Xiangyu is shameless." The phone screen was immediately flooded with the 6 words "Zhou Xiangyu is shameless." It doesn't matter, as long as Zhou Xiangyu is thick-skinned. He glanced at the group message, threw his phone away, and focused on playing the game. After working so hard for so long, what's wrong with just playing a good game? Wang Zishan was busy contacting the other 4 students who had not responded. Mention Lin Ranran, Jing Shu, Tang Xiaoxi, and Gu Chencher one by one. Wang Zishan, "Are you coming or not? Give me a definite answer." Jing Shu, "I'm sorry, I just saw that as long as the party is not on the first or second day of the new year, it's fine. I have to visit my relatives to wish them a happy new year on those 2 days. Tang Xiaoxi, "Got it, I will definitely arrive on time." Gu Chencher hesitated for a moment. Everyone was going, and it would be unkind of him not to go. Why not go? If you think they are noisy, the worst that can happen is that you just come back early. Gu Chencher's fingers flew across the screen and he uttered 2 short words, "Okay." Less than 2 seconds after he sent the message, Lin Ranran replied, "Okay." Even more concise than Gu Chencher's "okay," it fully reflects her aloofness. After Gu Chencher replied to the message, he left immediately. I glanced at the time. It was almost 11:26 p.m. Suddenly feeling something, Gu Chencher glanced sideways and saw that Xiaoyu had woken up at some point and was looking at him quietly. Her pupils were as dark as those of a newborn baby, extremely clean and pure, and seemed to have the effect of purifying other people's hearts invisibly. When their eyes met, she was like a frightened fawn. She quickly withdrew her gaze, sat up straight, and tucked the hair around her ears, but there was no hair around her ears. The sudden feeling of emptiness on his left shoulder made Gu Chencher a little uncomfortable. He was a little annoyed. Why should she look over there? Otherwise she wouldn't be startled and wouldn't move her head away from his shoulder. Gu Chencher felt empty and a little lost. I don't know if it was because of sleeping or what, but Xiao Yu's face was slightly red, looking like an attractive peach. Gu Chunshi asked her softly, "Do you want some water?" Without waiting for her to answer, he unscrewed the thermos and handed it to her. Xiao Yu whispered thank you and took it. Her hand accidentally touched Gu Chunshi's hand, and her face seemed to turn even redder. Gu Chunshi stretched and said, "We're almost there." Xiao Yu didn't say anything. He took a sip, his heart beating like thunder. Chapter 76, Not Good Enough of Him. We have arrived. As I walked out of the station, cold air swept over me. Before leaving the station, Xiao Yu put on his hat and scarf in advance, and took the opportunity to put the hood of Gu Chunshi's down jacket on his head. I successfully got a taxi and got off outside the community gate 20 minutes later. It took a whole day to travel back and forth between two cities thousands of miles away. Now that the dust has settled, Gu Chunshi feels as if he was in another world. The lights are bright along the way, but when you stand at the door of your house, the dim street lights give the place a faint sense of depression. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the new year is about to begin. It feels so dreamy. In the quiet corridor, their footsteps were particularly clear. Neither of them spoke, for fear of accidentally disturbing the neighbors. After climbing up to the 4th floor, Xiao Yu opened the door. It was pitch dark inside and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. Gu Chunshi said, "Turn on the light first." He would wait for her to turn on the lights before going back to his house. Xiao Yu turned on the light obediently, and Gu Chunshi smiled and said, "See you tomorrow." When Xiao Yu saw him turn around, he couldn't help but call him, Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi turned around, with a hint of anticipation hidden in his eyes. It was clearly Xiao Yu who called him, but when Gu Chunshi looked over, she suddenly felt a little at a loss. "Well, it's too late today. Don't get up too early tomorrow. Sleep in for a while." "Okay, I understand, you too." Gu Chunshi nodded, feeling inexplicably lost in his heart, but he didn't know what he had been looking forward to just now, and what he was feeling lost now. He opened the door and his figure quickly disappeared behind it. Xiao Yu closed the door, leaned against it, clenched his fists, and tapped his head twice. "Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about? You have already got enough, don't be too greedy. You are not worthy of him. He is so good, he deserves a better girl." Thinking of this, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little depressed. Aren't you prepared to be alone for the rest of your life? This soul-searching question made Xiao Yu a little more awake. She walked silently to the bathroom, washed up, and lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She thought that maybe her sleeping position was wrong, so she slept on her side and then on her stomach, but she tossed and turned but still couldn't fall asleep. If I had known she would not sleep on the way back. She opened her eyes in annoyance, staring unconsciously at the dark void. What's wrong with her? As soon as I closed my eyes, Gu Chunshi's sunny and handsome profile appeared in front of me. When I think of him, my heart starts beating wildly. This feeling was new to her and very unfamiliar, making her feel a little overwhelmed. But not annoying. Gu Chunshi tiptoed into the house, not even turning on the lights for fear of disturbing his parents. But the lights suddenly came on. Gu Chunshi was startled. Gu Cheng yawned, "Are you back?" Gu Chunshi hummed, and asked in surprise, "Dad, you haven't slept yet?" Gu Cheng said, "I slept, but I couldn't sleep well without you guys coming back." Gu Cheng was not the only one who had trouble sleeping. Jinglan's voice came from the bedroom, "Is Chunshi back?" Gu Chunshi responded, "It's me." "Okay, as long as you come back safely." Jinglan's voice was filled with sleepiness. Gu Cheng said, "Go and take a shower and go to bed." "I know, Dad." "You should go in and continue sleeping." Gu Cheng yawned as he went into the bedroom. Although it was late, Gu Chunshi still took a hot bath to drive away his fatigue. While sitting on the bed and wiping his hair, Gu Chunshi suddenly wondered, is she asleep? Do you choose to take a bath before going to bed? She has long hair, which is difficult to dry. She will definitely go to bed later than him, and it will probably be difficult for her to get up tomorrow. But it doesn't matter. It's nothing important anyway. It's okay to sleep a little longer. Gu Chunshi quickly blew his short hair dry, lay on the bed and thought about all sorts of things. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who was separated by a wall, was trying hard to fight the distracting thoughts in her mind. She herself didn't know when she fell asleep. All I know is that when she opened her eyes and looked at the time, it was already 8:30. She curled up in bed. Maybe because she feels insecure, she likes to curl up into a ball when she sleeps. The first thing I thought of after opening my eyes was whether he was awake or not, and whether he had gotten up. Xiao Yu was a little confused. Why would she be thinking so intently about such a boring thing? She sat up hugging the quilt, rubbed her eyes to wake herself up, and began to get dressed. After washing up, go to the opposite door. Ginglan and his wife got up early. The couple sat in the kitchen, chatting and laughing as they picked out shrimp threads. Jinglan turned around and saw her, and said in surprise, Xiaoyu, you came back late yesterday, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Not sleepy anymore. Xiaoyu replied, subconsciously looking around, unconsciously looking for a figure. There was no sign of Gu Chenshi. Jinglan said, it's already Chenshi and he hasn't gotten up yet, this brat, if he has the chance, he would sleep forever. Xiaoyu spoke for Gu Chenshi, Auntie, I slept all the way in the car yesterday, so I didn't feel very sleepy. Gu Chenshi didn't sleep. Xiaoyu, I've left breakfast for you in the pot, come and eat it. Gu Cheng called her. Breakfast, 8 treasure porridge and meat buns. Xiaoyu took a spoon and drank the 8 treasure porridge in small sips. It was slightly sweet and delicious. Halfway through drinking, Gu Chenshi finally got up. Gu Chenshi was sleepy and yawning continuously. Maybe it was because he washed his hair last night. After a night of ravage, a small tuft of hair on top of his head stood up, making him look silly and a little cute. When Gu Chenshi saw Xiaoyu, he first gave her a bright smile, then said, You're up? You're up so early. Xiaoyu wanted to say it was getting late, but he immediately thought that if he said that, it would seem to imply that he got up late, so he smiled and said nothing. Ginglan and Gu Cheng were busy in the kitchen all morning. Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu wanted to help but were driven out. Go away, there's nothing for you to do here. The kitchen is too small to accommodate so many people. Just go to the living room and watch TV while you wait for lunch. Gu Chenshi was no longer polite. Why should he be polite to his own parents? As he left the kitchen, he did not forget to call Xiaoyu, let's go, don't get in the way here, or you'll get scolded again. Arriving in the living room, Gu Chenshi turned on the TV and handed the remote control to her, you can choose what you want to watch. Then he sat down on the sofa by himself, staring down at his phone. Xiaoyu sat next to him, her eyes fixed on the TV even though the programs on TV had no appeal to her at all. She is very satisfied. And it feels incredible. She could actually celebrate the new year happily like other children. Even though this was someone else's home, she had miraculously integrated into it and unconsciously considered herself a part of this place. Moreover, this home, which did not belong to her, accepted her very gently. This was something she would never have dared to dream of before. Gu Chenshi was busy replying to text messages. The specific date of the party has been determined. Chapter 77 All good things must come to an end. After much consideration, Wang Zishan decided to set the party time at 7 o'clock in the evening on the 4th day of the new year. The 4th day was chosen because it is too early. Everyone has to visit relatives and pay New Year's greetings. If it is too late, school will start and there will be no fun. The 4th day is just right. On the 4th day of the new year, everyone gathers together, on the 5th day, take a rest at home, and on the 6th day. Damn it, school is about to start on the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. Whoa. Wang Zishan posted his suggestion in the group to see if others had any opinions. Everyone agreed with this. Gu Chenshi just went with the flow and of course had no objection. For some reason Zhou Xiangyu started arguing with everyone in the group again, and he felt so miserable being besieged. Zhou Xiangyu tagged Gu Chenshi crazily, Lao Gu, if you still want to see me when school starts, come and support me. Under the message he tagged Gu Chenshi, Tang Xiaoxi immediately sent an emoticon of covering her mouth and laughing. Gu Chenshi ignored him and read the content of Zhou Xiangyu's quarrel with others one by one, laughing uncontrollably. Halfway through reading, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xiaoyu, who was also looking at him. Gu Chenshi thought that he must have looked particularly silly because he was smiling like a grandson in front of his phone, which was why he attracted Xiaoyu's attention. He got up and went to the kitchen, and when he came back he had a fruit plate in his hands. The fruit plate is not filled with fruits, but nuts such as melon seeds, pine nuts, almonds, pistachios, etc. He placed the fruit plate in front of Xiaoyu and motioned for her to eat some nuts to pass the time. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and picked up a pistachio, peeled it and ate it. The class group was bombarded with voice messages. Gu Chenshi directly clicked on a message and then put the phone on the coffee table. After one voice message was played, the next one would play automatically. Gu Chencher listened while eating melon seeds and would laugh when he heard something funny. He is a hardcore lurker. Unless there is a major event or no one specifically mentions him, he basically won't show up. Xiaoyu sat aside and listened silently, feeling emotional. They were also energetic, unlike himself, who was dull, didn't talk much, and had no interest at all. Gu Chencher must feel bored when he is with me, right? Xiaoyu was a little melancholy. She herself didn't realize it, but she had unknowingly begun to care particularly about Gu Chencher's feelings. Are you guys going to have a dinner together? Xiaoyu asked. Well, Gu Chencher said, all good things must come to an end. In half a year, we will go our separate ways. Maybe some people will never meet again in this life. Gu Chencher was talking about him and his classmates, but what Xiaoyu heard only added to his sadness and fear. All good things must come to an end. So, there will always be a day when she, her aunt, uncle and Gu Chencher will part ways, right? Not to mention that the arrival of that day is only a matter of time, just thinking about it makes her breathless. If I really leave them, what will become of me? Maybe it will go back to the past. I locked myself in a small room and would never come out unless necessary, silently becoming a soulless walking corpse. Xiaoyu shuddered. Don't want. After meeting the light, she could no longer face the darkness calmly. You can say she is greedy or you can say she is ridiculous. She doesn't want to live the same life as before. Xiaoyu? Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, Gu Chencher realized something was wrong and called her softly. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyu came back to his senses and smiled at him. Nothing, I'm just a little curious about how you get along with your classmates. This reminded Gu Chencher of her special experiences from childhood to adulthood. Gu Chencher suddenly had an idea that it would be great if he could bring her with him to the party. Let her experience what it's like to be with many people her own age. However, all the people at the party were their classmates, and there was no question of whether family members could be brought along. And Xiaoyu. Maybe in the eyes of others, she cannot be considered a real family member, but to Gu Chencher, she is his family member. Gu Chencher asked tentatively, Are you interested in our daily interactions? Xiaoyu nodded, I am a little interested. Gu Chencher half-jokingly said, If we allow family members to come with us, would you like to come with me? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, Can we bring family members with us? Then she pursed her lips and smiled. The sadness in her heart caused by the saying all good things must come to an end was diluted a lot by the family members mentioned by Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher thought she was a family member? She is so happy. My classmates, Gu Chencher thought for a moment and said in a more serious way, although some of them seem to be noisy and not very reasonable, most of them can be considered good people. Speaking of this, Gu Chencher even had some expectations. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine the surprised looks those people might have when he led Xiaoyu out. Ah, damned vanity. He knows that he is quite handsome, ahem. But when he walks on the street, not many people turn their heads to look at him. Maybe it's because it's hard to find three-legged frogs in this world, but two-legged men are everywhere. Besides, he was just an 18-year-old little man whose personal charm was still a little immature. But when walking with Xiaoyu, the rate of people turning back to look at him would be 200%. Some people often can't help but want to take a second look after looking back. Xiaoyu has outstanding looks, but when she goes out, she usually covers herself up tightly. But it cannot hide her unique temperament that is otherworldly. When two people walk together, they are a perfect match. When Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu walk together, strangers always mistake them for a young couple. He used to feel speechless, but now thinking about it, he doesn't seem to be so disgusted? So people are really fickle. Forget it, I'm not going. Your classmates are having a dinner together, and I, an outsider, can't say anything. Xiaoyu shook his head. Her reaction was within Gu Chencher's expectations. She doesn't seem to like crowds and may not be able to adapt to gatherings filled with mostly strangers. However, since Gu Chencher asked for her opinion, it was naturally impossible that she was just saying it casually. If she really showed interest in the party, then Gu Chencher would definitely take her there. The class group, which had been quiet for a while, suddenly became lively again. It turned out that someone had the same idea as Gu Chencher and came up with the idea of bringing family members to the party, so he asked in the group whether he could bring family members. It turned out that he had a sister who was 10 years younger than him. When she heard that he was going to have a reunion with his classmates on the 4th day of the new year, she was very interested and insisted on coming with him. The classmate dotes on his sister and cannot bear to refuse her. Gu Chencher calculated it in his mind. There are more than 30 classmates in total. If each of them brings a family member, then there will be 60 or 70 people gathered together that day. Just thinking about the scene is very lively. But of course, there will probably be many students who find it troublesome and will not bring their families. The event organizer Wang Zishan replied, "Of course." Chapter 78 Who is Sister-in-Law? One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the group immediately exploded again. Some people joked that if there are no cute younger brothers or sisters, can we take care of our parents? Is it okay to bring grandparents? Some people even asked if they could bring their boyfriends' girlfriends. This person's questions offended the singles in the group and he became the new target of attack after Zhou Xiangyu. After learning that he could bring family members, Gu Chenshi looked at Xiaoyu who was sitting aside and concentrating on peeling nuts. He really wanted to bring Xiaoyu to the party. It's not to satisfy vanity, but to take this opportunity to let Xiaoyu have more contact with people of the same age, which should have some effect on changing her introverted personality. Someone in the group tagged him. It was Zhou Xiangyu. "Zhou Xiangyu, Lao Gu, bring your girlfriend over here." Gu Chenshi. This guy really keeps bringing up things that are not related to the topic. What girlfriend? Where did he get a girlfriend? Zhou Xiangyu tagged his message and reminded other classmates in the group, Gu Chenshi has a wonderful girlfriend. According to eyewitnesses, she looked like a fairy and had a first-class temperament. Not only the male students, but also the female students became curious. How beautiful is Gu Chenshi's fairy girlfriend? Prettier than the stars on TV? They really wanted to take this opportunity to see the beauty of Gu Chenshi's fairy girlfriend. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. If you don't seize this opportunity, you may never have another chance in the future. So Gu Chenshi was honored to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention in the group. The message notification sound kept ringing, all of which were messages from others tagging him. Classmate A Gu Chenshi, you can bring your family members to the party, so bring your girlfriend as well. Student B, yes, we are all very friendly. Classmate C, Gu Chenshi, you came out to the party alone and left her at home alone, could you bear it? Gu Chenshi's temples were throbbing and he was speechless. He wanted to pull Zhou Xiangyu out and beat him up immediately, telling you what you thought was nonsense. This guy didn't realize that he had caused trouble and joined in the fun with other students. Gu Chenshi, can't I call you brother? Bring your sister-in-law here. When Xu Mingming's mean voice came out of the microphone, Gu Chenshi's forehead veins throbbed, and he glanced at Xiaoyu with embarrassment and guilt. He originally wanted to convert the voice into text, but his hand slipped and he accidentally played the voice message. Gu Chenshi didn't know how Xiaoyu would feel if he knew that those classmates thought he was his girlfriend. Would she think he was taking advantage of her on purpose? It was so unfair, so unfair. He explained from beginning to end, but those grandchildren didn't believe him at all. Xiaoyu paused in peeling the nuts. She looked at Gu Chenshi in surprise. Gu Chenshi dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment. She felt that it would be better for him to confess rather than be discovered by her. But when he saw Xiaoyu's pure and clean eyes, he didn't know how to start. I felt extremely upset, feeling that I had carelessly desecrated her beauty. Sister-in-law? Xiaoyu murmured again, and asked doubtfully, Gu Chenshi, who is sister-in-law? Gu Chenshi, this. The person on the phone just now who called you brother, sister-in-law, is she your girlfriend? You have a girlfriend? Maybe it was Gu Chenshi's illusion. When Xiaoyu asked him the question in confusion, the light in his eyes seemed to dim. It's an illusion. It should be an illusion. Because when Gu Chenshi wanted to see clearly, there was nothing strange in her eyes except some confusion and surprise. It's not what you think, Gu Chenshi hesitated. The matter could be made clear in just 2 sentences, but when facing Xiaoyu, Gu Chenshi felt guilty for no reason and didn't know what to say. In fact, in his subconscious, he was afraid that telling the truth would make Xiaoyu angry, just like before, ignoring him for several days. Xiaoyu suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Don't worry, I won't tell Auntie." Gu Chenshi. Wait, did you misunderstand something? It's not what you thought. Xiaoyu was silent for 2 seconds, and then said to him solemnly, Gu Chenshi, I promise not to tell Auntie about this. But can you promise me that you won't let this affect your studies? I can feel that your aunt has high expectations of you. I don't want to see my aunt worrying about you. Gu Chenshi was both touched and amused. At the same time, I am a little anxious. Before this, he was thought to be a carefree person, and even if he was misunderstood, as long as it was not a big deal, he would not bother to explain. But now that Xiaoyu misunderstood him, he realized that he was very panicked. He quickly explained, "No, it's not what you think." He thought that once he had clarified the matter, Xiaoyu would just say oh as before and would not continue to ask questions. She has a calm personality and is not a gossipy person. Then, unexpectedly, Xiaoyu blinked and asked in confusion, "Is there anyone with the same name as you in your class?" Gu Qinsher, "No." "So I didn't misunderstand. Your classmate wants you to bring your sister-in-law to the party." "Oh, I see. The sister-in-law is not from your class. She is probably from another class or a girl from outside. Am I right?" Xiaoyu's analysis was serious and logical. Gu Qinsher almost knelt down to her. Not only was she possessed by the god of cooking, but at this moment, she was also possessed by Sherlock Holmes. On New Year's Eve, with the wind howling outside, Gu Qinsher was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it, instead of letting her guess it, it would be better for him to confess it himself. Indeed, the mentality of relying on luck is not good. This is actually what happened. Some time ago, you gave me an umbrella and a scarf, and we were seen by other classmates at the station. They mistakenly thought you were my girlfriend, so much so that now my classmates all think I have a girlfriend. Xiaoyu was stunned. Is that so? Gu Qinsher wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. Yes, that's right, the sister-in-law my classmate just mentioned is actually you. Sorry, they are just making trouble, don't take it to heart. Of course, the main reason is my fault. I didn't explain it well enough to make them believe that we were just ordinary neighbors. Gu Qinsher admitted his mistake very sincerely and tried his best to win her forgiveness. Xiaoyu lowered his head, put a freshly peeled pistachio to his mouth, and hummed lightly. Gu Qinsher asked nervously, "Are you angry?" Xiaoyu said blankly, "No, why should I be angry?" Chapter 79, The Disciple Surpasses the Master. Xiaoyu was not angry, just a little disappointed. Gu Qinsher didn't believe her no. She looked a little glum. But it looked fine just now. So Gu Qinsher felt that she was still angry. Just don't want to admit it. Gu Qinsher was a little depressed, he knew she would mind. How could a girl who likes quietness, decency and tradition not mind when she suddenly finds out that she is inexplicably involved in a romantic scandal? Gu Qinsher was a little nervous. If Xiaoyu got angry, he would definitely avoid him and ignore him. Although her indifference didn't seem to have much impact on his life, it made him feel uncomfortable. Well, he was really afraid that Xiaoyu would ignore him. Scared to death. He asked tentatively, "Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu said, "Xiaoyu, I remember you promised me before that you would never lie to me again, but why are you lying to me now?" Xiaoyu was stunned and said, "I didn't lie." Gu Qinsher said firmly, "No, you are lying. You are obviously angry with me, but you say you are not." Xiaoyu was stunned and said, "I'm really not angry." "No, you are angry." Gu Qinsher insisted on his judgment. Xiaoyu said, "You are not a worm in my stomach, how can you know that I am angry?" "Because you're obviously unhappy, I can see that." "Xiaoyu." She suddenly smiled. The two of them look like they are arguing with each other. What an interesting feeling. Seeing her smile, Gu Qinsher felt more or less relieved. She looked so beautiful when she smiled that Gu Qinsher couldn't help but feel excited. I hope she can smile more in the future. You're really not angry? Really not. Oh, then I'm relieved, but you were obviously unhappy just now, because what was that about? Xiaoyu was flustered for a moment, avoided his eyes, lowered his head, and said nothing. She didn't say it because she didn't want to lie to Gu Qinsher, but she didn't want to tell her why she was so depressed just now. So silence became her best option at the moment. When Gu Qinsher saw that she didn't say a word, he became annoyed. Why are you so rude? You don't usually talk so much, do you? Why are you so tactless today, asking questions that should and shouldn't be asked? Do you think you are in charge of multiple departments? But after all, he was not wrong. He asked a few more questions because he was afraid that Xiaoyu might feel uncomfortable. As a result, I accidentally asked something that I shouldn't have asked. Perhaps on this special day, she was reminded of the unhappy things that happened in the past. How could he know that Xiaoyu's depression was really related to him? His classmate mistook her for his girlfriend, so why was he in such a hurry to explain? Was he so afraid of being involved with her? 2. She has a terrible background and a dull and boring personality. Who would like someone like her? Perhaps the only good thing about her is her decent appearance. But if my mother didn't have an outstanding appearance, her life would probably not be so sad. Beauty has led to the tragedy of my mother's life. Because of this, when her mother is conscious, she will strictly supervise her study and arm herself with knowledge. Maybe she won't be as strong as her mother wishes, but at least she won't be reduced to a vase with nothing but beauty and no ability to protect herself. Ginglan and Gucheng worked in the kitchen for the whole morning, and by 11:30 they had prepared a table full of delicious food. Finally, we can start eating. Although the current spring festival lacks the festive atmosphere, how many people who work outside can use this traditional festival to reunite with their families? Reunion is probably the main reason why people treat this festival so grandly. At the dinner table, Jinglan learned that Gu Chenshi was going to a class reunion on Thursday, and said, "Can you bring your family members? Xiaoyu is bored staying at home all day, why don't you bring her over to liven things up?" Gu Chenshi was shocked. If he wasn't sure that his mother had been busy in the kitchen all morning and didn't hear their whispering in the living room, he would have thought that his mother said that on purpose. Gucheng smiled and said, "Yes, Chenshi, if you have nothing to do, take Xiaoyu out for a walk. It's not good to stay at home alone all the time. Oh, by the way, we haven't asked Xiaoyu's opinion yet." Xiaoyu was picking rice grains in the bowl. Hearing this, he smiled slightly and said, "Uncle and Aunt, Gu Chenshi has already asked for my opinion. I still won't go." Jinglan and Gucheng thought of his eccentric and introverted personality and said nothing more. After lunch, they sat in the living room and chatted happily for a while, and then began to prepare to post the couplets. It was Xiaoyu's first time to participate in this kind of activity and he was particularly excited. Gu Chenshi was responsible for pasting, and she was responsible for moving the bench, getting the tape, and handing out the Spring Festival couplets to Gu Chenshi. After pasting the Gu family's poster, we went to Grandma Li's house opposite where Xiaoyu lives now. The two of them worked happily together and efficiently, and the pasting was completed in a short time. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Jinglan started busying herself with making bread and dumplings. Gucheng prepared the stuffing while Xiaoyu washed her hands and waited to make dumplings. Of course, Gu Chenshi would not be idle either. His job was to roll out the dumpling skins. In the family of 4, no one is a freeloader. Jinglan pointed at the dumplings Xiaoyu made and boasted, "Look how pretty these dumplings are, Xiaoyu. I taught you how to make them." Gu Chenshi said fearlessly, "Mom, let me be frank, the dumplings made by Xiaoyu are a little better looking than yours." Indeed, the advantage of Ginglan's dumplings is that they are plump, with round bellies and are filled with a lot of stuffing. The pleats of the dumplings are pinched more casually. The dumplings made by Xiaoyu are also like those of lively little fat guys, with the folds of the dumplings being particularly even and delicate. Jinglan said, "You little brat, haven't you heard that a disciple is better than his master?" Xiaoyu smiled gently, "Yes, it's because Auntie taught me well that I learned well." Gu Chenshi pointed at the dumpling wrapper he had just rolled out with his rolling pin and said seriously, "Look at this dumpling wrapper. Isn't it big and round?" Jinglan glanced down and said, "Stinky boy, why did you roll it so thin? It won't work if it's too thin. It will break easily." Gu Chenshi. Gucheng nodded and added, "Son, although you rolled the dumpling wrapper very round, I must tell you responsibly that it needs to be reworked. Your mother is right. It will fall apart easily if it is too thin." Gu Chenshi. "Well, I originally wanted to hear some praise, so he rolled the dumpling wrapper with special care, but I didn't expect it to fail? Ah, his heart aches so much. Woohoo, Mom and Dad are so partial. Why is Xiaoyu praised for everything he does? He doesn't accept." Chapter 80, Ordinary and Mundane Atmosphere. Gu Chenshi's eyes fell on the dumplings made by Xiaoyu, and the resentment in his heart immediately disappeared. "Their dumplings are so beautifully wrapped, so you can't blame my parents for praising them so much. And the dumpling wrappers he rolled. It's not that it doesn't have any advantages. For example, it is indeed very round." Xiaoyu lowered his head, spread the dumpling skin in his left hand, and used chopsticks in his right hand to gently pick up a little stuffing and put it on the dumpling skin. Then he put the chopsticks back and skillfully folded the dumpling skin in half and pinched a few folds to seal the dumpling skin. Soon, a handsome dumpling was born. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Isn't a simple life full of the flavor of life what she dreams of? Very nice. While wrapping, she raised her head as if she noticed something, and met Gu Chenshi's gaze. Only then did she realize that Gu Chenshi was studying the dumplings she made instead of looking at her. The moment she looked at Gu Chenshi subconsciously looked at her. She quickly retracted her gaze and pretended that she was concentrating on making dumplings. But the next thing he was thinking about was obviously not making dumplings anymore. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Spring Festival Gala starts on time. Gu Chuncher couldn't remember how long it had been since he last watched it. The children's laughter and joy came from outside the window, and Gu Chuncher wanted to go out for a walk. Before leaving, he subconsciously called out to Xiaoyu, "Do you want to join us?" Xiaoyu nodded, "Okay." To be honest, Gu Chuncher was a little surprised that Xiaoyu was willing to go downstairs with him for a walk, and at the same time, he felt a little surprised, which was hard to describe. Xiaoyu is not a troublemaker or pretentious person. Gu Chuncher feels very comfortable when he is with her. When they were going down the stairs, Gu Chuncher asked Xiaoyu with a smile, "Are you afraid of being a light bulb for my parents, so you came downstairs with me?" Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. It seems, that's not the reason? She just saw him coming out and wanted to come out with him to get some fresh air, that's all. I really didn't think too much about it. Xiaoyu covered his face with his gloved hands. "I don't really like watching TV, and it's not fun to keep scrolling through my phone, so I wanted to go out for a walk." As they were talking, they had already arrived downstairs. The air in the community was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. Fireworks and firecrackers are banned in cities, but during festivals there are still mobile vendors selling firecrackers for children to play with, and basically no one cares. Gu Chuncher put his hands in his pockets, sniffed and laughed. "I really like the smell of this. When I was a child, my father would buy me firecrackers to play with. I would never leave until I had played with them." Xiaoyu said enviously, "I've never played it before." Gu Chuncher said, "Do you want to play? They should be sold outside. I'll buy some for you to try." As he said this, he actually walked towards the gate of the community. Xiaoyu wanted to stop him, but when he saw his back striding forward, he suddenly held back. He smiled and followed closely. She likes this feeling. She is obsessed with the feeling of being cared for and pampered. Gu Chuncher guessed right. Outside the gate of the community, there really was a man in his 50s wearing a military coat and a lei feng hat, setting up a small stall with all kinds of cannons on it. Although smoking is prohibited, these small mobile vendors are always seen during the Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival, and usually no one cares. Gu Chuncher was delighted. Just as he was about to ask about the price, he heard an earnest call from not far away, "Old Gu." Gu Chuncher's mouth twitched. Who else except Zhou Xiangyu likes to call him Lao Gu all day long? "Lao Gu, I miss you so much." With white smoke coming out of Zhou Xiangyu's mouth, he happily rushed towards Gu Chuncher. Gu Chuncher dodged nimbly and avoided his bear hug. Zhou Xiangyu's body involuntarily fell forward due to inertia, and he was about to fall to the ground. Gu Chuncher reached out and pulled him in time. Only then did Zhou Xiangyu see Xiaoyu behind Gu Chuncher. He was carefree and fearless, but suddenly he stood up straight like a new soldier meeting his instructor, and said with a silly smile, "Hello, master." Xiaoyu was confused and even looked back. He didn't realize that Zhou Xiangyu was calling him. Gu Chuncher reminded silently, "Xiaoyu, he is actually saying hello to you." Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that when she was having dinner with Zhou Xiangyu before, he seemed to have mentioned that he wanted to take her as his master. This guy is so funny. He and Gu Chuncher have completely different personalities. It's amazing that they can become good brothers. But speaking of which, it must be interesting for Gu Chuncher to be with such an interesting person every day, right? Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly and said, "You should just call me Xiaoyu from now on." Zhou Xiangyu said stubbornly, "No, how can I call you by your name? That's disrespectful to you." Gu Chuncher felt a chill in his spine when he heard the respectful "you" in his mouth. Xiaoyu forced a smile and said, "But calling me master sounds weird." This really stumped Zhou Xiangyu. Calling her by her name is not respectful enough, and calling her master is indeed weird, but if he calls her hey or hi, wouldn't that be even more inappropriate than calling her by her name directly? Zhou Xiangyu thought about it distressfully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Then why don't I call you sister from now on? Not only can I avoid using your name, but it also shows respect." Xiaoyu. She suddenly became worried. Gu Chuncher plays with him all day long, will his brain be affected? Xiaoyu laughed dryly, "That's fine, as long as you are happy." Gu Chuncher was speechless and said, "Zhou Xiangyu, why are you here on New Year's Eve?" Zhou Xiangyu said confidently, "Brother missed you, so I came to see you, what's wrong?" Gu Chuncher snorted coldly. This was not the first time Zhou Xiangyu heard Gu Chuncher snort. When Gu Chuncher was speechless to him, he would just hum perfunctorily. However, he was used to it and didn't think anything of it. But today, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing through his trouser legs and into his body, making him shiver. Ah, how could he forget? Gu Chuncher is now in a relationship. He can't be so affectionate with Gu Chuncher anymore. It is easy to be misunderstood, easy to be assassinated, and easy to be beaten. Zhou Xiangyu looked at Xiao Yu's face nervously and found that there was no expression on Xiao Yu's face. His legs began to go weak. She quickly clarified, "Sister, Gu Chuncher and I are just ordinary friends, please don't think too much about it." Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chuncher in astonishment. To be honest, she couldn't quite understand what Zhou Xiangyu meant. Friends are friends, what's the difference between pure and not pure? Gu Chuncher smiled bitterly and said, "He is like this. He usually speaks in a weird way and sometimes I don't understand him. But he is not a bad person, you can rest assured about that." Zhou Xiangyu silently gave Gu Chuncher a thumbs up. As expected of a good brother, he knew how to say a few good words for him in front of his master. Well, that doesn't sound like a good thing though. I had New Year's Eve dinner with my parents, grandparents, and my aunts and uncles outside today. When they were together, they just chatted about the Zhang and Li family's gossips, which was so boring that I left halfway through the meal. I thought it was still early and it would be boring to go home alone, so I came to play with you for a while. Gu Chuncher thought to himself, "Hey, have you changed your personality? Why don't you race against time to play games? That's not like you." Gu Chuncher only dared to think about it in his mind but didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear that once he said it out loud, it would arouse his gaming addiction. Playing small games is enjoyable, but playing too much is harmful to your health. If you keep playing games on your phone for no reason, you will eventually go blind. Gu Chuncher was too lazy to care or ask about others, but Zhou Xiangyu was his best friend. He wanted to make Zhou Xiangyu's life better within his ability. Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head, "Are uncles and aunts home? I'll go and wish them a happy new year in advance." Without waiting for Gu Chuncher to reply, Zhou Xiangyu opened his mouth wide and gave Xiao Yu a bright and slightly silly smile, said "see you later," and ran into the community. Gu Chuncher just laughed. Of course he knew that the boy left in a hurry because he didn't want to disturb him and Xiao Yu's relationship. Chapter 81 I Like You Too. In order not to disturb them, Zhou Xiangyu ran upstairs to wish Gu Chuncher's parents a happy new year. Gu Chuncher smiled helplessly and shook his head. As Xiao Yuyo walked, he said, "He's a very interesting person. Will you forget your troubles quickly if you're with him?" Gu Chuncher thought about it and it seemed to be true. Ever since I became friends with Zhou Xiangyu, he has been present in my life, whether happy or angry. The two of them walked slowly along the cement road outside the community. As he walked, Gu Chuncher stopped incredulously, looked back in surprise at the small stall that was getting farther and farther away from him, and burst out laughing. What happened? Didn't he want to buy some firecrackers for Xiao Yu to set off, so that he could find his lost childhood and feel the joy of setting off firecrackers? How did I end up here? He recalled it in disbelief. After Zhou Xiangyu left in a hurry, Xiao Yu walked forward, so he couldn't help but follow him. Oh, that's the truth. When Xiao Yu saw him stop, he also stopped and looked up at him. The street lights were dim, and in the haze, she looked so beautiful that it seemed a little dreamy. Gu Chuncher met her gaze and felt a sudden palpitation in his heart. This was a strange emotion that he had never felt before when facing Lin Ranran. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly realize that he seemed to have fallen in love with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes are so bright that people can't help but think of the starry sky on summer nights of childhood. There was a slight smile in her eyes, and a hint of uneasiness. Gu Chuncher's heart started beating wildly. His intuition told him that Xiao Yu had something to say to him. Could it be that? How could? Definitely not. Gu Chuncher secretly despised himself. In just 2 seconds, he came up with all sorts of ideas. There has to be a limit to being too sentimental, please. I like you. Gu Chuncher was a little confused, thinking that his own wishful thinking had caused him to hear hallucinations. He said, Foolishly. Xiao Yu did not answer him, but lowered his head, then turned around and walked forward. It took all her courage to say those 4 words. Oh no, it exhausted all the courage she had accumulated in her life. She didn't dare face Gu Chuncher again. Afraid of seeing his disdainful eyes. She began to regret it. Isn't this good now? They consider her a family member and they see each other every day. Why do we have to break that layer of window paper? She was greedy. She not only greedily enjoyed the warmth of the home that did not belong to her. She also wants to find someone she loves to love her and accompany her through her long life. When did you start to like Gu Chencher? She doesn't know herself. But what qualifications do you have to like him? He is so sunny and nice, he can find a better girl in the future. Xiao Yu walked faster and faster. She wished she could tear a hole in the void and crawl in, waiting until Gu Chencher forgot about her confession and then come out. Gu Chencher stood there in a daze for a long time, then came to his senses and strode after him. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stopped and didn't dare to look up into his eyes. What would he tell himself? I'm sorry, I have to focus on my studies right now and haven't thought about relationships for the time being. You like me? But I always treat you as an ordinary neighbor. Xiao Yu thought a lot in a confused state. Until she heard Gu Chencher's clean, clear and slightly puzzled voice. Did you just talk to me? Xiao Yu said lightly, just pretend that I didn't say anything just now. The sudden surprise came to Gu Chencher, and he felt a little dizzy. When he just realized that he liked Xiao Yu suddenly confessed to him. Happiness comes too suddenly. Seeing that Xiao Yu was still going forward, Gu Chencher became anxious and grabbed her wrist. I like you, too, he said solemnly. Xiao Yu, I like you. Xiao Yu suddenly raised his head, and his dim eyes lit up again. She asked uncertainly, really? Gu Chencher said seriously, of course, you were so nice, why can't I like you? The love I'm talking about is not the kind of love you're talking about. I know, Xiao Yu, I like you. It's not the kind of like that doesn't dislike you, but the kind of like that would like to spend my life with you if possible. Spend your life together? Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly turned red. Gu Chencher couldn't bear to see her cry. His heart would also feel sour and uncomfortable. Xiao Yu choked up and said, Gu Chencher, thank you. Gu Chencher said, didn't I say that you are not allowed to say thank you to me again? Xiao Yu shook his head and said stubbornly, no, I must say it. Gu Chencher, thank you for liking me too. He may not understand that his words love that will allow us to spend a lifetime together directly lit up her confused and unknown future. Gu Chencher. I want to hug you. Without waiting for Gu Chencher to respond, Xiao Yu opened his arms, put his arms around his waist, and rested his head on his chest. Gu Chencher was stunned. Happiness comes one after another. Do you want him to die suddenly tonight? How could he have the nerve to say that he had actually wanted to hug her for a long time? Before they expressed their feelings to each other, this thought was undoubtedly an inappropriate fantasy, and he tried his best to suppress it. Gu Chencher held her in his arms and sniffed the fragrance of her hair unscrupulously. The feeling of fullness in my arms is intoxicating. Isn't this what a beautiful dream is all about? If this is really a dream, I want to indulge in it forever and never wake up. Xiao Yu's muffled voice came from his chest. Gu Chencher, uncle and aunt, will they dislike me? Gu Chencher said, how could that be? My mother is eager to accept you as her goddaughter. The two hugged each other for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other. The blush on Xiao Yu's face had not yet faded, and he had not yet recovered from the sweetness. Suddenly he thought of something and became annoyed again. She is too impulsive. Now is the most critical time for Gu Chencher. Will it affect his studies if she chooses to confess to Gu Chencher at this time? Gu Chencher noticed that she was in a bad mood and became nervous. What happened? Could it be that a hug made her regret and she didn't want to be with him anymore? He had just taken a shower yesterday and his clothes were new, so he was sure there was no sign of dirtiness on his body. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yu hesitated and said, Gu Chencher, please don't tell uncle and aunt about our affairs for now, okay? Gu Chencher was puzzled. Why? Judging from his parents' strange reactions before, they would be happy to see him and Xiao Yu together. I was afraid that uncle and auntie would worry and affect your studies. It's all my fault. I was too impatient and wanted to. I just want to confess tonight. Gu Chencher laughed muffledly. He loves this kind of impatientness so much, can you please give me more of it? Chapter 82 Sweet Burden. Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu agreed that he would confess to his parents after the college entrance examination. In other words, their relationship will be kept underground for the time being and will be made public after half a year. The two walked back side by side. When they came out, they were just neighbors, but when they returned, they became each other's only one. It feels really amazing. Since there was no one outside and he was not afraid of being exposed, Gu Chencher quietly held Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu smiled secretly and shook hands back. I felt a sense of security from his big hands. For the first time, she discovered that life could be so wonderful. Gu Chencher's pocket was buzzing with text message alerts. Gu Chencher frowned, it was really ruining the atmosphere, so annoying. Gu Chencher originally planned to pretend that he didn't hear it. Maybe it was a group message and he was too lazy to read it. Xiao Yu said, "Why don't you take a look? It would be bad if you missed any important information." Gu Chencher thought about it and realized that he was right. So he took out his cell phone obediently. When he saw the sender of the message, Gu Chencher couldn't help but twitch his lips. He wondered who was ruining the sweet atmosphere between him and Xiao Yu, and it turned out to be Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu, old Gu, your foxtail is exposed. Zhou Xiangyu, you didn't treat me as a brother, I hate you. Zhou Xiangyu, I saw you and Xiao Yu hugging each other, haha. Zhou Xiangyu, you two have been together for a long time, why did you hide it from me? It makes me so angry. Zhou Xiangyu, please help me take good care of my master. If you dare to make her sad, humph. Zhou Xiangyu, I'm going back, so I won't talk to you anymore. You and my master can walk on the street more often and hold hands, hee hee hee. Gu Chencher. By the way, he actually forgot about this guy. What a mistake. He responded with one, it's not what you think. Zhou Xiangyu replied immediately, I saw it with my own eyes and you are still trying to argue? Gu Chencher, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher, we just got together tonight, I didn't lie to you before. Zhou Xiangyu, who cares when you got together? As long as you're together now, that's fine. Ha ha ha. Gu Chencher burst out laughing. This guy. Before entering the community, Xiao Yu said seriously, Gu Chencher, you must study hard like before, okay? If you don't get into a good university, I will become a sinner. Gu Chencher raised his eyebrows, I didn't get into a good university only because I didn't work hard enough, or it was God's will. What does it have to do with you? But my being with you might distract you. Xiao Yu said worriedly. Gu Chencher smiled, Xiao Yu, it seems that you don't know me very well. Of course, this is not your fault. We spend too little time together. Don't worry, I will only work harder than before. Because, in addition to his parents, Gu Chencher has to shoulder Xiao Yu's future from this moment on. The burden on my shoulders suddenly became heavy. But this is a sweet burden, he doesn't feel tired at all. Instead, I enjoy it. Through the door, I could hear my mother Dinglan laughing in the house. Gu Chencher's mouth corners raised. By the way, ever since he and Xiao Yu expressed their feelings to each other, the corners of his mouth have never been downcast. I have found my own love on the last day of this year. Starting from tomorrow, every day in the future should be sweet and happy. Gu Chencher held Xiao Yu's hand, reluctant to let go. The same is true for Xiao Yu. Did I open the door? Gu Chencher looked at her. Xiao Yu hummed softly. In order to avoid causing their parents to worry about Gu Chencher's academic performance, they decided to pretend to maintain a normal neighbor relationship with Mr. Gu Cheng and Ms. Jinglan for the next 6 months. Once Gu Chencher opens the door in front of him, it means that the hands they are holding now must be let go. Ms. Jinglan's hearty laughter continued to come from behind the door. Ms. Jinglan has a low laugh threshold and always laughs while watching TV, but Gu Chencher often feels that there is nothing funny. The two of them let go of each other's hands tacitly. Gu Chencher couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head before opening the door, then he turned the doorknob and walked in. Only Ms. Jinglan was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Mr. Gu Cheng was not there. Gu Chencher asked curiously, where's my dad? Jinglan spat out the melon seed shells and said, oh, I went to answer the phone. Xiao Yu walked over and sat next to Jinglan obediently. Jinglan immediately ordered Gu Chencher, Chencher, bring all the remaining pistachios. Gu Chencher did as he was told. Jinglan poured all the pistachios in the bag into the fruit bowl and called Xiao Yu, I see you like pistachios very much. Come here, these are all yours. Gu Chencher was jealous on the side, Mom, I like to eat it too. Jinglan said, oh, you like to eat melon seeds, come, there are plenty of melon seeds here, eat as much as you want. Gu Chencher. Mom, you are really my mom. You know best that I have loved eating pistachios since I was a child. Is it really okay to be so partial to one and ignore the other? They are so blatantly favoring Xiao Yu now. When Xiao Yu really becomes their daughter-in-law in the future, will he still have a place in this family? But then again, he shouldn't have to worry about the eternally problematic relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, hee hee. Never mind, he is a man, it doesn't matter if he suffers a little injustice. Look at his dad, he has been living like this for the past few decades, isn't he's smiling all the time? He will continue to smile in the future. When Xiaoyu picked up a pistachio, he looked at Gu Chenshi calmly. Gu Chenshi seemed to be saying, "Look how good my mother is to you. You should be relieved now." Xiaoyu pursed her lips, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Gu Chenshi sat in the living room for a while and then went to the bedroom. Jinglan poured some water to drink in the middle. Out of curiosity, I stretched my head to take a look and was stunned. Her good son is actually studying very hard. As an old mother, I feel both relieved and distressed. Chenshi, studying is not a 1 or 2 day thing. It's New Year's Day, so don't study today, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Take a break. Gu Chenshi didn't even raise his head. It's okay, Mom, I'm used to it. When he was reborn, he vowed to live a good life. After being with Xiaoyu, his blood boiled, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Because he not only had to fulfill his promise, but now he also had to reassure her. If she didn't perform well, she would definitely take the blame on herself even if it wasn't her fault. Gu Chenshi could feel that she was not confident enough about their feelings. Gu Chenshi wanted to prevent this situation from happening and put her at ease. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Jinglan gently helped him close the door and returned to the living room to chat with Xiaoyu. After a while, Gu Cheng came back with his phone and said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, you're back? Where's Qingshi?" Xiaoyu said, "He's back. He's in the house now." Jinglan added, "Your son is studying in the house." Chapter 83, The Pig Who Knows How to Dig Up Cabbages. On the night of New Year's Eve, Gu Chenshi frantically finished 2 test papers. He fell asleep with full sweetness and soon entered into a beautiful dream. Xiaoyu next door was not as lucky as him. She tossed and turned in her bed, having trouble falling asleep. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind. Sometimes I worry about gains and losses, and sometimes I feel sweet as honey, as if I am schizophrenic. Finally, perhaps because he was exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep while feeling dizzy. 2 people who secretly decided to spend their lives together would never have thought that their secret was no longer a secret from the beginning. After turning off the lights, Gu Cheng suddenly said, "As a mother, your wish may come true." Jinglan turned over, and Zhang was confused and asked, "What do you mean by wish come true?" Gu Cheng said nothing. Jinglan muttered, "You old man, it's better not to say anything before you finish half of your words. You keep people in suspense." Gu Cheng hesitated for a moment. "I told you not to get too excited, and don't ask Qingshi, pretend you don't know." Jinglan became more and more curious and urged, all right, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us quickly. The 2 children may be together." What? Jinglan still didn't understand. Gu Cheng told everything about what he accidentally saw when he went to the balcony to make a phone call. The balcony window was not facing where Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu were hugging each other. But it is right in front of the entrance of the community. He saw Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu walking back hand in hand, talking and laughing. They are not just a few years old children. He is also not a lively and cheerful child. How is it possible to hold hands under normal circumstances? If Gu Chenshi heard this while he was sleeping, he would probably vomit blood. There is always a loophole. Gu Chenshi was so overwhelmed by the joy of Xiaoyu's confession that he not only forgot about the naughty Zhou Xiangyu, but also forgot that the balcony faced the gate of the community. Maybe he subconsciously had a lucky mentality and thought that his parents were watching TV, so there was nothing to do when looking outside. So I couldn't bear to part with Xiaoyu, and couldn't help holding hands when I came back. TSK, he and Xiaoyu were seriously planning on having a secret relationship, but it was exposed before it even started for a day. Gu Chenshi had once laughed at his mother for being so simple-minded that she couldn't survive more than half an episode in a palace fighting drama. If you put him in a spy drama, he wouldn't even last 3 seconds. Jinglan's eyes lit up, and she jumped up from the bed. Really? Are you seeing things? Oh, go to sleep quickly. You've let out all the warmth. Gu Cheng quickly pulled the quilt around him. Jinglan quickly lay down, her voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Old Gu, are you seeing things? Gu Cheng said depressedly, how could I be wrong about my own son? Jinglan was so excited that she pretended to lift the quilt. I'm going to ask the brat if it's true. Hey, Gu Cheng quickly held her down. Didn't I tell you at the beginning, don't ask the child? Jinglan said with an apology, I was so excited that I forgot about it. But why can't I ask? Gu Cheng asked in return, did anything unusual happen after they came back? Jinglan thought for a moment and said, no. I just think they seem to be in a good mood after going out for a while. Gu Cheng said, so, they don't want us to know? Jing Lanqi asked, why don't you let us know? Without waiting for Gu Cheng to answer, she seemed to have found the answer herself, shy? You little brat, are you still shy with us? But it's true, he's only 18 years old, his hair hasn't even grown out yet, but he's already learned to take advantage of others, so it's normal for him to be shy. Gu Cheng, however, had a different view. Shyness may be one aspect. Jing Lan asked doubtfully, according to what you said, are there other reasons? Have you ever thought that the child might be hiding it from us because he is afraid that we will worry? Gu Cheng revealed the secret. Jing Lan was puzzled. I know I will only be happy, not worried. She stopped talking suddenly. At least she gave birth to a smart baby, so the baby's IQ is naturally high. She quickly remembered that Gu Chenshur had kept it a secret from them because he was afraid that they would worry that their relationship would affect Gu Chenshur's college entrance examination results. Jing Lan sighed, this child. So this is the reason why the little brat studied hard even on New Year's Eve? Then what else does she have to worry about? The bedroom was quiet for a long time. Gu Cheng broke the silence. What's the situation with Xiaoyu? Didn't I tell you before, orphan? Jing Lan sighed, she is a poor child. If she is to become a real family member in the future, we must love her well. Gu Cheng laughed at her for thinking too much. Is it okay for us to treat her now? I still say the same thing. Children's affairs should be resolved by the children themselves, and we adults should not interfere, of course. The premise is that our son is not a troublemaker. Ginglan said nothing. She admitted that Gu Cheng was right. Matters of the heart are inherently full of uncertainty, not to mention that they are only 18 years old. Gu Cheng was afraid that she would lose her temper, so he reminded her again, don't rush to ask when you are impulsive. Let's just pretend we don't know about this matter. Okay, I'll pretend I know nothing. Jinglan added, but if that brat dares to bully Xiaoyu, I will never let him go. Gu Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They say that no one knows a son better than his mother. Don't you know the character of our son? Jinglan muttered, that's true. Our son has excellent character. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the new year begins. Gu Chenshur got up very early. As soon as they went out, Jinglan held his face with her slightly rough hands and said with a smile, Happy New Year, my handsome son. Gu Chenshur said, Happy New Year, Mom, did you not use the hand cream I bought for you? Jinglan said, try it, and see if Mom's hands are as tender as those of an 18-year-old. Gu Chenshur felt a little sour in his heart. What do you mean tender as 18? When her hands touched his skin, to exaggerate a little, the touch was almost like that of a bath towel. After Gu Chenshur was reborn, he began to be extra nice to his parents within his ability. The small piggy bank that he was reluctant to touch before had little left after he bought a down jacket for each of his parents at once, so he bought a bottle of hand cream for his mother. Although there are rubber gloves, my mother sometimes finds it troublesome and just does it directly. How can your hands stay tender if you wash and scrub them all day long, especially in winter when the weather is dry and hot? When I bought her hand cream, she sometimes thought it was too troublesome and refused to use it. Uncle and Aunt, Happy New Year. Xiaoyu pushed the door open and walked in, greeting Jinglan and his wife with a smile on his face. Jinglan said with a smile, Happy New Year, here, this is the New Year's money that Auntie prepared for you. Chapter 84, Toad and White Swan. As soon as Jinglan saw Xiaoyu, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron, then took out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Xiaoyu with a smile. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Jinglan urged, take it quickly, don't complain about the small amount. Xiaoyu, this is a little gift from my mother as an elder to you. Please accept it. Gu Chenshur said. The two looked at each other, and the little bit of uneasiness that remained in Xiaoyu's heart after a night disappeared in an instant. It's quite funny to say. Although she bravely confessed to Gu Chenshur yesterday, and finally got to be with Gu Chenshur as she wished. But when she finally fell asleep after tossing and turning, she had a nightmare about a toad wanting to eat swan flesh because of her anxiety. Well, she is the toad in the dream. Gu Chenshur? Needless to say, it was the white swan that she loved so much. Xiaoyu dreamed that he was being laughed at, and he felt frightened, helpless and aggrieved. Even when she woke up, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Phew, luckily, it was just a nightmare. However, the dream penetrated the dreamland and affected Xiaoyu after he woke up. She was extremely nervous before entering the door. What will be his reaction when he sees Gu Chenshur later? Will he regret being with her? When she saw Gu Chen's smiling eyes, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that Gu Chencher did not regret it. Xiaoyu calmly withdrew his gaze, stretched out his hands to help, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Auntie." "It's too formal to say thank you," Jinglan said with a smile. At this time, Gu Cheng came over and handed a red envelope to Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu respectively. Not much, just 200 yuan in each red envelope. After receiving his lucky money from his father, Gu Chencher turned around and asked Ms. Jinglan, "Mom, where is the lucky money you gave me?" Jinglan said angrily, "Can we do without you?" As he said that, he took out another red envelope from his pocket and slapped it into Gu Chencher's hand. "Here, little brat, take it." Gu Chencher was not sure about other places, but the custom here was to eat dumplings on New Year's Eve and the morning of the first day of the new year. We eat meat dumplings on New Year's Eve and vegetarian dumplings on the morning of the first day of the new year. However, the old tradition has been passed down to the present day, and no one cares so much about it anymore. If you want to eat meat, eat meat. If you want to eat vegetarian food, eat vegetarian food. Just do it according to your own preferences, regardless of whether it is the night of the 30th or the morning of the 1st. Of course, Gu Chencher's family was no exception and also ate dumplings filled with egg, leek, and vermicelli filling. It's time to eat. Gu Chang was serving dumplings in the kitchen, and Gu Chencher walked in with the bowls. Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Under normal circumstances, there seems to be nothing wrong with this. They are just two sensible children taking the initiative to help adults share housework. But when Jinglan accidentally discovered a secret, she looked at the backs of the two children with the corners of her mouth curled up wildly. You know what, these two kids look like a couple. While the two of them were still waiting for the bowls to be served, Gu Chencher secretly hooked Xiaoyu's fingers, and Xiaoyu immediately held his hand. Xiaoyu's hands were not big, completely different from Jinglan's rough hands. Her skin was delicate and soft, and a little cold. Gu Cheng served a bowl of rice, and Gu Chencher handed it to Xiaoyu, and then the two hands reluctantly let go. How can we miss the important New Year greetings during the Chinese New Year? In the past, their whole family would go out to visit relatives and friends and wish everyone a Happy New Year. This year is no exception. But the situation this year is a little different, as there is one more person in the family. They treated Xiaoyu as a family member, but those relatives and friends did not know Xiaoyu. If we bring Xiaoyu along, they will definitely question us thoroughly. And if I don't bring Xiaoyu, how could they have the heart to leave Xiaoyu alone at home? By the way, Xiaoyu used to being alone. But since she met their family, she began to become less and less accustomed to loneliness. But she still smiled faintly and said that she had some unfinished work in the past few days, so she would not go with them to pay New Year's greetings. I don't have many relatives in the same city, so I visited them over 2 days, the first and second days of the Chinese New Year. The rest sent New Year greetings via mobile phone videos. The party was so lively that it lasted until the evening of the third day. Wang Zishan, the organizer of the party, tagged everyone in the group, reminding them not to forget the party on the fourth day. Everyone discussed it heatedly for a while, and someone brought up the question of whether to bring family members or not, and Gu Chencher once again became the focus of everyone's attention. It's all Zhou Xiangyu's fault. Originally everyone had forgotten about his wonderful girlfriend, but Zhou Xiangyu helped everyone remember it. Zhou Xiangyu specifically tagged Gu Chencher in the group chat, "Old Gu, please make sure to bring my sister here tomorrow." Tang Xiaoxi asked curiously, "Your sister? Zhou Xiangyu, aren't you an only child? Where did your sister come from?" Others wondered, "Zhou Xiangyu, you are the one who should take care of your sister. What does this have to do with Gu Chencher?" Zhou Xiangyu proudly said, "I just recognized Lao Gu's fairy girlfriend as my sister. Ha 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 ha, I also have a sister now." Gu Chencher. In sharp contrast to his silence was the blazing gossip in the others' hearts. Wang Zishan, "Zhou Xiangyu, have you met Gu Chencher's girlfriend?" Zhou Xiangyu said proudly, "Of course, I have seen it several times." Xu Mingming, "Isn't it really so beautiful?" Zhou Xiangyu, "Need I say more? My sister is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in my life." He used several exaggerated exclamation marks to show that he was not exaggerating. Now, Gu Chencher once again experienced the pleasure of being bombarded with text messages from all staff members. Wang Zishan, "Gu Chencher, if you are my brother, bring your fairy girlfriend here tomorrow." Xu Mingming, "Brother, you are my real brother. I have little experience and have never seen what the most beautiful girl looks like." Tang Xiaoxi, "Is what Zhou Xiangyu said true? Gu Chencher, bring your girlfriend here, and we can all send you our blessings together." Even Jing Shu, who is usually steady and considerate, came out to join in the fun. Gu Chenshur, everyone is going their separate ways soon, don't be so stingy. The Lin family at this time. Looking at the text messages bombarding on the phone screen, Lin Ranran bit her lower lip tightly. The carnival in the group seemed to be pouring salt into her heart. The boy who once had his eyes full of her now likes another girl. And she became a passerby who could only watch silently. There was too much information, which made Gu Chenshur dizzy. He was so angry that he privately chatted with Zhou Xiangyu, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Zhou Xiangyu quickly responded with a particularly innocent emoticon. Then a text message came, I didn't say anything? I typed the text message by hand. Then he sent a smirking profile picture in a mean way. Chapter 85, Common Problems in Love. Gu Chenshur escaped the information bombardment from the class group, but was soon bombarded with information from Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu sent him more than 10 voice messages in a row. Gu Chenshur knew what he said without listening. He simply wanted to bring Xiaoyu over himself, so that he, as a younger brother, or perhaps an apprentice, he could also benefit from it. Seeing that Gu Chenshur didn't reply, Zhou Xiangyu simply called him directly. Gu Chenshur pressed the answer button in a bad mood, and Zhou Xiangyu's fat face eating a watermelon immediately appeared on the phone screen. Zhou Xiangyu raised the watermelon rind in his hand and greeted him warmly, Hey, brother, do you want to eat watermelon? I'll treat you. Gu Chenshur rolled his eyes at him and said, Pa, do I need your piece of watermelon? Zhou Xiangyu said, Old Gu, I'm serious. Bring my sister with you tomorrow. I feel really good when I think about how those bastards have never seen the world. Gu Chenshur said, Xiaoyu likes quietness. I asked her, but she refused to go. Zhou Xiangyu said disappointedly, then you try to persuade her. Gu Chenshur raised his eyebrows and asked, Why, aren't you afraid of her domestic violence against me now? Zhou Xiangyu laughed, Don't worry, my sister is so gentle, how could she hit you? Gu Chenshur thought to himself, Xiaoyu is gentle? Well, he usually looks quite gentle. To the extent that until now he still couldn't imagine how Xiaoyu displayed his might and knocked down the two thieves that day. But the scene where she stepped on the two thieves was so cool. It's a pity that he was so confused at the time that he didn't think of taking a photo with his phone and saving it for their future children to see. Fuck, Lao Gu, what did you think of that makes you laugh so happily? Hurry up and share it with me, he. Zhou Xiangyu's gossiping voice coming from the phone immediately brought Gu Chenshur back to his senses. Gu Chenshur was confused. Did he just laugh? You laughed, haha, don't try to deny it. I just took a screenshot, haha. Zhou Xiangyu laughed and said, Come on, I'll send it to you and see how you can argue. The corners of Gu Chenshur's mouth twitched. How bored was Zhou Xiangyu that he actually took a screenshot? From the picture he sent, Gu Chenshur found that the corners of his mouth were indeed raised. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but his face was full of happiness. Gu Chenshur was very embarrassed. Fortunately, it was Zhou Xiangyu who saw me like this. Zhou Xiangyu asked curiously, Old Gu, tell me the truth, have you even picked a name for your child? Gu Chenshur. The child's name hasn't really been chosen yet, but the child has already been born early. Gu Chenshur was simply convinced by himself. Lao Gu, I'm begging you just this once. Gu Chenshur directly exposed him, you said this 2 days ago. Zhou Xiangyu pretended to be confused, Did you tell me that? Why don't I remember? Gu Chenshur said, It doesn't matter if you don't remember, as long as I remember it. Zhou Xiangyu had a bitter face, Lao Gu, to tell you the truth, I really want to see Lin Ranran cry. For the sake of our brotherhood, please help me. Gu Chenshur asked with a frown, When did she ever offend you? Zhou Xiangyu was so angry that he threw the watermelon peel in his hand into the trash can. When are you talking about? Of course it's when she tramples on your sincerity. Lao Gu, although you are a free and easy person and can let it go, I am petty-minded. I will be so angry as soon as I think of her belittling my brother. Why does she treat you like this? Isn't it just because she is beautiful? I just want her to know that there are girls in this world who are better and prettier than her. Gu Chenshur was silent. I have no regrets to have such a friend in my life. He smiled and said, Remember what I said before? It's not worth it, really. I've let it go, so don't worry about it anymore. After saying this, he thought with both laughter and tears, will bringing Xiaoyu over here make Lin Ranran cry? At most, it will overshadow her for a while. Cry? Overthinking. After ending the video call with Jo Xiangyu, he ignored the still crazy text message bombardment in the class group and threw his phone aside. He rested his chin on the pillow in his arms and couldn't help wondering, what is Xiaoyu doing now? Aren't you still working? When we meet, I can't help but want to be together, and when I leave, I miss her. Is this a common problem for couples in love? At this moment, Xiaoyu, who was sitting on the other side of the wall, was facing her notebook with her hands on the keyboard. She herself didn't even know how long she had been in a daze. After a long while, she finally let out a sigh. Alas, this one work. What should I do if I suddenly want to see him? But it's already 10 o'clock in the evening, and my uncle and aunt may have gone to bed already. Even if Gu Chencher didn't sleep, what reason did she have to go to their house? Just say you miss him? Although she took the initiative to confess, she couldn't say it for the time being. Alas, when can I hold his hand openly? It's so torturous. No, we can't go on like this. Xiaoyu stood up suddenly and walked out of the bedroom angrily. Then, I went to the bathroom, washed my face with cold water, and shook my head. I finally calmed down a little. Xiaoyu sat back down and thought to himself with self-mockery, it was you who took the initiative to propose to have a secret relationship with Gu Chencher, so why are you losing your temper now? It's only half a year anyway, can't you wait? But when she thought about having to confront her uncle and aunt in half a year, her palms began to sweat with nervousness. Although her uncle and aunt like her, it doesn't mean that they want her to be their daughter-in-law. Gu Chencher doesn't mind her background, but will her uncle and aunt mind? After all, her background was indeed not very glorious, even if it was not her fault. Xiaoyu had a lot of random thoughts, and the image of Gu Chencher studying hard at his desk suddenly popped into her mind. She was stunned for a moment. He works very hard. So why should I waste my time worrying about something that hasn't even happened? Maybe it won't be as terrible as she thought. Just in case. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. At least she once had it, didn't she? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu suddenly felt relieved. She suddenly felt full of energy. He works so hard, how can she not work hard? She doesn't have high material desires and used to think that earning enough to spend is enough. But not now. She wanted to work with Gu Chencher to create a better future, so that her uncle and aunt wouldn't have to work so hard and could live a more comfortable life in the second half of their lives. Xiaoyu's eyes fell on the laptop screen. As her slender fingers flew, Chinese characters immediately appeared on the screen. Early in the morning on the 4th day of the new year, Gu Chencher entered Xiaoyu's door under the pretext of calling her to eat. As soon as he entered the door, he frowned. Xiaoyu, when I opened my eyes this morning, I suddenly thought of a serious problem. Chapter 86 I'm here for everything. Gu Chencher's serious look startled Xiaoyu. She asked nervously, what's wrong? Gu Chencher stretched out his hand to her with a serious face, give me your phone. Xiaoyu turned and went to the bedroom, and when he came back he handed the phone to Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher took a look and returned the phone to her, unlock it. Xiaoyu did as she was told, just like an obedient young wife. Gu Chencher lowered his head and fiddled with her phone for a while before returning it to her with satisfaction. Then he rubbed her little head lovingly and said softly, okay, it's time to eat. Seeing Xiaoyu's bewildered expression, Gu Chencher chuckled and said, don't you realize it? Xiaoyu shook his head, what? Gu Chencher pretended to be serious and asked, are you my girlfriend now? Xiaoyu posed the question to him a little shyly, so what do you think? So, I don't even have my girlfriend's contact information. Do you think this is serious? Gu Chencher said with a sigh. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. Her cell phone is usually just a decoration and basically no one contacts her. It was only after she came to the city and became their neighbor that her cell phone came in handy. The only cell phone number in the address book is Aunt Ginglan's. Because mobile phones are dispensable in her life, she had never thought of giving him her contact information before Gu Chencher thought of this. My classmates are having a party tonight. Are you really not going? It was a rare moment of alone time, and Gu Chencher wanted to have a private conversation with her. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, do you want me to go? Gu Chencher said honestly, I would certainly be happy to have the opportunity to show off my beautiful girlfriend in front of my classmates, but I respect your opinion. If you don't like that kind of occasion and don't want to go, then forget it. She has social anxiety, and although her condition has improved a lot with the help of her family, it might be too much to ask her to attend a lively and noisy class reunion all of a sudden. Gu Chencher would not let her force herself just to satisfy his vanity. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. Her smile was so warm that it could melt Gu Qinshi's heart. Okay, then I'll give you this opportunity to show off, I'll go. Gu Qinshi said, Xiaoyu, I was just joking with you. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Don't force yourself. Xiaoyu said, I'm not forcing myself. I just suddenly wanted to see what kind of people you spend every day with. Gu Qinshi's social circle consists of his parents and classmates. She wanted to integrate into Gu Qinshi's world as quickly and completely as possible. In this way, she could have a little sense of fulfillment in having him. After Jinglan knew that Xiaoyu was going to attend Gu Qinshi's class reunion as a family member, she praised him. That's right. You need to get in touch with others more. Then he instructed Gu Qinshi, Qinshi, you must take good care of Xiaoyu. Gu Qinshi said, I know, Mom. Besides, she's so old, how could I lose her? Jinglan asked with concern, Son, do you have any money on you? Gu Qinshi knew her little thoughts, and her sudden concern was because of Xiaoyu. He was a good boy, and he did not use this reasonable excuse to blackmail her. Didn't you and my dad just give me New Year's money? I have money on me. Have fun outside, come back early at night, and be careful. Gu Cheng came over and reminded. Gu Qinshi said, Got it, Mom and Dad, let's go. Xiaoyu waved, Uncle and Aunt, goodbye. After they left, Jinglan crouched down and walked to the balcony, quietly waiting for them to appear in her sight. Gu Cheng smiled and shook his head. What are you doing? You are sneaking around like a thief. Jinglan glanced at him complainingly. I care about the relationship between my son and Xiaoyu, how can I be called a thief? Actually, I was worried that you might have been dazzled that day. So I want to confirm it again. What if I am wrong? Then I will be happy for nothing. Gu Cheng said depressedly, Okay, since you think my eyes are blurry, then you can confirm it again with your own blurry eyes. Jinglan smiled and patted him, then said to herself, You know what, my eyesight is pretty blurry right now, here they come. The class reunion was at 7 p.m., so Gu Qinshi and Xiaoyu set off half an hour early. It was 6:30 and the sky and earth were covered with a layer of twilight. Gu Qinshi and Xiaoyu appeared in Jinglan's sight. They walked shoulder to shoulder, chatting about something, and slowly walked towards the gate of the community. Although they didn't look as intimate as the young couple she had seen before, they were talking and laughing, and seemed to be much closer than she had imagined. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and now Jinglan finally felt relieved. Her son is obedient and sensible, which already makes her very happy. Now she has found a girl whom she particularly likes as her daughter-in-law. What else can she be dissatisfied with? Jinglan was filled with emotion, and for a moment she didn't know whether to be sad or happy. The little kid who weighed only 7 pounds and could only cry with his mouth open, now seems to be old enough to get married and have children in the blink of an eye. She is really not used to it. Alas, I don't know when I can let her experience the joy of being a grandmother. Ms. Jinglan began to look forward to it. As soon as Gu Qinshi and Xiaoyu got into the taxi, Zhou Xiangyu called. Old Gu, have you set off yet? I'm on my way now. Gu Qinshi said, I just got in a taxi and will be here soon. Okay, see you later. What is commendable is that Zhou Xiangyu did not mention Xiaoyu. Maybe he has given up. So Gu Qinshi didn't mention it. So is this a surprise? Xiaoyu sat quietly next to Gu Qinshi. The two of them unconsciously intertwined their hands. The living environment since childhood made Xiaoyu resist going to crowded and noisy places from the bottom of his heart. Class reunions obviously combine the two characteristics of large crowds and noise. Instead of resisting, Xiaoyu was looking forward to it. That was another world of Gu Qinshi. How could she not look forward to it? Gu Qinshi asked, Are you nervous? Xiaoyu shook his head, It's okay. My classmates are actually not bad people, but some of them may be a little crazy. I hope you don't mind them later. If you find them annoying, you can choose to ignore them. Don't worry, I'm here for you. I am here for everything. The corners of Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly. She likes this sentence so much. Chapter 87 Guest before the party. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 10 minutes to drive from Gu Qinshi's home to the gathering place. They set out half an hour early, which was more than enough time. However, at 7:10 in the evening, when most of the classmates who were going to the party had already arrived, they still hadn't shown up. Everyone gathered together and chattered about the interesting things that happened during the spring festival. For a moment, the large private room that accommodated 4 tables was bustling with activity. Lin Ranran sat on the left side of Jing Shu, staying out of the matter, looking down and swiping his phone. He looked a little bored, and from time to time he glanced at the door of the box. She completely ignored the surprised looks in the eyes of the boys or girls who would occasionally glance at her. She is indeed beautiful tonight. Her newly styled long hair was fluffy and curly, a little messy but still beautiful, draped over her shoulders. Combined with her exquisite, flawless makeup, she looked very Hong Kong style. Compared to the pure impression that everyone usually has of her, she looks even more charming tonight. She did dress up carefully when she went out today. We must strive to make every strand of hair beautiful. And the fact was just as she wished, she amazed everyone as soon as she appeared. But she was calm. Because she didn't dress up for these people. Jing Shu and the girl sitting on her right were chatting about something interesting and they laughed out loud. She and Lin Ranran are deskmates and they have a very good relationship. Although they seem to be as good as ever on the surface, Jing Shu doesn't know when it started, but she feels that she and her have less and less to talk about. For example, right now, Lin Ranran has been sitting on her left for a long time. Apart from a symbolic greeting at the beginning, Lin Ranran has been playing with her mobile phone absent-mindedly. Jing Shu noticed that she was not interested and did not show concern for her as usual. Jing Shu knew that the responsibility for the subtle change in their relationship did not lie with Lin Ranran, but with herself. Lin Ranran has always been the proud Lin Ranran. But the more Jing Shu inadvertently got to know Lin Ranran, the more she found it difficult to understand her. Everyone has their own way of living and dealing with things. As a friend, Jing Shu has no right to make irresponsible remarks or give instructions. But it couldn't stop her from feeling that they had different ideas and could not work together when facing Lin Ranran. Zhou Xiangyu, who was chatting about games with his friends, suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh and said, "Hey, where's Lao Gu? Why hasn't he come yet?" When Lin Ranran heard someone mention Gu Chen, she immediately pricked up her ears, but still looked nonchalant on the surface. Wang Zishan said, "Fuck, is he not coming?" Xu Mingming said, "Zhou Xiangyu, are you bragging for him? Does he have a girlfriend? Are you afraid of being exposed, so you don't dare to come?" Zhou Xiangyu looked at him with disdain. "Do I need to brag for him? If there is no. There is nothing to brag about. Am I the kind of person who likes to be mysterious?" Tang Xiaoxi said, "Yes, Zhou Xiangyu is definitely not bragging. Many classmates met Gu Qinshi's girlfriend at the station before this." Zhou Xiangyu gave her a thumbs up. Jing Shu was considerate and said, "Gu Qinsher said he would come, so he definitely won't stand us up." Zhou Xiangyu gave Jing Shu a thumbs up again. He has to give a thumbs up to anyone who stands on his and Lao Gu's side. Zhou Xiangyu glanced at the other skeptical students and said, "I called Lao Gu before I came here and confirmed that he was on his way. Maybe something delayed him, but I can guarantee that he will definitely come today." After Zhou Xiangyu finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, normally, Lao Gu should have arrived a long time ago, why hasn't he come yet? Could something have happened to him? He was a little restless and immediately took out his cell phone to call Gu Qinsher. Lin Ranran sat quietly in her seat. Now when talking about Gu Chen, she is the one with the least say. Gu Qinsher is here. A classmate sitting by the window would often take a look through the window and immediately inform everyone excitedly. The question that concerns Prince Shan the most is, one person or two people? The student was at a loss for a moment. Alone? I only saw him. Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed, except Lin Ranran. When Wang Zishan first suggested that everyone get together, Lin Ranran had no intention of coming. But when she found out that Gu Qinsher agreed to attend the party, she suddenly became interested in the party. She told herself over and over again that she had to learn to be as cruel as Gu Qinsher. Wasn't he going to ignore her? Then she could ignore him too. But it is easier said than done. She always fails to follow through on her resolutions. 3 minutes later, the door of the box was opened from the outside, and Gu Qinsher appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, with a hint of hope in their eyes, and they couldn't help but look past him and behind him for something. He really came here alone. A few classmates brought their family members with them, either brothers or sisters, or friends who they usually get along well with and want to come and join in the fun. After all, family members is just a general term here, and no one has stipulated that they must be real family members. From the discussions just now, these family members basically knew that one of their classmates had a very beautiful girlfriend. They all wanted to catch a glimpse of the stunning beauty of their so-called fairy-like girlfriend. This made the family members curious. However, some people were skeptical and whispered, "What do you mean by great beauty? It's probably created by makeup. In my opinion, the school beauty in your class is already pretty enough, who could be prettier than her?" These words were accidentally heard by Lin Ranran, who could not help but straighten her back, with a somewhat arrogant look on her face, which showed that she was not easy to get along with. She has been praised since she was a child and is very confident about her appearance. She had met Gu Qinshi's neighbor twice, and each time she only caught a quick glimpse of him without looking at him very carefully. She had the impression that he looked pretty good, but might not be her match. Thinking of this, Lin Ranran suddenly regained a little bit of the feeling she had before, where she could look down on everyone with her looks. Zhou Xiangyu waved at Gu Qinshu. Old Gu, this way, this way. The seat has been reserved for you." Wang Zishan said, "Gu Qinshu, you are late, you will have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment." Gu Qinshu apologized, "I'm sorry, we could have arrived earlier, but we encountered a small problem on the way." Chapter 88, The Female Boss with Little Brothers. Gu Qinshu and Xiao Yu could have arrived at the scene earlier. But when the taxi was halfway through its journey, 2 cars in front of it rear-ended each other, causing congestion on the road. This caused them to arrive late. One of my classmates keenly caught the word "we" from his words. Then he asked excitedly, "Gu Qinshu, did you bring your family with you?" Gu Qinshu smiled slightly and nodded, "Yes." Then he turned around and waved to Xiao Yu, who was attracted by the hotel murals. "Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu walked over. If Gu Qinshu hadn't been there, Xiao Yu would really not be used to facing so many people at once, and under everyone's attention. Everyone in the room looked at the door, including Lin Ranran. When Lin Ranran realized that Gu Qinshu really brought the neighbor girl over, her heart ached. She obviously cared a lot, but on the surface she had to pretend to be indifferent. In addition to Gu Qinshu, another girl soon appeared in everyone's sight. The room suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The girl's outfit looked ordinary. An ordinary long black down jacket, an ordinary red scarf and hat, an ordinary combination. But how come it is so beautiful? She looks like she came out of a comic book, pure and clean, touching people's heart. Someone smacked their lips quietly. It turns out Zhou Xiangyu wasn't lying, she's really beautiful. Someone immediately echoed in a low voice, "Not only is she beautiful, but she also has an amazing temperament. Oh my god, even I, a woman, love her." Jing Shu accidentally discovered that Lin Ranran's right hand, which was placed on the table, suddenly clenched into a fist, and his face turned slightly pale. She shook her head silently. "It's you who caused the situation today, isn't it?" Lin Ranran's eyes were fixed on the hands of Gu Qinshu and the neighbor girl. If her eyes were not blurry, she saw that they had just held hands and then quickly let go. What the relationship between them is seems self-evident. Gu Qinshu's wonderful girlfriend was talked about by his classmates for several days. And before that, when she ran into Gu Qinshu and the others in the mall, they looked a little ambiguous. So Lin Ranran was actually mentally prepared. But in fact, subconsciously she still held on to a lucky mentality. "I always felt that Gu Qinshu was angry and might still have some attachment to her. After all, since we became classmates, he has only liked me." Unlike some boys, who try to make their presence felt in front of her while flirting and being ambiguous with other girls, Gu Qinshu is different from those boys. He was polite and tactful, and never made her feel uncomfortable. He should be loyal in love. But he, who is loyal, now likes another girl. The feeling of jealousy instantly overwhelmed Lin Ranran. At this moment, she even wanted to get up and leave without caring about anything, to escape from it all. Fortunately, her remaining sanity told her not to do this. If she really couldn't stand it and got up and left, she would become a laughing stock in the eyes of others. Her image will also be ruined. At this moment, Gu Qinshu's voice came to her ears. "Everyone, she is the family member I brought here today, Xiao Yu." There was a laugh in his voice. There was a smile in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be smiling. He looked satisfied and proud. Zhou Xiangyu was the first to respond to Gu Qinshu's introduction. He was so excited that he ran to Xiao Yu and said, "Sister, you're here? I've saved a seat for you. It's over there." Everyone was shocked. Is this still the legend of 1 against 5? How come he turned into a good little brother in a second? Oh no, look at how attentive he is, he almost turned into a lackey in a second. The way everyone looked at Xiao Yu changed from amazement at the beginning to awe. Everyone present knew that Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Qinshu were close buddies. It's normal for a good friend to be happy about his relationship and to be enthusiastic towards his friend and his girlfriend. But he is not normally enthusiastic now. In his current state, he is just short of wagging his tail to Gu Chuncher's divine girlfriend. Everyone knows Zhou Xiangyu's great reputation. Even he was willing to submit to someone. He must be a great boss. After thinking about this, everyone looked at Xiaoyu again, and actually saw in her calm and confident eyes the demeanor of a big boss who should not be underestimated and look down upon everyone. Well, if we use the fighting power to classify the people present, is there any need to say it? Xiaoyu must be the one who stands out among the heroes on the pyramid, although no one else present knows her fighting strength except Gu Chuncher and Zhou Xiangyu. But her aura is there. Originally, Wang Zishan, Zhu Mingming and others were ready to tease Gu Chuncher out of envy and jealousy after swallowing their saliva, but now they dared not say anything. Even when Xiaoyu subconsciously glanced into the private room and her eyes swept over them, they didn't even have the courage to look her in the eye. Oh my god, they definitely can't afford to offend this woman. Are these the classmates that Gu Chuncher comes into contact with every day at school? Xiaoyu quickly scanned the people inside and smiled at Zhou Xiangyu. Thank you. Zhou Xiangyu smiled, a little shyly. No need to thank me, no need to thank me, this is what I, as a younger brother, should do. Gu Chuncher felt the strange silence in the box all of a sudden, and was speechless. This guy Zhou Xiangyu successfully made everyone fear Xiaoyu. But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this. This is to prevent some restless guys from asking questions or making inappropriate jokes and making Xiaoyu uncomfortable. Under the guidance of Zhou Xiangyu, Xiaoyu sat in the seat that Zhou Xiangyu specially reserved for Gu Chuncher. Since Zhou Xiangyu didn't know that Gu Chuncher brought his family, he only reserved one seat. As soon as Xiaoyu sat down, there was no seat left for Gu Chuncher. Fortunately, the boy on her other side was more tactful. He quickly stood up and said to Gu Chuncher with a smile, Gu Chuncher, you guys sit together. I'll find another seat. Gu Chuncher thanked him, pulled out a chair and sat down. What a coincidence. At the large round table that could seat 10 people, Gu Chuncher and Xiaoyu happened to sit opposite Lin Ranran and Jing Shu. Lin Ranran said nothing and pretended to be playing with her phone as if nothing had happened. I felt desolate and awkward, restless and full of regret. She shouldn't have come tonight. She could feel that everyone was quietly comparing her with Gu Chuncher's female neighbor. Lin Ranran, who was very confident about her appearance before Gu Chuncher and the others came, now looked a little eclipsed. Not to mention who was better in appearance, the female neighbor's aura is enough to shock the whole place, which is hundreds of blocks ahead of her. Chapter 89: The Difference Between Mortals and Fairies. Even the proud Lin Ranran had to reluctantly admit that the girl was better than herself. This realization made her feel ashamed. At the same time, the students who were watching the show had already quickly compared them. The winner has been decided. Let me give you an analogy. If they are all flowers, then Lin Ranran is the beautiful flower that is being cared for in a greenhouse. Gu Chuncher's fairy-like girlfriend gives people the feeling of a snow lotus growing proudly on the cliffs of a snowy mountain. In this world, greenhouse flowers are everywhere. But the flower of jailing is not something that anyone can see if they want to. Here's another metaphor. Lin Ranran is a princess on earth. Then Gu Chuncher's fairy girlfriend is a fairy in heaven. So in the competition between Lin Ranran and Gu Chuncher for the title of fairy girlfriend, Lin Ranran was defeated miserably. No wonder Gu Chuncher stopped chasing Lin Ranran. Who needs a snooty princess when you have a fairy girl like this? Jing Shu looked at the girl opposite her curiously. Seeing her looking at her calmly, Jing Shu smiled at her and said, Hello, my name is Jing Shu. Xiaoyu smiled back, Hello. Xiaoyu had a good impression of the girl named Jing Shu. Her eyes accidentally fell on Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran glanced at her as if nothing had happened, then withdrew her gaze with a slightly arrogant look. Well, Xiaoyu doesn't like this girl and seems difficult to get along with. There were originally more than 30 classmates, plus 7 or 8 family members. There were 4 large tables in the private room, so they could barely fit everyone in. Except for a little elementary school girl, the rest of the people are about the same age. They are a beautiful and awkward age. They think they are adults, but they still need to ask their parents for money and are not independent at all. Although they are children, many of them feel that they have grown wings and can soar into the sky at any time. The world is so big and the earth is so vast, and they act like they are the most powerful. Young people get together, without their parents around to nag and discipline them, and they can let go and have fun all night long. However, Xiaoyu's appearance made everyone unconsciously restrain themselves, and no one dared to be too presumptuous. This feeling is very strange. But no one dared to challenge. It's really weird. Under the table, Gu Chencher held Xiao Yu's little hand. The two looked at each other. Silent eye contact. Gu Chencher, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Yu, no, your classmates are easier to get along with than I thought. Gu Chencher burst out laughing. To be honest, they were more well-behaved at this time than he had expected. He had made various guesses before coming here and had prepared several emergency plans accordingly. In short, his bottom line is that as long as Xiao Yu feels uncomfortable and wants to leave, he will take her away immediately. At the moment, it seems that his worries were unnecessary. An indescribable sense of pride arose in Gu Chencher's rare vain heart. Such a good girl, she is mine. At this moment, Wang Zishan suddenly thought of something, and he looked at Xiao Yu and said, I know. Have you appeared outside our campus before? Originally, everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Yu, intentionally or unintentionally. After Wang Zishan mentioned this, they all looked at Xiao Yu openly. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, well, yes, you were having physical education class at that time. She still didn't know how big a sensation her quiet walk to that station caused. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but think of Gu Chencher whom she met at that time. He was wearing a blue and white school uniform with the zipper of his uniform top unzipped, revealing the pure white sweater underneath. He ran towards her with brisk steps with a faint smile on his face. Youth is vigorous, how beautiful. It made her heart flutter. Wang Zishan asked curiously, shouldn't you be in school at that time? Why didn't you go to school that day? Don't get me wrong, he meant absolutely no harm in that. Because in their daily interactions, people of their age are almost all still in school, so they subconsciously thought of Xiao Yu as a student. Lin Ranran silently gave Wang Zishan a thumbs up in her heart. At the same time, he raised his head and looked across, thinking to himself, let's see how you answer. Lin Ranran had already preconceived that Xiao Yu was a working girl who had entered the society early. In many people's minds, working girls are those who enter society early because they are not good at studying. If there is no miracle-like opportunity in their lives will remain like that and it will be difficult for them to turn things around. But it's different for these students who are still in the ivory tower. Not to mention the endless possibilities they will have, a high level of education that these working girls will never be able to achieve in their lifetime is enough to keep them firmly at the bottom of the human pyramid. Gu Chencher frowned almost imperceptibly and thought of this almost at the same time. Xiao Yu had never stepped into the campus gate. But it doesn't mean she hasn't learned anything. If Xiao Yu had never been to school, would others look down on her and be suspicious of her? Then he will feel sad. When Gu Chencher was about to help Xiao Yu get away with it, Xiao Yu opened his mouth and replied, I have already learned all the knowledge I should learn. It's too simple. There is nothing to learn, so I won't learn it anymore. Gu Chencher. Wang Zishan. Everyone. Only Zhou Xiangyu was laughing foolishly. She is worthy of being my sister, so awesome. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to say so, for fear that he would be beaten to death if he boasted too much. The scene became eerily quiet. Everyone present, except Gu Chencher, suspected that Xiao Yu was bragging. But seeing her take it for granted, one inexplicably feels that she is not bragging, but just thinks so. It's so simple. There is nothing to learn. The nonchalant tone of his voice made many students who had to finish their homework at 1 or 2 o'clock feel ashamed. How embarrassing. Is this the difference between mortals and fairies? I really want to use a piece of tofu to hit myself to death. I feel like I am living a life that is not doing justice to heaven, to the earth, to my parents and teachers, and I am also wasting food. Lin Ranran was shocked. Is this actually possible? Are you bragging without thinking? If it was really as she said, wouldn't she be saying that she is a genius? Lin Ranran stared blankly at the girl opposite, trying to find some clues on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't find it. He is very frank and seems to be speaking from his heart. Lin Ranran was so stunned that she forgot to hide the disappointment on her face. As it happened, one of her many followers, their classmate Guahao, saw it. Guahao suddenly had an idea. The fairy-like girlfriend is Gu Chencher, but the school beauty is still single. Chapter 90 Solving the Problem on the Spot. Guahao has shown his courtesy to Lin Ranran many times. Unfortunately, Lin Ranran would rather give the opportunity to the grandson named Zhang Shua from the next class than to him. He is so mad. But now, he seemed to have found an opportunity to please Lin Ranran. At the same time, Wang Zishan looked at Xiaoyu with admiration, almost kneeling down. Wow, you are really amazing. Xiaoyu said modestly, well, it's okay. The timing is perfect. Guahao became excited and took out a test paper from his pocket. He stood up and asked humbly, in that case, can you tell me how you did this problem? Everyone looked at Guahao in astonishment. I was thinking, why are you carrying the test paper with you when you go out to a dinner party? I don't usually see you working so hard. You must be the one who gets called out the most by the teacher in class, besides Zhou Xiangyu. Otherwise, why would Guahao be so excited? What a coincidence. He was almost falling asleep while working on the test paper today. Then, in a fit of rage, he folded the test paper into a card to play with. Later, as if by magic, he managed to put it in his pocket. Or maybe he found it in his pocket by accident when he was looking for toilet paper to wipe his frozen nose on the way here. If he wasn't afraid of being called by the teacher to serve as a parent when school starts, he would have wanted to tear it up and then crumple it into a ball and throw it in the trash can. Unexpectedly, this test paper that he hated so much, which seemed to be an irreconcilable hatred, but he had to admit defeat, would be of great use at this moment. Xiaoyu was confused. She has never had the experience of explaining a subject to others. It feels so strange and bizarre. Lin Ranran sneered in her heart at her confusion. Now, the truth is revealed? So there is a saying that goes, you can eat more food, but don't talk nonsense. Let us see how you get back on track. Gu Qinsher became angry. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Guahao, he could just feel that this kid must be very upset to come and ask questions at this time. He was about to speak when Xiaoyu pressed his hand, signaling him not to get angry. Zhou Xiangyu was surprised, and then alarm bells started ringing in his heart. Well, what does this guy want to do? Isn't he Lin Ranran's bootlicker? Why has he fallen in love with someone else and set his eyes on his sister, Xiaoyu? Ugh, it's really like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Xiaoyu belongs to his buddy Lao Gu, no one is allowed to snatch it away. Damn stinky toad, get away from me. Of course, Zhou Xiangyu couldn't say that in front of so many people. He held out his hand and said, give it to me, and I will explain the problem to you. Guahao laughed, you and I are the same. I can't do it, and you definitely can't do it either. He looked at Xiaoyu with an eager look on his face. I just suddenly thought of this question that stumped me, and I sincerely want to ask for your advice. Gu Qinsher said, okay, give me the test paper and I'll take a look. Gu Qinsher's grades were usually among the best in the class. After his rebirth, he devoted himself to studying hard and his academic performance improved by leaps and bounds. We are all classmates. The one in Guahao's hand is a math test paper, so naturally everyone has a copy and everyone has to do it. So everyone present knew that this test paper was extremely difficult and some questions were beyond the syllabus. Especially the last question, many people couldn't even read it, let alone solve it. However, Gu Qinsher had already done this test paper and could barely cope with it. He solved the last question, but as to whether it was correct, well, that's hard to say. Guahao placed the test paper on the turntable and gently turned it so that it was right in front of Xiaoyu. Guahao raised the corners of his mouth, and his smile made people feel a little uncomfortable. It's the last question, please help me explain it. This guy did it on purpose. He wanted Xiaoyu to make a fool of himself in public. But there is no grudge between us, why would he do this? This guy can target him, but he can't deliberately embarrass Xiaoyu. Gu Qinsher, who has always been calm, would have been unable to control his emotions at this moment if Xiaoyu hadn't kept hinting at him to stay calm. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiaoyu. It wouldn't matter if anyone present said no, but she was the only one who said no. Because she just said that learning is easy and there is nothing to learn. She has already established herself as a genius girl, and now saying that she can't do it, isn't that slapping herself in the face? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaoyu calmly picked up the test paper and glanced at the last question. Generally speaking, the last 1 or 2 questions on the test paper are additional questions and are the most difficult. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Oh, this question? Gu Qinsher tilted his head and looked at her with a smile. There was no sign of worry on his face. When Guahao deliberately handed the test paper to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu pinched the back of Gu Qinsher's hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. From this, it can be seen that Xiaoyu is confident about the upcoming test. She looked around and asked politely, excuse me, does anyone have a pen? There was actually a classmate who carried a pen with him. Xiaoyu reached out and pulled out a white napkin. Under the gaze of everyone present, he held up a black pen and solved the problem on the napkin. Zhou Xiangyu tilted his head and looked at it, with the corners of his mouth curled up wildly with pride. Hey, she is worthy of being Zhou Xiangyu's sister. Regardless of whether the answer is right or not, look at her powerful aura of fearlessness in the face of danger. Wow, she has the demeanor of a big boss. Hua Hao was dumbfounded. In his expectation, Xiaoyu would be stumped by the math problems that were beyond the syllabus and would be embarrassed on the spot. Then Lin Ranran, who doesn't like her, will be happy. When you are happy, you will be grateful to yourself. Once you are grateful to yourself, you may give yourself a chance. But it seems that this situation did not stump Gu Chuncher's fairy girlfriend. A few minutes later, Xiaoyu solved the problem, then politely returned the pen, put the napkin on the turntable, and handed it to Guahao. Guahao took a look and said awkwardly, but who knows if this answer is correct? Gu Chencher mocked, since you don't believe her answer, why do you have to ask her when there are so many students here? Could it be that what you want is actually a wrong answer? Or, seeing her embarrassment when she couldn't answer a question? Hearing this, everyone looked at Guahao with suspicion. Originally everyone thought that Guahao's behavior of asking for help on math problems in public was a bit strange. Now that Gu Chencher had given him some pointers, some people with quick minds figured out what was going on. However, Gu Chencher directly pointed out the little plan in Guahao's mind, and in panic he subconsciously looked in the direction of Lin Ranran. Now even Gu Chencher, who didn't understand Guahao's motives, guessed what was going on. Damn it! Gu Chencher suddenly clenched his fists. This bastard actually tried to please Lin Ranran by making Xiaoyu look bad? Damn it! Lin Ranran saw that everyone was looking at her intentionally or unintentionally, and she felt angry and ashamed, as well as feeling aggrieved for 1,000 years. Although Guahao's behavior of making things difficult for Gu Chencher's female neighbor did make her feel happy and look forward to it, it was not her who ordered it, right? Chapter 91: The Truth About the Scarf. Lin Ranran was flustered and depressed. Why are people looking at her with weird eyes? For a moment, she felt as if she couldn't get rid of the feeling even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Maybe it was because other people would be surprised to see Guahao asking a difficult question at an inappropriate time, but she was the only one who wanted to see Xiaoyu make a fool of herself. That's why she felt guilty like a thief and felt ashamed and embarrassed. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into on the spot. Guahao stammered and tried to defend himself. I didn't mean anything else. I was just afraid that I was a poor student and couldn't tell whether the answer was right or not. Jingshu couldn't bear to watch it anymore and reached out her hand. Show me the answer. Guahao hesitantly handed the napkin to Jingshu. When Jingshu took it in her hand and looked at it, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed sincerely, the handwriting is so beautiful. When Lin Ranran heard her friend's praise, she pursed her lips. Jingshu was a top student in class 7 and her grades are always among the best. In order to finish their homework as quickly as possible, other students usually scribble. She is the only one who takes every stroke seriously, and her homework is often shown to teachers of various subjects. Even she couldn't help but admire it. How well is it written? Lin Ranran subconsciously glanced over and was stunned. Really? The black handwriting on the napkin looks like the words copied from a copybook. Every stroke is just right without losing its own style. The steps for solving the problem are neatly arranged, clear at a glance, and pleasing to the eye. Even though she had taken calligraphy lessons since kindergarten and graduated from junior high school, she still couldn't achieve the same results. Gu Chencher's female neighbor is very outstanding. This realization completely defeated Lin Ranran. As far as we know, apart from her wealthy family background, Lin Ranran felt that her family background was quite good compared to her classmates. She seemed to be inferior to her female neighbor in every way. Jingshu glanced at the answer and looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. The solution is clear, the answer is correct. Everyone looked at Xiaoyu with eyes full of admiration. As a result, many people were envious, jealous, and resentful of Gu Chencher. Oh my god, how is this guy so lucky? How can he find such a wonderful girlfriend? She is beautiful, has a good temperament, and is so smart that she can kill these poor students instantly with just one move. When she was solving the problem just now, she didn't think about it and just solved it right away, making them think that she was not doing an out-of-scope math problem that would kill all their brain cells, but a simple addition, subtraction, multiplication and division for elementary school students. From beginning to end, Gu Chencher just watched with a smile on his face and did not say a word. The possibility of cheating can be completely ruled out. After all, there are so many eyes watching. Why is there such a huge gap between people? At 9:40, when they had almost finished their meal, Wang Zishan, still not satisfied, suggested that everyone go sing. Only a very small number of people responded. Most of the students felt that it was a bit late and wanted to go home and rest, so the discussion ended up in nothing. Everyone waved goodbye at the hotel entrance. Lin Ranran was the first person to leave. He didn't even say goodbye to Jing Shu. No one knew that this was the most embarrassing night in her life. If she had wanted to keep Gu Chenshur back before, now she finally realized that she was just asking for trouble. How could Gu Chenshur look back when there are better options? And it seems that my only advantage is that I'm pretty? Did Gu Chenshur like me before, just like others, because I was pretty? However, for some reason, she felt that Gu Chenshur was not such a superficial person. When he looked at me before, his eyes were different from other boys. Lin Ranran walked forward alone. It is difficult to get a taxi during the Chinese New Year. She called her mother and she will be here to pick her up soon. She sat by the window in a cafe not far from the restaurant where they were meeting, silently looking at the street, waiting for her mother to arrive. A big fool who looked particularly happy appeared in her sight. He glanced over here inadvertently and saw Lin Ranran from a distance. Then he seemed to roll his eyes and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Lin Ranran couldn't help but chase after him. Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu stopped and looked at her in confusion. Ever since he learned that Lin Ranran had trampled on his buddy's affection, he never looked at her straight in the eye again. Lin Ranran hesitated and said, Zhou Xiangyu, you and Gu Chenshur are best friends. Can you ask him a question for me? Zhou Xiangyu snorted coldly, why don't you ask it yourself? Lin Ranran was embarrassed. If she could ask herself, why would she bother him? Now Gu Chenshur gets annoyed whenever he sees her and doesn't want to pay any attention to her at all. Zhou Xiangyu looked at her in silence and asked suddenly, Lin Ranran, have you discovered my brother's kindness now? His question was very direct, which made Lin Ranran a little flustered and she didn't know how to answer. Zhou Xiangyu said, old Gu liked you so much before, how could you not feel it? If you really didn't like him at that time, couldn't you just tell him directly and let him give up? Why should we take his kindness for granted? Why throw his gift? Do you know how much energy and effort he put into knitting that scarf for a whole month? Zhou Xiangyu seized the opportunity to stand up for Gu Chenshur. Lin Ranran was stunned, what did you say? The scarf she threw away was knitted by Gu Chenshur himself? So what did she do? Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, Zhou Xiangyu took out his cell phone and found a photo of the finished scarf that he had finally managed to get Gu Chenshur to send him after much pestering. Lin Ranran saw a pink scarf. At one end of the scarf, there is a neatly written Chinese character Ran. It is this word Ran that makes this scarf unique and there is only one of its kind. Lin Ranran's head buzzed. I deeply realized how ridiculous I was before. I just bought a scarf at random and wanted to pass it off as the unique scarf knitted by Gu Chenshur himself. Seeing her distraught look, Zhou Xiangyu felt very happy and walked away humming a song. Gu Chenshur waved goodbye to his classmates and slowly walked towards the bus stop opposite with Xiaoyu. It's hard to get a taxi, so they can take the bus. There were not many people waiting for the train at the platform. Gu Chenshur reached out and touched the ball of fur on Xiaoyu's hat. In fact, he wanted to touch her face, but considering that his hands were a little cold, he touched the fur ball on her hat instead. He asked, how do you feel tonight? Xiaoyu thought about it carefully and said, it's okay, not as scary as I thought. But what happened to the boy who asked me questions? Do you guys have any special occasions? I feel like he's a little weird. As Xiaoyu spoke, she silently thought that if that guy fell into her hands one day, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Chapter 92. Who is Lin Ranran? Xiaoyu is narrow-minded, and she has to take care of the affairs of Gu Chenshur's family of 3. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for them is making things difficult for her. Gu Chenshur had planned to apologize to her about this matter, blaming himself for not protecting her well and almost making her look bad on the spot. However, unexpectedly, Xiaoyu also noticed something was wrong and took the initiative to bring it up. Although tonight's incident passed without any major incident, he would definitely have a good talk with Guahao's grandson when school starts and get to the bottom of everything. Damn it, even though there was no grudge between us, I was still tricked by someone. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Gu Chenshur felt guilty, I'm sorry, I almost made you suffer. Xiaoyu tilted his head and looked at him with a dim gaze, saying nothing. Gu Chenshur felt inexplicably guilty and short of breath when she stared at him. Just when Gu Chenshur was daydreaming, Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. This smile seemed to be cast by magic, and it immediately dispelled the messy thoughts in Gu Qinshi's mind. Xiaoyu looked at him with a smile. Do you think I would be stumped by that question? Gu Qinshu apologized and told the truth. Well, I was a little worried at the time. Are you afraid that I will embarrass you? Xiaoyu asked. Gu Qinshu was surprised. How is it possible? He was worried about her at that time, just worried about her, and didn't think about whether he would be embarrassed. Xiaoyu pulled his right hand in front of him and blew a breath of hot air, saying playfully, well, but I'm afraid I'll embarrass you. Who told me to brag? Xiaoyu is not stupid. When Wang Zishan mistook her for a student, if she said that she had never been to school, she would inevitably attract a lot of strange looks. And she certainly wouldn't tell the real reason why she never went to school. But I didn't know what was going on at the time, and didn't think of making up a lie to get away with it. Instead, he subconsciously gave a self-evident answer. However, she did not feel anything wrong at the time, and she definitely did not mean to brag. Because she was trapped in the house since she was a child, except for eating, sleeping, or squatting in the yard watching ants move, the rest of her time was almost devoted to teachers of various subjects. The time spent sitting at a desk is longer than that spent by students in school. It's not that she loves studying so much. But she knew her mother liked to see her studying. Plus, she's been smart since she was young and learns things quickly. So even though she has never stepped into a school, the knowledge she has learned is really no less than that of her peers. As for the math problem that Guahao asked about, she had already done it before and it was not difficult for her at all. To sum up, she was not bragging at the time, but felt that learning was not difficult. But the reactions of the people present made her realize that her words seemed like bragging in the eyes of others. Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. What's going on between you and that boy? Does he often give you trouble at school? Xiaoyu brought the topic back to where it had deviated. Gu Qinshu said, he and I are just ordinary classmates. We have only spoken a few words to each other and we don't have any past. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. So if that's the case, he simply hates me? No, Gu Qinshu stopped her from making random guesses. You are so nice, who can hate you? He should hate me and be jealous that I am more handsome than him. This matter has nothing to do with you. You were dragged into this by me. Seeing Gu Qinshu's serious look, Xiaoyu burst out laughing, then tried to put on a straight face the next second and said affirmatively, well, you are right, you are 1,000 times and 10,000 times more handsome than that guy. Gu Qinshu said proudly, of course, otherwise you wouldn't look down on me, right? Who is Lin Ranran? Xiaoyu suddenly changed the subject. Gu Qinshu was stunned and stared at Xiaoyu in a daze. Xiaoyu looked very calm, and even had a faint smile on his face. Gu Qinshu thought that Lin Ranran had almost been separated from his world. Whether he saw Lin Ranran at school or heard her name from someone else, he could remain calm. But now, he was really surprised when he suddenly heard Lin Ranran's name from Xiaoyu's mouth. Why did she suddenly ask this question? He quickly recalled and made sure that he had never mentioned the 3 words Lin Ranran in front of her. Then he quickly remembered that he had met Lin Ranran and her cousin when they went to the mall to buy clothes together, when he inadvertently saw through her identity as a female liar, and when she tearfully begged him not to tell her mother the price of the sweater. Lin Ranran rushed over with a sick look on her face and started to give him instructions. Maybe Lin Ranran's behavior was very puzzling to Xiaoyu at that time, but he forgot about it after a while. But now that Xiaoyu is his girlfriend, he naturally becomes sensitive. Especially today, they happened to be sitting opposite Lin Ranran. Facing Xiaoyu's calm eyes, Gu Qinshu smiled self-deprecatingly and did not intend to hide anything from her. The most important thing between lovers is sincerity, isn't it? Besides, Lin Ranran has become a thing of the past for him. There is absolutely no need to hide it. Perhaps the only thing that made him uncomfortable was revealing his dark history of being a bootlicker in front of Xiaoyu. But when he was pursuing Lin Ranran, he didn't think of himself as a bootlicker. It's just that he was a little too sentimental. Lin Ranran never said that she hated him, nor did she ever refuse his approach. In comparison, other boys have never been treated like him. He mistakenly thought that Lin Ranran also had feelings for him. Lin Ranran is my classmate. She sat opposite you at the party today. You've seen her before. She was the girl who came over to me for no apparent reason and pointed fingers at me last time at the mall. That was her. Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I remember her. When I saw her today, I recognized her at first sight. There was a cigarette but thrown away by some heartless person at Xiaoyu's feet, and she kept crushing it with her feet in her velvet black marten boots. She lowered her head, seemingly concentrating on grinding, making it difficult to see her expression at the moment. I pursued her before. Gu Chencher said frankly. Xiaoyu raised his head and smiled at him. Yeah. Gu Chencher said frankly, whatever else you want to know, I will tell you. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and asked, why did you separate later? The word breakup made Gu Chencher feel that Xiaoyu must have misunderstood something. I have never been with her. In other words, I pursued her, but she didn't like me. Xiaoyu frowned. No. Gu Chencher quickly raised his hands in surrender, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyu, I swear, every word I said is true. Xiaoyu stared at him expressionlessly, looking extremely serious. Chapter 93, Leniency for Confession. Gu Chencher broke out in a cold sweat under Xiaoyu's serious gaze. No. Xiaoyu repeated, you are wrong. Gu Chencher was dumbfounded. Oh no, what should I do if Xiaoyu misunderstood me? Xiaoyu said seriously, Gu Chencher, that Lin Ranran likes you. Gu Chencher didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really doesn't like me. If she liked me, she wouldn't. I wouldn't throw away the birthday present he gave me. Xiaoyu shook his head. Gu Chencher, it seems that you don't know much about girls. That Lin Ranran clearly misunderstood our relationship that day. Can't you see that she is jealous? Gu Chencher was stunned. Oh, is that so? Is Lin Ranran jealous of him? It's unimaginable. Is it true, as Zhou Xianyu said, that she saw the good in me? Forget it, no matter what the truth is, it has nothing to do with him. What Gu Chencher needs to consider now is how to resolve the misunderstanding in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu suddenly moved closer to him and stared into his eyes. Gu Chencher, tell me honestly, are you particularly nervous now? So Gu Chencher nodded honestly, yeah. Xiaoyu asked, what are you nervous about? I'm nervous. You know you ignored me after I pursued other girls. Gu Chencher was a little frustrated. Xiaoyu suddenly had a smile that could melt ice and snow in his eyes. But why should I ignore you? You are so nice. Gu Chencher was stunned. Xiaoyu took off the glove on his right hand, bent his index finger, and gently scratched his nose. His eyebrows curved, and he sighed, little fool. Her movements were gentle, bringing with them a faint fragrance that left a tingling sensation on Gu Chencher's nose. Gu Chencher was stunned and said, you don't blame me? Xiaoyu asked in confusion, you knew her first, and you liked her before you were with me. You haven't done anything to let me down, so why should I blame you? Her words immediately broke down Gu Chencher's defense. He simply held her in his arms and hugged her tightly, fearing that she would be gone if he wasn't careful. Where can I find such a good girl? In this life, fate treated him well and brought her to him. In fact, after meeting Xiaoyu in this life, Gu Chencher tried hard to recall it. Then, I thought about my previous life. Not long after I had a car accident, I heard my mother say that new neighbors had moved in next door. But at that time, my mother was fully focused on taking care of him and had neither the energy nor the mood to care for others. So although Xiaoyu in his previous life also lived next door to their house, he had no interaction with their family. Gu Chencher vaguely remembered that his mother once inadvertently muttered something about the new neighbor living next door being a weirdo. At this time, Xiaoyu was in his arms, very docile. She buried her face in his chest and sighed to herself, I'm so lucky. Gu Chencher said, Fortunately, Lin Ranran didn't discover your good qualities in advance, otherwise if she accepted you, what would I have to do now? Gu Chencher thought about it and felt that what he said made a lot of sense. After all, he is a gentleman and it is impossible for him to do something fickle. Thinking of this, Gu Chencher also felt particularly lucky. Xiaoyu added, she's really silly, but she's pretty. What did you like about her at first? Xiaoyu was purely curious and had no other intentions. Tonight, Lin Ranran rushed out of the coffee shop and called Zhou Xianyu, wanting Zhou Xianyu to help her. She also asked Gu Chencher what he liked about her before. Because I believe that Gu Chencher is different from other boys, I like her not because of her outstanding looks. She really wanted to know what shining point in herself attracted Gu Chencher. Her question was asked by Xiaoyu. Gu Chencher thought about it seriously. What exactly did he like about Lin Ranran in the first place? Pretty? But unlike others who fall in love at first sight because of their looks, he fell in love with Lin Ranran and decided to pursue her only after they had been classmates for more than half a year. He remembered. There are several stray cats in their school, and they like to wander around the playground. That day, when he was strolling aimlessly in the playground, he saw a girl squatting on the ground, opening 2 cans of cat food and gently inviting stray cats to come and eat. The wild cats are often fed and are not afraid of people. they enjoyed their delicious meal while snoring. The girl took the opportunity to pet the cat and had a lot of fun. Noticing someone passing by, she turned and looked behind her. When their eyes met, she smiled brightly at Gu Chenshur. Her smile was gentle and bright, turning into an arrow of Cupid, instantly hitting Gu Chenshur's heart. Gentleness and kindness are the main reasons why Gu Chenshur becomes obsessed with Lin Ranran. Being pretty is just a bonus. Thinking back to the past, Gu Chenshur felt as if he was in another world. In fact, his liking for Lin Ranran was indeed something from his previous life. It's a pity that I was too wishful and thought that she also had feelings for me, but in fact, she didn't like me at all, otherwise she wouldn't have thrown away the scarf I knitted for her. Xiaoyu corrected, no, she likes you, but even if she realizes that she likes you, it's too late. Now you are mine, no one can take you away, hee hee. The two tsundere humps made her look extremely cute. Gu Chenshur said in a gentle and doting tone, well, I am yours, don't worry, no one can take me away. Hey, boys and girls, stop hugging each other. Is this the bus you want to take? This is the last bus. If you miss it, you'll have to walk. Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu, who were in a sweet mood, were both shocked. Only then did they realize that the car they were waiting for had arrived without them noticing. A kind and gentle old lady got on the bus and shouted at them. The two smiled at each other and ran towards the front door of the bus hand in hand. After sitting down, Xiaoyu said angrily, the scarf you knitted yourself was thrown away by her? That's too much. It would be great if it wasn't lost. I want to see how good your craftsmanship is. Gu Chenshur discovered that Xiaoyu was actually expressing his regret. He felt both amused and sad, yet deeply moved. She had done things that others did to flatter her, but she didn't seem to care at all. Xiaoyu asked doubtfully, dog liquor? No, Gu Chenshur, you are not allowed to be so self-deprecating. You just happen to like a girl who is not worthy of your love, it is not your fault. It's her right to like you or not, but it's wrong for her to throw away the birthday gift you carefully prepared. Although her actions have made you sad, I am very glad. If Lin Ranran hadn't known how to cherish, she wouldn't have the happiness she has now. I picked up the scarf. Gu Chenshur continued to confess. Xiaoyu said, can you show it to me? Forget it, I won't watch it. Although you liked her before you were with me, I still feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Hearing this, Gu Chenshur felt a little happy. If Xiaoyu really didn't care at all that he had liked other girls, then it only meant that Xiaoyu didn't like him that much. Matters of the heart are the most unreasonable. Gu Chenshur said, you can't see it even if you want to. I took the scarf apart when I was bored, twisted it into a ball of wool and gave it to the grandma downstairs. Now, it has become a sweater for the little teddy bear that the grandma raises downstairs. Chapter 94, Love Affair Exposed. There were not many people on the last bus. The two of them sat in the back corner, head to head, whispering to each other intimately, which made some single guy on the other end feel very angry. We have arrived. Gu Chenshur got out of the car first, then stretched out his hand. Xiaoyu held his hand and jumped out of the car lightly. The weather is as cold as usual. But Gu Chenshur felt warm in his heart. The station is some distance away from their community. They held hands, not in a hurry at all, and walked slowly towards home. Especially enjoy every minute and every second of alone time. When he reached the gate of the community, Gu Chenshur suddenly stopped. Xiaoyu stopped as well. No. Gu Chenshur frowned. Xiaoyu was puzzled, what's wrong? Gu Chenshur looked at Xiaoyu with a complicated expression, we came back so late, why didn't my mother call me? Xiaoyu guessed, Auntie may think that everyone is having a great time at the class reunion and she is afraid of disturbing your mood? Maybe. Gu Chenshur smiled, in the past, if I went out after 8:30, my mother would call to ask about the situation. Today, it's so late and my mother didn't call. I'm not used to it. After returning home, Gu Chenshur stood in front of his door as usual, waiting for Xiaoyu to open the door, turn on the light, and then say goodbye reluctantly. Xiaoyu leaned against the doorframe with a smile, and waited until Gu Chenshur opened the door and went in before closing it. Gu Chenshur said, no, I will feel uneasy if you don't close the door after I go in. You must let me see you close the door with my own eyes. Are you worried about me? Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows proudly, I'm not bragging, I really don't care about ordinary men. Gu Chenshur couldn't help laughing and gave her a thumbs up, amazing female boss. Xiaoyu was amused by him. But I still have to see you close the door with my own eyes before I can feel at ease. Gu Chenshur insisted. Xiaoyu compromised, okay. Seeing her being well behaved and obedient like a little wife, Gu Chencher had an idea. He took 2 steps towards her, reached out his hand and rubbed her little head, then he was satisfied. Xiao Yu looked at him with a smile. Come into the house quickly, don't let auntie worry. When Gu Chencher turned and walked towards the door of his house, the gentle smile on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by deep doubt and a little uneasiness. The lights were on in the living room. Gu Cheng just came out of the bathroom. Are you back, son? Are you happy with your classmates? Gu Chencher smiled, not bad. As he spoke, he couldn't help but observe his father's expression carefully, but he didn't see anything wrong on his father's face. Well, Dad is a shrewd and calculating man, and he never shows his emotions. He is still a little naive to think of finding any clues from him. Then I can only start with my mother. Gu Chencher glanced towards his parents' bedroom. Is my mother asleep? It's past 10 o'clock at night. Based on Gu Chencher's understanding of his mother, under normal circumstances, she would probably be half sitting on the bed watching videos at this point. Sure enough, Gu Cheng said, no, I'm watching a video now. Gu Chencher pushed open the half-open door and saw Ms. Jinglan half sitting on the bed, browsing her cell phone and smiling at it. Jinglan looked up at him when she heard the noise, and asked with a smile, did you have fun tonight? Is Xiao Yu having trouble adapting? Gu Chencher said, I think it's okay. She has no problems adapting and will get used to it quickly. Jinglan said, that's good. Take her out more often in the future. This child's personality is not lively enough because she doesn't get along with others often. Gu Chencher sighed that age is always the best, as his mother could actually tell at a glance that Xiao Yu's life used to be seriously lacking in getting along with others. Jinglan smiled at the phone screen in an extremely kind manner. The longing on her face made Gu Chencher very curious. He leaned over to take a look, only to find that his mother was watching videos of cute babies. Gu Chencher. He coughed lightly. Mom, isn't it a bit too early for you to watch this kind of video now? Jinglan said, can I, your mother, quench my thirst by looking at the plums? Gu Chencher. Mom, forgive me for being frank, but you are thirsty a little too early. He coughed lightly. Mom, you think too much, maybe my future wife doesn't want to have children. Impossible. Jinglan interrupted him firmly. Xiao Yu told me before that she especially likes children. Gu Chencher. Gu Cheng, who had just walked into the bedroom. Jinglan realized it later? Gu Chencher had a gloomy expression. He just said that something was definitely wrong. Although there was not enough evidence, his mother's abnormal behavior of leaving him alone made him feel that his secret affair with Xiao Yu had been exposed. When Jinglan realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and was trying to find an excuse to cover it up, Gu Chencher said, Mom and Dad, do you already know about it? Jinglan and Gu Cheng looked at each other. It seems that our family is not suitable to be the underground party. How dare you ask me, little brat, are you hiding something from us? Jinglan took the initiative. Since they already know it, Gu Chencher has nothing to hide. I just don't know how Xiao Yu will react when he finds out. Well, Xiao Yu and I are together. Do you want to support me? Gu Chencher said frankly, but he was a little nervous in his heart. Gu Cheng was about to say something when Jinglan stopped him with a look. Jinglan looked at Gu Chencher with a serious expression. Chencher, what are you doing? Are you secretly getting married behind our backs? How old are you now? 18. Your hair isn't even fully grown yet, and you already want to be the master of your own house? The matter between you and Xiao Yu. Mom, you don't agree with us being together? Gu Chencher was shocked, but haven't you always liked Xiao Yu? Jinglan said with a straight face, I like her and she wants to be my daughter-in-law. These are two completely different things. Gu Chencher was silent for a moment. How sad Xiao Yu would be if he heard these words. The thing she was most worried about actually happened. Gu Chencher said in a depressed mood, Mom, Xiao Yu is a good girl, I hope you can help us. Jinglan snorted coldly, and was about to say something, but Gu Cheng couldn't bear it anymore. Alright, that's enough. When Jinglan looked at the depressed Gu Chencher, she chuckled and slapped the thick quilt on her body, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Gu Chencher. It seems that he was not paying attention and was teased by his mother? He looked back at his father who was laughing sullenly, and said depressedly, Mom, with your acting skills, it would be a serious loss for the entertainment industry if you don't enter the entertainment industry. Jinglan asked with a smile, Brat, were you scared just now? Don't worry, Mom was testing you for Xiao Yu just now. Now I declare that you performed well and passed the test. Chapter 95, The City Gate is Lost. Gu Chuncher was given a false alarm by his dramatic mother. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom," Jinglan said seriously, "Chuncher, you are my son, and I know that you are a good person. Xiaoyu is a good girl with a miserable life. If you two can really go on together, you must treat her well. Do you understand? We can't be scumbags who change their minds every day." Gu Chuncher said, "Mom, why are you so inconsistent? You just said you believed in my character, but then you warned me not to be a scumbag." Jinglan. Seeing his mother speechless, Gu Chuncher felt secretly happy. Very good, the great revenge has been taken. Gu Cheng stood on Gu Chuncher's side. "Yes, what you just said is indeed inconsistent." Gu Chuncher turned around and gave his father a thumbs up. "Great. But I'm fine, at most my mom will scold me, but aren't you afraid that you will have to sleep on the sofa tonight?" Jinglan rolled her eyes, like father, like son. Gu Chuncher wanted to say, "Mom, I haven't forgotten what you said before, my IQ is the same as yours." Is he more or less a bit of the like mother, like son type of guy? But forget it, he should not say that. He was living well, why would he want to die? Gu Cheng walked over and sat beside the bed, saying seriously, "Chuncher, Mom and Dad are not old-fashioned people. We support you in dating, but..." Hearing this, Gu Chuncher immediately expressed his opinion, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I won't fall behind in my studies." Gu Cheng was relieved but smiled, and finished what he really wanted to say, "But your mother is right, although you are young, you are a man, you must show the sense of responsibility that a man should have. Although I don't have much contact with Xiaoyu, I can feel that Xiaoyu is a good child. She is a poor child. You must be extra nice to her in the future." Gu Chuncher couldn't help but clench his fists after hearing what his father said, and his blood boiled. "Dad, Mom, I know." Jinglan complained, "You kid, why didn't you tell us about this and make your dad and I happy?" Gu Chuncher thought of Xiaoyu's worries, so he said, "I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would worry about my studies, so we planned to tell you after I passed the college entrance examination." "Not my parents, aren't you worried about this at all?" Most parents now have a common mentality. Even before they go to college, parents take strict precautions against children's love affairs, for fear that they would become addicted to love and neglect their studies. But once they enter university, they look forward to their children bringing back a boyfriend-girlfriend every day. When they were chatting before and the topic of premature love came up, Jinglan half-jokingly asked him when he would go and steal someone else's cabbage, which left him speechless. You know, Gu Chuncher had just entered junior high school at that time. Gu Chuncher still thought that the reason why Jinglan could talk to him about this topic in a joking tone before was because she thought he was relatively well-behaved and was particularly confident in him. Now I realize that my mother is really open-minded. She did not feel anxious or worried even when he fell in love at the most critical time of his studies. Jinglan said, "Why should we worry? I see that you have been studying harder these past 2 days than before. We are so happy." Gu Chuncher smiled awkwardly, "I'm just afraid that if I don't do well in the exam, you will put the blame on me and Xiaoyu." Gu Cheng said earnestly, "Chuncher, for your parents, the most important thing is that you have tried your best, get the best result, and don't leave too many regrets in your life. That's all." Gu Chuncher thought about it and suddenly felt sad. It seems to be true. Unlike some other families whose parents would tirelessly urge their children to study every day, and become anxious or even beat and scold their children once their children's academic performance declines, his parents have always taught him to do his best in one thing. As for the result, it is not very important. Growing up, his parents never imposed their will on him. Especially respect his own choice. Don't parents want their children to be successful? Don't his parents want him to be successful in the future? Of course I do. But they would rather he live his life according to his own choices. When Gu Chuncher was lying on the bed with full of emotion, he suddenly thought that Xiaoyu didn't know that her parents already knew that they were together and agreed to it. He sat up and picked up his phone to share the good news with Xiaoyu. But when he clicked on Xiaoyu's profile picture, he hesitated. Never mind, it's too late today. If Xiaoyu knew about this, he would probably be so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. It affects her rest. Thinking of this, Gu Chuncher silently put down his phone. Anyway, she will know the good news tomorrow at the latest, so let her have a good sleep. The next morning, after breakfast and dinner, it was time to decide who would wash the dishes. I don't know when it started, but Gu Chuncher learned to take the initiative to share the housework with his mother. My dad is often on business trips and is rarely at home. My mother has to work and take care of him. It's hard enough in itself. How can he still feel at ease thinking that housework should be done by his mother? So after meals, he is the one who washes the dishes. But to be honest, he didn't do it very often. Because his mother felt sorry for how hard he studied every day and didn't want him to do too much housework. But now he has a chance, as another person named Xiaoyu comes to steal his business. Xiaoyu was the last one to put down his bowl. Without giving Gu Chenshur a chance to react, he took the initiative and quickly and swiftly cleaned up the dishes. Gu Chenshur took a look and thought, wow, you are quite cunning. You are afraid that others will snatch it from you, so you deliberately delay until the last moment to seize the opportunity. Gu Chenshur was not willing to be outdone, so he stood up and started a dishwashing battle with her. Xiaoyu was anxious. You stay aside, the work here doesn't require two people, I can handle it alone. Gu Chenshur said, that won't work. If I stay lazy and do nothing like this every day, sooner or later my mother will kick me out of the house. Jing Lan, who was cleaning the stove in the kitchen, accidentally heard Gu Chenshur's nonsense and burst out laughing. You little brat still has some self-awareness. There are 4 people in the family, and you are the only one who eats for free. Gu Chenshur deliberately said with a sullen face, did you hear that, Xiaoyu? My mother said that I am a freeloader. Alas, I can no longer stay in this house. Xiaoyu remained unmoved, and without stopping his hands, he quickly recovered most of the table. But even though she said nothing, the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. Xiaoyu looked at the small part of the country that he had lost, and without saying anything, he stretched out his fair and delicate little hand to Gu Chenshur and said domineeringly, give it to me. Gu Chenshur struggled to hold on. No, I have to do this. Xiaoyu said nothing. Hurry up. Chapter 96. Many first times, all given to him. Gu Chenshur met her dark eyes, and his firm willpower began to crumble. He struggled hard and said stubbornly, Xiaoyu, you can't be so overbearing. When Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chen, he stretched out his hand stubbornly. Gu Chenshur. It's over, the city gate is about to be lost. He made the second best choice. How about this? I'll wash the dishes this morning, and you'll wash the dishes at noon, is that okay? Xiaoyu doesn't speak, but her eyes speak. She was saying, give up resistance, surrender. Dishwashing liquid is extremely harmful to the skin. If you don't believe me, just look at my mother's hands. They are so rough. Look at your hands, the skin is so delicate and tender, you have to take good care of them. My female classmates would apply hand cream on their hands 800 times a day. So I'll wash this bowl, since I'm thick-skinned. Gu Chenshur was still struggling. Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said, it's okay. Auntie has rubber gloves. I can wear them to brush. Gu Chenshur was completely defeated. He smiled and shook his head. Then I'll help you take the bowl to the kitchen, is that okay? Xiaoyu smiled and finally did not refuse. Gu Chenshur carried the stacked bowls into the kitchen, and Xiaoyu followed closely. She was afraid that this guy would go back on his word and take her job away. As soon as Gu Chenshur put the dishes in the sink, Xiaoyu immediately drove him out. Gu Chenshur's movements were a little slower, and Xiaoyu impatiently stretched out her hands, pressed them on his lower back, and gently but unquestionably pushed him out of the kitchen door. Maybe the two of them didn't think there was anything wrong, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was just flirting. Gu Chenshur raised his hands and begged for mercy. Don't worry. There's something on my hands. Can you let me wash them before I go out? Xiaoyu let him go, then hurry up. As Gu Chenshur turned towards her, he gently scratched her nose with his index finger. Xiaoyu was shocked. Fortunately, Gu Chenshur was tall and just blocked her. If his uncle and aunt saw this, they would definitely be suspicious. Xiaoyu raised his fist with a hint of reproach and punched him lightly on the chest. Instead, Gu Chenshur held her hand even more unbridled, with a hint of doting and teasing in his smile. Although Xiaoyu really wanted to hold his hand, it was obviously inappropriate at this moment. She quickly pulled her hand back and glared at him angrily. Gu Chenshur turned on the faucet and washed his hands. With the sound of rushing water, Gu Chenshur said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, my parents already know. Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him waiting to wash the dishes, was stunned for a moment. What did you say? After washing his hands, Gu Chenshur shook them and subconsciously glanced outside through the kitchen door. My parents know that we are together. The faint smile on Xiaoyu's face suddenly froze. She looked up at Gu Chenshur in panic, trying to find any signs of a joke on Gu Chenshur's face. But unfortunately, Gu Chenshur's expression looked very sincere and he didn't seem to be joking. And she quickly remembered that Gu Chenshur was usually reliable and would not make inappropriate jokes. In other words, what he said was true. Xiaoyu immediately began to try hard to recall the reactions of his uncle and aunt when they saw him when he entered the door today. He thought hard and did not dare to miss any details. It seemed like they were no different when facing her than usual. But if my uncle and aunt knew that I was with their son, why would they have no reaction at all? Abnormal, too abnormal. Seeing that her little face had turned pale, Gu Chenshur reached out and touched her little face. He had just washed his hands with warm water, so his hands were not cold. Don't be nervous, my parents. Xiaoyu asked in panic. Uncle and aunt, don't they agree that we can be together? Gu Chenshur felt very distressed when he saw her distraught look. She is so good, why is she so unconfident? No, my parents didn't disagree. On the contrary, they were very happy. Gu Chenshur comforted her. Xiaoyu hesitated and didn't believe it. Really? Gu Chenshur pretended to be sad and said, Xiaoyu, so you don't trust me so much? Of course, Xiaoyu didn't disbelieve him, but he still didn't believe himself. Since her uncle and aunt accepted her, does that mean that she has successfully and truly integrated into this warm family? Happiness came too suddenly, a little dreamy, and she could hardly believe it. Jinglan changed into a new set of clothes that was more formal and solemn than before, and it was obvious that she was going out. A relative was getting married, and the couple wanted to attend the wedding. Gu Chenshur didn't like big banquets very much, so he didn't go. Jinglan helped Gu Chen get the collar of his clothes out while telling them, there are dishes at home. If you want to eat at home, make some for yourself. If you don't want to, go out to eat. You must eat well. Do you hear me? Uncle, aunt. Xiaoyu walked out of the kitchen, awkwardly and gratefully saying, Gu Chenshur just told me, thank you for not looking down on me. How lucky she is to meet such a good family. Jinglan heard the sob in her voice and became anxious. She quickly hugged her and patted her on the back. Silly child, you are so outstanding. It is a blessing for our Gu family in our previous life that you are willing to be Chenshur's girlfriend. Xiaoyu finally couldn't help it. No, auntie, it's the blessing I earned in my previous life, that's why I met such a good person like you. Gu Chang looked at the mother and daughter with a smile. Xiaoyu, don't be too self-deprecating. In our eyes, you are a good child. Gu Chenshur stood aside and watched this scene with deep feelings. Child, you and Chenshur must be good friends. If he dares to bully you, tell your aunt. I will support you. Yeah. Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Gu Chenshur. It seems that he won't have to worry about the eternal problem of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship anymore. But Mom, you're really overthinking it. Your son may not be a match for Xiaoyu. If I really dare to bully her in the future, you won't need to step in. She can handle me alone. But why should I bully her? I can't bear it. After Dinglan and Guqing left, Gu Chenshur asked with a smile, I told you, my parents really like you, and they are only happy to know that we are together. Xiaoyu hugged his waist shyly. Although she was the one who confessed her feelings first and she requested the first hug, she still felt a little embarrassed when she and Gu Chenshur interacted intimately. You know, before this, she had hardly ever spoken to men. It can be said that many of her firsts were given to Gu Chenshur. The first time holding hands, the first time hugging. There will be more firsts in the future, and she will give them all to Gu Chenshur. Chapter 97 I like you as you are now. Xiaoyu hugged Gu Chenshur, and Gu Chenshur stretched out his arms and held her in his arms. It turns out that love between two people who love each other is so happy. Xiaoyu looked up at him and said, Gu Chenshur, if I do something wrong in the future, you must tell me in time and I will correct it. Gu Chenshur frowned. Xiaoyu was good in every way except for one thing, which was that he was too unconfident and too cautious. Since she is his girlfriend, he should pamper her and love her. He liked her just the way she was now, and he didn't need her to change. No, you're fine just the way you are, Xiaoyu, you don't have to think about what kind of you I like, you just need to be yourself. If this is a love word, it must be the most beautiful love word in the world. Xiaoyu buried her face in Gu Chenshur's chest with slightly red cheeks. She was very glad that she couldn't control herself and confessed to Gu Chenshur on New Year's Eve. Thinking about it now, it still seems incredible that she could be so brave. After all, it's because she is afraid. Gu Chenshur is so outstanding, there must be other girls who like him. If she hesitated, shrank back, and missed the opportunity, she would miss her lifelong happiness. So when Gu Chenshur asked her if she wanted to go downstairs together before going downstairs, she agreed without hesitation. She didn't know when it started, but she became obsessed with the feeling of being with Gu Chenshur. When Gu Chenshur wanted to buy her some cannons to play with so that she could regain the fun she had lost in her childhood, when Gu Chenshur looked at her with smiling eyes. All of this is the source of her courage. Gu Chencher rubbed her head with his chin twice. Shall we go out to eat at a restaurant at noon? Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, let's eat at home. The food outside is not tasty and expensive. When she lived alone before, she didn't have much concept of money, but now it's different. She wants to save as much as she can. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Gu Chencher asked softly. No, I want to cook for you. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu added proudly, your cooking skills are not as good as mine. Gu Chencher thought depressedly, it seems to be true. Xiaoyu raised his head and said, don't worry about lunch, leave it to me. The most important thing you should do now is to sit at your desk and study. I don't want you to neglect your studies just because you are with me. Wouldn't I be a sinner if I did that? Go, and learn. Xiaoyu pushed him into his bedroom without saying a word. Gu Chencher's bedroom is simply decorated. A 1.5-meter bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. The bedroom is equivalent to a person's private space. Xiaoyu used to go in and out of Gu's house frequently, but had never been to Gu Chencher's bedroom. Gu Chencher's room is ordinary and a little simple, but because it is Gu Chencher's bedroom, everything here has special meaning in Xiaoyu's eyes. It can be seen from the neatly folded quilt and the wrinkle-free sheets that Gu Chencher is a clean, loving boy just like he usually appears. Xiaoyu sat beside Gu Chencher's bed and looked at him with a smile. You study, I'll be here with you. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, while other students might still be enjoying the tail end of the holiday, Gu Chencher was already sitting upright at his desk and starting to do his homework. When teachers of various subjects see this, they will shed tears of satisfaction. If other students saw this, they would probably grit their teeth and beat him up on the bed. Roll, I tell you to roll. Everyone can kill the king of volume. Xiaoyu leaned against the bedside table, looking at his hard work with satisfaction. She couldn't get enough of looking at him. But she still tried to collect herself and took out her phone. She had to make some effort too. At present, the novel she has written on a certain novel website has 120,000 to 130,000 words. The feedback from readers is generally good. If she writes well, she may be able to earn some money. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. She has no experience of working outside the home and doesn't like being with a bunch of irrelevant people. She loves the state where she can support herself at home without having to go out. However, since being together with Gu Chencher, Xiaoyu has decided to seriously run her business and try her best to create more wealth and happiness for the small family that has accepted her. Although money is not everything, but without money is absolutely impossible. Birth, aging, sickness and death, food, clothing, housing and transportation, which one does not require money? Many times, happiness is based on a certain degree of material foundation. This is not materialism, this is the correct understanding. A good relationship plus enough money to spend is the icing on the cake. Gu Chencher started to get distracted after finishing only a few questions. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyu, who was typing on the mobile phone keyboard with her slender fingers nimbly, and then thought that she might be writing a novel on her mobile phone. Xiaoyu noticed his gaze, looked up, smiled slightly, and then said seriously in a second, don't be distracted. Study hard. The way she diligently urged Gu Chencher to study at all times made Gu Chencher feel that she was more dedicated than his old teacher who always worried him about her. Gu Chencher said, writing a novel? Then why don't you use your notebook to write? It's faster than typing on your phone. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, I'm too lazy to go back and get it. Oh no, actually she really enjoys being with him right now and she is reluctant to leave. Gu Chencher stood up, put your feet on the bed. Xiaoyu thought he wanted to make himself feel more comfortable, so he did as he was told. Gu Chencher reached out and grabbed the quilt that he had folded like a tofu block, shook it twice to spread it out, then covered her with it, pulled the quilt as far as he could towards her waist, and tucked the quilt tightly on both sides. There was air conditioning in his room, but perhaps because it was old and not very powerful, the temperature was never very high. Gu Chencher felt that the temperature was okay, but he could sense from his female classmates that girls seemed to be more afraid of cold than boys. So Gu Chencher felt that Xiaoyu was not warm. Gu Chencher smiled at her and said, is this warmer? Xiaoyu smiled and said, yes, indeed. Only then did Gu Chencher sit back contentedly and continue doing his questions. 3 minutes later, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xiaoyu. At the same time, Xiaoyu, who was distracted, happened to look at him. This damn sweet tacit understanding made them smile at each other. Xiaoyu wanted to straighten her face, but she couldn't. She smiled and urged Gu Chencher, do your homework well. Well, you should also write your novel well. I am waiting to read it. Okay, let's work hard together, come on. Xiaoyu waved his fists seriously, and his cute appearance made Gu Chencher lose his mind. Chapter 98 First Kiss. How can she be so cute? This was the sigh in Gu Chencher's heart at this moment. I really want to kiss and hug her. What are you learning? He really wanted to throw all the test papers and books aside and cuddle with her. Oh no. Not yet. He is still too weak. He needs to work hard to become stronger so that he can give her a happy future. Thinking of this, Gu Chencher's blood suddenly boiled again, and he threw himself into the great cause of rolling it up with everyone. Xiaoyu was a little absent-minded at first and always wanted to look up at him from time to time. Later, I gradually got into the mood. I felt my ideas flowing like a spring. My fingers kept tapping on the screen, typing out countless words and sentences. In the small bedroom, there was no other sound except the rustling sound of Gu Chencher's pen tip sliding across the paper when he was solving a problem, and the slight sound of Xiaoyu's fingers tapping the screen. Accompanying each other without disturbing each other, this way of getting along makes them immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. After typing a whole chapter in one breath, Xiaoyu realized that the time was almost up, so he stretched comfortably, lifted the quilt and put on his slippers. Gu Chencher shook his slightly sore wrist and said, I'll go and help you wash the vegetables. No need. Xiaoyu refused outright, leaving him no room for negotiation. She sat down closer to Gu Chencher, grabbed Gu Chencher's right hand, rubbed his wrist gently a few times, then lowered her head and blew a few breaths of hot air on his hand. Okay, I have passed my strength to you. Keep up the good work. Xiaoyu clapped his palms twice. Perhaps it was Gu Chencher's own psychological effect, his originally sore wrist seemed to have really regained its strength. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was smiling at him playfully, Gu Chencher discovered that she had become more cheerful recently, which was great. Gu Chencher smoothed her hair and touched her face. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoyu muttered unhappily, who said I was tired? I wasn't tired at all. You study so late every day, you are the one who was tired the most. After saying that, she quickly stood up and left. She was afraid that if she delayed, she would want to hang out with Gu Chencher more and would not want to do her work. She spent more than half an hour in the kitchen and prepared 2 dishes and a soup. During the spring festival, we eat a lot of meat and fish every day, and even the stomach can't stand it, but people can't stand it. She fried 2 vegetarian dishes and an egg soup. Only after the dishes were served and the rice was ready did she call Gu Chencher out to eat. It really didn't waste his time at all, leaving Gu Chencher with no excuse to be lazy. Gu Chencher threw away the pen in his hand, lazily lay on the desk, with a faint smile in his eyes, and handed her his hand. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. He looks like he's acting like a spoiled child. She stretched out her hand without thinking, and the other party immediately held her hand tightly, and then stood up on his own initiative without waiting for Xiaoyu to exert any strength. Then, like a good and obedient baby, he let Xiaoyu lead him to the dining table. Xiaoyu is an excellent cook. The 2 vegetarian dishes were cooked to perfection and very much suited Gu Chencher's appetite. Gu Chencher ate everything clean and even wanted to pour the soup into the bowl and mix it with the rice. While Xiaoyu was satisfied, she also felt that it was a bit exaggerated and wondered if he was eating so deliciously on purpose just to make her happy. We still have a long way to go in the future. If we eat like this every day, wouldn't we be mistreating ourselves? After Gu Chencher knew her thoughts, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You ate this dish too, what do you think? Xiaoyu said, I think it's delicious. Gu Chencher smiled, that's it. If you think it's delicious, isn't it normal for me to think it's delicious too? Xiaoyu held her face with satisfaction, thinking silently, I will learn more about delicious food in the future and cook it for Gu Chencher and my uncle and aunt. This time, Xiaoyu did not argue with Gu Chencher. After the meal, Gu Chencher cleaned up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. Xiaoyu stood by the sink to keep him company. While Gu Chencher was washing, he turned his head to look at her. The weather was nice today. The sunlight came in through the window and fell on her face, making her fair skin look almost transparent and so tender that it seemed almost water could drip out of it. Gu Chencher felt itchy in his heart and his hands. He wanted to pinch her little face. Unexpectedly, just as this thought popped into his mind, Xiaoyu reached out and gently pinched his cheek. Gu Chencher. Well, they actually thought of the same thing. This damn tacit understanding. After pinching his face, Xiaoyu probably felt it was not enough, so she pinched his face and pulled it gently. Gu Chencher begged for mercy, it's over, my saliva is about to flow out. Xiao Yu's eyes curved. You just had a meal, why are you craving for food again? Tell me, what do you want to eat? As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Gu Chencher looked at her smiling face and felt a little dazed for a moment. An inappropriate and extremely damning thought suddenly popped into my mind. I want to eat. Stop. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it seems. Gu Chencher withdrew his thoughts, continued with the work at hand, and laughed silently. Xiao Yu asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? Didn't you just say that you were drooling? Don't you want to eat something delicious? Gu Chencher explained, we have a saying here that you can't pinch a child's face all the time, otherwise the child will drool a lot. Xiao Yu was amused, there is such a saying? Very interesting. Okay, then I won't pinch your face anymore. No, just pinch it if you want. This way I can pinch your face too, and we can drool together. Gu Chencher talked nonsense in a serious manner. When we walk down the street, 300% of people will turn around to look at us. We will be super cool. Xiao Yu imagined the scene and couldn't help laughing. I don't want it, if you want to shed tears, go ahead and shed them yourself. Gu Chencher pretended to be worried and asked, will you dislike me and kick me out? Xiao Yu said seriously, even if your saliva flows down to your heels, I won't despise you. Gu Chencher suddenly fell silent. He was obviously joking with her. How could she not know that, since she was so smart? But she responded to his joke so seriously. Gu Chencher's heart was instantly struck by something warm and sour. Before this, in this world, no matter what he became, the only people who would not despise him or abandon him were his parents. He suddenly couldn't help but move closer to her and kissed her lips squarely. At the moment their breaths intertwined, Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly widened, as if she was shocked by his sudden action. But she didn't hide. She was stunned for a moment and closed her eyes shyly. This was her first kiss, and also Gu Chencher's. Giving each other the first time is one of the happiest things in the world. Chapter 99. He who knows the current situation is a hero. School officially starts on the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. The students walked into the classroom in twos and threes, most of them with a look of despair on their faces. There is still half a year left. Wang Zishan slammed the table angrily. I really want to find a time machine and directly adjust the time to half a year later. Xu Mingming smiled obscenely. Brother Wang, isn't that too narrow-minded? If it were me, I would move it to the wedding night. Wang Zishan clicked his tongue, sparing no effort to stab him. Maybe you will never have a wedding night in this life? Xu Mingming was unconvinced and said, I'm so handsome, how could I not be able to find a wife? Maybe even more than one. Zhou Xiangyu walked in yawning, and just heard what Xu Mingming said, and couldn't help shaking his head. Why are these young people so pessimistic? Why look for a girlfriend or marry a wife? ISNT gaming fun? Don't worry about what to do when you get old. Live every day happily. As a human being, you should live in the present. Zhou Xiangyu habitually glanced towards Gu Chencher's seat and was surprised to find that his brother was even later than him today. What a miracle! It seemed that Gu Chencher's deskmate Tang Xiaoxi had arrived early, and the books she would need for the first class were already spread out. Tang Xiaoxi looked up at him and smiled at him. This girl is so polite. Zhou Xiangyu nodded at her like a big boss, and walked towards his seat while thinking, she has a very good temper and seems to be pretty good too? Whoever marries her will enjoy happiness in the future. It's a pity that he only has one good brother, Gu Chencher, and he is already taken, otherwise he would definitely try to bring them together. First of all, good things should be kept within the family. Such a good girl cannot be given to other grandsons. Secondly, if he drags his brothers to play games all night in the future, she will definitely not get angry since she has such a good temper. Gu Chencher entered the classroom one step later than Zhou Xiangyu. There was an obvious look of relief on his face after having traveled in a hurry. Fortunately, he had long legs and could run fast, so he was not late. He thought he was the last one to enter the classroom, but he didn't expect that there was someone behind him who was even later than him. Gu Chencher noticed someone behind him and subconsciously looked back. Following him into the classroom was Lin Ranran. The moment their eyes met, Lin Ranran was stunned for a moment, then turned away awkwardly. Gu Chencher walked to his seat as if nothing had happened. When he sat down, he realized belatedly that something was wrong. The look in Lin Ranran's eyes when she looked at him just now was a little strange. How to put it, to Gu Chencher, it was a strange look that he had never seen from Lin Ranran before. Somewhat reserved, regretful, and ashamed. Gu Chencher was extremely surprised. Is this still the proud Lin Ran in his memory? She seemed to have changed a lot suddenly. It seemed that something terrible had happened to her, causing her temperament to change drastically overnight. Gu Chunshur did not think about this question any further. In his subconscious, no matter what Lin Ran became, it had nothing to do with him. He never thought that it was actually related to him. On the day of the party, Lin Ran was unwilling to give up, so after seeing Zhou Xiangyu, she rushed up to him in a fit of anger, wanting him to help her ask Gu Chunshur what it was that he liked about her at that time. Gu Chunshur has never confessed his feelings to me, but how nice and considerate he is to me. Doesn't that show that he likes me very much? Lin Ran has always been aware of her importance in the eyes of other boys because of her outstanding appearance. Sometimes, she herself didn't understand why she could enjoy Gu Chunshur's kindness with peace of mind, but never thought of responding to him even a little bit? Why was it that when I received the birthday gift from him and found it was just an ordinary scarf, I didn't even want to take a second look at it? I thought it was in the way and just threw it into the trash can. And it was a scarf he knitted himself. Lin Ran was so ashamed and angry that she finally understood at that moment how terrible she was in Gu Chunshur's eyes. She was disheartened and dared not have any other thoughts anymore. I am destined to miss Gu Chunshur in this life. His female neighbor is really outstanding. They are really a good match. Gu Chunshur, best wishes to you. Gu Chunshur is a narrow-minded person. He has never forgotten the difficulties Gua Hao brought upon Xiaoyu during the party. Just when he was looking for an opportunity to talk to Gua Hao alone, Gua Hao took the initiative to find him. It was during break time and the classroom was noisy. Gua Hao walked over and looked at Tang Xiaoxi with a smile. Tang Xiaoxi, can you lend me your seat, please? Tang Xiaoxi looked up at him blankly. This. The reluctance was clearly written on his face. Gua Hao. He thought depressedly that as soon as Zhou Xiangyu came, Tang Xiaoxi would stand up and give her seat to Zhou Xiangyu without saying a word. Why did the situation change when it was my turn? Before this, he thought that Tang Xiaoxi was the kind of girl with a good temper who was very easy to talk to. But now it seems that this is not the case? Gu Chunshur stood up and walked to the end of the quiet corridor with him. Gua Hao sincerely apologized to Gu Chunshur, saying that he did have some inappropriate thoughts when he asked Xiaoyu to solve the problem on the day of the party. His honesty actually it was a man of insight is a wise man that made Gu Chunshur incompetent. After the party that day, a classmate who had a good relationship with Gua Hao specifically talked to him and felt that his actions at the party were obviously targeted and inappropriate. At first Gua Hao didn't agree with it, but after listening to his friend's analysis, he gradually realized that he really shouldn't take the initiative to make enemies with Gu Chunshur. Everyone has seen Gu Chunshur's recent performance. He is very hardworking and excellent. The head teacher has clearly stated that among the students in Class 7, Jing Shu and Gu Chunshur have the greatest hope of being admitted to a prestigious university. With Gu Chunshur's drive, he will definitely achieve great success in the future. And his girlfriend is also not to be underestimated. Mysterious and powerful. It was indeed a very stupid act for me to offend Gu Chunshur in order to please the goddess. Gua Hao thought about it over and over again at home for 2 days, and finally decided to apologize to Gu Chunshur in person. Gu Chunshur is not the kind of person who would not give in even if he is right. Since Gua Hao took the initiative to apologize, he couldn't say anything else. But in the future life, try to stay away from such people. Gu Chunshur and Gua Hao let bygones be bygones and politely declined Gua Hao's request for an apology dinner on Sunday and returned to the classroom. While staring at the textbook, the image of Xiaoyu's eyes filled with a hint of timidity, nervousness, yet determination and shyness emerged in her mind. The reason why he was late today was because she stayed in his dream all night, causing him to be addicted to it and unable to extricate himself. Plus he forgot to turn on the alarm last night, so he got up late today and was almost late. Chapter 100 No Time for Sweethearts. Thinking back to yesterday afternoon, Gu Chunshur couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. When he realized that he was laughing, Gu Chunshur quickly frowned and looked around. He found that everyone was making a noise, chatting, and a few were concentrating on doing their homework. No one was paying attention to him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. If someone asked him what he was laughing at again like Zhou Xiangyu did that day, he really wouldn't know how to answer. Although he could also make an excuse by saying that he thought of something interesting or a joke, he had something on his mind, and he was not good at lying, so if he made up something, others would definitely find out. They gave each other their first kiss. Neither of them had any experience, so they just stuck their lips together, and that was it. Now that I think about it, both of them seem like wooden men, haha. Gu Chunshur felt sweet but also a little annoyed. That was their first kiss, and it's gone just like that. It's such a pity to think about it. That was a first kiss. He shouldn't be in a kitchen full of cooking fumes, he was even washing dishes at that time. It was so sloppy. Such an important moment in life requires a grand ceremony. For example, put a bunch of beautiful flowers, pour 2 glasses of sweet and delicious red wine, and light a few candles. After the class reunion, Gu Chencher became a winner in life in the eyes of his classmates. Everyone looked at him with admiration and envy. Are you envious of his good academic performance and bright future? Of course not. I envy him for having a girlfriend who looks pretty and gentle but is actually a genius beauty. In short, Xiao Yu's appearance on the day of the party amazed all members, and the powerful aura she inadvertently displayed also deeply impressed everyone. In the eyes of Gu Chencher and other classmates, Xiao Yu, who doesn't talk much but shocks everyone when he speaks, is like a book that has no chance to be opened, full of mystery. And since Gu Chencher can become her boyfriend, he naturally has his own unique personal charm. In fact, if everyone hadn't been able to see that Gu Chencher was pursuing Lin Ranran, with his handsome and sunny appearance, calm and patient personality, and excellent academic performance, many girls would like him. Although Yan Yan's pursuit of Gu Chencher was partly intended to show off her personal charm to her best friend, the premise was naturally that she really liked Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher rejected Yan Yan without hesitation, and the rumors about his goddess girlfriend that spread everywhere afterwards scared away other female classmates who liked him, and they consciously nipped their love for him in the bud. When they were having lunch face-to-face at noon, Zhou Xiangyu told him what happened when he met Lin Ranran after the party that day. I've always wanted to see her cry, even though I never saw it. But when I told her that the scarf she threw away was knitted by you, I saw that she was in disbelief and felt very sad. I felt so happy, even better than seeing her cry. Gu Chencher was amused and speechless. This guy really is. No wonder there was something wrong with Lin Ranran I met today. Could this be the reason? Who cares? The second semester of senior year was even worse than the first semester. The school time was delayed to 10 o'clock in the evening. I eat 3 meals a day, 2 of which are at school. Anyone who has eaten in the cafeteria knows that it's just like that. There is plenty of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, onion, ginger and garlic, but the taste is always wrong. It's not that it doesn't have any advantages. For example, while it can fill your stomach, it definitely won't kill you. Many people are about to vomit after eating tasteless meals twice a day every day. So some people lose their appetite when they mention going to the cafeteria, and can't eat after just 2 bites of food. But the get out of class doesn't end until 10 o'clock in the evening, and they can't hold on if they don't eat well. So many people will bring some milk, bread and other food to school, and eat a little to fill their stomachs during evening self-study. If that is not enough, they will go home and have a midnight snack. At night, when others are beginning to end their busy day and leisurely lying in bed to sleep or watching TV or playing with their mobile phones, the poor high school seniors have to go home exhausted. Although the high-intensity learning mode is very hard for Gu Chencher, it is not unbearable. By the way, who didn't spend their senior year of high school like this? Only by gritting your teeth and holding on can the clouds clear and the moon appear. Even if I go home at 10 o'clock, there is still endless homework to do. Even though Gu Chencher finishes his homework very quickly, he can't go to bed until after 12 o'clock at the earliest every day. There is no time for sweet talk with Xiao Yu. Well, learning is important. Even my mother can only see me twice a day, morning and evening. But Xiao Yu had to see him at least twice a day without disturbing his studies. One side in the morning and one side in the evening. Xiao Yu, who works from home, has a more casual schedule and used to strictly follow the principle of waking up naturally. I used to have difficulty waking up, and would get up at around 9 o'clock at the earliest. Then I can sleep whenever I feel sleepy, and I won't neglect my sleep at all. Later, she was taken care of by the kind and enthusiastic Aunt Ginglan, who would always leave breakfast for her every day, which made her feel very embarrassed. After learning from his mistakes, Xiao Yu made up his mind to give up the habit of staying up late, get up early and go to bed early every day, and his life gradually became regular. After Gu Chencher started school, in order to see him more often, her schedule became abnormal again. She would get up before 5 o'clock every day, make breakfast for him, and eat breakfast with him. Ms. Jinglan can also eat ready-made meals as soon as she gets up. Jinglan initially thought that taking care of her son was her duty as a mother, and it would be inappropriate to leave it to Xiao Yu. Besides, it would be too hard for Xiao Yu, so he didn't agree with her doing so. But for Xiao Yu, being able to cook for the person she loves is not hard at all, but rather a blessing. Seeing that she insisted, Jinglan let go. He secretly called Gu Cheng, who was on a business trip, and lamented that his silly son was so lucky to have found such a good girl like Xiaoyu. But sometimes Ms. Ginglan feels like she is just an extra high wattage light bulb. Therefore, the old mother is very self-aware. She washes up early every day, and after saying a few words to Gu Chencher when he comes home from school, she goes into the bedroom to watch videos on her mobile phone, leaving some private space for the young couple. Every day when Gu Chencher would have a midnight snack, Xiaoyu would sit opposite him, chin resting, and staring at him intently. To put it bluntly, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, you can't resist looking at it every day, but when Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chencher, he felt that he could never see enough. Maybe I didn't watch it long enough, and I didn't see enough? No. Xiaoyu felt that even if she was allowed to watch him for a few more decades, even if Gu Chencher changed from a vigorous young man into a white-haired old man with wrinkles all over his face, she would never get enough of it. Sometimes Gu Chencher would talk to her about what happened at school, and sometimes Xiaoyu would talk about the novel she was writing. Chapter 101: Beautiful Vision. The protagonist of Xiaoyu's story is a little girl with an unfortunate fate who tries hard to break free from her shackles. Gu Chencher felt that the little girl she wrote about should be herself. Xiaoyu denied it. It's not me. I'm not as strong and good as her. Gu Chencher was not happy to hear her say that. What's wrong with you? In my eyes, you are the best. Ms. Jinglan was thirsty in the bedroom. When she came down to get some water, she heard her son's voice through the half-open door and almost burst out laughing. I didn't expect that her son, who usually looks a little aloof and would roll his eyes and say it's boring when he sees the male and female protagonists in idol dramas being affectionate and talking about love, can actually say such cheesy love words. He is much more promising than his father, who doesn't understand romance. Gu Chencher continued to listen to Xiaoyu talk about her novel while eating. For now, judging from readers' feedback and background data, Xiaoyu's debut work is pretty good. The aloof editor, who had never spoken to her before, took the initiative to talk to her about data, encouraged her to keep writing, and analyzed for her that her book would probably achieve good results if the number of words increased. It was a rare time for Xiaoyu to show her joy. She held her chin with her hands and smiled with anticipation. I want to make a lot of money, and then we can move to a bigger house, and uncle and aunt, you and I, we can live together. It would be best if the house had a small yard, so auntie could grow vegetables and I could grow flowers. Jinglan, who had accidentally heard the cheesy love words and found them very interesting, had been paying attention to the conversation outside intentionally or unintentionally. When she heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red. It's no wonder that her son said she was the best girl in the world. She was indeed so good that Jinglan was deeply moved. Jinglan felt that she and her husband were relatively open-minded parents and had discussed this issue in advance. They work hard to save money and buy a wedding house for their son to live in. As for the old couple, they still live in the old house. When needed, they help take care of the children and provide some help to the young couple within their ability. It is not uncommon in life for conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to cause difficulties for their sons. Jinglan and his wife do not want to become a stumbling block in their son's married life. In short, they would never disturb the young couple's happy life unless necessary. But now, after hearing Xiaoyu's heartfelt wish, Jinglan couldn't help but start looking forward to the future. Their whole family lives together, the young couple lives upstairs, and the old couple lives downstairs. When they have nothing to do, they take their grandson out for a walk in the stroller and grow vegetables and flowers at home. Isn't this exactly her dream old age? But wait. Xiaoyu said she wanted to make a lot of money and buy a big house? Earning money to buy a house is a big deal for the family. How can we let her shoulder the responsibility? It's not right. Just as I was thinking about this, Gu Chencher's voice came from outside. Don't worry about this. Making money and buying a house is my future business. You just need to enjoy life comfortably and don't let yourself get tired. Jinglan nodded. He is worthy of being my son, responsible. Xiaoyu snorted lightly and said unconvincingly, why is it just your business? You have read so many books, don't you understand the principle of equality between men and women? Gu Chencher was speechless. After a while, he said softly, that's just a matter between the two of us. I don't want you to work so hard. Xiaoyu said righteously, but I don't feel tired at all? Not only do I not feel tired, but when I think about our future home, I am full of energy. Gu Chencher, you can't be so overbearing and deprive me of the enjoyment of the process of contributing to our future home. Now that things have come to this, what else does Gu Chencher have to say? I can only sigh that I met an angel. And respond with more efforts and enough ability to protect her throughout her life. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it has been a week since school started, and finally there is a day off. Jinglan forced 200 yuan on Gu Chencher and asked him and Xiaoyu to go out for a walk instead of staying at home all day to prevent them from becoming stupid. Gu Chencher looked at the 2 red bills in his hand and his mother, whose eyes were covered with deep crow's feet, and almost burst into tears. "Mom, when did you become so generous? Don't think he doesn't know, he is benefiting from Xiaoyu." Jinglan laughed and scolded, "You little bastard, when has your mother ever been stingy? Spend what you should spend and save what you should save. Get out of here now." In February, the wind blowing in my face is still cold. Jinglan is off today and doesn't have to go to work. She rides her electric scooter at home. Gu Chencher pushed the small electric scooter out of the carport and looked at Xiaoyu, whose eyes were full of expectation and excitement. Any hesitation in his heart disappeared. He himself didn't think there was anything wrong, but he was worried that Xiaoyu would be cold, so he originally planned to take a taxi. However, I really yearn for the scenes in movies and TV shows where the male protagonist rides a bicycle to carry the female protagonist. However, considering that riding a bicycle would be too tiring for Gu Chencher, the same goes for riding an electric bike. Ms. Jinglan has a winter artifact on her electric scooter, a thick windproof blanket. He pulled the windshield down to his neck, and at the same time, Xiaoyu sat on it. Her sitting posture was too proper, which made Gu Chencher a little disappointed. Why didn't she put her arms around his waist from behind? Gu Chencher twisted the handlebars and the electric scooter started to move smoothly. "Hey, Chencher, wanna go out and play?" When the old neighbors saw him, they greeted Gu Chencher enthusiastically. At the same time, he did not forget to glance at Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the back of the car with a smile. When the electric scooter carried the 2 of them out of the community gate, Gu Chencher felt his waist tighten, and Xiaoyu's 2 arms circled around him, and his face rested on his back. Gu Chencher snorted and laughed. "Why didn't you hug me just now? Are you shy?" Xiaoyu hummed softly. She basically goes out with Jinglan. Jinglan is popular and there are always people greeting her and chatting with her when she walks in the community. People who live at home usually talk about their children's studies, what to eat in the morning, afternoon and evening, which supermarket is having a sale, etc. To Xiaoyu, these were all insignificant little things, but the aunt was able to chat about them with the neighbors with great interest and seriousness. Over time, Xiaoyu found their conversations very interesting. "Isn't that life?" When the neighbors greeted Jinglan, almost all of them were interested in her, who was inseparable from Jinglan. Every time this happened, Jinglan would introduce them to them with a smile. "She is Xiaoyu, the little girl who moved into Aunt Li's house." Every time this happened, Xiaoyu would cooperate and smile at his neighbors to show politeness. Some neighbors would joke that if they didn't know, they would think you had secretly given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. "Look at you, you look just like real mother and daughter." Others would implicitly praise Gu Chencher for his good looks, saying that any girl who married him in the future would be blessed. Chapter 102, Xiaoyu's old friend. At first, when Xiaoyu heard some neighbors secretly implying that she and Gu Chencher were a perfect match, she felt a little confused. Eventually, she got used to it. Later, she even became happy about it. However, she still couldn't get used to the slightly teasing and gossipy looks those people gave her and Gu Chen. So even though she and Gu Chencher had received the recognition and blessings of their uncle and aunt, she was still very reserved in front of other neighbors in the community. The wind whistled in her ears, blowing up Xiaoyu's long black hair. Xiaoyu hugged Gu Chencher's waist tightly, looking at the scenery moving backwards, full of joy. The same scenery, when she saw it before, she thought it was monotonous and boring. Looking back now, even a stone pillar on the roadside seems cute. The world has not changed, what has changed is her living conditions and attitude towards the world. Xiaoyu and Gu Chencher have the same interests. They didn't like the busy streets and luxuriously decorated shops, but went to the bookstore instead. Xiaoyu likes the smell of ink coming out from between the pages when he opens a book. Gu Chencher ordered 2 cups of coffee. Drinking coffee is secondary, the main thing is to have a comfortable and spacious seat to sit in. But Xiaoyu stopped him. "No need, I don't want to drink coffee, don't waste money, let's just find a place to sit." Gu Chencher laughed and teased, "Why? Start saving money to buy a big house from now on? I remember you said that money is earned, not saved. We should spend it when we should. Remember, money is used to serve us." Xiaoyu smiled. "I didn't realize you were good at preaching. Then let me ask you, do you like coffee? It's just so-so." As soon as Gu Chencher said this, he realized he had spoken out of turn. As expected, Xiaoyu looked at him with curved eyebrows and eyes. So means it is not a necessity, dispensable, and I don't want to drink it, so these 2 cups of coffee are money that should not be spent, am I right? Gu Qinsher. Okay, whatever you say is right. But I always feel that I have wronged her. After Xiaoyu knew his thoughts, he immediately became unhappy. Gu Qinsher. I don't feel wronged myself, why do you think I am wronged? After saying this, she turned around and walked back sullenly, apparently not wanting to bother with him anymore. No one knows that these days are the happiest times for her. He had obviously done well enough, why did he still feel that he had wronged her? That will make him very tired, idiot. Gu Qinsher quickly chased after him and apologized. I'm sorry I said the wrong thing, can you please forgive me this time? How could Xiaoyu bear to be really angry with him, but she still tried to keep a straight face and told him not to let his imagination run wild in the future. At that moment, she inadvertently glanced at something and her expression suddenly changed. She took Gu Qinsher's hand and walked back. Although Gu Qinsher didn't understand, he didn't ask anything and followed her obediently. Xiaoyu took him to a remote and deserted corner. He looked a little panicked and kept looking outside. Gu Qinsher became worried and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but loosen his grip on Gu Qinsher's wrist. Gu Qinsher was not unfamiliar with the nervousness and uneasiness she showed at this moment. This was her state when I accompanied her to visit her mother in another city thousands of miles away and passed by an upscale villa area. Gu Qinsher's heart was filled with alarm. From this, it can be seen that Xiaoyu accidentally saw an old friend? Why don't we leave here now? Gu Qinsher held her hand, trying to give her some strength. This method worked, and Xiaoyu slowly calmed down. I just saw the daughter of one of my former teachers, she explained softly. Gu Qinsher immediately understood. The teacher's daughter is not a terrible thing, so what Xiaoyu is afraid of is not the teacher's daughter, but the chain reaction that may be triggered after the teacher sees him. Her teacher should be connected with her biological father's family. If the teacher's daughter sees her, then the teacher might know. Once the teacher finds out, she will most likely tell her biological father's family where she is. Although she unilaterally left a letter of severance of relations when she left, it does not mean that she really severed ties with her biological father's family. Even if she herself didn't want to admit it, the fact was that she was the child of her biological father, the Yang family. After knowing her whereabouts, the Yang family might come to find her and take her away. From what Gu Qinsher knew about her, she didn't want to have any contact with the Yang family. In other words, no matter whether the Yang family would treat her well after finding her, she would definitely feel very painful. Thinking of this, Gu Qinsher also became nervous. If she was in pain, he would also be very uncomfortable. And when the Yang family finds her, can they still be together? Gu Qinsher had a lot of random thoughts, and when Xiaoyu slowly calmed down, he became extremely nervous. Xiaoyu noticed that he was in a different mood and became worried about him. Gu Qinsher, what's wrong with you? Gu Qinsher took a deep breath and said, let's go, now. When Xiaoyu met the teacher's daughter, she was leading a child around the bookshelf, selecting suitable children's books. She probably hadn't finished selecting yet. The two avoided that area. Xiaoyu left the bookstore and waited outside, while Gu Qinsher went to the cashier to pay for the study materials. When he lowered his head to look up the payment code, a faint fragrance wafted over him. A woman in her 30s came over with a little girl and lined up behind him waiting to pay. Gu Qinsher subconsciously looked back and the young mother smiled at him politely. Gu Qinsher remembered that before leaving the bookstore, Xiaoyu told him that her teacher's daughter was a young mother with a little girl, and he became alert. Young mother and little girl. All correct. This shows that this young mother is most likely the teacher's daughter that makes Xiaoyu nervous. Gu Qinsher secretly rejoiced that they acted quickly enough and Xiaoyu had already left the bookstore without being seen by the young mother. Before Gu Qinsher looked away, he glanced at the young mother calmly. The young mother looks to be around 30 years old. Although she is not a standard beauty in the eyes of the world, she has a good temperament. The little girl held her mother's hand and looked at Gu Qinsher curiously with her big grape-like eyes. Then he stretched out his other little hand and quietly tugged at the hem of Gu Qinsher's clothes, as if trying to attract Gu Qinsher's attention. The young mother immediately stopped him. Xinshin, don't be naughty. The little girl named Xinshin immediately let go of Gu Qinsher's clothes. Gu Qinsher pretended nothing had happened, paid the bill, and walked out with the shopping bag. Just now he and Xiaoyu were so anxious to avoid the teacher that they forgot to agree on a meeting place. Now Gu Qinsher didn't know where Xiaoyu was waiting for him. He remembered that when Xiaoyu went out with him, he did not bring his cell phone. She felt that it would be fine as long as Gu Chencher took it, and subconsciously she regarded herself and Gu Chencher as a whole. When they went out, they would never separate as long as they did not go to the toilet. Chapter 103 I Will Not Leave You. When Gu Chencher walked out of the bookstore carrying the shopping bag, he took a casual glance and was a little confused. He saw a young mother leading a little girl slowly walking towards the cashier counter. Therefore, the young mother who was standing behind him just now might not be the teacher's daughter who caused Xiaoyu to flee in panic. On second thought, today is Sunday. Even if they don't buy books, many parents will take their children to bookstores to cultivate their children's good habit of loving reading from an early age. So a young mother with a little girl is a common combination and there is nothing strange about it. So, for a moment, Gu Chencher had no way of telling which one was Xiaoyu's teacher. Having said that, with so many people in this vast sea of people, it is a low probability event that Xiaoyu meets his former teacher by chance in the bookstore. After leaving this bookstore, even if he wants to, it is probably difficult to meet him again. Naturally, it will not have any impact on their peaceful lives. However, Gu Chencher was a little curious about the daughter of Xiaoyu's former teacher. The daughter of a teacher who taught Xiaoyu must know a lot about Xiaoyu's life and past, right? Don't get me wrong, he didn't want to know about Xiaoyu's past from the teacher's daughter, but he had an inexplicable jealousy towards someone who was able to participate in Xiaoyu's life when he didn't even know Xiaoyu. After Gu Chencher walked out of the bookstore, he turned left and looked around for Xiaoyu as he walked. A hand suddenly stretched out from the corner of the mall and placed on Gu Chencher's arm. Then a great force pulled Gu Chencher in. Xiaoyu's appearance is particularly deceptive. In short, before she showed her power, she was delicate and weak, and could easily arouse others' desire to protect her. It is hard to imagine that she is so powerful that she can easily defeat two big men alone. Gu Chencher joked, "I'm scared to death. If I lose you, I might as well not go back and just find a random place to bury myself, so that I won't be beaten to death by my mother when I go back." In the past, Xiaoyu didn't care about life and death, but now when he heard Gu Chencher say such unlucky words, he suddenly became anxious, even though he knew that Gu Chencher was just joking. When it comes to Gu Chencher and his uncle and aunt's family, she would unconsciously become superstitious. She directly covered Gu Chencher's mouth with her hand to stop him from talking nonsense. "Don't say anything about life and death in the future, understand?" She ordered aggressively and domineeringly. Gu Chencher blinked innocently, looked at the slightly exasperated Xiaoyu, narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but smile. He smiled, and his breath sprayed on Xiaoyu's hand, making the back of Xiaoyu's hand numb and itchy. "You are so domineering." Gu Chencher's vague and dull voice came out from under Xiaoyu's hand, with a hint of pampering and coquettishness. Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu heard other boys whining and acting coquettishly, he would get goosebumps all over his body and kick the boy aside to get as far away from him as possible. But if it was Gu Chencher who acted like a spoiled child to her, how can he be so cute? I really want to kiss and hug him. That's right, Xiaoyu is so hypocritical. Humph, she is happy to be hypocritical towards Gu Chencher, who would not accept it. Just bear with it. Xiaoyu smiled, "Remember, don't say this kind of thing again. I don't like it. Got it?" Just when she was about to take her hand back, Gu Chencher suddenly pouted his lips and kissed her palm quickly with lightning speed. The feeling was hundreds of times more tingling and numb than the breath he had just sprayed on the back of Xiaoyu's hand. It instantly spread from the palm of her hand to Xiaoyu's entire body, making her shudder and almost jump up on the spot. Then he quickly withdrew his hand and rubbed his pants twice quickly before coming to his senses. Gu Chencher showed a little smugness on his face, and then he thought of something and said with a little hurt, "Do you dislike me?" How could Xiaoyu dislike him? She was just confused by his sudden action and it was just a conditioned reflex. She was about to deny it, but her expression suddenly froze and she quickly moved forward to hug Gu Chencher. The surprise came too suddenly, and Gu Chencher had no time to be delighted. Then he suddenly realized something, and also hugged Xiaoyu, and pressed Xiaoyu's head in his arms. They looked like a pair of very much in love with each other, and they really were. "Mom, why are the older brother and sister hugging each other?" A young girl's voice reached their ears. Then, a woman's gentle voice cleverly diverted the little girl's attention. "Baby, do you want to eat a hamburger? Mommy will buy you one, okay?" The little girl's attention immediately shifted from the strange older brothers and sisters to the delicious hamburger. She jumped up and said, yes, Mom, you are so nice, I love you." From the heartwarming conversation between the mother and daughter, Gu Chencher could tell that they were slowly moving away. But he did not loosen his arms around Xiaoyu's waist, he was reluctant to do so. Xiaoyu was also reluctant to lift her head from his arms. The two of them hugged each other for a while without paying attention to anyone around them. Gu Chencher said softly, "Let's go back so we don't run into them again." Xiaoyu hummed softly, looking as docile as a kitten. Gu Chencher couldn't help but let go of her and reached out to gently rub her head. Then he held her hand and walked away from the mother and daughter. On the way back, Xiaoyu hugged Gu Chencher's waist from behind just like when he came. She didn't know what he was thinking about, but suddenly she smiled. Gu Chencher was surprised that she could still laugh, and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaoyu said, "Gu Chencher, you were so nervous just now, even more nervous than me." "What are you nervous about?" Gu Chencher honestly expressed his fear. "I'm afraid that she will reveal your whereabouts, that someone will come from afar to capture you, and that I will never see you again." Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Is this why he is nervous? He actually cares about himself so much? As much as she cared about him. When she saw her teacher's daughter, the panic she felt was the same as what Gu Chencher had just said. She particularly enjoys her current life and is afraid that someone will come and disrupt her peaceful and happy life. Those people she never wants to see again, could you please stay away from them? Xiaoyu hugged Gu Chencher's waist tightly and promised gently but firmly, "Don't worry, I will never, ever leave you." Now that the words have been made clear, Gu Chencher couldn't help but express his concerns. "But if they really find out your whereabouts, will they forcibly take you away from us one day?" "Gu Chencher, you should have some confidence in me. I am not someone who can be easily manipulated by others." Chapter 104, A Restless Morning. Although Xiaoyu responded to Gu Chencher's concerns very confidently and successfully dispelled Gu Chencher's worries at that time. However, when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Gu Chencher would still be troubled and worried when he thought of this. Facts have proved that Xiaoyu is better than his peers and has higher fighting ability than his peers. But facing her wealthy family, she is still that fragile arm. If her original family refuses to let go, does not allow her to fly freely outside, and insists on taking her away, how can she, who is alone and powerless, resist? As someone who comes from an ordinary family, I am helpless in the face of power. This made him fall into deep self-blame. It's all because he was too weak and couldn't protect the girl he loved. But seriously speaking, it seems that this can't be blamed on him. After all, even if he was reborn, he did not get any golden fingers. He was still an ordinary 18-year-old student who needed to work hard and fight for his future. He could not blame his parents for his ordinary background. His parents had tried their best and given him the best things. That night, Gu Chencher had a nightmare so bloody that it was comparable to the soap operas his mother used to love watching. When Gu Chencher woke up from his sleep sweating profusely, it was already 5:30 the next day. In the past, after waking up, he liked to stay in bed for a while and get up only after he had gotten rid of most of his sleepiness. But today, frightened by the nightmare, he quickly threw the quilt aside, put on a thick coat, and rushed to the opposite door. The door opposite was closed, and Gu Chencher raised his hand without hesitation. The door was quickly opened by Xiaoyu from the inside. Gu Chencher hugged her without saying a word. The soft body of the girl in his arms, the faint fragrance and the full touch finally calmed Gu Chencher's uneasy heart. Xiaoyu was slightly startled. "Gu Chencher, what's wrong with you?" Gu Chencher buried his face in her hair and rubbed it. "Nothing, I just miss you." Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled. Is this the tacit understanding between people in love? She got up early to make breakfast, and while watching the pot of porridge cooking, she couldn't help thinking of him. Then he came. "You shouldn't get up so early, go back and sleep for a while," Xiaoyu said with concern. Gu Chencher goes to bed at around 12 o'clock every day and gets up at 6 o'clock. He sleeps less than 6 hours a day. Today he even got up at 5:30. How can his body bear it in the long run? Gu Chencher shook his head. "I can't sleep for more than a few minutes, so I won't sleep anymore." Xiaoyu stubbornly pushed him into her bedroom. "No, you don't get much sleep to begin with. How can you cope with the heavy workload without enough energy? Then lie on my bed for a while. I'll call you when the meal is ready." But Gu Chencher didn't want to sleep at all. He just wanted to hold her quietly or just look at her. He was afraid that if he didn't keep a close eye on her, she would disappear without a trace. However, he couldn't persuade Xiaoyu, who insisted on his own opinion, so he obediently took off his slippers and lay on Xiaoyu's bed. Xiaoyu's starting point was naturally good, which was to let him seize every opportunity and rest as much as possible. But in fact, Gu Chencher was lying on her bed and felt even less sleepy. Xiaoyu's bed was very soft and warm. Perhaps it still had some of Xiaoyu's body temperature left? There is a faint fragrance on the pillows and quilt, which should be the smell of laundry detergent. The laundry detergent Ginglan bought also has a very pleasant scent, and every time she changes into clean sheets and quilt covers, they smell good for 2 days. Perhaps there was Xiao Yu's scent on this bed, which made Gu Chencher feel as if he was wrapped in endless tenderness. For a moment, he was distracted and unable to extricate himself. He lay flat on his back with his eyes closed, feeling dizzy from the surging happiness. Before leaving, Xiao Yu considerately turned off the bedroom light. I don't know how long it took, maybe half an hour? He felt someone push the door open and walk in quietly, come to the bed, slowly bend down and stare at him. Gu Chencher maintained his even breathing and pretended to be asleep. After a while, Gu Chencher felt something particularly soft falling on his forehead, and it felt wet and numb. It felt both strange and intoxicating. Gu Chencher could no longer pretend due to the severe heart palpitations. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Yu's white neck in the dim vision. He swallowed unconsciously and hugged Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu seemed startled and let out a soft cry. After a dizzying moment, she and Gu Chencher switched positions. Gu Chencher lowered his head towards her. Kiss her on the lips. Xiao Yu was a little nervous, but did not resist. Just when they were both somewhat distracted and lost in love, a cell phone rang at an inopportune time. But fortunately, the cell phone rang at this time. Otherwise, when they have lost their minds, it is hard to predict what they will do. Gu Chencher felt that if he had really bullied Xiao Yu this morning, his mother, who could not tolerate any sand in her eyes, might beat him to death. When he is unable to truly give Xiao Yu a happy future, he cannot act recklessly just to satisfy his own selfish desires. That would be extremely irresponsible. Moreover, they are still young and inexperienced, and any inappropriate actions may very likely cause harm to Xiao Yu. Gu Chencher suddenly calmed down. Xiao Yu's face flushed, and she placed her hand on his chest and gently pushed him. Hurry up and eat, or you'll be late for school if you delay any longer. Gu Chencher quickly got up. Xiao Yu sat up silently and smoothed his slightly messy long hair with his hand. Gu Chencher was a little embarrassed and at a loss. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry, just now Xiao Yu whispered, why do you have to apologize to me? You didn't do anything wrong. I was the one who kissed you first. Gu Chencher felt dizzy, and it was not until he sat in the classroom that he finally came to his senses. The college entrance examination is approaching, and under the encouragement of teachers and the eager expectations of parents, everyone finally realized that time is running out. You roll and I roll, and we all roll together with all our might. Even Zhou Xiangyu finally had to bow his head and finally gave up on ignoring his gaming wife and started to roll up with everyone. The intense paper studying action in the classroom made Gu Chencher quickly abandon inappropriate thoughts and devote himself to the hard work of studying. During the day, it seems that the only time I can take a break is when I eat and sleep. In recent days, Gu Chencher felt a little lonely on his way to the cafeteria. In the past, there was a guy named Zhou Xiangyu who was always whining beside him, but when he joined Zhuangye's army, he and Gu Chencher began to drift away. Here's the thing. Zhou Xiangyu has very good logical thinking, so he has no worries about math, physics and chemistry, and he can barely pass Chinese and history. Only English is a hurdle on his road to the college entrance examination. Chapter 105, The Deep Affection of a Dog. Zhou Xiangyu studied English like crazy on the eve of the college entrance examination. Tang Xiaoxi was the representative of the English class, so she became the object of Zhou Xiangyu's flattery. During breaks or at lunchtime in the cafeteria, the two of them would often go out together to discuss English. Gu Chencher was almost moved by Zhou Xiangyu's fighting spirit of turning over a new leaf. As a result, he accidentally walked a step slower one time, and Gu Chencher accidentally heard Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi talking about games with great interest. Later, Zhou Xiangyu told Gu Chencher in surprise that he never dreamed that Tang Xiaoxi, who looked like a good student, actually played games. He couldn't help but feel a sense of regret that they had met Tang Xiaoxi too late. Gu Chencher was speechless after hearing this. He thought about it and decided not to tell Zhou Xiangyu, that stupid guy, the cruel truth. Didn't Tang Xiaoxi pretend to like playing games just to get closer to him? At this time, Gu Chencher, who was walking behind, looked at Zhou Tang and the other two who were talking and laughing in front of him, and seemed to be discussing something enthusiastically, and became deeply worried. Could it be that Zhou Xiangyu, this guy, accidentally led the good girl Tang Xiaoxi astray without her knowledge? Hi, Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher came to his senses and saw Zhang Shuo walking towards him. Zhang Shuo seemed to be smiling on the surface, but he couldn't hide the worry between his eyebrows. However, in Gu Chencher's impression, Zhang Shuo was not as deep as he is now. Love is a very torturous thing. It is 10,000 times more painful to be unable to get the love you want. As they chatted, Zhang Shua mentioned Lin Ranran. She told me the day before yesterday that she would go abroad to study as soon as she graduated. Gu Chencher said nothing. He and Zhang Shua were just nodding acquaintances, far from being able to confide in each other. At the same time, he became a stranger to Lin Ranran. So Gu Chencher was not interested in every word Zhang Shua said at this time. But out of the most basic courtesy, he couldn't just say shut up and stop talking. I'm not interested in every word you say. So he silently took on the role of being the audience to whom Zhang Shua could confide his inner distress. As for whether he listened or not, that is his own business. She told me to stop liking her and that she would stay abroad for at least 3 to 5 years. It's hard to say what will happen after that. Gu Chencher listened to it with one ear and let it out with the other, but he didn't show any sign of it on the surface. I told her that as long as she comes back one day, I will always wait for her. Zhang Shua's voice was full of affection and persistence. Gu Chencher. He wanted to say, are you stupid? Lin Ranran's meaning is very clear, she is rejecting you. He was just short of saying the 5 words I don't like you clearly. You are still playing affectionately here, huh? That's not right. Gu Chencher was depressed. This is a private matter between Zhang Shua and his love affair. Why is this guy telling him this? Could it be that because he was once Lin Ranran's bootlicker, Zhang Shua not only had no hostility towards him, but instead had some sense of mutual admiration? It's really speechless. Zhang Shua's eyes were always intentionally or unintentionally fixed on a graceful figure in the crowd in front of him, silently expressing his deep affection for Lin Ranran. I know she's doing this for my own good, but isn't this also a test for me? I will definitely wait for her to come back, pursue her again, and confess my love to her in front of everyone. I will definitely wait for the day when she sees my good side and accepts me. Gu Chencher looked at him with sympathy and pity. Zhang Shua at this moment seemed like himself in his previous life. However, Gu Chencher felt that he might be slightly better than him. If Lin Ranran had hinted to him like this in his previous life, he would have immediately put aside his wishful thinking and kept a reasonable distance from her, even if it was difficult. This is due to his stubborn dignity and innate upbringing. It would not end up in a miserable situation. When I got home from school in the evening, I climbed to the 3rd floor and heard cheerful laughter coming from my home. Gu Chencher's forehead was full of question marks. He could vaguely distinguish the voice of his mother, Ms. Jinglan, from the hearty laughter. The other laughter was obviously not from Xiao Yu. And Xiao Yu is a lady, actually, it's just her personality, she almost never laughs out loud. Are there guests at home? Gu Chencher climbed up to the 4th floor in confusion and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yu's door. The door was closed. Then I saw 2 more pairs of shoes at my doorstep. Judging from the style and size, they were women's shoes. The door was ajar, not completely closed. Gu Chencher pushed the door open and was surprised to see the person sitting on the sofa in the living room. At the same time, the man also discovered him. She stood up excitedly and walked towards Gu Chencher. My little darling, Grandma misses you so much. Gu Chencher quickly took 2 steps to meet her, supported her arm and asked, Grandma Li, when did you come back? Grandma Li said with a smile, I came back today. During these days I have been abroad, I didn't miss anyone but my little darling Chen. Gu Chencher felt a little sour in his nose. When he was a child, his parents were busy with work, so our neighbor, Grandma Li, offered to help take care of him. Grandma Li likes children, and Gu Chencher happens to be particularly well behaved, so Grandma Li raises him like her own grandson. In Gu Chencher's heart, he truly regarded Grandma Li as his own grandmother. When Grandma Li was taken abroad, Gu Chencher was sad and upset for a long time. When Gu Chencher helped Grandma Li sit back on the sofa, he realized that in addition to his mother Dinglan, his obedient and cute little Xiao Yu, there was another girl about their age in the living room. The girl had a slightly fierce look and was dressed very fashionably. She was tilting her head and looking him up and down. There was an inexplicable look of regret on his face. Gu Chencher was confused and glanced at Xiao Yu quickly. Xiao Yu sat down next to Jinglan, her back straight, exuding the aura of a hostess of the house. She and Gu Chencher's eyes met from a distance. She didn't know if it was because they remembered the passionate feelings in the morning. After their eyes were fixed for a while, she looked away uncomfortably. Grandma Li held Gu Chencher's hand and was reluctant to let go. She looked at Gu Chencher with kind eyes, as if she didn't want to miss even a single pore. My son Chen is getting more and more handsome. She said with a smile, that's great, he has grown into a big boy and will be able to get married soon. Your grandma, can't wait to hug my great-grandson. Gu Chencher. Sure enough, the thoughts of elders when facing their juniors are all similar. They all wish that the younger generations can quickly get married, start a family, and have children. The fashionable girl cleared her throat in dissatisfaction, then said coquettishly, "Grandma, have you forgotten your own granddaughter?" Grandma Lee patted her head as if she suddenly understood something and said with a smile, "Look at your memory." When she saw Chen was so happy, she forgot about it. Gu Chencher couldn't help but look at the girl, a little surprised. This girl is Grandma Li's granddaughter, Li Fei Yao. Chapter 106, Cherish Your Girlfriend. Grandma Li's granddaughter Li Feiyao has lived abroad since she was a child and rarely comes back. However, as a neighbor, Gu Chencher had seen her twice, the first time when she was in kindergarten, and the second time when she was in the first grade of elementary school. Every time she came, Gu Chencher would be pulled over by the adults to play with her. Although Gu Chencher has fully demonstrated the gentlemanly manners since he was young and always gave in to her. But there are still times when she is unhappy. If she is unhappy, it will be terrible. She will cry loudly with her mouth open and cry for a long time, which can pierce people's eardrums. So Gu Chencher didn't have a good impression of her and thought she was just a spoiled girl who liked others to listen to her and everything. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. If Grandma Li hadn't introduced her identity, Gu Chencher would not have recognized who she was. I didn't expect that the crybaby from before would grow up to be a pretty and lively girl. Li Feiyao chewed gum and said with a smile, "Hey, Gu Chencher, I didn't expect that you are much more handsome than when you were a child." Gu Chencher smiled politely and did not respond. Li Feiyao was a little disappointed. She thought that according to the normal script, Gu Chencher would reply to her, "Must have, you are much more beautiful than before." Who doesn't like to be praised for being beautiful? It's a pity that Gu Chencher didn't play by the rules. Since her house was rented out, Grandma Li naturally had to live in a hotel. She waited for several hours just to see Gu Chencher. Knowing that Gu Chencher had a heavy workload, after asking about her well-being, Grandma Li called her granddaughter and waved goodbye reluctantly. Gu Chencher and his men kept sending them to the taxi. After Li Feiyao sat down, she looked at Gu Chencher, who had just opened the door for them and acted very gentlemanly, and said something out of nowhere with a resentful tone, "Gu Chencher, why are you looking for a girlfriend so early?" Gu Chencher. Li Feiyao added, "But your girlfriend is really beautiful, you have to cherish her." As he said this, the driver slammed the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi quickly disappeared from their sight. Jing Lan, who was standing on the roadside, sighed, "I don't know when I can see your Grandma Li again." Her words successfully aroused Gu Chencher's melancholy. Jing Lan yawned and turned back, "Let's go, it's getting late, let's go home and rest." After saying that, he left in a hurry, without giving them a chance to react. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu looked at each other. Gu Chencher walked towards Xiaoyu with a smile. The two people immediately clasped hands together and slowly walked back. Although they looked like any other couple at this moment, in fact, they were both a little embarrassed. After all, it was all caused by the scene in the morning that almost got out of control. Gu Chencher broke the silence, "Your hands are a little cold, why don't you put on more clothes?" Xiaoyu said softly, "It's okay, I don't feel that cold." The voice-controlled lights in the corridors on the first and second floors were broken, and it was completely dark. Gu Chencher touched his pocket and realized that he had forgotten to take his cell phone. And Xiaoyu also forgot about it. Jinglan was the one providing light when they came out, but now the lightman had gone back before them, so they could only climb up in the dark. When they reached the second floor, they both stopped at the same time. Then, as if they had telepathic connection, they hugged each other. Xiaoyu sighed softly, feeling somewhat relieved that he had survived a disaster. "What happened?" "It doesn't seem to be a big deal. It's just that my landlord, your neighbor Grandma Li's granddaughter, told me that she wants to be your girlfriend." Xiaoyu was unhappy. Gu Chencher was stunned, "Huh? But we have barely met each other since we were little. She must be joking with my mother." But no matter whether the girl was joking or not, Xiaoyu was panicked at the time and was afraid that Gu Chencher would be snatched away by someone else. But she is no worse than that girl. Perhaps it is his special background and experience that made Xiaoyu insecure about relationships. When she returned home, Jinglan had already heated up the midnight snack she had left for Gu Chencher. Although Grandma Li got up and said goodbye soon after seeing Gu Chen as she wished, she still wasted some time in the reluctant conversation afterwards. It's already 11 o'clock at night. And Gu Chencher still has homework to finish. Xiaoyu was afraid that her presence would distract Gu Chencher, and Gu Chencher wanted Xiaoyu to go to bed early, so they parted at the door. Of course, Gu Chencher would not lose sight of one thing while focusing on another, nor would he forget his mother after getting married. He loved his dear mother as always, so he also urged his mother to go to bed. Jinglan said distressfully, "Son, I have a late shift tomorrow, so you don't have to get up early. I'll wait for you to finish eating and wash the pots and dishes before going to bed." Gu Chencher asked while eating, "I forgot to ask Grandma Li just now, when will she go back?" Jinglan sighed and said, "The day after tomorrow. I wanted to invite your grandmother Li to our house for a good meal, but unfortunately she refused." Gu Chencher got to know Grandma Li, a kind and amiable old woman who was particularly afraid of causing trouble to others. The little girl Yao Yao was getting more and more beautiful. She used to be this tall, with dark skin, and she cried all the time. I didn't expect that she would grow taller and have fairer skin when she grew up, and become a beautiful young lady. At this point, Jinglan said with a sigh, "Children who grew up abroad are different. She told me bluntly that she wanted to be your girlfriend." I was stunned when I heard that. Ha ha ha. Gu Chencher snorted, "She doesn't even remember what I look like, right? And she's still my girlfriend. This joke isn't funny at all." Jinglan said, "I heard that she saw your photo on your grandmother Lia's phone before. Plus, your grandma Li likes to praise you in front of her, which makes her very curious about you." I thought she was joking at first, but then I realized it wasn't a joke, so I was so scared that I quickly told her that she had a girlfriend. Gu Chencher gave his mother a thumbs up. He has set his sights on Xiaoyu in this life, and he would not be moved even if a real fairy came to earth. Jinglan chuckled and said, "Guess what she told me? She said she wanted to compete fairly with your girlfriend. She looked so confident, it didn't seem like she was joking." Gu Chencher was speechless. "What are we competing for? She lives abroad. Even if Xiaoyu wasn't there, it would be impossible for her and I to be together." Jinglan said, "Who knows what this little girl was thinking?" Later, when Xiaoyu came and found out that Xiaoyu was your girlfriend, I think she calmed down. Gu Chencher thought of the regret in Li Feiyao's eyes when he just came back, and the inexplicable words she said to him after getting in the car, and suddenly he understood what was going on. Simply put, Li Feiyao thinks he is good and might really want to try dating him? Then when he met Xiaoyu, he was deeply impressed by her beauty and temperament. He realized that he was no match for Xiaoyu, so he consciously gave up the idea of liking Gu Chencher. Thinking of what Li Feiyao said before she left, "Your girlfriend is very beautiful, cherish her well," Gu Chencher felt that she seemed not as annoying as she was when she was young. Chapter 107. I will support you. Time will not stop because of other people's nostalgia or anxiety. The second semester of senior year is halfway through. Like other students preparing for the exam, Gu Chencher is busy every day and keeps his nerves tense all the time. He dares not relax for a moment until the college entrance examination is over. However, what makes him different from other candidates preparing for the exam is that he enjoys two different kinds of care every day. One is the care from his parents, and the other is the care from Xiaoyu. He. I wonder if he will be beaten to death if he shows off in front of others. Only those who endure the most hardships can become successful. When Gu Chencher thought of the better life in the future, he was full of energy. The hard work paid off and good results were achieved. Gu Chencher's grades directly surpassed the top student Jing Shu and he remained in first place. And Xiaoyu is also good. In addition to the main business, the side business has achieved good results. By the second month after the book was published, Xiaoyu had earned a few thousand yuan. The day when he received the royalties happened to be a weekend. Xiaoyu was as excited as a child and kept clamoring to treat Gu Chencher and Jinglan to dinner. Jinglan poured cold water on her and said arrogantly, "Don't go to restaurants. The food in restaurants is not as good as mine. You can't eat good food even if you spend money." Xiaoyu thought about it and agreed. Especially after she learned how to cook, eating out was not so unpalatable, but it was indeed tasteless. However, this was her first time receiving royalties, and she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't waste it a little. So when she went out with Gu Chencher to buy soy sauce, she quietly discussed with Gu Chencher, "Gu Chencher, I want to buy a gift for my uncle and aunt, what do you think I should buy?" Gu Chencher thought about it seriously and said, "I think you should not buy it." Xiaoyu was puzzled and asked, "Why? Do you think I'm wasting money? If I were to buy something, I would definitely buy something that my uncle and aunt can use." "That's not a waste. That's not what I meant." Gu Chencher spread his hands and said, "Since I was a child, the most presentable gifts I've given to my parents are those two down jackets, and they were bought with the pocket money given by my elders. Alas, you are so outstanding. Compared with you, I feel ashamed. I am really afraid that my parents will dislike me and drive me away one day." What should I do then? Of course, he was joking, trying to persuade Xiaoyu to give up this idea, because he knew his parents too well. The more well-behaved Xiaoyu was, the more uneasy they would feel, fearing that they had not done well enough. But Gu Chunshi was really melancholy. Look at Xiaoyu. People can support themselves. On the other hand, comparing yourself to others will make you feel ashamed. Gu Chunshi had carefully planned his life. Senior year was too stressful and it took up all of his time, so he really had no time to do anything. After getting rid of this period of working day and night and going to college, he will find a way to make money and strive to achieve financial freedom as soon as possible so that his parents Xiaoyu can live a life without worries about food and clothing. Xiaoyu held his arm and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. You are the eldest son of your uncle and aunt, how could they bear to kick you out? Gu Chunshi sighed solemnly and said in a very mature manner, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. Xiaoyu said, don't worry, if that day really comes, uncle and aunt don't want you, but I want you. Gu Chen pretended to look pitiful, but I can eat a lot. Xiaoyu smiled brightly and said domineeringly, even if you eat 10 kilograms of rice a day, I can still support you. Gu Chunshi couldn't help but burst out laughing, do you think I'm a pig? 10 kilograms of rice a day. But Xiaoyu took it seriously, not only will I give you 10 kilograms of rice a day, I will also let you eat meat every meal. Gu Chunshi was so touched that he exaggeratedly said, wow, boss, I will hold your thighs tightly from now on. Xiaoyu smiled and said, my sister's thighs, you are welcome to hug them anytime. But what if someone laughs at me for being a gigolo? Gu Chunshi pretended to be distressed. Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows arrogantly, who dares to say that? I can't beat him to death. I'm happy to let you eat my gigolo. I will pay for your college education, and I will support you for the rest of your life. Gu Chunshi pulled her into his arms and said with a silly smile, although I am very touched, I don't want you to support me, I want to support you. Now that spring has arrived and flowers are blooming, everyone has taken off their bulky down jackets and put on comfortable and light spring and autumn clothes. Xiaoyu was wearing a black casual suit and a high ponytail, looking youthful and beautiful. She is used to wearing a mask when she goes out, covering most of her face. If she goes out alone, she will wear a pair of big sunglasses, looking extremely cool and giving off an aura that no one should be bothered. However, when Xiaoyu went out, he was either with Aunt Ginglan or with Gu Chunshi. He would try not to go out alone if possible, because she was becoming less and less used to being alone. The topic unknowingly turned to the last time I accidentally met the teacher's daughter in the bookstore. Oh, by the way, when Xiaoyu hurriedly hugged him to avoid being discovered by the teacher's daughter, Gu Chunshi took a sneak peek and confirmed that the young mother who was standing behind him was teacher Xiaoyu's daughter. The teacher's daughter is named Chu Xian, 9 years older than Xiaoyu, and is 27 years old this year. Chu Xian's mother Qiulan is Xiaoyu's art teacher and a single mother. He was originally a teacher in a painting studio, and later became Xiaoyu's private art teacher. Qiulan taught Xiaoyu for 8 years, and often brought his daughter Chu Xian with him when he went to teach Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who had never made friends before, treated the older sister who liked to smile with squinting eyes as her friend. As a result, art class went from being indifferent to her to becoming her favorite subject. Whenever she has art class, she can play with her smiling older sister. Even if it was short, it made her feel very happy. Hearing this, Gu Chunshi hugged Xiaoyu in his arms distressfully, and couldn't help but kiss her forehead to comfort her. What kind of life did she live when she was a child? It's suffocating just to think about it. I will make you happy every day in the future. Gu Chunshi solemnly promised. Xiaoyu said, but I am very happy every day now? Let us get back to Chu Xian. When he was a child, Xiaoyu, who was locked up in a house, gained some understanding of the outside world from Chu Xian's description. Chu Xian especially likes to share his thoughts with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was trapped in a luxurious cage, with almost no contact with the outside world. Even if he knew many secrets, he had no chance to spread them. It's really a good person to talk to. Qiulan taught Xiaoyu for 8 years, and Xiaoyu and Chu Xian's friendship lasted for 8 years. Later, her mother Qiao Qingge died. Xiaoyu was sent to her so-called grandmother's house by her most trusted teacher. That teacher is Qiulan. Chapter 108 Xiaoyu's past 6 years. Except for the time she went to visit her mother, Xiaoyu never mentioned her past, as if doing so could distance herself from a past that she did not want to look back on. Although Gu Chunshi was curious, he knew she didn't want to say it and he would never ask. It was a rare occasion when she wanted to bring it up on her own initiative, so what Gu Chunshi had to do was to be a qualified listener. On the 4th day after Qiao Qingge's death, Qiulan came to see Xiaoyu. 12-year-old Xiaoyu sat in the yard, staring at the weeds growing out of the cracks in the bricks. Her mother died, and she was left alone. Like a weed. Don't mention her biological father, she never acknowledged that man as her father. But in her heart, she was worse than a weed. Weed species are everywhere in the world, but she is the loneliest and most helpless one in the world. She was very confused and didn't know what the meaning of her life was. She wanted to leave here and go anywhere. Anyway, that crazy woman is no longer here, and she no longer has any attachment to this place. But that hateful man, after finding her from her mother's grave, locked her up in this yard and sent several people to watch her 24 hours a day, for fear that she would do something out of line again. Oh, by the way, all the nannies who failed to keep an eye on her and allowed her to run away were driven away by that man. Xiaoyu didn't eat or drink, and sat in the yard in a daze. The man wanted to talk to her, but she ignored him. The man reached out to touch her head, but she grabbed his hand and bit it hard. The man dared not approach her again. She was like a smaller version of that crazy woman, and she would go crazy when she saw him. The man looked at Xiaoyu, who refused to eat or drink, and walked away with a heavy heart. Xiaolan came that afternoon. Xiaolan hugged Xiaoyu distressfully. Xiaoyu looked aggrieved and helpless in her arms like a homeless stray cat. "Child, come with me," she said, "the teacher will take you out of here." Sitting in the car, Xiaolan told her that besides her mother, she had another relative in this world. That relative was her grandmother. A day and a night later, Xiaoyu was led by Xiaolan to stand in front of a woman in her 60s with particularly sharp eyes. She doesn't like me. This was the first thought that came to Xiaoyu's mind when he saw his so-called grandmother. I don't think I like her very much either. But she is my mother's mother. Xiaoyu finally convinced himself and stayed, enduring the old lady's sharp gaze. Teacher Xiaolan told her to listen to her grandmother in the future and then left. Until today, Xiaoyu has never seen her again. Teacher Xiaolan is the teacher who has spent the longest time with Xiaoyu and the one she trusts the most. But it was also because of her that Xiaoyu later realized the feeling of being betrayed. The moment he realized that he had been cheated, Xiaoyu was extremely angry. He wanted to rush to Xiaolan immediately and ask her why she lied to him. Now Xiaoyu's thinking has matured a little and he is not as extreme as before. If you think about it from another perspective, maybe the man's reward was particularly considerable, or maybe she simply felt sorry for her child and wanted to find a home for her, so she had to tell a white lie. Maybe Xiaolan was not wrong, but that doesn't mean Xiaoyu should forgive him. Her inner stubbornness and the shame of being raised by the Young family for another 6 years made it impossible for her to let go. What Xiaoyu inherited from her mother was not only beauty, but also hatred towards the Young family. Gu Chencher listened in silence for a long time, and couldn't help but said, "You spent 6 years with your grandmother." Xiaoyu calmly refuted him, "She is not my grandmother." Gu Chencher apologized, "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. What I want to know is, was she good to you during the 6 years you were with her?" Gu Chencher vaguely remembered that Xiaoyu seemed to have mentioned once before that the old lady didn't seem to like her very much. In fact, even if Xiaoyu didn't say it, it could be seen from the fact that she left resolutely after knowing the truth. People are all made of flesh and blood. If the old lady really treated her as her granddaughter and loved her, how could the love-starved Xiaoyu be willing to leave her? Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of those 6 years. 6 years is a long time. Even if you raise a dog, you should have feelings for it. And the feeling is mutual. Xiaoyu has been away from there for so long that he would occasionally think of the old lady, but his mood would not fluctuate at all. She believed that the old lady would have the same reaction as she did when she thought of her. Although she had lived under the same roof with the old lady for 6 years, the old lady was rarely willing to take the initiative to talk to her, and she was a rather introverted person, so they rarely communicated in these 6 years. Whenever the old lady looked at her, she would involuntarily frown slightly, with a look of scrutiny in her eyes that made her uncomfortable. When talking to her, he would always put on a very serious face and his tone would be emotionless. She didn't like that place, nor did she like the old lady, but this old lady was her mother's mother. They are her only relatives in this world. Fortunately, the old lady's house is very big, and she often locks herself in the house, which can reduce the number of times the old lady frowns and looks at her with scrutiny. Xiaoyu laughed at himself, "She doesn't like me. Maybe it's because of my ignoble background, or maybe it's because I'm just not a likable person." Gu Chencher couldn't bear to hear her denying his words, "Your background is not something you can choose. Even if she doesn't like you because of this, it's not your own fault. And you are the best girl in the world in my eyes. Not only are you no worse than others, but you are much better than them." Although Xiaoyu interpreted Gu Qinshi's words as comfort and beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, she still felt very happy. But even though she doesn't like me, I still have to be grateful to her. If she hadn't taken me in, I might. Xiaoyu didn't finish her words because she could clearly feel Gu Qinshi's body stiffen. Then I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. Besides, she never treated me badly in terms of material things. She also hired a lot of teachers for me. It seems that she even planned to use her connections to get me into a school to take the college entrance examination. Gu Qinshi finally felt a little better. The old lady of the Yang family doesn't like Xiaoyu because of the problems left by his parents. But she did everything she could for Xiaoyu. Really? Not only Xiaoyu, but even Gu Qinshi was grateful to the old lady whom he had never met. But now you have given up the opportunity to take the college entrance examination. Don't you regret it? Chapter 109 If I Regret. For many people, the college entrance examination is a lifelong event. When Xiaoyu left his nominal grandmother, he automatically gave up the opportunity to take the college entrance examination. Xiaoyu asked back, "Why should I regret?" "I don't regret it at all. If I really regret it, then I regret why I didn't know the truth earlier and leave there earlier. In this way, maybe I could meet you earlier." In Xiaoyu's understanding, the college entrance examination is just a stepping stone in life. For many people, it is just to be able to go to a good university and thus have a good future for themselves. Apart from a few people with grand ambitions, most people's goal is simple, which is to make money, a lot of money. Well, if that's the case, things become simple. Although Xiaoyu never went to college and did not have a diploma, she was able to find a glamorous and considerate job in society. But she can still earn money to support herself through other means. For example, being a painter, for example, writing novels. She can still support herself. There are 360 professions, and every profession has its top talent. As long as she perseveres and continues to work hard, maybe one day she will be able to realize her dream of buying a big house. It seemed like she was daydreaming, but anything is possible. With her current income level, it is no less than that of some workers who work hard from 9 to 5. So Xiaoyu doesn't feel that there are any regrets in life. She has gotten used to her lifestyle. In short, she could hardly imagine herself sitting in the same classroom with a large group of people, listening to the teacher's lecture. She is not interested in anyone except Gu Qinshi and her uncle and aunt. The two of them talked as they walked, carrying the soy sauce they had just bought from the supermarket, you next to me, I next to you, walking back slowly. At the corner they just passed, a family of 3 happened to arrive here. The young father was holding his 3 or 4-year-old daughter. The daughter stretched out her chubby little hands in his arms and pulled his stubble intently. The young mother stayed where she was and couldn't help but glance around the corner. "Chu Xian, what's wrong?" the young father asked puzzledly. The young mother, Chu Xian, came back to her senses and shook her head. "Maybe I saw it wrong. I just saw a girl who looked a lot like a little sister of mine, but it's unlikely to be her." The young father smiled and said, "I was just wondering, if you really can meet someone you used to know here, the probability is comparable to a miracle." Chu Xian snorted softly and said, "Alas, I regret it. I shouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to marry here just for the so-called love." The young father joked, "It's too late to regret now." The daughter clapped her hands and imitated him, "It's too late to regret. Mom, it's too late for you to regret." Chu Xian rolled his eyes, stretched out his index finger and gently poked his daughter's forehead, "Little ungrateful bastard." The little girl said, "Dad, Mom, I have to go to Grandma's house to play tomorrow." At this time, they had walked to a car parked on the side of the road. Chu Xian said, "You have to go to school tomorrow, so you can't come to Grandma's house to play anymore. Besides, you are too noisy. When you can behave yourself, I will bring you here again." Time flies, and there is still 1 week left before the college entrance examination. At the most critical moment, Jinglan and Xiaoyu took care of Gu Qinshi's diet and daily life in every possible way. "My dad calls me at 8 o'clock every day. I chat with him and help him adjust his mentality." Xiaoyu came up with all kinds of ways to make nutritious meals for him. Ms. Jinglan even wanted to help him change his clothes and put on his shoes every day. Gu Qinshi was not used to this and then he said righteously, "Mom, Xiaoyu, why do I feel like you are more nervous than me?" Jinglan said, "As a matter of course, this is a matter of your life, of course I will be nervous. But son, I tell you, I can be nervous, but you must not be nervous, just like any other exam, don't take it to heart." Gu Qinshi understood what his mother meant. Some people study well normally, but fail important exams because they are too nervous. It is really a pity. His eyes fell on Xiaoyu and found that she was grinning. Gu Chencher asked curiously, Xiaoyu, what are you laughing at? Xiaoyu suppressed his laughter. What you just said reminded me of an old saying. When she mentioned this, Gu Chencher immediately knew what the old saying meant. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is, haha. Mom, Dad, when will you be able to arrive today? During yesterday's phone call, Gu Chencher knew that his father would be back today, but he forgot to ask exactly when. It's about 5 p.m., so it won't delay dinner. Jinglan changed the subject. At 7 p.m., the college entrance examination is only a week away anyway, so don't work too hard. You have learned what you should learn, put in the effort you should put in, and learn the knowledge you should learn. In the remaining few days, you can relax and face the college entrance examination in the best condition. Gu Chencher gave his mother a thumbs up. Jinglan added, after your college entrance examination is over, let's not think about how you did on the exam. You and Xiaoyu can go to another city and have fun for 2 days. Gu Chencher was about to say something, but Xiaoyu spoke first. Auntie, you and uncle should go with us, otherwise we won't go either. Jinglan waved her hand. Well, let's not go. Your uncle is on business trips all day long. What kind of scenery has he not seen? As for me, I don't like to walk around. It makes me tired. You young people are different. You should go out and see more. Gu Chencher's nose felt a little sour. He didn't want to expose his mother's lies to her face. My mother once lamented in front of my father that her life dream was to travel around and see the beautiful mountains and rivers all over the world. My mother doesn't want to go simply to save money. Well, fortunately it's coming soon. The most stressful and difficult days will soon be over. Gu Chencher was eager to try. Can't wait to show off my skills. In his previous life, Gu Chencher lay in bed for a year and a days, so although he was reborn, it did not bring him any benefits except for the tragic accident that made him realize what it meant to be a bootlicker. At the age of 18, he lacked life experience and had no shortcuts to take, but he was full of confidence in himself. I take it for granted that I can create wealth through my own intelligence and talent, just as the sun rises from the east every day. Young man, the future is promising. That night, Gu Chencher finally found some time to read Xiaoyu's masterpiece. Xiaoyu rarely acted coy. I remind you again, if there is anything wrong with my writing, you must not laugh at me. Gu Chencher said, of course, but I think even if I want to laugh at you, you might not give me the chance. Chapter 110. Listen to your wife. Since Xiaoyu had spoiled the story for him before, Gu Chencher already knew what kind of story she was telling before reading her novel. However, when Gu Chencher clicked to read, he was still deeply impressed by Xiaoyu's beautiful writing style. According to Xiaoyu, when she started writing this book, the ending she first thought of was tragic. But as she wrote, because there was a ray of hope in her real life Gu Chencher and her uncle and aunt, Xiaoyu felt that the girl she wrote about should also have a good ending. Moreover, she had not originally planned to write a long book. From another perspective, Xiaoyu wrote this book not to make money, but to express her own feelings. But due to good word of mouth and rising grades, the editor privately messaged her and asked her to write as much as possible and not to rush to finish it. As Xiaoyu wrote, he gradually got into the groove, and the girl gradually became more three-dimensional, making the story seem very immersive. Gu Chencher watched it for an hour in one go. If he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to get up the next day, he would have wanted to watch it for a while longer. Gu Chencher exited the novel page, walked out to pour some water to drink, and then subconsciously glanced at the door of his parents' bedroom. They should have fallen into a sweet dream. Gu Chencher crawled back to the bedroom and sent a video call request to Xiaoyu. It was picked up immediately. In front of them, Xiaoyu never acts aloof. Even if Xiaoyu's face is directly on the screen, it does not give people the feeling of a round face. She is still as beautiful as ever. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her freshly dried hair hanging down slightly fluffy, her fair skin was full of collagen, and she looked youthful and beautiful. Now they have developed a habit of making a video call before going to bed every night. They will go to bed contentedly after saying good night to each other. The novel is well written. Gu Chencher praised from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoyu smiled, revealing two sharp little canine teeth. Go to sleep quickly. Gu Chencher said depressedly, you just got through the phone and you're urging me to go to bed. Xiaoyu held his cheek with melancholy. I don't want to either, but you are about to take the college entrance examination. You must ensure adequate sleep. Go to bed, go to bed. Okay. Gu Chencher smiled mischievously. I'll listen to my wife. Xiaoyu was shocked and stammered. What did you just say? Gu Chencher stopped laughing and said seriously, I said I would listen to my wife. Xiao Yu's face on the screen suddenly turned red, like a tempting apple. Gu Chencher's blood boiled and he couldn't help but want to take a couple of bites of the red apple. Shy Xiao Yu is so tempting. Wife. Gu Chencher teased her deliberately. Xiao Yu tried to keep a straight face, but the upward curl of her lips revealed her mood at the moment. It's getting late, go to bed. Okay, I got it, wife. Gu Chencher laughed muffledly, then hung up the phone reluctantly. He fell asleep quickly with his head touching the pillow, but it was hard for Xiao Yu next door. Xiao Yu maintained the same sitting posture as when he was talking to Gu Chencher, staring blankly at the phone whose screen had gone black. He didn't even notice that his legs were numb from sitting cross-legged. Wife, wife. The two words that Gu Chencher had just called her echoed in her ears. She had no feelings about these two words before, but now she felt that wife was more beautiful than the most beautiful music in the world. She didn't know how long it had been. She took a deep breath, carefully put her phone aside, slowly lay down, and as soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Gu Chencher with a smile on his face appeared in her mind. Have a sweet dream. Xiao Yu said to himself in his heart. She will definitely have a good dream tonight, in which he will appear. June 7th. The exciting and stressful college entrance examination is finally here. Jinglan and Gucheng took 2 days off, and Xiao Yu put down all the work at hand and helped Gu Chencher to take the exam. When the day really came, Gu Chencher discovered that as a candidate, he was the last one to get up. When I walked out of the room, the first person I saw was Jinglan. Son, come on, you are the best. The second one is Gucheng, just treat it as an ordinary test, don't take it too seriously. The third one was Xiao Yu. Gu Chencher, don't forget to write your name. Xiao Yu's down-to-earth instructions successfully made Gu Chencher and the Jinglan couple laugh out loud, and immediately relieved the tension that lingered in everyone's hearts. After breakfast, Gu Cheng drove the company car and took Gu Chencher, Xiao Yu and Jinglan to the examination room. Gu Cheng often went on business trips, and his mother Jinglan did not have a driver's license, so his family did not buy a car. After the company boss learned that Gu Chencher was taking the college entrance examination today, he readily approved Gu Cheng's leave, and then took the initiative to lend the company's car to Gu Cheng to avoid unexpected incidents such as not being able to get on the bus or get a taxi. They set off early. They thought they were early enough, but when they arrived at the examination room, they found that there were already crowds of people outside. For such important events, in order to avoid complications, everyone generally takes the attitude of doing it early rather than late. Gu Chencher looked around and found that there were parents holding textbooks and urging their children to read them again. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, his parents were more understanding and not as crazy as some parents, otherwise it would be so suffocating. Many female parents at the scene wore red cheongsams, which symbolizes a successful start. He smiled and said to Jinglan, Mom, why didn't you buy a red cheongsam to wear in advance? Jinglan waved her hands repeatedly. Oh, if your mother wears this figure, won't people be scared away? But if Xiao Yu wears it, it will definitely look good. Xiao Yu smiled embarrassedly. Auntie, I have never worn a cheongsam. She had never even worn a skirt before, and if she were to wear a cheongsam that would expose her figure, she would definitely not have the courage to leave the house. But if Gu Chencher wanted her to wear it, she could consider it. However, she can only show it to Gu Chencher. Gu Cheng listened to their conversation happily without interrupting. Many people around noticed this place. Jinglan couldn't help but straighten her back. Her son is tall, handsome, and a talented person. Her daughter-in-law is beautiful and sensible, 1 in a million. It's hard for her to keep a low profile. Gu Chencher saw through her little thoughts and shook his head silently. Mom, you are getting too proud. While no one was paying attention, Xiao Yu secretly hooked Gu Chencher's hand. It is common to see young couples holding hands and hugging each other. But in front of Jinglan and Gu Cheng, Xiao Yu would be more or less restrained. Gu Chencher immediately grabbed her hand, and she quickly held it tightly, as if she could transfer her strength to Gu Chencher in this way. Chapter 111 Each Other's Heartbeat. The candidates are about to enter the examination room. Many parents choose to stand in the scorching sun and wait. Gu Chencher's original intention was to let Jinglan and the others go back first. He could take the bus back at noon, rest for a while at home and then come back to take the exam. However, Gu Cheng took into consideration that the examination venue was more than half an hour's drive from their home, and the precious time of more than an hour of traveling back and forth was wasted. So they decided to follow the example of other parents and book a room in a hotel near the examination venue so that Gu Chencher could lie down and have a good rest after the morning exam. Gu Chencher waved goodbye to them and walked towards the examination hall gate. Jinglan yawned. Every year she would see news about candidates being late for exams due to carelessness or various accidents, which made her a little nervous. Including Xiaoyu, everyone's cell phones were fully charged at night and alarms were set. Jinglan was even more exaggerated. She set the alarm clock at 6 o'clock and set another one every 5 minutes. So, even though she kept telling Gu Chenshur not to be nervous, she was actually more nervous than anyone else. She was afraid that she, as a mother, would be negligent in some way and leave Gu Chenshur with lifelong regrets. Despite taking all necessary precautions, Jinglan still didn't sleep much that night. Looking at Gu Chenshur's tall and straight back, Jinglan said proudly, "My son is so handsome." In comparison, Gu Chang was much calmer. He joked, yes, how can your son not be handsome? It doesn't matter whose belly he came from." Jinglan smiled and punched him lightly. "You are good at talking." Xiaoyu stared at Gu Chenshur's back in a trance. So many people now just became background figures in Xiaoyu's eyes. In her eyes, there was only Gu Chenshur. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Gu Chenshur turned around and smiled at her, his smile full of confidence. Gu Chenshur waved to her, and Xiaoyu quickly responded by raising her hand high. Seeing that all the candidates had gone in and the door to the examination room was beginning to close, Gu Cheng called out to them, "Okay, let's go." Under the scorching sun, many parents either held up a parasol or wore a coat on their heads, staring at the examination room with anxious eyes. I wish I could have a pair of X-ray eyes so that I can see my child confidently write down the correct answers one by one, so that I can feel at ease. How pitiful are the loving hearts of parents in the world. They drove back home. Xiaoyu saw that Jinglan didn't get enough rest last night, so he asked her to go in and lie down to rest for a while. Jinglan, however, rushed into the kitchen. "Oh, I can't sleep." Xiaoyu could understand Jinglan's feelings at this moment, because she hardly slept all night last night. Although they often eat out. When Gu Chang was on a business trip, he ate out almost every meal. But when Gu Chenshur was taking the college entrance examination, everyone became pretentious. The food outside is not tasty and is not hygienic. What if Gu Chenshur gets sick from eating it? So they had to prepare meals for Gu Chenshur at home, put them in thermal boxes and then bring them to the hotel for him to eat. Before the major turning point in Gu Chenshur's life, they tried their best to take care of every aspect, no matter how big or small. Being Gu Chenshur's strong backing was the best help for him. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoyu stood outside the examination room holding a light green parasol, becoming one of the family members accompanying the examinee. It's sunny today and the temperature is as high as 37 degrees. Gu Chang and Jinglan originally wanted to come over and wait together, but were persuaded by Xiaoyu and stayed in the hotel. "It's too hot, there's no need to come here and suffer together." As for her, she couldn't sit still in the cool hotel, and instead felt at ease standing outside the steamy examination room. "Maybe I'm closer to Gu Chenshur?" There was a female head of the family wearing a red cheongsam and holding an antique oil paper umbrella, looking at her from the side, not hiding the admiration in her eyes. Today, Xiaoyu tied her hair into a high ponytail, wore a pure white round neck short-sleeved t-shirt, light gray cropped pants, and a pair of white sneakers. It was a simple outfit, but because it was worn on her, it gave off a fresh and clean vibe that caught people's attention. The clean and refreshing feeling brightened the eyes of the parents who were anxiously waiting outside, and they seemed to be less anxious. Xiaoyu could feel others looking at him, but he ignored them. The cheongsam wearing parent ignored Xiaoyu's aloof aura and couldn't help but approach her to chat with him. "Little girl, who are you to take the exam in there?" Xiaoyu turned her head and glanced at her. Before she could answer, the cheongsam parent guessed, "Brother or sister?" Xiaoyu shook her head. "No, it's my boyfriend." This was the first time Xiaoyu introduced Gu Chen as her boyfriend. It was not that she didn't want to, but she had hardly gone out before and didn't communicate with strangers much, so she didn't have the opportunity. When the word boyfriend came out of her mouth, Xiaoyu felt a strange and unfamiliar feeling in her heart. It seemed as if at this moment, she was announcing to the world that Gu Chenshur was hers. And he branded Gu Chenshur with the mark that Gu Chenshur belongs to Xiaoyu. From now on, no one can take him away from him. She really likes this feeling. The cheongsam parent was stunned for a moment. It may be that Xiaoyu looks like a good child in the eyes of his parents, not a problem child who would fall in love early. But then she thought, who hasn't he been young once? Thinking back then. Alas, don't think about the regrets of the past, it will only add to your sorrow. The cheongsam parent was good at talking. She half-jokingly said, "Oh, so you have a boyfriend? That's a pity. I wanted to introduce my son to you." Half an hour seems very long to someone who is anxious. But if you use it to do what you like, time passes quickly. For example, now Xiaoyu has been using this half hour to wait for Gu Chenshi to come out. She has been silently imagining in her mind the scene when Gu Chenshi comes out, and the look in Gu Chenshi's eyes when he sees her, and she never gets tired of doing it over and over again. There were several reporters outside the examination room, waiting to interview the first candidate to come out. Soon the candidates came out. As the candidates came out in groups of 3 or 4, Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and looked forward to it, and finally saw Gu Chenshi. Gu Chenshi also saw her at the first moment and waved to her with a smile. His bright smile dimmed the sunshine. Xiaoyu felt relieved from Gu Chenshi's relaxed smile. It could be seen that he should have done well in the exam. Parents rushed forward to greet their children. Some people sent flowers to express their gratitude to the children for their hard work. Some people pulled their children aside and hurriedly asked how they did in the exam. All kinds of living beings. In the crowd, Xiaoyu hugged Gu Chenshi and the two embraced each other. Through the thin clothes, they could feel each other's hot body temperature and strong heartbeat. It was only a few hours since they separated, but to them, it felt like a century. I checked it carefully before posting today. I hope there are no typos. Chapter 112 Precious Time Alone. Xiaoyu brought Gu Chenshi to the hotel, and Jinglan immediately came over, holding Gu Chenshi's face and said, "You've worked hard, son. Come and have dinner." Gu Cheng opened the thermal box and put away the chopsticks. Gu Chenshi has been enjoying the treatment of a local emperor since the moment he opened his eyes in the morning. He is seriously not used to it. "Dad, Mom, I'm just taking a 2-day exam, you don't have to be like this." Jinglan laughed and said, "You little brat, you only have these 2 days of good life, so enjoy it. After these 2 days, you won't be able to enjoy it anymore." Gu Chenshi thought about it and agreed. However, everyone took care of him in every possible way, which made him, who was used to doing things on his own, very uncomfortable. "Well, as my mom said, he can only enjoy these 2 days, so cherish it." Gu Chenshi sat down. The lunch prepared for him was very exquisite, with a combination of meat and vegetables, no greasy food, and balanced nutrition. "Have you eaten yet?" Jinglan said, "Thanks to you, we had breakfast today and it was already before 11 o'clock. After dinner, Gu Chenshi talked about exams. Anyway, he felt that he was performing normally and there shouldn't be any problem. Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him, started looking at the time frequently after Gu Chenshi put down his chopsticks. After half an hour, he immediately looked up and reminded Gu Chenshi to take a rest. "Yes, there are still nearly 3 hours until the afternoon exam. You can take this time to rest for a while so that you can prepare for the next exam." Jinglan stood up as she spoke and patted Gu Cheng on the body. "Come on, you're rarely at home, accompany me to the mall for a walk." After the couple left, Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu were the only ones left in the small single room. Seeing that Gu Chenshi was sitting there without moving, Xiaoyu grabbed his hand and tried to pull him up. Gu Chenshi had a faint smile on his lips, but when she was not paying attention, he unexpectedly exerted a little force and pulled her into his arms. Xiaoyu, who was sitting on Gu Chenshi's lap, was a little confused. She might not have recovered from the shock that she, a female boss, was actually plotted against by a villain. Gu Chenshi immediately put his arms around her waist and asked her to stay in his arms and not move. Gu Chenshi had endless homework to do every day, and the two of them had no time to fall in love. The time alone at this moment is especially precious. Xiaoyu felt that he was surrounded by a hot airwave, which came from Gu Chenshi's body temperature and breath. She sat obediently on Gu Chenshi's lap without moving, feeling a little shy. Ever since Gu Chenshi nearly lost control one morning before, they have been trying their best to maintain the state of starting from emotion and ending with courtesy. At most, it's a kiss on the forehead or a hug. This was the first time they had been intimate since that morning. Gu Chenshi kissed her forehead and frowned. "Why are you still so light? Eat more. You are too thin. We don't like losing weight." Xiaoyu defended herself. "I never thought about losing weight." Gu Chenshi flattered him. "That's right, my wife never gets fat no matter how much she eats, she has a naturally good figure." Xiaoyu smiled. She liked hearing Gu Chenshi call her wife. Gu Chenshi looked at her shy and timid appearance, his heart moved, and he kissed her. 5 minutes later, Xiaoyu pushed him away and said, "Go, and have a rest quickly. You have an exam in the afternoon." Gu Chenshi held her tightly in his arms. "No, I just want to hold you like this." Xiaoyu coaxed in a low voice, "Be good and listen." Her voice was pleasant to begin with, and now it was a little gentle, like coaxing a child. Gu Chenshi couldn't stand it. Another 5 minutes passed. The two hugged each other and whispered for a while, and Gu Chencher finally stood up obediently and lay down on the bed in the hotel. Xiaoyu moved a chair and sat beside the bed. Seeing him staring at her with his eyes open, she couldn't help but smile. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Gu Chencher said aggrievedly, I can't sleep. Even if you can't sleep, you have to close your eyes. Xiaoyu said fiercely. Gu Chencher smiled evilly and said, how about you sleep with me? Xiaoyu said angrily, close your eyes quickly. Okay. Gu Chencher sighed, and like a child who had not played enough but had to submit to his mother's authority, he closed his eyes reluctantly. At the same time, he raised his left hand that was hanging on the side of the bed. Xiaoyu really understood him and immediately held his hand. Gu Chencher couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Xiaoyu held his chin with one hand, staring at Gu Chencher's sleeping face intently, counting his eyelashes and then his eyebrows, not feeling bored at all. With her caring company, Gu Chencher, who had not felt sleepy at all, actually fell asleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chen, who had a slight smile on his face and was probably having a sweet dream. Although he felt reluctant, he still had to wake him up gently. He needs enough time to wake up and eat some fruit. The first thing Gu Chencher did after he sat up from the bed, rubbing his eyes, was to hug Xiaoyu's waist and bury his head in her neck to wake up from his sleepiness. Then he reluctantly let her go and washed his face, and immediately felt refreshed. On the table were the cherries that Xiaoyu had just washed. Gu Chencher picked up one and put it into Xiaoyu's mouth. At the same time, Xiaoyu pinched one and put it into his mouth. The two men's arms crossed in the air, creating a fork. Gu Chencher couldn't help but laugh. Do you think we are drinking from the same cup now? Xiaoyu said angrily, you are the only one who is talkative. Open your mouth. Gu Chencher ate 2 cherries and then stopped eating. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the toilet if I eat too much. Jinglan called Xiaoyu and asked him to take Gu Chencher to the examination room, as they were having a great time shopping and couldn't come back for the time being. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu set out 20 minutes early and arrived outside the examination room after walking for 7 or 8 minutes. Gu Chencher said, I can wait here by myself. It's hot here. You can go back to the hotel and rest. Xiaoyu said, no, I will leave when you enter the examination room. Gu Chencher said helplessly, you are so disobedient. Seeing that he was unhappy, Xiaoyu compromised, okay, then I'll leave. Well, don't come and wait for me so early in the afternoon. Gu Chencher instructed. Xiaoyu agreed. After staying in the hotel and writing the novel for a while, Xiaoyu couldn't sit still again. After finally getting to 4:30, Xiaoyu couldn't help but open his parasol and go out. As soon as she left, Jinglan and Gu Cheng came back carrying several shopping bags. When she returned home after the exam that day, Jinglan took out 2 sky blue short-sleeved t-shirts, one large and one small, with a big smiley face on the chest, as if presenting a treasure. Jinglan tried the small t-shirt on Xiaoyu and said with satisfaction, it looks just right. Then he threw the other one into Gu Chencher's arms, here, this one is yours. The couple strolled around the afternoon, bought some clothes, and bought a pair of couple outfits for Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu. Chapter 113, Sadness of Parting. On the night of the college entrance examination, the classmates group became lively again. Some people lamented that they had finally escaped from the miserable high school life and could now enjoy themselves to their heart's content. Some people were so angry that they said they did not do well in the exam, and their families could not wait to contact the schools for repeat students without waiting for the college entrance examination results to come out. Some people just give up and decide not to enter high school no matter how they do in the exam. Some are happy, some are sad. Relatively speaking, Gu Chencher's state is among the calmest few people. Zhou Xiangyu belongs to the group that lets go of burdens and lets go of himself. On the phone, Zhou Xiangyu expressed confidently that he had done well in the exam, and he was able to let go of himself without any distractions and devote himself wholeheartedly to accompanying his gaming wife. Don't think about how many points you can get in the exam or what major you will choose in the future. Gu Chencher thought about it seriously. He estimated his results and felt that he should do well. After discussing it with his parents, they said they respected his personal choice. When asked about this, Xiaoyu of course agreed with his parents. This is a reflection of our full respect for him. There is a 985 university in the city where Gu Chencher lives, but it is not his favorite major. He had his dream school in mind, but he had to leave his hometown and family behind. This is the first farewell in life that most students will face. Gu Chencher chose to go to another city to attend university, which meant that he had to leave the home where he had lived for 18 years, his parents, and Xiaoyu. He suddenly felt melancholy. After the college entrance examination results came out, some were happy while others were sad. Gu Chuncher remained calm when he saw his college entrance examination results. People who work hard will never have bad luck. The score was about the same as he had estimated at the beginning, and he did very well. Gu Chang was okay, relatively calm. Jinglan was so happy that she jumped up like a child, then hugged Gu Chuncher's head and gave him a kiss. "My son is awesome. Just like his mom." Gu Chun laughed beside him. Gu Chuncher said, "Dad, just spoil my mom." Gu Chang said as a matter of course, "Your mother is my wife, isn't it my duty to spoil her?" Jinglan said arrogantly, "You little bastard, I knew your father several years earlier than you did. Do you think you can alienate us? You are still a little naive." Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She had long been accustomed to their relaxed and happy way of getting along with each other, exposing each other's shortcomings and disliking each other. All night long, I received calls from teachers, classmates, and relatives. After Gu Chuncher took the call from his teacher, he called Zhou Xiangyu. As soon as Zhou Xiangyu answered the phone, he couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Gu, how did you do in the exam?" From his relaxed tone, Gu Chuncher could tell that Zhou Xiangyu also did well in the exam, although in fact, he scored several tens of points lower than him. "It's enough to be a good book." Gu Chuncher was very pleased. Fortunately, Zhou Xiangyu was really smart, otherwise, with his previous attitude of playing games and wasting time, his basic knowledge would not be solid and he would not have been able to achieve such good results. Zhou Xiangyu said, "Lao Gu, my parents are very satisfied with my college entrance examination results, so they plan to treat you to a meal tomorrow." Gu Chuncher was confused by his out-of-character words. "Your parents are satisfied with your college entrance examination results, so they should be rewarding you. Why are they treating me to a meal?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "That's because I confessed to my parents, and it was you who kept pushing me to put down the game and study hard. So you have made a great contribution to my good results. My parents are so excited that they insist on meeting you and thanking you in person. Give me some face, do you have time tomorrow? Isn't this what we should do as friends?" "No, okay, let's do it tomorrow, uncle, as long as it's convenient for you, that's it." Halfway through the call, Zhou Xiangyu's voice suddenly turned into that of a mature man. The man introduced himself to Gu Chuncher, saying that he was Zhou Xiangyu's father Zhou Weijun, and sincerely invited Gu Chuncher. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chuncher's parents are very familiar with each other, but Gu Chuncher has never met Zhou Xiangyu's parents. They are so busy. In Zhou Xiangyu's words, it's so boring to have only two people working on a small, shabby shop. Gu Chuncher had no reason to offend such a respectable elder, so he agreed. This is a good opportunity to get to know your friend's family. After ending the call, Gu Chuncher discovered that his parents were still busy answering the phone. Xiaoyu sat next to him with a pillow in her arms, accompanying him while typing a few words. Seeing that he finally had some free time, she asked him, "Do you have an appointment tomorrow?" Gu Chuncher nodded. "Zhou Xiangyu's parents asked me to meet them tomorrow." Xiaoyu asked, "Can't you and Zhou Xiangyu go to the same university?" Her words evoked a faint sadness in Gu Chuncher. Yes, he and Zhou Xiangyu definitely go to the same university. Not only is there a big difference in their scores, but they also have different interests, so naturally they apply to a university with the same major. Although Zhou Xiangyu was sometimes a bit off-key, Gu Chuncher still felt a little melancholy when he thought of separation. Soon, this melancholy disappeared. Because greater melancholy is coming. Gu Chuncher hesitated for a moment and said, "I will probably go to another city to attend university in the future." In fact, Xiaoyu had thought of this before. Separation is coming soon? Xiaoyu didn't dare to imagine that day. Even though Gu Chuncher was busy with his studies before and she couldn't see him for much time a day, at least she could see him every day. If he goes to college, even if he comes back more often, even if they can see each other every day through the phone, it's still different. Xiaoyu tried to look less disappointed. "It's okay, I can visit you often." In fact, Xiaoyu is a loner and it doesn't matter where he lives. She came to the city completely by chance at the station. She was reluctant to separate from Gu Chuncher, so she could completely give up the lease of the house here and move to the city where Gu Chuncher would go to college in the future. "But what should I do, Auntie? My uncle is often on business trips, and my aunt is alone and needs someone to accompany her." Gu Chuncher and her aunt are equally important in her mind. If it weren't for her kind aunt, there wouldn't be the sweet love she has now with Gu Chuncher. Another point is that Gu Chuncher is going to college, and he must be worried about his mother who is alone at home. With her around, he can feel at ease. At this moment, they were all in sorrow of the impending separation, but life cannot always go smoothly. If they get used to it, maybe everything will be fine. When Gu Chenshur graduates from university and they get married, they can be together every day. So the separation now doesn't mean anything at all. She has been too happy recently, so she is a little hypocritical. That night, Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu went to the supermarket to buy things together. Gu Chenshur met a neighbor in the supermarket and was asked about his college entrance examination scores. Chapter 114. Sorry, you got the wrong person. When Xiaoyu saw Gu Chenshur chatting with his neighbor, he pushed the shopping cart to the shelf nearby and threw one or two items into the cart from time to time. By the time Gu Chenshur finished chatting with her neighbors, she had bought most of the things she needed. Xiaoyu reached for a bag of dragon beard noodles. Tomato and egg noodles are so delicious. During the day, she went shopping at the vegetable market with Aunt Ginglan and bought some tomatoes. They will have tomato and egg noodles tomorrow morning. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw someone standing at the other end of the shelf looking at her. Xiaoyu looked over subconsciously, and when his eyes met that person's, his body suddenly stiffened. The latter stared at her face in surprise, her expression became agitated, and she even ignored her daughter who kept pulling her hand and shouting for chocolate. At this moment, Xiaoyu wished he could escape immediately by burrowing into the ground. It's a curved string. Xiaoyu, is that you? Xu Xian asked hesitantly. They hadn't seen each other for 6 years. During these 6 years, their appearances must have changed a little, but for them who were familiar with each other, such changes were almost negligible. Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure and said coldly, I'm sorry, you got the wrong person. After saying that, he pushed the shopping cart away. Xu Xian stood there in a daze. Did you recognize the wrong person? But with that look, that temperament, and that sesame-sized mole at the end of her eye, who else could it be but Xiaoyu? Is it possible that there are people in this world who look and have such similar temperaments? Mom, I want some chocolate, please buy it for me. Mom, are you playing the 123 game? Please buy me some chocolate before you play. The little girl started to make a fuss. Xu Xian came back to her senses and coaxed her softly, Okay, Mom will buy it for you right away. The chocolates were on the shelves inside. Xu Xian looked in the direction where Xiaoyu left and hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to take his daughter to buy chocolates. After Gu Chenshur finished talking with his neighbor, he subconsciously looked around for Xiaoyu, but he couldn't find him after searching for a long time. Gu Chenshur thought that Xiaoyu was waiting for him outside the supermarket after paying, so he came to the supermarket door. However, when he looked up, the outside of the supermarket was empty, and there was not even a single person on the street. How could there be Xiaoyu? At this moment, his cell phone vibrated twice. It was a text message from Xiaoyu, Gu Chenshur, don't look for me. I'm going back first. I'll explain to you when I get back. Gu Chenshur frowned as he looked at the message sent by Xiaoyu. He was confused and at the same time felt the seriousness of the matter. He hurried home, thinking that Xiaoyu was already waiting for him at home, but unexpectedly his mother told him that she had not seen her come back. Maybe she's at home? But after entering the community gate, Gu Chenshur subconsciously looked up for Xiaoyu's window and found that her window was dark and the light was not on at all, so Xiaoyu should not have come back. But maybe when he looked up, Xiaoyu hadn't entered the house yet, but now he might be at home. Hopefully, Gu Chenshur went back and knocked on the door opposite, but no one answered for a long time. This is enough to prove that Xiaoyu was not in there at all. Gu Chenshur's face turned pale. This has never happened before. For no reason, Gu Chenshur felt a surge of panic that he was about to lose Xiaoyu. Jinglan noticed something was wrong and chased after him, asking, What's wrong, Chenshur? Didn't Xiaoyu go out with you? Why didn't you come back together? Gu Chenshur was panicking and thinking, It's over, Mom, I think I really lost Xiaoyu this time. He tried to calm himself, pretended nothing had happened, made up a lie to get away with it, and then hurried downstairs to look for it. Since Xiaoyu could send him a message, it meant that she was safe for the time being, but where was she now? Didn't you say you would come back to explain to him? Why haven't you come back yet? When Gu Chen arrived downstairs, he immediately called Xiaoyu. Just now upstairs, after confirming that Xiaoyu had not returned, he wanted to call Xiaoyu, but his remaining rationality made him dare not call in front of Jinglan, fearing that it was a false alarm and would make his mother nervous as well. The call went through. Gu Chenshur breathed a sigh of relief. Since Xiaoyu's cell phone can be reached, it means that her personal safety should be fine for the time being. Gu Chenshur continued to comfort himself, saying that Xiaoyu was not like other weak women. She was the only one who could abuse others and no one could hurt her. But these consolations could not calm Gu Chuncher down at all. The reason that made Xiaoyu not even dare to say hello to him and directly fled the supermarket was naturally more terrifying and serious to Xiaoyu. Beep beep. While waiting for Xiaoyu to answer the call, Gu Chuncher's mind was filled with a lot of random thoughts and he was almost on the verge of collapse. However, in reality, the call was connected after only a few seconds of ringing. Gu Chuncher. Xiaoyu's voice sounded somewhat panicked and frustrated. Xiaoyu, where are you now? Come back soon. We'll face everything together. Tell me where you are and I'll come to find you right away. Gu Chuncher was extremely anxious. Chuncher. What happened to Xiaoyu? Behind Gu Chuncher, Jinglan's horrified voice was heard. Gu Chuncher. I was afraid my mom would get worried, but she still figured it out. No one knows a child better than his mother, and Gu Chuncher is not good at lying. Also, the two children have been inseparable since they confirmed their relationship. When did one of them come back and the other didn't? In addition, Gu Chuncher's anxiety was clearly shown on his face. So when Gu Chuncher rushed downstairs, Jinglan followed him secretly out of concern and unexpectedly discovered that her son had lost Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu heard his aunt's worried voice on the phone, his nose felt sore and he almost cried. Blame her. She was so frightened after seeing Chu Xian that she fled the supermarket in a panic. Her remaining sanity made her send a text message to Gu Chuncher asking him not to worry about her. She forgot that she suddenly disappeared, so how could Gu Chuncher not worry? Now she has to make her aunt worry about her, she really shouldn't do that. Xiaoyu choked up and said, Gu Chuncher, yeah, I'm sorry. I just saw Chu Xian in the supermarket, so I ran out. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Don't worry if you call me auntie. I'll be back soon. Bent strings? When Gu Chuncher first heard the name, he was a little confused. Who is Chu Xian? On second thought, he was horrified. Wasn't Chu Xian the daughter of Xiaoyu's art teacher whom he had met in the bookstore before? If she recognized Xiaoyu, would the Yang family take Xiaoyu away? Although we live in a society ruled by law now, it is an indisputable fact that ordinary people are as humble as ants in the face of power. Gu Chuncher clenched his fists. If that day really comes, he will fight to the death to protect the girl he loves. No one can take Xiaoyu away from them. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu came back. Jinglan said worriedly, Child, what's going on? Can you tell your aunt about it? Chapter 115 I don't want to hide anymore. Jinglan felt that the two children must be hiding something from them. But Gu Chuncher had promised Xiaoyu to keep her background a secret, and he didn't want to break his promise, so he could only apologize to his mother. Seeing Xiaoyu come back safely, Gu Chuncher felt relieved. Jinglan quickly pulled her to sit on the sofa and asked with concern. Jinglan actually understood that everyone has secrets, but tonight's matter was a little serious for her. It would be best if she could figure it out, but if Xiaoyu really didn't want to tell it, then forget it. Xiaoyu looked up at Gu Chuncher, with deep guilt in his eyes. She implicated Gu Chuncher, causing him to accidentally become her accomplice. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry, Auntie, I lied to you before, the life story I told you was false. Please don't blame Gu Chuncher, I was the one who asked him not to tell you the truth, I'm sorry Auntie. As Xiaoyu spoke, his voice began to choke. Is your background fake? Jinglan was extremely surprised. In other words, Xiaoyu is not an orphan whose parents died? Jinglan looked at Gu Chuncher and then at Xiaoyu in confusion, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing that Xiaoyu was about to cry, Jinglan softened her heart, hugged her in her arms, patted her back and comforted her. Auntie thought you were a good child when she first saw you. Even if you lied, you must have your reasons. The more considerate Jinglan was, the more ashamed Xiaoyu felt. She hugged Jinglan and started crying. After 10 or 20 minutes, Jinglan felt even more distressed for Xiaoyu, and the sentimental girl began to wipe away her tears. This child's life experience is even more difficult than imagined. It's not easy for her to grow up to be so outstanding. Gu Chuncher, who had remained silent, said, Everyone has changed in 6 years, and you have already denied your identity to Chu Xian. Maybe Chu Xian really thought he had recognized the wrong person. This reminded Jinglan, and she agreed, Child, I think Chuncher is right, don't worry too much. Xiaoyu's eyes were red and he didn't say anything. She had comforted herself in this way, but she was still very panicked. Although she was indeed redundant in the Yang family, so redundant that she felt that the Yang family would not care if she died outside. However, for some reason, she subconsciously felt that they would not let her go easily. Otherwise, her mother would not have been trapped in the house until she died. She never wants to see them again in her life. Although she had said in front of Gu Chunshur that no one could control her. But if that family really knew her whereabouts, if they really came looking for her, then it would inevitably affect her current peaceful life. This is the source of her fear after seeing Chu Xian. She is not her crazy mother. If she can break free from the Young family's control once, she can break free twice. If they push her too far, the worst that could happen is that she'll die together with them. However, now, because of the love bond between Gu Chunshur and her uncles and aunts, and for the happiness that is within her reach, she has become timid and fearful. For now, escaping became the only thing she could do. After leaving the supermarket, Xiaoyu quickly walked in the opposite direction of the community, fearing that Chu Xian would catch up with her and see where she lived. I took a long detour, so I came back late. Xiaoyu was at a loss, with a lot of random thoughts in his mind. Why had she distanced herself from them, and how else could they have affected her life? How abominable. I think maybe it's not as scary as you think. Besides, doesn't she know where you live? It's very difficult to find someone in a city with a large population base. Jinglan continued to comfort her, don't let your imagination run wild. Oh, by the way, you just said that the person you recognized was called Chu what? Chu Xian. Gu Chunshur answered for her. Jinglan said thoughtfully, Chu Xian? I'll ask around in the next 2 days and see if I can find out any information. When Gu Chunshur saw his mother's serious face about business, he knew that there was no suspense in this matter. My mother can get along with anyone and has good relationships with people. She can basically find out anything she wants to know. After a night, Xiaoyu finally calmed down. I am too nervous because I am afraid that the precious and good life I have now will be destroyed. But she is not a fugitive, so there is no need to hide. She and the Yang family needed to make a real break even though she really hated having any connection with the Yang family anymore. This is not only a responsibility for one's own life, but also an explanation to Gu Chunshur and his uncles and aunts. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt a little regretful. She was scared to death when she saw Chu Xian yesterday, but today she just wanted to see Chu Xian. Chu Xian probably has no connection with the Yang family, but her mother Qiu Lan definitely does. After a night of wild thoughts, Gu Chunshur calmed down a lot and supported her decision unconditionally. This is a civilized society. He doesn't believe that the Yang family can kidnap Xiaoyu directly? In short, he will try his best to protect Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu solemnly asked Jinglan, Aunt, if you find out any information about Chu Xian, please tell me. I want to meet her. Jinglan asked, Are you not afraid anymore? Xiaoyu shook his head, his beautiful eyes revealing a fearless determination. Well, there's no point in running away, it's better to just say it directly. Jinglan praised, That's right. After the college entrance examination results come out, the next step is to fill in the application form. Gu Chunshur finally chose the university of his choice. Zhou Xiangyu happily put his arm around Gu Chunshur's shoulders and said, Old Gu, our friendship can continue to flourish in City A. City A is the location of Gu Chunshur's first-choice university, Hua University. It is located in the north, an ancient city with a long history and now the capital. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhou Xiangyu will also go there to go to college, but not in the same school as Gu Chunshur. Gu Chunshur smiled, okay. Zhou Xiangyu goes to school in the same city as him, so they will be able to see each other often in the future. Oh, by the way, are your parents really just the owners of a small shop? Gu Chunshur asked doubtfully. When having dinner with Zhou Xiangyu's parents 2 days ago, Gu Chunshur was surprised to find that Zhou Xiangyu's father was so impressive. That aura can intimidate others, and it's not an exaggeration to say that he is worthy of being the company's boss. Look at his mother again, so young and beautiful. She was dressed fashionably yet elegantly, which reminded Gu Chunshur of the image of rich ladies in movies and TV dramas. From this, he couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Xiangyu was a rich second generation who had been playing the role of a poor loser in front of him for 6 years? Zhou Xiangyu complained, Isn't it? They are busy every day, leaving early and returning late. Sometimes I even wonder if I am an orphan. Chapter 116 Idol Drama Classic Scene. Seeing Zhou Xiangyu's incoherent speech, Gu Chunshur said helplessly, Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Xiangyu's mind magically came to its senses this time. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, Gu Chunshur, you don't think I'm a low-key rich second generation hanging out with poor losers, do you? Ha ha ha, actually, I am. The calm and aloof last sentence actually I am really surprised Gu Chunshur. Damn, it's actually true? This guy seems so heartless all day long, but I didn't expect he hides it so deeply. It is true that you can't judge a book by its cover. After making a generous confession, Zhou Xiangyu sighed and said dejectedly, it was only in the past. To be honest, my family was very rich before. We lived in a villa worth tens of millions and drove a luxury car worth millions. It's true. Gu Chuncher thought, then he went bankrupt? This plot is too old-fashioned. Zhou Xiangyu continued. Later, my father's investment failed and he owed a lot of money. Gu Chuncher. Oh, he guessed it right again. Let him continue to guess. Then their family will have to sell the villa and the luxury car and move to a small house? Gu Chuncher had been to Zhou Xiangyu's house, which seemed to be a little bigger than his own. A very ordinary house. Zhou Xiangyu, we sold our villa and luxury car and used them to pay back the bank. We finally moved into a small house. Gu Chuncher secretly found it a little funny. He had indeed figured out the truth. Gu Chuncher joked, have you ever thought that your family is not bankrupt and your parents are deliberately lying to you? Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chuncher with a serious expression. Gu Chuncher thought incredulously, could it be that I guessed this again? It's full of twists and turns, with twists and turns again. Zhou Xiangyu spoke earnestly, looking at Gu Chen with a look of care in his eyes. Old Gu, what I just said, did you believe it? Gu Chen sure? He suddenly realized, damn, he had fallen into this guy's trap. Zhou Xiangyu slammed the table wildly and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Gu Chen sure. He curled his lips and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Xiangyu accidentally caught a glimpse of the faint smile on his face, and as if someone had pressed a point to stop him laughing, he suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Gu Chuncher uneasily. Zhou Xiangyu coughed lightly, la Gu. Gu Chuncher hummed, what? Zhou Xiangyu observed his expression and said tremblingly, old Gu, what are you thinking about now? Gu Chuncher was stunned, you didn't think about anything? Zhou Xiangyu said firmly, I'm not lying to you. The corners of your mouth just turned up. Gu Chuncher. Is there? He really didn't miss Xiaoyu at the moment, but it seemed a bit unfair to Xiaoyu to say that. Gu Chuncher thought about it. Well, if you have to say what he just thought, then he was thinking, forget it, since this guy is his best friend, just forgive him for teasing him this time. Just thinking of this, Zhou Xiangyu nervously kept a distance from him and made a defensive move at the same time. Tell me the truth, are you thinking of how to retaliate against me? Tell me quickly so I can run. Gu Chuncher smiled faintly, so, you admit that you can't beat me? Zhou Xiangyu said shamelessly, who said that? I am the older brother, it is not right for me to fight with my younger brother. Gu Chuncher sneered and leaned forward in a bluffing manner. Zhou Xiangyu was immediately horrified and ran away. The truth that he couldn't beat Gu Chuncher was exposed nakedly. After Gu Chuncher teased him, he regretted it the next second. After a short scream, Zhou Xiangyu accidentally bumped into someone while running away in panic. When he saw clearly who Zhou Xiangyu had bumped into, Gu Chuncher's sense of guilt miraculously eased a little. Well, the one who was hit was Tang Xiaoxi. Because Zhou Xiangyu reacted in time and pulled Tang Xiaoxi, the two of them are now hugging each other. Then they looked at each other in confusion, with eyes wide open. It's exactly the same as the classic scene in the idol drama, my friends. Gu Chuncher was very unkind and just watched the fun as if it had nothing to do with him. When other students saw this, they started to make a noise. I'm sorry. Zhou Xiangyu, who was in a daze, quickly came to his senses and quickly let go of Tang Xiaoxi. Tang Xiaoxi's face turned red and she said something, but the noise around her was so loud that no one heard what she said except Zhou Xiangyu. Maybe it means, you didn't mean it, it's okay. After all, Tang Xiaoxi is 100 times more tolerant towards Zhou Xiangyu than towards others. Gu Chuncher decided to take some time tonight to have a good chat with Zhou Xiangyu. The familiar platform and the familiar classmates who took the same bus with me. Zhang Shuo said to Gu Chuncher, congratulations. Gu Chuncher responded in kind, congratulations, everyone. I heard that Zhang Shuo did pretty well in the exam, but compared to him, he was far behind, ahem. Zhang Shuo is very self-aware, compared to you, my score is not even worth mentioning. After every major and minor exam, the school likes to make a ranking for the entire grade. Before Gu Chuncher was reborn, he and Zhang Shuo had similar academic rankings, and they were in a state of chasing each other. That is to say, at the beginning, their strength was equal. But later on, Gu Chuncher suddenly seemed like a different person. Well, actually, he was reborn. He began to turn a deaf ear to what was happening outside the window, and focused on studying. He worked hard and soon left Zhang Shua far behind. No one knew that he was paralyzed in bed for a whole year in his previous life. After his rebirth, he cherished the present moment very much, so he burst out with explosive power that others could hardly imagine. Originally, Zhang Shua's college entrance examination score could have been higher, but because he was trapped in love, he regarded guessing Lin Ranran's thoughts as the top priority in his life, which led to a slight decline in his grades. However, until this moment, Zhang Shua did not realize this. He said with some melancholy, "I heard that Lin Ranran has gone abroad." Here? Gu Chuncher was a little surprised. So Zhang Shua could only hear about Lin Ranran's whereabouts from other people, and he didn't even have her contact information? It's so sad. Zhang Shua suddenly said sourly, "Gu Chuncher, I really envy you." Gu Chuncher smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. There are many people who envy me. One more person like you won't make much difference. What else can I envy him for? Of course, I envy him for having a wonderful girlfriend like Xiaoyu." Zhang Shua. This guy is so cocky. What should I do if my hands are itchy? But forget it, I may not be this guy's opponent. Zhang Shua sighed with an empty feeling in his heart. When could he see his Ran again? 3 to 5 years. Not 3 or 5 days. How could Gu Chuncher be so lucky? Not only did he find a wonderful girlfriend, but she also lives next door to him, so he can see her every day. Chapter 117 Looking for Yang Muyu. Jinglan is worth 2 at a time. She quickly found out Chu Xian's background from her neighbors. And the whole process was completed in a pleasant chat interspersed with laughter from time to time. It is watertight and will never cause people to think too much. Gu Chuncher gave his mother a thumbs up. "Mom, you are awesome." Jinglan said with great joy, "Of course. Your mother was born at the wrong time. If she had lived during the anti-Japanese war, she might have become a great hero." Gu Chuncher thought about it and decided not to expose her shortcomings. According to the information obtained by Ms. Jinglan, Chu Xian is the daughter-in-law of a family in the neighboring community who married from far away. She lives in a new house in the city center and does not live with her parents-in-law. Every weekend, the family of 3 would go back to my parents-in-law's house for dinner. There is only one large supermarket nearby. So if meeting in the bookstore was purely accidental, then it was inevitable that Xiaoyu would meet her in the supermarket. However, the world is so big, and the human world is so vast. Xiaoyu, who has been kept in captivity since childhood, only knows a few people in total, but he meets an old friend in a strange city fate. But Xiaoyu didn't want this fate at all. Xiaolan lied to Xiaoyu. No matter what his purpose was, it was still a lie. Xiaoyu could calmly let this matter go, but it was impossible for him to face Xiaolan the same way as before. As a result, he also gave up his friendship with Chu Xian. "Xinxin, you and Dad go upstairs to play with Grandpa and Grandma first. Mom has something to do and will be back soon." The girl obediently opened her arms to her father and was held in his arms. Chu Xian walked towards the supermarket with a heavy heart. She has been feeling uneasy since she accidentally met a girl who looked like Xiaoyu last week. Although the girl denied that she was Xiaoyu, when she called her mother that night and talked about Xiaoyu, her mother was silent for a long time, and then told her that Xiaoyu was missing. Chu Xian was startled, and the image of the indifferent girl he met in the supermarket immediately appeared in his mind again. Could that girl really be the missing Xiaoyu? If she didn't have to go to work and take care of her child who had just started kindergarten, she would have wanted to run back to find the girl and ask her again. After finally making it to the weekend, Chu Xian immediately went to the supermarket. Although she also knew that the possibility of meeting that girl again this time would be very small. "I heard that Xiaoyu climbed over the wall and sneaked out of home at night." After Xiaoyu disappeared, the old lady of the young family contacted her mother immediately and asked if Xiaoyu had contacted her mother. She also asked her mother to contact the old lady immediately if she had any news about Xiaoyu. After learning the news, her mother called all the missed calls she hadn't answered before, for fear that Xiaoyu had secretly called before and her mother mistook it for a sales call and missed it. As a result, her mother spent the whole night calling everyone one by one, but found that none of the calls were from Xiaoyu. Chu Xian told his mother about seeing a girl who looked very much like Xiaoyu. Xiaolan also found it a little unbelievable. Although Chu Xian felt that the girl was very similar to Xiaoyu, Xiaolan did not tell the old lady of the young family about this as he had not seen the girl in person. Xiaolan told Chu Xian to ask around if he had the chance, or if he had the chance to meet the girl again, it would be best if she could secretly take a photo and send it to him, so that he might be able to tell the difference. Or she could send the photo to old Madame Yang, who would definitely not recognize the wrong person. At this time Chu Xian had already arrived at the supermarket. After she went in, she browsed through the rows of shelves, trying to see that slim figure again. She searched the entire huge supermarket, but of course couldn't find it. This was an expected result. Chu Xian was a little disappointed and unwilling to accept the result. He picked up a pack of strawberry-flavored Bear biscuits from the shelf and asked the cashier when checking out. "Hello, may I ask if there is a beautiful and nice girl who often comes to buy things here?" The cashier was confused for a moment and then said, "There are many beautiful girls who come to our store to buy things." "Which one are you looking for?" "Chu Xian." You can't blame others, it's her question that is problematic. Chu Xian simply gave his full name. What if the girl lives nearby? What if the cashier knew her? Her name is Yang Muyu. She moved here around November last year. Do you know her? Chu Xian looked at the cashier expectantly. The cashier said, "Yang Muyu?" "Sorry, I haven't heard of this name." Chu Xian still didn't give up. "Well, how about I ask this, the most beautiful girl who has ever bought something from your store, about 17 or 18 years old. Do you have any impression of her?" The reason why Chu Xian asked this was because the girl who was suspected to be Xiaoyu was very beautiful. Maybe there was no one checking out at the moment, or maybe the cashier just liked chatting with people, so he didn't show any impatience when facing Chu Xian's inquiries. She thought about it seriously and smiled. "If you want to talk about the most beautiful one, there seems to be one, but she likes to wear a mask every time she comes. Although I can't see her face clearly, I still think she is very beautiful, especially her temperament, which is really good." Chu Xian's eyes lit up. "Is there a mole at the end of her left eye?" The cashier thought about it carefully and gave an uncertain answer. "It seems so." "Then do you know where she lives?" Chu Xian asked hurriedly. The cashier was puzzled and asked, "How should I know this?" "Then do you know which direction she went after shopping?" The cashier lady in her 40s finally became alert. "Who are you to her? Why are you asking so many questions?" Chu Xian smiled gently. "Oh, I'm her distant sister. I heard that she had a quarrel with her family and secretly ran away from home to live alone. It seems that she is nearby, so I want to find her and give her some advice." The cashier lady sighed. "Children nowadays can't be hit or scolded, alas. They are all little ancestors." Chu Xian walked out of the supermarket and decided to go back first to avoid his daughter making a fuss and try his luck again later. As she walked, she suddenly stopped. At the corner less than 3 meters away from her, there was a lush camphor tree. A refreshing breeze blew, and the branches and leaves swayed slightly. The mottled sunlight penetrated through the gaps between the branches and leaves, falling on the flat concrete ground and the girl in black sportswear, jumping non-stop. Chu Xian stared at the girl blankly, feeling very surprised. "It's really like searching for a needle in a haystack, but finally I got it without any effort." The girl stood in the shadow of the camphor tree, looking at her expressionlessly. It felt like she was waiting for him. "Xiaoyu? Yang Muyu? You are Yang Muyu, right?" Chu Xian took 2 quick steps towards her and said excitedly. Xiaoyu frowned. "You are wrong, I am not Yang Muyu." Chapter 118 Regrets in Life. Xiaoyu was waiting here specifically for Chu Xian. Her answer to Chu Xian was that she was not Yang Muyu. She was not denying her identity, but denying the name Yang Muyu. According to the aunt who raised her, Yu was the name her mother gave her when she was conscious and found a feather of some unknown bird in the yard. Then the man took the initiative to add the character Mu to her name and gave her the surname Yang. Pooh. She doesn't want the surname Yang, she wants to take her mother's surname Xiao. Later, she went on a hunger strike to force the man to go to the police station and change her name to Xiaoyu. However, no one else knew about this except that man, so other people who knew her thought she was still called Yang Muyu. Chu Xian looked into her eyes, shook his head, and said firmly, "No, you are Xiaoyu." "Xiaoyu, why did you run away from home? Do you know that your grandma is very worried about you and is looking for you everywhere now?" Xiaoyu laughed mockingly. "Grandma?" It turns out that even her dear sister Chu Xian knew that it was not her grandmother, but the so-called grandma. Chu Xian was frightened by her cold eyes. To be honest, the current Xiaoyu reminded her of the first time she met him. At that time, she was squatting beside the small garden, looking thin and small. When she noticed someone approaching, she raised her head alertly, her dark, cold eyes showing a vigilance that was not appropriate for someone her age. Although this little girl doesn't seem easy to get along with, she is really pretty. Chu Xian developed a strong interest in her. Later, with her unremitting efforts, she finally became good friends with this cold little sister. Chu Xian stammered, You already know, right? I'm sorry, my mother didn't mean to lie to you, she just guessed that you would resist fiercely, so, you were so young at the time, she did it for your own good, Xiaoyu interrupted her, please don't mention the past anymore. Chu Xian wanted to say, can you forgive my mother? But looking at Xiaoyu's expression at this moment, Chu Xian already had the answer, and there seemed no need to ask further. Chu Xian sighed. So, after 6 years, we met each other again in such a surprising way, but are we destined to become strangers? From the mother's perspective, she did nothing wrong. From Xiaoyu's perspective, it seems that Xiaoyu is not wrong. She was indeed kept in the dark for 6 years. So what went wrong? Is it fate? Xiaoyu's expression softened slightly. She did not forget that she came to him on her own initiative because she wanted to ask Chu Xian for a favor. She looked up at the distant sky and saw a bird flying by. Free and carefree. That was the life she longed for. Excuse me, are you in touch with the Yang family? Chu Xian was extremely surprised. Sister Xiaoyu is finally willing to admit her identity? She has thought it through and is willing to go back? This is good news. It must be very dangerous for a beautiful girl like her to live alone outside, even though Chu Xian knew her very well and knew that she had practiced martial arts since she was a child. The Yang family is powerful and wealthy, so they can at least give her some protection. Chu Xian hurriedly said, I have no contact with the Yang family, but my mother has contact with them. After you ran away from home, your grandmother was very worried and looked for you everywhere. She once called my mother to ask if she had seen you. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. That old lady is looking for her? Is that old lady worried about her? The stern face of old Madame Yang emerged in Xiaoyu's mind. Every wrinkle on her face seemed to be designed to highlight her sternness and seriousness. She never seemed to smile. That's not right. Xiaoyu had seen her smile at visiting guests and at the servants at home. It's not that I can't laugh, it's just that I can't laugh at myself. When Xiaoyu first realized that her grandmother didn't like her, she felt lost and sad. Later, she figured it out. Maybe she was born to be unpopular. If he hadn't escaped from there overnight, Xiaoyu felt that she might have denied him for the rest of her life. In the small park near the supermarket, Chu Xian, who had just sat on a bench, couldn't wait to call his mother, who was 1,000 miles away, to tell her the good news that he had found Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sat at the other end of the bench. There was a large space between the two of them, making them look distant. Mom, I found Xiaoyu. Yeah, okay, I got it. Xiaoyu, my mom wants to talk to you. Chu Xian handed the phone to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, and before he put the phone to his ear, he heard Qiu Lan's voice. Her voice seemed to be the same as before. Teacher Qiu, Xiaoyu said in a calm and emotionless voice, please give me Mrs. Yang's contact information. Qiu Lan on the other end of the phone was stunned. She blamed herself a little and said, Child, are you blaming the teacher for lying to you? The teacher. The past is the past, please don't mention it. Qiu Lan was silent for a moment. She had taught Xiaoyu for several years and had a relatively good understanding of Xiaoyu's character. This child is stubborn and fragile, and extremely insecure. But I took advantage of her trust in me and deceived her. It is understandable that she cannot forgive myself easily. Okay, I'll send it to your sister Xian Xian later. Qiu Lan subconsciously wanted to say your sister Xian Xian, but then she thought that Xiaoyu might not want to return to their previous relationship, so she changed her words, I'll send it to Chu Xian's phone later. Xiaoyu said, okay, thank you. He was so polite and considerate that it seemed hard to find fault with him, ignoring the slightly cold tone in his words. Child, if you need help, you can tell Chu Xian. Qiu Lan said hurriedly, fearing that she would hang up the phone directly. No, thank you. Xiaoyu returned the phone to Chu Xian. Then Chu Xian soon received a phone number. It's Madame Yang's cell phone number. Xiaoyu only glanced at it and remembered it in his heart. Thank you for today, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, without waiting for Chu Xian to react, he stood up and left. Hey Xiaoyu. Chu Xian looked at her without turning back inside. Her friendship with Xiaoyu actually ended 6 years ago. Life is full of regrets. Before Xiaoyu went back, she deliberately took another detour to make sure that Chu Xian would not know where she lived before going back. As soon as she opened the door, she was embraced in a strong embrace that made her feel safe. Gu Chenshur originally wanted to go with her, but Xiaoyu did not agree. This was a matter between her and the Young family, and for some reason, she didn't want Chu Xian to meet Gu Chenshur, and didn't want the Young family to know about the existence of the Gu family. Maybe she was subconsciously afraid of bringing some trouble to the Gu family even if the facts proved that she was overthinking. Chapter 119: Zhou Xiangyu's Abnormality. It was a bit hot in June, but not hot enough to turn on the air conditioner. But when you hug each other and your body temperatures are closely pressed together, the temperature will rise sharply. However, Xiaoyu didn't want to push Gu Chenshur away, even if it meant dying of heat. Gu Chenshur waited in her room until she came back. He stood in front of the window facing the gate of the community and looked out. When her figure finally appeared in my sight, my heart finally settled down. Without worrying about being laughed at, he was really afraid that Xiaoyu would just leave like that without even saying goodbye to him. "What's going on?" Gu Chenshur asked softly. Xiaoyu said, "I've got the contact information. I'll call you in the evening and make things clear." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Chenshur's cell phone rang. Gu Chenshur took a glance and saw that it was a video call from Zhou Xiangyu. After pressing the answer button, Zhou Xiangyu's big face immediately appeared in front of him. Xiaoyu walked to the sofa and sat down, holding her chin while looking at Gu Chenshur while answering the phone, thinking about her own things silently. Gu Chenshur sat down next to her and was shocked when he saw Zhou Xiangyu's expression. "I haven't seen him for just 2 days, how come he has become so miserable?" "Zhou Xiangyu, what's wrong with you?" Gu Chenshur asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Zhou Xiangyu shook his head, but soon nodded and said with a sad face, "Well, I don't feel well." Gu Chenshur glanced at Xiaoyu. Although he was reluctant to part with his little cutie, he couldn't just stand by and watch his brother in trouble. "Then just lie down for a while, I'll go to your house now and take you to the hospital." Gu Chenshur pretended to get up, and Xiaoyu considerately handed him his baseball cap. "It's a bit sunny outside today." Zhou Xiangyu said with his head down, "Brother, you misunderstood, I'm not sick, I'm very healthy, but I just feel a little uncomfortable." Gu Chenshur. This statement sounded contradictory at first, but Gu Chenshur understood what was going on after thinking about it for a moment. "Zhou Xiangyu is in a bad mood and is very sad now." Gu Chenshur carefully looked at Zhou Xiangyu's expression through the screen of his mobile phone and almost dropped his jaw in shock. Could it be that this guy has been possessed by someone? He actually has such a melancholy moment. This is not like him at all. Gu Chenshur stared at the phone screen with a serious expression and said shockingly, "Hey, tell me the truth, who are you? Where is my brother Zhou Xiangyu?" Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the serious Gu Chen nervously and stammered, "Old Gu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, are your eyes uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the hospital? I'll go to your house now." Xiaoyu listened to their entire conversation and found it a bit funny at first, but later he felt very moved. "It's great to have a friend who truly cares about you." Gu Chenshur smiled, "There's nothing wrong with my eyes, I just think there's something wrong with you. Tell me what happened, I'll help you solve your problem." Zhou Xiangyu said with a sad face, "Tang Xiaoxi." When it comes to Tang Xiaoxi, Gu Chenshur is speechless. On the night of filling out the application form, Gu Chenshur made a video call to Zhou Xiangyu. At that time, he was playing games and having a lot of fun. Fortunately, what touched Gu Chenshur was that in Zhou Xiangyu's eyes, his brother seemed to be a little more important than the game. He immediately ignored his game wife and chatted with Gu Chenshur for a while. Gu Chenshur intentionally or unintentionally shifted the topic from the upcoming college life to Tang Xiaoxi. Because Gu Chenshur had fully expressed to Zhou Xiangyu before, he was worried that if he continued like this, he might end up alone for the rest of his life. However, Zhou Xiangyu said that he is very satisfied with his current situation and does not want to get involved in annoying love affairs and cause himself trouble. Seeing his firm attitude, Gu Chenshur thought that he was not his parents and had no right to control him too much. However, even if he was a parent, he should not interfere too much in his child's choice, right? So when he realized Tang Xiaoxi's feelings for Zhou Xiangyu, he did not choose to remind him immediately. Gu Chenshur has not forgotten that Zhou Xiangyu was in the bookstore and he narcissistically thought that Xiaoyu wanted to ask him for his contact information, and he looked very distressed. Another consideration is that he feels that love is a matter between two people. He was not a worm in Tang Xiaoxi's stomach, and he didn't know whether Tang Xiaoxi, who seemed introverted and shy, was willing to expose her secret love. What if Zhou Xiangyu knew what she was thinking, and then foolishly ran over to Tang Xiaoxi and said, "Don't like me, I only like games"? Could Tang Xiaoxi accept this result? If I get hit hard and fail the exam because of this, wouldn't that be a sin? But it's different now, the college entrance examination is over. However, when Zhou Xiangyu learned that Tang Xiaoxi might like him, he was overjoyed and narcissistic for a while. What? Is this true? I actually have a girl who likes me? Just when Gu Chenshur wanted to ask him what his impression of Tang Xiaoxi was, Zhou Xiangyu immediately said, "Old Gu, come on, my aunts and uncles are not as good at matchmaking as you. You are my best friend, you should know that I have given my true heart to the game, I will not be a scumbag who turns his heart away. Also, although you're saying that there is a girl secretly in love with me did make my vanity swell a little, I still think it is impossible. It is impossible for her and I to be together." Okay, Gu Chenshur decided not to meddle in other people's business. You should just stay with your gaming wife for the rest of your life. Everyone has their own aspirations. Gu Chenshur felt that he had fulfilled his obligation to remind him. As for whether Zhou Xiangyu believed it or not, it was his business. And Zhou Xiangyu has already made his choice. Gu Chenshur thought that the matter was over, but he didn't expect that Zhou Xiangyu would bring it up again. It was really strange. Zhou Xiangyu said sullenly, "Old Gu, Tang Xiaoxi called me today. I thought it was a sales call. I was having fun playing games at the time and felt unhappy. I scolded her as soon as I picked up the phone." Gu Chenshur. Zhou Xiangyu felt guilty and upset because he accidentally scolded a good-tempered girl who often gave up her seat for him. Gu Chenshur said, "You didn't mean it. Explain it to her and apologize sincerely. I think Tang Xiaoxi will definitely forgive you. If that doesn't work, I will explain it to her for you. It's not this, Lao Gu." Zhou Xiangyu suddenly became excited, looking helpless and a little embarrassed. Gu Chenshur was stunned, and then belatedly thought of a crucial point. Tang Xiaoxi called Zhou Xiangyu. Could it be? Zhou Xiangyu was at a loss and said, "Tang Xiaoxi said she likes a boy. What should I do, Lao Gu?" Chapter 120, The Depressed Lonely Man. Gu Chenshur was puzzled and it took him a long time to realize that Tang Xiaoxi had taken the initiative to call Zhou Xiangyu and told him that she liked a boy. From Gu Chenshur's perspective, it was obvious that his introverted and shy deskmate, after the college entrance examination, mustered up the courage to confess his love to his silly good friend. It seems like a very simple thing. But Zhou Xiangyu's reaction seemed to complicate a simple matter. Gu Chenshur thought for a moment and said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Did Tang Xiaoxi tell you which boy she likes?" Zhou Xiangyu shook his head disappointedly. "You know, she just told me that she likes a boy, but she didn't say which boy she likes. You told me before that she likes me, but she doesn't like me at all." Gu Chenshur asked again, "What was your reaction at that time?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "How can I react? Of course I would persuade her not to be stupid." Gu Chenshur. He resisted the urge to twitch his lips and asked patiently, "You advised her not to be stupid? What do you mean?" Zhou Xiangyu said excitedly, "Old Gu, do you think she is being stupid? If she really gets together with the boy she likes in the future, will she have to wash clothes and cook for him?" Gu Chenshur thought for a moment and retorted, "Who says that housework must be done by girls? Boys can do it too." "Mr. Gu, you are right. I don't mean that girls deserve to do housework and boys should just sit back and do nothing. But think about it. Tang Xiaoxi is such a gentle and sensible girl, she will definitely quietly and actively take on everything she can do." Gu Chenshur couldn't help but say, "If she is willing to do this, then there is no problem. No, what I want to say is that it is Tang Xiaoxi's own business. What does it have to do with you? This idiot usually seems to be quite imaginative and narcissistic, but why does he become such a blockhead at the critical moment?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "How can it have nothing to do with me? You want to date my master and have no time to care about me. I finally found a like-minded girl, and we can chat and play games together, but she also wants to date. I am alone again, Lao Gu. My heart hurts so much and I feel so lonely. Who can understand my loneliness and coldness?" Zhou Xiangyu's high-pitched complaints came through the microphone, allowing Gu Chenshur to fully feel his depression and panic at the moment. Gu Chenshur scratched his ears and turned to look at Xiaoyu, who was listening to their conversation. The latter smiled at him, instantly sweeping away Gu Chenshur's helplessness caused by the noise coming from the microphone. On second thought, "Oh, that is not right." If Gu Chenshur didn't know Zhou Xiangyu so well, Zhou Xiangyu's state just now would be almost like someone who had been heartbroken. Broken heart? Gu Chenshur suddenly felt that he had realized something. Maybe Zhou Xiangyu's depression at this moment was not because he was going to lose a like-minded friend, but because Tang Xiaoxi had a boy she liked. Gu Chenshur asked hurriedly, "What happened next?" Zhou Xiangyu said. Later, I advised her to think carefully and not to rush into a desperate situation. Then we hung up the phone. Gu Chenshi. Now he began to worry about Tang Xiaoxi. Tang Xiaoxi mustered up a lot of courage to make that confession call to Zhou Xiangyu, but would Zhou Xiangyu's reaction make Tang Xiaoxi mistakenly think that Zhou Xiangyu was rejecting her? Gu Chenshi suddenly felt that the situation was becoming serious. He hurriedly said to Zhou Xiangyu, I have something else to do. Let's do this for now. I'll find you later. Hey, old Gu. Zhou Xiangyu looked at the call that was hung up mercilessly, feeling extremely depressed. So he said it. What kind of love are you talking about? Old Gu has now ruthlessly abandoned him. However, after Zhou Xiangyu felt depressed, he decided to forgive Gu Chenshi. Because Gu Chenshi abandoned him to accompany his master, is there a problem? No problem. When Xiaoyu saw Gu Chenshi's face was slightly anxious, he asked in confusion, what happened? Gu Chenshi said, Zhou Xiangyu is such a fool. But he is my buddy, I can't just ignore his business. As Gu Chenshi spoke, he quickly swiped the screen, looking for Tang Xiaoxi's contact information in the address book, and then dialed it immediately. The other party answered the phone quickly, but the voice on the phone sounded a little strange. Hello, who are you looking for? Gu Chenshi guessed that the person who answered the phone might be Tang Xiaoxi's mother, but he didn't dare to call her aunt rashly. What if the person who answered the phone was not Tang Xiaoxi's mother, but a young lady? That would be bad. He said politely, hello, I am Tang Xiaoxi's classmate. I have something to ask her. Can you please let her answer the phone? The other party's tone immediately became enthusiastic. Oh, it's Cici. Okay, I'll call her for you. Wait a moment, Cici, come here quickly. Your classmate called you. Soon, Tang Xiaoxi's voice came from the microphone. Hello, Gu Chenshi? Tang Xiaoxi had a little habit of saving other people's phone numbers. She liked to fill in the last digit of the other person's phone number in the contact column, so when Tang Xiaoxi's mother answered the phone for her, she couldn't figure out who it was. Yes, it's me. Gu Chenshi replied. Tang Xiaoxi was a little confused. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about? Although they were deskmates, they had almost no contact in private. Gu Chenshi hesitated for a moment and said, Zhou Xiangyu called me just now. He actually didn't know Tang Xiaoxi very well, and didn't know how to bring up this matter in a way that would alleviate Tang Xiaoxi's embarrassment. But if he didn't mention it, it might cause irreparable regret to Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi, and he would also feel regretful as a friend. When Gu Chenshi mentioned Zhou Xiangyu, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Tang Xiaoxi's voice came out from the microphone in a low voice. Excuse me, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I have something else to do. Tang Xiaoxi, please don't hang up yet, listen to me. Gu Chenshi said, Zhou Xiangyu is very upset and depressed right now, really, because he. Tang Xiaoxi suddenly laughed, it's my fault. I shouldn't have called him for no reason and told him that I like a boy for no reason. Although she was laughing, Gu Chenshi could feel her self-mockery from her depressed words. He sighed. It seemed that this is how misunderstandings often arise. The harm caused by a small misunderstanding should not be underestimated. It may inadvertently cause the person involved to close his or her heart and never see the truth, thus causing lifelong regret. Gu Chenshi, please help me say sorry to Zhou Xiangyu. I shouldn't have wishfully thought that he would like me just because he could chat with me. I'm sorry, I caused him trouble. Chapter 121 Reserve Boyfriend and Girlfriend. I won't bother him anymore. Hearing this, Gu Chen was very glad that he called Tang Xiaoxi in time. Look, it was just as he thought, Tang Xiaoxi misunderstood. But having said that, Zhou Xiangyu's reaction to others would be misunderstood by everyone, okay? Gu Chenshi said helplessly, Tang Xiaoxi, listen to me, you really think too much. In fact, Zhou Xiangyu was very upset because he knows that you like a boy. This idiot thought you liked another boy, that's why he was annoying. Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled. Gu Chenshi looks delightful when he works hard, and he is so adorable when he worries about his friends. She saw fine beads of sweat on Gu Chenshi's forehead, so she took out a piece of tissue and gently wiped it for him. Gu Chenshi grabbed her hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it. Fortunately, his and Xiaoyu's love had no misunderstandings or twists and turns. Tang Xiaoxi? There was no sound coming from the microphone for a long time, and Gu Chenshi began to doubt whether Tang Xiaoxi was still there. Gu Chenshi. Tang Xiaoxi stuttered, with an undisguised excitement in her voice, are you serious? Zhou Xiangyu mistakenly thought that I liked other boys, so all those things he said to me weren't a rejection of me, right? Yes. I know him too well. In fact, he is not rejecting you, he just misunderstood. Then, even so, Gu Chincher, he doesn't seem to like me that much. Gu Chincher, you know him best, can you tell me what kind of girls he likes? Anyway, the topic had already been brought to light, and her little thoughts were undoubtedly exposed in front of her deskmate. Tang Xiaoxi didn't feel embarrassed when she asked this question. Gu Chincher told the truth, I really don't know what kind of girl he likes, but one thing I can be sure of is that he definitely doesn't hate you. Tang Xiaoxi jumped for joy, really? After hanging up the phone, Gu Chincher threw away his phone, turned sideways, hugged Xiao Yu's waist, and held her in his arms. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. Dinglan is working the early shift today and is not at home. The period after the college entrance examination was the most relaxing and leisurely time for Gu Chincher since he entered the kindergarten. Gu Chincher asked, Are you nervous? He was referring to the conversation that Xiao Yu was going to have with the young family in the evening. Xiao Yu snuggled in Gu Chincher's arms and fiddled with the buttons on Gu Chincher's clothes. Don't be nervous, they can't do anything to me. Maybe they just want me to take the initiative to draw a line between myself and them. None of them like me anyway, so why should I go back and get in their way? Gu Chincher said, That's because they are blind. You are a treasure girl. The two of them spent some time together, and then Xiao Yu reluctantly went back to work. So it was Gu Chincher's turn to accompany her. About half an hour later, Gu Chincher received another call from Zhou Xiangyu. Unlike the first time when he was dejected, Zhou Xiangyu was obviously very excited this time. Old Gu, Tang Xiaoxi called me again just now. Fearing that their conversation would affect Xiao Yu at work, Gu Chincher walked out of Xiao Yu's workroom and gently closed the door. Gu Chincher, who had just spoken to Tang Xiaoxi, guessed that Tang Xiaoxi would call Zhou Xiangyu. Mr. Gu, you're right, she actually likes me. I'm so surprised, how could she like me? Zhou Xiangyu stuttered and gesticulated. Gu Chincher sneered, My eyes are much sharper than yours. You still have the nerve to ask me to see my eyes today, I think you should go see a doctor, what about you? He suddenly changed the subject, and Zhou Xiangyu couldn't catch up with his rhythm for a moment. What? Gu Chincher said, Tang Xiaoxi likes you, so do you like her? Zhou Xiangyu, who was originally laughing foolishly, was stunned. It seemed that the question asked by Gu Chincher was not a question that could be answered with yes or no, but a profound math problem that made him scratch his head. Gu Chincher felt that Tang Xiaoxi and Zhou Xiangyu were a good match, but he was an outsider and couldn't say anything irresponsible. However, from Zhou Xiangyu's reaction in the first phone call, Gu Chincher felt that he should care about Tang Xiaoxi, but he just didn't realize it. But we cannot rule out the possibility that he made a mistake. In short, he couldn't say it directly, no, I think you like Tang Xiaoxi too. He thinks it's useless, but Zhou Xiangyu has to agree with him. He commented objectively, Zhou Xiangyu, Tang Xiaoxi is a good girl. I think you two are a good match, but it depends on your own heart. Zhou Xiangyu was a little confused and said, But falling in love is troublesome, right? Then I won't have time to play games anymore. Gu Chincher. But I'm really happy that she said she likes me. It turns out that I do have some charm. Zhou Xiangyu grinned. Gu Chincher interrupted his narcissism speechlessly, and then? Then of course I was very happy and thanked her for liking me. There is none left? Of course. Tang Xiaoxi shyly asked Zhou Xiangyu on the phone whether he liked her. Zhou Xiangyu said as a matter of course I like you. You don't even know that we really feel like we met too late. But this answer was obviously not what Tang Xiaoxi wanted. This is not the same as that. Zhou Xiangyu wasn't in a hopeless situation. He admitted that Tang Xiaoxi's confession was too sudden and he was a little confused about what he was thinking. He honestly confessed all his shortcomings, even the fact that he liked picking his toes and didn't like eating coriander, and then carefully asked Tang Xiaoxi if she still liked him as he was. Tang Xiaoxi said that although she doesn't pick her stinky feet, she also doesn't eat coriander. Zhou Xiangyu is very unreliable when he is unreliable, but when he should be reliable, he is never vague. One thing is undeniable, he and Tang Xiaoxi really get along well. The two chatted for most of the day and finally reached an agreement. Before they fall in love with other boys or girls, they are each other's reserved boyfriend or girlfriend. Use this opportunity to get to know each other better, and if after a year both parties still feel that they are a good match, then they can be together. Before this, if one party wants to withdraw, they can tell the other party at any time. In addition, you should say good morning and good night every day with a full sense of ritual. Gu Chincher was relieved. Sound good? Do you have to say good morning and good night every day? Just like him and Xiao Yu. Okay, I wish you to be single. Gu Chenshur added, although I'm still in the reserve force, tell me, what kind of blessing do you want? Zhou Xiangyu said, come play a game with me. How long has it been since you played with me? I didn't say anything when we were studying, but now that the college entrance examination is over, it's time to relax. Gu Chenshur rejected him bluntly, I don't have time. I thought Zhou Xiangyu would scold him for not talking about brotherhood, but he said indifferently, I knew you would say that. Then I'll go find Tang Xiaoxi. Bye. Chapter 122. Give me 100 million. The time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Yu picked up the phone. She was so eager to completely draw a line between herself and the young family that she had to wait until night to call because the old lady was either in her vegetable garden, orchard, or flower garden during the day and she didn't like to carry a cell phone with her. At this time, the old lady had already finished her meal and might be sitting on the sofa, listening to opera while stroking her fat orange cat that was as fat as a pig. After all, they have lived together for 6 years, so Xiao Yu has some understanding of old lady Yang's living habits. But she didn't have Mrs. Yang's cell phone number. Because for her who never goes out, the mobile phone is just a decoration. When Xiao Yu dialed Mrs. Yang's cell phone number, he glanced at Gu Chenshur unconsciously. Gu Chenshur looked at her encouragingly. This is also a big event in Xiao Yu's life. Gu Chenshur is her boyfriend, so of course he has to stay with her unwaveringly. The call was connected quickly, and to their both surprise, it was answered within seconds. Xiao Yu turned on the speakerphone. An anxious and slightly old voice came from the microphone, calling Xiao Yu's name. Gu Chenshur was stunned for a moment. He had never seen Xiao Yu's nominal grandmother, but from Xiao Yu's description, he could imagine an old lady who was stern, serious and old-fashioned. But now, after hearing Mrs. Yang's anxious voice, he felt that Mrs. Yang seemed seriously inconsistent with the image he had imagined. As a result, the kind image of Grandma Li emerged unconsciously. Xiao Yu, I heard from Teacher Chiu that you are in City Z, is that right? Without waiting for Xiao Yu to answer, old lady Yang continued to ask. Xiao Yu said calmly, it doesn't matter where I am. What matters is what I'm going to say next. There was silence on the other end of the line. I am solemnly informing you that I have severed ties with your young family. From now on, please do not come to see me again. Don't worry, I will never go back. If you think my words are baseless, I can write a statement and send it to you. Xiao Yu finished his words in one breath. Xiao Yu, what did you say? You are my granddaughter. You are still my granddaughter even if you go to the ends of the earth. Stop it, Xiao Yu, where are you now? Tell Grandma where you are and she will send someone to pick you up. Xiao Yu said very calmly, you are not my grandmother. As soon as these words were spoken, the phone fell silent. After Qiu Lan and Xiao Yu talked on the phone, they immediately told Mrs. Yang what they knew. A long time. Old Madame Yang said, Xiao Yu, let's talk about this matter when you come back, okay? How can a girl like you do this outside? Xiao Yu glanced at Gu Chenshur and said, don't worry about how I'm doing. Just pretend that I have never existed in this world. Thank you. Xiao Yu, Yu Yang Mu Yu. Old Mrs. Yang was shocked by Xiao Yu's cold and ruthless words. She was about to say something, but a man's voice suddenly came from the microphone. He called out Yang Mu Yu very calmly. Xiao Yu frowned. This was the second time she heard this annoying name today. She didn't know who the man was from his voice until he said, I'm your brother, Yang Muse. Xiao Yu snorted and laughed, and the image of a gentleman turned into a villain immediately emerged in his mind. What a self-righteous guy. When Gu Chenshur heard these words, he immediately thought of the man in a suit and tie he saw in the cemetery. Just as he had guessed at the beginning, the man was indeed Xiao Yu's half-brother. Sir, if you have delusions, please go to the hospital and have your head checked. My mother only gave birth to me, but she doesn't remember that I have a brother. Xiao Yu sneered. In a rural area thousands of miles away actually, it's not exactly a rural area, it's an urban rural fringe area, and the living standard is not bad. Old Mrs. Yang's house has a vegetable garden, an orchard and a flower garden, which is almost like a luxurious manor. Yang Muzha was holding a cell phone at this time with a calm expression, not showing any sign of anger at Xiao Yu's rude remarks. It is impossible to associate him with a CEO who is vigorous, decisive, and has the final say. Xiao Yu, I know you hate me, but I must tell you that you are my sister, and this is a fact that cannot be changed in any way. Yang Muzha said with a serious expression. Gu Chenshur frowned unconsciously. It seems that things are taking a turn for the worst. The Yang family has no intention of letting Xiaoyu go. However, what Gu Chenshi couldn't understand was that since they couldn't be nice to Xiaoyu, their illegitimate daughter, why did they still hold her in their hands? Could it be that a classic scene from a melodramatic soap opera that he used to watch with his mother popped up in his mind, causing Gu Chenshi to feel a chill in his heart? Is it that the reason why the Yang family is unwilling to let go and let Xiaoyu fly freely is that they want Xiaoyu to marry into other families for the sake of their Yang family and consolidate their position? ITM. Gu Chenshi was so angry at his sudden brainstorm that the blood rushed to his head. At this moment, his whole body was filled with murderous aura and he wanted to eat people. No one can take Xiaoyu away from him. Xiaoyu is his. There is no room for negotiation even if the King of Heaven comes. Xiaoyu smiled contemptuously. Oh, since you said I'm your sister, then okay, just treat me as your sister, then can you give me half of the property under your name? She disdained to take even a single needle or thread from the Yang family, but just wanted to use this method to take off Yang Muja's hypocritical mask. Half of Yang Muja's wealth is not much, only a few billion. Yang Mu smiled. Xiaoyu, our Yang family's property will naturally belong to you and me in the future. Xiaoyu. It was true that she was young and underestimated the hypocrisy of a person. At this time, Gu Chenshi had calmed down a little and was listening quietly to their warm conversation. Xiaoyu said, but why should I believe that you are really willing to share the family property with me? If you want me to believe you, give me 100 million right now. Gu Chenshi silently gave Xiaoyu a thumbs up. I have to say that Xiaoyu looks so domineering and handsome now, he loves him so much. I thought Yang Muse would finally show his true colors, but he just said calmly, okay, send me your bank card number. Xiaoyu was confused by his words. What on earth does this guy want to do? Xiaoyu got angry and really argued with him, and quickly sent his bank card number to him. Chapter 123 Yang Muse's Promise. A scene that surprised Xiaoyu and Gu Chenshi appeared. Not long after Xiaoyu sent her bank card number, her phone began to ring with message alerts 5 times in a row. Xiaoyu looked at the text messages in surprise, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Gu Chenshi leaned his head closer and discovered that the other party had transferred a total of 5 million to her in just 2 or 3 minutes, in 5 installments, 1 million each time. Transferring 5 million is as easy as an ordinary person transferring $5. Sure enough, poverty limits imagination. Gu Chenshi was stunned. Did Yang Muja really transfer the money to Xiaoyu? How did Xiaoyu transform from a small painter into a millionaire? But Xiaoyu definitely wouldn't take this money. Yang Muja's quick and decisive action of transferring the money revealed a more dangerous signal. The Yang family is a business family. Business people focus on investment and return. Then Gu Chenshi had every reason to suspect that these 5 million, 100 million, was an investment by the Yang family in Xiaoyu. Then they will definitely demand double the return from Xiaoyu. After transferring 5 million, Yang Muse quickly called again. Sorry, Xiaoyu, the maximum daily transfer limit of the bank card is 5 million. I can't give you 100 million today. Xiaoyu frowned and said nothing, wanting to see what tricks he was playing. How about this, you give me your current address and I will send you a card tomorrow. Yang Muja said sincerely. Gu Chenshi touched his chin thoughtfully. Although the man seen at the cemetery looked to be only about 30 years old, and was 10 years older than him, he was indeed a businessman with a long history in the business world. His deep scheming was beyond the understanding of a little brat like him. How could Xiaoyu let him have his wish? She snorted coldly. Yang Muse, what on earth are you playing? Yang Muse smiled helplessly. I didn't mean to play any tricks, really Xiaoyu, although you won't believe me, but no matter what, you are my sister, I hope you can live a better life. Yang Muse, let me warn you, I am living a good life now. Xiaoyu interrupted him ruthlessly. Please, your entire Yang family, don't bother me anymore, it would be better if I were dead. If you make me angry, the worst that can happen is that we both die together. I believe you should know that I can keep my word. Xiaoyu curled up the corners of his lips coldly, looking murderous. I don't know if Yang Muja on the phone felt it, but Gu Chenshi, who was standing next to her at this time, felt that she was not just trying to scare him. She really does what she says. Gu Chenshi felt uneasy. He didn't want anything unexpected to happen to Xiaoyu, nor did he want her to be unhappy. He held Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu looked at him and immediately held his hand back. The two hands, one big and one small, clasped together tightly, gaining tremendous strength from each other. At this moment, Gu Chenshi's heart was surging, and he was filled with an unshakable belief. he vowed to protect his girl from harm. Xiaoyu wanted more and more to break away from the annoying young family and be with the person who truly loved her forever. We will be together forever. We must be together forever. The call was not over yet. Yang Mu's voice continued to come out from the microphone. Xiaoyu, I know you have a big prejudice against me. It's not your fault. If you don't want to tell me the address, forget it, Muse. No, you have to find Xiaoyu back, Muse. Yang Muzha was interrupted by old lady Yang's voice when he was halfway through his words. Then there was silence in the microphone for a while. After a while, Yang Mu's voice came again. Xiaoyu, you have to live well when you are alone outside. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. Don't wrong yourself. Honestly speaking, if Gu Chencher didn't know about Xiaoyu's childhood experiences, he would have been moved to tears by Yang Mu's caring and warm words. Xiaoyu had a cold face and was unmoved. No, I will return the money to you, just don't bother me. She had nothing more to say to him, and was about to hang up the phone when Yang Mu seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly said, Xiaoyu, don't hang up on me yet, I have something to ask of you. Gu Chencher thought, it's here so soon. As expected of a businessman, he is too shrewd. If you don't have anything to do recently, don't come back, of course. I know you don't want to come back, but I just want to remind you. Yang Muzha added self-deprecatingly. Gu Chencher was confused. What did this mean? Judging from Xiaoyu's reaction, she also didn't understand what Yang Muzha meant. There were footsteps coming from the microphone, and soon after, there were birds singing. There are many flowers, plants and trees in Mrs. Yang's residence, which attracts a large number of birds to live there. Yang Muzha walked from the living room to the quiet outside. When no one was around, he continued, there has been some unrest at home lately. If you come back, you will cause unnecessary trouble. Xiaoyu thought to himself, what does your Yang family's affairs have to do with me? Xiaoyu, your mother, teacher Xiao. Yang Muzha mentioned Xiao Qingga hesitantly. Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed, as if anyone from the Yang family mentioning her mother was blaspheming her mother. Shut up. You have no right to mention my mother. Xiaoyu was furious. Yang Muse choked and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, but what I want to tell you is that I finally understand now that I misunderstood teacher Xiao before, and I'm sorry for her. Xiaoyu sneered, sorry? If you want to sincerely apologize to her, then go downstairs and tell her in person now. Below, of course, is the underworld. Yang Muse was silent for a long time. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I will definitely investigate the truth of that year and clear teacher Xiao's name. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. She suspected she had heard wrongly. Is Yang Muse still the bastard who pointed at her mother's nose and cursed her mother as a vixen, destroying the relationship between his parents? Don't believe what he says. Xiaoyu suddenly woke up. There is nothing good in their house. He must have some ulterior motive, so he said this deliberately to get closer to her, but she wouldn't be fooled. Xiaoyu sneered, that's your business. Don't forget what I just said. Don't bother me. Yang Muse made a promise, I will not look for you until I have thoroughly investigated what happened back then. You should take good care of yourself outside. The call ends. Xiaoyu was so angry that he threw his phone onto the sofa, and threw himself into Gu Chencher's arms, cursing in a depressed mood, scumbag. Gu Chencher hugged her with heartache. Fortunately, she has him to accompany her when she is sad. Then he couldn't help but think, before Xiaoyu met them, how did she get through the sadness and grief? Chapter 124 Contract Ceremony. Gu Chencher felt a hot and wet touch on his chest. My heart suddenly began to ache dully. Xiaoyu cried. Gu Chencher held her tightly in his arms. This was the best comfort he could give her at the moment. Gu Chencher, my mother is really not a vixen who destroys other people's families. Xiaoyu's choking voice came out from his arms. Gu Chencher said, I know. She was deceived by that man. She could have had a happy life, but that damn man ruined her life. Gu Chencher stroked her head with his chin, yeah, I know. I wish I could cut that man into pieces. Xiaoyu said fiercely. Gu Chencher, my dear, you killed someone who broke the law. There is no need for us to sacrifice our future for a scumbag. However, this reminded Gu Chencher, making him remember that he once suspected that the bad guy who had gone to hell that Xiaoyu mentioned was her biological father. Does going to hell mean that he is dead? Although Gu Chencher was curious, he did not ask because he was afraid of arousing her sadness and hatred. He hesitated for a moment, that man, he is now. He has gone to hell. Xiaoyu's voice suddenly became cold and hard. Dead? I hope he is dead. Xiaoyu said hatefully. Gu Chincher was stunned. So, the man was not dead? But it's almost like he's dead. He did so many bad things that God couldn't stand it anymore, so he fell into the pond and is lying in the hospital. He's become a vegetable and he may lie in the hospital until he dies. Although this result sounds gratifying, maybe Gu Chincher is overthinking it? Why does he feel like there's a hint of conspiracy involved? It felt like Xiao Yu's biological father didn't fall down by himself, but was pushed from behind by someone. Maybe those soap operas that once obsessed his mother had too much influence on him. But then again, art comes from reality, and stories that happen in reality are far more exciting than those in TV dramas. It's just that many of the wonderful things are deliberately concealed and unknown to the public. Gu Chincher only now realized that Xiao Yu's mother was Yang Mujia's tutor. The man secretly raised Xiao Yu and her son in a remote villa. Later, Yang Muse somehow found out. When Xiao Yu was 6 years old, he broke into the villa and sneered at Xiao Yu, who was watching ants moving in the yard. Bastard, little vixen. The contempt and hatred in his eyes at that time was still vivid in Xiao Yu's mind, even though 12 years had passed, as if it happened again yesterday. Although she was young at that time and didn't understand what little vixen meant, she knew it was not a nice thing to say. She was frightened by the big brother who suddenly appeared. She stared at him blankly and even forgot to cry. The nanny who came after hearing the news persuaded him kindly and asked him to leave quickly. Yang Muse, who was still wearing a high school uniform at the time, not only did not leave obediently, but instead shouted Xiao Qingga's name loudly, telling her that if she had the ability to seduce someone else's husband, she should stop hiding. The nanny's faces turned pale with fear and they begged him to leave, almost kneeling down to beg him. Xiao Yu remembered that before Yang Muzha rushed in and yelled, his mother had just gone crazy. She finally calmed down and was coaxed by the nanny to go to bed. If Yang Muzha wakes her up again, the nannies will want to die. But in the end, Xiao Qingga was still awakened. She followed the sound and walked out. After seeing Yang Muzha, her lifeless eyes suddenly revealed unspeakable fear. She rushed over, hugged Xiao Yu in her arms, and yelled at Yang Muse in a hoarse voice, "Get out, you stinky man, get out of here quickly." Thinking of this, Xiao Yu said sadly, "Gu Chincher, can you imagine it? At that time, my mother was trembling all over because of anger and tension, but I felt a little secretly happy in my heart." Gu Chincher had a vague answer in his mind. Because that was the first time my mother hugged me, and the first time I clearly felt her care and love for me. Gu Chincher was so distressed that he didn't know what to say. Everything is over, and things will get better and better in the future. Xiao Yu raised his head. "Gu Chincher, no matter what happens, we must be together and never separate, okay?" Gu Chincher nodded heavily. "Well, I promise you, if you are worried, we can make a pinky promise." Xiao Yu stretched out his little finger. Gu Chincher stretched out his own. The two bent fingers hooked together, as if completing a meaningful contract ceremony. From now on, she was his and he was hers, and not even fate could separate them. What kind of character is Yang Muse? Gu Chincher couldn't help but ask. If we talk about blood relationship, that person is nominally his brother-in-law. How can the character of that man's son be good? Xiao Yu said disdainfully. But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had become ruthless and denied it even to herself. Even if she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that she also had that man's blood flowing in her body. She defended herself depressively, even though Gu Chincher, the only listener, didn't care. "I'm different from him." Gu Chincher reached out and wiped away the remaining tears on her face, and agreed from the bottom of his heart, "Yes, I think what you said is absolutely right." Then he changed the subject and said sincerely, "But please don't get angry when you hear what I'm about to say. Of course, it may also be that I am not experienced enough and my judgment is easily influenced by other people's disguise. I think Yang Muse is a man of his word." Xiao Yu honestly admitted that he and Gu Chincher had the same idea. "Yeah, I think so too, so we were all blinded by his hypocrisy." Although they all felt that they were not 3-year-old children and could distinguish right from wrong. Yang Muzha's performance on the phone just now made Gu Chincher feel that he was just an ordinary older brother who cared about and loved his younger sister, and was not a bad person at all. But the other party is more than 10 years older than them, and is a businessman who has been working in society for many years. He is very experienced and cunning, so it is normal that they cannot see through him. Gu Chincher expressed his thoughts, "But he just told you on the phone not to go back for the time being, which makes me feel that he will not come to see you recently." Just as Xiao Yu was about to express her opinion, her cell phone rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, she saw that the location was the city where Xiao Yu once lived, so she immediately determined that the phone number should be Yang Muzha's. She answered the phone with a gloomy expression. She wanted to see what tricks Yang Muzha was going to play. Chapter 125. The truth is more important. The person who called was indeed Yang Muse. Xiaoyu, this is my mobile number, please save it and don't block it. He probably expected Xiaoyu not to listen to him obediently, so he hurriedly added, wait until I have thoroughly investigated what happened back then, and I will tell you the results as soon as possible. This reason successfully made Xiaoyu waver. Yang Muse, what do you want to do? There was some helplessness in Yang Muse's voice. Xiaoyu, please believe me, I really didn't want to do anything. All I want is the truth of that year. Xiaoyu smiled coldly. What is the truth? Of course, that despicable man deceived my mother and made her a vixen that everyone despises. Yang Muzha was silent for a long time because his father was described as a despicable and shameless man. If it were someone else, Yang Muzha would not care where that shameless guy was, he would definitely send people to find him no matter where he was. I won't stop until I beat him to a pulp. But if it was Xiaoyu who said this? He seemed to have nothing to say. I think you may have misunderstood my dad. Yang Muse smiled bitterly, just like me back then. But maybe he is also a victim? Xiaoyu was extremely angry. What did this bastard say? How could he go against his conscience and twist the facts to say that the social scum who should be cut into pieces was also a victim? Like father, like son. I know you must think I'm quibbling, but Xiaoyu, I think you hate my dad because he's a scumbag and hurt your mom, but if all this was planned by someone... You're talking nonsense. Xiaoyu shouted angrily, Yang Muse, you're as shameless as that bastard. Gu Qinshi has seen the gloomy Xiaoyu, the indifferent Xiaoyu, the shy Xiaoyu, the happy Xiaoyu with curved eyebrows, and the sad and tearful Xiaoyu. I have never seen Xiaoyu so furious and almost out of control like he is now. He held Xiaoyu's hand and pulled Xiaoyu back to his senses just in time when he was on the verge of losing control. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Xiaoyu, you are a smart girl, so I want to ask you something. Compared to nailing my father to the pillar of shame as a scum, is the truth more important? Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. She admitted that what Yang Muzha said made sense. Because the truth is the culprit that ruined her mother's life. But she had already determined that the old bastard was the truth, but now Yang Muzha told her that the old bastard was framed by others. She could not accept this blatant act of whitewashing the old bastard at all. But if what Yang Muse said was true, then it means that she, including her mother, had hated the wrong person for so many years? Besides, Yang Muzha is as hateful as his bastard father. How can Xiaoyu easily believe his words? Why should I believe you? Xiaoyu said in a cold tone. Yang Muse fell silent again. Yes, it is really ridiculous that he expects others to believe him based on just a few words. I have already found some clues, but I haven't found any conclusive evidence. That's why I told you that my father was set up. When Xiaoyu heard this, he subconsciously looked at Gu Qinshi. So you already have a suspect? Who is he? When Xiaoyu asked these questions, his breathing was obviously unstable, and there was a hint of contempt in his voice, as if to say, I wonder how long you can keep making up stories. Yang Muse hesitated for a moment. I just have a preliminary suspicion, but I don't have any solid evidence. Then tell me who you suspect. Yang Muse's voice suddenly sounded a little depressed. What happened back then might have something to do with my mother. When these words were spoken, Xiaoyu and Gu Qinshi were both stunned. If life is like a play, then what play is Yang Muse going to sing now? Xiaoyu, don't worry. Since I said I would get to the bottom of what happened back then, even if my mother was really behind it, I would. I would never tolerate it. Xiaoyu hesitated and didn't believe it. Yang Muse, don't make yourself sound so selfless. Yang Muse said self-deprecatingly, if it is just an ordinary grudge, then I don't really want to meddle in other people's business. But if my mother's behavior has caused huge losses to the interests of the Young family, I can't help but destroy my relatives for the sake of justice. Having said this, Xiaoyu and Gu Qinshi understood everything. Unexpectedly, the matter of Xiaoyu's mother has risen to the level of family interests. Therefore, as the heir of the Young family, he had to step forward to investigate and resolve the issue. To put it bluntly, the reason why Yang Muzha wanted to clear Xiaoyu's mother's name was just a coincidence when he was clearing out the parasites in the house. Of course, it may also be that the son has to pay for the mother's debt, which made Yang Muzha feel deeply guilty towards Chao Qingde and Xiaoyu, and he wanted to make double compensation through Xiaoyu. If this is true, then Yang Muzha still has some conscience. Then he thought about how Yang Muzha had told Xiaoyu not to go back for the time being during the last phone call. Could it be related to the precarious situation that the Yang family was about to face? So, Yang Muzha's move is actually to protect Xiaoyu? However, before he got to know Yang Muzha's character, Gu Chencher didn't dare to thank him rashly. Xiaoyu decided to trust Yang Muzha for once. As long as she firmly adhered to the principles of not going back, not seeing them, and not telling them her current address, they would never be able to make trouble in front of her. She was actually very confused. So what is the truth? After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu hugged Gu Chencher dejectedly. With Gu Chencher by her side, she was able to adjust her mood quickly. How's it going? As soon as Jinglan saw the two children come in, she immediately asked about the situation carefully. Although the TV was chattering non-stop and seemed very lively, Jinglan was actually feeling uneasy and her thoughts were in a mess. Xiaoyu is her future daughter-in-law, how could she not worry? She believed that if she missed Xiaoyu, her son would never find another girl as good as Xiaoyu in his life. Jinglan breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that Xiaoyu's original family would not come to disturb her life for the time being. The sequelae of watching too many ups and downs in melodramatic idol dramas about wealthy families is that when she learned about Xiaoyu's unusual life experience, she immediately uncontrollably imagined all kinds of love, hate, and vengeance scenes in her mind. Among them, Xiaoyu is the heroine and her silly son is the hero. Their love is stronger than gold, and they secretly decide to spend their lives together. As a result, the heroine's family came from afar after finding out and broke up the couple. Chapter 126, Being Jealous of Yourself. Jinglan has already made up her mind. She will fight to the death with anyone who dares to take her daughter-in-law Xiaoyu away from them. Of course, this was just the worst-case scenario she had imagined. Things are far from being that serious. But to be honest, after spending all these days together, Jinglan has already regarded Xiaoyu as a member of their family. Without Xiaoyu, their family would be incomplete. So even if someone really wanted to break up the couple, not only would Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu not give in, even Jinglan would not agree. Fortunately, things did not develop as serious as they imagined. After listening to the conversation between Xiaoyu and the Yang family, Jinglan agreed with the two children and felt that Xiaoyu's half-brother was not a bad person. Yang Mu's investigation into his biological mother fully verifies the old saying every family has its own problems. Forget it, as long as no one comes to snatch her daughter-in-law from her, she doesn't want to think too much about the grudges of other people's families. By the way, Chencher, Xiaoyu, what do you think about what I told you last time? Where are you going to play? You young people should take advantage of the time you have to see more and have more fun. Jinglan brought up the topic of traveling. Xiaoyu and Gu Chencher discussed this matter privately. In fact, as long as they can be together, they will be happy every day no matter where they are. Travel is not necessary. Of course, it doesn't mean that they don't like to see the beautiful mountains and rivers. Another reason is that Xiaoyu does not want to add burden to the Gu family, but if she pays for the travel herself, the Gu family will not agree. Since we have already foreseen the stubbornness of both sides, let us not go for the time being. They still have a long life ahead of them, so it doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or later, right? Jinglan couldn't persuade them and had to give up. The college entrance examination was the first goal that Gu Chencher faced after his rebirth. He wanted to get a good score and get into a good university. Now he has done it. The second goal is to become financially independent as soon as possible and stop spending my parents' money. He was never worthy of the excellent Xiaoyu, and if this continued, the distance between them would widen further. Even if he graduates from a prestigious university in the future. Even if Xiaoyu didn't dislike him, he would dislike himself. But money is different from learning. It doesn't mean that if I work harder and spend more time, the rewards will be proportional to the efforts I put in. Gu Chencher lacks experience, and neither his parents nor his relatives have any business experience, so if he were asked to start a business, he wouldn't know what to do for a while. That doesn't mean he doesn't have other ideas. All roads lead to Rome, and there are many ways to make money. It depends on whether you can find that path. Maybe it was because he had been preparing too tightly for the exam, so Gu Chencher felt a little uncomfortable when he suddenly had some free time. Help mom with housework, spend time with Xiaoyu, read some books, and try to enrich myself. In addition, he found some extra things to do for himself. While Xiaoyu was working on his tablet computer, Gu Chencher sat quietly beside him, holding a black fountain pen and drawing on his own leftover exercise book. Xiaoyu took a look out of curiosity and was immediately surprised. Gu Chencher, you can also draw? Gu Chencher raised his eyebrows with great pride, then rubbed her little head twice. Why, did you think I was a nerd who only knew how to study? Not only can I draw, I can also do hip-hop dance. You are just bragging. Gu Chencher attended an art interest class in 1987 and also attended a dance class for 2 years. Ms. Jinglan started to dance street dance because she saw a performance in a street dance competition. She thought boys who could dance street dance were very handsome and would find it easier for them to find a partner in the future, so she excitedly enrolled him in a class. Gu Chencher studied for 2 years under the tyranny of his mother, but in the end, nothing came of it. Drawing was Gu Chencher's hobby, but when he was in the second year of junior high school, he had to stop because he had endless homework every day. When he picked up the paintbrush again now, Gu Chencher felt much more unfamiliar. Compared with Xiao Yu's painting level, it is far behind. But if you use it for self-entertainment, it is more than enough. Gu Chencher drew a work photo for Xiao Yu. Although it is impossible to perfectly replicate Xiao Yu's beauty, the charm is almost the same. Xiao Yu happily admired the work photo that Gu Chencher drew for her for a long time, and then said with regret, "Why did you only draw me? You should paint yourself in it, right next to it, so that we can be together forever, not only in reality but also in the painting." Gu Chencher looked at her gently. "There is still some space here, so you can draw me. Remember, you have to draw me handsome." Soon, a boy with a raised lip corner sat down next to Xiao Yu, who was working hard in the painting. The boy tilted his upper body slightly, put his chin on Xiao Yu's shoulder, with a smile in his eyes. The appearance of the boy in the painting makes the monotonous work scene warm and sweet. Gu Chencher stared at himself in the painting and couldn't help but frowning. Xiao Yu asked anxiously, "What's the matter? Do you think I drew you ugly?" "Of course not." Xiao Yu drew him very well, completely living up to what he just said, "Draw me more handsomely." But he suddenly felt jealous of himself in the painting. What was going on? The two people in the painting look so sweet. Xiao Yu was both amused and confused. When this guy gets jealous, he even gets jealous of himself. "I can't stand it anymore, this guy is so cute." Xiao Yu took the initiative to kiss her. Gu Chencher was so overwhelmed by this surprise that he forgot to continue feeling jealous and subconsciously held her in his arms. That night, Gu Chencher sat at his desk, writing furiously as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Jinglan cut a watermelon, came over and knocked on the door to ask him to come out to eat the watermelon. By the way, when she gave 2 pieces to Xiao Yu, she was stunned by his scene. "In a trance, I thought time had gone back and my son was back to the eve of the college entrance examination." "Chencher, what are you doing?" Jinglan was surprised. Gu Chencher closed the notebook and smiled mysteriously. "Mom, this is a secret." "What are you doing, you little brat? You're talking nonsense." Jinglan considers herself an open-minded mother. But compared to most parents, she is indeed more open-minded. Respect children's choices and pay attention to protecting their privacy. So even though she is curious, she will not force herself to get to the bottom of the matter just to satisfy her curiosity. Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu sat side by side on the sofa, each eating a piece of watermelon. Xiao Yu eats everything slowly. Gu Chencher finished both pieces, but Xiao Yu only ate half of the first piece. Gu Chencher showed no martial ethics and directly snatched the watermelon that was half eaten by Xiao Yu. Then, while Xiao Yu was still confused, he handed her a new one. The sweetest part of a watermelon is, of course, the middle part. Chapter 127. Show off to the whole world. Jinglan happily announced a good news to them. Gu Cheng's long-term business trip work mode is finally coming to an end. Although the business trip allowance is a little higher and the salary is a little higher, when the family is harmonious, who doesn't want to live a stable life with a wife, children, and a warm bed? Isn't it just to create a better life for your wife and children that you run around? On the night of the college entrance examination, Gu Chencher had a long talk with Gu Cheng and his son. Gu Chencher talked about his future life plan, and then hoped that his father could end his long business trips and not work too hard. Gu Cheng felt that what his son said made sense. Considering that his wife would be the only one at home after his son went to college, he applied to the company. The company approved his application today. Gu Chencher said in a sly voice, "Mom, congratulations. From now on, someone will wash the dishes at home again. It's not just the dishes at home. Someone will cook 3 meals a day from now on." Jinglan was arrogant for less than 2 seconds, and immediately said, "But I can't bear to let your father do too much housework. My husband, I have to feel sorry for myself." If Xiao Yu hadn't been present, Gu Chencher felt that he would definitely have heard his mother's classic saying, "Sons belong to others, but husbands belong to oneself." Although it sounds a bit joking, if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. After being raised with great difficulty, the son got married, had children, and established his own family. No matter how filial a son is, it is impossible for him to be around his parents all the time. It sounds a bit helpless to say, but this is the fact. It is said that young couples are companions in old age, and only old couples can accompany each other day and night. Xiao Yu's heart moved. Auntie won't be alone anymore, she has uncle's company. Then what about Gu Chenshi? The little thoughts that she had denied before started jumping around in her mind again, keeping her awake all night. She really doesn't want to be separated from Gu Chenshi. Jinglan also thought about this problem. Before going to bed, she ran to Gu Chenshi's room to chat. I was surprised to find Gu Chenshi sitting at the desk seriously, concentrating on drawing a little man. The demeanor is lifelike, the expressions are rich and the character is adorable. Jinglan never hesitates to praise her son, and she said, "My son draws really well." Then I suddenly thought, oh, could this be my son's little secret? She saw it accidentally. But why did my son suddenly become interested in drawing little people? Could it be that after watching Xiao Yu draw every day, he regained his childhood interest? She quickly turned her head away. Is this your secret? Cover it up quickly, I'm not interested in your secrets, I have something to tell you. Gu Chenshi couldn't help but laugh. His mother is so cute, how can he not love her? After chatting for a while, Jinglan turned the topic to business. Chenshi, you will soon go to another city to study, what about Xiao Yu? The sadness of parting that Gu Chenshi had been suppressing in his heart for several days was suddenly brought out so easily. He even had an unrealistic idea. It would be great if Xiao Yu could turn into Thumbelina, so that he could take her wherever he goes. How about you take Xiao Yu to school with you and let her rent a house near your university? Then you two can be together every day, right? Xiao Yu works from home anyway, so it doesn't matter which city she lives in. Gu Chenshi said half-truthfully, if I really took Xiao Yu away, would you be scared to leave? Jinglan said, need I say that? I will definitely be sad for a while. This child is so good. I really feel uncomfortable if she is not by my side. Gu Chenshi said in a sad tone, your son is about to leave you, aren't you sad? Jinglan laughed and said, you little brat, you're getting jealous again. Gu Chenshi said seriously, Mom, let me ask you a question. If one day, Xiao Yu and I have a conflict, will you side with me or her? Isn't this the same question as who to save first if your wife and mother fall into the water? You little rascal, Mom didn't even think of using this question to embarrass you, but now you're embarrassing your mom. But this question is not difficult to answer. I will side with whoever is right. Gu Chenshi flattered her, Mom is wise. After Jinglan left, Gu Chenshi stared at the little man he created on the paper and couldn't help laughing. Life is too beautiful not to record it. Not only does he want to record it, he also wants to show it off to the whole world. Gu Chenshi was a little excited and couldn't sleep. Also unable to sleep was Xiao Yu, who was sitting on the other side of the wall. Gu Chenshi had a video chat with her. At this moment, Xiao Yu had a calm expression and gentle eyes, which almost made Gu Chenshi forget what she looked like when he first met her. Wife, I don't want to leave with you. The two of them had tacitly avoided talking about separation before, but on this night, they both seemed a little overwhelmed. Yeah, me too. Gu Chenshi said, why don't you go to school with me? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, is it okay? As long as you want. Gu Chenshi has made up his mind that if Xiao Yu is really willing to go with him, then he will not live in the dormitory. He wants to live with Xiao Yu and show them love without any shame every day. At the same time, he also planned to earn the money from renting the house. He just couldn't believe that he, a living person with hands, feet and wisdom, could be stumped by a few pieces of silver. Even the rent in City A is much higher than theirs. Okay, Gu Chenshi, if you don't find me annoying, then I will go wherever you go. Xiao Yu was a little excited. Silly boy, you are the only one who is annoying me, how could I find you annoying? The matter is basically settled. The time was 11:30. Usually at this time Gu Chenshi would still be writing furiously, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Gu Chenshi was full of energy and had no desire to sleep at all. He got up from the bed and sat down at the desk again. I opened the newly downloaded Douyin video app, registered an account, took out all the little people pictures I drew tonight, took photos and uploaded them, added text and background music, and when everything was done, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The sudden ringing of the bell woke Gu Chenshi from his sleep. As soon as Gu Chenshi opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Yu's slightly annoyed face. She was annoyed that the sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Gu Chenshi's sweet dream. Xiao Yu? It's not even daybreak yet, why are you up? Xiao Yu handed him the phone that he had placed on the desk and said with a smile, are you sure it's still early? Gu Chenshi was shocked when he looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. The curtains in his room were thick blackout type, plus it was cloudy today, so the room was dark as if it was still dark. The cell phone kept ringing stubbornly. Gu Chencher took a look and saw that it was Zhou Xiangyu, who hadn't contacted him for a few days. Mr. Gu, I received the admission letter, ha ha ha. Chapter 128 Decline in Status. Even through the phone, Gu Chencher could feel Zhou Xiangyu's ecstasy. Gu Chencher said sincerely, "Congratulations. Zhou Xiangyu, brother is excellent, right? It's not that difficult to get into university." Gu Chencher cleared his throat. "I advise you to keep a low profile, otherwise you will be beaten to death by others." If his classmates who studied hard every day but failed in the end heard about his boasting, they would definitely want to beat him to death. Which is more important, talent or hard work? In order to prevent students from giving up, many teachers will say inspiring words like "the early bird catches the worm" and "diligence can make up for lack of talent." Of course, diligence does help. But compared to talent, it's cruel, but it's true. Otherwise, why can some people go further when everyone works equally hard? Ha, Lao Gu, my dad gave me 20,000 yuan and told me to spend as much time as I want these 2 days. I'll treat you and my sister to a meal. Oh, and by the way, is your aunt at home today? Bring her along too. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Zhou Xiangyu is full of heroic spirit. Gu Chencher, 20,000? Uncle is very generous, but what does uncle mean by letting you have fun these 2 days? As expected of a person with excellent academic performance, he is able to keenly grasp the key points. There was a sudden silence on the phone. Obviously, Gu Chencher accidentally hit Zhou Xiangyu's sore spot. Zhou Xiangyu's happiness was gone, and he cried out, "Old Gu, in 2 days, I will be separated from you." Gu Chencher was puzzled. Doesn't the university start in September? It's still early, and we can still see each other often after we live in the same city. No, Old Gu. Zhou Xiangyu said angrily, "My dad told me to have fun these 2 days, and after that he wants me to go to City A to earn tuition." Gu Chencher. What is this operation? He gave Zhou Xiangyu an idea. Then don't spend the 20,000 yuan. Why not save it for tuition? Zhou Xiangyu said depressedly, "Brother is so smart, can't he think of this? My dad said that his money is his money, and I have to earn my own money to pay for my tuition in college." Ahak. Old Gu, in other people's cases, the son betrays the father, but in my case, it's the father who betrays the son. Gu Chencher could only persuade him kindly, "Uncle must want to train you," which is actually not a bad thing. Even if it's not a bad thing, it's not a good thing either. If I have to tighten screws, how can I have time to play games? Zhou Xiangyu was sad, his eyes were dark, as if he felt the end of the world. Life is not just about playing games. In fact, I think it's good to have the opportunity to gain experience. Gu Chencher was not simply comforting him, but he felt that this was the truth. Zhou Xiangyu said, "TSK, Lao Gu, why are you saying the same thing as Tang Xiaoxi? Tell me the truth, did you two collude in advance?" Gu Chencher said with a smile, "I don't have the ability to predict the future. How can I know that you will be thrown by your uncle to tighten the screws?" Hey, that's not right. Did Zhou Xiangyu call Tang Xiaoxi before he called to complain to himself? So can he understand that, as Zhou Xiangyu's best friend, his position in Zhou Xiangyu's heart has now declined? You have to know that before this, no matter what happened to Zhou Xiangyu, whether happy or sad, he would always be the first to know. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Gu Chencher never thought that he, who could make Zhou Xiangyu put down his gaming wife and chat with him, would actually be ignored one day? Well, he felt so happy. Gu Chencher pretended that he hadn't noticed anything. "Well, will Tang Xiaoxi also come out to eat with us today?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "Of course, otherwise, just watching you and my sister being affectionate, how uncomfortable would it be for a single person like me?" Gu Chencher corrected him, "No, you are not considered a single dog now. You are also a man with a boyfriend. Don't forget the relationship agreement reached between Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi." Zhou Xiangyu seemed to be thinking about something. "What you said seems to make sense. Old Gu, you decide the time and place. Anyway, I have money now, so feel free to rip me off." When Gu Chencher saw Xiaoyu's opinion, Zhou Xiangyu heard it and couldn't help but criticize in his heart, saying that this guy, Old Gu, will definitely be dominated by his wife in the future. She complained in her heart, but she was extremely respectful. "Sister, it's your turn to eat at noon, you can eat wherever you want." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter where we go. I don't care." That's settled then. After Gu Chencher washed up, he had already put on his clothes, but after thinking about it, he went back into the house to change into another set of clothes. They changed into the couple outfits that Ginglan bought for them last time. Gu Chencher said, "Xiaoyu, change into it when you go out later. If we walk down the street like this, we will definitely get 500% attention." Xiaoyu said shyly, "Wouldn't that be too ostentatious?" Gu Chencher raised his eyebrows. "I just want to be more public, let the whole world know that you are my girlfriend, and piss off those single guys." Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. "You just told Zhou Xiangyu to be more low-key, but now I think you are more vulnerable than him. You are getting cocky." Gu Chencher said proudly, "I have found the best girl in the world to be my girlfriend. I would be sorry for myself if I don't drift away." Before going out, Xiaoyu obediently changed into couple outfits. The neighbors in the community already know their relationship, and they just smile and say hello when they see them. They no longer look at them strangely, nor do they make teasing remarks that make people uncomfortable. Xiaoyu could now walk openly in the community yard holding hands with Gu Chencher. There was no Jinglan's electric scooter to ride this time, but Xiaoyu really liked the feeling of sitting on the back and holding Gu Chencher's waist while enjoying the breeze. It happens to be cloudy today, with no sun and cool weather, which is perfect for going out for fun. Grandma Wang downstairs had a bicycle that was left in the shed collecting dust all day. When she heard that Gu Chencher was going out, she hurriedly took out a towel to wipe the bicycle clean and let Gu Chencher ride it. How could Gu Chencher possibly ask Grandma Wang to help him clean the car, so he said he could do it himself. The little brown-haired teddy bear in Grandma Wang's house stuck out its tongue and excitedly circled around Gu Chencher. After cleaning the car, Gu Chencher checked the tires and filled them with air. Then he took a step forward and sat on the car. He tilted his head and smiled at Xiaoyu. "Wife, the car is ready for you. We are waiting for you." Xiaoyu subconsciously looked around and found that there was no one around, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Although she liked hearing Gu Chencher call her wife, she would still feel embarrassed if someone else heard it. The back seat of a bicycle is not as comfortable as that of an electric bike. Before Xiaoyu sat on it, Gu Chencher folded a white towel and placed it on top before letting Xiaoyu sit on it. Chapter 129. She is so well behaved. The time they agreed on was 11:30, and Gu Chencher and his team set off at 10:30. Gu Chencher rode a bicycle with Xiaoyu on his back, riding slowly along the moat. Willows are swaying on the banks of the moat, and various green plants are growing well. There is a row of poplar trees on each side of the road, with dense branches intertwined together, blocking out the sun, lush and verdant, giving a feeling of a winding and deep path, which is particularly artistic and makes people feel relaxed and happy. There are usually few passing vehicles, and in the morning or after dinner, many people like to walk or run along the river. Gu Chencher likes this road very much. In the past, when I had nothing to do, I liked to come here for a walk and relax. Xiaoyu tied her hair into a high ponytail, which was tied behind her head with a black rubber band. She didn't have any extra clothes, and she looked simple, refreshing and beautiful. Her long black hair fluttered in the breeze. She hugged Gu Chencher's waist, leaned her face against his back, looked at the lush greenery, and felt peace in her heart. She likes it here. The sound of bicycle wheels rolling over the concrete floor came to his ears, and Xiaoyu couldn't help asking, "Gu Chencher, are you tired?" Gu Chencher put down his right foot and supported himself on the ground, tilting his head slightly. "What did you call me just now, wife?" Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. "Gu Chencher." Gu Chencher asked, "What?" "Gu Chencher." Xiaoyu repeated it, and then immediately realized that Gu Chencher did not fail to hear it, but did it on purpose. "I call you wife, so what should you call me?" Gu Chencher coaxed. Xiaoyu was very smart and guessed his intention immediately. She smiled with her lips pursed. Gu Chencher said a little depressed, "Wife, although we haven't obtained the marriage certificate yet, you can only be my wife in this life, so shouldn't you change your words to me now?" Husband. Just imagining this word in Xiaoyu's mind made her feel embarrassed. I'm not used to it." Xiaoyu said honestly. Gu Chencher said as a matter of course, "It's because I'm not used to it, so I have to practice in advance. Now that no one is around, call me husband." Gu Chencher's tone was gentle, with a hint of coaxing, just like a big bad wolf who wanted to eat the little white rabbit in one bite. Xiaoyu's face turned red unconsciously. Gu Chencher turned his head and looked at her patiently, his eyes clear and full of expectation. Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time. "Husband." Gu Chencher felt relaxed all over, but most people have the common problem of wanting more. He didn't hear it once, and wanted to hear it again. "Can you please call me again?" Practice makes perfect, and this time Xiaoyu called out the word husband fluently. Gu Chuncher chuckled, "Hold on tight." Then he pedaled hard and the bicycle rushed out quickly. He is full of strength now. Xiao Yu's cheeks turned slightly red. She hugged Gu Chuncher's waist tightly and laughed silently. The wind whistles in my ears, so refreshing and pleasant. There are not many pedestrians on the moat road, and almost all of them are riding electric bikes. The bicycle carrying 2 people showed its prowess, overtaking one electric vehicle after another. Just like a happy little cheetah, moving freely on the road. Later, they felt that it was a bit early, so they passed the section with the best view of the moat and stopped to look at the scenery on a bench for a while. There were 2 or 3 fishing enthusiasts fishing on the riverbank, carrying a small bucket and drinking a cup of tea, looking leisurely and contented. Gu Chuncher couldn't help but look forward to the future. When we retire and our children grow up and don't need us anymore, I want to buy a small farmyard in the suburbs, grow some vegetables and flowers, and walk around and go fishing when I have nothing to do. What do you think? Xiao Yu obeyed. Whatever you say, I will listen to you. Gu Chuncher wanted to rub her head again. How can she be so obedient? Keep going. When we arrived at the agreed location, we found that they were still early. Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi came together, which shows that they had made an appointment in advance to come together. I never thought that the blockhead whose mind was only occupied by games would find himself together with someone else. Things have really changed. Tang Xiaoxi took off her student-like glasses, permed her hair into a ladylike style, and wore an elegant goose yellow long skirt. The whole person seemed to be reborn, like a different person. Gu Chuncher dared to guarantee that if Tang Xiaoxi had not come here with Zhou Xiangyu, he might not have recognized her even if they passed each other face to face on the street. Tang Xiaoxi first looked at Gu Chuncher with gratitude. If it weren't for Gu Chuncher, she would still be sad now. "Hello, I'm a classmate of Gu Chuncher and Zhou Xiangyu." Tang Xiaoxi introduced herself to Xiao Yu gently. Xiao Yu smiled back. "Hello, I remember you. You are Gu Chuncher's deskmate, right?" After being with Gu Chuncher, Xiao Yu became curious about everything about Gu Chuncher. Among all his classmates, the only one except Lin Ranran, who was discussed by others when he was waiting for the bus with Gu Chuncher, was Gu Chuncher's deskmate. Later, when Xiao Yu attended a class reunion with Gu Chuncher, she secretly asked Gu Chuncher who his deskmate was, and Gu Chuncher pointed him out to her. Zhou Xiangyu told everyone to feel free to order whatever they wanted. Xiao Yu and Tang Xiaoxi both said it didn't matter, just eat anything. Gu Chuncher said, "Zhou Xiangyu, it's not easy for your uncle to make money. Although this is the reward money for you, there is no need to waste it." Zhou Xiangyu sighed and said, "I just want to be as carefree as possible while I can. I only have 2 days, today and tomorrow." Listening to his tragic tone and looking at his expression of despair, someone who didn't know him would think he. Forget it, it's not auspicious. I wouldn't say anything more. If I had known this earlier, I would have prayed that the admission letter would arrive a few days later. Zhou Xiangyu complained. Gu Chuncher said, "What is coming will come. You can't avoid it by praying." However, Zhou Xiangyu received the admission letter quite early. Gu Chuncher and Tang Xiaoxi haven't received it yet. "By the way, Uncle wants you to go to City A to earn tuition. Are you going to find a job on your own, or has Uncle arranged one for you?" Gu Chuncher asked curiously. Zhou Xiangyu seemed to have accepted his fate. "My dad has found it for me. As for what screw to tighten, I'm not sure yet. I'll talk about it when I get to City A the day after tomorrow. He said that I should try to pay for my college expenses by myself in the future and not ask him for money because I am an adult now. I even wondered if my parents had secretly given birth to a brother or sister for me. The money earned from the small shop was only enough to make milk powder, so they wanted me to be self-reliant? I feel like there are so few people reading books these days. I guess I've been abandoned by all the readers." Wow. Chapter 130, Exercise in Advance. Zhou Xiangyu had a wild imagination and wondered if his parents had secretly had a second child without telling him. The other 3 people present were shocked. But on second thought, this is not impossible. After the 2-child policy was relaxed, there was a news report about a college student who went home for the summer vacation and found out that he had a younger brother. Zhou Xiangyu's parents look very young, so it is completely possible for them to have a second child. So, Zhou Xiangyu's worries are not unreasonable? Gu Chuncher said, "Zhou Xiangyu, you are overthinking it. Even if your uncle and aunt want a second child, there is no need to hide it from you." Zhou Xiangyu retorted with reason and evidence. "What if my parents were afraid that I couldn't accept it and couldn't control themselves and strangled their baby to death?" Gu Chuncher rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Ask yourself, can you really do that to your lovely brother or sister?" Zhou Xiangyu shook his head. Brother is so kind that he wouldn't even want to crush an ant to death, but I will definitely spank his little but when our parents are not around and make him cry. Gu Chenshi didn't want to talk anymore. Because he suddenly felt that he was quite boring, actually discussing an unfounded guess seriously with Zhou Xiangyu. Tang Xiaoxi expressed her own opinion. Actually, I hope I can have a brother or sister. Well, it would be best if it was a sister, so that I can take her around to play, just like Meng He and his sister. Meng Hao was the one who took his elementary school sister to attend a class reunion during the spring festival. Xiaoyu is a talkative person and she doesn't want to get involved in any topics that are not related to Gu Chenshi. In addition, because she grew up in a rather alternative environment, she was unable to integrate into the family topics that everyone was talking about. Fortunately, the content of their conversation sounded quite interesting, and it was not bad for her to just be a silent listener. No, I want to ask my mom if she really had a second child without telling me. They are going too far. Zhou Xiangyu was so angry at his own imagination that he picked up his phone to make a call. Gu Chenshi was shocked. This guy, forget it, he was too lazy to say anything. Tang Xiaoxi, who was sitting next to Zhou Xiangyu, saw that Zhou Xiangyu was serious and was about to stop him when Zhou Xiangyu's phone rang. Tang Xiaoxi accidentally saw that the caller was the most beautiful woman in the universe. I suddenly felt a little flustered. The most beautiful woman in the universe? Who is it? Zhou Xiangyu pressed the answer button, opened his mouth, and said directly, "Hello, Mom." Tang Xiaoxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Zhou Xiangyu's mother. Well, I'm having dinner outside with my friends. Oh, by the way, Mom, you called at the right time. I have something to ask you. Gu Chenshi, who was chewing peanuts, almost bit his tongue. This guy, he actually asked. I don't know if he will be beaten to death. Mom, are you and my dad hiding something from me? A very, very serious concealment. Zhou Xiangyu asked righteously. Okay, then you speak first. You mean Gu Chenshi? Having said that, Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chenshi, who was sitting opposite him, in surprise. Gu Chenshi was surprised. How did the conversation between mother and son turn to him? Xiaoyu also raised his head, looked at Zhou Xiangyu, and then looked at Gu Chenshi in confusion. No, Mom, you and my dad can just harm your own son. Why are you thinking of harming someone else's son? No one knew what Zhou Xiangyu's mother said to him on the phone. Zhou Xiangyu's eyebrows were shaking in fear, leaving the other three confused. No, this is too outrageous, Mom. Respect his opinion? Then why don't you respect my opinion? Did you pick me up from the trash can, or have you secretly started practicing the trumpet? Gu Chenshi couldn't hold it in any longer and almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. Zhou Xiangyu, this guy dares to say anything, he is really not afraid of death. Warrior. However, Zhou Xiangyu was only brave for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he had a gloomy face, as if he had been scolded severely. Zhou Xiangyu was too embarrassed to argue with his mother. No matter how unreliable he is, he still has the bottom line of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Okay, I get it, Mom. Oh wait, you really didn't secretly give me a brother or sister? The call finally ended. Zhou Xiangyu found that the other 3 people were staring at him without blinking, which made him want to scratch his head. He looked at Gu Chenshi with great guilt. That, old Gu, let me first say sorry to you on behalf of my parents. Gu Chenshi asked with a frown, what are you sorry for? Zhou Xiangyu was speechless and said, actually, it was my father's idea. Didn't he want me to screw screws to earn tuition? He is my father, I cannot disobey him, but now he also wants you to go and tighten the screws with me, but you can just refuse. He is not a local tyrant, so don't bother with him, just reject him directly. I will call my mother later and tell her that you are not going. No. Gu Chenshi thought about it and became a little interested. I want to know what kind of screws are tightened? He is already an adult, so it would be good for him to enter the society early and gain some experience. Now that Zhou's father has given him this opportunity, he doesn't want to miss it. Zhou Xiangyu was shocked. Old Gu, are you okay? I see you seem very interested. Gu Chenshi admitted generously, yes, I am very interested. Zhou Xiangyu was puzzled. If the distance was not a bit far, he might have reached out and touched Gu Chenshi's forehead to see if he had a fever. Xiaoyu turned to look at Gu Chenshi. You want to earn your own tuition? You don't have to work so hard. If you don't want to use your uncle and aunt's money, then use my money. I can support you. Zhou Xiangyu. Tang Xiaoxi. I was unexpectedly fed a handful of dog food, the sour smell of love. Gu Chencher said with a smile, now that I have hands and feet, I don't want to be a freeloader. Sooner or later I will have to step into society, so it is necessary to exercise myself. Xiaoyu was convinced by him. Well, then I support you. However, wherever Gu Chencher went, she had to go too, otherwise she would feel uneasy. When you are out, it is different from being at home. You will meet all kinds of people. What if someone bullies him? If Gu Chencher knew what she was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be moved and feel both amused and sad. Come on, he's not 1.80 meters tall for nothing. Even Zhou Xiangyu, who can fight 5 people at the same time, is not his opponent. This means that when facing ordinary people, he should be able to fight 6 people at the same time. Zhou Xiangyu hesitated and asked, are you sure? Gu Chencher nodded firmly, sure. It's a good thing that my sister agreed, but I think you need to discuss it with your uncle and aunt. Gu Chencher said, no need to discuss it, I can make the decision myself. Chapter 131. She is someone's favorite. Even if Gu Chencher didn't communicate with his parents in advance, he would know what his parents' attitude would be. Of course, I respect his choice. Zhou Xiangyu said, are you really not going to reconsider it? Gu Chencher laughed, what is there to consider? Just reply like this to auntie. Zhou Xiangyu suddenly started dancing with joy, that's great. Finally someone is here to screw in the screws with me, he. Gu Chencher. To be honest, he heard a hint of bloating in Zhou Xiangyu's ecstasy. Please, are you mistaken? I did it voluntarily, which is different from you being forced. Tang Xiaoxi hesitated and said, Zhou Xiangyu, can you ask uncle if he wants a female employee? Zhou Xiangyu stopped laughing and asked incredulously, you want to tighten the screws too? Tang Xiaoxi smiled shyly, I think Gu Chencher is right. We will all enter society sooner or later. It's not bad to go out and gain some experience earlier. Well, that is not right. Actually, she wanted to create opportunities to spend more time with Zhou Xiangyu before school started. But she thought of something and said frustratedly, but forget it, my mother might not agree. Gu Chencher expressed his understanding of this. After all, she is a girl, so it is normal for her family to be worried. Zhou Xiangyu called the most beautiful woman in the universe back on the spot and agreed to meet tomorrow to discuss the matter in detail. After the dinner, Zhou Xiangyu probably felt that he only had 19,000 yuan left out of the 20,000 yuan, which he hadn't spent, so he asked them to go to the game hall to play for a while. Gu Chencher took Xiaoyu away on the pretext of having something to do, giving him and Tang Xiaoxi some time alone. The universities they applied to are not in the same city, and Zhou Xiangyu has to go screwing screws the day after tomorrow, so they will soon be separated. Gu Chencher, if you really go to City 8 or Intuition, I want to go with you. Xiaoyu was sitting on the bicycle enjoying the breeze when he suddenly said this. Gu Chencher said lovingly, okay, from now on, I will make a lot of money and support you. Xiaoyu has always wanted to support Gu Chencher, but he is being supported by his uncle and aunt, so it is not her turn at all. After leaving the young family, she had become accustomed to being self-reliant. When she heard the gentle words I will support you from Gu Chencher's mouth, she almost broke down. She can also be someone else's favorite. Stop for a moment. Xiaoyu said suddenly. Gu Chencher didn't understand what was going on, but he still obediently supported himself with his feet and stopped. Gu Chencher, turn your face around. Xiaoyu said with a hint of domineering. Gu Chencher said, What did you call me just now? With previous experience, Xiaoyu immediately understood what he meant. Hubby, turn your face around. That's right. Gu Chencher turned his head contentedly, what's the matter, wife? Xiaoyu held his head and, ignoring the passers-by on the roadside, slapped him hard on the forehead. He was so nice that Xiaoyu couldn't help but reward him. Gu Chencher raised his hand blankly and touched the place where he had just been kissed. The surprise came so suddenly that he was caught off guard. Before he could even feel it, it was over. Gu Chencher greedily pointed at his own face and said, one more time. Xiaoyu was a doting husband and she kissed him on the face again obediently. Gu Chencher pointed to the other side of his face and said, do this side too, so it's symmetrical. Xiaoyu did as he was told, and anticipated Gu Chencher's next request, and quickly touched his lips. Only then did Gu Chencher contentedly ask Xiaoyu to hold him tightly, and then he rode the small bicycle at the speed of a flying fish again. As Gu Chencher expected, although Jinglan was a little worried and reluctant, she respected Gu Chencher's choice. Jinglan felt a little sad. Her child had grown up and wanted to fly away. It is time to fly. Some parents tie their children to themselves under the pretext of protecting them, which is a serious mistake. Parents can protect their children for a while, but they cannot protect them forever. Jinglan was a little sad at first, but Xiaoyu said, "Auntie, I want to go with Gu Chenshi." Jinglan suddenly felt empty inside. But after all, isn't a daughter-in-law's son s? Jinglan smiled and said kindly, "Okay, go ahead. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. The main thing is to experience life. Chenshi, when you have time, take Xiaoyu to see the scenic spots and historical sites there." Gu Chenshi called his father Gu Cheng and told him about his plan, and naturally received Gu Cheng's strong support. When he knew that Xiaoyu was going with him, Gu Cheng gave Gu Chenshi the same instructions as Jinglan, asking him to take good care of himself, take good care of Xiaoyu, etc. After dinner, Xiaoyu sat at the table and started working. "I've been spending so much time with Gu Chenshi every day recently that I've lost focus on work. This is not right. You can't be too affectionate, but you also have to find time to earn money. This is a win-win situation." There was a table that was 1.5 meters wide. Xiaoyu sat on one side and Gu Chenshi sat on the other side. Keep to your own peace and do not disturb each other. For a moment, it seemed as if time had gone back to when Gu Chenshi was preparing for the exam and Xiaoyu was sitting on the bed, writing a novel and quietly accompanying him. Gu Chenshi was drawing a little man again. When she got tired of painting, she turned around and looked at Xiaoyu, who was working. She was painting, but she was fully immersed in her work at this moment, and in Gu Chenshi's eyes it looked like he could never get enough of the painting. Gu Chenshi felt a little itchy. He wanted to touch her face and rub her little head. But forget it, don't disturb her work. Gu Chenshi forced himself to pull his attention away from Xiaoyu. Once again, I devoted myself to the great cause of drawing little people. As he was drawing, suddenly a hand gently pinched his earlobe. In fact, Xiaoyu was not as focused as she appeared. She would look up at Gu Chenshi from time to time, and every time she looked at him she would feel more at ease. Gu Chenshi grabbed her hand and kissed it on his lips. Xiaoyu smiled and pulled his hand away. "I was afraid that if I was a step slower, my will would collapse in his gentleness, and I just wanted to be affectionate with him and fail to complete today's work. I haven't coded a single word of the novel I'm going to update today. I'm under a lot of pressure." At 9 o'clock the next morning, Gu Chenshi appeared at Zhou's house on time. Zhou Xiangyu, with his messy hair, yawned continuously, his eyes were dull and his face looked dazed. He was still wearing pajamas. When Gu Chenshi saw him like this, he could already imagine him being pulled off the soft bed by his mother. Needless to say, he must have risked his life to accompany his gaming wife again last night. Zhou Xiangyu's mother, who was dressed brightly and beautifully like a rich lady, changed her gentle and amiable demeanor in front of Gu Chenshi. She raised her hand with exquisite manicure and slapped Zhou Xiangyu on the forehead. "You little bastard, go wash your face and change your clothes. Look at what you look like." Zhou Xiangyu rubbed his head in anger but dared not say anything, then turned away obediently. Chapter 132, Becoming a Family Member. Looking at Zhou Xiangyu's deflated look, Gu Chenshi laughed secretly. "It's true that there is always someone who can defeat you. By the way, do parents all have a loving name for their children? For example, his mother likes to call him Stinky Boy at home, while Zhou Xiangyu's mother calls Zhou Xiangyu Little Bastard." According to Zhou's mother Zhang Huiyue, a new Chinese restaurant has opened in City A and a lot of manpower is needed in the initial stage of opening. If Gu Chenshi doesn't mind, he can work as a temporary worker to gain some experience and earn some tuition fees. Finally, Zhang Huiyue added with a smile, "Food and accommodation are provided." Gu Chenshi felt that he did not think too much. Zhang Huiyue deliberately emphasized the 4 words free food and accommodation, among which she especially emphasized free accommodation. Gu Chenshi felt that this amiable elder seemed to be hinting at something. As expected, seeing that Gu Chenshi remained calm, she further hinted, "The dormitory is big enough. Chenshi, you can bring your companions with you. It won't take long anyway, just over a month in total. You can treat this work as another form of travel." Gu Chenshi smiled politely. He was certain in his heart that it was Zhou Xiangyu who told Zhang Huiyue that he had a girlfriend. "Isn't this a bad idea, boss?" Zhang Huiyue waved her hand. "Don't worry about that. The boss has a very good temper and is very easy to talk to. As long as you are all good kids and don't act naughty, the boss won't say anything." Gu Chenshi smiled and said nothing more. On the contrary, Zhang Huiyue saw that he was silent and became a little impatient, so she asked tentatively, "Chenshi, do you want to take your friends with you?" Auntie, I want to bring my girlfriend with me. Gu Chencher knew what she wanted to say. She would know it sooner or later anyway, so he might as well tell her frankly. Zhang Huiyue's eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, "Your girlfriend? I heard Xiang Yu mention her once before. I heard that girl is amazing. She subdued 2 thieves with her bare hands." Gu Chencher nodded, "Yes, Auntie." Zhang Huiyue was surprised. "So it's true? When I first heard Xiang Yu mention it, I thought he was bragging. But Gu Chencher looks like a reliable person. If he said so, then it must be true." Zhang Huiyue showed great interest in other people's children's girlfriends. "Now that you mention it, I am very curious about your girlfriend who is as capable as any man. Please introduce her to me someday, okay? Alas, I really wanted a daughter back then, but unfortunately the one I gave birth to was a troublesome little bastard. I will never have a daughter in this life. I can only hope that the little bastard can bring me a daughter-in-law." Gu Chencher. If Ms. Jinglan and Ms. Zhang Huiyue get together, they will definitely have endless topics to talk about. Zhou Xiangyu's father will drive back from City A tomorrow to pick them up. In short, Zhou Xiangyu's father has arranged everything for them, and once they arrive, they can start working directly to earn tuition fees. Zhang Huiyue warmly invited Gu Chencher to stay for lunch, but Gu Chencher politely declined. Zhang Huiyue wanted to keep him, but Zhou Xiangyu said, "Mom, please don't keep him here. He wants to go back to be with his wife." Gu Chencher. "But it seems that he is not wrong?" Zhang Huiyue laughed and requested again, "Okay, if you have the chance someday, you must introduce your girlfriend to me." Then the scene changed, and he raised his hand and patted Zhou Xiangyu on the head. "You little bastard, when can you bring me a daughter-in-law?" Zhou Xiangyu. Okay, he was the one who talked too much, okay? It was confirmed that they would leave tomorrow. Although Jinglan was mentally prepared, she still felt a sudden shock in her heart, as if the most important thing in her heart had separated from her body and started to become independent and move away from her. That was her beloved son Gu Chencher. Alas, there is also her good daughter-in-law Xiaoyu. Her heart suddenly felt empty, and she didn't know what to do. After dinner, Gu Chencher took out the suitcase Jinglan had prepared for him and began packing. Jinglan went out to buy some snacks and drinks for them in case they needed them on the road. After leaving the house, Jinglan couldn't help but raise her hand to wipe away her tears. When her son was young, she looked forward to him growing up, but when he grew up and she really had to let him go, she couldn't bear to do it. Across the street, Xiaoyu's door was half open, and she was also packing her luggage. Jinglan felt sad for a while and then suddenly smiled again. Her son is very capable and her daughter-in-law is sensible. Her life can only be so perfect. Why should she be sad now? Stop being pretentious. As soon as her son and daughter-in-law leave, she has some free time. She can watch some TV series or go to the square to dance with other sisters and young wives. She lives a very carefree life. Thinking of this, Jinglan's sadness disappeared and she went to the shop happily. Gu Chencher packed his luggage in no time. In fact, there was not much to pack, especially for boys, just 2 sets of clothes for changing. Xiaoyu cleaned up quickly too. She doesn't wear makeup and is used to going out with a bare face. This is the source of her natural beauty. She doesn't have all kinds of bottles and jars of cosmetics, and her luggage is not much more than Gu Chencher's. Xiaoyu walked to the door opposite and sat silently beside Gu Chencher's bed. Seeing that she was a little depressed, Gu Chencher asked, "What's wrong? Do you suddenly not want to go? If you don't want to go, don't go. I'll take you somewhere else to play when I have time." Xiaoyu shook his head. "No, I just feel a little reluctant to leave my aunts so suddenly." "Actually, I can't bear to leave either," Gu Chencher said with a little sadness. "My dad is often on business trips, and I don't think it's a big deal, but I've never left my mom since I was a child. This is the first time. But this is the price of growing up. Chencher, Xiaoyu, I bought you something to eat on the way. Come on, put it in your bag." "Hey, little brat, what are you doing?" Gu Chencher opened his arms and hugged his mother, smiling and said, "Mom, to be honest, are you reluctant to let me go tomorrow?" Jinglan said stubbornly, "No, I'm alone at home and have so much free time, let's go quickly." "Then you won't blame me if I kidnap your daughter-in-law?" Jinglan was happy. "My daughter-in-law is going to live with my son anyway, how can I, as a mother-in-law, have any objection?" Daughter-in-law, mother-in-law. Although Xiaoyu did not marry into the Gu family, she had never felt as deeply as she did now that she had completely become a member of the Gu family. This felt so good, she loved it, and at the same time she felt like crying. Chapter 133 Luxurious Dormitory. Before leaving for City A, Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu cleaned the house inside and out while Jinglan was at work. Gu Chencher dotes on his wife and is reluctant to let Xiaoyu do the rough work. Xiaoyu said that Gu Chencher treated her as an outsider and pretended to be angry, and Gu Chencher immediately raised his hands in surrender. It is not tiring when men and women work together. Besides, Jinglan was a clean person, so they cleaned up the house quickly. As they stood on the balcony, each holding an old popsicle and enjoying the breeze, Xiaoyu asked, "Is uncle coming back soon?" Gu Chencher didn't have the patience to take small sips, so he bit off a piece in one gulp. His facial features were distorted and his handsome face was deformed due to the cold. "Well, it's just these 2 days. I don't have to go on business trips anymore. Someone will listen to my mom's nagging for me. It is a sunny day today, the vegetation in the community is lush and green, and there are children playing in the yard, sweating all over." Gu Chencher finished the popsicle in a few bites and threw the small wooden stick into the trash can. Then he felt a little empty in his arms, so he reached out and pulled Xiaoyu into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. Well, the soft and full feeling in his arms made him satisfied. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a seemingly serious problem. "We are leaving today, but it seems that you haven't received the admission letter yet?" Gu Chencher said, "It's okay, my mother can receive it for me." He checked online the day before yesterday and saw his name on the admission list of Hua University. Anyway, the admission letter will come sooner or later, so it doesn't matter. Most parents nowadays like to hold a graduation banquet for their children, especially those who have been admitted to a prestigious school like Gu Chencher. They want to hold a grand banquet to express their joy. However, Gu Cheng and Jinglan were a low-key couple, and they gave birth to a low-key child like Gu Chencher. They all agreed that it was enough to accept congratulations from relatives and friends, and there was no need to hold a graduation banquet, so they didn't do it. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Jinglan came back from her early shift. On the way back, she bought a bunch of fruits and asked Gu Chencher to take them to eat on the way. Gu Chencher said, "Mom, you bought too much. We can't finish it." Jinglan said, "Xiaoyu doesn't want to eat? Xianyu doesn't want to eat? Your Uncle Joe doesn't want to eat? You kid, take them all with you. But don't forget, Mom. If we go with Uncle Joe's private car, our luggage alone will fill up the trunk. We really can't take so many fruits with us." This reason convinced Jinglan, and she took a step back and let Gu Chencher take half. Although Jinglan wanted to pretend nothing had happened, she didn't want to do anything. She looked at her eldest son, then at her good daughter-in-law, and the reluctance in her eyes could not be hidden. Xiaoyu will no longer work. When she arrives in City A and Gu Chencher goes to work, there will be no one to distract her. She will make up for it then. So before leaving, he stuck to Aunt Jinglan and talked to her in private. The time of parting soon came. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Xiangyu's father drove a commercial vehicle to the gate of Gu Chencher's community. Jinglan happily exchanged a few polite words with Zhou Xiangyu's father. After loading the luggage into the car, she waved goodbye reluctantly. In addition to Zhou Xiangyu, Gu Chencher, Xiaoyu, and Zhou Xiangyu's father, there was also a middle-aged man in the car. The middle-aged man was in charge of driving and didn't talk much. Father Zhou sat in the passenger seat and chatted with them casually, imparting some work experience to them. It's comfortable to listen to Zhou Xiangyu's father speak. The tone is neither hurried nor slow, and the story is told in a leisurely manner, which is very beneficial to people. The more he interacted with Zhou's father, the more Gu Chencher felt that Zhou Xiangyu's father was an invisible boss who was knowledgeable and experienced. But Zhou Xiangyu said that his parents were just the poor bosses of a small shop, so Gu Chencher had to reflect on himself. Maybe he is too young and doesn't come into contact with many people, so when he sees an elder with a calm personality, he will take it for granted that the other person is the big boss? The car sped along the road and got off the highway at 11 o'clock late at night. Zhou's father took them to a restaurant for a meal, took a short rest, and then continued on the road. In the second half of the night, the car was very quiet except for the sound of the wheels rolling over the ground. It was Zhou's father's turn to drive. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and rested for a while in the passenger seat. Maybe he didn't rest for long, about an hour or two, and then he took over the driving again. Xiaoyu had been very quiet. At this moment, he closed his eyes and leaned against Gu Chencher, as if he had fallen asleep. Here, Zhou Xiangyu also fell asleep. At first, his head tilted towards the car window. Maybe he was not sleeping comfortably, so he turned and leaned on Gu Chencher's shoulder. Gu Chencher, who was sitting in the middle, had a head on one shoulder. Quite symmetrical. Gu Chencher was also tired. He closed his eyes and fell asleep unknowingly. When I opened my eyes again, it was already light outside the window and the environment had become a little noisy. At this time, the car had already gotten off the highway and arrived in the city. It's finally here. Xiaoyu woke up before him and was drinking water. When he saw him wake up, he handed him the bottle of mineral water that he hadn't had time to screw the cap on. Gu Chencher took it and took a sip, then he inexplicably thought, does this count as an indirect kiss? Zhou Xiangyu yawned and stretched, oh my god, I'm so tired, oh no, I'm so tired. In front of Lousy, he dare not call himself lousy. Dad, are we there yet? Father Zhou said, we're here. Let me take you to your place of residence. You must be tired after sitting in the car for such a long time. Have a good rest today. We can talk about work tomorrow. Zhou Xiangyu smiled happily. Dad, you were so kind, Dad, I love you. The corny words gave Gu Chencher goosebumps all over his body. Don't think that Gu Chencher doesn't know how well Zhou Xiangyu disguised himself. He is just happy that he still has one day to play games. On the way to their destination, they stopped for breakfast. Everyone was sleepy and tired and had no appetite. At 6:30 in the morning, there were more pedestrians on the street. A strange city, with a familiar atmosphere. Zhou's father led them to a residential building and the elevator stopped on the 17th floor. Father Zhou opened the door and said, from today on, this is your dormitory. You will live here while you are in City A. This is not a dormitory, it is clearly a mansion for Gu Chencher, who lives in a 2-bedroom old house that is more than 30 years old. There are 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with an area of about 170 to 180 square meters. The house is open from north to south, and it is very bright even without turning on the lights. Zhou Xiangyu exclaimed, wow, this dormitory is nice, hee hee. Gu Chencher glanced at the dormitory with simple and elegant decoration and no trace of life. He was silent for a moment and asked, Uncle, will anyone else move in? Father Zhou waved his hand, no, just you 3 kids. Zhou Xiangyu asked in confusion, Dad, is this a new house? The owner of the Chinese restaurant is willing to use it as a dormitory for us? Father Zhou did not answer but asked, why, little bastard, are you not satisfied with this place? Chapter 134 Invisible Rich Second Generation. Gu Chencher looked at Zhou's father without saying a word. For some reason, he felt that when Zhou's father asked Zhou Xiangyu if he was dissatisfied with this place, it was like a test. Zhou Xiangyu said, not satisfied? No, I am very satisfied. This is much better than the old and broken house in our house. But no matter how satisfied I am, I will only live here for more than a month. This is not our home. Hey, Dad, our distant relative is so generous that I feel a little embarrassed. Well, the owner of the Chinese restaurant is a distant relative of Zhou Xiangyu's family. This accommodation was also provided by distant relatives. Other employees are given a housing allowance every month, but they need to rent a house outside and cannot enjoy this treatment. After all, this kinship wasn't for nothing. When Zhou's father greeted Gu Chen, Xiaoyu said, go and choose a room you like. Gu Chencher carried forward the spirit of Kongrong, giving up his pair, let Zhou Xiangyu choose first. Father Zhou laughed and said, don't worry about him. You guys pick first. Then he glanced at the time, indicated that he had something to do, and left in a hurry. There are 4 rooms, one of which is decorated like a study, with only a few books in the bookcase. The other 3 rooms are bedrooms and all bedding is provided. It's obvious at first glance that it was recently bought. Xiaoyu bent down and smelled it. The fluffy silk quilt and pillow still had the fragrance of laundry detergent and a faint scent of sunshine. She glanced towards the living room and saw Zhou Xiangyu touching him, looking around curiously. It can be seen that the luxury of the dormitory diluted his resistance to earning tuition fees on his own. Xiaoyu whispered, Gu Chencher, why do I feel weird? Gu Chencher said, so you also feel something is wrong? I thought I was overthinking it. Xiaoyu looked around thoughtfully, I think this apartment belongs to Zhou Xiangyu. Gu Chencher said in surprise, you think so too? You are worthy of being my wife, we really have a tacit understanding. Zhou Xiangyu came over and said, sister, are you satisfied with this place? Xiaoyu smiled and said, well, it's fine, but I feel embarrassed that your relatives asked me to stay with you since I'm not an employee. Zhou Xiangyu said proudly, don't be embarrassed. My relatives are very generous and considerate of employees. They specially prepared a staff family room for you. You can stay there, don't feel embarrassed. Gu Chencher lowered his head to look at his phone, not knowing what he was looking at. He was checking the location of this place from the university Zhou Xiangyu had applied to a city university of science and technology. As he expected, this place is indeed very close to the University of Science and Technology, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to walk there. So Gu Chencher made a bold guess that this house was bought by Zhou's father as a college gift for Zhou Xiangyu. However, buying a house is not a trivial matter. It takes time to decorate the house after buying it. It is naturally impossible for Zhou Xiangyu to buy it after receiving the admission letter. However, Gu Chencher can give a reasonable explanation for this unreasonable point. Because Zhou Xiangyu had previously stated that his favorite university was a city university of science and technology. Now, his dream has come true. To sum up, it is very likely that Zhou's father bought a house here in advance after knowing his son's dream. It doesn't matter if Zhou Xiangyu doesn't pass the exam. The house can be used for living or for investment. Of course, these are just Gu Chencher's guesses, but he feels that this is the truth. Okay, he admitted that he was jealous. Zhou Xiangyu is very likely the invisible rich second generation. And he is a rich second generation who was kept in the dark. TSK. They quickly chose a room. Zhou Xiangyu chose the outermost room and gave the two rooms opposite to each other to Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu. To be honest, Gu Chencher felt that he had taken advantage of Zhou Xiangyu greatly, provided that the house was really his. The other person's father not only provided him with an opportunity to gain social experience, but also provided them with such a good accommodation for free, which made him feel embarrassed. If Gu Chencher's inference is correct, then Zhou's father must have taken such good care of him out of gratitude for his kindness in urging Zhou Xiangyu to make progress every day before the college entrance examination. Forget it, let us not worry about it for now. Except for Zhou Xiangyu, who started to play the game energetically after being excited, Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu were a little tired. After calling Jinglan to report their safety, they slept for a while in their respective rooms. By noon, Gu Chencher and the others woke up, but Zhou Xiangyu couldn't hold on and fell asleep on the sofa. Gu Chencher shook his head, picked up the headphones that Zhou Xiangyu had dropped onto the sofa, and put back Zhou Xiangyu's feet that were hanging down from the sofa. Zhou Xiangyu hummed twice and continued to sleep. Xiao Yu washed some of the fruit that his aunt bought and brought it to Gu Chencher to eat. Gu Chencher picked up a grape, carefully peeled off the skin, and then put it into his mouth and to Xiao Yu's mouth. The two of them were afraid of waking up Zhou Xiangyu, who was sleeping soundly, so they brought the food to Gu Chencher's room to eat. After waking up, Gu Chencher drew open the curtains and opened the window. The room suddenly became bright and the scenery outside the window was in full view. It is one scenery during the day, and a completely new scenery at night. Blowing the cool breeze, admiring the scenery outside the window, eating sweet and sour grapes, with the beloved girl sitting next to me. Life is beautiful. Xiao Yu said suddenly, it's too small, still too small. Gu Chencher was at a loss, what's smaller? He looked down at the grapes. His mother must have bought high-quality grapes, each one was round and plump, and not small. This house is nice, but if a family lives in it, the space is too small and there is no yard, Xiao Yu commented seriously. Only then did Gu Chencher realize that Xiao Yu was talking about the house here. He couldn't help laughing. Well, this big house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms is worth tens of millions in City A, where every inch of land is valuable, but his wife doesn't even like it. She has very high standards. But at the same time, he looked down at the grapes in his hand and thought of a funny thing. Does this count as sour grapes because you can't eat them? Xiao Yu stared at him with a pair of clear eyes and said in a faint voice, Hey, Gu Chencher, are you secretly laughing at me for saying that the grapes are sour because I can't eat them? Gu Chencher almost choked on his own saliva. Oh my god. Could it be that his wife has the ability to read minds? He suddenly felt like he was naked in front of her, and she saw everything. It seems that there will be no chance to hide private money in the future. Fortunately, he didn't have any bad habits, and it seemed unnecessary for him to hide any private money. Xiao Yu smiled, his eyes narrowed slightly, and stars twinkled in his eyes. Gu Chencher moved closer. Tasted the sweetness of grapes on her lips. Gu Chencher. Husband. That's right. From now on, when there is no one around, you must call me husband. Don't forget it next time. Gu Chencher restored the husband's authority. Yeah. Xiao Yu nodded seriously. Gu Chencher touched her little face and said, Let's buy a house with a yard in the future. My mom will grow vegetables and you will grow flowers, and our children will run around and play in the yard. Chapter 135, Fear of Shortening One's Lifespan. The two of them looked forward to the future, and Gu Chencher asked her what she wanted to eat for lunch. After becoming a summer intern at a Chinese restaurant, the restaurant provides food and accommodation. However, at the moment, they have already enjoyed the free accommodation policy in advance, and the free meals policy means that the restaurant will provide working meals after work. They have not officially started their jobs yet, so naturally they don't have any work meals to eat. In addition, Xiaoyu would definitely have to cook for himself, so being able to live here for free was already a great deal for them. They have some food now, but it's just snacks, fruits, and the like, which can't be eaten as meals. When going out, Gu Qinsher can make do with what he wants, but he can't let Xiaoyu make do with him. What's more, there is a guy sleeping soundly on the sofa in the living room. The two did not disturb Zhou Xiangyu. They took the key left by Zhou's father before he left the community, ate a bowl of rice noodles nearby, and familiarized themselves with the surrounding environment. Considering that it was unknown when Zhou Xiangyu would wake up, and packing the rice noodles would make them clumpy, he walked a few more steps, found a fast food restaurant, and packed a portion for Zhou Xiangyu. When I got back, I found Zhou Xiangyu had woken up, looking for them room by room. Seeing them coming back, she immediately said aggrievedly, "Sister, Lao Gu, I thought you guys ran away to play secretly, and you thought I was a light bulb and left me at home." Gu Qinsher explained, "I went out to eat, and I didn't call you because you were sleeping soundly. Here, this is the lunch I brought for you." Zhou Xiangyu was awakened by hunger. He took the food, sat down and started to eat it ravenously. While eating, he asked vaguely, "Do you want to go out and play in the afternoon? I will be your guide." Gu Qinsher knew that his parents often took him to City A for travel. Gu Qinsher used to think that they liked this ancient city more, but now. Gu Qinsher asked casually, "Zhou Xiangyu, where did you stay when you traveled here with your parents before?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "They all live in the home of one of my relatives." "Then it looks like your relative's house is quite big." "It's okay, just an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. It's much bigger than my house anyway." Gu Qinsher asked doubtfully, "Don't think I'm being harsh. You often stay at your relatives' homes. Don't your relatives find it inconvenient?" "It shouldn't be inconvenient. My relative is abroad and seldom comes back. Anyway, I have never seen this relative." Zhou Xiangyu finished eating and wiped his mouth. Gu Qinsher and Xiaoyu exchanged glances. "Okay, it's confirmed. Zhou Xiangyu is a rich second generation who doesn't even know he is a rich second generation." Gu Qinsher wanted to tease Zhou Xiangyu, "You have so many relatives." On second thought, although this guy doesn't seem to be smart most of the time, it would be bad if he did become smart and noticed something from this sentence. Based on Gu Qinsher's unilateral speculation, he believed that the Chinese restaurant owned by the so-called distant relative was most likely the Zhou family's business. But why did Zhou's father hide it from his only son? Gu Qinsher was puzzled. But Zhou's father and mother must have their own considerations. This is someone else's family affair, so of course he can't interfere. What's more, these were just his unfounded speculations, without any evidence to support them. Maybe he was just overthinking it. "Hey, you guys haven't answered my question yet. Do you want to go out and play this afternoon? I have to go to work tomorrow, so I won't have time to play anymore." Xiaoyu immediately expressed his attitude, "I won't go. I have some work to do and I can't put it off any longer." Gu Qinsher said, "I don't want to go out, I'm a little tired and want to have a good rest." Zhou Xiangyu threw the fast food box into the trash can and said happily, "That's great. Actually, I don't want to go out either. It's too hot outside. It's not as comfortable as staying here." Gu Qinsher was speechless. "You want to play games again in the afternoon?" "Well, that's what I planned." "How did you know?" Gu Qinsher rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know? Isn't it obvious?" Zhou Xiangyu slapped his head and said, "Oh, I forgot something. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going to make a phone call." As he said this, he picked up 2 grapes that Xiaoyu had left for him and went straight into the room. Gu Qinsher guessed what he was going to do. At the dinner the day before, Tang Xiaoxi told him to call her to let her know he was safe when he arrived in City A. Zhou Xiangyu must have forgotten about it and only remembered it now. That's right, love should act like love, even if they are reservist boyfriend and girlfriend. After a good sleep, Gu Qinsher woke up at 7 o'clock the next morning feeling refreshed. He went to the living room and found soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings, and millet porridge on the table. Gu Qinsher was moved. "I didn't expect that on the first day of living with Zhou Xiangyu. Does that seem a bit weird?" "Forget it, never mind." On the first morning they lived here, Zhou Xiangyu actually got up early and bought breakfast for them. This brother can get along. Zhou Xiangyu pushed the door open and walked out, pointing at the breakfast on the table. Gu Chencher thought he was going to say eat, you're welcome, but he actually said, old Gu, you're so nice, you actually got up so early to buy me breakfast. Gu Chencher. Zhou Xiangyu didn't tea buy the breakfast, and he didn't tea buy that either, so it seems obvious who bought it? Xiaoyu, wearing a loose casual suit, came out of the kitchen. Come over and have breakfast quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. If this breakfast was bought by Zhou Xiangyu, Gu Chencher would feel very touched. It turns out that the breakfast was actually bought by Xiaoyu, so Gu Chencher felt very distressed. Well, it's true that he has some double standards. But who can blame Xiaoyu for being his treasure? Gu Chencher felt distressed when he thought of Xiaoyu getting up, going out alone, taking the elevator alone, walking alone in the huge and unfamiliar community, buying breakfast and coming back alone. Why didn't you wake me up when you got up in the morning? It would be more accurate to say that Gu Chencher was blaming himself rather than complaining. He blamed himself for having hands and feet but always being taken care of by Xiaoyu. He obviously wanted to take care of her more. Xiaoyu smiled indifferently. You slept well, I didn't want to wake you up. Maybe you slept too much yesterday, so I got up, and I had nothing to do, so I went out and bought you some breakfast and came back. Zhou Xiangyu's expression was dull. Sister, did you buy this breakfast? Well, eat quickly. Zhou Xiangyu shook his head like a rattle. Xiaoyu asked curiously, do you dislike fried dough sticks or steamed dumplings? Sorry, I don't know your taste very well. These are the only 2 breakfasts sold outside, so I bought a little of each. Zhou Xiangyu said in panic, No. I'm not picky about food, I eat everything. But sister, don't buy it next time, remember, don't buy it, okay? Xiaoyu was confused and asked, why don't you let me buy more? Zhou Xiangyu said weakly, I'm afraid I'll shorten my lifespan. Chapter 136 Happy Division of Labor. Xiaoyu herself probably didn't expect that her getting up early in the morning to buy breakfast would cause such a big reaction from Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu. She saw the pain in Gu Chencher's eyes. But she herself really didn't think there was anything wrong. Isn't this a very common thing? And she was happy to take care of his life. As for Zhou Xiangyu, sorry, I just mentioned him as a byproduct. She could understand that Gu Chencher felt sorry for her, and he didn't want to leave himself alone, but Zhou Xiangyu's reaction. Gu Chencher finished washing up, sat down and started to eat breakfast. Looking at Zhou Xiangyu standing beside him, he said helplessly, eat quickly, we have to go to the Chinese restaurant soon. It would be bad to be late on the first day of work. Zhou Xiangyu sat down in silence, took 2 bites of the fried dough sticks, then raised his head solemnly and said to Xiaoyu, who was sipping soy milk, Sister, don't buy breakfast for us in the future, let me buy it for us in the future. Xiaoyu was puzzled and asked, who buys different ones? It's different. You are a girl, I should take care of you, Gu Chencher is my younger brother, I should also take care of him. In short, from now on, just let me do this kind of errand work. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu exchanged glances silently. Well, it was hard for them to say it out loud. They were living here with their families, and it was very likely that they were taking advantage of him. If they took it for granted that he would take care of them, it seems a bit out of place. Although they can pretend that they know nothing, but their conscience cannot justify it. Since they will stay in City A for at least 1 month, which means they will live under the same roof for at least 1 month, Gu Chencher is willing to suffer some loss during this month, but in fact, he won't. He was willing to take on the responsibilities of buying breakfast and cleaning, but Xiaoyu disagreed. Xiaoyu believed that the main purpose of her following him was to take care of him. If she was taken care of by him instead, the meaning of her following him would be greatly reduced. At the same time, Zhou Xiangyu also disagreed. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Well, actually, he was afraid that if he took the service provided by Gu Chencher for granted, his dear sister would be annoyed with him. And as a younger brother, he is willing to show his courtesy to his wise and powerful sister. None of the 3 could convince the other, and after a heated discussion, they finally reached a consensus. There are too few breakfasts sold outside, and they are not tasty. Xiaoyu's cooking skills showed their importance at this time. She just went to the kitchen and took a look. The kitchen was fully equipped with pots, pans, and utensils. So she will be responsible for breakfast from now on. Gu Chencher came to wash the dishes and Zhou Xiangyu threw away the garbage. As for everyone's living expenses, share it equally. After the discussion, it was 8 o'clock and Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu went out to their workplace. Xiaoyu sent them out, but was stopped by Gu Chencher. Xiaoyu is a good fighter, but Gu Chencher always feels a little uneasy about leaving her alone in an unfamiliar environment. We came back and opened the door ourselves with our keys, so if someone rings the doorbell, just ignore it. Be careful when you are alone at home. Try to buy things online. If you can't buy things online, wait for me to come back and go out with you. Don't go out by yourself." At this point, Gu Chencher still felt that his explanation was incomplete, so he thought for a moment and added, "Call me if you have anything to say. Don't be afraid of disturbing my work. Work is not as important as her." Xiaoyu nodded. "Got it, go quickly, don't be late." Gu Chencher insisted that she close the door in front of him, and only then did he reluctantly leave with Zhou Xiangyu. Originally, Zhou's father was planning to come and take them there in person today, but then he became busy with important matters, so he sent the location of the Chinese restaurant to Zhou Xiangyu and asked them to find it themselves. The two of them took a taxi and arrived at the destination in 10 minutes. The Chinese restaurant is open from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., but when Gu Chencher and his friends arrived, the restaurant was closed. Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head and complained, "Why is my dad so unreliable? He asked us to come so early, but the restaurant doesn't open until 9 o'clock. Are we going to wait here like fools until 9 o'clock? Gu Chencher looked up and saw that the exterior decoration of the Chinese restaurant was ancient and classical, which was different from the surrounding modern buildings and was quite charming. After Zhou Xiangyu finished complaining, he looked around the place where they were about to work and commented, "Well, it looks like you have good taste." At this time, a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head came towards them, and Gu Chencher greeted him politely, "Hello." Zhou Xiangyu turned around when he heard the voice. The middle-aged man nodded at them kindly and looked at them calmly. Gu Chencher discovered that this person's gaze fell on Zhou Xiangyu and seemed to linger for a moment, paying more attention to Zhou Xiangyu than to him. "You two are Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu?" Zhou Xiangyu realized that the middle-aged man might be the owner of this Chinese restaurant and a distant relative of their family. In the luxurious staff dormitory, Zhou Xiangyu was very fond of the middle-aged uncle and said enthusiastically, "Yes, yes, yes, we are. I am Zhou Xiangyu, and this is my best buddy Gu Chencher. What is your name?" The middle-aged man introduced himself amiably, "My last name is Li, I'm the person in charge here, you can call me Uncle Li." "Hello, Uncle Li." Zhou Xiangyu was very tactful. Gu Chencher followed and called out Uncle Li. In Zhou Xiangyu's eyes, Uncle Li, the person in charge, is the boss. Gu Chencher had many guesses about Zhou's father, so in his understanding, the person in charge mentioned by Uncle Li was a high-level worker. "Mr. Zhou might be the boss here. Uncle Li has a kind face and seems easy to talk to." He led Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu in through the side door. The lights in the store were often dim. It can be vaguely seen that the interior decoration of the house is consistent with the exterior, with an ancient style and beautiful artistic conception. Uncle Li took them to the office and told them about the work they were about to face and the various precautions in the restaurant. After listening to this, Gu Chencher roughly understood that because he and Zhou Xiangyu were short-term workers during the summer vacation, they did not have permanent jobs. To sum up their work content in one sentence, it is, "I am a brick of the revolution, and I will move wherever I am needed." Gu Chencher seemed to be thinking about something. Well, if you think about this kind of work arrangement carefully, you will find that it has a deeper meaning. The more miscellaneous nature of the work will expose them to different types of work. In a way, it can help them, it can quickly help or train Zhou Xiangyu to understand the restaurant operation model. Well, these are just Gu Chencher's guesses based on the premise that Zhou's father is a big boss, and they are only for his own entertainment. The restaurant staff are divided into two shifts, morning shift and evening shift. In response to the different needs of employees, the restaurant has introduced a humane working model. Chapter 137 Want to Knife Gu Chencher. Employees can choose their own work mode without affecting the normal operation of the restaurant. You can work flexibly or choose a fixed working mode. The flexible mode is 1 week early shift and 1 week late shift. The fixed model is mainly to take into account that some employees have to take care of their families and can choose to work only the day shift or the night shift. Of course, there will be some differences in the day shift wages and the night shift wages. Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu discussed it and decided to choose a flexible working mode. The first work in their lives officially kicked off today. Working the day shift this week. The day shift working hours are from 8:30 a.m. to 5 a.m., excluding the half-hour lunch break, which is exactly 8 hours. Their first job in life, although not high-end enough, and they don't have an office to sit in other words, although they are all adults, in the eyes of those adults, they are still little kids who have not experienced the beatings of society and have no work experience. They don't choose, and they are not qualified to choose. Besides, there is no distinction between high and low jobs. It is something to be proud of to be able to create wealth with your own hands and no longer have to ask your parents for money. Having said that, they found the sudden change of identity from students to workers quite interesting, and they worked diligently and seriously. The first day's work ended successfully with Uncle Lee's approval. They got off work at 5 o'clock and returned to their residence at 5:30. After learning their getting off work time, Xiaoyu cut half a watermelon in advance, peeled the rind, cut it into small pieces, put it in a glass fruit plate, and waited for them to come back to eat. As soon as Zhou Xiangyu entered the room, he sat down on the sofa and cried out that he was so tired. When Xiaoyu heard the word tired, he looked at Gu Chenshi, who was eating watermelon with a fruit fork, with concern. Is the work tiring? If you are tired, don't do it. Gu Chenshi spat out the watermelon seeds and said, I think it's okay. Xiaoyu felt that he was deliberately not telling the truth because he was afraid that she would worry, but Zhou Xiangyu just said that he was exhausted. Hearing this, Zhou Xiangyu complained immediately, I'm tired, really tired. I do this and that all day long, and I never have a moment to rest. My legs are so sore. Hearing this, Xiaoyu frowned, and the worry on his face became even more intense. Gu Chenshi, if it really doesn't work out, don't force it. It's not shameful, really. At worst, I can support you in the future. You should study hard now and earn money to support the family. It won't be too late after you graduate from college. Zhou Xiangyu. What sin had he committed to deserve hearing this? He has pink eye. Can't bear to see these. I really want to kill this guy Gu Chenshi with a knife. Gu Chenshi said with a mixture of laughter and tears, I'm really not tired, you have to believe me. Then he moved closer to Xiaoyu and whispered, he's not in good health. I'm stronger than him. As he said this, he clenched his fist and showed his arm muscles to Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiangyu didn't hear what he said, but guessed that he didn't say anything good. He wanted to rush over and ask him what bad things he said about him, but looking at the big sister with explosive fighting power. Forget it. Zhou Xiangyu said aggrievedly, I'm really tired, okay? At the end of the day, I only had a short break for lunch. Is that Uncle Lee really a distant relative of mine? He looked kind and gentle, so I thought he was easy to talk to and would take good care of us, but he didn't even let us stop for the whole day. Gu Chenshi had a positive attitude, we are here to work, not to travel. Of course we have to put in our own work, otherwise why should others pay us wages? Zhou Xiangyu was unconvinced and said, but we both came in through the back door after all, so it wouldn't be a big deal if we give a little care, right? Gu Chenshi refuted him seriously, Zhou Xiangyu, you know that we got in through the back door, so we should work harder than ordinary employees, otherwise, will your distant relatives think that we are just here to get by? Zhou Xiangyu was still a little upset. Think about it again, if we don't work hard, whose face will be lost? It's Uncle's face. We are grown men who can stand tall and proud. What's a little hardship? Besides, this isn't that hard. Look at the environment we live in now, and think about the sumptuous lunch we had at noon. Zhou Xiangyu stopped complaining. Compared to our parents who have to work hard every day to earn money to support the family, we are much luckier, right? Gu Chenshi finished his words slowly. Zhou Xiangyu was silent for a while, then rushed over and snatched away the remaining watermelons. Okay, you're the only one who knows how to preach, I'm just being pretentious, okay. Gu Chenshi turned around and said to the worried Xiaoyu, believe me, I have even gone through the hardships of the college entrance examination. I don't feel this much pain is too much. Xiaoyu thought about it and realized it was true. Before the college entrance examination, Gu Chenshi studied until very late every day. As a bystander, she felt sorry for him and was also very tired for him. There is also a saying that goes, only those who have endured the most hardships can become the best. Although Xiaoyu understood the truth, she thought it was other people's business to endure hardships and be motivated, and she didn't want Gu Chenshi to suffer too much. She took a step back, then if you feel it's too hard, don't force it. Gu Chenshi nodded, yes, I understand. Xiaoyu bought rice, flour, grain and oil online and had them delivered to her door, but she didn't buy any vegetables. She has never bought vegetables online because she is afraid that she won't buy good ones. After buying groceries from Aunt Ginglan for a while, Xiaoyu was no longer cheated when buying groceries alone. Zhou Xiangyu was lying on the sofa playing games, while Gu Chenshi accompanied Xiaoyu to buy groceries. This place is a bit far from the vegetable market, but fortunately there is a supermarket outside the community, which sells everything you need. Gu Chenshi pushed the cart and Xiaoyu walked beside him. They stayed in the vegetable area for a while, picked out the vegetables, and then went to the meat area. There was still some fruit left that Jinglan bought for them, so they would buy more after they finished eating. More daily necessities. Return with a full load. After returning home, Xiao Yu went into the kitchen to cook dinner. After Gu Chenshur helped her wash the vegetables, he came out to make a video call. Jing Lan answered immediately, "Son, you went to work today? How do you feel?" Gu Chenshur smiled, "Very good, although I have only worked for 1 day, I feel that I have learned a lot of things that I can't learn from books." "That's fine," Jing Lan breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of something and said seriously, "You must not only report good news but also bad news. If you encounter any grievances or the work is too hard, then quit and come back. Mom can still support you now." Gu Chenshur wondered why what his mother said was so similar to what Xiao Yu said. Perhaps, people who really treat you well don't want to see you suffer any injustice. Just like he didn't want them to suffer any injustice. After chatting with his mother for a long time, Gu Chenshur continued to chat with his father. Gu Chang was different. He said to Gu Chenshur, "Chenshur, you will be the man who will take care of a family in the future. It's okay to suffer a little." Chapter 138, Saving the Lazy Boy with Cooking Skills. For dinner, we had scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pumpkin stewed chicken, and seaweed soup. The staple food is rice. Zhou Xiangyu happily served the dishes and rice, and then brought a plate of flattery. "Wow, sister, your scrambled eggs with tomatoes look so appetizing. This pumpkin stewed chicken is delicious and I love it. The soup is good, unlike the soup in the school cafeteria, where you can only see the soup but not the seaweed." He even praised the rice smells so good, it's great. Gu Chenshur. But I have to say that Xiao Yu's cooking skills are impeccable. However, this is not the end. When everyone sat down to eat, Zhou Xiangyu habitually took a bite of rice first and immediately gave a thumbs up. "Sister, the rice is steamed to the right softness and hardness." Then I stretched my chopsticks towards the pumpkin chicken, tears almost streaming down my face. "How can it be so delicious? This is the most delicious dish I have ever eaten in my life." Gu Chenshur was speechless. Although Xiao Yu's cooking skills are indeed good, but his reaction is too exaggerated. If he was performing now, Gu Chenshur felt that he could comment on it with a comment from a judge on a certain show, overdoing it. After the meal, Zhou Xiangyu's admiration for Xiao Yu reached another level. In the end, Zhou Xiangyu, who originally said he was not very hungry, ate 2.5 bowls of rice and even mixed the vegetable soup with the rice. It was too much. Not even a drop of soup was left for Gu Chenshur. The 6-year friendship came to an end today. Zhou Xiangyu ate too much and collapsed on the sofa, touching his belly. He didn't even want to play games anymore. Zhang Huiyue called to inquire about the situation, and Zhou Xiangyu answered while burping. The scene looked a bit funny. Zhang Huiyue felt distressed when she heard Zhou Xiangyu say he was tired. She said tentatively, "Son, hold on for now. If you really can't hold on. Don't worry, Mom. This little bit of hardship is nothing. I can bear it." Zhou Xiangyu patted his chest and promised. He felt that Gu Chenshur was right. Men should learn to endure hardship and stand hard work. Otherwise, how can he provide support for those who love him and those he loves? Since you are not destined to be a rich second generation who lives down and does nothing, you must work hard to create a bright future for yourself. Zhou Xiangyu was moved by himself. This ignores a reality. That is, the real reason that made him decide to overcome difficulties and do his first job in life was that his eldest sister's cooking was so delicious. "It's even better than the fancy work lunch I had today. It's not that work meals are bad, but they lack the taste of home." If Xiao Yu knew that he had inspired a lazy teenager to make progress with a meal, he would definitely feel a sense of accomplishment. In the evening, Gu Chenshur went to Xiao Yu's room to watch the night view. This room was chosen by him, and it faces a large square. At this moment, the neon lights in the square are lit up, colorful and magnificent. Although the three of them live under the same roof, most of the time, Zhou Xiangyu, the redundant person, can be ignored. Because except for the time for eating or chatting after dinner, he would lock himself in the room and never come out. You can think that he was concentrating on playing games, or you can understand that he wanted to leave all the space except his room to the young couple Gu Chenshur and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was very diligent today and finished all his work during the day, including the update of today's novel. She wanted to save some time for Gu Chenshur. The cool night breeze takes away the daytime heat. The two of them snuggled together, admiring the bustling scene outside the window. Even if they didn't say anything, just quietly accompanying each other was the ultimate enjoyment. Gu Chenshur thought, although on the surface, he was having a miserable summer job. However, for him, the current state is more like an alternative journey. After saying goodnight to each other and taking a shower, Gu Chencher took out a thick notebook from the suitcase and opened the first dozen pages, which were all the little figures he had drawn in the past 2 days. Gu Chencher sat cross-legged on the bed, put the notebook on his legs, and started drawing on a new page with a black pen. He is a man of few words and doesn't like to use words to share what he has now. But he particularly wanted to record the happiness he had. He felt that writing a diary was too straightforward. Inspired by Xiao Yu's identity as a painter, he chose to record every bit of his life in the form of comics. At the same time, I add some of my own little fantasies and aspirations, recording my life in a way that retains the ups and downs of life, but also has a bit of cuteness. Gu Chencher quickly drew several pages, threw away his pen, took out his mobile phone to take pictures, selected suitable background music, edited the text, completed all the processes, clicked send, then threw the phone next to the pillow, rested on the soft pillow, and fell asleep peacefully. After a few days, even Zhou Xiangyu, who was initially tired, finally got used to his new role as a worker. They don't have fixed jobs. They do this and that, and are busy every day, which makes them feel fulfilled. All in all, Gu Chencher benefited a lot. 1 day off per week. The night before the holiday, Gu Chencher received a call from his father Gu Chang. It turned out that he had finished a business trip and was about to go home. He thought that the business trip location was not far from City A, so he came to see his beloved son. Gu Cheng found himself using the cell phone location sent by Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher, Xiaoyu, and Zhou Xiangyu were waiting outside the community gate early. Gu Cheng was carrying a travel bag, pulling a trolley case, and holding a large shopping bag in his hands, which was full of snacks for his 3 children. Even if a child grows to 1.8 meters tall, he is still a child in the eyes of his parents. Gu Chencher went over to take the shopping bag. Zhou Xiangyu insisted on taking the travel bag off Gu Cheng's back, and then Xiaoyu wanted to pull the trolley case over, but Gu Cheng smiled and declined. Gu Cheng followed them into the community, and the more he walked, the more puzzled he looked at his face. Is your staff dormitory here? Gu Chencher replied, yes, Dad. Gu Cheng thought to himself that the accommodation environment was good. It was obviously a new residential area and the greening of the community was very good. At Chencher, going out is different from being at home. You need to accommodate each other when getting along with roommates. Meeting is fate, so don't make trouble. Gu Cheng advised. Gu Chencher turned his head and glanced at Xiaoyu. Well, he was reluctant to have a quarrel with Xiaoyu. Then look at Zhou Xiangyu, they have been gay friends for 6 years and know each other's personalities very well. If they had a quarrel, they would not have been friends for 6 years. Besides, with Xiaoyu around, this guy wouldn't dare to act rashly. Gu Chencher said, don't worry, Dad, we get along very well. Gu Cheng nodded, that's good. When he opened the door, Gu Cheng was shocked again. Is this really the staff dormitory? It's not an exaggeration to call it a wedding room. He looked around and wondered again, where are the other colleagues? Chapter 139 Lin Ranran's Regret. When Gu Cheng asked about other colleagues, Gu Chencher didn't even react. He patted Zhou Xiangyu's shoulder stupidly and said, here. No, I mean colleagues other than you two at this point. Gu Cheng came to his senses and asked in surprise, there are only 3 of you living here? Yes, there are only 3 of us living here. I heard that no one else will move in. Everyone else will rent a house on their own, and the restaurant will give them housing subsidies. Gu Cheng was stunned for a long time until Zhou Xiangyu happily said that the owner of the Chinese restaurant was a distant relative of his family. Then Gu Cheng suddenly realized. No wonder they are treated specially. But I guess his distant relatives have a good relationship with their family, otherwise why would they be willing to let 3 half-grown children live in the new house? He advised, when you live in someone else's house, you must take good care of it and keep it clean. The 3 of them nodded obediently. Gu Cheng took out a can of pistachios from the shopping bag and handed it to Xiaoyu with a smile. Your aunt said that you like to eat this very much, so she asked me to buy some for you. Xiaoyu took it with emotion. Thank you, uncle. Gu Cheng waved his hand and said, if I have to thank you, I should thank you. With you here to accompany Chencher, your aunt and I feel much more at ease. Then he pointed to a bag full of snacks and said to Zhou Xiangyu, Xiangyu, uncle doesn't know what you like to eat, so I just bought some randomly. Don't be disgusted. Zhou Xiangyu quickly said something like, I don't mind, uncle, you are too polite. Gu Cheng didn't stay here for long. Before leaving, he took his 3 children out for a meal, reluctantly took a taxi to the high-speed rail station, and left eager to return home. There is no contradiction between being reluctant to leave and being eager to go home. He was reluctant to leave because his precious son was here, and he was eager to return home because his wife was waiting for him at home. After today's day off, they will start working the night shift tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the admission letter from Hua University has been sent to my home. Jinglan happily took a photo and sent it to me. Gu Chenshi was very calm, but Zhou Xiangyu was extremely excited, as if he was the one who was admitted to the prestigious Huazhong University. As a commemoration, he asked Gu Chenshi to forward the admission letter to him. Most of the time, Gu Chenshi tended to go along with him. Just send it to him. As a result, Zhou Xiangyu added a photo of himself and Gu Chenshi on an outing next to the admission letter, with the caption, "My brother and I are still as excellent as ever." Then post it on your moments. It must be said that he has mastered the means of writing on the popularity of the entertainment industry. Then, as expected, his circle of friends was immediately occupied by his aunts and uncles. They all wanted to find out about Gu Chenshi and wanted to introduce their own daughters, their neighbors' daughters, or their colleagues' daughters to this talented young man who was admitted to Huazhong University. Just when Zhou Xiangyu was dizzy from being bombarded by his aunts and uncles, classmates started to show up one after another. There were people who congratulated Gu Chenshi and Zhou Xiangyu on their good results in a proper manner, such as Tang Xiaoxi, who always supported Zhou Xiangyu, and Jing Shu, who was gentle to everyone. There were also people who were so angry that they told Zhou Xiangyu to be careful when walking at night, such as Wang Zishan and Xu Mingming. Late in the night, Zhou Xiangyu was looking at the messages in his circle of friends, enjoying the attention of thousands of people and laughing secretly. At this time, in Country M, far across the ocean, as the sun rises, a new day quietly arrives. The sunlight shines through the gap in the light pink curtains and falls on the girl on the bed. Lin Ranran was half sitting on the bed, her eyes fixed on a photo in her circle of friends. The photo was probably taken in autumn, with a large field of red maple leaves as the background. The two teenagers were arm in arm, and one of them grinned at the camera and made a very old-fashioned yet gesture. The other boy whose shoulders were put around was wearing a light gray knitted cardigan, revealing a white crew neck sweater underneath. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled quietly at the camera. Lin Ranran's eyes fell on his handsome smile, and the softest part of her heart seemed to be gently pinched by a hand, feeling a little painful and sore. It was not until this moment that she realized that she had been deceiving herself when she thought she had let it go. "Ranran, are you up yet?" Du Yan's voice came from outside the door. Lin Ranran came back to her senses and thought that her mother was going to take her to visit a business partner who lived in Country M today. Their son was a senior at the university she was about to attend. "I'll get up soon." Lin Ranran responded and put the phone aside. When Lin Ranran was about to open the door after getting dressed, she suddenly thought of something and picked up her phone only to find that the circle of friends she had just posted was gone. "Were you swept away by the new content in your circle of friends?" Lin Ranran quickly flipped through the pages. "Unfortunately, I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Only then did I finally realize that the post on Moments had been deleted." Lin Ranran was so angry that she almost dropped her phone. "This is too much. Why is Zhou Xiangyu so excessive? Just delete the moments when you say so. She hasn't I haven't had time to save the photo of Gu Chenshi yet." Du Yan didn't notice her abnormality. While helping her choose clothes from the closet, she said with a smile, "You have met your uncle, his brother, before. He is handsome and knowledgeable." She chattered on for a long time, but Lin Ranran didn't hear a word she said. She was still regretting why she didn't save the photo immediately. "Your dad likes him very much, and I like him too, Ranran. I think he seems to like you very much." "Mom, are you so impatient to push me out?" Lin Ranran finally came to her senses and immediately realized what Du Yan meant, and said unhappily, "Du Yan." She could tell that Lin Ranran's reaction was impatience, not shyness. Du Yan was a little confused. The child from the He family was handsome, well-educated, gentle as jade, polite and reasonable, and most importantly, he had a good family background. She and their precious daughter were a perfect match made in heaven, so why was the child so repulsive? Could it be that? Du Yan's heart skipped a beat. Is she still thinking about that classmate named Gu Chenshi? Not to mention that the two families are not a good match, they look down on her. Even if they don't look at the gap between the two families, it seems that Gu Chenshi doesn't like his own daughter? Du Yan thought of something. "I heard that one of your classmates who got into Hua University is your best friend, Jing Shu?" Lin Ranran fiddled with the crystal bracelet on her wrist. "No." Jing Shu's college entrance examination score was 5 points lower than Gu Chenshi's, and she was admitted to a famous medical university for both her undergraduate and master's degrees. After graduation, I will be a doctor who saves lives. Not her? Isn't she the top student in your class? Du Yan was a little surprised. For those who want to see Lin Ranran's scenes, I have arranged it for you, haha. Chapter 140 Loss of 100 million. Since Lin Ranran did not take the college entrance examination, Du Yan no longer paid attention to Lin Ranran's classmates. She found out by accident that a student in Lin Ranran's class was admitted to Huazhong University. Then he took it for granted that the student was the top student Jing Shu. Du Yan asked in confusion, who got admitted? He is really promising. Lin Ranran was silent for a moment, then uttered a name, Gu Chenshi. Is it Gu Chenshi? Du Yan was not only shocked but also felt a little uncomfortable. As for why she felt uncomfortable, it might be related to the fact that she had offended Gu Chenshi before. Although he went to apologize in person afterwards, it could be seen from the child's attitude that he had not forgiven himself. But anyway, they would not have any intersection in the future, so Du Yan didn't think it was a big deal at first. But when I learned that Gu Chenshi was admitted to Hua University, things seemed different. Because every student in Hua University is a dragon among men. Entering BGI means a promising future. That means that Gu Chenshi will have an immeasurable bright future. If Gu Chenshi was a small figure, Du Yan wouldn't think it was a big deal. But if Gu Chenshi grew up to be a big shot, and his family lost the qualification to associate with him because of the feud with him, then it would be better for him to be just an ordinary junior. Du Yan felt very uncomfortable, as if she had lost 100 million. Businessmen pay special attention to personal connections. Even if I can't use it for my own benefit, it's better to have one more enemy. What is more interesting is that just 2 days after Gu Cheng passed away, Zhou Xiangyu's mother Zhang Huiyue came. Zhang Huiyue met the female boss Xiao Yu as Zhou Xiangyu mentioned as she wished. Her eyes lit up and she praised Xiao Yu highly. He was generous with his praise, from appearance to temperament, and from temperament to talent. And when she praises others, it doesn't make people feel pretentious. It may be because Xiao Yu is indeed very outstanding? I felt very embarrassed to praise Xiao Yu. Zhang Huiyue secretly said to Zhou Xiangyu with regret, "Little bastard, how great would it be if you could kidnap such a good girl to be my daughter-in-law?" Zhou Xiangyu was so frightened that he almost had a quarrel with his mother on the spot. That was his good brother's wife. How could he do such a stupid thing that was worse than pigs and dogs? Zhang Huiyue saw Zhou Xiangyu getting anxious and laughed. I know my son is a decent person and he would never do such a thing. But then again, that girl is nice, but she's not really suitable for you. Didn't you say she's good at fighting? If you fall into her hands, I'll have to live in fear all day long. Zhou Xiangyu immediately changed from being angry to being touched. Mom, I know that I am the one you love the most. You little bastard, you have so many bad habits that you will be beaten to death sooner or later. Zhang Huiyue finished her words calmly. Zhou Xiangyu choked before he could finish saying I know I am the one you love the most, and his throat hurt. Zhang Huiyue changed the subject and stared at her son with melancholy. Little bastard, when can you bring me a daughter-in-law? Look at Chenshi, he is much more promising than you. Zhou Xiangyu was not angry at all. Instead, he nodded and agreed, yes, Mom, you are right. He is more promising than me. Zhou Xiangyu truly admires Gu Chenshi. Just based on Gu Chenshi's fighting spirit before the college entrance examination, Zhou Xiangyu was full of admiration for him. And if Gu Chenshi hadn't persuaded him earnestly, he would never have been able to get into the university of his dreams. Zhang Huiyue said angrily, don't change the subject, I was just asking you when you will get me a daughter-in-law. Zhou Xiangyu. I didn't change the subject. Didn't you say that Gu Chenshi is more promising than me? For no reason, Tang Xiaoxi's image appeared in his mind. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. Introducing Tang Xiaoxi to his mother before the one-year contract is over would cause a lot of unnecessary misunderstandings. Who knows if Tang Xiaoxi will fall in love with someone else in the future? However, when he thought of this possibility, Zhou Xiangyu suddenly became a little restless. This restlessness came out of nowhere and Zhou Xiangyu himself couldn't figure out what was going on. After seeing Ms. Zhang Huiyue off, he immediately went into the room and called Tang Xiaoxi. It's like he's desperately trying to keep something. Gu Chenshi and Zhou Xiangyu were wearing the same uniform of a Chinese restaurant, going back and forth between the kitchen and the private room. Today, a waiter was not feeling well and asked for leave, so the two newbies were arranged to replace him. There were 5 or 6 people sitting at the big round table in the box, including a chubby little boy. Sitting next to him was a fashionably dressed young woman, the little boy's mother. The fashionable mother asked the boy to show his talent to the uncles and aunts present reciting ancient poems. The boy shook his head and recited goose, goose, goose as fluently as a machine gun. The adults were very respectful and applauded and praised him for being great. The fashionable mother's pride was almost clearly written on her face. She kept praising her son for being so smart that one would have thought her son was an unparalleled genius. Zhou Xiangyu complained in his heart, Ode to the Goose is the simplest ancient poem, but his relative's 2-year-old child could recite it fluently. Is this worth showing off? In the eyes of parents, their own children are supposed to be prettier and smarter than other children because of the filter of love, which is understandable. However, when the fashionable mother told the boy to study hard, she suddenly changed the subject and used Gu Chenshi and Zhou Xiangyu as negative examples. Son, you must study hard and go to a prestigious university in the future. Otherwise, you will be like them, serving dishes to others. Gu Chenshi. Zhou Xiangyu. No, you educate your children and we have no right to interfere, so why do you drag us into this? Gu Chenshi was relatively calm, but Zhou Xiangyu was a little angry. But considering that she is God, I'll just have to bear with it. Unexpectedly, the fashionable mother went even further, saying, you do hard and tiring work, but you don't make any money. You won't even be able to find a wife in the future. You will never achieve anything in your life. The boy looked at Gu Chenshi and the others with a smile, clapped his hands and sang, if you can't get a wife, you're a loser. If you can't get a wife, you're a loser. Zhou Xiangyu couldn't stand it any longer. What a bullshit god. At this moment, he wanted to throw the college admission letter in the face of his fashionable mother and slap her hard. Little boy, let me teach you something. Don't judge a person by his appearance. Gu Chenshi looked at the little boy with a smile. Gu Chenshi's gentle counterattack made Zhou Xiangyu, who was on the verge of going berserk, quickly calm down. He immediately echoed, yes, kids, didn't your teacher teach you that you can't judge a person by his appearance? The author has poor eyesight, so there are always typos. Thanks to the readers who caught bugs for the author. The author will correct them immediately after seeing them, or you can help the author find the mistakes, he. Chapter 141, It's so nice to get a slap in the face. Everyone, this chapter is composed of 2 chapters into one, and the number of words is the same as that of chapter 3. The fashionable mom probably didn't expect that they were unwilling to be a silent background board and actually dared to fight back. Suddenly, he felt embarrassed. But the 2 boys had humble and polite smiles on their faces, and their words were very reasonable, leaving people speechless. However, she really didn't want to swallow this breath, and said sarcastically, that's true, but if it wasn't because you didn't study well, who would come here to serve others? Damn. The anger that Zhou Xiangyu had suppressed with great difficulty rose to his head again. Gu Chenshi continued to smile, Madam, there is no distinction between high and low jobs. There is an old saying that working people are the most glorious. A light counterattack revealed the fashionable mother's nature of looking down on others. By the way, I stepped on the fashionable mother's sweet sense of superiority. The other people present looked at the fashionable mother with slightly strange eyes. Gu Chenshi discovered that most of them had a playful look on their faces, as if they were watching a show. The man next to the fashionable mother looked unhappy, as if he was blaming her for talking too much. From this, we can infer that the man and the fashionable mother are husband and wife. The fashionable mother looked very unhappy, but was speechless. Zhou Xiangyu added uncomfortably, yes, we don't steal or rob. We come out to earn our own tuition during the summer vacation because we are worried that our parents will be tired. How can this be called being useless? One of the customers was afraid that the atmosphere would be too awkward, so he smiled and tried to smooth things over by asking, are you students? Zhou Xiangyu was waiting for someone to ask this question, because if he said it himself, it would seem a bit deliberate, but if he didn't say it, his fashionable mother's expression would make him feel unhappy. He straightened his back unconsciously and glanced at his fashionable mother with a sidelong glance. Well, freshman year starts. Well done. At such a young age you know how to reduce the burden on your parents and earn your own tuition. Well done. The man gave Zhou Xiangyu a thumbs up in approval. The matter should have ended here, but the fashionable mother might have felt that she had lost face and smiled contemptuously. There are too many college graduates nowadays, and none of them have much value. How many of them can't find a job after graduation and end up delivering takeout food or working as factory screwdrivers? So the atmosphere, which had finally been eased, became tense again. At this time, the fashionable mother continued to show her presence, pretending to be concerned and asked, young man, which university did you go to? A first-tier university is barely okay, but if it's a second or third tier university, there's no point in going. It's better to enter society early and learn a skill to support yourself, rather than wasting a few years of tuition. Others present. Look at this emotional intelligence. It's really touching. Zhou Xiangyu was amused. He didn't expect someone to offer to be slapped in the face. It was truly a rare story. Well, I'm from a city university of science and technology. The fashionable mother's face froze. Although a city university of science and technology is not as famous as Huazhong University of Science and Technology, it is a 211 prestigious university after all. Zhou Xiangyu felt that it was not enough, so he patted Gu Chenshi on the shoulder and said proudly, "My brother, from Hua University." The fashionable mother's face turned red after applying a layer of foundation, which was extremely embarrassing. The way the people present looked at the two of them suddenly changed. How should I put it? At the beginning, I simply regarded them as background boards and waiters who could be joked about at will, but now, I regard them with some importance. The person who tried to smooth things over at the beginning was a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and tie, who looked like a social elite. He first said to Zhou Xiangyu in surprise, "You are also from the University of Science and Technology?" What a coincidence, I also graduated from the University of Science and Technology, so we are alumni. Then he looked at Gu Chenshi and gave him a thumbs up. My dream back then was to go to Hua University, but unfortunately I didn't have the ability. Little brother, you are awesome. Gu Chenshi said a few humble words, and after making sure that they didn't need anything, he and Zhou Xiangyu left the box. Zhou Xiangyu said with great joy, "Did you see the look on that woman's face just now? It was so cool. What the hell, you are just looking down on others." Gu Chenshi was relatively calm. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. This is a lesson for us in advance. Zhou Xiangyu nodded. Old Gu, luckily you are here today, otherwise I might not be able to control my temper and would rush up to argue with her. I think you just need to remember one thing, so you won't be too excited next time you meet someone like this. What? Don't argue with idiots. Don't argue with an idiot? Zhou Xiangyu repeated, laughing, right, Lao Gu, you are absolutely right. Gu Chenshi took a break from his busy schedule and sent a message to Xiaoyu. Before going to work, Gu Chenshi told her not to wait for him and to go to bed. But he knew that Xiaoyu would definitely not obey him. Xiaoyu replied immediately, "I know, work hard, I love you." The two words "I love you" made Gu Chenshi's blood boil and he felt full of strength. Tang Xiaoxi went traveling. After get off work, when they were changing out of their uniforms, Zhou Xiangyu said something out of the blue. It seems that Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi are together, but it also seems that they are not. In short, because of that agreement, it seems a bit unnatural. Gu Chenshi once half-jokingly inquired about the situation, "How are you and Tang Xiaoxi doing? Do you say good morning and good night to each other every day?" Zhou Xiangyu replied, "Tell me, isn't this an agreement?" The tone was the same as when completing a mission in a game. This was the first time he took the initiative to mention Tang Xiaoxi. Summer vacation is the peak tourist season. College entrance examination candidates who have been tired for 3 years need a spontaneous trip to relax their long-term tense mood. Oh, then where did she travel? Gu Chenshi asked subconsciously. Zhou Xiangyu was a little annoyed and said, "I don't know. I asked her and she told me it was a secret." What's so secretive about where we're going to travel? What do you think she meant by that? Gu Chenshi's mind moved. Could it be that Tang Xiaoxi's travel destination is City A? The reason why I chose this place is because Zhou Xiangyu was here? Old Gu, did you hear me? Why did she keep it a secret from me? Damn, it's really hard to guess what a girl is thinking. Gu Chenshi thought for a moment and asked, "Has she already arrived at the tourist destination?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "No, she said she came with her cousin. Her cousin had something else that would delay her for a few days. She will leave in a few days and will arrive on the same day by plane." As they were talking, they changed their clothes, said hello to Uncle Li, and walked out together. When Gu Chenshi was hesitating whether to tell Zhou Xiangyu about his speculation, someone came over and greeted them with a smile. "Little brother, are you off work?" Zhou Xiangyu looked at the man in confusion. "Who are you?" However, Gu Chenshi recognized this person. It was the man who was trying to smooth things over in the box. The man was very talkative and took the initiative to start a conversation. He introduced himself. "My name is Cheng Karen, I'm 31 years old, and I'm currently working hard in City A." Cheng Karen wanted to chat with him. Considering that he was a customer of the Chinese restaurant, although Gu Chenshi was eager to go home, he still stopped patiently. As an adult who has been in society for several years, Cheng Karen naturally knew that it was inappropriate to chat with strangers in the middle of the night. After learning the direction of their residence, he smiled and said it was on his way, pointed to the white car parked on the side of the road, and asked if they wanted a ride. The Chinese restaurant is a 10-minute drive from the residential area where Gu Chunshur and his family live, and they usually take the bus to and from get off work. It's past 10 o'clock at night now, and I don't know if I can still catch the last bus. Gu Chunshur and Zhou Xiangyu exchanged glances. You'd be a fool not to take a ride offered to you. They are all tall and strong, and they are not delicate girls who need to be cautious to avoid perverts, but they are not afraid at all. If Cheng Karen overestimates his abilities and has any evil intentions, Gu Chunshur doesn't even need to take action. Zhou Xiangyu can handle it alone. Besides the fact that taking Cheng Karen's car was indeed a good ride, there was another reason why they were willing to get in a stranger's car. They wanted to know Cheng Karen's purpose. The purpose of taking the initiative to talk to these two little brats. Just because they are young doesn't mean they are stupid. When closing the car door, Zhou Xiangyu suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you drink just now?" Cheng Karen got on the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt and smiled as he replied, "Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I value my life very much." Zhou Xiangyu said, "That's good." The vehicle started smoothly. Cheng Karen is very talkative. He took the initiative to propose that he and his friends start a small media company together. Zhou Xiangyu said bluntly, "How is business? Are you making money?" Cheng Karen laughed at himself, "The market competition is too fierce. I can barely make ends meet." Zhou Xiangyu comforted him, "You are a new company. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. Persistence is victory. It will definitely get better." Cheng Karen smiled and said, "I'll borrow your good words." After getting in the car, Gu Chunshur just listened quietly. This is what he does best. At the same time, he silently guessed Cheng Karen's intentions. Cheng Karen will definitely make his intentions clear on the way back. Gu Chunshur was a little curious and also a little expectant. Cheng Karen changed the topic to their work. "Are you tired from working every day?" Zhou Xiangyu said honestly, "It was very tiring at first, but now I'm used to it and it's okay." Cheng Karen smiled, and suddenly changed the subject. "Although there is no distinction between high and low jobs, I think it's a bit of a waste of your talents to run errands in a restaurant." Gu Chunshur's expression remained unchanged, and he thought, "Is it coming?" Zhou Xiangyu didn't hear the hidden meaning in his words, and he successfully diverted the topic raised by Cheng Karen as soon as he opened his mouth. Who is the woman who said we have no future?" He holds a grudge and still feels a little angry when he thinks about it now. Cheng Karen said with a little embarrassment, "My friend's family, I'm sorry, she said something a little. Please don't take it to heart." Zhou Xiangyu said sympathetically, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize to us on her behalf." Cheng Karen suddenly realized that, the topic had gone off track. He quickly brought the topic back to the topic. In order to save time, he didn't hide anything this time. "You too, do you want to try a different job?" Zhou Xiangyu didn't react. "What do you mean?" Gu Chunshur, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke. "You want to recruit us to your company?" Cheng Karen smiled approvingly. "Talking to smart people saves you trouble. That's right, you are all top students, and it's a waste of your talents to work in a hotel." Gu Chunshur told the truth, "But we are all students who have just left the protection of our parents and have no work experience. In other words, why did you come to us? Just because we got into a pretty good university? But there are many things that are never taught in textbooks. In society, they are newbies who know nothing and have to start everything from scratch." Cheng Karen said, "Who doesn't start from scratch and accumulate experience bit by bit?" After that, he sighed and told the truth. "The company has been in business for 3 years, and it has persisted for 3 years, but it is almost unable to hold on any longer." Zhou Xiangyu thought to himself, "You are about to go bankrupt, and you still want to poach us? What? Do you want us, two prospective college students, to turn the tide and save your small company from losses to profits? You think too highly of us." Perhaps Cheng Karen himself realized this. He laughed at himself. "Maybe I am desperate and try all kinds of methods. Anyway, meeting is fate. It doesn't hurt to give it a try if you are willing to help me." Gu Chunshur asked doubtfully, "How do you want us to help you?" It turned out that due to capital turnover problems, Cheng Karen's company was facing the risk of bankruptcy. Later, after unremitting efforts, he recently got an opportunity to take a big order. If this deal is successful, their company can be saved, stand out in the market, be reborn, and create other possibilities. However, their company provided the client with several creative solutions, but none of them satisfied the client. There is one last chance. This opportunity was obtained by Chung Karen with a shameless face and in a very humble manner. If they fail to seize this last chance, their company will be completely powerless to recover. He organized today's dinner party and invited a few close friends. However, from their attitudes, it can be seen that they can't provide much help to him. Although you have no work experience, you are young people with rich imagination. Chung Karen smiled bitterly, feeling a little confused. When people are pushed into a corner, they tend to come up with some ridiculous ideas. Even when they saw two young people they liked, they would take it for granted that they were their life-saving straws. After all, he just couldn't give in. Zhou Xiangyu shrugged and told him clearly that he could do nothing to help. Chung Karen expected this result, so he was not too disappointed. Even though they could not provide him with help, at least they confided his distress to him. He was still grateful to the two brothers he met by chance. Gu Chuncher asked thoughtfully, "What advertising idea?" Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chuncher in surprise. He thought Gu Chuncher had a cold personality and would not care about such trivial matters, but he did not expect that Gu Chuncher seemed very interested. At this time, the car had already arrived at the entrance of the community. The car stopped on the side of the road and no one got out. With the mentality of trying everything possible, Chung Karen explained the type of advertisement and the other party's requirements. Gu Chuncher said, "I can try, but I can't guarantee that I can help you. After all, I'm a newbie with no experience. I just want to give it a try." Chung Karen naturally expressed his understanding, and then thanked him. "Even if the plan you provided is not passed, I will give you 1,000 yuan for your hard work." Chapter 142. Don't miss any opportunity. Damn, $1,000 for hard work. When Zhou Xiangyu heard this, his eyes lit up. It should be much easier to earn this money than working as a waiter in a Chinese restaurant. You get money whether you pass or not. Zhou Xiangyu was annoyed. He had refused too early. Would it be like taking advantage of others if he talked about joining now? Ah, it's only 1,000, but why does he feel like he lost 100 million? Gu Chuncher smiled slightly. If, what if it passes? Zhou Xiangyu was full of admiration for Gu Chuncher. Yeah, why didn't he think of this? $1,000 made him dizzy. What a loser. Unlike Gu Chuncher, who was organized and clear-headed. Chung Karen laughed and said, "If you can pass, I will give you a reward of 100,000 yuan. 100,000 seems not bad." Gu Chuncher felt very satisfied with this. "Then let's do this," Gu Chuncher said. "If I fail, I won't take a cent. If I pass, I'll be paid 100,000 yuan as you said." Chung Karen said readily, "Okay, let's make it a deal." Then Chung Karen drafted the contract on the spot. After Party A and Party B signed it, the two parties reached a consensus on cooperation in the atmosphere of children playing house. During this period, Zhou Xiangyu was in a daze. He is worthy of being his brother. A deal worth $100,000 was concluded so quickly? The contract was made in duplicate. Gu Chuncher and Chung Karen exchanged their phone numbers, got out of the car and waved goodbye. Zhou Xiangyu felt dizzy and felt as if he was involved in an amazing deal. Unfortunately, he was an outsider. As soon as Chung Karen's car drove away, Zhou Xiangyu immediately asked excitedly, old Gu, how sure are you?" Gu Chuncher remained calm. 0. What? Zhou Xiangyu thought he had heard it wrong. "I'm not sure." Gu Chuncher was very honest. Zhou Xiangyu was puzzled. "Then how dare you?" Gu Chuncher asked back, "Why not? Even if I fail, I will just waste some brain cells. It will not cause any loss to me, and I can also gain some experience from it. On the other hand, I could potentially get paid $100,000. Why not do it? Even if the chance is very small, it's still a little bit better than buying a lottery ticket and taking a chance, right?" And look at Chung Karen. The client has given him 3 days to complete his task, but he and his partners are at a loss and their thinking is stuck in a bottleneck due to the successive setbacks they faced before. Zhou Xiangyu said sincerely, "So this is a good business with no capital cost for you, and it can also bring a little hope to others. Old Gu, you are amazing. No wonder you were able to get into Hua University. I will cling to you in the future. If I can't even afford to eat, you have to think of brotherhood and give me some food." Gu Chuncher said, "Well, no problem, I will give you half a bowl of the cold rice left in the pot." Zhou Xiangyu was angry and laughed at the same time. "Fuck, Lao Gu, you are too stingy. You actually gave me leftover rice. And you only gave me half a bowl. Can't you be more generous? Gu Chencher thought about it seriously and said, well, for the sake of our brotherhood, I'll serve you a bowl of leftover rice with a tip, is that okay? Zhou Xiangyu thought about the scene, and not only was he no longer angry, he was almost laughing. When I opened the door and entered the room, I found that Xiaoyu was not asleep. She sat cross-legged on the bed with her long hair loose, writing a novel. Hearing the noise, he put the notebook aside and looked outside. Seeing Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu walking and playing and joking, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips. She really liked seeing Gu Chencher laughing heartily. It seems that no matter how many troubles one has, they can be forgotten as long as one sees his smile as bright as the sun. Zhou Xiangyu shouted to Xiaoyu, sister, your husband has made great progress today. He got a big order. If he succeeds, he can earn 100,000 yuan. Then he went straight into his room and didn't come out. There is a bathroom in his room, so he doesn't need to come out. Xiaoyu was confused. What big order? Gu Chencher walked over and complained, why didn't you sleep? I usually go to bed after 11, it's still early now. Xiaoyu stepped aside to let him in and closed the door. Gu Chencher kissed her on the forehead, then sat on the chair and told her with a smile about his meeting with Cheng Karen and the subsequent agreement. He really wants to become financially independent as soon as possible. Don't want to miss any opportunity. Xiaoyu sat on the bed, hugged the pillow in his arms, rested his chin on the pillow, listened carefully to the end, then thought about it, ruled out the possibility that the other party was a liar, and agreed, you can give it a try, but don't force anything, don't make yourself too tired. When Gu Chencher returned to his room, his cell phone kept ringing. It was Cheng Karen who sent him customer requirements and various precautions. According to Cheng Karen, in order to increase the chances of success, he will provide the client with several more options in this last chance. They had already thought of 2 creative solutions and couldn't think of any other. For them, the more plans they have, the greater the chance of success. After taking a shower, Gu Chencher sat in front of the bed and started thinking in front of his phone. According to Cheng Karen, customers are very picky. But if we can successfully take over this business, we can then seek long-term cooperation. There is not much time left for Gu Chencher, only 3 days. Oh, no, apart from his working hours, there is basically not much time left. Gu Chencher was not anxious at all. Regardless of whether this plan succeeds or not, it will not cause him any losses. So I feel very relaxed. But he has to give it his all. It's not that he was jealous of the huge salary, but it was because of his personality that he always tried to do his best in everything he did. Gu Chencher pondered over it all night, and by the next morning, he had a rough idea in his mind. After some further polishing, he sent his creative design to Cheng Karen before the deadline. After seeing the plan, Cheng Karen immediately called him and said it looked good. He will meet with the client tomorrow to submit a proposal, and asks Gu Chencher to go with him. In case the client asks about the concept behind the proposal, he is afraid that he may not understand it well enough and will not be able to describe the essence of it. Cheng Karen's request was reasonable, and its timing perfectly matched Gu Chencher's working hours at the Chinese restaurant. If all went well, it might not delay his work, so he readily agreed. Cheng Karen was waiting for him downstairs. Before Gu Chencher went downstairs, he told Zhou Xiangyu that if he couldn't get to work in time, he asked Zhou Xiangyu to ask for leave from Uncle Li for him. He was afraid that he would still be communicating with clients at that time and it would be inconvenient for him to make a phone call. Zhou Xiangyu readily agreed and wished Gu Chencher great success. Before leaving, Xiaoyu secretly kissed him on the face. Honey, come on. Chapter 143, No Fear in the Face of the Scene. When Gu Chencher came downstairs, Cheng Karen was leaning against the front of the car, smoking with one hand in his pocket. Gu Chencher looked at him in a suit and tie, with his hair neatly combed with hairspray, then looked down at himself in casual attire. Although he looked youthful and in line with his current age, he was going to meet a client next, and this childish outfit was obviously inappropriate. Cheng Karen seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "There is a suit in the car. It's mine. We are about the same size. You should be able to wear it." Gu Chencher was a little surprised. Cheng Karen would not keep a spare suit in the car for no reason, so he must have thought of this in advance and prepared it specially for him. Gu Chencher developed some liking for him. This person is very thoughtful. Of course, it can also be understood as the basic sensitivity of a member of society. Gu Chencher changed into a suit in a nearby public toilet and tied his tie awkwardly. He immediately took on the aura of a gentlemanly villain, slightly concealing his immaturity. After taking a look at the handsome young talent in the mirror, Gu Chencher rarely had a second-year syndrome. He clenched his fists and waved them, secretly cheering himself up. Come on. Back in the car, Chen Karen asked him while driving, are you nervous? Gu Chencher smiled and asked back, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Chen Karen was slightly stunned, but then he thought about it and it seemed to be true. I took it for granted that the other person was a rookie who was new to the job and would feel nervous when facing such a formal workplace situation for the first time. That was how I felt at the beginning. But in fact, it is you who should be nervous, because if you can't pass this hurdle, your company will go bankrupt. After Gu Chencher asked back, he smiled and added, actually, I am a little bit nervous, but it's not a big problem and I can overcome it. But Chen Karen could not see the slightest sign of nervousness on his calm face. He praised, I wish I had your mentality when I first entered the workplace. Gu Chencher thought of something and asked in confusion, didn't you say you had a partner? Why didn't he come with you? If he remembered correctly, this was the last chance and was extremely important to their company. Chen Karen was so desperate that he turned to him, a newbie with no work experience, for help. Chen Karen answered casually, his son was not feeling well today, so he took the child to the hospital. Gu Chencher didn't say anything else. In many people's hearts, family always comes first. However, when Gu Chen thought of the fashionable mother in the box who used him and Zhou Xiangyu as a background, he thought that she was the wife of Chen Karen's partner, so he didn't have a good impression of Chen Karen as a partner. Of course, there was no way he would deal with such a person anyway, so who he was had little to do with him. After meeting the client, after reading the 3 entrepreneurial plans provided by Chen Karen, the client really followed the step-by-step requirements and talked about the creative ideas. Chen Karen talked about 2 of them, while Gu Chencher explained the one he made himself. Under the customer's sharp gaze with a slightly frown on his face, Gu Chencher remained calm and spoke eloquently, expressing his thoughts. Chen Karen praised him for his calmness and composure in the face of fear. The final result was that the client put all 3 creative proposals into his briefcase and said he would go back and consult with the company's leaders before giving a reply. Although he did not reply to their message on the spot, Chen Karen was already very satisfied. At least it was not a direct rejection, which meant there was still a chance. It's just very painful while waiting for the results. After seeing off the client, Chen Karen turned his back to the bustling street, looked at the time on his wrist, and said in a casual manner, let's go, brother Gu, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Gu Chencher smiled and declined, no, I still have to go to work. Chen Karen apologized, how could I forget about this? Come on, I'll take you to work. Gu Chencher couldn't ask for more. Once the results come out, whether successful or not, I will inform you as soon as possible, so don't worry about that. After arriving at the Chinese restaurant, Chen Karen said to Gu Chencher, who was fastening his seatbelt in the passenger seat. Gu Chencher said half-truthfully, this is my first time doing business with someone else, and with a stranger at that. I hope you don't give me a cruel life lesson. Chen Karen raised his right hand, swore to the sky, and said with a smile, don't worry, I will let you know that there are still many honest people in this world. Gu Chencher said half seriously and half jokingly, I also think that 100,000 yuan should not be a big deal for a big boss like you. The 2 signed the agreement contract on the night the deal was reached, but after all, Gu Chencher was still a newbie entering society. He has not yet learned the twists and turns between adults. If his creative proposal is favored by the client, who knows whether Chen Karen will deliberately say that his proposal was not approved in order to save 100,000 yuan? It all depends on whether you are lucky enough to meet an honest person. Anyway, Chen Karen gave Gu Chencher the impression that he was very sincere and didn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything sneaky or cunning. I hope he is not wrong. But even if he was wrong, he didn't suffer any substantial loss except wasting 3 nights. It is because of the low risk that he dares to cooperate with Chen Karen. Life, in many cases, is a gamble. If you bet right, you will have great success. If you bet wrong, your family may be ruined. Gu Chencher is cautious by nature. When he has to gamble, he will try to choose the one with the lowest risk. I hope his first gamble in life will not let him down. Chen Karen added, if nothing unexpected happens, the client should be able to give us a reply within 2 days. Gu Chencher nodded, okay, then I will wait for good news. Bye. After saying that, he got out of the car and walked towards the Chinese restaurant without looking back. Chen Karen looked at his slightly high-spirited back and thought, it's great to be young. However, he is still young, but he has become much more mature after working in society for many years. Chen Karen stepped on the accelerator and left. There was still more than half an hour before Gu Chencher was scheduled to go to work. He changed into his restaurant uniform, sat in a chair for a while, and made a video call to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu answered immediately. Gu Chencher couldn't help laughing. which showed that she was not immersed in her work state. Seeing him smile, Xiaoyu smiled too, her eyes curved. Do you have any good news to tell me? Is everything going well? Gu Chenshur told the truth, there is no result yet. The client said he would go back and ask the leader to make a decision. The result will probably be out in 2 days. Xiaoyu said, it's not denied immediately, which means there is still a glimmer of hope, which is good news. But even if it fails, it doesn't matter. No one's life can always be smooth sailing. Failure is the mother of success. Chapter 144 Sense of Accomplishment. Xiaoyu is so cute when he comforts others in a serious manner. Gu Chenshur smiled as if relieved. In fact, although he appeared calm on the surface, it was impossible to say that he was not nervous at all. Deep down in his heart, he had a strong desire to perform, and he really wanted to prove his excellence to Xiaoyu through this collaboration with Cheng Karen. Even though in the eyes of others, he was already excellent enough to be admitted to a prestigious university, for him, it was far from enough. He needs to be better. Only in this way can he be worthy of his outstanding girl. After Zhou Xiangyu came to work, he naturally asked him about the situation first. Gu Chenshur told the truth. Zhou Xiangyu patted Gu Chenshur on the shoulder. Brother, you have always been awesome. Even if you failed this time, it doesn't mean you are not awesome. Gu Chenshur. This guy's way of comforting people is so down to earth. 2 days passed in a flash. During this period, Cheng Karen did not contact Gu Chenshur at all. But Gu Chenshur remembered that he had clearly said that he would be informed no matter what the result was. Gu Chenshur wanted to call Cheng Karen to ask, but after thinking about it, he gave up. What Cheng Karen said about giving a reply within about 2 days was just his own guess, not a promise from the client, so maybe Cheng Karen made a wrong judgment and the client did not reply to him so quickly? Gu Chenshur decided to wait a little longer. Just as he was about to throw his phone aside and prepare to go to sleep, his phone rang. The caller is Cheng Karen. The creative proposal has been approved. It's yours. Gu Chenshur was excited, it turned out that he could really do it. Then he asked suspiciously, what's wrong with you? In the microphone, Cheng Karen's voice sounded particularly hoarse and tired. Nothing, my throat has been a little sore lately, I think I have a cold, Cheng Karen explained casually, and then said, are you on the morning or evening shift tomorrow? I'll meet you at the Chinese restaurant and pay you in person. The two agreed on a time, and Gu Chenshur put down his phone. The indescribable sense of accomplishment turned into a surging joy, which made him impulsive and almost threw off the quilt and got out of bed. He wanted to share this good news with Xiaoyu, his parents, Zhou Xiangyu, and even the whole world as soon as possible. He finally earned his first money in life with his own intelligence and talent, ha ha ha. But he soon calmed down. Stay calm. He needs to stay calm until he gets the money. Gu Chenshur sat back on the bed. To be on the safe side, it is better to wait until he gets the 100,000 yuan before announcing the good news. When Gu Chenshur was working seriously in the Chinese restaurant, Uncle Li ran over and said to Gu Chenshur, Xiao Gu, a customer asked for you by name, go and see what's going on. Gu Chenshur glanced at the time and felt a little strange. We haven't even reached the agreed location yet, and Cheng Karen is already here? Of course, it doesn't mean that he can't come earlier, but in Gu Chenshur's subconscious mind, a busy man like Cheng Karen should have a strong sense of time and will not be too early or late. Gu Chenshur didn't think much about it and walked towards the direction Uncle Li pointed. When he saw the female customer sitting at the dining table and calmly putting on makeup, he was stunned. Not Cheng Karen? But he didn't even know this woman, so could it be a mistake? Gu Chenshur looked confused. The woman noticed someone coming, closed her makeup box, and looked up. At this time, Gu Chenshur felt that she looked familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered who she was. The fashionable mother who used them as negative examples to teach her children to study hard. Gu Chenshur became more and more confused. What did this woman mean by asking to see him? The fashionable mother took a look at Gu Chenshur, who was wearing the restaurant uniform, and asked suspiciously, are you really from Huada University? Gu Chenshur. This woman called him over in a serious manner just to confirm this matter? Why is she so upset about being slapped in the face that day that she won't give up until she gets to the bottom of it? Is it that serious? Excuse me, what would you like to order today? You can just scan the code and order. Gu Chenshur maintained an impeccable smile on his face and spoke in a businesslike manner. Although this woman's identity at this time is God, Gu Chenshur is not obligated to unconditionally meet all her unreasonable demands. At this time, she asked, no, directly inquired about Gu Chencher's private affairs, which was an unreasonable request. Seeing that Gu Chencher avoided the topic, the fashionable mother smiled contemptuously. In my opinion, you are bragging, right? Oh, one more thing, you lied to us together and said that one of you is from Hua University and the other is from the University of Science and Technology? Don't be so greedy and vain. Gu Chencher remained calm and asked, excuse me, what would you like to eat? He did not forget the wise words he gave to Zhou Xiang: you don't argue with idiots. At this moment, this fashionable mother is just an idiot in his eyes. The fashionable mother snorted coldly and changed the subject. Tell me, what benefits did Chen Karen give you? Gu Chencher was puzzled and asked, what? Fashionable mom snorted coldly and said sarcastically, stop playing dumb. I know everything about what you and Chen Karen did behind the scenes. Gu Chencher was unbelievable. What was going on between him and Chen Karen behind the scenes? This woman is really weird. Please, sister, go to the hospital and have your brain checked. Oh, by the way, how could he forget that this woman is the wife of Chen Karen's partner? This shows that there is a problem within their company? But what does this have to do with him as an outsider? I don't understand what you are saying. If you don't need any service here, I'm sorry, I still have work to do. The fashionable mother said sarcastically, feeling guilty? Let me tell you, this matter is not as simple as your guilty conscience. To put it more seriously, what you are doing is called opportunistic transfer of company assets, which has violated the law. I can call the police to arrest you. Gu Chencher looked at the fashionable mother in astonishment, and then laughed mockingly. Madam, you should pay attention to evidence when speaking. Do you know that what you just said constitutes defamation? The fashionable mother was stunned for a moment. She took into consideration that Gu Chencher was young and inexperienced and therefore easy to scare, so she deliberately made the matter sound more serious. However, unexpectedly, Gu Chencher turned the tables on her. Well, it seems that I underestimated him. At this time, a voice sounded from behind Gu Chencher. What happened? Gu Chencher knew without looking back that Chen Karen had arrived for the appointment. The fashionable mom didn't know how much Chen Karen had heard. The moment she saw Chen Karen, her face looked a little embarrassed. But soon, she put on the look of a punisher. Chen Karen, you came at the right time, I have something to say. So he decided to go all out and told everyone the purpose of his visit. Chapter 145, The Helplessness of Adults. It turned out that when Chen Karen and Gu Chencher reached a cooperation agreement, Chen Karen informed his partner of the matter as soon as possible and gave 2 copies of the contract to his partner for review. Unexpectedly, it was Gu Chencher's proposal that was approved by the client. Then, according to the previous agreement, the company must pay Gu Chencher a remuneration of 100,000 yuan as agreed. The partners were also aware of this and agreed to it. But now the partner's wife, Yin Wan, doubts that the creative plan was not from a student with no work experience, and thinks that Chen Karen was operating behind the scenes to take advantage of them. Gu Chencher frowned slightly, but said nothing. Because this was actually an inside story of Chen Karen's company, he was involved and was completely innocent. Yin Wan said confidently, Chen Karen, my husband's company has problems. Do you think I have the right to intervene? Chen Karen was silent for a long time, then asked, does Zhang Yijun know that you are here today? Zhang Yijun is his partner. Yin Wan said, there are some things he is too embarrassed to say because of our past relationship, so I have to say it. This statement may seem to be irrelevant, but it actually answered Chen Karen's question. Chen Karen was silent again, and after a long while he smiled and said, since you have raised this question, and I really have no evidence to prove that I did not collude with others to take advantage of you. How about this, the 100,000 yuan will come from my personal account instead of the company's account. Yin Wan said nothing, but it could be seen that she was very satisfied with Chen Karen's answer. Yin Wan achieved her goal and left with a haughty look on her face, carrying a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. Gu Chencher looked back at the woman's back, feeling a little overwhelmed. What a short-sighted woman! After a brief contact, Gu Chencher could feel that Chen Karen was an excellent partner who kept his word and devoted himself to his work. But this woman actually took the initiative to create a rift with Chen Karen for a mere 50,000 yuan the price after splitting. How stupid! Chen Karen smiled and asked him to sit down, don't worry about her. Anyway, I won't give you a penny less of the 100,000 yuan you deserve. Gu Chencher sat opposite him, watching Chen Karen take out a document and a black pen from his briefcase without saying a word. Send me your bank card number, I'll transfer the money to you, and then you sign here, and we'll be even. Gu Chencher did as he was told. The mobile phone receives bank card transfer information. Chen Karen didn't look well, he looked extremely tired, his voice was hoarse, and he coughed from time to time. Gu Chuncher suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards him and couldn't help but said, "You and your partner." Chen Karen paused for a moment and smiled, "Let's just do what we have to do. We are college alumni, and we used to have such a good relationship that we could even wear the same pants. But as time goes by, people will change, and maybe we can't blame him." Chen Karen fell silent again. Gu Chuncher felt the helplessness of adults from his silence. And the passing of something. Although he has reached adulthood, he has not had time to fully experience the complexity of this world. Chen Karen looked a little lonely as he left. At the same time, it also allowed Gu Chuncher to see a hint of determination. People with different ideals cannot work together. It seems that Chen Karen and his partners will have to have a farewell dinner soon. People die for money and birds die for food. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. The ancients did not deceive me. However, Gu Chuncher then thought that fortunately his only good brother was a very simple-minded man and was suspected to be a rich second generation, so they should not have any conflicts of interest in the future. I was thinking about this question on my way home from get off work. Zhou Xiangyu was humming a song and looked happy. He has become completely accustomed to the life of a worker, and after a day's work, he no longer cries and complains. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped and looked at Gu Chuncher in confusion. "Old Gu, you seem a little strange today?" Gu Chuncher was confused. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiangyu racked his brains to think about what to say. "That's right, your current state gives me the feeling that you have suddenly become much more profound. If you don't know me, you would think you have been through a lot of ups and downs. Also, there is something wrong with the way you look at me." Gu Chuncher raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiangyu quietly distanced himself from him. "It seems like you're going to hit me in the next second, but Lao Gu, I haven't offended you, why are you hitting me?" Gu Chuncher laughed. "You said you didn't offend me, so why should I hit you?" Zhou Xiangyu felt relieved. "Old Zhou." Gu Chuncher suddenly said seriously, "Do you think there will be a day when we break up?" Zhou Xiangyu wanted to say, "Yes, when you snatched the soup from me yesterday, I really wanted to break up with you." But he soon discovered that Gu Chuncher was not joking. Zhou Xiangyu asked nervously, "Old Gu, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare me." "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that all good things must come to an end." Bah, don't say such things. Lao Gu, our brotherhood will last forever and will never end. Gu Chuncher looked at Zhou Xiangyu, who was speaking seriously, and thought of how Zhou Xiangyu in his previous life was beaten up for standing up for him, and he suddenly laughed. "There is certainly a lot of darkness in this world, but there is more beauty, isn't there?" Gu Chuncher suddenly cleared his throat. "I, your brother, have made a lot of money. I made 100,000 yuan today." "Isn't that awesome?" Zhou Xiangyu's eyes suddenly widened. "Fuck, is this true? I almost forgot about this." "You almost forgot about it, which fully proves that you don't believe I have the ability to earn back the 100,000 yuan. Gu Chuncher shook his head, then showed him the bank card payment information. Zhou Xiangyu checked several times to see how many zeros there were at the end, and seemed even more excited than Gu Chuncher. "Awesome. I didn't expect you to actually earn this money. Ha, old Gu, you're awesome." Gu Chuncher said generously, "Brother is rich now, tell me what you want, I will satisfy you as long as it is within my ability." Zhou Xiangyu's eyes lit up. "You said that?" Then he touched his chin with malicious intent, his eyes rolling around, which made Gu Chuncher feel a stomachache. It seemed that this kid was going to make a big profit from him. But he is a real man of his word, and he is happy to be slaughtered by Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu pointed at a store within his sight. "I want some ice cream. Chocolate flavor." Gu Chuncher was both amused and confused. After all the fuss, this was it? In the ice cream shop, Gu Chuncher wanted to call Xiaoyu and ask her if she wanted to eat it. But then he thought, she would definitely be afraid that he would spend money and say she didn't want to eat it, so he simply didn't ask and just bought 3 servings. Chapter 146: Life Needs Romance. Opposite the ice cream shop is the flower shop. Gu Chuncher immediately remembered that he had been with Xiaoyu for such a long time but had never given Xiaoyu a flower. Although Xiaoyu doesn't care about form, he feels that life needs romance and a sense of ritual. Gu Chuncher went back with a big bouquet of roses. When he handed the rose to Xiaoyu with a smile and said, "Wife, this is for you," he would remember the surprise and touching in Xiaoyu's eyes for the rest of his life. But silly girl, what does this have to do with anything? It was just a bouquet of roses. If she wanted, he could send her one every day in the future. When Xiaoyu hugged Gu Chen, she choked up and said, "Hubby, thank you." Although Xiaoyu did not keep her promise to say thank you to him, she took the initiative to add the word husband before thanking him, which made Gu Chencher very happy. Gu Chencher took the opportunity to put his arm around her waist and kissed her on the cheek. "Fortunately you didn't mean why are you wasting money?" At such a time of deep love, Zhou Xiangyu was really redundant, isn't he? But Zhou Xiangyu was very tactful. When he saw Gu Chencher going to buy flowers, he immediately told Gu Chencher that it was still early, he had to work an early shift this week. He was going to donate a few taels of silver to the internet cafe. Then, without waiting for Gu Chencher to react, he waved goodbye and walked away while happily eating his ice cream. Xiaoyu happily found a vase, put the roses in it, and placed it in front of the bedside table. She came back and sat on Gu Chencher's lap again, hugged Gu Chencher's neck, with a rare bit of coquettishness in her eyes. "Hubby, I like flowers very much." Gu Chencher rubbed her nose with his own, then laughed sullenly. "Let me guess, are you going to say that flowers cannot be eaten or drunk? They will wither in a few days, don't buy them in the future, it's a waste?" Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing and said angrily, "Are you the worm in my stomach? How do you know that this is what I want to say?" Gu Chencher deliberately said mysteriously, "Because I have the ability to see through things." "But seriously." "Wait, let me guess again," Gu Chencher interrupted her with a smile. "What you want to say is that I am still a student and all the money I spend is my parents'. Even if I earned a little money during the summer vacation, it was hard-earned money. In short, money should not be spent carelessly, right? Xiaoyu." She deliberately acted like a spoiled child and complimented him. "Honey, how do you know everything? You are so great." Gu Chencher's bones felt soft and he felt like he was floating in the air. "Wife, I made money." Gu Chencher said proudly, "My first pot of gold in life, 100,000 yuan." Xiaoyu was surprised and said, "Did the creative plan you told me about some time ago pass?" "Honey, you are awesome." Gu Chencher said proudly, "How can I be worthy of you if I am not a good husband? But I have money now, although it is not a lot, but it is a lot for me now. How much money have I spent on my parents since I was born? So I want to transfer some money to my parents so that they can buy some food, drinks, and daily necessities." Xiaoyu naturally agreed with both hands. Gu Chencher is a man of action. He immediately transferred 80,000 yuan to Jinglan's bank card. Then he excitedly guessed with Xiaoyu what Ms. Jinglan's reaction would be when she saw the transfer. It's fun to guess. They guessed pretty much the same. After dinner, Jinglan took a break from her busy schedule to watch some videos. Suddenly, a text message popped up saying that her bank card had received a transfer of 80,000 yuan. Jinglan thought it was a scam text message at first, but after a closer look, she found that it was indeed a transfer of 80,000 yuan, and the transferor was her eldest son Gu Chencher. Jinglan was surprised and confused, and hurriedly showed it to Gu Chang. The old couple initially speculated that Gu Chencher had paid their wages, but they quickly overturned this guess. First of all, Gu Chencher has been in City A for less than a month, so he should not be paid. Secondly, even if they did get paid, it's impossible for them to get a monthly salary of 80,000. The two were puzzled and called immediately to find out the truth. Gu Chencher explained the whole story. Gu Chang and Jinglan were stunned by the adventure-filled experience. After Gu Chencher finished speaking, he did not forget to ask, "Dad, Mom, is your son awesome?" Jinglan in the video was shocked and proudly said, "Needless to say, the son I give birth to must be awesome." Gu Chang said with relief, "Chencher, Dad is proud of you, but you should keep the money for yourself and don't transfer it to us." Gu Chencher knew that they would not take her or his money. But the more this happened, the more he wanted to be extra nice to them. He solemnly announced, "Dad, Mom, from today on, you can spend all the money you earn on your own. Don't worry about me. I can support myself in the future." Gu Chencher didn't know that after the phone call, dear Jinglan's mother cried, "Hubby, our son has grown up and doesn't need two of us old guys anymore." Jinglan felt sour. How to say it, when the child is young, parents hope that he will grow up quickly. However, when the child grows up and no longer needs their protection, and soars into the sky, parents will feel lost instead. Sometimes, people are full of contradictions. In fact, after all, isn't it because they are afraid that the child will fly too far and forget to look back at the two old guys who are watching them eagerly? Gu Chang comforted her, saying, "It's a good thing for the child to be independent early. Okay, you should keep the money and save it for the child to marry a wife in the future." Jinglan's sadness was swept away, and she said happily, "Yes, keep her to marry Xiaoyu, but I accidentally heard Xiaoyu say before that she wants to live with us two old guys in the future." Time flies. A month passed quickly. It's finally payday. Although 1 month's salary is not much, it is not a small amount for the two rookies. 6,000. Zhou Xiangyu was overjoyed and shared the good news with Tang Xiaoxi immediately. He also planned to post it on his moments to receive more praise. But suddenly he thought of the 100,000 yuan that Gu Chenshi earned in 3 nights, and he immediately became low-key. After sending them to their residence, Zhou's father never showed up again. In Zhou Xiangyu's words, this small, shabby shop is annoying and doesn't make any money. Zhang Huiwei came 3 or 4 times, and each time she came she brought them a lot of food and drinks. She even bought Xiaoyu a fairy-like white dress, and did not hide her love for Xiaoyu. Not only was Zhou Xiangyu not jealous, but he foolishly thought that his mother, the most beautiful woman in the universe, was right. As Zhou Xiangyu's sister, she should be loved and pampered. Xiaoyu has never worn a skirt. But she looks good even in a sack. But after receiving the skirt from Zhang Huiyue, Gu Chenshi really wanted to see how her skirt would look like. Xiaoyu, who always responds to Gu Chenshi's requests, must of course satisfy him. Chapter 147 Two Strange Customers. Although she was only showing it to Gu Chenshi, Xiaoyu, who had never worn a skirt before, was still extremely shy. Zhang Huiyue is a fashionable mother. She usually dresses herself beautifully and has impeccable taste in clothes. The white dress she picked for Xiaoyu was made of cool linen fabric, with a round neck and lantern sleeves, and a slightly slimming effect at the waist, showing off Xiaoyu's slender waist. Xiaoyu walked out of the bathroom hesitantly and asked unconfidently, "Does it look good?" Even though I knew Gu Chenshi would say it looked good. Gu Chenshi sat beside her bed, supporting himself on the soft bed with his hands behind his back. His upper body leaned back slightly. He raised his head to look at Xiaoyu, with a slight smile on his face. "Beautiful, my wife is the most beautiful girl in the world." "Wife, turn around in place and show your husband." Xiaoyu turned around awkwardly. "It's really beautiful." Gu Chenshi praised sincerely, then picked up his phone. "Wife, please stay where you are. I want to take a beautiful photo of my wife." Xiaoyu stood there shyly. With a click, the photo is taken. Xiaoyu walked over gracefully, holding up the hem of her skirt, and fell into Gu Chenshi's arms. Take the initiative to give a sweet kiss. It's another day of working as usual. Two girls walked into the Chinese restaurant and looked around curiously. But unlike others, they are not looking at the store's tasteful interior decoration, but at the people. His eyes swept over the male waiters who were wearing dark blue restaurant uniforms. A waiter came forward with a professional smile. "What can I do for you, sir?" One of the girls, who looked to be around 20, said with a smile, "Do you have a waiter named Zhou Xiangyu here? Please ask him to come over." The male waiter looked at the girl who made the strange request, then looked at another girl who looked younger, and was a little confused. The older girl raised her eyebrows. "Don't you have a waiter named Zhou Xiangyu?" The male waiter came to his senses. Although the requests of the two customers were a bit strange, he adhered to the principle that customers are God and said hurriedly, "Yes, I will ask him to come and serve you." "Hey wait, there's another one named Gu Chenshi, please invite him as well," the younger girl added. The waiter nodded repeatedly and left quickly. When he found Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chenshi, he told them what happened. "You asked me to serve you?" Zhou Xiangyu was confused. "Male or female?" "Two young girls." Hearing this, Gu Chenshi immediately understood what was going on. It should be. Zhou Xiangyu's focus is different from others. Is she a beautiful woman? The male waiter was happy, but then he said sourly that she was a beauty. Zhou Xiangyu said smugly to Gu Chenshi, who seemed to be deep in thought, "Old Gu, have you seen my charm? I can charm a lot of people wherever I go. Look, I have even delivered this to my door." Gu Chenshi just smiled and said nothing. At this point he had already determined that the person they were specifically asked to serve was Tang Xiaoxi. At this moment, he had already begun to imagine in his mind what kind of reaction Zhou Xiangyu, the idiot, would have when he saw Tang Xiaoxi falling from the sky. Ha ha, he can't wait any longer. Zhou Xiangyu, who was feeling smug, suddenly felt a little nervous when he walked towards the seats of the two beauties. He whispered to Gu Chenshi, "Old Gu, do you think that being liked by other girls is a betrayal to Tang Xiaoxi?" Gu Chenshi. He replied politely, "As long as you are determined and do not waver in the face of the beauty and temptation of other girls, it is not considered betrayal." Zhou Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's good." Gu Chenshi saw his reaction and was very happy. It seems that Zhou Xiangyu cares about Tang Xiaoxi very much. Okay, there is hope of finally finding the way out of being single. However, this guy's IQ is really worrying. He never thought about who would specifically ask for their service for no reason. Must be an acquaintance. He wouldn't be so narcissistic that he would be favored by two beauties, and then the two beauties would specifically ask him to provide services as a prelude to getting to know him? Please, there must be a limit to narcissism. Just when he thought of this, Zhou Xiangyu suddenly stopped and said mysteriously, "Old Gu, I think something is wrong." Gu Chenshi asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiangyu said, "Do you think those two beauties will recognize us?" Gu Chenshi thought to himself, "Oh, I wronged you. Have you finally realized that something is wrong? You said, could it be my sister?" "Your sister?" "It's my big sister, your wife Xiaoyu. She came here secretly just to give you a surprise." Gu Chenshi looked at him strangely. Zhou Xiangyu was very proud. "Are you already deeply impressed by my intelligence and wisdom? But don't rush to admire me, listen to me first. Although I have told you the truth, my sister wants to give you a surprise, so you must pretend to be shocked and surprised, do you hear me?" Gu Chenshi asked a question, "But don't forget, there are two girls. If one of them is Xiao Yu, then who is the other one?" This question stumped Zhou Xiangyu. He scratched his head in confusion. "Yeah, who is the other one?" With this question, Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chenshi came to the dining table of the two girls. One of the girls lowered her head and was swiping her phone. The other girl held her chin and looked at them with a smile. She first looked at Gu Chenshi with a kind smile in her eyes. Then he set his gaze on Zhou Xiangyu, and his eyes suddenly became serious and full of inquiry. While the girls were studying Zhou Xiangyu quickly glanced at the two girls. "Ah, this one is not his sister. Oh, that one is not her either. So, he actually guessed wrong, damn it. But that's not right. He doesn't know either of these two girls. Could it be that you were really attracted here by my charm? Does this count as indirectly creating sales for the Chinese restaurant? Ha, he is truly the best employee that the boss rarely sees in a century." Just when Zhou Xiangyu was lost in thought, Gu Chenshi asked politely, "Good afternoon, both of you. How can I help you?" The restaurant uses mobile phone ordering mode, and customers can simply scan the code to order when they arrive. Sometimes some new customers don't understand the ordering mechanism, or don't know which dishes suit their taste. At this time, the waiter will kindly provide guidance. The girl smiled and said, "Can you satisfy any request I make?" Gu Chenshi smiled unchanged. "As long as it is reasonable and within the scope of our work, we will try our best to meet your needs." "Oh, is that so?" The girl pretended to be curious and asked, "Then does accompanying someone to eat, drink, and play count as part of your job?" Chapter 148: A surprise from Tang Xiaoxi. The girl asked Gu Chenshi seriously whether accompanying people to eat, drink, and play was part of their job scope. Gu Chenshi smiled but said nothing. Zhou Xiangyu, who was standing nearby, almost choked on his own saliva. What? Did he hear it right? Eat, drink, and play with me. Isn't that a three companion? Puff. Some people couldn't help laughing. Of course not Gu Chenshi. He is very professional, okay? He usually doesn't laugh unless he really can't help it. Although he is trying hard to hold back his laughter, he still manages to hold it back. Of course it wasn't Zhou Xiangyu either, because he hadn't recovered from the shock of being a third accompanier. But by the way, this laughter sounds so familiar. Zhou Xiangyu suddenly looked towards the girl who had been looking down at her phone. The girl covered her mouth and couldn't stop laughing. Tang Xiaoxi. Zhou Xiangyu was shocked. How could it be Tang Xiaoxi? Then he suddenly remembered that on his first night at work, when he said goodnight to Tang Xiaoxi had asked him in detail where he was in City A and what the name of the Chinese restaurant was. Zhou Xiangyu thought she was just curious, but she didn't expect it was a surprise for him. Surprise? Yes, it's a surprise. Anyway, for Zhou Xiangyu, suddenly seeing Tang Xiaoxi made him very happy. The girl opposite Tang Xiaoxi's cousin Tang Xiaoyuan, shook her head. "Xiaoxi, I haven't had enough fun yet, why are you exposed?" Tang Xiaoxi finally stopped laughing and introduced them to each other. After getting to know each other, Tang Xiaoyuan looked at Zhou Xiangyu. "You haven't answered my question just now." Zhou Xiangyu thought, wasn't I just asking Lao Gu? Oh, Lao Gu definitely can't go with him to eat, drink, and play, otherwise his sister will be heartbroken. Zhou Xiangyu stood up and said, "Of course. But wait a minute, I need to ask for leave." Tang Xiaoxi said anxiously, Forget it, my sister is just teasing you, we just came to see you on the way, don't ask for leave, it will delay your work." Zhou Xiangyu said, "No, that won't work. You've come all the way here, how can I just leave you here? I'm very familiar with City A, I'll be your guide. With that, he hurried to ask Uncle Lee for leave. When Uncle Lee learned that his female classmate and her sister came to City A for a trip, he readily approved his leave and even considerately asked him if he had any money on him. If you don't have money, you can advance some. Zhou Xiangyu was deeply moved. Before Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi left, they patted Gu Chenshur on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Old Gu, I'm leaving now. You will be the one guarding this place." Gu Chenshur couldn't stand his second-year mentality, so he smiled and slapped his claws away. "Okay, go ahead, I wish you guys have fun." After waving goodbye, Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly smiled and said, "Hey, Xiaoxi, he is the one from your class who got admitted to Huazhong University, Guchen?" Tang Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Sister, his name is 3 characters long, Gu Chenshur." Tang Xiaoyuan asked curiously, "Why is it called Gu Chenshur?" "I think Guchen sounds pretty good." Zhou Xiangyu explained for his good friend, he was born at 7:53 in the morning, so his father named him Chenshur. Tang Xiaoxi's focus was a little off. "Zhou Xiangyu, how do you know Gu Chenshur so well? Not only does he know his birth time, but he even knows it down to the minute." Zhou Xiangyu said proudly, "Of course, I am his best friend. Apart from my uncle and aunt, I am the one who knows him best in this world." After saying this, he suddenly thought that maybe it won't be the case soon. Because now there is a big sister, Xiao Yu. He looks quite handsome. Tang Xiaoyuan said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Zhou Xiangyu immediately said, "He already has a girlfriend." Tang Xiaoyuan exclaimed, "Oh." And said regretfully, "So he has a girlfriend. I was so happy for nothing." Tang Xiaoxi covered her mouth and laughed. "I have seen Gu Chenshur's girlfriend, she is very beautiful and has an outstanding temperament. Oh, by the way, Zhou Xiangyu, you also said that she has practiced martial arts since she was a child and is very good at fighting, right?" "Yes," Zhou Xiangyu nodded. "I was stunned when I saw him taking on 2 shameless thieves alone." Then, Zhou Xiangyu described the scene in an exaggerated way, which stunned the 2 girls. Tang Xiaoyuan was laughing secretly, not knowing what she was thinking about. Zhou Xiangyu was puzzled. He described Xiao Yu's heroic deeds in great detail, and his blood was boiling with excitement, but what was Tang Xiaoxi's cousin laughing at? Laughing so teasingly. Tang Xiaoxi asked for him, "Sister, what are you laughing at?" Tang Xiaoyuan said with a smile, "Your classmate Gu Chenshur will not cheat anymore. He may not even dare to take a peek at other beauties when walking on the street." They finally understood what made her funny. If you find such a powerful wife and still dare to be fickle, won't you be ruined directly? Zhou Xiangyu said firmly, "No, I know my buddy best, Lao Gu is not that kind of person." Tang Xiaoyuan took over his conversation and asked casually, "Are you that kind of person?" "Of course not." Zhou Xiangyu blurted out, and then realized belatedly that her question was not right. Zhou Xiangyu felt a chill on his back. "I always feel that if I hesitate even a little bit when answering, the consequences will be disastrous." Zhou Xiangyu weakly raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Look up at the bright sun in the sky. What kind of weather is this, so cold and hot?" After get off work in the evening, Xiaoyu saw Gu Chenshur coming back alone and asked in confusion, "Where is Zhou Xiangyu?" Gu Chenshur wanted to hold her in his arms, but then he immediately thought of the smell of oil smoke and sweat on his body, so he gave up. Tang Xiaoxi and her cousin came to City A for a trip. He took half a day off and went to play with them. Xiaoyu asked, "Then why didn't you go?" Gu Chenshur was surprised that Xiaoyu would ask such a question. "They are girls. If I really ask for leave to play with them, will you be angry with me?" Xiaoyu said firmly, "Yes." Gu Chenshur couldn't help but laugh. He would be panicked if she wasn't angry. Gu Chenshur kissed her on the forehead out of habit, then went to take a shower. After the shower, he stayed in Xiaoyu's room and was affectionate with her. Gu Chenshur held Xiaoyu and sat her on his lap, while Xiaoyu hugged his neck and snuggled in his arms, being incredibly well behaved. Fortunately, Gu Chenshur is a gentleman who can remain calm even when a beautiful woman is in his arms. Otherwise, at this moment, with a beautiful woman in his arms, and a man and a woman alone. If I don't do something, it seems like such a wonderful night is wasted. But although Gu Chenshur is young, he is still a man full of vigor and vitality. It's not that he didn't have some unrealistic thoughts, but his strong sense of responsibility firmly suppressed them. Chapter 149, The Successful End of Working Life. Gu Chenshur's integrity is the result of his parents' positive values. At the same time, Gu Chenshur did not dare to forget the warning his mother gave him before coming here. Even though Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu were destined to be together for this life, after learning that Xiaoyu would come to City A with Gu Chencher, Jinglan had a private chat with Gu Chencher and told him not to bully Xiaoyu, otherwise she would not forgive him. Although Jinglan didn't say it very bluntly, Gu Chencher understood what she meant by bullying. Even if Jinglan didn't say it, Gu Chencher knew it. Some things can't be rushed. At this stage, just holding Xiaoyu in his arms and rubbing his ears against hers has already given him a great sense of satisfaction. The two of them didn't stay intimate for long before Zhou Xiangyu came back. As soon as I came back, I opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of iced mineral water. After drinking half of it, I cried out that I was so tired. Today he accompanied two girls to visit various famous attractions in City A. In addition to acting as a guide, he also gentlemanly helped them carry their things. After running around for the whole afternoon, I pretended to be a big shot at night and insisted on treating them to a meal, and then sent them to the hotel. In short, he is almost exhausted. If it was in the past, he would never do such a time-consuming, labor-intensive and money-consuming stupid thing. But now, he couldn't let Tang Xiaoxi lose face. Gu Chencher walked out of Xiaoyu's room. How many days will Tang Xiaoxi and the others stay here? 2 days, I'll go back tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Xiangyu collapsed on the sofa and didn't want to move. Gu Chencher sat down opposite him. Are you still going to be a guide tomorrow? Zhou Xiangyu shook his head. No, I was planning to take another day off to accompany you, but Tang Xiaoxi was afraid that I would be too tired, so she didn't allow me to go. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Zhou Xiangyu glanced at the incoming call number, which was originally a puddle of mud, and immediately sat up straight. Yeah, I'm back. I'll take a shower and go to bed soon. I'm not tired. I have muscles for a long time. I'm in great shape. It's not hard, hee hee. Yeah, you should go to bed early too. Got it, good night. Gu Chencher drank the water slowly, laughing inwardly. It seems that he had misunderstood Zhou Xiangyu before. He originally thought that Zhou Xiangyu was a blockhead who didn't understand romance, but when he became gentle, it seemed like that. He was deeply relieved. Before going to bed, Gu Chencher opened the Douxing app and was stunned for a moment. Number of fans, 68? There were about 10 comments under the cartoon he posted a few days ago. Very interesting, I like it very much and collected it. What kind of comic is this? What is its name? Please tell me. Where is the blogger? If he is not dead, please update. I was enjoying it so much when it disappeared. Blogger, can you please help me? If you want to give me a reward, just tell me. I have plenty of money. Gu Chencher touched his smooth chin in astonishment. What's going on? I have been busy with that creative project these days and have no time to continue drawing his love diary, nor have I come here to take a look. In fact, he just leaves it alone after each update, not caring at all whether anyone reads it or not. I just didn't expect that the comics I casually drew to record my life and express my aspirations and fantasies would actually be read with great interest by some people. This was a little unexpected for Gu Chencher. Although Gu Chencher was surprised, he didn't take it too seriously. I originally just wanted to use this platform to express, show off, and record my feelings and the sweetness I have. I never thought about becoming an internet celebrity blogger. If someone really watches it, it means he has someone to show off to, hee hee. As for updating, I will update when I have time, and stop when I don't, just be a Buddhist. Can those netizens who urge him to update his content run over the internet and attack him? Having said that, Gu Chencher still spread out the notebook of his love diary and started drawing seriously. He hardly needs to think about the plot, nor does he need to figure out the characters and settings. It's just things that happen in real life, just add some color and some wild imagination, and it'll be fine. This makes the plot lively and interesting while not being so realistic, and more like an imaginative urban sweet story. Well, Gu Chencher believed that even if an acquaintance saw this cartoon, they would not think about his life trajectory. This was exactly the effect he wanted. After all, he doesn't have the habit of showing his life completely to others. Time passed day by day, and Gu Chencher and Zhou Xiangyu's summer job life came to a successful end on August 10th. Zhou Xiangyu had already become familiar with the Chinese restaurant staff and was actually a little reluctant to leave. Fortunately, school will start in half a month and they will come back again, ha ha ha. However, from now on, it will be difficult for him to eat the meals cooked by his sister. There is no way to make up for this regret. Even though Xiaoyu was sure that she would come back with Gu Chencher after school started, it was obvious that since they were not employees of the Chinese restaurant, they could not continue to live in the luxurious staff dormitory. Oh, forget it. It's time for me, a big light bulb, to withdraw from this world of two people. They worked in the Chinese restaurant for 1.5 months and earned a total of more than 9,000 yuan. Uncle Lee saw that they performed well and gave them an extra bonus of 500 yuan each. Although it is not much, it is recognition and encouragement for their work. After finishing his working life, Gu Chencher originally planned not to go back and take Xiaoyu to have a good time in City A. This was also what his parents wanted. However, Xiaoyu thought that they would be back soon anyway, so he suggested going home first. She missed her Aunt Ginglan and Uncle Gu Chang. Zhou Xiangyu is not going back. His father has something in City A, so he will go back with his father when the time comes. Before going back, Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu walked around City A, carefully selected items, and bought a small gift for each of their parents. I returned home at 9 o'clock that evening. It's strange. Gu Chencher felt that he had only been away from home for a month and a half, but when he saw his parents for the first time, he felt that they seemed to have suddenly become much older and haggard, which made Gu Chencher feel distressed. Jinglan hugged her daughter-in-law Xiaoyu and then hugged her good son, and said proudly, "My son has worked hard. My son is great." Gu Cheng happily took their suitcases and asked them to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. Knowing that they were coming back today, even though Gu Chencher told them on the phone to eat first and not wait for them, the parents still stubbornly waited for them to come and eat together. The dinner was very sumptuous, and it was all the food that Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu usually liked to eat. While eating, Gu Chencher told his parents about his interesting stories while working. They had a happy meal with laughter. There is less than half a month left before reporting to school. During this period, Gu Chencher will enjoy his leisurely life and look for a suitable house online. Otherwise, where will he and Xiaoyu live when school starts? Maybe if a person makes the right choice at a certain hurdle, his luck will get better. The next morning after he returned home, he received a call from a mobile phone number from City A. Chapter 150 Courant's Olive Branch. The mobile phone number that called early in the morning was from City A, and it was Cheng Karen's number. Gu Chencher was a little confused. Ever since Cheng Karen paid him the 100,000 yuan reward, they haven't seen each other again. Besides, the deal has been done, so there is no need to meet again. Gu Chencher stared at the phone for a long while before calmly pressing the answer button. "Brother Gu, are you home?" Cheng Karen's voice immediately came from the microphone. He went to the Chinese restaurant yesterday to look for Gu Chencher, but came back empty-handed. He was so busy recently that he forgot that Gu Chencher was still a student. Gu Chencher said curious about what Cheng Karen would say to him next. Cheng Karen asked tentatively, "Gu Chencher, do you still want to continue to earn tuition?" Gu Chencher thought about it for a moment and roughly guessed the purpose of his call. "Are you planning to hire me?" Talking to smart people can save you a lot of unnecessary words. Cheng Karen smiled on the phone. "Yes, our company needs talented people like you." Gu Chencher reminded him, "Even if I accept your request, you know that I am still a student and need to go to school. It is impossible for me to work in your company." Cheng Karen smiled and said, "Rules are dead, but people are alive. As long as you are willing to come, everything will be easy. The rules and regulations in the company's employee handbook only restrict ordinary employees. Real talent is not limited by this." Cheng Karen's words were full of sincerity, but Gu Chencher rejected it outright. "Thank you for your appreciation, but I won't consider it." Cheng Karen was very disappointed. "Then please tell me why you rejected me?" Gu Chencher said bluntly, "Brother Chang, I might as well tell you the truth. I think your character is impeccable, but your partner. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it's better to forget it." "So this is your reason?" Cheng Karen heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Gu Chencher's reason. "If it's just because of my partner, then you don't have to take it to heart." Gu Chencher immediately understood what he meant and asked in surprise, "You broke up with your partner?" Although he had noticed this before and believed that Cheng Karen and his partners would not go far, he did not expect Cheng Karen to act so quickly. Cheng Karen laughed. "People with different ideals cannot work together. When his wife approached me, I knew we should break up." A chuckle concealed an indescribable desolation. Gu Chencher didn't quite understand a partnership like theirs, what would be involved or what would be lost when the partnership broke up. But for Cheng Karen, no matter how difficult the process is, it is definitely worth it. In the cool air-conditioned room, Gu Chencher sat cross-legged, pondered for a moment and asked, "Will you cover it?" When Gu Chencher learned that Cheng Karen had swiftly separated from his partners, he began to be tempted. He is a student, and if someone is willing to relax the conditions and give him the opportunity to gain experience, he would naturally be more than happy to do so. But it would be better if we could solve his off-campus accommodation problem. Cheng Karen was stunned for a moment. You don't live in the dormitory? College students generally have to live on campus unless there are special circumstances. Gu Chinshur simply said, no. Cheng Karen asked again, do you live alone, or? Gu Chinshur said directly, live with my girlfriend. Brother Gu, you already have a girlfriend? Cheng Karen was quite surprised, and then felt that he was making a big fuss. Gu Chinshur is handsome and good at studying. A boy as outstanding as him will definitely be liked by many girls. I'm just a little curious. Gu Chinshur is so outstanding, his girlfriend must be outstanding too, right? He thought for a moment and said, I do have a small house. My parents bought it for me after I decided to stay in City A to work hard. It's just a little far from Huazhong University. If you don't mind, you can come and take a look when school starts. Cheng Karen is so straightforward, Gu Chinshur should also be more straightforward. He agreed without hesitation, okay, thank you. So the matter was happily decided. Gu Chinshur put on a short-sleeved t-shirt, got out of bed, pushed the door open and went out. Without even bothering to wash up, he told his father about this. Gu Cheng supported his decision. Being able to enter society and gain some experience in advance will be of great help to him and other students in the future. Gu Cheng was very pleased when he looked at his tall, handsome and calm son. His son was much more successful than he was back then. But in fact, for many parents, whether their children will have a bright future is not the most important thing. The most important thing is whether you can live a healthy and happy life. 2 days later, Gu Chenshur received a short video sent by Cheng Karen on his mobile phone. It was shot of the interior of a house. It was probably the small house that Cheng Karen's parents bought for him that he mentioned last time. It looks clean and bright, and seems pretty good. But if we give the house to them, where will Cheng Karen live? Gu Chenshur forgot to ask last time. Could it be that in order to convince himself, Cheng Karen had to move to another place? He felt quite embarrassed about that. Gu Chenshur couldn't help but ask, where do you live? Cheng Karen, I live in the company. Gu Chenshur, my reason? Cheng Karen first sent a smiley face and then replied, no, I have always lived in the company. Gu Chenshur was a little puzzled, but then he thought that maybe his house was a little far from the company, making it inconvenient to travel, so he chose to live directly in the company. After the beginning of autumn, the temperature remained high, reaching 40 degrees at the hottest time. Even the cicadas in the trees didn't have the energy to sing. The air conditioners in every household hum all day long. Chapter 151, Not Enough. There was a sudden heavy rain that lasted for a whole day and a night. The rain washed the earth, took away the heat, and finally brought some coolness. Gu Chenshur lived a happy life. During the day, my parents go to work. He looks for housework to do, but usually his hard-working parents have done all the housework they can do, leaving him no chance to show his abilities. Staying at home leisurely, with your beloved girl by your side, listening to the sound of rain outside the window, and doing what you like to do is really a great enjoyment in life. Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu were just like usual, each occupying half of the table. Xiaoyu was drawing, and when he got tired, he switched to work mode and started writing a novel. Gu Chenshur kept painting and drawing. For some unknown reason, he found himself a task that he had to complete every day. That is to update his love diary. He said he would update the game in a casual manner, but when everyone was urging for more updates enthusiastically, it aroused Gu Chenshur's sense of responsibility. Unless there are any unexpected circumstances, he tries to keep updating a little bit every day. He seemed to have become an internet celebrity blogger without knowing it. The number of fans is increasing every day, and now there are more than 3,000 fans. As time goes by, more and more netizens come to read his love diary, and the comment section is very lively every day. I am interested in speculating on the development of the plot. Some people are eagerly asking what kind of comic this is, and are anxiously waiting for updates every day, wanting to buy the entire book and read it all at once. Others put themselves into the story with all seriousness, and were deeply moved. It's also a good pastime to read the comments when you have nothing to do. Accompanied by the sound of rain, Gu Chenshur used a black pen to draw more than a dozen sweet scenes in his mind. When he stopped writing, he found that his wrist was sore. The rain outside is gradually easing up and it looks like it will stop soon. The sky was still gloomy, and I didn't know if a bigger storm was brewing. Gu Chenshur stood up, went back to his home across the street, washed 2 fist-sized pears, and turned back. Take a break and have a pear. My mom bought it yesterday. It's juicy and very sweet. Gu Chencher handed it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu said, "It's too big, we can't finish it, let's share half each." Gu Chencher, who always obeyed Xiaoyu's words, immediately refused. "No, I don't want to be separated from you. To share a pear means to separate." Xiaoyu immediately thought of this and quickly took the pear. Although it may seem superstitious, but let it be superstitious, they will never be separated anyway. After eating the pear, Gu Chencher opened the window. The moist and cool wind blew in slowly, and the curtains on both sides fluttered gently. He closed the window again, turned around, and found Xiaoyu holding a pear that she had only taken a few bites of in one hand, supporting her chin with the other, looking at him with a smile in her eyes. She still didn't like wearing skirts, but in addition to the skirt Zhang Huiwei gave her, there were a few more fairy-like dresses in her closet. Because she could not forget the first time she walked out in a skirt and asked Gu Chencher if it looked good, and the way his eyes lit up. So she later bought several dresses of different styles online and only wore them at home and only for him to see. At this time, Xiaoyu was wearing a light green the-fifth neck sleeveless dress, revealing her white swan neck and delicate collarbone. Her long hair was tied up behind her head casually into a bun, with the loose hair falling down on both sides of her forehead, a little messy due to the wind. Natural wild eyebrows and pure and moving phoenix eyes. Under the upturned nose, the lips glow with a healthy pink sheen. Like two sweet flowers that have just opened, even though Gu Chencher has tasted its flavor many times, he will still be addicted to it again and will never get tired of it. After the heavy rain, there were countless puddles on the road. "Hey Xinshin, there's water here, go around it." The reminder was a step late, and the girl with two cute little braids chose to step into the puddle with her feet wearing beautiful white leather shoes. Ha! As she stepped on the ground, water droplets splashed, wetting her beautiful lace skirt. As for the beautiful white leather shoes, needless to say, they were soaked. Xu Xian. Her temple began to throb. The gentle and kind mother's image collapsed in a moment. The husband Meng Zhe said with a smile, "How many children don't like to play with water? Just change into clean clothes when you get home." Xu Xian thought, the weather was a little cold after the rain, and she got herself wet. What if she got sick? On second thought, my husband is right. Adults don't understand the fun of children. So, let us just indulge her this time. Xu Xian half seriously complained to her husband, "Just spoil her," while turning her head to look around. This was a habit she had developed since she knew Xiaoyu lived nearby. She really wanted to see Xiaoyu again, even though she knew that the other party didn't want to see her. She wanted to know how Xiaoyu would live after leaving the young family. Xiaoyu is only 18 years old, has no work experience, and no basic social skills. Xu Xian can hardly imagine what it's like for Xiaoyu to live alone in a strange city. But speaking of which, the last time I saw Sister Xiaoyu, she seemed to be living a good life? Perhaps, being away from the hateful family of origin is equivalent to being away from hatred. This should be the life that Xiaoyu wants. Xu Xian knew very well that the cold attitude of Xiaoyu the last time he saw her fully demonstrated that she didn't want anyone to disturb her peaceful life. She understands. She just wanted to watch Xiaoyu from afar, to see how she was doing, and if possible, to provide some help within her ability, that would be enough. This is her own idea and also her mother's wish. However, Xu Xian naturally could not have imagined at this moment that just around a corner, her beloved sister Xiaoyu was looking at her with a frown. There were not many vegetables left in the refrigerator, so Xiaoyu changed out of her light green dress while the rain stopped, and walked out of the community with Gu Chencher, intending to go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. I almost came face to face with Xu Xian by accident. After thinking about it, it seems that today is Saturday. Ever since she knew that Xu Xian's parents-in-law lived in the neighborhood next door, she would come to visit them every weekend. On Saturdays and Sundays, Xiaoyu would try not to go out to avoid running into her. She didn't want Xu Xian to know where she lived. By the way, ever since Gu Chencher stopped going to school, she has lost the concept of what day of the week it is. I forgot about this today, and what a coincidence, I met her as soon as I went out. Young parents, and their beautiful and naughty daughter, a family of 3, it looks like a very warm picture. After Xu Xian's family of 3 completely disappeared from their sight, Xiaoyu and Gu Chencher appeared from the corner. Fortunately, Xiaoyu will be going to City A with Gu Chencher in a few days, otherwise it would be quite annoying to think about being scared every weekend. Of course, she could also appear in front of Xu Xian openly and ask Xu Xian not to report her current situation to the young family. She believed that Xu Xian would agree immediately. But unfortunately, Xiaoyu now cannot trust anyone except the Gu family. When passing by a spicy duck neck shop, Gu Chencher remembered that he bought some last time but no one was satisfied, so he stopped and bought some worth dozens of dollars. After buying, he continued to walk forward. At this time, someone came to the spicy duck neck shop behind him. He looked in the direction of Gu Chenshur and the others, motioned to the boss to weigh out 20 yuan of duck neck for him, and asked curiously, "Whose children are those two who just bought duck necks?" The duck neck owner weighed him skillfully and smiled as he chatted with him. "How would I know? I can't just look through someone's household registration book when they come to buy vegetables, right? This duck neck shop is newly opened and the owner is from another place. Besides, the city is not like the countryside, where many people lock their doors and don't know each other." The visitor was a little disappointed. He carried the duck neck and hurried to the vegetable market. Chapter 152. Chu Xian husband. The beautiful girl who had been badly cheated in the past, under the guidance of her enthusiastic neighbor Ginglan, has transformed herself into an expert in buying groceries. Moreover, she holds grudges. She will never visit the stall that has cheated her before, and will even give the other party a cold look when they shout to her enthusiastically. Of course, not all the bosses she met before were unscrupulous. Some bosses saw that she was a little girl who didn't know how to buy things, and sincerely helped her choose. Xiaoyu became a regular customer of these stalls. While they were choosing dishes, Gu Chenshur noticed someone approaching out of the corner of his eye and subconsciously looked over. The man was less than 30 years old and had a cell phone in his hand. When Gu Chenshur looked over, he put the phone to his ear, probably answering a call. Gu Chenshur couldn't help but look at him again. Because he was not someone else, but Chu Xian's husband whom he had just seen. Xiaoyu also saw Chu Xian's husband Meng Zhe. She frowned slightly, but apart from being a little annoyed, she didn't take it to heart. Chu Xian knew her, but her husband didn't. However, to be on the safe side, after coming out of the vegetable market, Xiaoyu quietly pulled Gu Chenshur's sleeve, suggesting that they take a detour back. Meng Zhe was holding 20 yuan worth of duck necks and 2 potatoes, standing at the entrance of the vegetable market with a gloomy expression. He didn't even find a chance to take a sneak shot. After a long time, he took out his cell phone and looked up a phone number. This number was called on his phone a week ago. At that time, he thought it was a sales call and ignored it. However, the opponent persisted and kept fighting. He was furious and started talking about Chinese quintessence as soon as he picked up the phone. When he was about to hang up after cursing enough, a man's cold and mocking voice came from the receiver. "You should be thankful that you are not in front of me now, otherwise, I can make you die 100 times in different ways." The man's voice successfully made Meng Zhe shrink back, and the image of a murderous and powerful desperado emerged in his mind. Because there was an unspeakable brutality in the man's joking tone. The man seemed to be sure that Meng Zhe had been intimidated by him, and said to himself, "Do me a small favor, and I will give you 1 million as a reward after it is done." When he heard the 1 million, Meng Zhe thought the other party was a liar. Thinking that he was actually fooled by a despicable liar, he became angry and ashamed. When he was about to curse again, the man spoke again after a short pause. "If you think I'm cheating you, send me your bank account number and I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to you first, and then another 500,000 yuan after the matter is done." Meng Zhe, with the mentality of "let me see what the hell you are doing," sent over his bank card number which had no money in it. But I never thought. The mobile phone actually received the information that 500,000 yuan had arrived very quickly. Meng Zhe was confused. Looking at the information about the arrival of 500,000 yuan, he still suspected that the other party was omnipotent and sent him such a false message. He immediately ran to the nearest bank and asked the guy at the counter to help confirm it. He was completely dumbfounded. The other party actually deposited 500,000 yuan into his card. He walked out of the bank in a daze, and the other party called again. "Now that the money has been received, it means that the contract between you and me has been concluded. Now I heard that I won't do anything like murder or arson." Hearing the man's voice again made Meng Zhe's calves tremble, and he felt a sense of panic that he was doomed. The man sneered mercilessly, "I haven't finished talking yet, why are you panicking?" Meng Zhe stammered. "Help me find someone." The man was silent for a moment and then spoke slowly. "It must be more than just finding someone." Meng Zhe felt that such a good thing could not happen. He tried to calm himself down. "What else?" Unexpectedly, the man said, "No, you just need to find her." "Is there really such a good thing?" Meng Zhe asked dazedly, "Who do you want me to help you find?" The man said, "Her name is Yang Muyu, an 18-year-old girl." Meng Zhe was a little confused, "But I don't know her." "Your wife knows her, and she even met that girl some time ago. Please recall carefully and then tell me where she lives. As long as the information is confirmed, I will immediately transfer the remaining 500,000 to you," the man reminded. Meng Zhe became more and more confused. A girl that his wife Chu Xian knows and has met recently? Who is it? The fresh 500,000 yuan in the card and the other 500,000 yuan promised by the man made Meng Zhe think seriously. After all, who can resist money? No, he wanted to call his wife immediately to ask. Unexpectedly, the man seemed to have guessed his next move and warned him, "Don't let your wife know that I'm looking for Yang Muyu." Meng Zhe understood. He didn't trust his wife and was afraid that she would tell Yang Muyu about the stalking, which would make Yang Muyu wary. Meng Zhe said worriedly, "But I haven't seen that girl before, how can I help you find her?" The man said, "I have a photo of her here. She should be living near your old house now." After saying that, the man sent a photo. Meng Zhe took a look and found that it was a girl's silhouette. Judging from the angle, it should have been a candid photo. The girl was wearing black long clothes and pants, with her long hair hanging down, covering most of her face. She was sitting on a swing, reading a book with her head down. She is a beauty. On the way home from get off work that day, Meng Zhe suddenly had an idea. He suddenly remembered that Chu Xian had told him a while ago that he seemed to have seen his sister who he had a good relationship with before. Could it be Yang Muyu? After returning home, Meng Zhe suppressed his excitement and took the initiative to help Chu Xian wash the dishes, pretending to mention this matter casually. However, to his disappointment, Chu Xian didn't know where the girl lived exactly, nor did he have her contact information. Chu Xian said with a little melancholy that Sister Xiaoyu didn't want to be disturbed. So the road was blocked. Then Meng Zhe could only look for it through the photos the man gave him. But the difficulty has been greatly increased. The only thing that kept him going was that Yang Muyu lived not far from here. In order to get the 1 million smoothly, Meng Zhe was as excited as a chicken. He is more active in looking for a girl than he was in pursuing Chu Xian. Chu Xian sent the photos in his mobile phone to his retired parents at home, asking them to help him look for it when they are free. However, his parents asked many people for him, and some people said they seemed to have seen her, but no one knew where she lived. Meng Zhe was unwilling to give up easily. Every day after work, he would go to the old house and hang around, using the excuse that his mother was not feeling well, hoping to meet Yang Muyu. Finally today, he seemed to see a girl with the same temperament and appearance as in the photo. Chapter 153, The Rich Kid Who is Foolish and Rich. God will not let down those who work hard. When Meng Zhe came to visit his parents with his wife and daughter, he started wandering around under the pretext of buying groceries. Surprisingly, he saw a girl who looked very similar to the one in the photo. Meng Zhe was particularly excited. Unfortunately, when he spotted the girl, the distance between them was a bit far. If the girl is alone, he will immediately chase her and pretend to chat her up. But there is a tall boy next to the girl. It would be bad if there was any misunderstanding. Meng Zhe walked towards the spicy duck neck shop they had just left with hope, wanting to get some clues from the owner. Unfortunately, the owner was also unaware. Judging from the direction they left, they should be heading towards the vegetable market. Meng Zhe was not panicked and also walked towards the vegetable market. This is his plan. Find them first, then pretend to buy groceries, secretly take a photo of the girl, and send it to the man who promised him 1 million, so that the man can confirm whether the girl is the one he is looking for. Then at the same time, quietly follow them to see where the girls are. Pity! Just when he was about to take a secret photo, the boy who was traveling with the girl noticed something and looked towards him, causing him to lose the opportunity. Later, the two of them just left. By the time he chased them to the entrance of the vegetable market, they were no longer in his sight. Meng Zhe was heartbroken. 1 million, 1 million. As long as he finds that girl, he can get 1 million. He comes from an ordinary family and is a poor office worker in a company, earning less than 10,000 yuan a month. So what does this million mean to him? It represents a huge sum of money that can save him 10 years of hard work. With the opportunity right in front of him, how could Meng Zhe let it go easily? He took out his cell phone and dialed the number of a city thousands of miles away, which he had marked as 1 million. The call was quickly connected. There was some noise at first, but it soon became quiet. It was probably that the other party was in a noisy environment at first, but came to a quiet place after answering the phone. Are there any clues about her? The man's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. If age can be detected from voice, then in Meng Zhe's opinion, the man who was talking to him now should be younger than him. His tone is always mocking and a little contemptuous, so he must be quite arrogant at ordinary times. Coupled with the fact that he had previously called himself young master and his lavish spending, he could not help but imagine the image of a playboy who spent money like water. Not yet, Mengze said weakly, and soon added, but I saw a girl who looked very similar to her today. The man immediately asked, then send me her detailed address immediately and I will go there right away. Mengze's voice weakened again. I haven't figured out exactly where she lives yet. You haven't figured it out yet? Fuck. The man became anxious when he heard this and was about to curse, then he snorted coldly, not knowing what he thought of. This cold snort made Mengze break out in a cold sweat. Although he already had 500,000 yuan in his bank card, since the other party was able to call his cell phone, it meant that if they wanted to find him, it would only take a few minutes. So he already has 500,000 yuan in his card, and now he is just borrowing a place to rest his feet, as he never knows when it will be gone. Just when Mengze was trembling with fear and was about to promise that he would take some time off to follow up on this matter, the man snorted coldly and spoke. Send me your current address. Mengze was startled. Now that's great, someone is coming to take away the 500,000. Mengze said quickly, don't worry, sir. I will ask for leave immediately and devote myself to. Why are you panicking? The man said sarcastically, do you think I want to take back the 500,000 yuan? Is it worth it for me to go and ask for it in person? The man continued, I want to find her myself. How long will it take to find her if I rely on you? Mengze looked hesitant, then. He wanted to ask, should he return the 500,000 yuan that was deposited into his bank card? The man seemed to have anticipated what he was going to ask, forget about 1 million. Mengze felt a chill in his heart. He just knew it. Alas, I am so unwilling, but it seems there is nothing I can do about it. But don't worry. The 500,000 yuan deposited into your bank card is just your hard work reward for the past few days. I won't ask you for it back. The man said contemptuously. Hearing this, Mengze's depressed mood disappeared. Not 1 million, but 500,000. Although it's half less, it's still pretty good. You know, although he had been busy and thinking about it for several days, in the end, he didn't do anything for the man. Mengze quickly sent the location of his cell phone. After receiving the message, the man hung up the phone decisively. Mengze felt very happy and dazed. Did you earn 500,000 just like that? Alas, I wonder if I will have the chance to meet someone like this who is stupid and rich in the future. If a few more come, we can have a fully paid large house in the city center. Mengze walked back in a daze, and suddenly thought, wasn't that guy going to come here to look for someone in person? He is unfamiliar with the place and definitely needs a guide. Since I grew up here, I am the most suitable candidate. For a rich kid who spends money like water, even a little bit of money that comes out from between his fingers would be enough for him to live a carefree life for a long time. You have to cling to the thigh of this financial sponsor. Mengze was cheered up and quickly called back. But no one answered. Mengze didn't dare to continue calling. Who knows what these rich people are busy with every day? If they spoil other people's fun, they will end up making things worse. Mengze thought about it and sent a different message, saying very respectfully that if the other party needed a guide, he could provide it. As for whether the other party can see it and whether he will contact him after seeing it, we will talk about it later. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to say goodbye again. According to the original plan, Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu rushed to City A 2 days in advance. This time, Jinglan took 2 days off and went with them. Prior to this, the two children had more than a month of experience living independently, but last time they lived in the staff dormitory, where everything was prepared. Apart from spare clothes and some daily necessities, they did not need to prepare anything extra. This time is different, they will live in City A for a long time, and everything needs to be prepared. Of course Jinglan was worried. It was a coincidence that on the day when Gu Chenshi and his friends returned to City A, Cheng Karen was going back to his hometown. So Cheng Karen first sent the specific location of his small house to Gu Chenshi, and then handed the key to Uncle Li from the Chinese restaurant. Chapter 154, Reincarnation is a technical job. Gu Chenshi went to get the key and took his mother and Xiaoyu to see the place where he used to work. When he was working here before, he told Xiaoyu to try not to go out alone. Xiaoyu was very obedient and locked herself in the house. In other words, she was used to a life of not going out of the house, so she didn't feel bored or uncomfortable. So much so that until Gu Chenshi finished his working life, she didn't know where Gu Chenshi was working or what the working environment and location were like. After Uncle Li handed the key to Gu Chunshur, he entertained them warmly. They had a meal at a Chinese restaurant, and Uncle Li was very particular and wanted to give them the meal for free. But they were running a business, so there was no reason not to pay. Finally, under their insistence, Uncle Li reluctantly accepted a 30% discount on the meal from them. After getting the key, he left the Chinese restaurant and took a taxi straight to the small house that Chun Karen provided for him. The small house is located on the A3rd Ring Road, which is a bit far from Huadu University, but it is very close to the subway entrance, so it is convenient for travel. The house is not big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, about the same size as their house in their hometown, enough for 2 people to live in. Jinglan looked around and was very satisfied with the place where the children would live in the future. She said with some regret, "It's a pity that I only took 2 days off. It seems that I won't be able to meet your boss. Otherwise, I must thank him in person for providing you with such a good place to live." In City A, where every inch of land is valuable, the small house would cost at least 5 or 6,000 yuan a month if rented out. Cheng Karen is not stupid, so why would he provide Gu Chunshur with a nice place to live for free? Of course it's because he has this value. The house was very clean, so clean that even though Jinglan wanted to show off her skills and clean up for the 2 children, she was unable to do so. I guess Cheng Karen had someone clean the house inside and out before he was ready to give it to Gu Chunshur to live in. The windows are clean and even the curtains exude a faint scent of laundry detergent. This wave of events made Gu Chunshur's favorable impression of Cheng Karen reach its maximum. He has taken even such small matters into consideration, so why should he worry about running a bad company? After preparing everything they would need for their future life, Jinglan gave them many instructions and left reluctantly. When Gu Chunshur officially started his sweet world of 2 with Xiaoyu, he certainly could not have imagined that on the day they set out for City A, a young man about 23 or 24 years old, with a cold expression and a bit of arrogance, appeared outside the supermarket near their community where they often went to buy things. 4 burly men followed behind him. That's his bodyguard. Meng Zhe stood in front of him. Although he was a little taller than the young man, his aura was much shorter than his, and he felt a little nervous. The young man was the financier who transferred 500,000 yuan into his bank card without saying a word. Meng Zhe just glanced at him secretly. Not to mention his top-notch luxurious outfit, the watch on his left wrist alone is worth the price of a house. Meng Zhe appeared respectful on the surface, but he felt extremely jealous in his heart. Damn, this guy is so young, he definitely didn't create his wealth on his own. Reincarnation is really a technical job. The young man, Xiaoqi, frowned and looked around with critical eyes. He looked disgusted, as if he had not come to an ordinary old residential area, but a dilapidated slum. Xiaoqi muttered to himself, revealing a bit of heartache in his words, "She actually lives in such a shabby place." Meng Zhe had a flattering smile on his face. "Sir, my wife met her in this supermarket, and then I met her again nearby, so she must live nearby." Xiaoqi glanced at him coldly. "Even Xu Xian doesn't have her contact information?" "Yeah," Meng Zhe sighed, "I hinted at this in front of my wife, and I heard that she doesn't seem to want to be disturbed by others." Xiaoqi was silent for a moment, then laughed at himself. "She is going to draw a line between herself and Xu Xian, let alone me. So I came here eagerly, naturally to get in her way." Meng Zhe said nothing. But he felt very strange. What is the relationship between this rich kid and the girl he is looking for? Seeing him look so lost. Could they be a couple? Meng Zhe felt that he had found the answer. Well, that must be the case. They were a young couple, and they had a quarrel, so the girl ran away to the city and hid, while the boy followed her eagerly. Although it sounds outrageous, as a poor guy, he naturally cannot understand the thinking of these spoiled young masters and young ladies from wealthy families. But it doesn't seem right. The girl is hiding, shouldn't her parents be the most anxious? I don't understand, forget it, I won't guess anymore. Xiaoqi asked Meng Zhe to help him book a hotel nearby. He planned to live here permanently and would not stop until he found Yang Muyu. After experiencing a series of events such as military training at the beginning of school, university life finally settled down. During this period, Gu Chunshur did not meet Cheng Karen, and Cheng Karen did not contact him actively. To be honest, if Gu Chunshur hadn't returned to the residence provided by Cheng Karen every night, he would have almost forgotten Cheng Karen's existence. Gu Chunshur felt strange and finally couldn't help but called him. Cheng Karen's voice on the phone sounded rather tired. It turned out that his mother was sick, so he went back to his hometown to take care of his mother day and night. In the end, his mother was afraid that it would affect his work, so she sent him back. When Gu Chenshur called him, he was dealing with the work that had been left over from the company during this period. He was so busy that he miraculously forgot about Gu Chenshur. When I'm done with these 2 days, I'll come find you. We'll have a good meal together, and then we'll talk about work. Chang Karen made an invitation. Gu Chenshur agreed. But no one expected that they would meet in advance. Here's the thing. That Friday, when Gu Chenshur came back from evening self-study and took out his key to open the door in front of him suddenly trembled. It was as if someone inside suddenly slammed the door. But Gu Chenshur knew clearly that Xiao Yu was the only one in the room. What happened? This suddenly reminded him of Xiao Yu's glorious act of starving himself to death. Gu Chenshur became anxious. Didn't Xiao Yu eat well when he was alone at home? In a panic, Gu Chenshur hurriedly pushed open the door. When he saw the situation inside the room clearly, he was stunned. Xiao Yu was standing more than 1 meter away from the door, his face tense and his eyes cold. His whole body was filled with murderous aura. Thank you all for the small gifts, I love you all. Chapter 155 Strange Man and Woman. Gu Chenshur slowly lowered his head and saw a slightly fat man curled up at his feet, holding his abdomen and wailing. Gu Chenshur's head buzzed. How come a strange man appears here? Burglary? The pervert who followed me in? How is Xiao Yu? Is he hurt? In fact, the man did not see Gu Chenshur standing behind him. His facial features were distorted due to pain. He wailed while staring at Xiao Yu with fierce eyes, and said fiercely, "Dead girl." Bang! Before the man could finish his words, his body suddenly rolled out like a ball and hit the wall heavily. Gu Chenshur's eyes turned red and he kicked the man. Oh shit! No matter who this man is, he wants to kill him right now. Whoever dares to touch Xiao Yu will be killed. The man's nose was broken and blood was gushing out, looking very scary. Only then did he realize that a 1.8-meter tall boy had appeared in the room without him noticing. The arrogance he had just used to threaten Xiao Yu suddenly disappeared, and his face was filled with horror. He still had some rationality left, and thinking back on what he had just experienced, he soon realized that this seemingly weak girl in front of him was actually equally terrifying. Although the man looked miserable, Gu Chenshur did not feel relieved. At this moment, he even wanted to kill someone. Gu Chenshur's face was frosty. He rushed forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and was about to hit the man in the face with his raised fist when he was stopped in time by Xiao Yu. Wait, ask him what he does first. Husband, are you okay? How dare you beat my husband like this? Believe it or not, I will call the police right now and have them arrest you. Just then, a woman rushed out of the bathroom, threw herself beside the man and cried. Gu Chenshur was bewildered. The room is occupied by only him and Xiao Yu. Why is it so lively tonight? It turned out that today, Xiao Yu, like usual, sent Gu Chenshur out and started her monotonous daily life. Painting during the day and reading novels at night. I will take some time to take a nap at noon. Everything is well organized. At night, when she was sitting on the sofa hugging a pillow and writing a novel as usual, she suddenly heard the sound of the door lock turning. But at this time, Gu Chenshur should still be attending evening self-study classes, and it is impossible for him to come back so early. Xiao Yu has a habit. When she was alone at home, she turned off all the lights and only turned on a desk lamp in the bedroom. When she writes novels, she likes to sit on the dark sofa in the living room. Well, she is not afraid of the dark, but she likes this kind of mood very much. When she realized something was wrong, she quietly closed the bedroom door, put away her laptop, and quietly hid behind the door. If the person coming was Gu Chenshur, then she would give Gu Chenshur a big hug. If it wasn't for Gu Chenshur, no matter who it is, Xiao Yu will make him come in vertically and go out horizontally. Just think about it, this is not a shopping mall, can anyone come here whenever they want? But the other party seems to have the key. Could he be the owner of this house, Gu Chenshur's boss, the guy named Chang Karen? But even if it was him, it was too bad. Since the house was occupied by someone else, it was someone else's private space. How could he come and go as he pleased when he knew someone else was staying there? Xiao Yu hoped that the person who opened the door would be Gu Chenshur, but the reality disappointed her. When the door was opened, a strong smell of cheap perfume that made her uncomfortable immediately hit her nose. It's a woman. Xiao Yu made a judgment immediately. A woman with the key here. She must have some relationship with Chang Karen, otherwise she wouldn't have the key to this place. After the woman pushed the door open, she said probably wondering why the lights were not on, and then she ran straight to the bedroom without stopping. The empty bedroom made the woman stunned for a moment, then she realized something and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Xiaoyu closed the door, quietly came to the bathroom door, turned on the flashlight mode on his phone, shone it directly on the woman's face, and asked expressionlessly, "Who are you looking for?" In her opinion, this was a very normal question. However, perhaps because it was dark and her appearance was too strange, the woman screamed and fainted. As soon as the woman fainted, someone knocked on the door. Xiaoyu guessed that he might be in cahoots with this woman. Adhering to the principle of getting things clear, and after she was sure that there was only one person outside the door, Xiaoyu opened the door. This time it was a man. At this time, Xiaoyu still didn't turn on the lights in the living room, and deliberately turned off his cell phone. But the faint light coming from the bedroom allowed the man to vaguely see her petite figure. "Is that bastard in the bedroom now? Get out of the way, I'm going to settle the score with him. Damn it, I gave him face." The man cursed and rushed in. Xiaoyu. This shows that the man regarded her as the woman who was in the same group with him. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Her expression and tone were very calm. She could knock this man down in a minute, so she didn't take him seriously at all. As she asked this question, she closed the door again to make it easier for her to beat the dog later. The strange female voice made the man suddenly realize that he had recognized the wrong person. He turned around and walked over, groping for the light switch to turn on the light while asking, "Who are you? Chang Karen's new vixen?" Originally, the inexplicable barging of this man and woman was enough to make Xiaoyu speechless. If it wasn't for the need to find out the reason in order to prevent future troubles, she would have knocked them down immediately, okay? The woman was so timid that she fainted from fright. So Xiaoyu could only give this opportunity to the man, but the man didn't know how to seize it, and instead called her a fox spirit? The man naturally didn't know that saying the word fox spirit in front of Xiaoyu would have serious consequences. That is Xiaoyu's almost unknown weak spot. Xiaoyu looked at the man who was reaching out to grab her, dodged him lightly, and then kicked him. The man was confused and slammed the door hard. At this time, Gu Chencher came back. In the brightly lit living room, men were whispering to each other and women were crying. It was very lively. Gu Chencher was relieved when he was sure that Xiaoyu was not hurt at all, and looked at the strange man and woman with cold eyes. "Who are you?" The crying woman asked angrily. "Who are you? Where is that bastard Cheng Karen? Let him come out to see me. I tell you, this matter is not over today." Oh, what a coincidence, Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu don't plan to just let it go. Not long after the call was made, the police arrived. Chapter 156, A Scumbag Who Plays with People's Feelings? When the police arrived, the woman was very emotional and complained first, "Comrade police, arrest them quickly, look at what they did to my husband." The two policemen who responded to the call looked at Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu suspiciously. There are two men and two women here, clearly divided into two opposing factions. On the surface, the man and the man had a bruised and bloody face, fell to the ground and couldn't get up, wailing constantly. The woman was crying with tears and snot. Looks like a victim. The man and woman here were both calm and composed, but judging from their appearance, they both looked like good students, and not like perpetrators. Of course, you can't judge a book by its cover. An older policeman who looked experienced and had fought in many battles glanced at them with a dignified look. "Who called the police?" he asked in a deep voice. Gu Chencher raised his hand, just like he was raising his hand to speak in class, and said calmly, "Uncle Police, I called the police." The woman cursed, "You little bastard, you dared to hit my husband, I." "Be quiet." The younger policeman was annoyed by her noise and glared at her in dissatisfaction. The woman immediately became obedient. "Call the police and report that someone broke into a private residence and was causing trouble?" the old policeman asked. Gu Chencher nodded, "Yes, we didn't know them, they just barged in suddenly." Hearing this, the woman couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted him, saying loudly, "Who said we broke in? We didn't break in. We had our own keys and we used them to open the door and walked in normally." Gu Chencher. For a moment, he was speechless. "But sister, please tell me, is it legitimate and normal for you to use someone else's key and open their door?" The young policeman was confused. "Who lives here?" Gu Chencher said, "My girlfriend and I." After the police arrived, Xiaoyu, who had been standing next to Gu Chencher and had not said a word from beginning to end, pursed her lips. Well, she really liked Gu Chencher's answer to the old policeman just now. Even though the sentence "I and my girlfriend" was just a fact, it made her happy. She liked the feeling of being tied to Gu Chencher. The old policeman pointed at the strange man and woman and asked, "Who are they?" Gu Chencher shook his head, "We don't know them." What this means is that there are no personal grudges. The old policeman turned around and asked the man and woman, "Do you know them?" The woman shook her head and said weakly, "I don't know." The old policeman said with a serious expression, "Then how did you get the key here?" The woman hurriedly said, "I know the owner of this house. I am the sister-in-law of the owner of this house. Oh, by the way, my husband is his brother-in-law, and my sister-in-law is in a relationship with him. The key was given to us by my sister-in-law." Gu Chencher sorted it out briefly and figured it out. Cheng Karen has a girlfriend. This couple is the brother and sister-in-law of Cheng Karen's girlfriend. The old policeman said, "Even if the owner of this place is your brother-in-law, you can't just go in and out of other people's rooms. This constitutes trespassing." The woman was anxious, "Comrade police, we didn't know that the bastard surnamed Chang rented the house to someone else. We are here to find. No matter who you come to see, this is not your home and you can't just use your key to open someone else's door." The old policeman scolded. The woman shuddered all over and wiped away her tears pitifully. "Comrade police, I also know that what we did was wrong, but that bastard surnamed Cheng played with my little sister's feelings. We, as his brother and sister-in-law, were so angry that we came to him to ask about the situation. We really didn't mean any other thing." Gu Chencher was secretly surprised. Cheng Karen plays with other people's feelings? The image of Cheng Karen, a mature man with a bit of handsomeness, emerged in his mind. Well, although appearance is not the best way to judge a person. But he still felt that Cheng Karen was not that kind of person. On the other hand, this couple looked sarcastic and they didn't look like good people at first glance. Late in the night, Gu Chencher finally met his second boss in life, Mr. Cheng Karen, in the police station. Cheng Karen rushed over and apologized as soon as he saw Gu Chen. He really didn't expect that his messy personal affairs would implicate Gu Chencher and Gu Chencher's girlfriend, and he felt very guilty. He turned around and saw the couple, not hiding the disgust on his face. It turned out that he and his girlfriend were college classmates and had been in love for 6 years. However, when they were talking about marriage, the plan fell through because of the 1 million yuan dowry. Actually, Cheng Karen can afford 1 million. This can be seen from the fact that he planned to stay in City A to work hard, and his parents directly paid in full for him to buy a small house here, which shows that his family is well off. But Cheng Karen was unwilling to give it. The reason was simple, he was disgusted. "Because this 1 million betrothal gift is for my brother to buy a house. The reason is that my elder brother is the only son in the family and shoulders the heavy responsibility of continuing the family line. If the brother is not doing well at work, then the girlfriend, as his younger sister, has the obligation to help him." That day, Cheng Karen was sitting in his girlfriend's house. In addition to his girlfriend's parents, brother and sister-in-law, there were also other aunts and uncles, filling the simple living room. Cheng Karen sat in the middle in silence, listening to them talking about all kinds of conditions and future obligations. He felt that he was not a son-in-law who came to discuss marriage matters, but a fat sheep surrounded by hungry wolves. Do you really think that Cheng Karen can avoid being targeted by these hungry wolves by simply giving his future brother-in-law 1 million yuan to buy a house? Wrong. Apart from 1 million, my nephew who is in the 6th grade will soon go to junior high school. City A provides better education, so I want to register my nephew's household registration in City A. I will live in my aunt's house, and my aunt and uncle will take care of my food, accommodation, and studies. After 3 years of junior high school, I will of course go to high school in City A, and of course my aunt and uncle will also take care of me. My girlfriend's parents are in poor health and can only take care of themselves at home. They have no pension, so what should they do without a source of income? My daughter gave it to me. Not much, just 3,000 a month. This does not include the money needed to buy clothes, nutritional supplements and health products, as well as the money needed to pay for the 2 elderly people's medical treatment. Also, my brother doesn't have a good job, so my son-in-law is responsible for helping him find a decent, easy, and well-paying job in City A. You said you couldn't find it? Ha, you haven't even married my daughter yet, and you're already starting to lose interest in her? In addition, if relatives from my family go to City A for tourism, they must be treated well and not bring shame to my mother's family. Oh, I forgot, there is one more thing. Hurry up and buy a big house, because my girlfriend's parents are going to live in City A for retirement. It's lively and prosperous. When his girlfriend's family put forward various conditions, Cheng Karen remained calm, and even had a humble and polite smile on his face as always. He glanced at his girlfriend from time to time. His girlfriend was sitting next to her parents, with her head lowered and her eyes submissive, never saying a word. Very well behaved and sensible. Well, that's good. Chapter 157, A Happy Year. After the girl's family finished talking about the conditions and finally quieted down, Chung Karen looked at everyone with a smile and said calmly, "Are you done? Okay, now it's my turn." In full view of everyone, Chang Karen stood up. Look around the room at the people. The others looked either arrogant or expectant. Everyone felt that he would accept all of this with a sincere attitude and promise to do better in the future. Chang Karen's gaze finally fell on his girlfriend. Although there was a smile on her face, her eyes slowly turned cold. "Sorry, Shinli, I think I'm not good enough to meet so many conditions. You should find a better man. Goodbye." After saying that, without waiting for others to react, he turned around and left. He wants to marry a wife and live a happy life with her. It's not to find a group of ancestors to serve you. Even his own parents are reluctant to bother him, so how could they have the nerve to do so? Just because he has a good temper doesn't mean he has no temper. Chen Karen strode to the car parked on the side of the road, opened the door, got in, stepped on the accelerator, and left. After completing the set of movements, they are smooth and neat, without any attachment. 6 years of relationship, at this moment, is nothing but shit. When Shinli, her parents, brothers and sisters-in-law, and the aunts and uncles who were watching the fun finally reacted and rushed out, they could only smell the residual exhaust fumes in the air. Chen Karen looked at the couple with disdain and coldness, and said to the police, "I have already broken up with my ex-girlfriend. These two people have nothing to do with me. I asked the police comrades to deal with the matter of them secretly using the key to open my door seriously." The brother-in-law said angrily, "Chang, don't be so arrogant. If you continue to be so arrogant, Lily will be with someone else." Chang Karen remained unmoved. "Yeah? That's perfect." The couple were finally detained by the police in accordance with the law. He paid the corresponding price for his arrogance and ignorance. "Hey, they can't leave. They beat my husband like this. The medical expenses, lost work time, mental damages, the bill has not been settled yet." When the woman saw them leaving, she became anxious. The old policeman snorted coldly, "You broke into a private house without permission. Is it wrong for them to act in self-defense?" Originally, Gu Chenshur had already stepped out of the door, but amid the confusion of Xiaoyu and Chang Karen, he turned back. "Uncle Police," Gu Chenshur said politely, "my girlfriend was the only one at home when they broke in. They even slandered my girlfriend as a vixen who destroyed other people's feelings and wanted to beat her up." Fox spirit is what Xiaoyu said to Gu Chenshur before the police arrived. Moreover, that brother-in-law really thought Xiaoyu was Chang Karen's new girlfriend, so Gu Chenshur was not exaggerating. "Now my girlfriend is frightened, so can I ask them for compensation for mental damages?" Gu Chenshur looked obedient, and Xiaoyu also looked obedient. And the truth of the matter has been made clear, it was indeed the couple who did something wrong. It is reasonable for Gu Chenshur to ask for compensation for mental damage. Gu Chenshur didn't ask for too much. Well, he asked for 20,000. The couple originally wanted to talk to Cheng Karen and ask for some benefits. As a result, he not only did not get any benefits, but was beaten up instead. Not only was he beaten up, but he was also taken to the police station. Not only were they sent to the police station, but they had to pay 20,000 yuan in compensation to the people who beat them. The couple felt so sad. It's like someone took a knife and dug out a piece of flesh from their hearts. They want to cheat, but don't they see where they are here? Finally, under the righteous and majestic gaze of the old policeman, he obediently took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and transferred 20,000 yuan to Gu Chenshur. Gu Chenshur looked at their tearful expressions and snorted in his heart, "Damn, this is already too good for you." Cheng Karen drove them back in silence all the way. So embarrassing. When they got downstairs, Cheng Karen apologized again in a heavy tone, "I'm sorry to have troubled you." Angry that he had made her family lose face in front of relatives, his ex-girlfriend later found him and angrily told him that she wanted to break up with him. At the same time, in order to show that she had completely cut off all ties with him, she threw the keys to him in a menacing manner. But he never expected that this woman had secretly made a key. If he had known this earlier, he would have changed the locks directly. Maybe this wouldn't have happened tonight. Gu Chenshur said sympathetically, "It's not your fault. Even if you change the locks in advance, it will only keep them out of the door. They will still harass us in other ways." Cheng Karen thought about it and it seemed to be true. That family has no bottom line at all. But we have taught them a lesson enough this time, I believe they will not bother us again. Chung Karen looked a little downcast under the street light. Including today, Gu Chencher had met him 3 times in total. But perhaps it was because Gu Chencher had experienced his career crisis, friend suspicion, weird ex-girlfriend and other major life events in a particularly magical way, so that even though they had not met many times, they felt a sense of mutual appreciation as if they had known each other for a long time. At this moment, Chen Karen felt not only guilty towards them, but also lonely, embarrassed and awkward. With Xiaoyu not hurt and the couple severely punished, Gu Chencher had already calmed down. This matter has passed, you don't have to take it too seriously. Chen Karen said, I will have someone come to change the door lock tomorrow. Gu Chencher nodded. The door lock did need to be changed, otherwise who would know whether the ex-girlfriend had made 2 extra keys before? Just when I thought of this, I inadvertently saw Chen Karen trying to hold back his laughter. He was a little surprised, and when he looked carefully, he saw that Chen Karen was indeed trying to hold back his laughter, and it looked like he was having a hard time doing it. Xiaoyu, who was standing next to Gu Chencher, also looked puzzled. This whole night was so chaotic and speechless. What was so funny about it? Chen Karen was having a hard time holding back his laughter, so he just gave up and laughed out loud. Brother Gu, do you know? I feel really good. Gu Chencher was at a loss. Fun? How fun? Chen Karen finally stopped laughing, but the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. I've wanted to beat that bastard for a long time. But I was afraid of being blackmailed. His horrible appearance today really makes me happy for a whole year. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu were both speechless. Come on brother, don't forget that you are a mature man in your early 30s. How can we treat you as our big brother in the future if you act like this? Chen Karen finally stopped laughing and immediately returned to his mature and steady self as a social elite. He said sincerely, thank you. I am very happy today. Okay, as long as you are happy. After making an appointment to have dinner together tomorrow, Chen Karen waved goodbye to them. Chapter 158, The Carefree Zhou Xiangyu. The moment he turned around and left, Chen Karen could no longer hide the envy in his eyes. Little brother Gu Chencher is not only handsome and attends a prestigious university, he also has outstanding personal abilities, and he also has such a beautiful and outstanding girlfriend. Of course, when Chen Karen met Xiaoyu for the first time, he didn't know much about him, but that didn't stop him from judging that Xiaoyu was an excellent person. Well, he is 31 years old this year. Although his parents said they respected his personal choice, every time they saw the neighbor's children looking so happy. But where is his girl? As for the ex-girlfriend, haha. When her parents put forward all kinds of unbelievable conditions and she didn't think it was excessive at all and accepted them calmly, Chen Karen knew that there was no possibility for him and her anymore. The original plan was to have dinner at the Chinese restaurant where Gu Chencher had worked. The restaurant had a nice environment and great food, and he had been going there whenever he took his clients out for dinner recently. However, considering that the Chinese restaurant is a bit far from here, I chose a nearby restaurant with a good reputation. However, as soon as Chen Karen returned to the company, he received a call from Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher said with some embarrassment that it might be a bit inconvenient for him tomorrow, and asked if they could make an appointment for another time. Unfortunately, Chen Karen had a lot of work on hand and only had time at that point. So I asked him what was inconvenient. Gu Chencher smiled bitterly and said, my friend, the one you met before, who worked with me in the Chinese restaurant, is coming to see me tomorrow. I can't leave him alone at home tomorrow. Chen Karen smiled and said, I thought it was something else. Let's take him with us tomorrow. I also want to make another friend. Although he had just broken up with an unreliable friend, he still believed in the truth that more friends mean more paths. Gu Chencher felt a little embarrassed. It's a bit inappropriate for someone to invite me to dinner and talk about work, but I bring my family along. Fortunately, Chen Karen seems to have a good temper and doesn't care at all. Ha ha. Zhou Xiangyu, who was eating and drinking for free, was not very happy. He wants to eat the food cooked by Xiaoyu. Looking at Zhou Xiangyu on the screen, who looked as aggrieved as a 200-pound child, Gu Chencher said unhappily, you can't just eat my wife's food whenever you want? Zhou Xiangyu refused to admit defeat and retorted, she is your wife, but she is also my sister. TSK, look at that righteous look on his face. If someone who doesn't know saw it, they would really think that Xiaoyu is his sister who was born from the same mother. Gu Chencher was left speechless by him. It felt like someone suddenly appeared and tried to snatch his wife away from him. This feeling was very unpleasant. If Zhou Xiangyu was in front of him now, he would definitely treat Zhou Xiangyu as a sandbag and beat him hard. Xiaoyu said, "Why don't you come early tomorrow and I'll make it for you at noon?" Gu Chuncher said helplessly, "Just spoil him." Xiaoyu covered her lips and smiled. Is he jealous? She looks so cute when she's jealous. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't even bother with it. But Zhou Xiangyu is Gu Chuncher's best friend, and follows her around all day long, calling her a sister, which really brings out her sense of responsibility as a sister. Saturday noon. At the dining table, Gu Chuncher looked at the 4 empty plates on the table, then looked at Zhou Xiangyu, who was touching his belly and rolling onto the sofa, feeling both angry and amused. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Not a drop of soup left. Knowing that this guy can eat a lot, I prepared 2 more dishes for lunch than usual, and they were more than enough. Do you think this is enough for him to eat? But the result? The CD is out. Fortunately, this guy only eats it occasionally. If he could eat the food cooked by Xiaoyu every day, he would turn into a pig sooner or later. Gu Chuncher looked at Zhou Xiangyu with concern. Zhou Xiangyu, are you okay? If not, let's go downstairs for a walk to help digest the food. Zhou Xiangyu sat up straight. Are you kidding? With my physique, I can eat 2 more bowls of rice. Well, that's fine, Gu Chuncher pointed to the dining table calmly. Now that you're full and have enough to drink, go wash the pots and bowls. Zhou Xiangyu regretted that he had spoken too early. Old Gu, I am a guest. Gu Chuncher said, what kind of guest are you? You are my younger brother. Zhou Xiangyu was angry. I am older than you, you should call me brother. Gu Chuncher calmly tried to clarify the relationship with him. You call my wife sister, right? Zhou Xiangyu. He already knew what Gu Chuncher was going to say next. Xiaoyu is his sister, so isn't this guy his brother-in-law? Anyway, still bigger than him. A higher-ranking official can crush people to death. Okay, he admits defeat. Zhou Xiangyu pretended to be magnanimous and said, forget it, forget it. I won't bother with you anymore. I've already let you go for 6 years. I don't care about this moment. Although he knew that this was an excuse for himself, Gu Chuncher's defense suddenly broke when he heard it. Looking back on the years that he and Zhou Xiangyu have known each other, it seems to be true as he said. This guy has been giving in to me. Obviously, he has a bad temper and wants to fight with others at the slightest disagreement, but he always gives in to me. But no matter how touched I am, he still has to wash the pot, bowls, and plates for me, hee hee. While Zhou Xiangyu obediently went to wash the pot, Gu Chuncher sat on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. He read the comments on the love diary for a while, and when he was done, he was about to exit. However, because he did not click the exit button twice in succession, TikTok automatically refreshed a video for him. Gu Chuncher didn't take it seriously at first and was about to exit when he suddenly felt that the girl on the screen looked familiar. He took a closer look and realized that it was his deskmate, Zhou Xiangyu's current reserve girlfriend, Tang Xiaoxi. The avatar of the user who posted the photo is a girl pouting at the camera, looking a little familiar. Looking closely, it was Tang Xiaoxi's cousin Tang Xiaoyuan. Tang Xiaoyuan made a set of life photos for Tang Xiaoxi from childhood to adulthood, and captioned, "Dear sister, happy birthday to you." Previously, Tang Xiaoxi and her cousin Tang Xiaoyuan went to City A for a trip. When they went to a Chinese restaurant for dinner, they exchanged their phone numbers with Gu Chuncher in a friendly manner. Don't get me wrong, Gu Chuncher left her phone number to give Tang Xiaoxi face. So Gu Chuncher can now see Tang Xiaoyuan's Douyin updates. Tang Xiaoxi's birthday? When? Gu Chuncher clicked into the comments section and found the answer. Tang Xiaoxi's birthday is tomorrow, Sunday. Gu Chuncher looked towards the kitchen thoughtfully. Does Zhou Xiangyu know? There was a faint sound of singing coming from the kitchen, and Gu Chuncher couldn't help laughing. This guy was arguing with him until he was red in the face in the last second, and in the next second he could hum a little tune heartlessly, forgetting all the unpleasantness behind him. This is also a kind of free and easy attitude. His attitude towards life is worth learning from for Gu Chuncher. Chapter 159 Birthday Gift. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Gu Chuncher met Chung Karen at the agreed hotel on time. He went to the appointment alone, without any family members with him. Xiaoyu didn't like dealing with strangers, and she happened to receive a good order this afternoon. The customer needed it urgently, so she stayed at home to complete the order. As for Zhou Xiangyu, after Gu Chuncher saw the news that Tang Xiaoxi's birthday was tomorrow, he was hesitating whether to tell Zhou Xiangyu when Zhou Xiangyu saw it himself. He immediately scratched his head. It's Tang Xiaoxi's birthday, so he must show some appreciation. He first consulted Gu Chunshur and asked him what Tang Xiaoxi's interests and hobbies were so that he could cater to her preferences. This question stumped Gu Chunshur. Although he and Tang Xiaoxi were deskmates, they didn't talk much except for the occasional interactions when Tang Xiaoxi asked him questions. So how could he know what Tang Xiaoxi likes? In addition, if Gu Chunshur didn't know Zhou Xiangyu's character, he would really doubt Zhou Xiangyu's intention in asking this question in front of Xiaoyu. After Zhou Xiangyu didn't get any useful information from Gu Chunshur, he turned to Xiaoyu for help. Girls should understand girls better. But he really asked the wrong person. Xiaoyu's life trajectory was different from other girls since childhood, which made her personality and values different from other girls. She didn't know what other girls liked, so she couldn't provide any specific help to Zhou Xiangyu's question. However, she believes that if two people love each other, as long as they put their heart into it, no matter what kind of gift they prepare, the other person will like it. This sentence made Zhou Xiangyu fall into a brief period of confusion. He and Tang Xiaoxi, are they in love? Since they agreed on a 1-year adaptation period, they say good morning and good night to each other every day. They will share their happiness or sadness with each other and comfort each other. Occasionally he would wonder, could he and Tang Xiaoxi successfully make it through the 1-year transition period and become a true couple? But he is a very carefree person. When he occasionally thinks about it, it gives him a headache, so he simply stops thinking about it. Let us leave the future to later. Take it one day at a time. Zhou Xiangyu was so anxious about what kind of gift he should prepare for Tang Xiaoxi that he ran back to school to ask his roommates for advice. But the suggestions given by those unreliable roommates were too unreliable and messy. They even suggested giving away your precious first time. Ugh. After thinking about it all night, Zhou Xiangyu felt that Xiaoyu was right. As long as it was prepared sincerely, Tang Xiaoxi would like it. Tang Xiaoxi's school is in a city a few hundred kilometers away from City A, which is not too far. Regardless of whether they can successfully get through this 1-year transition period, or even if they do not have this relationship, Tang Xiaoxi is still Zhou Xiangyu's only friend of the opposite sex who he can talk to the most. Zhou Xiangyu is a person who, once he classifies someone as his friend, will treat that person with all his heart. This can be fully reflected from his attitude towards Gu Chunshur. On Sunday, Zhou Xiangyu got up early instead of sleeping in. In fact, he was thinking about the gift all night and didn't sleep well. Before returning to school last night, Gu Chunshur told him not to play games, to get up early and go to school early, and to cultivate his relationship with Tang Xiaoxi. But Gu Chunshur was still worried, so he called him at 8 o'clock in the morning to remind him. At this time, Zhou Xiangyu had already gotten into the car. He laughed at first, then quickly realized that this was a public place and it was not good to make loud noises. He immediately lowered his voice and said proudly, "Old Gu, I knew you would call to remind me." Gu Chunshur said sarcastically, "Who told you to be so unreliable?" He is worried sick about whether Mr. Zhou will be single in the future. I experienced what it feels like to be a father in advance. When have I ever been unreliable? Lao Gu, you can't slander my great image. Zhou Xiangyu was unconvinced. I'm in the car now, it's hard to explain it to you, we can settle this account when I come back. Zhou Xiangyu hung up the phone with a domineering look, and then thought that even if Gu Chunshur wronged him, he couldn't actually do anything to Gu Chunshur. Otherwise, how could his sister forgive him? Forget it, forget it. If you take a step back, the sky will be broader. It's my fault for being so magnanimous. Zhou Xiangyu had Bluetooth headphones in his ears, listening to music while closing his eyes to rest. 2.5 hours later, we finally arrived at our destination. Zhou Xiangyu, carrying a backpack, followed the crowd out of the station and looked around. He called Tang Xiaoxi last night and said he would come to see her today. He could tell from Tang Xiaoxi's voice that she was very happy. Tang Xiaoxi was waiting at the station in advance. There were people everywhere outside the station. Zhou Xiangyu searched for a long time but couldn't find the familiar figure in his mind. A girl wearing a big sun hat walked towards him. Zhou Xiangyu glanced at her casually, not taking her seriously, and continued to search for Tang Xiaoxi. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly stopped in front of him and grabbed his arm. Zhou Xiangyu was terrified. What's going on? Wrong person? Or is it a scam? Just as Zhou Xiangyu was about to shake off the girl's hand and angrily said, "Did you recognize the wrong person?" the girl raised her head and smiled sweetly at him. Zhou Xiangyu looked at the girl's plain and shy smile, a little confused. Tang Xiaoxi? Tang Xiaoxi looked at him with a slightly aggrieved look in her eyes. Why, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you don't recognize me? Zhou Xiangyu quickly denied, No, I just don't know myself, but I also know you. Tang Xiaoxi stood there, lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing that she was angry, Zhou Xiangyu said angrily, "No, Tang Xiaoxi, please listen to my explanation. You suddenly became so beautiful and fashionable. I didn't dare to recognize you just now." "What do you mean? Are you saying that I wasn't pretty or fashionable before?" Tang Xiaoxi raised her head, her eyes becoming more resentful. "Zhou Xiangyu. It's over. I was only focused on playing games before and didn't know how to make girls happy." The more she talked, the angrier she seemed to get. But speaking of it, except for those girls who were born beautiful and whose beauty was not covered by the same school uniforms and plain makeup, the other girls seemed to be the same. They all looked unsophisticated, including Tang Xiaoxi. But no matter how stupid he was, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. For a moment, Zhou Xiangyu stood there stupidly, at a loss as to what to do. He couldn't help but wonder, if Qiaoyu was angry, how would Gu Chenshi make her happy? But speaking of it, it seems that Gu Chenshi and Qiaoyu have never had a quarrel, right? Chapter 160 I Am Your Boyfriend. Zhou Xiangyu was a little at a loss. Alas, Mr. Gu and his sister have a very good relationship and they show their affection and sweetness every day. There was never a time when my face turned red. Even if he wanted to obtain the scriptures, he couldn't. Just when Zhou Xiangyu was at a loss and secretly regretting how he could not speak, Tang Xiaoxi suddenly burst out laughing. Zhou Xiangyu became more and more confused. "Zhou Xiangyu, why are you still the same as before? You haven't changed at all?" Tang Xiaoxi looked at him with a smile. Silly yet kind of cute. Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head. To be honest, he felt that Tang Xiaoxi was different. The first thing is appearance. She took off her school uniform, took off her glasses, changed her hair to a beautiful style, put on some pure light makeup, and matched it with clothes that suit her temperament. She looked like a young and beautiful beauty walking on the street. There is a saying that goes, 30% appearance and 70% dressing. This is absolutely true. Zhou Xiangyu wasn't sure if Tang Xiaoxi was still angry with him. "Tang Xiaoxi, have you forgiven me?" Tang Xiaoxi laughed so hard that she fell backwards. "Silly boy, I was never angry with you. I was just teasing you. How could you take it seriously?" Not only did Tang Xiaoxi become prettier, but her personality also seemed much more cheerful than before. "But, can you please stop calling me by my full name?" Tang Xiaoxi bit her lower lip. "My parents call me Xiaoxi." Zhou Xiangyu readily agreed. "Okay, then I will call you Xiaoxi from now on, and you don't have to call me Zhou Xiangyu anymore, just call me Xiangyu." Tang Xiaoxi nodded, yes. Tang Xiaoxi's life dream is to become a glorious people's teacher, so she applied to a normal university. Of course, Tang Xiaoxi had to take Zhou Xiangyu on a good tour of her campus. The campus is very large, and it is a bit unrealistic to visit the entire campus in a short time by just walking. Fortunately, there are shared bicycles in the school, and Tang Xiaoxi used her card to swipe one. Zhou Xiangyu hadn't ridden a bicycle for a long time. He rode it for a while to get a feel for it. After a short circle, he returned to Tang Xiaoxi and patted the back seat generously. "Come on, get on and I'll carry you." Tang Xiaoxi sat obediently in the back seat, hesitated for a moment, carefully hugged Zhou Xiangyu's waist, and her face turned red. Zhou Xiangyu was in a good mood. He is a kind-hearted person and rarely gets upset. He was humming a song while pedaling his bike. The campus is full of rockery and flowing water, and it is lush and green, very beautiful. Some were walking together in twos and threes, talking and laughing, while some young couples were walking slowly hand in hand. The two of them rode a bicycle together, and in the eyes of others, they looked like a couple in love. They rode around the campus like this for a whole circle. After touring the campus, Tang Xiaoxi took him to meet her roommates. There are 4 people living in one dormitory, one of whom is a local and goes home on weekends. So apart from Tang Xiaoxi, there were 2 girls left. Male students are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, so Tang Xiaoxi and her roommates made an appointment to meet in the school library. Zhou Xiangyu, how should I introduce you to them later?" Before taking Zhou Xiangyu to meet his roommates, Tang Xiaoxi suddenly became shy. Zhou Xiangyu said casually, "Of course we are classmates and friends." Tang Xiaoxi lowered her head to hide the disappointment in her eyes. "But they all think you are my boyfriend." Zhou Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, then remembered their previous agreement. "I am your boyfriend now." The dim light in Tang Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly brightened up again. She raised her head and smiled. "Come on, I'll take you to see them." One of Tang Xiaoxi's 2 roommates, who looked a little fat and smiled gently, took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Tang Xiaoxi's roommate Xiao Xiao, nice to meet you." The other girl was very pretty and dressed very fashionably. She looked at Zhou Xiangyu nonchalantly with a bit of arrogance in her eyes and said coldly, "Hey, our Xiaoxi is a good girl, you can't bully her, otherwise I will be the first to disagree." Zhou Xiangyu. He wondered inexplicably, why should I bully Tang Xiaoxi? This girl is very beautiful. Moreover, some of the words just now clearly meant to protect Tang Xiaoxi. But for some reason, Zhou Xiangyu doesn't like this girl very much. I don't know if it was this girl who made him think of Lin Ranran for no reason. Oh, yes. Judging from her arrogant temperament alone, this girl is indeed quite similar to Lin Ranran. Zhou Xiangyu found the reason why he didn't like her. Since he didn't like Lin Ranran, he also didn't like girls who had the same temperament as Lin Ranran. The girl's name was Su Mingli. She used her charming peach blossom eyes to look Zhou Xiangyu up and down several times, which made Zhou Xiangyu have a strange illusion. Did this girl want to see the hair under his clothes clearly? To be honest, Zhou Xiangyu was quite unhappy. How should I put it when Su Mingli looked at him? It was as if he was not a living person, but a commodity on the shelf. At this moment, she was weighing how much this commodity was worth. It was a very impolite look that made Zhou Xiangyu very angry. If it weren't for the fact that she was Tang Xiaoxi's roommate, he would have definitely said something traditional, "Look at you, MB." Tang Xiaoxi apologized to him in private, saying that her roommate was always like this, and asked him to be magnanimous and not to be so petty with her. Zhou Xiangyu still has this sense of propriety. For Tang Xiaoxi's sake in future dormitory relationships, he would just treat this girl as heir. At noon, they chose a restaurant with good reputation near the school. Zhou Xiangyu was Tang Xiaoxi's boyfriend, and he came here specially to celebrate Tang Xiaoxi's birthday, so he treated everyone to this meal. Tang Xiaoxi actually told him quietly that she would give him the meal money later, and he immediately became anxious. Who do you look down on? Can't he afford a meal? He hadn't spent all the 20,000 yuan bonus his father gave him after the results came out, and he earned nearly 10,000 yuan during the summer vacation. After deducting tuition and living expenses, he still had quite a bit of money left. Xiao Xiao ordered a chocolate cake for Tang Xiaoxi, and Su Mingli gave her a lipstick. Everything was normal up to here. Tang Xiaoxi was very happy that her friends and her boyfriend were with her on her birthday. But when Su Mingli gave the birthday present, something suddenly went wrong. She lifted her hair and glanced at Zhou Xiangyu with a half smile. "Where is the gift you prepared for Xiaoxi? Don't tell us, just treat this meal as a birthday gift." Tang Xiaoxi tried to smooth things over for Zhou Xiangyu. "It's okay. In fact, I'm already very happy that you guys can come." Su Mingli sneered, "Xiao Shi, how can I say anything good about you? You haven't even married him yet and you're already rushing to defend him? Oh, you better not learn from some people and be obsessed with love." Chapter 161, The Magical Face-Changing Skill of the Woman with the Lower Body. Su Mingli's words made the originally cheerful and harmonious atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly awkward. In order to ease the atmosphere, Xiao Xiao half-jokingly said, "He is Xiao Shi's boyfriend, so of course Xiao Shi has to protect him." Zhou Xiangyu's affection for Xiao Xiao doubled. Tang Xiaoxi also looked at Xiao Xiao with gratitude. Having said that, if he doesn't even prepare your birthday carefully, it means he doesn't care about you at all. Su Mingli said, hoping for chaos in the world. Then he looked at Zhou Xiangyu again, with an uncomfortable smile on his pretty face. "Am I right? Tolerate. For Tang Xiaoxi, I endure it." Zhou Xiangyu tried to convince himself again and again, and finally managed not to lose control of himself. Tang Xiaoxi felt a little uneasy. Zhou Xiangyu is usually carefree, maybe he didn't prepare a gift for himself. But she doesn't care at all. Zhou Xiangyu was willing to sacrifice his rare gaming time and run to this strange city where she was, just to celebrate her birthday. For her, it was the best gift. Su Mingli was being sarcastic and mocking towards him right now. What if he got angry? She knew Zhou Xiangyu's temper too well. He wanted to fight with others if they disagreed with something. That is to say, he later became famous and no one dared to provoke him again. Tang Xiaoxi was anxious. Such an introverted girl was willing to offend her roommate in order to protect Zhou Xiangyu's face. Just as she was about to say no, Xiao Xiao took the lead and smiled and said, "We are all students now, and our financial resources are limited. It is not appropriate to spend our parents' money to buy expensive gifts." "Ah, yes, that's absolutely right. We are all students who have not yet entered society and are unable to earn money to support ourselves. Is it necessary to make such a big deal about it?" Tang Xiaoxi was so moved that she almost cried. Zhou Xiangyu took the backpack and zipped it up while saying a little embarrassedly, Tang Xiaoxi, I prepared a gift for you, but please don't despise it. Su Mingli took a glance and found that Zhou Xiangyu took out a small wooden box the size of a palm from his bag. She immediately guessed that the things inside must be very cheap, and her eyes were full of disdain. My boyfriend bought me a set of cosmetics for my last birthday. It didn't cost much, maybe over 5,000 yuan. She said casually, but I had some allergies after using them, so I just left them there. Zhou Xiangyu paused as he extended his hand towards Tang Xiaoxi. I really want to get the wooden box back as soon as possible. Compared to other people's luxurious birthday gifts worth $5,000, what he gave is so shabby. It's totally unpresentable. Zhou Xiangyu regretted it so much that his intestines almost turned green. He made Tang Xiaoxi lose face in front of her classmates. If he had known earlier, he would have bought her a luxurious gift even if it meant spending all his own savings. In any case, it had to be better than the cosmetics worth 5,000 yuan. And this Su Mingli, what does she mean? It's obvious that they are deliberately trying to embarrass him. Is there something wrong with this woman? We have no grudge against each other, so why do you keep pulling him down? He too, The gifts have been taken out, so it is impossible to take them back. Zhou Xiangyu said awkwardly, Tang Xiaoxi, this was given to me by my mother a while ago. I liked it very much and kept it with me all the time. She also told me that it was for her future daughter-in-law. Please don't dislike it. Tang Xiaoxi's face suddenly turned red. Because Zhou Xiangyu said, it's a gift to her future daughter-in-law. Now that Zhou Xiangyu has given this gift to me, does that mean he has already decided on me? At such a touching moment, a certain superior woman came out to spoil the mood again. She pouted and said, this is something your mother gave you? Do you have the nerve to give away second-hand things? Tang Xiaoxi's expression froze. Zhou Xiangyu was so angry that he really wanted to point at her nose and curse her dear ancestors. Xiao Xiao couldn't bear it any longer and said, Mingli, the gift is small but the sentiment is great. As long as Xiaoxi likes it, it's more important than anything else. I like it, I like it. Tang Xiaoxi took the wooden box and said quickly. Su Mingli felt embarrassed and just pouted without saying anything. Tang Xiaoxi opened the wooden box and said in surprise, wow, what a beautiful watch. I was planning to buy a watch recently. Thank you, I like it very much. Su Mingli felt contempt in her heart. What a foolish woman who had never seen the world and had such a short-sighted vision. She would be coaxed away by a man with just a few nice words from now on. She looked down on her 3 roommates from the bottom of her heart. The poor are poor. But for the sake of face, we have to at least give it a pass. Besides, today's free lunch, it would be a waste if you don't eat it. As for the lipstick she gave away, oh, it was given to her by her boyfriend and it's not the color she likes. It would be a waste to just throw it there anyway, so she might as well give it to someone else as a favor. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, put it on and see if it fits. Tang Xiaoxi nodded shyly. Carefully pick up the watch and put it on your wrist. Su Mingli glanced at it casually and was suddenly stunned. Is this the gift that the poor guy wearing all the cheap clothes just gave? How is that possible? Su Mingli was sitting next to Tang Xiaoxi. In order to clarify the doubts in her heart, she smiled and said, Xiaoxi, come here, I will help you. Although Tang Xiaoxi was annoyed that she was targeting Zhou Xiangyu, she couldn't refuse in front of everyone, so she stretched out her hand. But I silently decided in my heart that I must not be so foolish as to be nice to her anymore and I must stay away from her. Not everyone is worthy of your heart and soul. Su Mingli looked at the watch right under her nose and her eyelids twitched violently. Yes, she was not seeing things. This watch. It is a limited edition collector's edition of a certain brand, and is now worth more than 200,000 yuan. Just give it to someone as a birthday present? The look Su Mingli gave Zhou Xiangyu suddenly became complicated. In addition to disbelief, there is also shock and regret. If I had known this guy was a hidden rich second generation. It's still not too late to remedy the situation now. Su Mingli exclaimed wow and showed an exaggerated expression of surprise. Xiaoxi, it's just right, it's a perfect fit. Tang Xiaoxi laughed awkwardly, really? Really, really? Su Mingli nodded, and when she looked at Zhou Xiangyu, the disdain in her eyes had disappeared without a trace. Auntie has a good eye, this watch is especially suitable for Xiaoxi. Zhou Xiangyu faced her beautiful smile, feeling a little dazed. The face that was not a face and the nose that was not a nose that was just mentioned to him, is it this girl? Also, this watch was given to him by the most beautiful woman in the universe 2 years ago, and she doesn't have the ability to predict the future. Besides, even now, she didn't know the relationship between her and Tang Xiaoxi. So this girl's compliment was really inexplicable. Hey, this girl is complimenting him? Why? Zhou Xiangyu was confused. I thought about it, but I couldn't figure it out, so forget it. He was too lazy to waste time on a girl like this. She didn't deserve him. Anyway, even if her face smiled like a flower, Zhou Xiangyu would still hate her as much as he should. I won't treat her differently just because she is a pretty girl. Chapter 162 Special Recruitment of Employees. After eating the cake in a lively atmosphere, Tang Xiaoxi's small birthday party finally ended successfully. To their surprise, Su Mingli actually took the initiative to ask to add Zhou Xiangyu's contact information. Zhou Xiangyu added it, and also added Xiao Zhao's, in case he couldn't find Tang Xiaoxi in the future, he could contact her roommate. Is he a big man with a big heart? Yes and no. After he added Su Mingli's contact information to his phone, he secretly blocked Heng Heng. At first, the girl looked at him with her nose turned up, but then she suddenly became like a different person, smiling brightly. There is also a vague intention of currying favor with him. Although Zhou Xiangyu didn't know what was going on, his intuition told him that this girl had bad intentions. When he left, Tang Xiaoxi saw him off. Zhou Xiangyu said worriedly, I think your roommate named Su is not a good person. Try not to have any dealings with her in the future. I understand. Tang Xiaoxi nodded. Since the beginning of the school year, the four girls in the same dormitory have been getting along relatively well. Su Mingli usually likes to show off the gifts given to her by her suitors, and they just laugh it off. But today she really went too far. Always been sarcastic towards Zhou Xiangyu. If it weren't for her other roommate Xiao Xiao who had been secretly signaling her to calm down, Tang Xiaoxi, a girl with such a good temper, might have just turned hostile today. Although Su Mingli's attitude became more enthusiastic later on, Tang Xiaoxi became more and more uneasy. The way Su Mingli looked at Zhou Xiangyu, well, how should I put it? To put it bluntly, it's a bit like seduction. This is Tang Xiaoxi's sensitivity as a woman. But Su Mingli obviously has a boyfriend. While waiting for a taxi, Tang Xiaoxi hesitated to speak. Zhou Xiangyu said, Do you have something to tell me? It doesn't matter, just tell me what you want to say. Tang Xiaoxi hesitated, If I tell you, don't think I'm narrow-minded. If I don't tell you, I will feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xiangyu said, Then just speak frankly. Can you please stop contacting Su Mingli in the future? Tang Xiaoxi said in one breath, Even if it's to find me, don't have any contact with her, okay? I can guarantee that my phone is powered on 24 hours a day. If you really can't find me, you can call Xiao Xiao. In short, don't call her. Zhou Xiangyu looked at her in astonishment. Tang Xiaoxi blushed slightly and stammered, Zhou Xiangyu, do you think I'm narrow-minded? Do you think I'm hostile to her because she's pretty? Tang Xiaoxi was a little flustered and forgot for a moment that Zhou Xiangyu also hated Su Mingli. Zhou Xiangyu laughed and said, So this is what you wanted to tell me? Don't worry, I have blocked her phone number. I don't bother to talk to her. Tang Xiaoxi was quite surprised, You blocked her phone number? Zhou Xiangyu said, I get annoyed just by looking at her. Of course, I can't have any contact with her, so I just block her. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled shyly, I like the gift you gave me very much. Thank you. I am really happy today. Zhou Xiangyu also started laughing foolishly. Overall, today's trip was worthwhile. If it weren't for Su Mingli, it would have been perfect. Old Gu, Tang Xiaoxi likes the birthday present I prepared for her very much, hee hee. As soon as Zhou Xiangyu came back, he immediately called Gu Chencher to report the situation. After returning to City A, he was inexplicably excited and didn't even want to play games. He really wanted to find someone to share his good mood with. He is in such a good mood now. Gu Chencher said with relief, That's fine. When Zhou Xiangyu decided to give the watch his mother gave him to Tang Xiaoxi, he was a little unconfident. He was afraid that Tang Xiaoxi would not like it, so he called Gu Chencher to ask if it was suitable. Gu Chencher told him it was suitable. I didn't expect Tang Xiaoxi really likes it, huh? Zhou Xiangyu could tell that she really liked him, and was not just pretending to like him to avoid overthinking. Zhou Xiangyu was lying on his bed in the dormitory at this time, sitting cross-legged and eating an apple with big bites. It was a big red apple bigger than his fist, and he finished half of it in 2 bites. By the way, how was your talk with Cheng something? Gu Chencher said, Very good. I had dinner with Cheng Karen yesterday, and the main purpose was to discuss work issues. Cheng Karen ate hurriedly during that meal and barely moved his chopsticks. He received a phone call, said sorry, and left in a hurry. What a busy man. Fortunately, work matters had been made clear to Gu Chencher before the dishes were served. He left a contract when he left. As long as Gu Chencher signed his name on it, he would become the only specially recruited employee of Ziyuan Media Company. Gu Chencher is a student. He does not need to report to the company and can work from home. The company pays him a basic salary of 5,000 yuan per month. Every time he completes a project, he will be given an additional commission on top of the monthly basic salary. It has to be said that in order to keep Gu Chencher, Cheng Karen was very generous. Maybe in City A, where the consumption level is high, 5,000 is barely enough to rent a small house, let alone food and living. But don't forget that the house that Gu Chencher lives in now was provided by Cheng Karen for free. Taking the minimum rent of 5,000 yuan and adding the basic salary, Gu Chencher's monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. In addition, Gu Chencher is just a freshman with little work experience. No need to squeeze into the subway or bus every day and run to the company to punch in. No need to worry about how newcomers in the workplace handle relationships with colleagues. You can earn enough living expenses for college just by lying down. How wonderful! Cheng Karen is not a fool. Gu Chencher's previous trial performance had fully demonstrated his talent. Now, since he is still in school, it is their small company's turn. Otherwise, when he becomes more mature in the future, it would be a dream to lure him into the company at this price now. So on the surface it seems that Gu Chencher took advantage, but in Cheng Karen's eyes, he actually took a huge advantage. Okay. Regardless of whether Gu Chencher would find another partner in the future, Cheng Karen had made up his mind that while Gu Chencher was in college, he must get along well with him and do his best to keep him before others discovered this gem. Although Cheng Karen felt that his vision in choosing a partner and a girlfriend was not very good, he had a hunch that he had chosen the right partner in Gu Chencher. If he misses it, it will be the biggest loss in his life. Gu Chencher can go to school and work at the same time. Every day I go between school and home. He was highly adaptable and quickly got used to this lifestyle. Chapter 163 I Can't Bear to Give Up. In addition to school and work, Gu Chencher also finds time to draw comics and serialize his love diary on Douyin. Originally, he just wanted to show off and record, and used comics to record and express the sweetness of his love. As he expected, after seeing his sweet love diary, many netizens were jealous. Surprisingly, they were also healed by his sweet love diary and regained their longing for love. Every day, there are people urging for updates in the comments section. Fortunately, Gu Chencher is a responsible man, and this sense of responsibility is reflected in all aspects. To parents, to Xiaoyu, to friends, to work and to fans. Well, he also has fans, hahaha. No matter how busy you are every day, try to keep updating steadily. When the number of his fans soared to 20,000, Xiaoyu found out that the little figures that Gu Chencher drew every day were a serialized comic strip. She immediately turned into a little fangirl, opened the notebook with great interest, and read it with relish. That's right, she read the original manuscript directly. After all, she is the heroine in Love Diary, so of course she has this privilege. The Love Diary written by Gu Chencher is sweet and interesting, with fantasy interspersed with reality, constructing a brand new story that is not completely out of touch with reality. Xiaoyu read the last page in one breath. On the last page, under the moonlight, the boy and girl snuggle on the balcony, with thousands of lights behind them. In the living room, the mother watches TV while knitting a sweater, while the father reads the newspaper quietly beside her. The simple picture exudes happiness and warmth everywhere. Xiaoyu liked it very much. She raised her little face and said seriously, "Please give me all the comic manuscripts in the future. I want to keep them and read them slowly when I have nothing to do and recall our past." In fact, she had another idea in her mind, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. That is, when they have children in the future, they can take out the comics and let them read the beautiful and sweet love story of their parents. Xiaoyu suddenly became shy. The child she and Gu Chencher had. Their future children will have parents and grandparents who love them, and they will definitely be the happiest children in the world. Gu Chencher said lovingly, "Of course, no problem, everything I have is yours." After saying this, an unrealistic idea suddenly came to Gu Chencher's mind. If Love Diary can be presented in the form of animation in the future, its dissemination and influence will be further enhanced. Wouldn't that make more people jealous? Ha ha ha. Although this idea was just a small thought that came to Gu Chencher on the spur of the moment and he did not think about it any further, it was like a seed quietly planted in his heart. Once it takes root and sprouts, maybe one day it will grow into a towering tree and bear abundant fruits. Gu Chenshur did not attend evening self-study today and left school early. On his way back, he passed by a fruit stall and bought a red pomelo and a bunch of grapes. He found that Xiaoyu liked eating grapefruit very much. Ever since he knew this, Gu Chenshur would buy one every now and then. Cheng Karen's house is a staircase building on the 3rd floor, so it is not tiring to climb up. Gu Chenshur opened the door and walked in, but didn't he see Xiaoyu in the living room? She liked to sit cross-legged in the living room to work. There was a faint sweet smell in the air. Gu Chenshur walked towards the kitchen with understanding. In addition to work, Xiaoyu is most passionate about studying various kinds of food. During this period of time, I made all kinds of delicious food for Gu Chenshur. All of these have made Gu Chenshur, who is not a picky eater, become picky about food. Gu Chenshur walked to the kitchen door and looked inside, but the kitchen was also empty. Gu Chenshur turned his head and looked towards the bathroom. The door was open, so she was definitely not in the bathroom. Gu Chenshur turned and walked towards her bedroom. During the time they lived together, he developed a habit. The first thing he saw when he came back was Xiaoyu. He was not used to not seeing it now. He walked towards Xiaoyu's bedroom. He had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly realized something. When he wanted to turn back, a pair of soft little hands suddenly covered his eyes. "Guess who I am?" Xiaoyu asked in a deliberately pinched voice. There was an unconcealable smile in his voice. Gu Chenshur had a smile on his lips. It was rare that Xiaoyu still had a childlike innocence, so he naturally had to cooperate with her. He thought about it seriously and asked tentatively, "Is it Xiaofang?" "No, guess again." "Xiao Lian?" "That's not right." "Xiao Qian?" "Guess again." "Xiao Wei?" Xiaoyu pretended to be angry and said, "Humph, I don't want to pay attention to you." Gu Chenshur suddenly turned around, picked up Princess Xiaoyu and spun around in circles. Xiaoyu was startled and subconsciously hugged his neck, then couldn't help laughing. After the two of them had enough fun, Gu Chenshur hugged her and fell on the sofa, letting her sit on his lap. He rubbed her delicate little nose with the tip of his nose and asked softly, "Did you miss me? We just saw each other this morning." Xiaoyu held his neck tightly and said, "I thought about it." Gu Chenshur couldn't help but kiss her, with a smile in his eyes. "What delicious food did you make today?" Xiaoyu said, "Pumpkin pie, just out of the pan, it's still hot. Let's go and eat it while it's hot." She reluctantly stood up from Gu Chenshur's legs, held Gu Chenshur's hand, and pulled him up from where he was lazily lying on the sofa. Gu Chenshur stood up with a smile, then he put his arms around Xiaoyu's shoulders and hung her up as if he had no bones. Of course, he was reluctant to let Xiaoyu work hard. On the surface, it seemed that all the weight of his body was on Xiaoyu, but in fact, he was taking it easy. The two of them walked to the kitchen intimately. On the plate on the kitchen stove, there were a dozen pumpkin cakes about the same size as ordinary mooncakes neatly stacked. The faint sweet scent that Gu Chenshur smelled as soon as he came in was emitted by it. Xiaoyu picked up a piece and put it into Gu Chenshur's mouth. "Try it quickly." Gu Chenshur took a bite and found it crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, sweet and delicious. He gave a thumbs up, "Delicious." He ate a piece in just a few bites from Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu felt very accomplished. "One day when I go back, I will make it for my uncle and aunt to taste." Gu Chenshur said aggrievedly, "My dear, you are so great, I am really afraid that my parents will dislike me in the future." Xiaoyu half-jokingly said, "Didn't I say it before? Uncle and aunt don't want you, but I do. I will also raise you to be plump and white." Although Gu Chenshur had heard such words from her before, he was still very moved when he heard them again today. "Wife, you were so kind. If I make a mistake next time, you must wake me up, understand?" Xiaoyu frowned and looked unhappy. "No, I can't bear it." Chapter 164 Speculations. In a bright and elegant women's clothing store, Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu are choosing clothes. They are buying clothes for Jinglan and Gucheng. The couple has been frugal all their lives, and they usually don't want to spend too much on food and clothing, even if they have enough money. However, the habits they have developed have been engraved in their bones and cannot be changed easily. Jinglan, in particular, always wears the same few clothes over and over again. If you ask her to buy 2 new clothes, she always says that her clothes are in good condition and not torn, so there is no need to buy new clothes. But these days, who would wait until their clothes are worn out before buying new ones? In the past, Gu Chenshur could not earn money and had no say. When his mother told him to spend frugally, he had nothing to say. But now it is different. He is financially independent. If his mother doesn't want to buy something, he can buy it for her. As for Gu Chang, although he had to wear something formal to look presentable when he went on business trips, he actually didn't have many clothes to wear except for those few nicer ones that looked presentable. So if you want to buy them, of course you have to buy them together. Even if they complained about him spending money recklessly, he still had to buy it. With Xiaoyu, a little shopping expert with excellent taste, Gu Chencher only needs to stay by her side and wait for payment. Although he doesn't have the ability to buy brand name clothes for his parents now, there is no rush. He can take it slow. He believes that one day he will be able to use his abilities to make his parents and Xiaoyu live a good life. Gu Cheng's clothes have been bought, and Xiaoyu is currently choosing Jinglan's clothes. Coincidentally, at this moment, Jinglan called. Gu Chencher greeted Xiaoyu, pressed the answer button, and walked out of the store. "Hello, Mom." In the past, Jinglan was afraid of disturbing him, so she usually called them after 8 o'clock. "Jinglan called me before 8 o'clock today." However, Gu Chencher didn't think much about it and his tone was very relaxed. "Chencher, Mom has something to tell you." Jinglan's voice sounded very serious, with a hint of panic. Gu Chencher asked solemnly, "Mom, what's wrong?" Jinglan said, "Just now when I came back from shopping, I met Grandma Wang downstairs. She told me that today a young man held a photo of a girl and asked her if she had seen her before." Gu Chencher was suspicious. "Photos? I heard from your Grandma Wang that the girl in the photo looks very much like Xiaoyu." Jinglan said with a worried tone. Gu Chencher was in a heavy mood. Could it be that Yang Mujia's previous promise not to disturb Xiaoyu's life was to reassure her, but he was secretly investigating her residential address? He found out that Xiaoyu lived nearby, but he couldn't determine Xiaoyu's exact address, so he took Xiaoyu's photo and asked around? He suddenly clenched his fists. No wonder Xiaoyu hates Yang Mujia so much. Yang Mujia is indeed a hypocritical villain. Gu Chencher tried to calm himself down. The more it was at this moment, the calmer he had to be. Gu Chencher asked, "Did Grandma Wang tell him about Xiaoyu?" Jinglan was somewhat relieved and said, "No, your grandmother Wang saw that he spoke with an accent from another place and was not sure who he was, so she didn't tell him about Xiaoyu." Gu Chencher breathed a sigh of relief. There is a saying that goes, "You can hide from the first day but not the 15th. The Yang family is powerful and it is only a matter of time before they find Xiaoyu if they are determined to do so. But Gu Chencher enjoys his current life and hates being disturbed. He would try to come as late as possible that day. If possible, he hoped that no one from the Yang family would ever come to be an eyesore for the rest of his life. "Chencher, I think the young man your grandmother Wang mentioned might be Xiaoyu's half-brother, who came all the way to find her and bring her back. Didn't he say last time that he promised not to bother Xiaoyu? How could he be so untrustworthy? We all think he is better than his bastard dad. I really got the wrong person." Jinglan became more and more angry. Gu Chencher said, "Mom, they say you can know a person's face but not his heart, and we have never dealt with him. And we are only suspecting now, there is no evidence to prove that it is him. By the way, Mom, did Grandma Wang tell you about the man's appearance?" "I was just about to ask you that." Jinglan thought the same thing as him. "Your grandmother Wang said that person was very young, a little older than you." Yang Muse is indeed older than Gu Chencher. About 24 or 25. 24 or 25 years old? But if Gu Chencher remembered correctly, Yang Mujia looked to be around 30 years old, and seemed to be of the same age as Cheng Karen. However, to be fair, Yang Mujia's aura is much stronger than Cheng Karen's. That's getting off topic. Gu Chencher felt that the man that Grandma Wang met who was asking about Xiaoyu should not be Yang Mujia. Maybe Yang Mujia was too busy to leave, so he sent someone else to look for Xiaoyu. "Chencher, what do you think we should do about this? We have to put an end to it once and for all. This is not a solution." Jinglan was worried. Gu Chencher said calmly, "Mom, don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen." With the comfort of her son, Jinglan's anxious mood miraculously calmed down. By the time she came to her senses, she couldn't help but feel relieved. The child who had fallen down and got up bravely while crying for his mother has grown into a big man who can cover the sky and the earth. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chencher turned back in silence. Xiaoyu picked up a navy blue long dress with dark patterns and showed it to Gu Chencher. "Do you think this dress looks good on me?" Gu Chencher smiled and said, "I believe in your taste. If you say it looks good, then it looks good. Let's go with this one." After paying, the two walked back hand in hand, carrying the shopping bags. As night falls, the lights in the bustling city come on, dazzling. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. Although they are in the midst of prosperity, they are magically out of this world. At this moment, in this still strange city, they are each other's only ones. Xiao Yu glanced at Gu Chunshi. In the past, when Gu Chen held her hand, he either held it loosely or intertwined their fingers. But today was different. He held his hand tightly, and even his palms were sweating, but he seemed unaware of it. As they slowly moved away from the noise, Xiao Yu looked at their shadows stretched by the streetlights and couldn't help but ask softly, "What's wrong?" Gu Chunshi had no intention of hiding this matter from Xiao Yu. "I received a call from my mom today. She said that Grandma Wang downstairs, the grandma who lent us the bicycle, said that someone was holding a photo that looked very much like you and was asking around for your whereabouts." Hearing this, Xiao Yu suddenly stopped. Gu Chunshi stopped as well. He looked at her with a little worry in his eyes. Xiao Yu's face tensed instantly. Then he took out his cell phone with an expressionless face, picked up a number and dialed it. Gu Chunshi knew that she had the same idea as he did, and they both thought that Yang Muzha was behind it. And the call Xiao Yu was making now must be to Yang Muzha. The call was connected quickly. Xiao Yu said coldly, "You are so despicable." Chapter 165. Who is the victim? There was no sound on the phone for a long time. Most likely, he was called a mean person as soon as the call was connected, and the other party was stunned by the insult. After a long while, Yang Mu's voice came from inside. "Xiao Yu, what happened?" Xiao Yu was using the speakerphone, so Gu Chunshi could tell that Yang Muzha's voice sounded confused and a little aggrieved. "Don't you know what you did?" Xiao Yu said coldly. Yang Muz asked blankly, "What did I do?" Xiao Yu didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Stop pretending. Did you send someone to look for me?" Yang Muz was stunned and denied it flatly, "No. As long as I know that you are doing well, it's enough. I said I won't disturb you now and I will definitely keep my word. You still have a bad character." Having said this, Yang Muzha suddenly stopped talking, smiled bitterly and thought, in the eyes of this little sister, he should be the same as his father, with no character at all, right? "Someone is looking for you?" Yang Muzha reacted. Xiao Yu and Gu Chunshi looked at each other. From Yang Muzha's reaction, it seemed that he was not aware of it. But maybe he's a good actor? Just like the previous phone call, it magically made them all feel that Yang Muzha was a man of his word. Now thinking back, they were still too naive. Xiao Yu said, "Yes, someone came to see me. Who else could it be if not someone sent by you?" Yang Muz was surprised and said, "I really didn't send anyone there." Xiao Yu was aggressive, "If it wasn't your Yang family, who else would want to find me?" Yang Muz was silent. At this moment, Gu Chunshi and the others could not see that Yang Muzha, who was thousands of miles away, was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a frown on his face. Who will go looking for Xiao Yu? He is also very strange. Maybe Xiao Yu didn't believe his nonsense, but he did not ask anyone to look for her. In the eyes of the world, he may not be a good person, but he definitely keeps his word. If I say I want to disturb her life for the time being, then I definitely want to go. Pay attention to the question, it is temporary. Once things here are settled, he will of course come to see her. No matter what, she is the blood of the Yang family and his only sibling. Of course, Xiao Yu would not believe him easily. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, she thought that he had seen the truth and was thinking of a plan to deceive her again. "I couldn't help but get very angry. Yang Muz, I warn you not to play tricks. If you push me too far, the worst that can happen is that both of us will be destroyed," Xiao Yu said angrily. In the past, she certainly kept her word, but now, of course, her threats are greater. She would never waste her current happiness on such a scumbag. But if they ridiculously wanted her to go back to the past and force her to give up everything she has now, she would really kill someone. "Xiao Yu, I know you won't believe anything I say. Where are you now? I'll go find you right now." I don't know what Yang Muzha was thinking about, his tone suddenly became urgent. Xiao Yu smiled contemptuously. The routine is really deep. If you want to trick her into giving you her address, just dream on. "Xiao Yu, I'm afraid those people who are looking for you will do something bad to you. Tell me where you are now quickly." Yang Muzha was very anxious. From what he said, he was going to come over to protect her? Xiao Yu said sarcastically, "Yang Muz, you acted very well. Don't act like that next time. I feel sick. Also, quickly gather those lackeys of yours back. If I see them, I will cut off their legs." "They haven't found you yet?" Yang Muse came to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine, Xiaoyu, I'll have someone investigate this matter now and we'll give you an explanation soon. Also, remember, no matter what happens, don't force yourself, tell me and I will help you solve it. When Xiaoyu hung up the phone, Yang Muzha calmed down. The sudden thought that just popped into his mind startled him. But now think about it, only he, his grandmother and his confidant knew about Xiaoyu's affairs, and it was impossible for his mother to know. Having said that, the mother felt so angry whenever she mentioned Xiaoyu that she completely transferred all her hatred for Xiaoyu's mother onto Xiaoyu. After Chao Chinga's death, her mother suggested taking Xiaoyu home, saying that all debts are forgiven when a person dies, and that she would treat Xiaoyu as her own daughter. The father did not agree, but sent Xiaoyu to grandma's house through Qiulan. It turned out that my father was right. If it weren't for grandma's protection, young Xiaoyu would have had a much harder time. When Yang Muzha learned that someone was looking for Xiaoyu, he first suspected his mother. When she learned that Xiaoyu had run away from home, her mother was overjoyed. She secretly said behind her grandmother's back, gloatingly, that a canary like Xiaoyu, who had been raised in a cage since childhood, would find it difficult to survive in society. Then he said in a sarcastic tone that she was as beautiful as her vixen mother, and even if she didn't have a skill to survive, she would not starve to death. The contempt and sarcasm in his words were self-evident. At that time, Yang Muzha had already noticed something was wrong and was secretly investigating certain things. When I heard my mother say this, although I didn't say anything on the surface, I felt very uncomfortable in my heart. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he is the child born by his mother, so he should share the same hatred with his mother. In fact, he did so from the day he found out that his father had secretly kept Xiao Qingge and her daughter outside. He has always hated and despised Xiao Qingge and the girl she gave birth to. So no one could understand how complicated his feelings were when he found out that the woman he had hated for more than 10 years was actually also a victim. There is shock and regret, sympathy and embarrassment. He hoped that the clues he got were wrong, and everything was as his mother said, and that his mother was the biggest victim. Yet the facts are there. He couldn't go against his conscience and distort the facts as if nothing had happened. After all, Xiao Qingge was a good teacher whom he particularly respected and who deserved respect. He has been blinded by illusions. He once thought that Xiao Qingge was just like the woman that his mother and her relatives described as someone who would do anything to get to the top. For the so-called glory and wealth, she used her youth and beauty and climbed into his father's bed by any means necessary. In the end, she got everything she wanted except the position of the queen. Wealth and honor, and his father's love. He has always believed so. The mother knew about Xiao Qingge's existence, but for the sake of the overall situation, she had been keeping silent. And advised him not to be impulsive. It was not until he accidentally witnessed his parents' most intense quarrel, when his father yelled that he wanted a divorce and his mother begged his father to give him a complete family, that he broke into the woman's residence in anger and found out that she was also living a hard life. Yang Muzha came back to his senses from his memories and called his assistant Xiao Fei into the office. Is there any movement from the madam's side? Yang Muzha was very serious. Chapter 166, Providing a Sky for Her. Xiao Fei said, I sent someone to monitor the madam 24 hours a day, but I didn't find any movement from her. Yang Muse fell into deep thought. He also subconsciously felt that it couldn't be his mother. He knew his mother better, and she was happy to see Xiaoyu leave on her own initiative. She seemed certain that Xiaoyu would end up having a miserable life after leaving the Yang family because she was ignorant of the ways of the world and had no survival skills. It is also possible to go astray. Even if she wanted to bring Xiaoyu back one day, it would be just to laugh at her. But she probably won't do that. At least in the short term, to be precise, Grandma won't do this 100 years later. Xiaoyu is a big trouble for her, so naturally the farther away the better. Xiao Fei saw Yang Mu's serious expression and realized something was wrong. What's wrong, Mr. Yang? What happened? Yang Muse said, Xiaoyu just called me and said that someone went to the city where she is now to look for her, and he thought I sent someone to go. Xiao Fei was stunned. Is there such a thing? But I can guarantee, Mr. Yang, that it is definitely not someone sent by the wife. Besides the old lady, the only ones who know the whereabouts of the young lady are you and me. Yang Muse nodded. Yeah, that's right, so I'm very curious now, who on earth knows Xiaoyu's whereabouts and runs all the way to find her? In Yang Muzha's opinion, there should be no third person in this world who cares about Xiaoyu except him and his grandmother. Yang Muse said, the news was not leaked from you or me, and it couldn't have come from Grandma. I told Grandma before not to tell anyone about Xiaoyu's information, so maybe the problem lies with Qiulan and her daughter Chu Xian. Xiao Fei, go investigate. In City A, the autumn breeze is cool. The coat that Xiaoyu was wearing was a bit thin, so Gu Chencher took off his casual coat and put it on her. Xiaoyu, who hadn't said much since hanging up the phone, immediately protested, "I'm not cold, put it back on." Gu Chencher said, "I'm not cold either." Xiaoyu stubbornly took off his clothes and insisted on putting them on Gu Chencher. Okay, I was just being too sentimental." Gu Chencher couldn't persuade her, so he reached out to take the coat with a helpless look. Xiaoyu followed his arm and helped him put on his clothes. Seeing that Gu Chencher was not cooperating, he frowned and scolded him, "Be good." Gu Chencher cooperated obediently. Xiaoyu was satisfied and smiled with slightly curved eyes, "You are so good. Baby, I'll be better behaved if you kiss me," Gu Chencher said seriously. When they were alone, Gu Chencher never called her name. "Most of the time I like to call her wife, and sometimes I call her baby, treasure, honey, and dear." Xiaoyu was not used to it at first, but gradually he accepted it all. Xiaoyu held back his laughter and really came over. The wind blew over, bringing the fragrance from her body and the scent by her ears to Gu Chencher in advance. The fragrance made Gu Chencher intoxicated. The soft hair scratched Gu Chencher's face, making him feel itchy like ants crawling on it. Xiaoyu's lips fell on Gu Chencher's face. "Is this okay?" Xiaoyu chuckled, and the hot air unconsciously sprayed on Gu Chencher's face. "Yeah." Gu Chencher chuckled. Xiaoyu did not stop working and gently helped Gu Chencher put on his clothes. One by one, she carefully helped Gu Chencher button up his clothes. When Xiaoyu bent down to help him button the last button, Gu Chencher couldn't help but bent down and kissed her on the head. Gu Chencher squatted on the ground and smiled at Xiaoyu, "Come up." Xiaoyu was a little confused. "What?" Gu Chencher said, "Come up, I'll carry you." Xiaoyu finally reacted, "No, I have my own legs and can walk on my own." Gu Chencher insisted, "No, I have never carried you before. I must carry you today." Xiaoyu said shyly, "But I'm a little heavy." Gu Chencher said, "You call that shin? Wife, you look down on your husband a little bit." Xiaoyu no longer refused, walked over, carefully laid on Gu Chencher's shoulder, and hugged Gu Chencher's neck. Gu Chencher stood up, leaned forward slightly, and put his backhand around her thighs, dragging her up, and said proudly, "You can call this heavy? It's about the same weight as a cat." Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. "Then you have to tell me clearly, how many cats are you talking about?" Gu Chencher carried her on his back and strode forward. "Who cares how many cats there are? Anyway, I can carry them. If you feel tired, just tell me and I'll get down and walk by myself." Xiaoyu lay on his broad and flat back, feeling completely safe. But at the same time, I was afraid that he would get tired. Gu Chencher said, "You must be joking. I won't feel tired even if I carry you on my back for the rest of my life." Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled silently. People were coming and going on the street, and many people noticed them and cast envious glances at them from time to time. Gu Chencher pretended not to see anything. Anyway, he uses comics to torture dogs on Douyin every day, and we're used to it. This place was about 10 to 20 minutes away from where they lived. Gu Chencher carried Xiaoyu on his back, and not only did he not feel tired, but he felt more and more energetic as he walked. What a joke, Xiaoyu is not heavy to begin with. At this moment, Gu Chencher felt an indescribable sense of pride for no reason. He felt that he was providing a support for Xiaoyu in his own way. This feeling is really wonderful. On the way back, Xiaoyu was afraid that he would be tired, so he offered to get off and walk by himself, but was rejected by Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher carried her up the stairs and only had to put her down when he had to get the key to open the door. Xiaoyu put his arm around his waist from behind, rested his chin on his shoulder, and waited quietly for him to open the door. After Gu Chencher opened the door, he picked her up horizontally. Xiaoyu skillfully put her arms around his neck. Gu Chencher kicked the door shut, carried her to the sofa, sat down, put his arm around her waist, and said to her face, "Baby, are you feeling better now?" Although Xiaoyu acted calm and composed, Gu Chencher could sense that her mood was affected tonight. "I didn't show it because I didn't want him to worry." Xiaoyu buried her face in his chest, and found a sense of security and comfort in his broad and warm chest. "Yeah, much better," she said sullenly, complaining a little, "They are so annoying, I really want them all to die as far away as possible." Gu Chencher rubbed her little head. "Don't worry, I'm here." He was just a powerless freshman, but his words could magically bring peace to Xiaoyu's mind. Gu Chencher was not just talking casually. He must protect her. Just like after being reborn, I am determined to protect my parents, live a good life and leave no regrets. Baby, can we get married as soon as I graduate from college? Gu Chunshur asked suddenly. I finally typed a few words, but accidentally deleted them. I want to chop my hands off. Wow. I've been so busy lately, with so many things to do that I don't even have time to write. Chapter 167. When do you want to marry me? Gu Chunshur suddenly said to Xiaoyu, can we get married as soon as we graduate from college? Xiaoyu was shocked. Gu Chunshur saw her reaction and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She doesn't want to marry me so soon? Gu Chunshur looked so pitiful, like an eggplant hit by frost. He was so miserable and said, wife, don't you want to marry me? No. Xiaoyu saw that he had misunderstood and hurriedly clarified, no, I want to marry you. Gu Chunshur's heart, which had just risen to his throat, quietly returned to his stomach. The depressed mood is swept away. Yes, his little cutie, how could she not want to marry him? Gu Chunshur put his forehead against hers and smiled mischievously. Tell me the truth, when did you want to marry me? Xiaoyu's cheeks turned slightly red and she began to shy away. I don't know if it's because she often stays at home and doesn't go out, so she doesn't see much sunlight, or for some other reason, but her face is a little paler than most people. At this moment, she was in his arms, her cheeks slightly red, her eyes moving. She was shy and lovable. Gu Chunshur couldn't help it. He lowered his head and kissed her on the face, and whispered in her ear, when, honey? I really want to know. A long time ago. Xiaoyu whispered. Gu Chunshur had a smile in his eyes and his lips were slightly raised. It was obvious that Xiaoyu's answer made him very, very satisfied. Xiaoyu thought seriously, how early is it? Maybe it was the time when he accompanied her to visit her mother. That was the first time they were truly alone together. Let Xiaoyu discover his meticulous consideration and thoughtful care for others. Maybe this is fate. Due to her special living environment and the influence of her mother, Xiaoyu was naturally resistant and wary of men. After climbing over the wall and leaving Madame Yang, she felt confused all the way. Many men approached her along the way. Some of them just wanted to chat her up and wanted her contact information. Some may have seen that she was alone and wanted to help her. But no matter whether they had bad intentions towards her or simply wanted to help her, she ignored them all. But she didn't know why, of course, maybe because he was her aunt's son? She was not at all averse to Gu Chunshur. After getting to know each other better, I even felt very comfortable with him. She had trouble sleeping on the train after visiting her mother. When Gu Chunshur kindly offered to lend her his shoulder, her heart began beating wildly and a little person in her heart was leaping for joy. She had never been so close to a man before. But although she was very embarrassed, she didn't want to refuse, nor did she dare to refuse. She was afraid that if she refused, their relationship would stagnate. Xiaoyu was very glad that she had followed her feelings and bravely confessed her love to him on New Year's Eve, which enabled her to grasp the happiness she has now. Xiaoyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Chunshur with a serious face. Gu Chunshur, who was secretly laughing, felt a little nervous for some reason under her serious gaze. When his wife's aura was fully released, the air temperature in the room seemed to drop by 10 degrees immediately. So scary. Gu Chunshur. Xiaoyu spoke word by word. When they were alone, Xiaoyu was just like him and hardly ever called him by his name. Now people are calling people by their full names. What does this mean? It means the problem is very serious. I've wanted to marry you for a long time. What about you? Why do you want to marry me today? Gu Chunshur. It turns out that Xiaoyu was struggling with this issue. He couldn't help laughing and reached out to pinch her little face. Of course not today, I have wanted to marry you for a long time, huh? He did not fall in love with Xiaoyu at first sight. Instead, as we get to know each other slowly, I go from being suspicious of her, to understanding her, to sympathizing with her, to admiring her, and finally to liking her. But thinking of this, Gu Chunshur couldn't help but thank his dear mother, Ms. Jinglan. If Jinglan had not been enthusiastic and kind, and felt that the new neighbor was a child and it was very difficult for him to live in a strange city where he was unfamiliar with everyone, and always wanted to help the new neighbor to the best of his ability, how could Gu Chunshur have gradually become familiar with Xiaoyu? Anyway, with his personality, if his mother hadn't fanned the flames, he believed that perhaps until now, he and Xiaoyu wouldn't even have the courtesy of nodding their heads. Gu Chunshur hugged Xiaoyu and looked forward to their future wedding. Xiaoyu began to think about it again. Getting married means that two people will be bound together for a lifetime. You are in me and I am in you. My background, do you really not care? Gu Chunshur said, what's wrong with your background? Besides, this is not something you can decide. You did nothing wrong. Xiaoyu said seriously, you said that, so I take it seriously. Anyway, I have decided to be with you in this life. Even if you get annoyed in the future, I will hold on to you tightly. Gu Chencher smiled dotingly, baby, why do you think the same as me? Outside the window, the bright full moon indicates good weather tomorrow. Inside the window, the boys and girls hugged each other tightly, as if they had merged into one, and nothing could separate them even if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Love between two people who love each other is the most touching thing in this world. Yang Mujia's investigation results came out very quickly. He was speechless, this guy. After being speechless, he immediately informed Xiaoyu of the result. It was noon of the next day. Xiaoyu was thinking about what to make for Gu Chencher for dinner. Xiaoyu, the one who went to Z City to look for you is Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi? Xiaoyu was puzzled, who is Xiaoqi? Only then did Yang Muzha realize that Xiaoyu had always been kept in captivity and had hardly ever seen outsiders, so it was naturally impossible for him to know Xiaoqi. He explained, you have seen, the boy you beat before, the one who was beaten so hard that he couldn't get up for a long time. Xiaoyu remembered. She has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, but her temperament magically gives people the illusion of being delicate. So some blind people came over to provoke her if she hadn't almost never left the house, and had she never used words but her hands, there would have been more people she would have knocked down. In the 4th year she lived with old lady Yang, she beat up a boy. That day, he heard that old Madame Yang had gone out to attend the wedding of her old sister's grandson. Xiaoyu, for once, did not stay in his room. Instead, he went to the small courtyard and sat on the swing to read a book. Reading is her most important pastime in daily life. As he was looking, he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look. He found that there was a person at the gate of the yard without him noticing when. He was a boy who looked vaguely familiar and seemed a few years older than her. Xiaoyu remembered that he seemed to be Yang Muzha's little follower. Yang Muzha appeared 10 times, and he followed him 8 times. The moment she looked over, he was very flustered, as if he was a thief caught in the act. At this moment, he was holding a cell phone in his hand. Xiaoyu's intuition told him that there must be something wrong with this guy. Chapter 168 Xiaoqi comes to visit. Xiaoqi's panicked expression told Xiaoyu that he was up to something. Although he didn't know what his ghost was, since it concerned himself, Xiaoyu would naturally not let it go. What's more, he is Yang Muzha's little follower. She immediately stood up, put the book on the swingboard, and walked over with an expressionless face. Xiaoqi forced a smile and greeted her incoherently, "Hi, I." "Give it to me." Xiaoyu interrupted him and ordered in an unquestionable tone. Xiaoqi wanted to explain himself, but Xiaoyu didn't have the patience to listen to his nonsense. He grabbed his arm, twisted it suddenly, and pushed him to the ground. As Xiaoqi was wailing like a pig being slaughtered, Xiaoyu took Xiaoqi's cell phone and found that he had secretly taken a photo of himself. He suddenly became furious, threw his cell phone to the ground, and started punching and kicking him. Xiaoqi's cries for his parents attracted the servants of the Yang family. They wanted to come over and take Xiaoyu away to save Xiaoqi. Xiaoyu glanced over with a sharp look, and they were all stunned. They stood there in a daze, and no one dared to meddle in other people's business. Xiaoyu didn't do anything to Xiaoqi. He kicked him a few times to vent his anger, then deleted the photos that Xiaoqi had taken of him, and walked away with a cold face. As for what happened to Xiaoqi later, she didn't care at all, and no one came to trouble her, except for the old lady, who frowned even more tightly when she saw her later. Xiaoyu frowned and asked in surprise, "Is it him? He wants to avenge the beating I gave him back then? This guy couldn't beat him before, and he might not be her opponent now." Xiaoyu was very confident about this. Yang Muzha thought of Xiaoqi's vengeful character, and for a moment he felt that Xiaoyu's speculation was not unreasonable. "I couldn't help but feel shocked and angry. If this brat dares to do anything wrong, I will not let him off." Yang Mu said, "Xiaoyu, don't worry about this matter, leave it to me, I will call him." After saying that, he hung up Xiaoyu's phone for the first time, then dialed Xiaoqi's phone number with a stern expression. Inside Huada University. Gu Chencher was always a little absent-minded during class. He was thinking about Xiaoyu. Mom was right. Xiaoyu needed to settle things with the Yang family once and for all. But based on the information they currently have, the Yang family will not let go of Xiaoyu easily. Although from the current perspective, the Yang family has shown great goodwill towards Xiaoyu, but who knows if there is any conspiracy hidden in this? Who went to City Z to inquire about Xiaoyu? Gu Chencher was heavy-hearted. "My mother called again this morning. Obviously, she was also very uneasy about this. I even thought about renting another house with my dad and hiding away somewhere else. This is to prevent the young man from coming to their door and ordering them to hand over Xiaoyu in a threatening manner. Xiaoyu often went in and out with Gu Chuncher, and went to the vegetable market and supermarket together. In addition, they were a perfect match. This was not Wang Per bragging, but stating a fact. So there will definitely be some people who will be impressed by them, and it is only a matter of time before they find out that Xiaoyu lives in their community and has a close relationship with their family. Jinglan was very anxious. Also very determined. Xiaoyu is the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and no one can take her away from them. But Jinglan also knew that Xiaoyu's biological father's family was very powerful. What if they came to him by force? They are just ordinary people, and their arms are no match for their thighs. If the other party forcibly takes Xiaoyu away, they may not be able to protect her even if they fight to the death. On the contrary, Gu Chang was relatively calm. He analyzed that although Xiaoyu's biological father's family was rich and powerful, they were in another city thousands of miles away. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. They dare not act forcefully on their territory. Besides, we now live in a society ruled by law. Of course, this was just Gu Cheng's way of comforting Jinglan. How could he not understand that behind the sunshine there is a dark side that is beyond one's control? The only consolation is that it was just the worst side of their imagination. Things may not be as serious as they thought. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Jinglan ran over and said, "I'm coming." After opening the door, she looked at the people outside, feeling a little confused. Their family has lived in this community for more than 20 years. The neighbors get along well with each other, and the neighbors upstairs and downstairs often visit each other, so when there was a knock on the door, she was not on guard at all and opened the door directly. Now standing outside their door was a strange young man who looked to be in his 20s. Jinglan asked in confusion, "Young man, who are you looking for?" As soon as she asked the question, she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help panicking. "The thing you are most worried about has finally come, right?" Jinglan was panicked for a moment, but quickly forced herself to calm down only on the surface. It is now 8:30 in the morning and Gu Chang has just gone to work. She works the night shift today and is currently doing housework at home alone. So now she is alone at home, without even a backbone. The young man smiled at her politely. "Hello, auntie, is the girl living next door to you about 18 or 19 years old?" Jinglan's head buzzed. What you fear will come true. She had originally been hoping for a lucky break, and tried to comfort herself by thinking that maybe she was overthinking it. But I didn't expect. The young man in front of me is here for Xiaoyu. Jinglan was in a state of confusion. She wanted to deny it, but then she thought, since he came to her door, who knows what information he has. If you lie, it will make him suspicious. Jinglan said, "My eyes are a little blurry, so I can't see it clearly, but I think it looks a bit like." Xiao Qi was overjoyed and immediately left Jinglan and walked to the door opposite. He raised his hand, but then he thought of something and slowly put it down. After Jinglan closed the door, she stood behind it and secretly watched his every move through the peephole. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and quickly called Xiaoyu. The reason why I didn't call Gu Chensher was that I considered that Gu Chensher might be in class and couldn't answer the call. Xiaoyu was very calm. "Auntie, don't worry about him. If he wants to knock on my door, just let him knock." Jinglan was doubtful and uncertain. "Will it work regardless?" Xiaoyu said firmly, "It's okay." While she was comforting Jinglan, she also looked down on Yang Muzha. Didn't that guy say he would call Xiao Qi and tell him not to disturb her and go back immediately? And he promised to take care of her, and now no one would disturb her life anymore. But Xiao Qi appeared in front of his aunt, right at this moment, in front of her door. Xiaoyu suppressed the anger rising in his heart and called Yang Muzha. If she wasn't too far away, she would definitely kick that inexplicable bastard to the ground on the spot and make him lie in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. What else can you make me believe in you? Chapter 169. Xiao Qi was recalled. Gu Chensher had no classes in the afternoon. When he returned home, Xiaoyu was talking on the phone with a stiff tone. "Give me Xiao Qi's cell phone number," she said in a commanding tone. But Xiaoyu in front of them was always gentle and kind. After Xiaoyu successfully got the cell phone number from Yang Muzha, she never expected that Yang Muzha would be so angry that he almost smashed his phone when he learned that Xiao Qi did not come back obediently. He had finally gotten closer to Xiaoyu. He thought they had gotten closer, but once Xiao Qi got involved, all his efforts were wasted. He was so angry that he called Xiao Qi again. He was usually a man who never showed his emotions, but now he was cold and angry. Xiao Qi, I want you to get back from City Z immediately. Xiao Qi had been standing in front of Xiao Yu's door for a long time, planning over and over again, and even preparing his expression when he would meet Xiao Yu later. When he received a call from Yang Muzha, he was so shocked that the phone almost fell out of his hand. Before this, Yang Muzha, who was always busy with his work, took the rare initiative to call him and asked him where he was. He said he had something important to discuss with him and asked him to go back quickly. And how did I answer him? He said he was on vacation somewhere and said he would fly back soon. But what is the reality? He just happened to get accurate information about Xiao Yu, so how could he be willing to return empty-handed? With a fluke mentality, he ran to find Xiao Yu first, intending to meet Xiao Yu and then go back quickly. He came here from afar and went to great lengths to look for Xiao Yu for several days. He would not be willing to give up if he did not see him. Of course, his purpose was not just to see her. It would be even better if I could take her away. But Yang Muzha's phone call clearly told him that Yang Muzha had already grasped his whereabouts, and he did not say it explicitly at the beginning for the sake of his face. If he reveals his cards, it means that his procrastination tactics have been discovered. Yang Muzha was furious and told him to go back immediately. It's obvious that the situation is serious. No matter how much of a jerk Xiao Qi may be in front of others, when facing Yang Muzha, he is more respectful than to his own father. This is a habit of submission that has been developed since childhood. He stammered, trying to defend himself, "Brother Muze, I didn't mean anything else. I just went to Z City for a walk, and then I accidentally heard that Yang Muyu might also be in Z City, so I wanted to give it a try, so..." Yang Mu sneered, "Accidentally? How do you mean accidentally? You accidentally learned about Yang Muyu's whereabouts from someone else's husband who you have never met before?" Xiao Qi was speechless. Only then did he realize how stupid he was. He had ridiculously tried to use a clumsy lie to deceive Brother Muze, who was so sharp that he could see through everything. Gu Chenshur had no classes in the afternoon and came back early. Xiao Yu told him the results of Yang Muzha's investigation. Who is Xiao Qi? Only then did Gu Chenshur know that the person who came to see Xiao Yu was named Xiao Qi. Xiao Yu said disdainfully, "A man who was beaten to a pulp by me." Under normal circumstances, Gu Chenshur would definitely give a thumbs up, praise Xiao Yu a lot, and shout, "My wife is awesome." However, at this moment, he was not in the mood. Because that guy might be here to seek revenge on his mighty wife. The old saying that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge was demonstrated to the fullest by this person. But having said that, he took the time and effort to travel thousands of miles to another strange city to seek revenge. Is it because this person is narrow-minded, or is it because Xiao Yu's harm to him was too serious? Gu Chenshur asked in confusion, "So, that person was not sent by Yang Muz?" Xiao Yu said angrily, "Who knows? This guy deserves to die." It scared her Aunt Jinglan. "I really want to beat the dog," Xiao Yu suddenly said without any reason. Gu Chenshur. Who is the dog? Of course it's the guy named Xiao Qi. After Xiao Yu got Xiao Qi's phone number, he wanted to call Xiao Qi, but then he changed his mind and decided to discuss it with Gu Chenshur after he came back. "I am not alone now like before. You have to think carefully before doing anything. Tomorrow is Saturday." Xiao Yu and Gu Chenshur decided to buy tickets and go back today to meet Xiao Qi in person, find out his intentions, and then teach him a lesson. However, Xiao Qi likes to play behind Yang Muzha, which indirectly shows that he is also a rich second generation with a wealthy family background. When you go out, why don't you have a few bodyguards with you? If you act recklessly relying on the two of them, you might suffer losses. If force doesn't work, then use wits. However, Yang Muzha did not give them the opportunity to display their intelligence and talents and show their skills. Jinglan's call came before Yang Muzha's. After Xiao Qi appeared, Jinglan felt as if facing a great enemy. She hid behind the door and peeked at Xiao Qi outside through the peephole. She saw Xiao Qi outside the door answering a phone call, and he seemed not to have raised his head. Then he left in a hurry. Before leaving, he looked up at Xiao Yu's door. Jinglan couldn't see his expression, but she could tell from his dejected back that he was a little reluctant. After Xiao Qi disappeared from her sight, she quickly ran to the balcony and waited for a while. Only after watching Xiao Qi leave the community did she return with a sense of relief and quickly called Xiao Yu to inform him. As soon as Jinglan finished her call, Yang Muzha called. "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't handle things well at the beginning, but you can rest assured now. I have asked Xiao Qi to come back. If he dares to disturb you again, I will never let him go. At the same time, he sent Xiaoyu a selfie video of Xiao Qi. In Xiao Qi's selfie video, we can see that he is sitting in a luxury car, the scenery outside the car window is rapidly receding, and the road sign of a national highway can be seen flashing by. He is leaving City Z. Xiaoyu believed it for the time being and said coldly, "Please don't bother me in the future." Yang Muse said, "I can only promise you that I won't look for you for the time being." Xiaoyu is different from other girls. If you play tricks on her and get discovered, the consequences will be serious. So Yang Muzha chose to take the sincere route. Although she may feel resistant at first, it is the wisest way. Sincerity is always the secret weapon. Xiaoyu frowned. "Yang Muse, what do you mean? Don't play tricks on me." "Xiaoyu, you are my sister. This is a fact that cannot be changed no matter how you resist or deny it. I have never thought of playing any tricks. I just want to love my sister like other brothers." It's over, that feeling is coming again. Gu Qinsher was speechless. This Yang Muzha is very scary. He has the ability to make someone who hates him or is wary of him relax his vigilance and become shaken by his few words, and think that he is a trustworthy and reliable person. "Stop talking." Xiaoyu interrupted him coldly. "Please tell me, what do you want me to do so that you can pretend that I don't exist?" Yang Muse. From his silence they could tell that the Yang family was determined to support Xiaoyu. "Then I want to ask you, Xiaoyu, what do you want me to do in order to accept me as your brother?" Chapter 170, Fireworks. Yang Muzha asked what he should do so that Xiaoyu would accept him as a brother. This created a sharp conflict with Xiaoyu's demands. One asked how to make the Yang family pretend she didn't exist. One asked him what he should do so that she would accept him as her brother. The two of them suddenly fell into a stalemate where neither of them was willing to back down. Xiaoyu sneered and said, "If you want me to accept you, you can ask your father to give me back my mother who is healthy and clear-headed." Gu Qinsher. As expected of his wife, this move is quite ruthless. Even gods cannot bring the dead back to life, make them forget all the pain and regain their sanity. Not to mention Yang Muzha. Yang Muse was silent for a long time, and seemed to have made a major decision. He said slowly, "Well, Xiaoyu, I don't really need you to come back. As long as you are doing well, that's enough for me. But Grandma, I hope that after things here are resolved, you can come back to see Grandma. Then I will sign a severance statement with you, and from now on we will go our separate ways. Is that okay?" Xiaoyu asked back, "Are you serious?" Yang Muse said solemnly, "Really, but Xiaoyu, I have one more condition." "I knew it," Xiaoyu said in a cold tone. Yang Muse continued, "I know you don't want to have anything to do with us, but you have to protect your rights." "I don't want to take advantage of you." "What do you mean?" Xiaoyu was annoyed. "Dad made a will in advance. The property under his name is divided equally between you and me." Yang Muse further explained, "So I have two conditions. One is that I hope you can come back to see Grandma in the future. She misses you very much. In addition, take away the property that belongs to you." Xiaoyu looked at Gu Qinsher blankly. Apart from the first condition, which was a little difficult for Xiaoyu to accept, the second condition didn't seem to be a condition. Indeed, she is a relatively noble person and doesn't want to have anything to do with people she hates, including the popular red money. If she were alone, she wouldn't take a penny from that old bastard. But now, she has become more worldly wise and realized the benefits of money. With money, first of all, her uncles and aunts won't have to work so hard. You can retire early and enjoy a peaceful life. In the future, Gu Qinsher will be able to do whatever he wants without any worries. The big house she had been dreaming of could be bought in advance, and then the whole family could live together happily. In short, many things related to happiness require sufficient wealth to support them. Xiaoyu is a person who can bend and stretch. Taking all these into consideration, she will no longer be so foolish as to say, "Don't use your stinky money to dirty my eyes." Even though people disgust her, money is innocent. "Do you keep your word?" Xiaoyu asked after hesitating for a moment. Yang Muse said solemnly, "I will definitely stick to my words." "Okay, I've recorded what you just said. If you go back on your word, I don't mind letting everyone see what kind of person you really are." How could Xiaoyu not know that it was impossible to ruin Yang Muse's reputation with just a recording? However, well-known entrepreneurs and CEOs like him generally attach great importance to face. People love to gossip about the grievances and grudges of wealthy families. If Yang Muzha breaks his promise and makes Xiaoyu unhappy, then Xiaoyu will bring out the madness her mother had back then to make them unhappy. Her destructive power far exceeds that of her crazy mother. The final result of the phone call was that Xiaoyu miraculously put aside her prejudice temporarily and reached a reconciliation with Yang Muzha. She was willing to wait for the old man to die, then accept half of his inheritance and visit old Madame Yang in exchange for Yang Muzha's written statement severing ties with her. As of now, this matter has come to a relatively satisfactory conclusion if both parties strictly abide by the verbal agreement. Just when Xiaoyu was about to hang up the phone, Gu Chenshi thought of a question and quickly signaled Xiaoyu with his mouth to ask all the questions at once. Xiaoyu understood what he meant and asked, "I want to know how Xiaoqi found me here?" "According to my investigation, he got through Chu Xian's husband Meng Zhe. Yang Muzha told me everything he knew." Xiaoyu exchanged a look with Gu Chenshi with an expression of surprise. It seems that meeting Chu Xian's husband in the vegetable market that day was not a coincidence. Gu Chenshi felt very guilty. Now thinking back, when he looked up, Chu Xian's husband had just put the phone to his ear and turned his head to the side seemingly casually. It's obviously an act of someone with a guilty conscience. It turned out that at that time, his wife was being targeted by someone. Chu Xian's husband was probably not sure whether Xiaoyu was the person Xiaoqi was looking for, so he wanted to secretly take a photo of Xiaoyu and send it to the other party for confirmation. He was accidentally seen by the other party, so he quickly pretended to be on the phone to cover it up. From this we can see that his wife Chu Xian was unaware of his secret investigation into Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Yang Muzha already knew Xiaoqi's method of finding Xiaoyu clearly, and told it to Xiaoyu without reservation. Although Chu Xian's husband is quite hateful, but if you stand in Chu Xian's husband's perspective, maybe his actions were immoral, but he did nothing wrong? Gu Chenshi believed that when other people faced the same temptation that Meng Zhe faced, there would not be many who could firmly say no. Because that rich second generation who didn't know how expensive daily necessities were, directly gave him 500,000. And promised to give him another 500,000 after the matter was accomplished. You don't have to do anything, just find out the whereabouts of a girl. As for what the girl would face after being found by the rich second generation, it was not within his consideration. Meng Zhe? Very good, I remember it. If there is a suitable opportunity, Gu Chenshi will definitely settle this account with him. Time flies, and the National Day holiday is here in the blink of an eye. Mom, if you and Dad need anything, I'll bring it back to you. The night before the holiday, when the luggage was almost packed, Gu Chenshi called his mother. Jinglan said, "Don't buy anything. Whatever City A has, we also have in City Z, don't bother bringing it home from City A." Gu Chenshi smiled helplessly. Before he made the call, he guessed what his mother would say, but he still couldn't help but make the call. Because he wants to hear the voice of his dear mother. He is a little eager to go home. I miss my parents so much. So is Xiaoyu. Although their life together was sweet and enjoyable, the home in their minds was only complete with the amiable and respectable Mr. Gu Chang and Ms. Jinglan. Jinglan kept nagging them to prepare delicious food and drinks before coming back tomorrow, to be careful, etc. Gu Chenshi held back his laughter and agreed to everything. As soon as he hung up the phone, Zhou Xiangyu called. Chapter 171 Surprise? Shock? Old Gu, have you packed your luggage? Zhou Xiangyu's carefree voice came from the microphone. Gu Chenshi glanced at Xiaoyu, who was checking whether the window was closed, and replied, "It has been cleaned up." "Oh, that's fine. Then you and my sister can come down quickly. We are already waiting downstairs." Gu Chenshi bought the train ticket for the first day of the holiday in advance. If things went according to plan, they would have set off for home tomorrow. Not long after the tickets were booked, Zhou Xiangyu called Gu Chenshi and said that his father was in City A and could take them all home. Gu Chenshi felt that it was not good to always disturb others, so he declined. Zhou Xiangyu opened his mouth and said, "Old Gu, have you become stupid in college? You don't even know how to take advantage of the ready-made benefits." Gu Chenshi. After hearing what he said, if he didn't take this free ride, would he be the biggest fool in the world? Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Just refund the purchased tickets. They were picking up their luggage and about to go out when Zhou Xiangyu rushed up to them in a hurry. Seeing Xiaoyu pulling a suitcase, he grabbed it without saying a word. "Sister, leave the luggage to me, I'll help you take it down." Gu Chenshi joked, "What about my brother-in-laws?" Zhou Xiangyu said disdainfully, "Go play somewhere else." Gu Chenshi turned his head to look at Xiaoyu, who was laughing secretly, and said seriously, "Wife, take good care of your brother." Zhou Xiangyu said angrily, "Old Gu, you are too despicable. But my elder sister, who is very perceptive and wise, will not be instigated by a shameless villain like you, hee hee." We came downstairs laughing and saw Zhou's father standing in front of the car, smoking and talking on the phone. Seeing them coming down, he quickly put out the cigarette he had just lit, smiled and raised his hand as a greeting to them. They put their luggage away and sat down properly. After Zhou's father finished his phone call, he sat in the driver's seat, glanced at Gu Chenshi through the rearview mirror, and laughed. "Chenshi, Xiangyu told me everything about you, it's incredible." Gu Chenshi knew that Zhou's father was referring to the 100,000 yuan business that he and Cheng Karen had successfully completed. He smiled modestly, "It's just luck." The car moved forward steadily. Father Zhou said, "Luck and strength complement each other. If you can do it, it means you have the ability. Chenshi, uncle is optimistic about you. You will definitely have a bright future in the future." When someone praised Gu Chen, Xiaoyu also felt happy. The favorability towards Zhou's father rose sharply. Zhou Xiangyu was jealous and said, "Dad, why do you always praise other people's sons?" Father Zhou laughed and said, "My son is great too." We finally arrived at our destination at 11 o'clock that evening. Zhou's father thoughtfully sent them to their doorstep. Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu looked up, looking for the windows of their home. The windows of their house were dark. At this point, my parents have already gone to bed. Gu Chenshi was in a playful mood. "If my parents see me coming out of the bedroom tomorrow, will they think they have seen a ghost?" Xiaoyu asked worriedly, "Will it scare uncle and aunt?" Gu Chenshi said, "Why are my parents so fragile mentally?" The two of them discussed it. They did not disturb Gu Chang and Jing Lan, who were sleeping. They went back and went to bed quietly, planning to give them a big surprise tomorrow. However, Gu Chenshi soon realized a problem. He would definitely wash up after returning home, but if he made any noise, it would alarm his parents. But this is not a problem at all. He could go to Xiaoyu's place to wash up, and then sneak back to his own home. If he wants, it's not impossible for him to sleep with Xiaoyu directly. Ahem, don't get me wrong, naturally Xiaoyu sleeps on the bed and he sleeps on the sofa. Don't forget, he is a gentleman. Everything went according to plan. All the best. After washing up, Gu Chenshi sneaked into his home in the dark. Jinglan knew that they were coming back, so she washed and dried their bedding in advance, and tidied it up neatly, with the sheets smooth and without a wrinkle. Gu Chenshi lay on the bed with his face buried in the pillow, the smell of the sun blowing in his face. Greed took a deep breath, and the happiness of home surrounded him. He began to imagine how his parents would react when they saw him tomorrow. As he thought about it, he fell into a deep sleep without knowing when. At noon the next day, Gu Chenshi finally woke up from his immersive sleep, feeling energetic and refreshed. He glanced at the time. It was 9:32. There was a faint sound coming from outside the door. Gu Chenshi got out of bed barefoot, put his ear to the door, and heard the conversation between his parents. "Jinglan, the shrimps are pretty good, braised in oil, the spare ribs are braised, and the chicken is crispy. They all love it, but it's not good to have only meat dishes, it's easy to get greasy, stir-fry some vegetarian dishes and smash some cucumbers, it's refreshing." Gu Chang, "What time does the bus leave, kids?" Jinglan, 10 o'clock. I heard they will arrive around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if they have arrived at the station yet. Gu Chang, "It should be on the way." Jinglan, "No, I need to call them to ask." "Don't be careless. It will be troublesome if you miss the bus." Then there was the sound of footsteps outside. It should be Jinglan looking for her cell phone again. "Ha!" Jinglan suddenly stopped. Gu Chang said, "What's wrong?" Jinglan asked, "Old man, when did you get up to go to the bathroom last night?" "I didn't get up last night." "Nonsense, if you said you didn't get up at night, then who closed the door of your room at noon?" Hearing this, Gu Chenshi recalled that when he came back last night, his door was indeed open. "Did our house get robbed last night?" Jinglan screamed, and Gu Chenshi, who was eavesdropping behind the door, broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh no, I accidentally became a thief." This unexpected change caught Gu Chenshi off guard. "I originally planned to give my parents a surprise, but it turned out to be a shock?" He quickly opened the door and walked out. "Mom and Dad, it's me. I came back last night." In the living room, Jinglan and Gu Chang looked at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Gu Chenshi's heart skipped a beat. It was over. He was so anxious that he just walked out. Could it be that, as Xiaoyu had worried before, she was frightened by him? Dad, Mom, you. Jinglan walked over with a serious expression, reached out and pinched his face, pinching Gu Chencher so hard that he begged for mercy. You little brat. Jinglan said angrily, you've learned to play tricks, haven't you? Gu Chencher was stunned. Mom, so you knew we were back? Jinglan said, I didn't know it before, but now I know it, don't I? Gu Chencher. That makes a lot of sense. Jinglan was furious 1 second, and smiled happily the next. My son is getting more and more handsome. Where is my daughter-in-law? I want to go see my daughter-in-law. Jinglan turned around and walked away, then stopped at the door. Forget it, Xiaoyu may not be awake yet. Chapter 172, Girls change a lot when they grow up. Xiaoyu woke up earlier than Gu Chencher. Although she couldn't wait to meet her Aunt Ginglan and Uncle Gu Chang, she didn't go out in order to cooperate with Gu Chencher's surprise. It was not until he received the message from Gu Chencher that the matter has been exposed and the surprise plan has failed that he opened the door and walked out. Xiaoyu, did you not eat well in City A? You look thinner than before. Jinglan held Xiaoyu's hand distressfully and squeezed her wrist. Too thin. Xiaoyu said, no, I am the same weight as before, and I eat well every day. If you don't believe me, ask Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher agreed, yes, I think she was like this before, I've never seen her thin. Jinglan said angrily, you see each other every day, of course you can't tell that she has lost weight, I am the one who can tell for sure. Xiaoyu, you should eat well these few days at home and put on some fat. Don't learn from those little girls who keep shouting about fasting to lose weight. You are already thin enough. I think you would look better if you gained another 10 pounds. Xiaoyu agreed obediently. Anyway, no matter what Aunt Jinglan said, it was all for her own good. No matter how much nagging she gets, she can never get enough. Gu Chang said to Gu Chencher seriously, Chencher, make an appointment with Zhou Xiangyu's parents in the next 2 days. Let's treat them to a meal to express our gratitude. Your father is right, Jinglan took over the conversation and said, before you went to work in City A, they sent you there, and now they are bringing you back. Even though it's just a ride, we must remember this favor and we can't forget it. Gu Chencher nodded, I see. I'll call and ask. Zhou Xiangyu's parents seemed to be very busy. When Gu Chencher walked to the balcony and called Zhou Xiangyu had not yet gotten up. After he figured out what Gu Chencher meant, he said indifferently, eat? Hey, old Gu, tell your uncle and aunt that it's nothing, it's just a side trip, don't take it to heart. Under Gu Chencher's insistence, Zhou Xiangyu finally agreed to help Gu Chencher pass the message and then give a reply. When Gu Chencher came back from the balcony, he found that his mother and Xiaoyu were gone, leaving only his father cooking. After asking, I found out that there was no soy sauce at home. The mother and daughter linked their arms, chatting and laughing as they went to buy soy sauce. Gu Chencher was filled with emotion. As soon as he returned home, it seemed as if Xiaoyu no longer belonged to him alone. But he was very happy instead, ha ha ha. On the second day of the holiday, the class group of Class 3-7, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly became lively. Although everyone has gone their separate ways, the class group has never been disbanded. After the college entrance examination, the class group was named to our youth that will eventually pass away by the group owner. The cause was that Zhu Mingming boasted in the group that he was no longer single, and was collectively besieged by those single old classmates. Then Wang Zishan made a suggestion, saying that everyone was from all over the world and would see each other less and less in the future, so did anyone want to get together? This time it is not as popular as during the spring festival before the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination, some people were admitted to good universities and enjoyed great success. Some people failed and had to repeat their studies or find other ways out. As time goes by, they, who were once innocent, have slowly changed after being baptized by time. Of course, some people are unable to attend because they are traveling with their families during the holidays. So the dinner plan was shelved. At this time, someone suddenly sent a message in the group. The old class teacher was hit by an electric car going in the wrong direction a few days ago, his right leg was fractured, and he is currently recuperating at home. A single stone can cause 1,000 ripples, making the slowly quiet class group lively again. The classmate who sent the message was called Meng He. He was a man who doted on his sister. He had brought his elementary school sister along to a dinner party before. Meng He and his class teacher live in the same community and see each other often, so he knows everything about the class teacher. The old class teacher's name is Li Jianguo. He is in his 50s, usually very conscientious and very responsible to his students. He is well liked by his classmates, and even the most naughty ones in the class respect him very much. Everyone was asking about the situation, and many people had already started preparing to visit their teacher during the holidays. As everyone's free time was different, we finally made appointments to split into several small groups and visited our class teacher at different times. Gu Chencher's small group includes him, Zhou Xiangyu, Tang Xiaoxi, Wang Zishan and Xu Mingming. They agreed to visit Li Jianguo at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. When the agreed time came, Gu Chencher arrived at the agreed location alone. Zhou Xiangyu looked behind him. Where's my sister? I went shopping with my mom. Gu Chencher looked behind Zhou Xiangyu and greeted Tang Xiaoxi with a smile. Long time no see. Tang Xiaoxi smiled back. Long time no see. Tang Xiaoxi was very grateful to Gu Chencher. If it weren't for Gu Chencher, she and Zhou Xiangyu would definitely have missed each other. Gu Chencher looked around. Wang Zishan and Xu Mingming haven't arrived yet? Zhou Xiangyu said disdainfully. Those two idiots. I shouldn't have teamed up with them if I had known. Tang Xiaoxi looked at him and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. The way he looked at Zhou Xiangyu was a little strange. Zhou Xiangyu noticed her strangeness and asked in confusion, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Why are you looking at him like that? Is there something dirty on his face? He moved towards Tang Xiaoxi, and just when he wanted Tang Xiaoxi to help him, an arm suddenly stretched out from behind, hooked Zhou Xiangyu's neck and pulled him back, causing Zhou Xiangyu to stagger backwards and almost fall. Tang Xiaoxi covered her mouth and laughed. Gu Chencher stood aside with his hands in his pockets, watching the fun. Zhou Xiangyu was horrified. What the hell? Who is plotting against me? It's your grandfather. A sinister voice came from behind him. Zhou Xiangyu flew into a rage. He grabbed the man's arm and threw him to the ground without any mercy. In the blink of an eye, the man fell to the ground crying out in pain. Zhou Xiangyu said proudly, my legend of fighting 5 people alone was not exaggerated. You little loser, you want to sneak attack me? Wang Zishan begged for mercy. Brother Zhou, I was wrong. I can't get up. Please help me. Lord Zhou Xiangyu generously stretched out his hand and pulled Wang Zishan up. Wang Zishan patted the dust off his body. He couldn't reach his back, so he turned around with his back to Zhou Xiangyu and asked Zhou Xiangyu to help him pat it off. As a result, he accidentally saw Tang Xiaoxi opposite him, and his eyes widened in surprise. Tang Xiaoxi? Are you really Tang Xiaoxi? Girls really change a lot when they grow up, and they become more and more beautiful. Tang Xiaoxi smiled shyly. She is indeed much more beautiful than before, and is a feast for the eyes. Wang Zishan greeted Gu Chencher, and his eyes unconsciously drifted to Tang Xiaoxi again. At the same time, I felt a little annoyed. In the past, my eyes were only focused on following Lin Ranran, but I didn't expect that I ignored Tang Xiaoxi, this treasure girl. Chapter 173, Long Time No See, Lin Ranran. Wang Zishan looked at the greatly changed Tang Xiaoxi and felt that his spring had come. Intentionally or unintentionally trying to get close to Tang Xiaoxi. Just as Tang Xiaoxi was politely responding to his questions, Wang Zishan suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned his head in confusion and found Zhou Xiangyu staring at him sinisterly, with eyes that looked like he wanted to eat someone. Wang Zishan was depressed. It seemed that he had not offended him at this moment. When he saw Zhou Xiangyu reaching out to grab him with a bad look on his face, he quickly hid aside. Then he suddenly realized something, looked at Zhou Xiangyu and then at Tang Xiaoxi in shock, covered his heart with his hands and said in grief, You actually betrayed me. Zhou Xiangyu put his arm around Tang Xiaoxi's shoulders and declared his sovereignty in a domineering manner. Tang Xiaoxi is my girlfriend. Don't even think about it. Tang Xiaoxi's face turned red. Well, before this, she and Zhou Xiangyu had never even held hands. The closest time was when Zhou Xiangyu came to celebrate her birthday. They rode a bicycle together and she carefully held his waist. They are a couple in name only, but they don't have the intimacy that a couple should have. This is the first time today. Tang Xiaoxi is very shy. When did you two secretly get together? Tell me the truth. Wang Zishan was furious and felt like he had suffered 1,000 points of damage. Zhou Xiangyu snorted, this is a matter between Xiaoxi and me. What does it have to do with you? Go and have fun wherever you want. Wang Zishan was angry but dared not say anything, and felt lonely and cold in his heart. There are 3 boys present, not to mention Gu Chencher, because he has a girlfriend. Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi are together. Xu Mingming, who will be here soon, is also no longer single. He is the only one who is still single since birth. He is really so sad. What's wrong with Xu Mingming? Why hasn't he come yet? Zhou Xiangyu complained. But this can't be entirely blamed on Zhu Mingming, because there were still 5 minutes left before their agreed meeting time. Yes, they all came early. The cell phone in his pocket was vibrating. Gu Chenshi took out his phone and unexpectedly found that the person calling him was Jing Shu. Hey, Gu Chenshi, you are planning to go see Teacher Li at 9 o'clock this morning, right? She asked. Gu Chenshi said, well, yes. Where are you now? I want to go with you. Gu Chenshi told Jing Shu the agreed location. While they were talking on the phone, Zhu Mingming arrived on time. As soon as he came up, he called everyone, let's go, and see the head teacher now. Gu Chenshi said, let's wait a moment. Jing Shu just called me and said she would come over and go with us. Jing Shu was very popular, so no one present had any objections. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jing Shu finally arrived. She said embarrassedly, sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. The 6 of them bought some fruits and nutritional supplements at a nearby store, then divided the total amount by 6 and split the bill equally among the group. This place was not far from the residential area where Li Jianguo lived, and everyone walked towards the residential area while chatting. The content of the chat was nothing more than their college life. Meng He was waiting outside the community gate early. The location of the head teacher's home was shared by him. He was responsible for leading everyone to the teacher's house. His sister was holding his hand and acting coquettishly, but when she saw them coming, she immediately let go of her brother's hand and said shyly, hello, brother and sister. Jing Shu broke off a big banana and handed it to her with a gentle smile. The girl refused embarrassedly, and Meng He said, just take it if my sister gives it to you. Only then did she thank him and accept it. After 3 years of high school, we went our separate ways and felt very close to each other when we met for the first time. Meng He said hello in advance, the teacher will definitely be very happy to see you later, but you must not tell him that I told you, otherwise he will definitely scold me to death. As they were talking, a $1 million luxury car suddenly stopped in front of them. The first person to get off the car was a tall and handsome boy. He glanced at them expressionlessly, then walked around the front of the car to the passenger seat and opened the passenger door like a gentleman. A foot wearing white sneakers stretched out from the open car door. It is not difficult to tell from the style and size of the shoes that this is a girl. But even without looking at the shoe, everyone can guess from the boy's eager attitude that the person sitting in the passenger seat is a girl. And she's definitely a beautiful girl. They guessed right. Then a beautiful girl got out of the luxury car. She had her long brown curly hair tied into a high ponytail, and was wearing a fashionable white long-sleeved t-shirt with lace edges, light-colored cropped denim pants, and a pair of pure white sneakers, which showed off her exquisite and childish figure, making her look youthful and gorgeous. Jing Shu was the first to react and asked in surprise, Ran? Wang Zishan was secretly thankful that he was so lucky. He didn't expect that he could meet the campus beauty of Lin University here. He had made a fortune. Lin Ranran looked over, her eyes swept across Gu Chenshi like a fleeting light, and then she smiled sweetly, long time no see, old classmates. Like everyone else, Gu Chenshi did not expect to see Lin Ranran here. He stood quietly aside and did not react to her sudden appearance. The gentleman who helped Lin Ranran open the door looked at everyone curiously and said without hesitation, Ranran, are they your classmates? Lin Ranran nodded and introduced him to Jing Shu and the others with a smile, this is my college senior, Ing Haoren. He returned to China with me. He heard that I was coming to visit my teacher, so he acted as my driver and sent me here. It turned out that she also saw the news that her class teacher was injured in the group and came to visit. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that she ran into Jing Shu, Gu Chenshi, and their group. Jing Shu smiled and said, what a coincidence, but she was muttering to herself. Is it really a coincidence? You know, Gu Chenshi and the others were discussing the visiting time in the group. After seeing this, she quickly contacted Gu Chenshi and came with them. She could see the information in the group, and Lin Ranran could naturally see it too. Thinking of this, Jing Shu couldn't help but glance at Gu Chenshi, who was standing at the edge without any expression. So many days have passed, and she hasn't let it go yet? But no matter what, things have changed and it's hard to go back to the past. Meng He and his sister led the way in front, while Gu Chenshi walked with Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaozi, chatting as they walked. Jing Shu, Lin Ranran, Ing Haoren, and Wang Zishan walked behind them. Xu Mingming was at the end, smiling foolishly while replying to text messages. Don't think about it, he must be replying to his new girlfriend. Jing Shu and Lin Ranran talked about each other's lives, and Wang Zishan wanted to make his presence felt in front of Lin Ranran from time to time. But every time he asked Lin Ranran a question, Ing Haoran would help answer it, completely treating himself as Lin Ranran's spokesperson and deliberately standing between Lin Ranran and him, which made him very unhappy. Chapter 174 Background. What made Wang Zishan even more unhappy was that no matter whether Ing Haoran was laughing or talking, there was always a hint of mockery and an uncomfortable sense of superiority between his eyebrows. It felt as if he was a noble young man who had walked out of a castle, and they were beggars on the street holding a broken bowl, looking up at him and waiting for his alms. Ugh. Even though you drive $1 million luxury car and have a top beauty like Lin Ranran by your side, I'm not jealous at all. Well, he confessed that his back teeth were almost broken from the soreness. Lin Ranran held Jingshu's arm intimately as usual, and they chatted as they walked. But my eyes couldn't help but drift to the back of someone in front of me. No one present gave her the feeling of long time no see except him. When she saw him again, Lin Ranran felt as if she was in another world. He looked so strange, but it seemed like this had been going on for a long time for her. His appearance hadn't changed at all, but his temperament seemed to have changed a lot. Much more mature and stable than before. She has a little more confidence and charm that her peers don't have, which makes people unable to take their eyes away. When Meng Yi first posted the news about the head teacher's injury in the group, Lin Ranran saw it. She was visiting Ing Haoran's home with her parents at the time, and had planned to find a suitable opportunity to visit her teacher before going abroad. But several groups of people appeared in the group discussing the specific time to visit the teacher. Gu Chencher belongs to the first batch. Lin Ranran, who had originally decided to visit the teacher later, suddenly became a little restless. She also respected her homeroom teacher, Mr. Li Jiangguo, and she didn't want to visit him later than other students. Lin Ranran found a legitimate reason and immediately told her parents that her teacher was injured and that she wanted to go and see him. Ing Haoran volunteered to be Lin Ranran's driver and escorted him to the teacher's home. So, she came here at the right time. And successfully, I met Gu Chencher. The moment she saw Gu Chen, even if Lin Ranran refused to admit it, she could not ignore the fact that she had rushed here so impatiently just to see him. Or rather, she came with an indescribable desire to show off. She wanted Gu Chencher to know that she could live well without him. She is still the popular Lin Ranran, who is never short of suitors. Ing Haoran, who is equally outstanding and has no shortage of suitors, is also her admirer. Ing Haoran was also the person she wanted to show off to others. Oh no, to Gu Chencher. Ing Haoran is very good. Tall and handsome. Of course, humans don't have any particularly specific model for appearance. If you have to compare Ing Haoran and Gu Chencher's appearance, Gu Chencher is not bad either. To be fair, they each have their own merits and are not bad. Next is family background. The Ying family is the Lin family's business partner. Their family backgrounds are comparable, so they can be said to be a perfect match. The two families have a close relationship and know each other well. Gu Chencher's parents are both ordinary workers and cannot be compared with Ing Haoran at all. In other aspects, such as being considerate and gentle, studious, well-mannered, gentlemanly, and other characteristics that a good man should possess, Ing Haoran also possesses them. After such a comparison, it seems that there is no suspense that Ing Haoran will win. But perhaps it is the unattainable that will always cause unrest? When she saw Gu Chen again after several months, Lin Ranran's breathing suddenly choked uncontrollably. He was the only one in her sight. All other people and things seemed to have become dispensable background boards in an instant. Including Ing Haoran. Perhaps Ing Haoran is really excellent, and his overall strength directly crushes Gu Chencher. But if we ask ourselves honestly, if we don't take family background into account, Ing Haoran is really no match for Gu Chencher in other aspects. Lin Ranran was absent-minded. That feeling that every cell in my body is silently paying attention to someone is here again. Even though I knew that he hated me, even though there was a girl who looked very nice by his side, even though there was no other possibility for him and me in this life. But she still couldn't help wanting to see him, remember his outline, and slowly sketch him in her mind, in case one day she couldn't remember what he looked like. She also didn't know why she was so obsessed with someone who was destined to be a passerby in her life. Didn't she ever wonder if she had been poisoned? A poison called Gu Chencher. Anything related to Gu Chencher can easily arouse her strong interest. It makes her very painful, but she never gets tired of it. She feels that if she is really detoxified one day, she will feel empty and as if a piece of her heart has been hollowed out, as if she has lost something. It's like being possessed by an evil spirit. Gu Chencher is good in every way. But as long as one is a human being, he will have shortcomings, and he is certainly no exception. His biggest shortcoming is that he treats her as air. Lin Ranran had a smile on her face, but her heart was bitter and confused. This feeling has quietly grown in her heart since she was sure that she had lost him. At first she felt very uncomfortable, but over time, she felt that this feeling had become an indispensable part of her life. She even suspected that it would accompany her for the rest of her life. Ranran, my mother said that we should go to Kaiti for lunch at noon. Ing Haoran suddenly turned his head and said to Lin Ranran with affection. Wang Zishan couldn't help but roll his eyes silently. Bah. What's so great about it? It's just eating in a 5-star hotel. This guy deliberately brought it up to show off in front of them. If they showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred on their faces at this moment, then they would have fallen into his trap. Even though at this moment, his heart was as turbulent as the waves of the Lemon Sea, on the surface he appeared calm and composed without leaving any trace. This is an old high-rise building with 7 floors in total, and Li Jianguo lives on the top floor, the 7th floor. When everyone climbed to the teacher's door, except for Gu Chenshur and Zhou Xiangyu who were used to climbing stairs, everyone else was exhausted and out of breath. Zhou Xiangyu carelessly pushed Meng He aside and started knocking on the door. Here I come. A woman's voice came from inside. Then the door was quickly opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman in plain clothes. She looked at Zhou Xiangyu in confusion, then looked at the boys and girls of the same age behind Zhou Xiangyu, and suddenly realized, you are all Laoli's students, right? Zhou Xiangyu grinned, yes, we are all students of Teacher Li. Excuse me, you are our teacher's wife, right? Li Jianguo's wife hurriedly said, yes, it's me. Please come in. The teacher's wife warmly invited them in and shouted towards the bedroom, Laoli, your students are here to see you. Chapter 175, Not Enough. Teacher Li's house is not big, with only 3 bedrooms. Although the decoration is in the old style of 20 years ago, it is very clean and there is no clutter on the sofa or table. Li Jianguo was lying on the bed in the master bedroom with his right leg in a cast. He was very excited looking at his students whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Everyone crowded in the bedroom and asked the teacher about his well-being. They didn't dare to stay here too long, for fear that if they missed noon, the teacher would ask the teacher's wife to force them to stay here for lunch. Wouldn't that be a burden to others? When the time was almost up, they said goodbye and left. As expected, the master's wife stopped them and would not let them leave. She wanted to keep them for lunch. When she couldn't keep them, she blamed them for spending money indiscriminately and asked them to take back the things they had brought. After pushing and shoving for a long time, you don't let me go and I don't let you go. Fortunately, they relied on their numbers and managed to keep the few gifts they had bought and get away with it unscathed. The group walked downstairs and arrived at the gate of the community. They had been classmates for 3 years and now lived in different places, so it was not easy for them to see each other. Except for Zhu Mingming, who had an appointment with his girlfriend and apologized to everyone before running away in a hurry, the rest of the people stood outside the gate of the community and chatted for a while. The boys gathered together, the girls gathered together, and then they split into 2 groups, each chatting about their own things. As for the outsider Ing Haoran, he stood next to Lin Ranran, interjecting from time to time, and the relationship seemed quite harmonious. Wang Zishan rubbed his back teeth and said in a low voice, I will be responsible for preparing the sacks. Who of you is willing to join us? Zhou Xiangyu sighed and said earnestly, Old Wang, it's not easy for old Zhu to find a girlfriend, so don't put a sack on him. Wang Zishan was depressed. Who said I was going to put a sack on Lao Zhu? Zhou Xiangyu was puzzled. Who did you prepare the sack for? Damn, you didn't prepare it for me, did you? Do you believe me, I will make you fall down again? Wang Zishan rolled his eyes. I wanted to prepare a sack for you, but I also have to consider whether I have the ability to do it. You are a smart guy. Zhou Xiangyu was quite proud, and then he brought the topic back. But you haven't told me who your sack is for? Wang Zishan pursed his lips in the direction of Ing Haoran and lowered his voice to the lowest level. It's that guy. He actually pretended to be awesome in front of me. I really don't like him. Zhou Xiangyu looked at Ing Haoran in surprise. To be honest, before this, he didn't pay much attention to this guy who came here with Lin Ranran. After hearing what Wang Zishan said, he immediately felt annoyed with this guy. It seems like everything is pretentious. But they didn't provoke me, so there's no need to make enemies with them for no reason. Zhou Xiangyu said in a conscientious manner, you don't like this guy? Then let me teach you a trick, don't argue with idiots. If you understand this principle, you won't be so troubled. What the hell? Wang Zishan repeated, not arguing with an idiot? Ha, it has to be my brother Zhou. That's right, he is an idiot, a pure idiot. Zhou Xiangyu gave him a thumbs up. Old Wang, you understand very quickly. Then the two of them laughed in perfect sync. Gu Chenshi. His old classmates are still the same as before, without changing at all. That's good too. Zhou Xiangyu and Wang Zishan's slightly exaggerated laughter attracted the attention of the girls next to them. Lin Ranran's eyes immediately locked on Gu Chenshi. Zhou Xiangyu and Wang Zishan were slapping their thighs and laughing wildly, while he stood quietly by the side with a helpless smile on his face, as if he was staying out of it. He seemed to sense something and raised his eyelids to look over here. Lin Ranran avoided his eyes unnaturally. Ever since she found out that he had spent a month's hard work knitting that scarf, Lin Ranran actually felt a little ashamed to face him. Gu Chenshir's gaze casually swept over Lin Ranran's body, and then accidentally met the gaze of the flower-guarding messenger Ing Haoran. Generally speaking, in this situation, it is enough for everyone to just smile and show friendliness. If possible, you can introduce yourself further and get to know each other and become friends in the future. But just as Wang Zishan said, Ing Haoran didn't seem to think highly of them. After accidentally making eye contact with Gu Chenshi, he withdrew his gaze with a slightly arrogant look. Well, this guy doesn't seem to be easy to get along with, but fortunately, no matter how prominent his family background is or how awesome he is, Gu Chenshi has no interest in him. The phone vibrates. Gu Chenshi clicked it and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Xiao Yu. She and her mother are in the clothing store now. I don't know what trick she used to make the stingy Ms. Jinglan try on clothes obediently. Xiao Yu took several sets of clothing photos for Ms. Jinglan and asked him to help see which one looked best. Gu Chenshi has a poor eye for choosing clothes. He thinks any outfit looks good on his mother. Just buy them all. But it is absolutely impossible to ask my mother to buy several sets of clothes at once. Xiao Yu, there's a Chinese restaurant here that's exactly the same as the one in City A. It should be a chain store. I've already convinced Auntie to eat here for lunch. Come over after you've visited your teacher. Gu Chenshi replied with an okay gesture. Send me the location, I'll be there soon. Xiao Yu quickly sent him the location. Gu Chenshi, wife, I love you. Xiao Yu, hubby, I love you too. They say things like I love you to each other at least once every day, but no matter how many times they say it, they never hear it enough. Gu Chenshi stared at the screen of his mobile phone, his eyes full of tenderness. Wang Zishan said regretfully, it's a pity that we can never go back to the past. I don't know when we will meet again. Zhou Xiangyu said, don't make yourself look like a melancholy prince who is sad about the passing of time, okay? We all live in City Z, so if we don't get upset, it will be easy for us to meet again. Wang Zishan. However, Zhou Xiangyu's down-to-earth way of comforting people is quite unique, but it is not very auspicious. Wang Zishan said, let's have lunch together, shall we? Then we can ask the three girls but forget about Lin Ranran, she's going to eat at Kaiti. The remaining 5 of us can get together at noon, how about that? I'll treat you. Just as Gu Chenshi was about to speak, Zhou Xiangyu spoke first. Really, Brother Wang? You're so nice, I love you, let's just settle it. The pretentious and coquettish look made Wang Zishan shiver and get goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 176, No Gu Chenshi No. Tang Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile as she watched her own man bending over for a meal. Although she was with the girls, she did not forget to pay some attention to the boys and heard that they were making plans for dinner. Jingshu looked over and smiled. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Zhou Xiangyu said, Wang Zishan said he wants to treat us to a meal, so hurry up and agree. He was afraid that Jingshu would not be willing to go, and the dinner would not be organized and he would miss out on this free lunch. Jingshu half-jokingly said, okay, it's a waste if you don't take the free lunch. Zhou Xiangyu gave her a thumbs up with both hands and gave her 2 big thumbs up in one breath. Although he knew it was impossible, Wang Zishan still looked at Lin Ranran hesitantly. Lin Ranran, what about you? People are just like that sometimes. The more you can't get it, the more you want to get closer to it. Wang Zishan knew very well that with all his conditions, he was not worthy of Lin Ranran at all, so it was normal for her to look down on him. But she is still like a goddess in his mind. Even if someone calls her a bootlicker, he is happy with it. Lin Ranran was a little hesitant. Just as she was about to speak, Ing Haoran rejected her directly. Thank you for your kindness, but we have to go to Kaiti for lunch. Sorry. Wang Zishan roared in his heart, damn it. Did I ask you? Did I ask you? How far away are you from me? Lin Ranran frowned almost imperceptibly. Who asked him to answer for himself? Everyone hasn't seen each other for a long time, and she actually wants to have a meal with her classmates. How could she admit that she wanted to have a dinner with her classmates not because of their 3 years of friendship, but because Gu Chencher was there? She just didn't want to miss any opportunity to get close to Gu Chencher. If possible, she would also like to find an opportunity to apologize to Gu Chencher in person. By the way, although she had apologized to Gu Chencher before, that was two completely different matters. Her first apology was a stopgap measure to keep him back. This time, she really wanted to apologize to Gu Chencher. The scarf that he had spent a month preparing for her was carelessly thrown into the trash can by her as if it were an insignificant piece of trash. Whenever Lin Ranran thinks of that moment, she feels regretful. Things have come to this, and Lin Ranran understands that no matter what she does, Gu Chencher will never be able to go back to the way they were before. But she wanted to make amends, even if it was just to repair her image in his mind. If he thinks of me at some point in the future, it won't be too unbearable. However, before she could answer, Ing Haoren took the initiative to turn her down. How could she say that she was willing to go? The other students were already discussing enthusiastically where to go for lunch. Gu Chencher apologized, "I'm sorry everyone, I have to have lunch with my mom and Xiaoyu at noon, so I can't join you." The word Xiaoyu made Lin Ranran's breathing become difficult instantly. She remembered that Gu Chencher's neighbor's girlfriend was called Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiangyu was disappointed. "Old Gu, please don't spoil everyone's fun. How about this? You can ask Aunt and my sister to eat with us. It doesn't matter where we eat. As for the dinner fee, Wang Zishan and I will pay half each." Wang Zishan rolled his eyes at Zhou Xiangyu. "What do you mean? I already said I'm the one treating. Who wants to split it with you? You're talking as if I can't afford it. I'm telling you, you made me lose face, so be careful when you walk at night next time." After warning Zhou Xiangyu, Wang Zishan turned to Gu Chencher and said, "Yes, Gu Chencher, don't be so distant with me. Call your aunt and your girlfriend over, and let's have a good meal together." Gu Chencher declined, saying that if he was going to eat alone, then he could eat. How could he have the nerve to bring his family to eat for free? Isn't that treating Wang Zishan like a fool? Although Wang Zishan's family is well off, not to mention he is embarrassed, even Ms. Jinglan and the cute little Xiaoyu would not agree. "Where are you going to eat?" Tang Xiaoxi asked. This reminded Gu Chencher, "Oh, by the way, Zhou Xiangyu, there is a new Chinese restaurant opened in the city center. Judging from the decoration style and name, it should be a branch of the one we worked at in City A. We plan to eat there for lunch." Zhou Xiangyu immediately felt very friendly. "Really? Then we can go there to eat. The price is fair, the environment is beautiful, the service is good, and the taste is good." This series of lines sounds like an advertisement. Wang Zishan was surprised and asked, "Gu Chencher, Zhou Xiangyu, are you working part-time?" "Yes, I worked there during the summer vacation. The Chinese restaurant was owned by my relatives. My relatives were nice people and took good care of us." Zhou Xiangyu straightened his back. "How is it? Am I really amazing, brother Zhou? I can earn my own tuition now." Wang Zishan immediately felt ashamed and said, "My brother Zhou is still the best." Zhou Xiangyu was a little bit dizzy. When he accidentally caught a glimpse of the low-key Gu Chencher from the corner of his eye, he returned to reality in a second and said modestly, "Actually, it's okay. No matter how awesome I am, I'm not as awesome as Lao Gu. Lao Gu spent 3 days, oh no, it was 3 nights, and he made 100,000 yuan. It's 100,000 renminbi, not 100,000 happy beans." Now, Gu Chencher suddenly became the focus of everyone. Even Lin Ranran and Ing Haoren, who were standing on the outside and hardly fit in, couldn't help but look at Gu Chencher. But everyone has different moods. Lin Ranran was shocked when she heard that they were going to work as summer interns. What is she doing during the summer vacation? She is probably traveling around the world with her mother and enjoying life. Gu Chencher was amazing. She earned 100,000 yuan in one go. Although 100,000 yuan might be just the price of a few pieces of clothes for her, she also knew what 100,000 yuan meant to ordinary people. But what Ing Haoren was thinking was, 100,000 yuan? Is it a lot? It's just my monthly pocket money. A bunch of poor bastards. How could Ranran have such a classmate? But why does Ranran like to look at this guy from time to time? Ing Haoren secretly paid attention to Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher, who likes to keep a low profile, twitched his mouth speechlessly, but then he thought, Zhou Xiangyu was telling the truth, he was indeed quite awesome, keep a low profile. He said modestly, "It's just luck." Jingshu said pertinently, it won't work if you only have luck but no strength. Gu Chunshi, I'm optimistic about you. Gu Chunshi smiled, thank you. Wang Zishan looked at Gu Chunshi with admiration. Brother, if you become successful in the future, don't forget me. Gu Chunshi smiled, of course. In the end, everyone became very curious about the place where Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu worked, even if it was a branch. So I happily decided to go there for lunch. Chapter 177, The Excitement That Cannot Be Watched. Ing Haoran looked at them laughing and joking in a harmonious group, feeling that he was redundant and a little bored. When he looked at Lin Ranran, he became gentle and considerate in a second, and said with a smile on his lips, Ranran, it's getting late, shall we go? Lin Ranran came back to her senses, said lightly, and waved goodbye to her classmates with some reluctance. Ing Haoran discovered uncomfortably that Lin Ranran seemed a little reluctant to leave. Could it be that she was reluctant to leave that boy? As soon as they left, their group prepared to set off for the city center immediately. Although it's a bit early for lunch now, I can walk around the neighborhood to kill time and then eat. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Just as Lin Ranran and the others were walking towards the luxury car on the side of the road, a boy appeared in their sight and ran towards them with a panicked and excited look. Wang Zishan was sharp-eyed and was the first to notice who the boy was. He asked in surprise, why is Zhang Shuo here? Everyone looked over and saw that the boy running towards them was indeed Zhang Shuo. Everyone keenly smelled the scent of gossip and stood there for a moment, waiting to see the fun. It wasn't. Sometimes there are some excitements that are too much to watch. They don't care, but the key is that it will cause certain psychological harm to those who are watching the fun, alas. Unfortunately, there was no taxi that appeared in time to accommodate their desire to leave. They can only stand there stupidly, not knowing what to do and being forced to watch the upcoming bloody drama. When Lin Ranran saw Zhang Shuo clearly, she was as surprised as everyone else, and turned back to look at someone in panic. Someone was looking at Zhang Shuo thoughtfully, and didn't notice the look she subconsciously gave him. Needless to say, this someone is naturally Gu Chunshi. Ranran? Zhang Shuo rushed to Lin Ranran, exhausted. The flower protector Ing Haoran quickly stood in front of Lin Ranran, and then looked at Zhang Shuo with disdain. Stay away from my Ranran. Zhang Shuo glanced at Ing Haoran blankly. You're Ranran, who are you? Ing Haoran snorted coldly, then took Lin Ranran's hand. I am Ranran. However, before he could finish his words, Lin Ranran shook off his hand, and Ing Haoran's expression suddenly became embarrassed. He looked at Lin Ranran in disbelief. Lin Ranran actually shook off his hand in front of other suitors. It's like he's particularly afraid of being misunderstood. Are you afraid of misunderstanding from this poor guy who just ran over? It seems not. So she was afraid that the 100,000 yuan boy would misunderstand her? Ing Haoran was a little angry, but he didn't show it. He smiled and comforted himself. It's a bit hot today, I forgot that my palms are all sweaty. Why are you here? Lin Ranran was a little impatient, facing Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo saw impatience on the face of the goddess he had been dreaming about day and night. He was silent, then smiled bitterly and said, if I hadn't come, how would I know that you had returned home? His lonely look made Lin Ranran more and more impatient. Did she remember that she had explained it to him very clearly? She was going to study abroad, which meant that there was no possibility for her to be with him, so why did he come over? Making her so embarrassed in front of Ing Haoran and other classmates? Zhang Shuo, I have something else to do. Can I contact you via phone when I have time? Lin Ranran just wanted to end this awkward situation quickly. Ing Haoran said with a cold face, Ranran, you don't have to pay attention to this kind of people, let's go. The luxury car quickly disappeared from their sight. Zhang Shuo stood there blankly without moving. Wang Zishan touched Zhou Xiangyu's arm and whispered, Brother Zhou, why does he look like a sculpture? Is he okay? Zhou Xiangyu said, they need care now, go quickly. Wang Zishan. Yes, he does need care, but he is not a girl, so what good will it do if he rushes forward on his own? Zhou Xiangyu added, Lao Wang, go prepare the sacks. Damn it, I don't like that guy anymore. Even though Zhang Shuo is from the next class and we don't have much friendship as classmates, we are alumni after all. Now his schoolmate was looked down upon by a cocky and ignorant fellow, which aroused his chivalrous heart. Zhou Xiangyu strode over and patted Zhang Shuo on the shoulder. There are many beautiful women in the world, why do you have to love only one flower? When looking for a girlfriend, don't just focus on her appearance, as this will make it easy to get hurt. Look at my buddy Lao Gu, he was also hurt by Lin Ranran before, but when he came to his senses, he found a better girl. So I believe there will be a good girl waiting for you in the future. Hurry up and calm down, and stop the loss. Zhou Xiangyu finished speaking the comforting words in one breath, and I couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that I had such eloquence. Damn, I was moved by myself. Zhang Shuo was originally sad, and after being comforted by him, he felt better. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to be as lucky as Gu Chuncher and find a girlfriend that everyone envied. Zhang Shuo smiled self-deprecatingly at Zhou Xiangyu. Thank you, brother. I'm much better now. As he turned around and was about to leave, Zhou Xiangyu suddenly thought of something and pulled him to ask, Hey, how did you know Lin Ranran was here? Someone must have informed him, otherwise he wouldn't have the ability to predict the future. Someone did leak the news to Zhang Shuo. It was unintentional. After Zhu Mingming left, he couldn't wait to make an appointment with his girlfriend, and then he happened to meet Zhang Shuo on the way and they chatted casually. Thinking of how Zhang Shuo had been close to the campus beauty of Lin University, he said with a half-sympathetic and half-gloating tone, It looks like your campus beauty is going to be snatched away by someone else. Zhang Shuo asked for the address and rushed over in a hurry. Therefore, before he arrived, he already knew that there were other boys around Lin Ranran. It's ridiculous that he is still trying to improve himself, wanting to become better so that he can be worthy of her in the future. He still fantasizes about the next time he sees her. She doesn't like herself? Why can't you be more straightforward? Why let him have such fantasies? No, it's not her fault. She had actually hinted at it clearly. Her attitude was clear from the fact that she refused to give me her contact information. He interpreted it unilaterally as he wanted. Gu Chencher looked at Zhang Shuo, who turned around and wanted to leave in a daze, and his eyelids twitched violently. He thought of how he was also in a daze in his previous life, so history must not repeat itself, even if it happens to others. Gu Chencher came over and said, Zhang Shuo, a few of us are going to have lunch together. How about you join us? Chapter 178. It's good to be young. Gu Chencher, do you feel sorry for me now? No, really no, I don't need your sympathy. Zhou Xiangyu was furious. Zhang Shuo, what the hell is wrong with you? Lao Gu is so kind, it would be fine if you don't appreciate it, but why are you being so sarcastic? What if you're heartbroken? You weren't accepted by Lin Ranran in the beginning, okay? So to put it bluntly, you're not even heartbroken. Why are you pretending to be in love here? Gu Chencher. When Zhou Xiangyu's mouth gets venomous, its attack power is no less than that of his fists. Zhang Shuo was stunned for a long while, then suddenly smiled, as if he had suddenly realized something. Brother, you're right, I'm too hypocritical. Let's have dinner together, right? Okay, I'll treat you. Another person rushed to pay, and Wang Zishan was unhappy. It was agreed that I will pay today, and no one is allowed to snatch the money from me. Zhang Shuo, you have no say. Let's go. Jinglan walked out of the clothing store carrying a lot of bags and was woken up by the wind. Looking at the shopping bag in his hand and then at the shopping bag in Xiaoyu's hand, he immediately regretted his decision. Oh my, what's going on? She took Xiaoyu to the street, intending to buy 2 seasonal clothes for Xiaoyu, but how come she ended up buying a lot for herself? And Xiaoyu paid for all the money. It was impossible to refund the money. Jinglan silently calculated the price in her mind and proposed to return the money to Xiaoyu. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Xiaoyu became unhappy. Auntie, I bought you a few pieces of clothes, isn't that what I should do? Why do you have to settle the score with me so clearly? You are treating me like an outsider. Xiaoyu's righteous words directly shut Jinglan's mouth. The key point is that what the child said is right. Why should we as family have to speak with different opinions? It would only seem awkward to be too clear about the details. Thinking of this, Jinglan accepted it with peace of mind. Gu Chencher said they were on their way and asked them to wait in the restaurant first. The word they made Xiaoyu and Jinglan feel suspicious. Besides Gu Chencher, who else would come? It seemed like there were a lot of people. Gu Chencher's explanation came quickly. My classmates said they wanted to have a meal together, and then they chose this newly opened Chinese restaurant. Jinglan quickly took out her phone and checked the balance, then felt relieved. It's enough for this meal. She was the only elder, so it was agreed that she would pay for the meal. I'm just a little worried that Xiaoyu might feel uncomfortable eating with so many people at once. Xiaoyu said, Don't worry, Auntie. It's not like I haven't had meals with them before, so we know each other. It's okay. Not long after the mother and daughter sat down in the box, a group of people arrived in a mighty manner. Jinglan had a pleasant lunch with her son's classmates. The only unpleasant thing was that a kid named Zhang Shua, who did not follow the moral code of martial arts, secretly paid for the meal. This made Jinglan feel very embarrassed. Wang Zishan shouted that he wanted to join forces with Zhou Xiangyu and others to pin Zhang Shua to the ground and rub him wildly. Jinglan looked at the group of children laughing and making noises together, feeling filled with emotion. It's so good to be young. With Jinglan as the parent around, everyone felt embarrassed to make too much noise, so Lord Wang Zishan generously offered to let him go. Everyone waved goodbye and dispersed. "Auntie, we won't go back for now. We want to go somewhere else to have some fun." Zhou Xiangyu came over to greet Jinglan, and Tang Xiaoxi followed behind, calling her auntie politely. Jinglan smiled kindly. Go ahead, hey, Xiangyu, wait a moment." Zhou Xiangyu stopped in confusion. "Auntie, do you have anything else to say?" Jinglan said, "When your parents are free, our two families can get together and sit down. And, if you want to thank my dad for bringing Gu Chunshur home, then I think it's unnecessary. My dad and mom are very busy and have no time at all. Besides, these are all trivial matters and not worth mentioning. And, don't take it to heart. I heard that your parents are in business?" Jinglan asked. Gu Chunshur found it funny. Don't think that he doesn't know about Jinglan's secretive actions. Jinglan must have wanted to use the conversation to find out what business Zhou Xiangyu's parents were in and where their store was. After finding out the truth, one day you might send them steamed buns or knitted sweaters made by yourself, which may not seem valuable but are the things that best reflect your sincerity. In short, she will definitely try her best to return the favor. Ha, he knows his dear mother so well. Zhou Xiangyu was carefree and could not see through Jinglan's scheming. He said casually, "It's on Jianjun Road." They opened a small supermarket. They don't make much money, but they are very persistent. They are very busy. Gu Chunshur and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and became confused. Some things are better to keep secret for a while. It's too difficult to keep it secret for more than 10 years. If the Zhou family was as wealthy and powerful as they speculated, how did they manage to make Zhou Xiangyu, a child, so devoted to him that he believed his parents were running a small, shabby shop every day? This is quite difficult. Unless Zhou Xiangyu never goes to take a look at his own little shabby shop. However, the small shabby shop that Zhou Xiangyu mentioned is right in the city, so it is basically impossible that Zhou Xiangyu has never been there to take a look. But on the other hand, Gu Chunshur trusts his own judgment more. Anyway, Zhou's father doesn't look like the owner of a small, shabby shop. Also, he noticed that the driver was the same middle-aged man when they went to City A and when they hitchhiked back later. He was taciturn and hardly spoke the whole time. Zhou's father would occasionally take over driving for a while, at most an hour or two, and then a middle-aged man would take over. He is clearly Zhou's father's personal driver. In short, the Zhou family looks extremely mysterious. Gu Chunshur looked back at the restaurant whose decoration was similar to the Chinese restaurant in City A, and then turned back to look at Zhou Xiangyu, who was completely defenseless against his mother. Well, this guy is most likely the young master here, wow. Jinglan chatted with Zhou Xiangyu cordially for a while and found out about his family background. Gu Chunshur was full of admiration for his mother. Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi left together. Jinglan looked at their backs with the kindness that only an elder can show. These two children are so good, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Gu Chunshur said with a smile, "Mom, do you think so too?" "I also think they are a good match." Jinglan looked at her beloved son and daughter-in-law, smiling from ear to ear. "You two are a perfect match made in heaven." Gu Chunshur stretched out his arms to the left and right, holding Xiaoyu, who was watching the show silently, and his mother at the same time, holding the two most important women in his life into his arms, and said with a smile, "Mom, where should we go next? Please tell me." Chapter 179, Just Be Your Daughter-in-Law. When Gu Chunshur asked Jinglan for instructions, he already had the answer in his mind. "Really? Let's go to Xiangyu's shop and buy some fruit for him. Fruits are not valuable, what is important is to make others feel your sincere intentions." Gu Chunshur tried to hold back his laughter. "Mom, no matter how powerful you are, I can still figure out what is going on in your mind clearly, right?" Humph. After guessing that Zhou Xiangyu might be an invisible rich second generation, Gu Chunshur became curious about the small shabby shop he mentioned and immediately agreed with both hands. As long as he was with them, Xiaoyu had no objection no matter where they went. Take a taxi and go straight to the destination. The small shabby shop Zhou Xiangyu mentioned is actually a not very big convenience store. Gu Chunshur smiled as soon as he saw the name. Xiangyu Convenience Store. Simply name it after Zhou Xiangyu, simple and crude. but he felt close to it from the bottom of his heart. Jinglan walked in carrying the imported fruits she had bought in advance. Gu Chencher held Xiao Yu's hand, and the two smiled at each other tacitly, and followed closely. There were not many people in the store. Behind the counter sat an old lady in her 60s, wearing reading glasses and looking at her phone. She laughed as she looked. "Xiaoya, look at this guy. Is he stupid or not? Ha ha." Zhang Huiyue, who was also sitting behind the counter, stretched her head to take a look and said with a smile, "That's just a joke, it's fake, no one would be so stupid." Noticing someone coming in, he quickly looked up. Zhang Huiyue didn't recognize Jinglan, who walked in first, and subconsciously thought she was an ordinary customer. But she knew Gu Chencher and Xiao Yu, who followed in. He immediately stood up with a surprised ouch and almost blurted out, "Little darling." When she was about to walk out of the counter to greet them with a smile on her face, she suddenly realized something was wrong and looked at Jinglan in surprise, who was smiling at her. Only then did he suddenly realize that Gu Chencher and this female customer had very similar facial features. Gu Chencher introduced the two to each other with a smile. When Zhang Huiyue learned of Jinglan's purpose, she quickly waved her hands and said something similar to her son Zhou Xiangyu. "Oh, this is just a piece of cake. Look at what you are doing. It's not worth mentioning at all. If we really want to express our gratitude, it should be us two who should thank your Chencher." If Chencher hadn't urged Xiangyu to study hard, he wouldn't have been able to get into the University of Science and Technology. The two mothers praised each other's sons highly, and talked to each other day and night as if they had met too late. Then they made a pleasant verbal agreement that the two families would sit together and have a good reunion some other day when they had time. The trip ended successfully in a cheerful atmosphere. On the way back, Jinglan couldn't help but sigh. "Xiangyu's mother is so beautiful. She looks a dozen years younger than me, but in fact she is only 3 years younger than me. She dresses so fashionably, just like the rich wives in TV dramas. She has such a good temperament." Xiaoyu said, "Auntie, you are the most beautiful in my heart. My Xiaoyu is really good at talking." Jinglan smiled, then changed the subject and looked at Gu Chencher. "Chencher, when your mother went to your parents' meetings before, some female parents would dress up beautifully, but I always went without makeup. Tell me the truth, have you ever thought your mother was unsophisticated?" Gu Chencher was surprised and said, "Mom, are you kidding? How could I think you are unsophisticated? There is a saying that a son will never think his mother is ugly. Besides, you are not ugly." Jinglan smiled and continued, "The previous sentence is that a dog does not mind a poor home, right?" The taxi driver said enviously, "Sister, look at how good looking your son and daughter are. I really envy them." Jinglan chuckled and said proudly, "Yes, I often feel very proud too." To her, a daughter-in-law is a daughter. So Xiaoyu is her daughter-in-law. The driver praised him profusely. "If I had a pair of children like you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Oh, my brat is always jumping around and it makes me mad." The driver was very talkative and chatted pleasantly with Jinglan all the way. Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu, the brother and sister, listened obediently and held each other's fingers quietly. Usually, Xiaoyu's hands are a little cold. Today is no exception. But it was just the opposite for Gu Chencher, his hands always seemed warm. It is great for warming hands in winter. As they were chatting, when the driver unexpectedly learned that Gu Chencher was a student at Hua University, he suddenly mentioned that he had a cousin who was a senior in high school and was very beautiful. Then he enthusiastically expressed his desire to introduce him to Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher was completely confused. "Xiaoyu wanted to hit someone." Jinglan quickly said, "Thank you, but no thanks, my son has already found a partner." The driver said regretfully, "Oh, that's such a pity, my cousin is really beautiful, like a big star, and you, little brother, are also very handsome, and we are a perfect match." Gu Chencher. "Brother, please shut up." He could already feel the murderous aura coming from Xiaoyu. The next second, the driver changed the subject, "But it doesn't matter, I have a cousin who is tall and handsome." This time, let alone Gu Chencher, even the good-tempered Jinglan wanted to kill someone. Without waiting for the driver to finish his words, Jinglan refused with a stiff smile, "No thanks, my daughter has found a partner too." After getting off the car, Jinglan muttered, "This driver is good in every way except for one thing, he likes to match people up with random people. Even if his cousin is really a tall and handsome guy, he is not worthy of my Xiaoyu." At this point, she added proudly, "Except my son." Gu Chencher flattered her, "Mom is wise, Mom is mighty." Xiaoyu happily hugged Jinglan's arm and said, "Aunt, I will only be your daughter-in-law in this life." Jinglan smiled and said, "You are so good. Auntie also wants you to be my daughter-in-law. Gu Chencher looked at the mother and daughter with amusement. Suddenly his expression changed and he turned his head abruptly to look in a certain direction. Xiaoyu noticed something was wrong with him at the first moment, and rushed over there as fast as a flash of lightning. Gu Chencher immediately followed. In an alley not far away, a man turned around in panic and tried to run. How could Xiaoyu, who rushed over like the wind, give him this chance? He jumped up and kicked him on the back, knocking him to the ground. Gu Chencher was amazed and just wanted to shout, "My wife is so awesome! Long live my wife!" Gu Chencher walked over and snorted coldly after seeing the man's face clearly. It turned out to be Chu Xian's husband, Meng Zhe. The sudden situation made Jinglan stand there, and it took her a while to react. He rushed over and found a man lying at the entrance of the alley, groaning in pain. His son and Xiaoyu stood beside him with expressionless faces. What's going on? She was confused. Chapter 180: Meng Zhe's Secret Photography. Meng Zhe was holding a cell phone in his hand when they found him. Xiaoyu kicked him to the ground, and the cell phone fell from his hand and fell on the hard concrete floor with a bang. Xiaoyu bent down and picked it up, and found that although the screen of the phone was shattered into a spider web, its basic functions were still usable. Xiaoyu glanced at the screen and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Gu Chencher stretched his head to take a look, and his face darkened as well. Are you secretly filming us? After a series of psychological changes, Meng Zhe has now calmed down and quickly found an excuse that sounds reasonable. Misunderstanding, listen to me, this is really a misunderstanding. He got up from the ground in a panic, his cheek rubbing against the ground when he fell, leaving several bloody marks. Jinglan moved closer to Xiaoyu and saw that on his phone screen there was a picture of her chatting with Xiaoyu and her son. Although the distance was a bit far, the pixel of the phone was good and everyone's expression could be seen clearly. She immediately remembered that someone had been looking for Xiaoyu and found her at her doorstep before, and she flew into a rage. Oh wow, so this guy is also from that group? Gu Chencher didn't say anything, thinking to himself, I'd like to see how you want to make it up. Meng Zhe said unnaturally, I bought a new phone today. My boss said that the pixel is good, so I took 2 photos to test the clarity. What I said is true. I accidentally took you in the photo. I definitely didn't mean anything else. Gu Chencher ruthlessly exposed his lie. Then why did you run away when you saw me looking at you? Meng Zhe laughed awkwardly and continued to explain, I was afraid that you would think I was a pervert who liked to secretly take pictures of others, so your reaction is enough to show that you are guilty. Gu Chencher sneered. Meng Zhe said in panic, little brother, you have to believe me, I am telling the truth, I live next door to your house. I grew up here, you can find out what kind of person I am by asking around. Xiaoyu spoke in a gloomy tone, is it easy to earn 1 million? Meng Zhe's face froze. Xiaoyu continued, what other benefits did Xiao Qi give you? Meng Zhe looked terrified. He didn't know the name of the generous rich second generation, but he knew his surname was Xiao. So I followed him happily and called him Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao once boasted that he would not give up until he found the girl he was looking for, but in the end he left in a hurry. On that day, he received a call from a mobile phone number with the same address as Xiao Qi, asking him not to do anything for Xiao Qi or disturb girls' lives anymore. The intimidation from the man on the phone made him break out in a cold sweat, and he promised repeatedly that it would not happen again. After all, he had earned the 500,000, so it was not a loss at all. However, 2 days later, there was another 500,000 yuan in his bank card. Immediately afterwards, he received another call from Xiao Qi. She told him the girl's exact address, and asked him to secretly investigate the girl's living conditions and send them to him in time. At the same time, he promised that if he did a good job, he would be given 100,000 yuan a month. Meng Zhe remembered the strange man's warning and hesitated. Xiao Qi told him not to be afraid and that he would help him if anything happened. Under the temptation of money, Meng Zhe ignored the warning of the strange man and began to take risks. So Meng Zhe would come here when he got home from get off work and wander around the neighborhood. But it's strange that I never saw the girl in the photo. Until today. However, just after I took 2 photos with excitement, I didn't even have time to send them to Boss Xiao before they were discovered by others. His luck is so bad. Gu Chencher frowned, I'm asking you a question, why don't you say it? It doesn't matter if you don't say it, just save it for later when you tell the police. After saying that, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and was about to call the police. Meng Zhe was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he begged, don't call the police, don't call the police. Haven't I caused any substantial harm to your lives? Please forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again next time. Gu Chenshur didn't believe his nonsense. Faced with huge interests, some people are willing to commit murder and arson. Xiao Qi only wanted him to secretly investigate Xiao Yu's life. It was a low-risk deal where he could make money without doing anything. If Meng Zhe could agree to it once, he would agree to it 100 times. Seeing that his pleading was useless, Meng Zhe rushed over and tried to snatch Gu Chenshur's phone. Gu Chenshur was prepared and dodged lightly. He then kicked him on the butt, causing Meng Zhe to fall to the ground again. Gu Chenshur successfully called the police. Perhaps Meng Zhe's secret filming did not cause any substantial harm to them, so even if the police came, they would not punish him severely. But Gu Chenshur must take it seriously and teach him a lesson, otherwise he will do the same thing again next time. Jing Lan was angry and annoyed. You are such a jerk. We are living our lives peacefully, why do you have to interfere? What is your intention, huh? You are such an adult, don't you know that some money can be earned and some money cannot be earned? Xiao Yu stood aside, swiping his phone non-stop. He wanted to delete the photos that Meng Zhe had secretly taken of them, but then he thought, if he deleted the photos, wouldn't there be no evidence? He turned to look through Meng Zhe's phone and text chat records. Want to find more evidence. It was not a big deal to just look at her, but it made veins pop out on her forehead. She glanced at Meng Zhe coldly. Scumbag. She unexpectedly came across Meng Zhe's cheating record by accident. Sometimes the arrangements of fate are so magical and ingenious. Xu Xian actually found this place before the police. She stared blankly at her husband who was lying on the ground, unable to get up, then looked at Xiao Yu, and for a moment she thought she was hallucinating. What's going on? What happened? Can anyone explain it to her? My husband and Xiao Yu are obviously from two different worlds with no intersection at all, but at this moment, it seems like something unpleasant has happened? Xu Xian didn't have time to think about these questions. She hurried over and tried to help her husband up from the ground. Xiao Yu mocked, if you don't want to dirty your hands, I advise you not to touch him. Xu Xian stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Even if she was confused, she could tell that the dirty thing Xiao Yu mentioned was not dirty in the literal sense, but had a deeper meaning. Meng Zhe finally struggled to get up from the ground, and the panic on his face could not be hidden. Wife, you have nothing to do here, go back quickly, we just had a little misunderstanding here. On the surface, it seems that he cares about his wife, but in fact, he is clearly afraid that some shameful things will be exposed. Chapter 181, Cheating Scumbag. The police are here. All the relevant personnel were taken to the police station. Nature includes the muddy and confused strings. Xu Xian didn't understand why things turned out like this and was always confused. It made her feel very uneasy. It felt like something particularly serious had happened. When I asked my husband, he was embarrassed and didn't want to talk. Asked Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had a stern face, looked unhappy, and didn't want to pay attention to her. When she arrived at the police station and the police asked her questions, she found out that her husband had been secretly working for Xiao Qi and secretly investigating Xiao Yu's whereabouts. Xu Xian was extremely shocked. She couldn't believe that her husband, who usually thought highly of himself, would do such a thing for money. She had clearly told him more than once that Xiao Yu didn't want to be disturbed, so how could he still do this? Etc. My husband said Xiao Qi gave him 1 million? The image of a carefree and arrogant young man emerged in Xu Xian's mind. She had never had much dealings with Xiao Qi, but this lawless rich second generation left a deep impression on her. Half a year before Xiao Yu's mother passed away, she and her mother were on their way to the villa to teach Xiao Yu a lesson when they were stopped by a top-of-the-line sports car. A young man got out from the passenger seat, walked over to them nonchalantly, and directly handed them a card, claiming that there was 1 million in it. What he wanted them to do was simple, to cooperate with him from inside and outside and get in. The house where Xiao Yu and her daughter live is usually kept away from outsiders. Ever since the incident of Yang Muzha breaking in and seriously disturbing Xiaoqingde, Mr. Yang has strengthened the security measures of the house. Except for the servants and Xiao Yu's teachers, no one else is allowed to approach. If an outsider wants to get in, the chances of success will be greater if there is help from someone inside. However, Xiao Qi did not explain the purpose of his entry. And now that he had handed the card over, he seemed to be certain that her mother would agree. But her mother calmly rejected his request. This made him angry and he started to speak wildly, with threats all over his words. Her mother Qiulan was not panicked at all and moved Mr. Yang out directly. Finally, I managed to send him away reluctantly. Although Xiaoqi did not explain his purpose of going to the villa until the end, mother and daughter had a hunch that it was not a good thing. Xiaoqi is Yang Mujia's loyal younger brother, so the mother and daughter have reason to suspect that the young and frivolous Xiaoqi wants to stand up for his elder brother. Xu Xian never dreamed that after so many years, the rich second generation would actually forcibly intervene in their lives in this way. After the matter was investigated thoroughly, on the premise that Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu refused to reconcile, the police station detained Meng Zhe for 3 days and imposed a fine in accordance with the law. Xu Xian felt very disappointed with her husband. Although she felt sorry for him, she had nothing to say. Xiaoyu. In front of the police station, Xu Xian caught up with Xiaoyu, then looked at Jinglan and Gu Chenshi in surprise and suspicion. She felt that Jinglan looked familiar and felt that she had definitely seen her somewhere. This is not surprising. Jinglan is popular and has many acquaintances. She can stop several times on the way to buy groceries and chat with several groups of people. Xu Xian's parents-in-law live in the next neighborhood, and Xu Xian comes over every weekend, so it's not surprising to see Jinglan occasionally. However, Xu Xian was unfamiliar with this tall and long-legged boy and was sure she had never seen him before. When she was at the police station, she noticed that Xiaoyu seemed to have a close relationship with them. To what extent, they were like a family. Are they the people Xiaoyu met later? Xu Xian felt mixed emotions for a moment. While he was surprised, he was also secretly happy for Xiaoyu. Based on her understanding of Xiaoyu, she thought that when Xiaoyu was alone outside, she would lock herself in the room like before and refuse to communicate with others. But I didn't expect that this was not the case. Both mother and son seem to be good people. Xiaoyu and this sunny and handsome boy are a perfect match. The sudden thought in his mind made Xu Xian's eyes widen. When Xiaoyu is with the middle-aged woman, she looks like mother and daughter, but when she is with the boy, she looks like a couple. It was not until he met Xiaoyu's eyes that Xu Xian finally came to his senses. But he couldn't help but look at Gu Chenshi twice more. Subconsciously, she regarded herself as a member of Xiaoyu's family, and as an older sister, she helped Xiaoyu to check things out. Xu Xian said ashamedly, "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that he would be so obsessed." Xiaoyu said, "You don't have to apologize to me on his behalf. He doesn't deserve it." The 3 words "he doesn't deserve it" made Xu Xian's heart skip a beat. Then he thought of what Xiaoyu had said before, "Don't dirty your hands." He stammered, "Xiaoyu, what do you mean?" Xiaoyu looked at the bewildered Xu Xian, and the happy moments of his time with Xu Xian in the past emerged in his mind. It is no exaggeration to say that almost all the happiness in her childhood was brought by Xu Xian. Xu Xian was her only playmate in her monotonous childhood. For the sake of their past relationship, well, maybe she thought that all scumbags who changed their minds all the time deserved death. She felt that she had an obligation to let Xu Xian see the true face of the scumbag. "Do you know Lick a Lollipop?" Xiaoyu asked. Xu Xian was stunned for a moment. "Are you talking about the WeChat name?" "My husband's cousin." Xiaoyu sneered, said nothing, turned around and left. Xu Xian stood there in a daze. Xiaoyu didn't seem to say anything, but that sneer made her understand something instantly. Jinglan looked back as she walked. She is kind-hearted. Although she was angry that Meng Zhe was instructed to disturb their peaceful life, his wife knew nothing about what he had done. The girl who was standing there in a daze at this moment looked very pitiful. Alas, what a sin! Jinglan couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoyu, did you know her before? What happened just now?" Xiaoyu said, "I knew her when I was a child, and then I happened to meet her in this city." Jinglan thought to herself, "It's fate. But when I thought about her husband, I felt that it was a bad fate. Her husband cheated on her." Ah! Jinglan was surprised. Gu Chenshi glanced over sideways. Apart from the secret photos, he had no idea what Xiaoyu saw on that guy's phone later. Xiaoyu frowned and said depressedly, "What bad luck." After returning home, Xiaoyu was feeling angry and wanted to call Yang Mujia, but then he thought that it was not his responsibility. After calming down, he took out the current SIM card in his phone book, replaced it with the old SIM card that he had used before and had forgotten to throw away, and dialed the number he had memorized. To her surprise, the other party answered the call immediately. After the other party answered the phone, he said hello uncertainly, with a hint of indescribable excitement in his voice. "Xiaoqi, haven't you always wanted to see me?" Chapter 182, A Deceitful Man. Yang Muyu? Are you Yang Muyu? The person on the phone seemed very excited. Xiaoyu stood in front of the window, exuding an overbearing aura. "You asked someone to find me in order to avenge the beating I gave you?" If you're eager to die, I can consider helping you. Xiao Qi. Then I felt something was wrong. How did Yang Muyu get his cell phone number? In fact, the answer to this question is not difficult to find. It must be the guy named Meng Zhe who was exposed. He is really stupid. But then again, if he hadn't been exposed, how could Yang Muyu have taken the initiative to call him? His heart was pounding wildly at this moment, and he was so excited that he was a little restless. If someone else saw him, they would definitely suspect that he was possessed. It seems that Yang Muyu has a serious misunderstanding. But on second thought, Xiaoqi realized that his actions could indeed be easily misunderstood. No, I can explain it to you. Xiaoqi said incoherently, I don't want to seek revenge on you. Xiao Yu naturally wouldn't believe him. I just want to know. Xiaoqi, who was thousands of miles away, blushed unconsciously. If he said, I just want to know how you are doing, will she think he is a psycho? To outsiders, it may seem strange to suddenly care about someone who once beat you up. But Xiaoqi thought he was the person who cared about Xiao Yu the most in the world. I don't care what you're planning. I'm warning you here. Don't bother me again, or I won't let you go. Xiao Yu looks delicate and has a soft voice. But when she spoke harshly, her gentle voice was instantly like being covered with a layer of ice chips that were sharp enough to cut people. It reached Xiao Qi's ears through the mobile phone signal, causing Xiao Qi to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Qi was at a loss. She was angry. I don't mean anything else, really, Yang Muyu, please believe me, I really just want to see if you are doing well, I really want to help you. You must be sick. Xiao Yu said in a stiff tone, first, I am doing well now and don't need your help. Second, don't call me Yang Muyu, I am not Yang Muyu. Want to know how she is doing and want to help her? How ridiculous, who would believe this nonsense? Unless he has masochistic tendencies. Anyway, if he has the chance in the future, Xiao Yu will beat him up again. Otherwise it would be unfair to him. Xiao Qi said, you are lying. I heard that when you ran away from home, you took nothing with you, including money. You must have suffered a lot. Across the street, Jinglan peeled a red pomelo, carefully cleaned the skin, placed it on a plate, and asked Gu Chenshi to bring it to Xiao Yu. Although they don't live in the same room, they are now like a family. The kind where you don't even need to knock before entering. Bao, come and eat grapefruit. Gu Chenshi started calling out as soon as he entered the door. Xiao Yu turned back subconsciously and said obediently, oh, I'll be right there. Xiao Qi. Her attitude towards herself and others is completely different. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a complete transformation. When talking to him, he sounded fierce and his voice seemed to be mixed with ice chips. When talking to others, he immediately becomes well-behaved. That was a tenderness that was so unfamiliar to him. He simply couldn't imagine what Yang Muyu would be like when he became gentle. Because every time I saw her, she had a poker face and looked very cool, as if she didn't want to be disturbed by strangers. Hey, that's not right. Who is Yang Muyu talking to? Xiaoqi thought about it and felt that a man's voice seemed to be faintly coming from the microphone just now. Xiaoqi shuddered and paced back and forth in the luxuriously decorated living room in annoyance. What's going on? There is actually a man on Yang Muyu's side? Xiaoqi was extremely worried. She is so beautiful and innocent, could she have been deceived by other stinky men? Her experiences had allowed her to come into contact with very few people, so she had no idea how treacherous human nature is. When Xiaoqi thought that Yang Muyu might have been cheated, especially by a hateful and stinky man, he immediately became unable to sit still. I wish I could grow wings behind me so I could fly to her immediately. But when he opened the door, he suddenly remembered that Yang Muja had just warned him not to disturb Yang Muyu's life again, and he hesitated. On one side is Yang Muyu, who makes him feel complicated, and on the other side is the big brother he has admired since childhood. He is in a dilemma. In Z City, Gu Chenshi saw Xiao Yu holding the phone and keenly sensed something was wrong. Are you on the phone? Apart from his family, Xiao Yu has basically no other contacts. The person I contacted most recently was Yang Muja. Xiao Yu covered the phone and said, I'm calling a bastard. I'll be back soon. Gu Chenshi was both amused and confused. Looks like it's confirmed? The only one who could make his little cutie swear was the Yang family. But he soon discovered that he had guessed wrong this time. After Xiao Yu finished talking to him, her face turned stern for a second. Anyway, even Yang Muse promised me that he would not disturb my life, so you have no right to interfere with my life. Listen, don't bother me again, or I'll make you pay. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving the other party a chance to respond. Then he picked up a piece of grapefruit pulp as if nothing had happened and fed it to Gu Chuncher's mouth first. Ah. Gu Chuncher cooperated obediently. Ah. Xiao Yu smiled and put the fruit pulp in his mouth. Gu Chuncher deliberately bit her finger before she could retract it. Of course he wouldn't use force. How could he bear to let his dear wife feel pain? Xiao Yu smiled. Are you craving for meat? Gu Chuncher laughed secretly, let her go, and started chewing the fruit in his mouth. When it comes to buying vegetables and fruits, my mother is undoubtedly an expert. This grapefruit is juicy, sweet, and delicious. Gu Chuncher followed her example and picked up a piece of fruit and put it towards her mouth. Xiao Yu said as he ate, it's delicious and sweet. Gu Chuncher didn't want to talk about anything that might make her unhappy, but he felt that he had to ask about it. Her business is his business. Just now, were you on the phone with that guy named Xiao Qi? Xiao Yu couldn't stop eating. It was so delicious. Seeing her nonchalant look, Gu Chuncher asked with a smile, is it solved? That's enough. If he dares to bother us again, I will make him pay for it. Xiao Yu vowed. Gu Chuncher suddenly felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, honey, it's me. Don't talk. Xiao Yu was unusually fierce to him. This has nothing to do with you. It was me, I was the one who invited them here. I'm already very happy that you don't think I'm a troublemaker. Gu Chuncher smiled. You are the little angel God sent me. How could I find you annoying? No, never. Don't let your imagination run wild. Chapter 183, Accidents in the Storm. Gu Chuncher felt that he was the happiest person in the world right now. Xiao Yu looked at him and could tell from his eyes what he wanted to do, so he simply took the lead and moved closer. The ultimate happiness comes unexpectedly. The weather suddenly changed in the afternoon. Dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the sun, and strong winds blew violently. It seemed like the end of the world. Ginglan has to go to work the night shift. But this weather is very worrying. Gu Chuncher's worry made Jinglan laugh. You little brat, what storms has your mother not seen? You think this little storm can stop your mother's progress? It's impossible. Mom, I think you should take a taxi to work. It's safer than riding a bike by yourself. Jinglan disagreed. Why take a taxi? Don't waste money. You should learn to be frugal and save more money so that you can marry Xiao Yufeng home in glory in the future. Xiao Yu smiled shyly, but agreed with Gu Chuncher's point of view. Auntie, I think Gu Chuncher is right. You should take a taxi to work, or just ask for leave. In such bad weather, who would go shopping? And Auntie, I don't want a dowry in the future. Jinglan smiled and said, good kid. We have to give it to you even if you don't want it. If other kids have it, you have to have it too. The two of them couldn't convince Jinglan, who had been frugal all her life, and finally Gu Chuncher decided to give his mother a ride. Jinglan went downstairs while urging Gu Chuncher to go upstairs. You are such a fuss kid. It's just a small matter, but you made it so complicated. Hurry up and go upstairs. I can go by myself and I don't need you to send me. Mom, Xiao Yu, and I want to go downstairs to get some fresh air. Is that not allowed? You can't be so authoritarian. Jinglan looked back and saw that Xiao Yu was indeed following behind her. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said helplessly, you two kids. Whenever she goes out, she has to be followed by two bodyguards, which makes her feel as if she is not an adult with easy mobility, but a 3-year-old child. When they got downstairs, Gu Chuncher raised his phone with a bit of pride. Mom, I've already called an online taxi for you. It will arrive in 3 minutes. Just wait here for a while. Jinglan was anxious. Hey, kid, you make me so mad. Gu Chuncher groaned and said confidently, Mom, I'm spending my own money. Don't be so proud, you little brat. Jinglan wanted to get angry, but in the end she couldn't help but laugh. My son is the best son in the world. Okay, I appreciate your filial piety, but can't I ride in this car? But what should I do after get off work? Should I take a taxi? That would cost you twice as much, which is a waste. Gu Chuncher said speechlessly, Mom, your workplace is not far from our home. How much money can it cost? If you think it's too expensive, then if it doesn't rain too much, I'll ride an electric bike to pick you up. That's fine, right? Jinglan waved her hands quickly. Forget it, I'll just take a taxi back. It will be late when I get off work, you should just stay at home. Gu Chuncher said with relief, Mom, you love me too much. Jinglan pretended to be disgusted and said, Go away, stop being so cheesy. Xiaoyu likes watching their daily disdain scenes, it feels very heartwarming. This was the family atmosphere she had always longed for. Wow! The rainstorm that had been brewing for most of the day finally came down. The strong wind and heavy rain swept towards them in the corridor. Jinglan cried out ouch. And blurted out, "Why is it raining so hard?" Gu Chenshi glanced at his phone and chuckled, "The weather forecast on my phone is still cloudy." Jinglan didn't understand, technology is so advanced now, why is the weather forecast still so inaccurate? I really don't understand. She is now somewhat glad that she does not have to ride an electric bike to work due to her son's nagging. Otherwise it would be on the way by now. Otherwise, in this kind of weather, even if you put on a raincoat, it will be blown away by the wind and will be of no use at all. She didn't say it, but what she was thinking was that this horrible weather was definitely not suitable for going to work. The car is coming. Chenshi, Xiaoyu, hurry upstairs, I'm going to work. Xiaoyu stood still and said, Auntie, I think you'd better not go to work today. No one will go shopping in such a strong storm. Jinglan is very dedicated, that's true, but this is my job. Even if there is no one around, I will stick to my post until the last moment. As he spoke, he held up the umbrella and urged the two to go upstairs again. Gu Chenshi knew that he could not persuade his dedicated mother. So I also held up an umbrella and escorted her to the car. Jinglan was touched by her disdain. You little bastard, you think your mother is a 3-year-old child, don't you? I can walk by myself, so don't follow me. After saying that, he walked into the rain. Ouch! At the same time, a scream was heard in the rain. Someone's umbrella was blown away by the strong wind and fell to the ground. Chenshi! Chenshi, come here quickly. A panicked voice came from the rain. Who else could it be but Jinglan? However, it was not her whose umbrella was blown away, and it was naturally not her who fell down. Gu Chenshi left a sentence, you stay here and don't come over, and rushed into the rain. Xiaoyu stood in the corridor and looked over there anxiously, wanting to go forward and help. The sound of the rain was mixed with the barking of dogs from time to time. She soon realized who had fallen. It's Grandma Wang from downstairs. Gu Chenshi and Jinglan both held umbrellas. But it didn't stop them from getting soaked. The wind was too strong, and we needed to help Grandma Wang up from the ground, so there was no way to hold the umbrella properly. When Xiaoyu saw Gu Chen, he simply threw the umbrella aside, picked up Grandma Wang and ran towards the online hailing taxi waiting at the entrance of the community. Xiaoyu wanted to go over and hold an umbrella for them even if it didn't mean much. Jinglan, who followed her, probably guessed what she wanted to do, and shouted at her in the rain, Xiaoyu, don't come over here. The rain is too heavy and you can't hold up the umbrella. You will get sick. Let's take Grandma Wang to the hospital. Be good and go upstairs quickly. Xiaoyu became even more anxious. Because she thought that Gu Chenshi and Jinglan were both soaked by the rain, would they get sick? Xiaoyu wished that he was the one getting wet in the rain. Jinglan was unable to attend class today. Grandma Wang is 64 years old this year. Her husband passed away due to illness, and her only daughter has already married. She is usually busy with work. Grandma Wang is retired and lives alone at home. She usually pays attention to physical exercise and seems to be in much better physical condition than her peers. Unexpectedly, a sudden heavy rain caused her to fall and break her leg. When her daughter heard the news, she was so anxious that she almost cried, but the man was on a business trip and couldn't get back for a while. Chapter 184, A Homeless Ghost. The old saying that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor is vividly reflected in the life of Grandma Wang and Jinglan Gu Chenshi, mother and son. Before Grandma Wang's daughter and son-in-law arrived, Jinglan and Gu Chenshi were busy in the hospital. Xiaoyu was extremely anxious, and kept thinking about the wet clothes of his aunt and Gu Chenshi that were soaked by the rain. This October is hotter than in previous years, but it is autumn after all, and the temperature is not as hot as during the hot summer. They will definitely get sick if they wear wet clothes. Ignoring Gu Chenshi and Jinglan's instructions, Xiaoyu ran to the opposite door and took out 2 sets of clothes from the closet. After successfully getting into a taxi, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know which hospital they were in. I couldn't get through to Jinglan, but I did get through to Gu Chenshi, but no one answered. This made Xiaoyu, who was already nervous, even more anxious. After learning about the situation, the driver thought they should go to the 4th hospital in Z City nearby. As soon as Xiaoyu got off the car, Gu Chenshi called. Are you in the 4th hospital of Z City? Xiaoyu looked around and asked hurriedly, I'm here to bring you some clothes. It's in the fourth hospital, but don't come. It's raining too hard and we can go back soon. Gu Chenshur stopped him. Xiaoyu smiled with relief. Where are you now? I'm already in the lobby of the fourth hospital. Jinglan complained about Xiaoyu being disobedient and running around everywhere, but she had to admit that Xiaoyu was helping her in times of need. Before the rain, the weather was hot and unbearable. After getting caught in the rain, my body felt like it was covered with a layer of ice. When I first brought Grandma Wang here, I was so busy with the tension and running around that I didn't think anything of it. Now that I stopped, I was shivering with cold. My lips turned blue from the cold. Gu Chenshur was a tall and strong man in his prime, and seemed to be in better condition than Jinglan. But it's also cold. The two went to the bathroom to change their clothes and finally felt a little more comfortable. When Grandma Wang's son-in-law, a civil servant, heard the news, he rushed over in the rain to do the handover and expressed his gratitude to Jinglan and her son profusely. On the way home, Jinglan sneezed loudly. Xiaoyu immediately asked nervously, "Auntie, did you catch a cold?" Jinglan didn't take it to heart. It's okay, your aunt is not that delicate." Having said that, after getting off the car, Xiaoyu still wanted to go to a nearby pharmacy to buy some cold medicine, but was stopped by Jinglan. "Just go home and make some ginger soup. I have cold medicine at home, so you don't need to buy any." Gu Chenshur agreed. "Yes, we have medicine at home, don't go buy it." Only then did Xiaoyu give up. The rain was much lighter than at the beginning. As soon as they got home, Xiaoyu insisted that they sit down and rest while she went into the kitchen to make ginger soup. She didn't make it, so she learned it online. However, both of them in the living room were not behaving well. Jinglan was busy doing laundry, while Gu Chenshur quietly slipped into the kitchen and hugged her from behind. They didn't dare hug her for too long, for fear of being seen by Ms. Jinglan, which would make them feel embarrassed. The ginger soup was ready, and Xiaoyu supervised them all to drink a big bowl, and only then did he feel relieved. After Gu Chenshur's phone was exposed to the rain, he wiped it clean and used it as usual with basically no impact. Jinglan's cell phone was in a more miserable situation. She bought it at a low price as a knockoff phone, and the quality was not very good. It was scrapped immediately after getting wet. No wonder Xiaoyu couldn't get through to her on the phone. After Gu Chang came home from get off work and heard about Grandma Wang's situation, the family of four went to the hospital to visit Grandma Wang again. By the way, buy Jinglan a new cell phone. By this time the rain had stopped and the temperature had dropped sharply. Wear short sleeves before it rains and long sleeves after it rains. In just a few hours, people experienced the power of ice and fire. Jinglan meant that her phone only needed to have the functions of making calls, sending text messages and watching videos, and she wanted to buy a cheap one. The other three people unanimously opposed it. Jinglan was outnumbered and ended up buying a cell phone for over 3,000 yuan. Jinglan was so distressed that she said it was too expensive. Gu Chenshur taught her a lesson. "Mom, you are wrong. You have to understand that the purpose of money is to serve humanity. If you are reluctant to spend this and that, then you are just a miser, aren't you?" Jinglan argued, "Although I admit that you are right, diligence and thrift are traditional virtues." Gu Chenshur refused to give in. Being frugal was about the hard times in the past. Now that life is better, we should make ourselves live a more comfortable life without being extravagant or wasteful. Jinglan snorted, "But a cell phone worth a few $100s can't be used in the same way? You insist on asking me to buy one worth more than 3,000. This is called extravagance and waste." Gu Chenshur refuted with reason and evidence. "They are both houses. Can the feeling of living in a two-bedroom apartment and a villa be the same? We have the same mobile phone, but your phone that costs a few hundred yuan is always stuck. Is your phone that costs more than 3,000 yuan stuck? Looking at the picture quality again, can a picture costing a few $100s look as smooth and comfortable as one costing more than $3,000? When you go out with those aunties, you take a lot of photos, and the photos you take are beautiful and clear. How proud is that?" Jinglan. She was speechless. After a long while, he laughed and scolded, "You little bastard, you are really getting cocky. Now even I, your mother, can't argue with you." Gu Chenshur straightened his back and said, "Mom, I don't agree with what you said. You can't argue with me because your concept itself is wrong." Jinglan was furious. "You little bastard, you dare to teach your mother a lesson." As he said this, he raised his hand as if to hit Gu Chenshur. Gu Chenshur ran quickly. He first hid behind his father, but soon realized that this move might bring disaster to his father, so he quickly changed his position and ran behind Xiaoyu. This move is indeed wise. Jinglan was afraid of accidentally hurting Xiaoyu, so she said cunning brat, and then the adults were magnanimous and showed mercy, letting Gu Chencher go. Gu Cheng said, "My son is right. Now that conditions are better, we should not always hold on to the old ideas. We should not be extravagant, but we should spend what we should spend." They knew very well that Jinglan was the kind of person who was generous to others at her expense. She was very generous in spending money on her husband and son, but was very stingy when it came to herself. Instead, it is even more distressing. At the entrance of their community stood a thin figure. Under the dim streetlights, he looks particularly lonely and desolate. Seems to be waiting for something silently. When I got closer, I realized that it was a curved string. Chu Xian's eyes were red, and it was obvious that she had cried not long ago. She seemed to be waiting for someone, but when she actually saw Xiaoyu, she was surprised. She didn't expect to actually meet Xiaoyu. She actually didn't come to see Xiaoyu. But after confirming a certain truth, in the dark and gloomy situation, I didn't know what to do for a moment. In a daze, he arrived at the gate of the community where Xiaoyu lived. She has a husband, daughter, and parents-in-law in this city. Her home is here. She was full of love and longing for this place. But now, suddenly, I feel like I have no home. She became a lonely ghost in this city. Chapter 185 Emotional Cleanliness. As soon as Chu Xian saw Xiaoyu, he hugged her and tears began to fall. However, before she met Xiaoyu, she thought that she had cried all her tears dry and would not shed another tear for that scumbag. But then again, she wasn't crying this time because of the scumbag. But she cried for herself and her daughter. She cried that she didn't recognize the true face of the scumbag, cried that she was sorry for her daughter, and couldn't continue to give her daughter a complete family. When Xiaoyu hinted to her that Meng Zhe might have cheated on her, Chu Xian held on to the hope that Xiaoyu might have been wrong, so she found the social media accounts of Lick a Lollipop and checked them one by one. Surprisingly, she found some clues. In fact, everything has a traceable path. Meng Zhe has a very good relationship with his cousin. I often go out immediately because of a call from my cousin. Once, she half-jokingly said that she was jealous, and Meng Zhe angrily said that they had a good relationship as siblings and told her not to think too much. She didn't think anything of it at the time, but now thinking about it, it was clearly a sign of guilt. There is much more evidence. It was her fault that she trusted him too much and never thought about it in this way. Chu Xian doesn't know much about Meng Zhe's relatives. Today she pretended to be calm and asked her parents-in-law, and showed them the photo of licking a lollipop. Her parents-in-law said that it was Meng Zhe's female classmate, and they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Later, the girl moved away and there was almost no news of her. I guess my parents-in-law didn't know when Meng Zhe rekindled his old relationship with his childhood sweetheart and lied to her that she was his cousin. Xiaoyu stood straight there, allowing Chu Xian to hold him. People are all made of flesh and blood, and at this moment, she couldn't just push the string away. In the end, Jinglan took Chu Xian, who was crying uncontrollably, to her home. Anyway, Xiaoyu's original family has already investigated the exact location where she lives, so there is no need to hide it. What's more, Jinglan is feeling angry and has the urge to meet the head of Xiaoyu's original family. Then he told the other party in a domineering manner that Xiaoyu was the daughter-in-law of their Gu family, and they would love Xiaoyu as their own daughter. Gu Cheng went to pour Chu Xian a glass of water, telling her to stop crying and talk slowly. Chu Xian stopped, feeling a little ashamed. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, I promised you that I would not disturb your life, but I broke my promise. And that bastard scumbag." Chu Xian was overwhelmed with shame and anger, and at the same time was full of confusion about the future. Xiaoyu said calmly, "Now is not the time to say these things. What are you going to do?" "Divorce." Chu Xian said with a firm look, "I want a divorce." She is emotionally clean. Once you identify someone, you can be with him/her for a lifetime. But if the other party betrays her, no matter how painful it is, she must cut the Gordian knot and end it immediately. Xiaoyu was not surprised at this answer. Chu Xian doesn't want to go home. Meng Zhe's parents-in-law didn't know that he was detained. They thought Meng Zhe was out for a social event. During dinner, they kept complaining that Meng Zhe worked too hard and asked Chu Xian, as his wife, to take more care of her husband. Chu Xian didn't feel comfortable staying at the Gu family for too long. After she left, Jinglan sighed, "Alas, I thought she was a good child, how could she have such an unreliable person?" Then he glared at Gu Cheng. "Hey, old man, tell me honestly whether you have done anything to let me down?" Gu Cheng, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, pointed at Gu Chencher and said, "Look at how outstanding our son is, and you will know whether I have ever betrayed you. My son follows me. Jinglan was unconvinced and said, "Nonsense, my son will follow me." Gu Cheng surrendered, okay, whatever you want. Gu Chenshi could see that Xiaoyu had feelings for Chu Xian. Are you worried about her? Then let's think about it and see if we can help her. Although Chu Xian's appearance had some impact on their lives, it was not her intention. What's more, she kept her promise and did not continue to disturb Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu shook his head. I don't think it's necessary. She is very strong and should be able to handle this marriage crisis. I don't know what he was thinking of, but his tone was a bit gloating. Maybe there will be something interesting to watch next? It was rare for Gu Chenshi to see Xiaoyu gloating over someone else's misfortune, and he found it a little funny. He just knew that the protagonist of the good show that Xiaoyu mentioned was Meng Zhe. Teacher Qiu looks very gentle on the surface, but he is actually very capable. There is a basis for Xiaoyu to say this. Although Qiu Lan is an art teacher, he has always maintained contact with the Yang family since teaching Xiaoyu. Through the Yang family, he successfully increased his fame, became a private art teacher for other wealthy children, and accumulated a certain amount of connections. Her husband died early due to illness. In order to prevent her daughter from being wronged, she never remarried. She and her daughter Chu Xian depended on each other for life, and their relationship was even deeper than that of an ordinary mother and daughter. It is precisely because of this that in order to fulfill his daughter's happiness, he let her marry far away here. Before Chu Xian left, she said sadly that she had no home and didn't want to go back. Jinglan was worried about what she would do in the future, and it was not a good idea to keep living outside with the child. Chu Xian said sarcastically that the house they had now in the city center was the wedding house that her mother bought for her with full payment. It was in her name alone and was her premarital property. And I am glad that my mother refused Meng Zhe's family's request to pay 100,000 yuan and ask for Meng Zhe's name to be added, and insisted on writing only Chu Xian's name. Behind her back, her mother held her hand and choked up, saying, Xian, as long as you live well, I don't care. My ability is limited, and the only thing I can give you is that house. That is the guarantee and confidence I can give you after you marry far away. Chu Xian was heartbroken. She had imagined that she and her husband would work hard to buy a big house, or even another house in the same neighborhood, and when her mother was no longer tutoring those young masters and young ladies, she would bring her mother here to live in her old age. The good thing that Xiaoyu talked about was that Qiu Lan had a lot of connections, and even if they were thousands of miles away, they could be of great use at critical moments. If Meng Zhe shamelessly refuses to let go, or wants to take advantage of the division of property, Qiu Lan is fully capable of hiring a well-known lawyer to fight a good lawsuit for her daughter and make Meng Zhe lose everything. We must not be lenient towards shameless people. Forgive? That should be impossible. Xiaoyu saw on Meng Zhe's mobile phone that after Meng Zhe received the 1 million yuan from Shaoqi, he did not think about letting his wife and daughter live a good life. Instead, he spent a lot of money to buy brand-name bags and clothes for his cousin. He also complained to his cousin that his wife at home was boring and only cared about the children and the stove every day, and expressed his desire for divorce. Today is such a chaotic day. In the quiet living room, Xiaoyu held Gu Chenshi in his arms, raised his head slightly, and stared at Gu Chenshi with a faint gaze. Gu Chenshi thought of his mother's unwarranted suspicion of his father, and his desire to survive became so strong that he exploded. Wife, don't worry, I will never do such a thing that is worse than pigs and dogs. Chapter 186, No Confidence in Myself. Xiaoyu smiled gently. I know you are not that kind of person. I just think that people's hearts will change. Even if you don't like me in the future, it's just that you have other better options. It doesn't mean it's your fault. Gu Chenshi frowned. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to whitewash Chu Xian's scumbag husband? You think he just has other options, so it's okay to be fickle, right? Xiaoyu was a little anxious. You clearly know that's not what I meant. Gu Chenshi said it in a different way. Then can I understand it this way? You mean that it is wrong for Mr. Chu Xian to be fickle, but if I am fickle and have a better choice in the future, I can be forgiven? Xiaoyu. She suddenly understood how Aunt Ginglan felt when she wanted to hit him when she couldn't convince him. But speaking of it, how could she bear to hit Gu Chenshi? Even if Gu Chenshi really fell in love with someone else in the future, she might hide in the dark and feel sad, not having the heart to hurt him in the slightest, right? Xiaoyu said aggrievedly, you clearly know that this is not what I meant. He knew exactly what she wanted to say. What she meant was that given Gu Chenshi's character, he would definitely not take any actual action to betray her in the future. But as I said, people's hearts will change. In the days to come, maybe he will treat his current relationship like his left hand touching his right hand, without any passion. When you feel bored, you might fall in love with another girl. Just thinking about it made Xiao Yu feel so painful that he could hardly breathe, but he still made a firm decision. If Gu Chenshi really falls in love with someone else in the future, she will definitely let him go and fulfill his wish. You see, people's hearts can change. Before this, she had thought about holding on to Gu Chenshi for the rest of her life and never letting go, but not long after that, she changed her mind. Gu Chenshi held her little face and asked her to look directly at him. My dear baby, when will you stop having these bad habits of daydreaming? You can only be my wife in this life. My parents only accept you as their daughter-in-law. If you keep on having these wild thoughts, should I also worry about the future? What if you find me boring and fall in love with someone else in the future? What should I do then? No, I won't fall in love with anyone else. Xiao Yu sat up straight with excitement. Look, you're being hypocritical again, aren't you? Gu Chenshi lovingly scratched her nose and said in a helpless and gentle tone. You think you can't do it, so why do you think I can do it in the future? Do you have so little confidence in me? You make me very sad. Do I make you feel so insecure? Gu Chenshi was not just saying it, he was really sad. She blamed herself for not giving Xiao Yu enough sense of security, which was why she started to have so many wild thoughts. Xiao Yu was a little flustered. Isn't this what she wanted to express? She actually meant. Forget it. The more I explain, the more it makes things worse. But to be honest, it wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Gu Chenshi, it was that she didn't have confidence in herself. She is so boring. Just like what Meng Zhe complained to his cousin, if she has a child in the future and her attention is diverted to the child, will Gu Chenshi also find her boring? She didn't dare explain it that way. Because she knew that Gu Chenshi would be even angrier after hearing this. I don't want to think about it anymore. Xiao Yu hugged Gu Chenshi's waist again and buried her face in his arms. The happiness he was experiencing made Xiao Yu sober up a little. Only then did I realize that I had been too worried because of Chu Xian's experience. People live in the present. Just cherish the present day and live well. As for the future, who cares? She didn't know that Chu Xian didn't go back immediately after leaving Gu's house. Instead, he found a quiet place and called the Yang family. After she calmed down, she thought more. I'm afraid Xiao Qi will continue to cause trouble for Xiao Yu. As an outsider, she had no idea about the brotherly love Yang Muzha had for Xiao Yu. I thought that what happened to Xiao Qi was tacitly approved by Yang Muzha. She thought about it and mustered up the courage to call Yang Muzha. Yang Muzha had once condescended to call her in order to find out about Xiao Yu's situation. She knew she was an outsider, but she still wanted to beg Yang Muzha beyond her ability to let go of Xiao Yu. She could see that Xiao Yu was doing fine now, better than ever before. After the call was connected, she said timidly, Mr. Yang. 10 minutes later, Yang Muzha hung up the phone with a grim face. Xiao Fei realized that something serious had happened, and asked cautiously, Boss Yang, what happened? Get that bastard Xiao Qi to get in front of me right now. Just as Xiao Fei agreed to carry out the mission, he was stopped by Yang Muzha. Yang Muzha gritted his teeth and said, I will go find him myself. Then he strode out. Xiao Fei didn't know how Xiao Qi had provoked Yang Muzha, but his intuition told him that it must be related to Yang Muyu. He silently lit a candle for Xiao Qi in his heart and hurriedly followed. Although they are both big families, the relationship between the Xiao family and the Yang family is just like that between Xiao Qi and Yang Muzha, one is the younger brother and the other is the older brother. Yang Muzha rushed to Xiao's house angrily, which shocked Xiao Qi. He had a bad feeling and it was obviously impossible for him to hide anymore. He forced a flattering smile, Brother, what brings you? Yang Muzha was so angry that he kicked the coffee table in front of him to the ground. After all, he had money, so he could afford the compensation even if he destroyed the entire Xiao family. Xiao Fei took a step back in fear, while Xiao Qi was so scared that he curled up on the sofa and dared not move. Xiao Fei looked at Xiao Qi with sympathy. As a successful businessman, Yang Muzha can basically control his emotions freely. This was the first time he had seen him so furious. From this we can see how big a disaster Xiao Qi caused. Yang Muzha said angrily, Xiao Qi, what did I tell you? Don't disturb Xiao Yu's life, why can't you remember it? Xiao Fei thought to himself, it is indeed related to the young lady. Xiao Qi didn't expect the truth to be exposed so quickly, and he felt extremely guilty. But when he thought of the girl who was no different from being exiled, he found the courage from nowhere and said, Brother, you can't do this. Yang Muzha laughed angrily, when will it be your turn to tell me what to do? Xiao Qi tried hard to overcome his deep fear of his elder brother and argued, Brother, I know you have never liked Yang Muyu, but this is not her fault. You are imposing the grudges of the previous generation on her, which is very unfair to her. Yang Muse was stunned. Wait, what did he hear from this guy? Xiao Fei was also confused. Things don't seem to be what they imagined? Xiao Qi became more and more agitated. She is a little girl of 18 or 19 years old. She has no life skills, no relatives or friends. She left her hometown and ran to another strange city. Have you ever thought about how she has been living these days? Chapter 187, Stealing a Younger Sister? Yang Muse was silent. Xiao Qi thought his conscience was awakened by his words, and he became more passionate. I went to see her because I wanted to know how she was doing. I wanted to give her some help. What's wrong with me doing this? Yang Muse reacted and looked at Xiao Qi with doubt. Wait, what does it have to do with you whether she is doing well or not? Xiao Qi blurted out, how come it has nothing to do with me? Yang Muse smiled and said, then tell me what this has to do with you. Facing Yang Muse's majestic yet playful eyes, Xiao Qi suddenly hesitated. Yeah, how does it have anything to do with him? Who is he? I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to see others suffer. Yang Muse sneered, how did she suffer? She has never lacked food or water since she was young. Our Yang family raised her until she was 18 years old with great difficulty. But she is such an ungrateful person. She thought she had grown up and ran away without saying a word. No matter how hard her life is now, it is all her own fault and she cannot blame anyone else. Besides, she has hands and feet and has received the best education, so she will never starve to death. At this point, Yang Muse paused and said, there are many people in this world who are more unfortunate than her. Why don't I see you, who is kind-hearted, lend a helping hand to others? Xiao Qi knew there was a loophole in his words, and stammered, different, they are different from Yang Muyu. Why are they different? Yang Muse snorted coldly, Yang Muyu is a human, but the others are not human? Xiao Qi simply closed his eyes and shouted fearlessly, brother, if you dislike this sister, then give her to me. I don't dislike her. I just want to treat her well. This is my own business. I have the right and freedom to do so. Brother, you can't be so overbearing. Yang Muse. Xiao Fei. If Yang Muzha remembered correctly, this was the first time this guy was rude to him? Brat. You actually want to steal my sister? Or did he have some other inappropriate thoughts? It must be said that Xiaoyu, who looks like her mother, is indeed born with a good-looking appearance that is unforgettable. Is this guy attracted to his sister? When Yang Muzha thought of this, his face suddenly became gloomy and serious. He knew Xiao Qi very well. From the second grade of elementary school to now, there has always been a constant stream of women around me. When he looks for a brother-in-law next time, he will first rule out playboys like Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi swallowed unconsciously, still being stubborn, but his tone clearly carried a hint of pleading. Brother, I have wanted a sister since I was a child, can you please grant my wish? Yang Muzha thought to himself, what a joke, she is my sister, why should I help you? Besides, he has no power over the little girl. She doesn't even recognize him as her brother now, let alone the self-indulgent Xiao Qi, ha. Yang Muse said slowly, don't you have a younger sister? Xiao Qi suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. His father is a playboy by nature and I don't know how many women he has kept outside. At the beginning, his mother was like a chicken with its blood pumped up. She started fighting the third mistress, then the fourth mistress, then the fifth mistress, and then the sixth mistress. When she finally realized that there would never be enough wild women to fight with, she gave in and did beauty treatments and went shopping every day, and then invited a few close friends to play mahjong, enjoying every day. My mother is a Buddha. In order to win the heart of my playboy father, the women outside first think of leaving his child. In short, Xiao Qi didn't know how many half-brothers and sisters he had now. No matter what, Yang Muse finally understood that Xiao Qi had no ill will towards Xiaoyu, and his anger subsided a lot. She doesn't want others to disturb her current life, so you are not allowed to provoke her again. If it happens again, I will treat you as my brother who never existed. Although these words sounded light and casual, they were extremely intimidating to Xiao Qi. He has always been proud of being able to follow Yang Muse so closely. And he thought of the phone call Xiaoyu made to him, warning him not to bother her again. After Grandma Wang was hospitalized, her daughter and son-in-law were both taking care of her in the hospital, so the little Teddy had no one to take care of him and had to be fostered in Gu Chensher's home. When Gu Chensher was in kindergarten, he heard his classmates bragging about the hamsters they kept at home. He was so itchy that he went home and begged his parents to buy him two. Ginglan bought it for him. Xiao Chensher would take care of the hamster like a little adult every day. Jinglan was pleased and said to Gu Cheng that our son was very patient and whoever married our son would enjoy a happy life in the future. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The little hamsters were sick and all died overnight. Xiao Chencher was so heartbroken that he cried and was sad for many days. After this lesson, no matter how much Gu Chencher begged, Jinglan dared not buy him any more animals because she couldn't afford to hurt him. People upstairs and downstairs often meet each other, and both the people and the dogs are familiar with each other. The little teddy has been trained by Grandma Wang. Of course, it may also be a little restrained after moving to a new place. He is very well behaved. Just give him some food and drink, and he will go to the toilet on his own when he pees. You don't have to worry about him much. Soon he became bolder and quietly slipped into the opposite door. He first joyfully pulled up Gu Chencher's trouser legs, then carefully rubbed Xiaoyu's ankles, blinking his wet eyes with a hint of flattery. Xiaoyu stopped the work at hand, smiled and reached out to touch its furry little head. The little teddy was very happy. He barked twice, jumped around, and circled around Xiaoyu's legs. Gu Chencher suddenly thought that when he went to school in City A, Xiaoyu was the only one at home. Was he lonely? If you keep a small pet, it can accompany her instead of you. If you like, we can buy you a pet when we return to City A. How about that? Xiaoyu shook his head, no. Gu Chencher was surprised, you don't like small animals? But Xiaoyu seemed to like this little teddy very much. I like it very much, but if we really want to raise it, we will definitely have to put in some effort, so forget it. Gu Chencher was both amused and confused. Is the reason that you are afraid of trouble? Come to think of it, when he is not at home, she has to be responsible for the pet's daily life. However, when Xiaoyu finished speaking, Gu Chencher was stunned. If I divide half of my energy on my pet, I won't be able to take care of you wholeheartedly. Xiaoyu's words moved Gu Chencher so much that he didn't even realize it. Because in her opinion, her thoughts are very normal. She stayed in City A just to take care of him. If I can't take good care of him, then what's the point of accompanying him to City A? Of course it means a lot. Gu Chencher has hands and feet and does not need her care. The meaning of her existence is companionship. Is that companionship? Chapter 188, Playing with Grandchildren. A sudden rainstorm took away the heat that stubbornly clung to the earth, and the earth became cooler. Both parents went to work, so the burden of taking care of little Teddy fell on Gu Chencher and Xiaoyu. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Chencher and his family went downstairs to walk the dog. Before going downstairs, Gu Chencher deliberately opened the window and stretched his head to look down. He found that most of the pedestrians on the road were wearing coats, so he reminded Xiaoyu, it's cold outside, put on a coat. Xiaoyu obediently put on the casual light gray jacket for spring and autumn that he and Jinglan bought together 2 days ago. Come, brother, hold me. Gu Chencher squatted down, stretched out his arms, and spoke to the little teddy in a coaxing tone. The little teddy jumped happily into Gu Chencher's arms. Gu Chencher stood up and was about to walk towards the corridor. He noticed something and turned his head to see Xiaoyu standing in front of the door without moving, with one hand holding the key and the other hand in his pocket, looking at him calmly. What's wrong? Gu Chencher was surprised. Xiaoyu chuckled, you knew to remind me to put on a coat, why didn't you wear one yourself? Gu Chencher looked down at himself. Oh, he was still wearing a black short-sleeved round-neck shirt. I'm stronger than you, I'm not cold. Gu Chencher showed her the cute furry child sticking out his tongue in his arms. Look, there's also a free warm stove in my arms that won't burn your hands. Xiaoyu said stubbornly, that won't work either. Wait, I'll get you a coat. If you still don't feel cold when we get downstairs, I'll get it for you. It won't be tiring. Xiaoyu took 2 steps to the door opposite, opened it and walked in. It has been said that they are not a family but are better than a family. Xiaoyu has the key to the Gu family's door, and Jinglan has the key to her room. Convenient to visit at any time. However, Jinglan would only go to Xiaoyu's room to help with cleaning after Xiaoyu and Guchen went to City A. She never entered or left her room casually, and she had a very good sense of propriety. Xiaoyu walked into Gu Chencher's room with ease, found a windbreaker from his closet, put it on his arm, and walked out. When they got downstairs, Gu Chencher put the little teddy down. It was so excited that it ran around happily. It was said that the man was walking the dog, but later it became the dog walking the man. Wherever little Teddy runs, they follow. I originally planned to stay in the community yard for a while before going upstairs, but as I walked along, I became a little reluctant to leave. Compared to before the rainstorm, the temperature dropped by 10 degrees. When the autumn wind blew, it was still a bit chilly. Xiaoyu looked at him sideways and said jokingly, "Now that you're free, non-hot stove is gone, are you cold, Mr. Gu Chenshi?" Gu Chenshi felt the temperature and said, "It's actually not that bad." All right, put on your clothes quickly, or you'll catch a cold." Xiaoyu didn't want to embarrass him, so she quickly put the clothes on him. Gu Chenshi put on his coat and turned around to see that the little Teddy had already run to the gate of the community. He turned his head and stuck out his pink tongue, looking at them, as if saying, "Come on, hurry up." Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu smiled at each other, and followed him out like parents who dote on their children. When the little Teddy saw them coming, he barked excitedly and continued to run outside on his 4 short legs. "Little monster, slow down and pay attention to the car," Gu Chenshi reminded. Xiaogui is the name of little Teddy. Little Teddy stopped in a hurry. Xiaoyu's eyebrows curved and he praised, "So good, just like you." Gu Chenshi. He looked at Xiaoyu aggrievedly. "What's the meaning? That he is a dog?" Xiaoyu quickly reached out and pinched his face. After the sneak attack was successful, he pursed his lips, smiled, and ran away. The cheek that she had pinched still retained the warmth of her fingers. Gu Chenshi thought that his hands were still a little cold, and he was still not wearing enough. Xiaoyu caught up with the little monster, and the little monster circled around her, jumping around happily. Gu Chenshi walked over slowly and said leisurely, "Baby, slow down, be careful of the cars. There is a road outside the entrance of the community, and private cars or electric vehicles pass by from time to time." Xiaoyu stopped and looked at him depressedly. "Were you talking about me just now? You said I was a puppy?" Gu Chenshi smiled playfully and said, "Aren't we even now?" Xiaoyu snorted arrogantly and ignored Gu Chenshi. He picked up a dead leaf and teased the monster. The raised corners of her mouth and the smile in her eyes indicated that she was in a good mood. Gu Chenshi looked at Xiaoyu, who still had a rare childlike innocence, and swallowed unconsciously. Suddenly, an evil thought came to his mind at this moment. He really wanted to hold her in his arms, kiss her, hug her and lift her up high. "I still don't know where my aunt works for such a long time. I have to go back in 2 days. Can you take me to see where my aunt works?" Of course, Gu Chenshi, who doted on his wife, immediately arranged this small request. At that moment, Gu Chenshi turned around and took out Grandma Wang's bicycle from the bicycle shed. The bicycle nominally belongs to Grandma Wang, but now it is almost the same as Gu Chenshi's. Ever since her daughter bought her a small 3-wheeled electric car, Grandma Wang has neglected her bicycle. The bicycle had been gathering dust for several years, and it was Gu Chenshi who rescued it from the cold palace and allowed it to continue to serve its purpose as a bicycle. When Grandma Wang accidentally discovered that Gu Chenshi would put a towel on the back seat before riding, she praised Gu Chenshi as a thoughtful and warm-hearted boy, then found a thick sponge at home, wrapped it with a clean white towel, and made a soft cushion for the back seat. Xiaoyu won't feel uncomfortable when he sits on it. Gu Chenshi rode his bicycle to the gate of the community in a cool manner, and Xiaoyu sat on it with Xiaogui in his arms. "Let's go, brother and sister will take you for a ride." Ginglan works in a supermarket called Happy Shopping. The salary is not high, but I have to pay 5 insurances. Ms. Jinglan, who has worked diligently for nearly 30 years, will be able to retire in 2 more years. Mr. Gu Cheng and Ms. Jinglan actively responded to the government's call for late birth, late childbearing, and good quality childbearing, and they had Gu Chenshi when they were in their 30s. Of course, this is a rather high-level answer. The truth is, grandparents were in poor health at the time, and Jinglan was a virtuous and good daughter-in-law. In order to let Gu Cheng concentrate on his work, she resigned from her job and stayed at home to take care of her in-laws. Gu Cheng was the only one earning money for the whole family, and their finances were tight. He was afraid that his children would suffer, and he couldn't spare the time and energy to take care of children, so he never had children. His parents worked hard all their lives. Although the family was not rich and could not provide Gu Chenshi with high-quality material enjoyment, they gave him a happy family that others could not envy. When they all retire, they can do some square dancing, travel, and enjoy life. Gu Chenshi would not be like some people who let their parents, who had worked hard for most of their lives, sacrifice their later years to take care of their own small family. However, even if Jinglan retired and stayed at home, she probably wouldn't just stay at home and enjoy her life peacefully. Gu Chenshi suddenly had an idea. How about giving her a grandson so that she can enjoy the happiness of having a grandson? Chapter 189, Days Wrapped in Honey. Once an idea starts, there is no way to stop it. Gu Chenshi felt that the only way to make his mother stay at home obediently was to let her take care of his grandson. But having a grandchild is not something he can decide on his own. Xiaoyu, is she willing to give birth? Oh, by the way, how could he forget that he is only a freshman this year and plans to marry Xiaoyu after graduating from college? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get the certificate because he is not of legal age. He couldn't let Xiaoyu suffer any injustice. All aspects. Not to mention the grand sedan chair carried by 8 people, at least Xiaoyu must be married off in a grand informal manner. After thinking so much, the idea of giving Jinglan a grandson had to be put aside. Wanlamai was 5 stops away from their home. Jinglan rode her bike slowly, so it wouldn't take long, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. Gu Chuncher locked the car and walked to the entrance of the supermarket. Xiaoyu looked down at the little monster in his arms, a little worried. I suddenly thought of a question: are pets allowed in here? Gu Chuncher said, it's definitely not okay for large dogs, but for small dogs, just don't let them run around and just hold them in your arms. Xiaoyu felt relieved and walked in shoulder to shoulder with Gu Chuncher. What will Auntie's reaction be when she sees us? Xiaoyu became curious and guessed excitedly, she should be very surprised. She was looking forward to Aunt Jinglan's reaction. During the holidays, shopping malls are busier than usual. This is no exception. Happy Supermarket is on the underground first floor. Gu Chuncher led Xiaoyu down the escalator. There were many shopping carts at the entrance of the supermarket, and Gu Chuncher pushed one. The way Xiaoyu held the little monster in her arms looked like a young mother holding a baby if you ignore her overly young appearance. The 2 people and the dog walked in slowly, just like a family of 3. There were a lot of people in the supermarket, and Xiaoyu couldn't help looking around, trying to find a familiar figure inside. They walked and looked, and when they saw suitable goods, they threw them into the shopping cart. The little monster curled up obediently in Xiaoyu's arms, like a curious baby, looking around constantly, with its little tongue obediently retracted into its mouth. They browsed through the rows of shelves and soon spotted Jinglan. Jinglan was wearing the supermarket's green vest work clothes and was stocking the goods. There was an older lady who looked like a customer chatting with her nearby. Gu Chuncher whispered to Xiaoyu, see? If there is a chat contest, my mom will definitely win first place. No matter where we go, no matter if the other person is a man or a woman, an old person or a child, my mom can always chat with them. Xiaoyu said enviously, actually, I envy Auntie's personality. She is cheerful, generous, enthusiastic, and kind. If it weren't for Jinglan, she would still be lying dead in the rental house. How could she have lived a normal life? But strictly speaking, her life now is not very normal. Who can live a life as sweet as honey every day? It was only when his companions urged him to do so that the customer reluctantly said goodbye to Jinglan and walked towards the cashier counter. Gu Chuncher walked over with a smile and said, Mom, I caught you neglecting your duties at work and chatting with customers. Hurry up and give me hush money, or I will report you to your boss. Jinglan rolled her eyes at him and said, go ahead, I'm not afraid. Gu Chuncher clicked his tongue, so tough? Aren't you afraid that your boss will fire you tomorrow if he sees you enter the door with your left foot first? Jinglan laughed and said, first, our leaders are not so boring. Second, we are in the service industry. Who does the service industry serve? Of course, every customer who comes here to consume. It is one of our jobs to be the audience of customers and listen to their opinions without delaying the work at hand. Hey, let me say that your father and I have both high ideological awareness, so how could we give birth to a stubborn little bastard like you? Gu Chuncher pretended to be depressed and said, who knows, but I remember you always said, I'll do whatever you want. Jinglan snorted, no, I can tell you responsibly that you are not like me at all. Gu Chuncher said, Mom, what do you mean? Are my strengths all yours and my weaknesses none of your business? Jinglan said confidently, of course. Stop talking nonsense. Where is Xiaoyu? Is he at home? Did you take the little monster for a walk and feed it dog food? Xiaoyu is her sweetheart, so of course she has to ask about it. The little monster is Grandma Wang's darling, so he must be taken good care of. Gu Chuncher smiled and gestured to Jinglan to look back. Jinglan didn't understand what was going on. She turned around and saw Xiaoyu holding the little monster behind her. The little monster barked happily at her. Jinglan smiled and said, oh, look how happy this little guy is. Brother and sister brought you out to play, right? Xiaoyu asked, Auntie, are you tired from working every day? She just observed that except for the supermarket employees who were responsible for weighing the goods and could sit down to work, there was not a single bench in the entire supermarket. Jinglan must have to stand or squat all the time while working. It makes me tired just thinking about it. Jinglan said, not tired, not tired, I've gotten used to it after so many years. But there is a kind of cold that makes mom feel you are cold. There is a kind of tiredness that makes Xiaoyu feel tired. It seems that I have to make money quickly and buy a big house quickly so that my dear uncle and aunt can enjoy a peaceful and comfortable life. Speaking of money, Xiaoyu rarely misses the man who provided a sperm for her life. The inheritance he has allocated can only be distributed after he dies? Then when will he come? Xiaoyu had been waiting for him for more than 10 years, and his mood had never been so urgent. Well, she is really a good daughter to that old bastard, haha. Hey, isn't this Chenshur? It's been such a while since we last met, and you've grown so tall. Jinglan's immediate superior, a middle-aged woman with light makeup and an elegant temperament, walked over and greeted Gu Chenshur with a smile. Gu Chenshur greeted her politely, hello, Aunt Qian. Manager Qian is rather aloof. In the past, when Gu Chen came, she would just nod and say, little Gu is here, and then leave with her hands behind her back. This was the first time I smiled at him so enthusiastically. It should be related to his admission to Huazhong University. Nowadays, there are many college students, but the number of those who can be admitted to Huazhong University is only 1 in a million, which is a very small proportion. As the manager and Gu Chen were chatting, they talked about their daughter. Intentionally or unintentionally, she wanted to introduce her daughter, who is a senior in the year, to Gu Chenshur. Even the old saying that a woman 3 years older than a man is more likely to bring wealth was brought up. Gu Chenshur maintained an awkward yet polite smile on his face. What happened? Huazhong University may have gilded his reputation, and many people want to introduce him to a girl. Sorry, Aunt Qian, I already have a girlfriend. Yes, my Chenshur has found a partner. Jinglan said to Xiaoyu, who was at the other end of the shelf researching which milk was the best to drink. Xiaoyu. Chapter 190, Meeting Li Feiyou by Chance. When the supermarket manager came over, Xiaoyu, who didn't want to deal with strangers, walked aside. Then his eyes were attracted by the milk on the shelf. He focused on studying the milk and didn't pay attention to the situation here. I did vaguely hear something like a woman who was 3 years older than a man will bring him wealth. Jinglan's call brought her back to her senses and she walked towards them. The female manager looked at Xiaoyu in surprise, with amazement in her eyes that could not be concealed. Who is? She had seen Xiaoyu just now, but she thought she was just an ordinary customer. She also thought that this little girl was pretty, but she didn't expect that she would be Jinglan's daughter-in-law in the end. Jinglan introduced her with unconcealed pride, this is my daughter-in-law. Xiaoyu, this is Aunt Qian. Xiaoyu smiled politely at the supermarket manager, hello, Aunt Qian. The supermarket manager gave a few dry compliments, then consciously stopped trying to match his daughter with Gu Chenshur and left on the pretext of being busy. Jinglan noticed that she was interested in milk just now, and asked her, Xiaoyu, do you want to drink milk? Come, Auntie will teach you how to choose good milk. Jinglan led her to the shelf where the milk was placed. The little monster in Xiaoyu's arms began to hum. Jinglan said, little monster, be good, Grandma will buy you some sausage later. Of course, this grandma refers to herself. The little monsters are called Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu brother and sister, but when they come to Jinglan, they become grandmothers. There is a big difference. Gu Chenshur teased, Mom, are you so impatient to become a grandmother? Jinglan laughed and cursed softly. Gu Chenshur looked at the restless monster and suddenly realized, does it want to pee? Jinglan was startled and reached out to take the little monster out of Xiaoyu's arms, fearing that if it was too late the little monster would pee in Xiaoyu's arms. Chenshur, hurry up, take it to the toilet. Chenshur held the little monster in his arms and walked quickly towards the toilet. He guessed correctly, the monster really wanted to pee. After peeing, he became well-behaved again. Gu Chenshur held it and walked back to look for his mother and wife. Suddenly someone patted my shoulder from behind. Gu Chenshur turned around and saw a girl in denim overalls standing behind him. The girl had a lollipop in her mouth and greeted him vaguely, Hi, Gu Chenshur. Gu Chenshur was puzzled, you are. The girl's bright smile collapsed in an instant, and she looked at Gu Chenshur in disbelief, Hey, Gu Chenshur, you're going too far. You can't even recognize me? Without waiting for Gu Chenshur to answer, she seemed to have found the reason herself and pouted, Is it great to be admitted to Hua University? Gu Chenshur twitched his lips, Actually, I think being admitted to Hua University is amazing. He now knew who she was Grandma Li's granddaughter, Li Feiyou. When did you come back? Is Grandma Li back? I'm back. Li Feiyou was satisfied, and then complained, Grandma is in the hotel now. We just went to your house, but there was no one there. So I came here to find Aunt Jing by myself. Oh, by the way, Grandma is going to treat us tonight, let's have dinner together, don't refuse. This is Grandma's wish, she has been talking about it for several days before she came back, you are not allowed to spoil her fun. What else can Gu Chuncher say? It is better to obey than to be respectful. By the way, he missed Grandma Li. Where's Aunt Jing? Li Feiyao looked around. When Gu Chuncher was about to lead her over, Li Feiyao suddenly approached him mysteriously and whispered, "Hey, do you know those two beauties over there?" Gu Chuncher turned his head and looked over. Who did he see, huh? Did you see Lin Ranran and her cousin Jiang Xinyue? It's a small world. Come on, my mother is over there, I'll take you to find her. Gu Chuncher turned around and said to Li Feiyao as if nothing had happened. Ah. Oh. As she walked, Li Feiyao took out a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Gu Chuncher. Here, have a lollipop, pineapple flavor. Gu Chuncher politely refused, thank you, but no. Don't be polite with me. I remember you used to like eating pineapple-flavored fruit candies. Seeing that it was inconvenient for him to hold the puppy, Li Feiyao peeled the fruit for him and put it to his mouth. Gu Chuncher. He really liked eating pineapple-flavored fructose when he was a kid, it's amazing that she still remembers it now. Thank you. Gu Chuncher opened his mouth and took the lollipop. Li Feiyao said with a smile, why are you being so polite to me? Oh, I remember you seem to be 2 months younger than me? But you should still call me sister, it makes me look younger. Hee hee, this little dog is so cute, is it yours? Why didn't I see it last time? Li Feiyao reached out her hand and touched the monster's head. Seen from behind, Gu Chuncher and Li Feiyao were talking and laughing, and looked very close. Jiang Xinyue retracted her gaze and found that her cousin was obviously not in a good mood, so she deliberately said, I didn't expect that Gu Chuncher is so romantic. Wasn't that girl very nice last time? It's only been a short time, and he has changed his partner again? Let's go upstairs quickly after buying the things, so as not to keep Ing Haoren waiting too long. Lin Ranran said him lightly, trying to make herself look as if nothing had happened. However, Jiang Xinyue had actually noticed her depression. There is a beauty salon on the 17th floor where Du Yan and Ying's mother are getting beauty treatments. Then there was a cinema on the 18th floor. Jiang Xinyue was very interested in a recently released movie and suggested watching a movie first. After the movie, they could go to the restaurant for dinner, so they could do both. How can you watch a movie without snacks? So the two sisters went to the Happy Shopping supermarket on the underground first floor and bought a lot of snacks. Ing Haoren was waiting for them in the beauty salon. But who would have thought that I would actually meet Gu Chuncher? Is it such a coincidence? Jiang Xinyue was afraid that her cousin still had feelings for Gu Chuncher, so she deliberately slandered Gu Chuncher without any evidence. The two walked towards the cashier. As they walked, Lin Ranran suddenly said, Sister, we only have food, no drinks. I'll go back and get 2 bottles of water. Although she couldn't bear it, Jiang Xinyue still pointed at the shopping lane and said, Ranran, are you confused? Didn't we get the water? Lin Ranran lifted her curly hair to hide her embarrassment, I suddenly want to drink yogurt. Jiang Xinyue sighed silently, and this sigh was for Ing Haoren who was waiting on the 17th floor. Okay, then you go, I'll wait for you here. Lin Ranran walked into the supermarket. Shoo! After Gu Chuncher led Li Feiyao over, Li Feiyao suddenly raised her index finger at him, asking him to be quiet. Then she crouched down and walked towards Jinglan quietly. She wanted to give Jinglan a surprise. Gu Chuncher stopped where he was speechless. How could she still have the mentality of a child? Jinglan is teaching Xiaoyu how to choose milk. One was teaching seriously and the other was learning seriously, and for a moment, neither of them noticed Li Feiyao approaching quietly. Li Feiyao chuckled silently and stretched out her hands. It seemed that she wanted to cover Jinglan's eyes and play a game of guessing who I am. She was about to succeed, but at the critical moment. Woof! Chapter 191. Leave it to time. Hey guys, although I updated 2 chapters today, the number of words is the same as 3 chapters. With a loud woof, Li Feiyao's efforts were wasted. Jinglan and Xiaoyu looked over. When Jinglan saw Li Feiyao, she subconsciously exclaimed. Li Feiyao angrily put her hands on her waist, took 2 steps instead of 3, and walked to Gu Chuncher. She stretched out her finger and poked the monster's head, you disobedient bad thing. Gu Chuncher instantly transformed into a protective parent and quickly dodged Li Feiyao's clutches. Hey, if it could understand you, it would also go to Huazhong University. Li Feiyao. That's right. Why should I bother with such a cute little dog? It's really not right. Jinglan suspected that she was dazzled. Yao Yao? Hey, it's me. Li Feiao turned around happily, gave Jinglan a big hug enthusiastically, and said in a coquettish tone, Aunt Jing, I miss you so much. Jinglan said happily, Aunt Jing misses you too. Li Feiao let go of Jinglan and gave a big hug to Xiaoyu, who was standing quietly beside her. Xiaoyu. She is a loner by nature, naturally wary and distant towards strangers, and subconsciously wants to avoid them. However, he soon remembered that the other party was a relative of Gu Qinshi's neighbor and had no ill intentions. If he avoided him, it would inevitably make everyone present feel embarrassed. So he stopped stiffly where he was and accepted Li Feiao's warm greeting. Hello, nice to meet you. Li Feiao greeted her generously, then suddenly lowered her voice and whispered to Xiaoyu, if your brother bullies you in the future, just tell me and I will help you teach him a lesson. Gu Qinshe had sharp ears and heard it. He said speechlessly, didn't you just ask me to call you sister? Doesn't that make you look younger? What a fickle woman. His little cutie is also fickle and harmful. Always like to daydream. Li Feiao said confidently, that's for the outside world. We are all family now, I can't pretend to be humble even if I want to. Not far away, Lin Ranran silently glanced in the direction of the laughter. Oh, she saw that girl, Gu Qinshi's neighbor. She knew that Gu Qinshe was not the kind of person who would change his mind frequently. They are still together, and it seems that their relationship is even closer, just like a family. Yogurt, can I still buy it? What a coincidence, it's on the shelf right next to theirs. She better not buy it. She picked up 2 bottles of carbonated drinks, and her mind told her it was time to leave. She was afraid of being discovered, so she found an excuse to suddenly want to drink yogurt and turned back because Gu Qinshe was in this supermarket. So suddenly, this ordinary supermarket with nothing special about it made her linger. Gu Qinshe, the girl in overalls, the female neighbor, his mother, and a dog were all chatting and laughing harmoniously. No one was superfluous, except for myself, who was standing not far away and watching everything silently. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them and herself. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through the barrier and merge with them. However, in fact, the results of previous failures made her no longer have the courage to try again. Lin Ranran looked gloomy. How could she not know that the barrier separating her and Gu Qinshe was actually Gu Qinshi's heart? Li Feiao was very interested in the little monster and asked to hug the furry baby. However, the little monster was like a shy child. When he saw Li Feiao stretch out her 2 magic hands, she immediately whined and tried hard to get into Gu Qinshi's arms. Li Feiao said sadly, Hey, Gu Qinshe, tell me the truth, am I that scary? Gu Qinshe half-jokingly asked, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Li Feiao's heart and hands are itching, but I really want to hug it. Of course it won't let you hold it if it doesn't know you. You have to cultivate a relationship with it and make it like you first before it will let you hold it. That makes sense. Li Feiao found a good way to quickly build a closer relationship with the monster, and said excitedly, I'll go buy it some delicious food now. However, it was her first time to come to this supermarket and she didn't know where foods like beef jerky and ham were. It is Jinglan's working hours now, and there are still some goods that have not been delivered. I can't take her there in person, so I can only point out the approximate location. Xiaoyu and Gu Qinshe walked over and looked around to find Jinglan. They saw the sausages were placed next to the vegetable and fruit area. She suddenly wanted to buy some fruit, so she offered to take Li Feiao over. Gu Qinshe stayed where he was, holding the little monster and chatting with his mother. Xiaoyu took Li Feiao towards the direction where the sausages were placed. Lin Ranran didn't know what she was thinking about, standing there in a daze. Suddenly she noticed that her female neighbor and the girl in the overalls were walking towards her. She was startled and quickly turned around and walked forward. She was afraid of bumping into them. I felt extremely guilty and my heart was pounding. It was as if I was coveting something and quietly reached out my hand to touch it, and then accidentally got caught by its owner. Where is the usual arrogance that looks down on everything? When Xiaoyu saw her back, he felt that she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was and didn't take it to heart. After she brought Li Feiao to the place, she said hello and turned to go to the fruit and vegetable area. Just as she turned around, the figure in front of her flashed and she almost bumped into someone else. Generally speaking, when a similar incident occurs between 2 strangers, and no substantial harm is caused, they will most likely smile at each other, say sorry, and that will be the end of it. Xiaoyu's current situation completely fits this situation. She wasn't sure whether it was her fault or not, but saying sorry wouldn't cost her anything. Just as she raised her head and was about to say sorry to the other person, she saw the other person's face clearly and was slightly startled. At the same time, the other party also looked at her, and the moment their eyes met, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. It is worth mentioning that Xiaoyu was not embarrassed, but Lin Ranran was embarrassed unilaterally. Sometimes things are just weird. Lin Ranran was afraid of meeting them, but as luck would have it, she met her. And in this way, if there was a third party present at this time, he would find that Lin Ranran was the responsible party in the collision between them. In order to avoid being discovered by them, she hurried forward in a panic. While walking, she received a call from Jiang Xinyue, who said that Du Yan and Ying's mother upstairs had finished their beauty treatments and urged them to go upstairs. Lin Ranran then realized that she had delayed for too long. She replied that she would get out soon, turned around, and ran quickly, almost bumping into Xiaoyu, who had just turned around. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ranran calmly. Well, this girl is very beautiful. But I don't think I'm uglier than her. Height about the same. Figure. Obviously the other person is a little bit fuller. And Jinglan is right, I am indeed a little thin. Before this, Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention to his appearance. I rarely compare myself with other girls like I do now. It's not a product on the shelf, how can it be compared? But after accidentally meeting Lin Ranran, Xiaoyu couldn't control the urge to compare. Because this is the girl that Gu Chunshi once liked. She said she didn't care at all, and that was just to prevent Gu Chunshi from thinking too much. Xiaoyu's voice was calm and slightly indifferent. Don't get me wrong, she was not targeting Lin Ranran, but it was her personality. Sorry, are you okay? Lin Ranran forced a smile. She wanted to look calm and composed. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it at all when facing the girl in front of her. So the smile on his face looked very far-fetched. No, it's okay. That's fine. Xiaoyu nodded and walked around her. Lin Ranran walked towards the supermarket exit dejectedly. In the silent contest just now, apart from anything else, just in terms of aura, I lost miserably. But before she met Gu Chunshi as female neighbor, she had never lost. Also, she seemed to be the responsible party just now, but the other party took the initiative to apologize to her, which fully demonstrated his demeanor. Lin Ranran was disheartened, but when she saw her cousin waiting at the supermarket exit, she quickly adjusted her mood, paid the bill, and walked past as if nothing had happened. Jiang Xinyue saw Lin Ranran coming out with 2 bottles of carbonated drinks and couldn't help but wonder if she remembered correctly. Lin Ranran seemed to say that she was going to buy yogurt? Lin Ranran doesn't usually drink carbonated drinks. She opened her mouth and thought about it, then decided not to ask. I originally wanted to buy yogurt, but ended up buying 2 bottles of carbonated drinks. This may be related to that Gu Chunshi. Isn't it the same as when she suddenly said she wanted to drink yogurt? Jiang Xinyue pretended that she hadn't noticed anything and asked, Ranran, how are you and Ing Haoran doing now? I can see that your uncle and aunt like him very much, and his mother seems to like you too. Lin Ranran didn't seem to like this topic, and said uninterested, Sister, please don't be like my parents and talk nonsense, okay? We are just ordinary friends and university alumni. Jiang Xinyue smiled and said, aren't many lovers just friends and schoolmates who started out as lovers? And I think he is really excellent, Ranran, you can consider it, really. Lin Ranran suddenly got angry, Sister. Jiang Xinyue stopped and her expression suddenly became serious and distressed. Ranran, tell me honestly, are you still thinking about that Gu Chunshi? Lin Ranran said unhappily, why are you mentioning him for no reason? Jiang Xinyue said earnestly, Ranran, you have also seen that he already has a girlfriend, so I think you should let him go and look forward. There are still some men in this world who are better than him. If you ask me, Ing Haoran is particularly outstanding. Besides, your 2 families have known each other for a long time, and you know each other well. Your family backgrounds are similar, so there is no one more suitable for you than him. Lin Ranran was upset and her tone was pleading unconsciously, Sister, please stop talking. I understand what you are saying, but I don't want to listen. Jiang Xinyue touched her little face with heartache. Although she was a bit naughty before and made the boy lose him. But no matter what, she is her sister. Seeing her trapped in love now, I feel very distressed. Lin Ranran said distressfully, Cousin, I have thought of many ways to forget him, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't forget him. What do you think I should do? Ever since Gu Chunshi left, Lin Ranran suddenly felt that other boys would make her feel a little annoyed after a long time of contact with them, including Ing Haoran, who was favored by everyone. How should I put it? When Ning Haoren smiled at her, it was obviously sunny and gentle, but she didn't know why, but she could see a greasy taste in it. Anyway, being friends was fine, but she couldn't bear the thought of possibly spending her life with him. Jiang Xinyue said, "Leave it to time. Time will make you forget him." But Lin Ranran felt that even time might not be able to make her forget Gu Chunshur. But who can tell without trying? Besides, does she have a choice? Grandma Li wanted to treat them to dinner in the evening. Everyone else was willing to agree, except Ginglan, who had to work the night shift and couldn't schedule it. Jinglan didn't want to spoil everyone's fun, so she asked for leave. Li Feiao booked a private room nearby in advance, and before 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered together with laughter and joy. Halfway through the meal, when Li Feiao heard that Gu Chunshur was working while studying, she suddenly asked Gu Chunshur very seriously, "Gu Chunshur, what is your boss like? Is the company still hiring?" Gu Chunshur told the truth, "Our boss is a pretty good guy, but I'm not sure whether he's hiring or not." He came back to his senses. "Who do you want to find a job for?" Li Feiao patted her chest and said, "I am alone." "You? You're not going back?" Gu Chunshur was surprised. Li Feiao said, "I'm not going back. What I want to do most now is to work and earn money. I will set a small goal first to support myself." Jinglan said, "But I heard that the salary abroad is higher than that in China." Li Feiao grinned and said, "The salary abroad is high, but I want to come back to develop." Grandma Li smiled lovingly, "It's good to be back. One should never forget one's roots." Gu Cheng said, "Chunshur, then you can help Yao Yao ask if your company needs anyone. At least your boss can take care of Yao Yao for your sake." Seeing that they were all serious, Gu Chunshur could not be vague. "Okay, I'll call him when I get back." Li Feiao suddenly asked, "Is your boss handsome?" Chapter 192 Matchmaking. Gu Chunshur was at a loss for a moment. "Not bad." "No, you have to pick the boss's appearance when looking for a job?" "Of course, a handsome boss is pleasing to the eye and will motivate you to work." Li Feiao shook her head and spoke clearly. Gu Chunshur. Okay, he gave in. Fortunately, Chung Karen does look okay. But then again, even though Li Feiao may like Chung Karen may not necessarily like her. After all, when you are looking for an employee, you are not looking for a partner, so you don't just focus on whether the person is good looking. Grandma Li looked at Li Feiao lovingly, smiled and shook her head. "You little girl, are you ashamed?" Li Feiao stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Don't be ashamed, it's human nature." This caused everyone present to burst into laughter. Xiaoyu felt that Li Feiao was lively, cheerful, straightforward, and easy to get along with. If she really goes to City A, we might be able to see each other often in the future. It seems, there's nothing wrong with it? After returning home after dinner, Gu Chunshur was thinking about Li Feiao's request, and the first thing he did was to call Cheng Karen. Cheng Karen's cheerful voice came out from the microphone. "Brother Gu, how was your vacation?" Gu Chunshur said, "Not bad, Boss Cheng, how about you?" "Me?" Cheng Karen was speechless for a moment, then he returned to normal. "I'm doing pretty well too, what do you want to talk to me about?" Gu Chunshur was the type of person who would not visit him unless there was something important to do, so he would never call him unless there was something important. After all, strictly speaking, they were in a client-client relationship, and could not be considered true friends for the time being. "Well, it's a small matter. I want to ask if our company needs any manpower now?" Gu Chunshur went straight to the point. Cheng Karen responded quickly, "Do you want to recommend an employee to me?" "Yes, she is my neighbor's grandmother's granddaughter. She grew up abroad and now wants to return to China for development." "Well, let me explain something to you first. She is about the same age as me, has no work experience, and is a complete newbie. I'm just calling you for formality. If you feel it's inappropriate, you can tell me directly and I'll get back to her." Cheng Karen thought for a moment and said, "What do you think of her?" "If you just ask me to evaluate her as a person, then I can tell you that she is very lively and straightforward. No matter how much more, I don't know much about her. After all, I have only met her a few times since I was a child." Gu Chunshur told the truth. Whether Cheng Karen is willing to give Li Feiao a chance depends on Li Feiao's luck, but he still has to help with small favors like setting up connections, otherwise it would be unjustifiable. Cheng Karen pondered and said, "Can she come for an interview in 2 days?" Gu Chunshur said, "Yes." "Okay, let her come over and take a look." "Thank you, Boss Cheng." Cheng Karen smiled and said, "You should call me Brother Cheng. Calling me Boss Cheng is too formal." Gu Chunshur readily agreed, "Okay, Brother Cheng." Immediately afterwards, Gu Chencher told Li Feiyao the news. Li Feiyao on the phone was very excited. Great, thanks bro, I'll treat you to a big meal when I get my salary. Gu Chencher thought to himself, it's too early to say anything, it's still unclear whether you can pass the interview. Oh, by the way, is the little monster still at your house? I'll go to your house in a couple of days to play with the little monster and bring it some delicious food. Grandma Wan will probably be at my house until she is discharged from the hospital. Li Feiyao said happily, that's fine, let's put it this way, I'm going to watch the drama, bye, brother. Gu Chencher looked at his phone and laughed. Out of nowhere, there appears an older sister who doesn't seem to be in tune with the reality. The 7-day holiday passed in a flash. 2 days before leaving, Gu Chencher was very busy. Go to the hospital to see Grandma Wang. Go to the hotel to accompany Grandma Li. Introduce Chung Karen to Li Feiyao in advance. Take a walk with the monsters. Have a heart-to-heart talk with Dad. My mother dragged me to buy a bunch of snacks and fruits to eat on the way. Make some time to update your love diary. The rest of the time I spent with Xiao Yu. But he was very busy. This time I also got a ride. Because Zhou Xiangyu's distant relative of the invisible rich second generation is going to City A, he can just take Zhou Xiangyu with him. Zhou Xiangyu believes that brothers should share happiness and hardships, so after shamelessly asking for permission from his distant relative, he enthusiastically called out to Gu Chencher to come and get a free ride. Although the free ride was very tempting, Gu Chencher still firmly refused. Zhou Xiangyu didn't understand. Old Gu, are you stupid? Why don't you sit down? Gu Chencher explained, my neighbor wants to go with me this time, and there is no room, so we should take the high-speed rail. Zhou Xiangyu was even more confused. Isn't your neighbor my sister, Lao Gu? I can't complain about your excuse. Gu Chencher then realized that he had not explained it clearly. It's not Xiaoyu, it's my neighbor Grandma Li's granddaughter, she wants to go to City A with us. Oh, I see. How old is she, and is she pretty? Gu Chencher. What's your business? Please, you already have Tang Xiaoxi. Don't learn from others who are fickle. If you really want to fall in love with someone else, please do so after you have dealt with your relationship with Tang Xiaoxi. Zhou Xiangyu said, of course it's my business. If she is a beautiful woman, I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself enough and fall in love with someone else, which would be unfair to my sister. Gu Chencher. It turns out he wasn't the only one who overthought. Why, do you want to teach me a lesson on behalf of Xiaoyu? I do want to, but I don't think it's my turn to take action. My sister can beat you down. I just need to quietly prepare the towel and water. Gu Chencher sneered, are you afraid that Xiaoyu will beat me to death? Give me some water to drink and wipe the blood off me? You're dreaming. I was just worried that my sister was tired from beating you, so I asked her to wipe off the sweat and drink some water. Gu Chencher. He felt that this brother could be thrown away. Hey, old Gu, you haven't told me yet, is your neighbor's granddaughter pretty? It's none of your business. Gu Chencher was annoyed and hung up the phone directly. Before I could put the phone down, it rang again. Gu Chencher glanced at the caller ID and chuckled. Does this guy feel that he has been wronged and wants to curse back? He pressed the answer button. Hey, old Gu. Stop asking me such boring questions as whether she is pretty or not. I think you will be able to see her in the future. Go and see for yourself. No, Lao Gu, my distant relative brought some homemade pickled cabbage to my grandma, quite a lot, and I wanted to ask if Auntie likes it. If you like it, I will bring some to you this afternoon. Then I will take some to City A and let my sister show off her cooking skills. Gu Chencher's throat suddenly felt blocked. Old Gu, old Gu? Zhou Xiangyu didn't get a response and couldn't help but call out twice. Gu Chencher calmed down and said, keep it for yourself, thank you. Zhou Xiangyu said, why are you being so polite to me? Forget it, I knew you wouldn't want it. Don't run around this afternoon. I'll go to your house. My mom is calling me. I'm hanging up. Gu Chencher stared blankly at the phone whose call had ended, and curled the corners of his mouth. An indescribable sense of guilt suddenly welled up in my heart. Zhou Xiangyu had always been very sincere to him, but I really shouldn't do that. Be nicer to him in the future. In the afternoon, Zhou Xiangyu really came running over with sauerkraut. The monster had never seen him before and kept barking at him. Zhou Xiangyu was amused. Old Gu, when did your family get a guard dog? It's just that its physique doesn't look very strong, not big enough for me to pinch with one hand. Little monster, be good. Gu Chenshur said. The little monster lay obediently under the sofa, without saying a word. Chapter 193 Interview passed. Zhou Xiangyu met the girl whom he had asked about her beauty on the phone in advance. With the mentality of treating him better, Gu Chenshur asked Zhou Xiangyu to sit on the sofa and rest, and he went to the kitchen to wash some fruit for him. Zhou Xiangyu couldn't sit still, so he squatted down to tease the monster. The little monster was a little afraid of him at first, but then he timidly crawled out from under the sofa and smelled his hand cautiously. Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside. Zhou Xiangyu thought it was Xiaoyu and hurried to open the door. When the door opened, I found a strange girl. She has a petite figure, curly hair, and a loose long-sleeved casual round neck shirt that covers her thighs. There is a big Mickey Mouse pattern on it, and then there is a pair of straight wheat-colored legs. Hey, if you keep looking at me I'm going to dig your eyes out, okay? The girl was unhappy. Zhou Xiangyu's eyes moved from the girl's beautiful legs to her face. She was a beauty. A beautiful woman with sharp eyes and seemingly bad temper. At this moment, the girl narrowed her eyes slightly, sending out a dangerous signal, as if she would jump up and beat him up in the next second. But Zhou Xiangyu is not afraid of her. Not all girls have his sister's skills. He has all those muscular bodies, and they're not there for nothing. He looked down at the girl from above. The girl was only up to his shoulders. Hello, who are you? The girl Li Feiyao felt that she had really broadened her horizons. This guy had just been staring at her legs for a long time unscrupulously, and now he was asking her who she was in a haughty tone? Isn't this funny? Isn't this Gu Chenshur's home? Who is this guy? Before she could ask, the other party spoke again. Is it appropriate to dress like this when visiting someone's home? Li Feiyao. What's wrong with her dressing like this? Isn't it normal? Oh, you are dissatisfied with her showing her thighs, right? But who was watching just now? Zhou Xiangyu continued, and look at your legs, you're just exposing them like this. It's so cold, aren't you afraid of getting cold legs in the future? Let me tell you, my grandma. Li Feiyao couldn't stand it any longer. Are you Tang Sang? I can wear whatever I want, what does it have to do with you? Zhou Xiangyu snorted coldly, how can it be none of my business? My friend lives here. Don't even think about using these legs to seduce him. He has a girlfriend. Li Feiyao laughed angrily, are you sick? The noise here startled Gu Chenshur. Gu Chenshur walked out of the kitchen and was stunned when he saw the two people with red faces and angry necks. 10 minutes later. Zhou Xiangyu and Li Feiyao shook hands and made peace with the mediation of Gu Chenshur. However, Zhou Xiangyu couldn't help but add, don't show your thighs. It's cold. You will really get cold legs in the future. Say that again. Li Feiyao was so angry that she wanted to hit him. Zhou Xiangyu, please stop talking. Gu Chenshur had no choice but to adjust again, and said to Li Feiyao with an awkward smile, I'm sorry, he is just like that, too straightforward, and easy to offend people. You are a female prime minister, you can hold a boat in your stomach, so don't bother with him. Li Feiyao snorted, for Gu Chenshur's sake, I will let you go this time. Then he showed off his newly made long manicure and said sinisterly, otherwise, I'll let you taste its power. Zhou Xiangyu subconsciously touched his cheek, and imagined the tragic scene of his face covered in blood, and couldn't help but shudder. Damn, 9 in bone claw. He admitted defeat. Li Feiyao was very proud and thought of something. Hey, Gu Chenshur, where is Xiaoyu? Gu Chenshur called them, come, eat great, she is working now. During the holiday, Xiaoyu's workload increased instead of decreased. Now Xiaoyu is particularly keen on making money. He works hard to save money for his dream big house, while also painting and writing novels. He now has a good income. After arriving in City A, Li Feiyao first stayed in a small hotel near Gu Chenshur. If you can successfully pass the interview, you can look for a suitable house to rent. Gu Chenshur has started school and cannot accompany Li Feiyao to the interview. Chen Karen sent the company's location to Gu Chenshur, who then sent it to Li Feiyao, who then came to the company herself. Before leaving, Gu Chenshur asked her if she was nervous, and Li Feiyao was in a good mood. If you pass the interview, everyone is happy. Since she failed the interview, she decided to spend a few days in City A as a tourist. As for work, we'll talk about it later. Gu Chenshur checked his phone during class and found a message, I passed the interview, ha, I am so good ha. Gu Chenshur. He suddenly felt that Li Feiyao and Zhou Xiangyu, the two enemies, had similar personalities. They are all a bit careless and silly, ha. Gu Chenshur replied, congratulations. Li Feiyao, thank you. To show my gratitude, I will treat you to dinner tonight, haha. Gu Chincher, I really want to treat you, let's talk about it when you get your first month's salary. Li Feiyao, maybe I'll change my mind and not invite you then. After chatting for a while, Cheng Karen's text message came. Cheng Karen, your neighbor is okay. I plan to give her a 3-month trial period to observe her. Gu Chincher gave him an okay gesture in return. Cheng Karen, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Fearing that he would refuse, she quickly sent another message, let's talk about work. Gu Chencher replied, okay, you decide the time and place. Cheng Karen, bring your sister-in-law with you, don't be so reserved. Gu Chencher laughed, it's a free dinner, anyone who shows off is stupid. Li Feiyao's text message came again. No one dared to call him. Afraid he's in class. Li Feiyao, wow, Gu Chencher, your boss is so nice, he wants to treat me to dinner today. Oh, it turns out that Cheng Karen also called Li Feiyao, which is only natural. In the eyes of others, Li Feiyao is in the same group as them, and as a new employee, it is necessary for her to take this opportunity to get to know each other. But wait, Gu Chencher was amused by his own thoughts. Why do I feel like the blind date partners need to get to know each other better? Ha ha. Gu Chencher didn't know whether to laugh or cry, it's true that he is my boss, but now he is also your boss. Li Feiyao suddenly realized, oh, you are right. Li Feiyao, the company is too small, but the boss is quite handsome, with the charm of a mature uncle, I like him hee. Gu Chencher. Gu Chencher, that's good. Li Feiyao, forget it, I won't waste your time. See you tonight. Gu Chencher, bye. The conversation ended there. At this time, Gu Chencher was standing at the corridor, and people were walking back and forth in the corridor from time to time. Gu Chencher suddenly became curious about what Xiaoyu was doing, so he sent her a video chat. Xiaoyu's beautiful little face soon appeared on the screen. What are you doing, baby? Gu Chencher's eyes were tender. Xiaoyu rested his chin on the upright pillow, pressing it down deeply. I miss you. Chapter 194. Enjoying it. Xiaoyu didn't say this on purpose just to make Gu Chencher happy. At this moment, she was really thinking about him. In the morning, she washed both of their clothes, then she was so busy with work that she forgot to take them out. I suddenly remembered and just put it up to dry. I shook Gu Chencher's shirt and hung it on the hanger, then pulled the hem to smooth out the wrinkles, and suddenly my heart was filled with a sense of happiness. How lucky it is to be able to take care of the one you love with your own hands every day. After hanging the clothes, she walked to the sofa, hugged the pillow as usual and was thinking about Gu Chencher's eyes, when Gu Chencher called. Don't cook tonight, my boss said he wants to take us out for dinner. If you are going to discuss work, then it would not be appropriate for me to go. Xiaoyu thought a lot. Gu Chencher said, not exactly. By the way, Li Feiyao is also going. She passed the interview. Oh, that's great news. Xiaoyu said calmly. She wasn't very interested in anyone or anything other than the Gu family. But she had a good impression of Li Feiyao. If I go out to eat in the evening, I want to be back for a while. There is still a lot of work left to do, so it seems she has to race against time. When she started to work seriously, she received more and more drawing orders, and her novel writing became more and more fluent. Every day, many readers would leave comments asking her to update. Some people even threatened to crawl over through the internet and kidnap her, locking her up in a small dark room and leaving her to do nothing but write articles. Although the current performance of the novel is far behind those of the great writers, for a newbie like her who was writing a novel for the first time, such a result is already very good, and Xiaoyu was very satisfied with it. Take it one step at a time and take it slow. She is confident that after this experience, she will be able to write novels that will be liked by more readers in the future. When she thought of the big house with a yard, her aunt's small vegetable garden and her own small flower garden, she became full of energy. After reluctantly hanging up the phone, she started to make money with high morale. Gu Chencher said that the matter of buying a big house would be left to him. But how could Xiaoyu let him bear too much hardship? He had to share some of the burden with him and enjoy it. Your little house looks pretty good, and the surrounding environment is also good. I just want to rent a house that is about the same size as yours. It doesn't need to be too big, just enough for 2 people to live in it. When Gu Chencher came back from school, Li Feiyao had been sitting in the living room for half an hour. Before that, after politely asking for Xiaoyu's consent, he visited their residence. She is now an intern at Ziyuan Media Company, so it is not realistic for her to continue living in a hotel. The most urgent task is to find a suitable house and settle down. After hearing her words, Gu Chencher couldn't help but feel a little strange. She lives alone, why would she rent a house that can accommodate 2 people? Could it be that she is used to living in a spacious house abroad and is not used to living in a small house, so she feels comfortable only when she rents a house that can accommodate 2 people? Although it was her freedom, Gu Chencher felt it was too extravagant and completely unnecessary. First of all, she is an intern, and Chang Karen will definitely not pay her too high a salary during the internship. If she really rents a house of this standard, after deducting the rent, the remaining money will not be enough for her to live in the high-consumption city A. Of course, maybe she doesn't rely on this salary to make a living. Maybe she has her own little nest egg, or maybe her parents can provide her with enough additional financial help. But this clearly went against the bold words she had spoken in the hotel. Gu Chencher remembered that her goal at that time was to support herself financially independently through her own abilities. Unless there is someone else living with Li Feiyao, who could that person be? Oh, there's something I didn't have time to tell you. My grandma treats me like a 3-year-old child. She doesn't feel comfortable leaving me here alone, so she has to come and accompany me. So I have to rent a house, at least a 2-bedroom one. Li Feiyao peeled the orange and put it into her mouth. The oranges were sour and sweet and delicious. Gu Chencher bought them on his way home from school. Seeing Li Feiyao visiting his home, he took it out to treat her. Unexpectedly, she couldn't stand the sour food and her facial features wrinkled up because of the sourness. Gu Chencher was surprised and said, "Grandma Li is coming too, that's great, I will be able to see her often in the future." Li Feiyao said jealously, "My grandma said the same thing, she said that I can see you more often in the future. Sometimes I wonder if you are my long-lost brother. My grandma used to talk about you in front of me every day, saying how good you are. If I didn't know that my grandma loved me very much, I would have suspected that she was favoring boys over girls and despised me as her granddaughter. Later, I saw from grandma's phone that you were quite handsome when you grew up, so I thought that since grandma liked you so much, I might as well date you. Anyway, you can never be her grandson in this life, but you can be her grandson-in-law." Gu Chencher. How dare you say anything? It's so annoying. Li Feiyao realized that she had talked too much, and said to Qiaoyu with a smile, "Don't worry, that was just my previous thought. When I found out that he already had a girlfriend, I gave up the idea. You two look like a perfect match, so I won't join in the fun." Qiaoyu smiled slightly, "Thank you." She praised herself and Gu Chencher for their good looks, so of course she had to say thank you. Grandma Li is still in City Z? Gu Chencher thought that she would leave for abroad in the next 2 days. Yes, Li Feiyao nodded. When I find a suitable house, I will pick her up during my break. Chang Karen decided to have dinner at a Chinese restaurant. This place is a bit far from where Gu Chencher lives. When deciding where to eat, Chang Karen asked for Gu Chencher's opinion. Gu Chencher thought about the tasteless meal he had at a nearby restaurant last time and missed the taste of Chinese restaurants a little. In fact, the most important thing was that he wanted to go back and see his former colleagues and Uncle Li who had taken good care of him in Zhou Xiangyu at that time. Although Uncle Li took good care of him at the beginning, it was most likely because of the face of the young master Zhou Xiangyu. But after getting to know him, Gu Chencher discovered that Uncle Li was a kind and amiable person, and a likable and respectable elder. After the two discussed, they decided to have dinner at a Chinese restaurant. They arrived at the Chinese restaurant at the agreed location on time. Chang Karen was already waiting in a box. When Gu Chencher was about to step into the store, he suddenly stopped and turned to look to the left. He saw an acquaintance. Chapter 195 confirmed. Gu Chencher accidentally saw an acquaintance at the door of the Chinese restaurant. This acquaintance was none other than his good brother's father, Mr. Zhou. At this time, he was standing beside the small flower bed outside the Chinese restaurant, holding a half-burned cigarette between the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and talking to Uncle Li. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, I could tell what he was saying. Uncle Li nodded frequently. Is this the attitude between distant relatives? This is clearly a scene that only occurs between a boss and his subordinates. In this way, the speculation that Zhou Xiangyu is a hidden rich second generation has been confirmed. Zhou's father is the owner of this Chinese restaurant, and Zhou Xiangyu is the young master here. TSK, I'm so jealous that I'm dying. Gu Chencher wanted to pretend that he saw nothing. Just as he was about to continue walking towards the Chinese restaurant, Zhou's father, who was originally leaning towards him, suddenly glanced over here unconsciously. When their eyes met, Father Zhou calmly waved to Gu Chencher as a greeting. Gu Chencher responded with a polite smile. Then keep moving forward. Li Feiyao looked at Zhou's father strangely and asked puzzledly, "Why do I feel that uncle looks a little familiar? I am sure I have never seen him before." Gu Chenchu's right hand was always holding Xiao Yu's left hand. He smiled and replied, "He is Zhou Xiangyu's father." "Who is Zhou Xiangyu?" Li Feiyao was confused at first. Before Gu Chenchu could answer, she remembered, "Is he the guy who disliked my exposed thighs?" Gu Chenchu nodded, "Yes, it's him." Li Feiyao was surprised and said, "I really can't tell, he is actually a rich second generation." Gu Chenchu was shocked and looked at Xiao Yu. Her eyes are so sharp that she discovered Zhou Xiangyu's true face so quickly. Li Feiyao continued, "His father looks quite stylish. He is obviously not an ordinary person. He must be a successful businessman. But why is Zhou Xiangyu so low-key? I see that he is wearing cheap clothes. He doesn't look like a rich kid at all." Gu Chenchu thought to himself, how could he be low-key? He didn't even know that he was a rich second generation. When they arrived at the private room, Chen Karen was sitting alone inside, looking at information on his phone. When he saw them come in, he smiled and greeted them, "You've come at the right time. The food has just been served. Let's eat quickly." The three of them sat down. Chen Karen and Gu Chenchu were talking about a new advertising project. Li Feiyao listened carefully and took the opportunity to integrate into the work and learn some experience. Occasionally ask polite questions. Chen Karen is a patient boss and answered all the questions one by one. Xiao Yu didn't say a word the whole time, and wholeheartedly played the role of an employee's family member and a listener. Wearing a pair of disposable plastic gloves, he lowered his head and peeled the shrimps patiently. After peeling, he put them into the small bowl in front of Gu Chenchu. Li Feiyao was sitting opposite and was shocked when she saw this scene. What a loving couple. She suddenly wanted to peel the shrimp, so she started peeling them, and then silently put them into her mouth. Well, the shrimp meat is fresh and chewy, so delicious. She worked so hard to peel these delicious shrimps that she was reluctant to give them to others. From this we can see that her sister-in-law truly loves her brother. Chen Karen's cell phone rang. Chen Karen calmly glanced at the caller ID, which was a phone number that had not been saved, so he hung up. Gu Chenchu felt a little strange. There are too many fraudulent sales calls nowadays. When seeing an unfamiliar number, most people choose not to answer. If Chen Karen was an ordinary office worker who behaved according to the rules, then there would be absolutely no problem for him to do this. But he is a small boss after all, and his business dealings are quite frequent. If he doesn't answer the phone, he may miss a business. But he hung up the phone without hesitation, which meant he was sure that the call was of no value to him. Gu Chenchu changed his mind and realized that it should be a scam or sales call that had been marked many times and could be seen at a glance. After Chen Karen hung up the phone, he was about to continue talking about the project with Gu Chenchu when his cell phone rang again. This time, Chen Karen didn't hesitate at all and hung up the phone directly. This time the client intends to use the popular online. His cell phone rang again. Chen Karen frowned slightly and apologized to them, "Sorry, I have to go out to answer a phone call." Gu Chen's intuition told him that he was in some trouble. Not long after, Chen Karen returned and talked about work as if nothing had happened. The client specifically asked to use the innocent schoolgirl who was currently very popular on the internet as the corporate image spokesperson to shoot a set of promotional films. Guess who she is? Gu Chenchu was confused. Who? To be honest, he really has no idea who the hottest internet celebrities are nowadays, as he is very busy every day, and due to his personality, he doesn't like to pay attention to certain hot topics that are boring to him. Li Feiyao couldn't get a word in. She had just returned to China and didn't know much about the gossip in the country. Chen Karen didn't keep the secret. She is the campus beauty of your Huada University, Du Yuxuan, nicknamed the nation's first love sister. Du Yuxuan? Gu Chenchu had actually heard of this name before. He overheard people talking about this name at school. Chen Karen said, the client didn't make too many requests this time, but Du Yuxuan was more concerned about his image and had more requests. Chen Karen took out a stack of documents and said, here are her requirements. Take some time in the next 2 days to read them, express your opinions, and provide some ideas. Gu Chenchu took it and took a quick look. Wow, there were about a dozen pictures. It would take a long time to read through them all. But this is his job, otherwise why would Chen Karen recruit him? Halfway through the meal, Chen Karen got up to go to the bathroom. The waiter he had worked with before ran over and called Gu Chenchu. Chenchu, Manager Li would like to ask you to go to the office after you finish your meal. I'll take up some time for you. Gu Chenshi felt puzzled. He was not an employee of the Chinese restaurant now, so Uncle Li certainly couldn't have asked him to go over to assign him a job. Let's talk about catching up. Is it working time now? Xiaoyu said, why don't you go and take a look now? Gu Chenshi thought for a moment and said, okay. When Brother Cheng comes, tell him for me. He arrived at Uncle Li's office with familiarity. When he opened the door, he saw that the person sitting in the office was not Uncle Li, but Zhou's father. Gu Chenshi was surprised, but he remained calm on the surface and respectfully called Uncle Zhou. Father Zhou was also a little surprised, and then said angrily, why did you come here now? If I had known, I would not have asked Xiao Jia to call you and delay your meal. Then he smiled meaningfully, Chenshi, why aren't you surprised at all to see your uncle here? Gu Chenshi said, this is the shop of your distant relative, so I am not too surprised to see you here. Chapter 196 Showdown. Father Zhou chuckled, when you say that, it makes me feel like I'm being too shady here. What he said was tantamount to admitting his identity. Gu Chenshi said directly, Uncle, you are actually the boss here, right? Father Zhou praised, it seems that you have had doubts for a long time? Gu Chenshi joked, I accidentally discovered the identity of my uncle's invisible boss. In order to continue to keep his secret, will my uncle kill me? Father Zhou laughed loudly, not really, but I am not a big shot. There are always people better than you. I don't dare to be called a big shot. Uncle, what I don't quite understand is why you hid it from Zhou Xiangyu? Ever since he realized that Zhou's father was the big boss, this question began to bother Gu Chenshi. Father Zhou put out the cigarette in his hand and sighed, it's a long story. Of course, if I tell you, you might laugh at my ridiculous superstition. Mr. Zhou made it short. It turned out that Zhou's father's family was of average financial status. After marriage, my wife and I started a small business. We were busy and lived a good life. Zhou's father was a natural businessman and soon became dissatisfied with his current comfortable life. Thanks to his sharp vision and accurate investments, his business has been going smoothly. At this time, his wife had just given birth to their son Zhou Xiangyu. Originally, Zhou's father's idea was the same as other parents, to give his children the best of everything to the best of his ability. But what happened to a certain client's family later left Zhou's father with lingering fears. It turned out that this client had an only son who had been spoiled and pampered since childhood. As a result, when the child grew up, he became a spendthrift. It would be fine if he spent money lavishly, but who would have thought that he had secretly developed the bad habit of gambling? With his own efforts, he emptied the wealthy family. During this period, Zhou Xiangyu, who was less than a month old, fell ill. He went to the hospital countless times, but his condition did not improve. Later, through the introduction of a good friend, I took my child to see a master. After taking a look at Zhou Xiangyu, the master said that this child was not destined to be rich. He should try to let him live an ordinary life before he comes of age and not be raised as a young master. This would ensure that he would grow up healthy and change his fate. Zhou's father and his wife Zhang Huiyue were skeptical but decided to give it a try. He immediately moved out of the newly purchased villa and returned to the old house that he was planning to sell. Recalling this, Zhou's father said with emotion, it's strange to say, on the night we moved to the old house, Xiangyu drank a little more milk than before, and then he grew stronger and rarely got sick. Actually, I don't really believe in these things. I have also thought about taking the medicine prescribed by the hospital. Maybe the effect of the medicine has just arrived? But since it was about the child's health, none of us dared to be careless, and after discussing it, we decided that it was better to believe it than not, so we stayed in the old house forever. The situation at home was also concealed. It is not easy to conceal something for 18 years. Fortunately, Zhou Xiangyu was a calm person and never doubted anything. Gu Chenshi thought of the Xiangyu convenience store that he and his mother Xiaoyu had been to. Father Zhou smiled and said, oh, that was actually opened by Xiangyu's grandmother because she felt lonely and wanted to kill time. Gu Chenshi suddenly realized and understood everything. Father Zhou said, actually, he is already 18 years old now. I can tell him about the family situation without any scruples, but I haven't figured out how to tell him. In this case, Gu Chenshi will of course continue to pretend that he knows nothing in front of Zhou Xiangyu, this idiot. I returned to the box with mixed feelings and found 2 extra large fruit plates on the table. No need to ask, it must have been sent by Zhou's father. This is the benefit of knowing a big boss. After dinner, the 4 of them split up and left in 2 groups. Needless to say, Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu are on the same side. Cheng Karen and Li Feiyao are together. Cheng Karen lives in the company and Li Feiyao lives in a hotel, so they are not actually going the same way. Cheng Karen felt that it was getting late and it was not safe for a little girl like Li Feiyao to go back alone, so he offered to take her back. After getting off the car, Gu Chunshur habitually put his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulders and couldn't help laughing. The night was a bit cold, but when Xiao Yu was hugged in Gu Chunshur's arms, his solid chest was like an indestructible wall, which made her feel a lot warmer instantly. This sense of security made her addicted. Xiao Yu asked, "If you have anything happy, tell me about it." "It wasn't Uncle Li who asked me to come over today." "Guess who it was?" Xiao Yu didn't even think twice, Zhou Sangyu's father. Gu Chunshur exclaimed exaggeratedly, "My wife is so smart." Xiao Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Then guess what he said to me when he called me over?" Gu Chunshur asked again. Xiao Yu said, "Let me show my cards. I have been lying to my son. In fact, I am not the boss of a small shop. I am a wealthy man with a net worth of hundreds of millions." Gu Chunshur couldn't help but laugh. "Wife, it's a pity that you don't go to the Public Security Bureau to be a criminal investigator." That's about it. As they talked, they walked up the stairs. They live on the 4th floor. The stairs are a bit narrow. It is barely enough for a person who is not fat to walk side by side. When they climbed to between the 3rd and 4th floors, they were both startled to find a young woman sitting on the last step of the stairs. The sudden sound-controlled light seemed to startle the woman. She looked up, then lowered her head with a blank expression. Gu Chunshur and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and the former withdrew his arm from her. The woman sat on the steps with no intention of getting up and leaving, and the remaining space was only enough for one person to pass through. As they walked past the woman one by one, they couldn't help but look back. The woman was no more than 30 years old, with a ponytail, well-dressed, and sitting on the stairs with her feet together, holding a small black leather bag in her arms. She looked like a white-collar worker, sitting on the stairs in a daze, not caring at all about getting her clothes dirty. It was really weird. It looked like he had suffered an emotional blow. Chapter 197, The Scumbag Who Abandoned Me After Having Sex With Me. Although Gu Chunshur and Xiao Yu thought this woman was a bit strange, they both tacitly kept an attitude of not getting involved. However, things developed in a somewhat unexpected way. When they stopped in front of the door and were about to open it to go in, the woman sitting there suddenly turned her head to look at them and stood up quickly. They were both confused and had no idea what this woman was trying to do. When Gu Chunshur saw the woman rushing towards them, he subconsciously blocked Xiao Yu behind him. This was a reflexive action, and there was no time to think that maybe Xiao Yu didn't need it at all. But then again, even though he knew that Xiao Yu was not as weak as she seemed, when she encountered danger or suspicious people, Gu Chunshur would still rush forward to protect her from the wind and rain. The woman rushed to them and asked, "Who are you?" Gu Chunshur. He suspected that this woman had something wrong with her brain, which was why she asked such a strange question. "You guys rented Cheng Karen's house, so you must be able to contact him, right? Please help me get him out." The woman spoke quickly and urgently, fully reflecting her anxiety and urgency at the moment. Gu Chunshur frowned. Cheng Karen? He suddenly remembered the call that Cheng Karen hung up on him while he was having dinner. Could it be that this woman was the one who beat him? But he also remembered that after Cheng Karen hung up twice, when the phone rang for the 3rd time, Cheng Karen compromised and left for a moment to answer the phone. Some things were not discussed in the 3rd call, so the caller, the woman in front of him, came here in person? Gu Chunshur looked at the woman calmly. Is she the ex-girlfriend who demanded $1,000,000 for the bride price and allowed her family to treat Cheng Karen as a sucker? He is of the same age as Cheng Karen. She treated them as tenants here. Gu Chunshur asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" The woman said, "I am his girlfriend." It was indeed her. Gu Chunshur sneered, thinking that just because you took the initiative to remove the front, you and Cheng Karen are really in the present tense? However, what puzzled Gu Chunshur was that since she was Cheng Karen's girlfriend and they had been together for several years, how could she not know that Cheng Karen had been living in the company? If she wants to find him, why not just go to the company? Gu Chunshur said, "Since you said you are his girlfriend, how could you not have his phone number? Call him yourself." After saying that, he turned around and pushed Xiao Yu into the house. The woman suddenly lost control, grabbed Gu Chunshur's arm, and said to him in an almost tough tone, "Don't think I don't know, the people who beat my brother and sister-in-law are you." Gu Chunshur was surprised. What does that mean? Not only does she want to find Cheng Karen, but she is also planning to avenge her brother and sister-in-law? He wanted to see what this woman was trying to do. The troubles in their family left Gu Chenshur with a very bad impression of her, and he had no sympathy for women except for Xiaoyu. He immediately shook off the woman's hand, his expression turned cold, and he looked at the woman with a heavy gaze. Then tell me, what do you want to do? The woman met his gaze and suddenly became timid. Her aura suddenly dropped sharply. If you just call Chang Karen over, I will let you go. With Gu Chenshur around, Xiaoyu was originally prepared to be an obedient bystander watching the fun. Who would have thought that this woman would actually dare to threaten them? Xiaoyu's anger surged to his head. I have never been willing to say harsh words to Gu Chenshur, so how dare this woman? She turned back and stared at the woman, her eyes like knives. What did you just say? Say it to me again. Facing Xiaoyu's cold eyes, the woman felt a chill all over her body. If she hadn't been supported by her obsession to see Chang Karen tonight, she might have fled immediately. I. She spoke incoherently, not daring to breathe. She didn't even dare to say such threatening words as I have someone in City A. What a joke. If she really had someone in City A, would she have to break up with Chang Karen to force him to admit his mistake just because Chang Karen had embarrassed her family in front of their relatives? After knowing that your brother and sister-in-law were beaten, would you be unable to do anything except being angry? She just thought that the two of them were from outside the area and didn't look very old, so she deliberately frightened them and used them to make them call Chang Karen over. Unfortunately, although the other party is young, he is not easy to fool. Gu Chenshur said, your brother was detained and fined by the police station for breaking into a private house and trying to attack us. So, you also want to try out the accommodation conditions at the police station? The woman bit her lower lip, unwilling to return empty-handed, and cried and begged, brother, I really have no other choice, so I have to resort to this desperate measure. Your landlord is a scumbag. I have been with him for 6 years, and my youth has been spent, but he fell in love with a young and beautiful girl and kicked me away. Gu Chenshur said calmly, that's your business, what does it have to do with me? Woman. She couldn't believe that this tall and handsome boy in front of her could be so cold. The world is really going downhill. Her tears fell even more violently, trying to use her tears to influence Gu Chenshur's cold soul and awaken his conscience. You're right, this has nothing to do with you, brother, but I'm pregnant with that scumbag's child. The woman sobbed. Gu Chenshur was extremely shocked. Subconsciously exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu. What the hell, how come even the child is out? But look at this woman's belly, it's flat. I just got pregnant not long ago, so I don't look pregnant? Although for certain things, the right approach is not to listen to one side of the story before coming to a conclusion. I'm sorry, Gu Chenshur just believes what Chang Karen said, so what? Judging from the shameless faces of her brother and sister-in-law, what Chang Karen said is true. Brother, please help me. Just find an excuse to ask him out, the woman was still begging. Thinking of something, she took something out of her bag and was about to put it into Gu Chenshur's hand. This is a little gift from me. Gu Chenshur saw clearly that what she took out of the bag were 2 red bills, and he was immediately disgusted. Is he the kind of person who is short of that 200 yuan? Not to mention 200, even 2,000 or 20,000, there is no way. Before he could say anything, Xiaoyu's voice spoke coldly before him, take your dirty hands away. Bang! Xiaoyu's voice was not only fast, but his movements were also fast. He stretched out his hand and slapped the woman's hand hard. The burning pain on her hand made the woman scream, and she quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been bitten by a snake. At the same time, 2 red bills fluttered down from his hands. While she was squatting down to pick up the money, Gu Chenshur and Xiaoyu stepped over and closed the door. The world became quiet. Considering that she might bother them again in the future, Gu Chenshur felt it was very necessary to inform Chang Karen about this matter and let him find a way to solve it. In short, they had to ensure that no one would come to their doorstep for no apparent reason. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would usually be alone at home, and he would be worried. Xiaoyu has a strong fist, so there is no need to worry about his personal safety, but Chang Karen's ex-girlfriend's endless entanglement will annoy his baby. Chapter 198 You're not worth the price. After hearing Gu Chenshur's description of the woman's appearance, Chang Karen was sure that it was his ex-girlfriend Xinli. He was so angry that he almost broke his teeth, and immediately said that he would come right over. Gu Chenshur said, Brother Chang, don't worry, I have something to tell you. Chang Karen calmed himself down, go ahead. Your ex-girlfriend said she's pregnant with your child, what do you think? She's talking nonsense. Chang Karen sneered and blurted out, absolutely impossible. Although we have been together for 6 years, out of respect for her, I have never done anything presumptuous to her. Gu Chenshur breathed a sigh of relief. He was willing to believe that what Cheng Karen said was true. In this case, women out there are really shameless enough to achieve their goals. Then come on. Gu Chencher said calmly to Cheng Karen amid the annoying knocks on the door. Shenli regarded them as the only way to see Cheng Karen and was unwilling to give up. She was the one who disturbed the neighbors first, so Gu Chencher could call the police. However, she did not cause any substantial harm to them. When the police came, they could at most mediate or give them some verbal education, but they could not really do anything to her. Treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The person who tied the bell must untie it, so Cheng Karen has to step in personally to solve this matter. Xiaoyu rolled up his sleeves with a cold face, wanting to teach that ungrateful woman a lesson. Gu Chencher stopped him. We don't need to make a big fuss over such a woman. Cheng Karen will be here soon. We just need to watch the show. Xiaoyu was persuaded to stop. He didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at him with a half smile and said, "You dare to watch your bosses play? Why not?" Gu Chencher raised his eyebrows fearlessly. Haven't we seen enough of his plays? Tonight's show is not enough. Then he looked at the time. Gu Chencher doesn't drink, and Cheng Karen doesn't drink when driving. They talked about work during the dinner in the evening and finished when they were almost done eating, so it didn't take too long. It's 9 o'clock in the evening, which is okay, not too late. Let's watch a play to entertain ourselves. About 16 or 17 minutes later, Xiaoyu looked out through the window and said, Cheng Karen is here. Gu Chencher sat steadily on the sofa. It came quite quickly. Li Feiyao is here too. Xiaoyu continued. Gu Chencher was surprised and asked, What? Li Feiyao is here too? What is she doing here? He stood up, walked to the window, stuck his head down and looked, and sure enough, it was not. Under the moonlight, Cheng Karen strode towards this side. The distance was too far, so I couldn't see his expression clearly. Behind him was a taxi that turned around and prepared to leave. The petite Li Feiyao followed closely behind Cheng Karen. Gu Chencher smacked his lips. What is she here for? Come and see a show? Isn't this a bit bad? They just watched it because it was right outside their house and they would have missed it. But Li Feiyao made a special trip to watch the show, which seemed a bit inappropriate. Just then, the knocking sound that had been silent for a while rang out again. Gu Chencher walked over angrily and opened the door. The door suddenly opened from the inside, startling Xinli, who was knocking on the door. She subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, she seemed like a victim. She looked at Gu Chen timidly, pitifully. Brother, just. Cheng Karen is here. Gu Chencher interrupted her expressionlessly. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Xinli was delighted and quickly turned around to look over. When she saw Cheng Karen, she immediately rushed over and said, Karen, you're finally here. What are you doing? Stay away from my boyfriend. A disgusted voice suddenly sounded. Xinli stopped in surprise. A bright-looking girl stood behind Cheng Karen, looking at Xinli with raised eyebrows. In front of so many people, please be careful. Xinli. Gu Chencher. Things seem to be more interesting than you imagined? Ahem, sorry, Boss Chang. Xiaoyu was not interested and had no intention of coming out to watch the show. But when he heard Li Feiyao's voice, he stretched his head out in confusion to see what was going on. She suddenly discovered that Li Feiyao seemed different from usual. Her makeup seemed to have changed, making her whole temperament mature and charming without losing her cuteness. In short, she doesn't look like an 18-year-old girl. Xinli looked at Li Feiyao in confusion, and then her eyes fell on Cheng Karen's face inquiringly. Karen, who is she? Li Feiyao said, Are you blind? Can't you see this? Xinli was angry. I'm asking Cheng Karen, not you. Li Feiyao refused to give in. Excuse me, Cheng Karen is my boyfriend. What do you mean by torturing my boyfriend in the middle of the night? Gu Chencher subconsciously touched his chin and saw some clues. Li Feiyao pretended to be Cheng Karen's girlfriend and crushed Cheng Karen's ex-girlfriend in all aspects, making Cheng Karen's ex-girlfriend disheartened and ashamed, and never dared to harass Cheng Karen again? Whether this method is useful remains to be verified. Xinli, are you done yet? We're done, Cheng Karen said sarcastically. Have you forgotten what happened when you threw the key to me half a year ago? Xinli was anxious. That was my impulse, it wasn't my real intention. Karan, I value feelings. How can I just let go of our 6-year relationship? Cheng Karen thought she was ridiculous and nodded. Yeah, that's right, you are very sentimental, so you will take care of the feelings of everyone in your family without any regrets. Only treat him as a sucker. Shinli heard the sarcasm in his words and quickly expressed her feelings. Karan, my mother said that only 1 million yuan is needed as a betrothal gift, and the other conditions can be negotiated. It doesn't mean that you have to follow through 100%. It's just a test for you. You forget it, Karan, don't be angry. Cheng Karen smiled. My mother said, execute, test? Is it funny? What, a 1 million betrothal gift? Li Feiyao looked Shinli up and down in astonishment, her eyes acting as if she were examining merchandise on a shelf. Do you think you are a commodity? Even if you are not worth this price, auntie. Li Feiyao commented calmly. Shinli's face turned green. What did you say? Who do you think you are? Li Feiyao put her hands on her hips and said fiercely, who do you say I am? I am Cheng Karen's girlfriend. How dare you ask my boyfriend for 1 million yuan as a dowry with your conditions? Can you sell your flesh and bones for 1 million yuan? Besides, are you as young and beautiful as me? When I marry my boyfriend in the future, not only will I not ask him for a penny of dowry, my father will also give me a 100 square meter house and a 500,000 yuan car as a dowry. What will your parents give you as a dowry? You are old, but you don't have anything you want. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you look disgraceful? Gu Chencher silently gave Li Feiyao a thumbs up. He recognized this fighting power. Cheng Karen said in disgust, Shinli, we have broken up. From now on, we will go our separate ways and not interfere with each other's business. Li Feiyao echoed, yes, if you dare to pester my boyfriend again, I won't be as polite as I am now. Shinli looked at her indifferent ex-boyfriend, then at the strong Li Feiyao, and suddenly her defense broke down. I have a cold, a headache, and want to sleep. Maybe it's Ariang. I was planning to take a day off today. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I may take a day off for the next 2 days. I am not in a good mental state and cannot write well. I hope you can understand. Chapter 199, Not Satisfied. Before you think about snatching a man from me, think about it first. Which side of you can beat me? Otherwise, don't embarrass yourself in front of us. Li Feiyao added mercilessly as she ran away in panic. Then everyone moved to the living room window, which faced the road outside. Soon, Shinli's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Li Feiyao crowded in front of the window, looking at Shinli crying and running towards the road in surprise, and said with lingering feeling, no way, that's it? Brother Chang, I'm not saying this, but your ex-girlfriend's fighting ability is too poor. I haven't even shown my full potential yet, and she's already admitted defeat. It's a pity that I haven't fully demonstrated my abilities yet. What shall I do if I don't have enough fun? Cheng Karen. Li Feiyao said, no, Brother Chang, give me her phone number. I want to scold her again so that she will stop bothering you in the future. Cheng Karen smiled and said, I don't think it's necessary. She probably won't bother me again. Anyway, thank you for tonight. People need face and trees need bark. Before this, the reason why Shinli had the audacity to come and pester him was that she mistakenly thought that he still had feelings for her. But when she found out that he had a girl who was younger and prettier than her, and who was far better than her in all aspects, and combined with Li Feiyao's ruthless and heart-wrenching words just now, how could she have the nerve to continue to pester him? Are you talking about a 6-year relationship? Then you might as well ask herself, does she take this 6-year relationship seriously? It was obvious that she was aware of the excessive behavior of her family that day. But for the sake of so-called filial piety and faith, she chose to stand on the side of her mother's family. What does this mean? It means she thought she had him under control. She thought that he would accept all the conditions unconditionally because of their 6 years of friendship. It can be said that she overestimated him and overestimated herself. Cheng Karen and Li Feiyao didn't stay here for too long and went back soon. As for why they came together, it turned out that when Gu Chencher called Cheng Karen had just driven to the hotel where Li Feiyao was staying. When Li Feiyao learned that her boss was suffering from the harassment of his ex-girlfriend, she volunteered to help him. The results are obvious, she helped a lot. After they left, Gu Chencher sighed, wife, fortunately we won't be involved in the issue of betrothal gifts in the future. Xiaoyu hugged his neck and rubbed his nose against Gu Chencher's nose, but I may not have a dowry in the future, won't you mind? Gu Chencher said, what a joke, I want to marry you, not your dowry. Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh softly. Gu Chencher looked at her charming face with curved eyebrows and eyes, and couldn't help but kiss her. The company's new project made Gu Chencher busy again. If done well, Gu Chencher can get a commission of 88,000 yuan. The number is auspicious. Gu Chencher devoted himself to his work without affecting his studies. Of course, he did not forget to take some time out of his busy schedule to ask Cheng Karen about Li Feiyao's performance in the company. Everyone is nominally colleagues now, but since Gu Chencher is a specially recruited employee and never goes to the company, Gu Chencher has never seen Cheng Karen's ex-girlfriend again after Li Feiyao scolded her and made her cry. Cheng Karen gave an objective and fair evaluation. She is lively and cheerful, gets along well with colleagues, is quick to react and has a big imagination. If she gets the hang of the job in the future, she will definitely become an excellent employee. Li Feiyao is Grandma Li's granddaughter. Are they childhood sweethearts? Emotionally, of course, I hope Li Feiyao can be affirmed. I am very relieved to hear this. Cheng Karen smiled and said, Brother Gu, you recommended such a good employee to me. I have to think carefully about how much bonus to give you this month. Gu Chencher joked, there are extra rewards for recommending outstanding employees? But Brother Cheng, other bosses are trying every possible way to deduct employees' wages, but you are taking the initiative to give me a bonus, which caught me off guard. Cheng Karen laughed and said, I won't do anything stupid like losing people's hearts for the sake of petty gains. Okay, I've made an appointment with Du Yuxuan to learn more about her request. We'll talk next time when we're free. Putting down his phone, Gu Chencher walked towards the kitchen. But as soon as he reached the kitchen door, Xiaoyu pushed him out. Go away, this is my territory, do what you need to do. Gu Chencher said aggrievedly, Wife, you are becoming more and more overbearing. Xiaoyu said, I have always been so domineering. Why did you only discover it today? After saying that, he ruthlessly slammed the kitchen door and locked Gu Chencher out. She felt that Gu Chencher worked hard enough and didn't want him to interfere in any housework. Gu Chencher had no choice but to sit back at the desk, open his notebook and pick up a pen. The popularity of love diaries remains high. Because I've been too busy recently, the updates are a bit less, and my fans are not happy about that, so they rushed into the comments section to criticize Gu Chencher. Oh, I forgot to mention that he now has 100,000 fans, huh? Gu Chencher took some time out from his busy schedule and started drawing comics. Ms. Jinglan called via video. After the call was connected, Gu Chencher placed the phone's camera on the phone holder facing himself so that he could draw and talk at the same time. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jinglan opened her mouth, Gu Chencher could no longer sit still. Chencher, a weird person came to our house today. Weird person? Gu Chencher raised his head, male or female? A middle-aged woman in her 40s, who looked very fashionable and stylish, with a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg on her hand and a ruby necklace around her neck. She was extremely rich. Can you tell where the accent is? She spoke fluent Mandarin, Jinglan recalled. It was strange for someone like her, who was dressed in jewels and precious stones, to appear in our neighborhood. What was even stranger was that she actually asked how much we wanted for our house. Gu Chencher was stunned and said, but our family doesn't want to sell the house at all. Jinglan said, yes, I said so too, but she asked me to think about it carefully and said that money is not a problem. Gu Chencher was puzzled. Since she looks like a rich person, she should buy a big villa if she wants to buy one. Why would she buy our old and dilapidated house? Yes, I said the same thing to that woman. Guess how she answered me? She first complained to me about how bad things had been going for her family recently, and then she told me that she had consulted a master, who said, after the master's speculation, that our building, and especially the location of our house, was most compatible with her family's fortune. She wants to buy our house, specifically to worship Buddha, which can ensure their family's future success. Here is a chapter, please don't despise it. I lost 4 bottles of water last night. I feel a little better today. I will lose it again in the afternoon and try to resume posting 3 updates tomorrow. By the way, the symptoms of 1 yang and 2 yang are different. I always follow the trend and get infected every time. I am so unlucky. Chapter 200 Strange House Buyer. After hearing Jinglan's words, Gu Chencher thought of Zhou's father for no reason. At the beginning, because Zhou Xiangyu had been ill for a long time, he listened to the advice of a certain master and pretended that his family was very poor and raised Zhou Xiangyu in poverty until now. And now a woman comes and wants to buy his house and change the family's fortune. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Gu Chencher doesn't believe that there are too many coincidences in this world. The woman also advised me to use the purchase money to buy a better house to enjoy life, and asked me how much I would pay for the sale. Do you think this person is crazy? I really don't understand the world of rich people. Jinglan complained. Before she left me a business card and asked me to think about it carefully. She also told me that the price didn't matter and asked me to call her after I had thought it through. Gu Chencher asked, "Does my dad know?" Jinglan said, "I called your dad and told him about this strange thing, and he also found it very strange. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world, Mom. You'd better stay calm," Gu Chencher said seriously. Jinglan burst out laughing. "You little brat, is your mother the kind of person who is blinded by money? There is an old saying that there is no such thing as a free lunch. I don't believe that woman's lies, eh?" On the mobile phone screen, Jinglan suddenly looked towards the door with a look of surprise. Gu Chencher on the phone also heard the knock on the door through the microphone. "Someone's knocking on the door. I'm going to see who it is." Jinglan walked towards the door with her cell phone in hand, glanced out through the peephole, and her expression suddenly changed. "Chencher, the one knocking on the door is the woman I just told you about wanting to buy our house. She's outside our door now. What do you think we should do?" Jinglan lowered her voice, with some uneasiness in her voice. This inexplicable woman is really too strange. Who knows what her purpose is? Let her knock as much as she wants. Otherwise, I will pretend that I'm not at home. She will leave after knocking for a while and seeing that no one opens the door for her. Jinglan whispered. Gu Chencher felt that this method was not a long-term solution. You can avoid the first day but not the 15th. And this is their home, why should they hide? How strange. Gu Chencher thought of a plan. Didn't she say the price is negotiable? Isn't she eager to buy our house? Then ask for a little more and see what she says. Jinglan was happy at first, thinking it was a good idea. Then he became worried. What if she agrees? Can we really sell the house then? Gu Chencher laughed and said, "Mom, are you stupid? If the price is much higher than the market price, wouldn't it be a good idea to sell it? We can move to a bigger house." Jinglan felt that it was not very reliable, but I always feel that this is not very practical. Congratulations, Mom. You have succeeded and passed the test. I give you a big thumbs up. Gu Chencher gave a thumbs up to the camera. Jinglan laughed and said, "Stop joking with your mother, you little brat. Come up with a solution to this problem." Gu Chencher said, "Didn't I just give you a solution? Just ask her for a very high price, a ridiculously high price, the kind that she will definitely not accept." Jinglan hesitated and said, "How about I ask her for 1 million? Their old and dilapidated house is more than 20 years old. It is a 2-bedroom apartment of 70 square meters and its market price is only more than 600,000 yuan. He asked for 1 million right away and asked for hundreds of thousands more. That's really asking for too much." Gu Chencher said, No, 1 million is too little, ask for a little more." Jinglan, then. 1.2 million? Mom, you are so kind, you will never be a profiteer in this life. 10 million, you open the door now and tell her that you have made up your mind and want to buy our house, 10 million. Jinglan was startled and suspected that she had heard it wrongly. What did you say? 10 million is too much. Will she call me a psychopath? Gu Chencher said, she went to someone else's house for no apparent reason and wanted to buy someone else's house. I think she is a psychopath. Just ask her for 10 million and say that I said so. Jinglan felt guilty and short of breath. She originally thought that 1 million was already enough for her, but Gu Chencher directly asked her to offer 10 million. It felt too outrageous, and she couldn't say it. How about this, you go open the door now and let me talk to her. Okay. Jinglan opened the door. The woman outside the door immediately smiled and said, "Sister, you are home now. Have you thought about what I told you before?" Jinglan said, "This is not a small matter. I need to discuss it with my son." "Oh, we are on the phone right now. You can talk to him now. As long as he agrees, we as parents have no objection. Anyway, the family property will belong to him in the future, and everything depends on him." Gu Chencher said to the woman through the microphone, "You can buy my house if you want. I'm sure you know that my family has no plans to sell the house, but since you've come to me, it's not impossible. I've told your mother before that the price is negotiable. Just name a price." The woman was delighted. 10 million. Gu Chencher was not vague at all. The woman's expression froze for a moment. "How much?" Gu Chencher said, 10 million, sorry, no bargaining. The woman said, "Brother, you are such a joker. Your house is worth at most 700,000 yuan. I am willing to pay 1 million yuan for it. What do you think? Gu Chencher said, I'm sorry, I just said that I won't bargain for 10 million. I heard from my mother that my house is very important to your family's fortune. So I think 10 million is not a lot for you. If you really want to buy it, then think about it carefully. The woman groaned and said, if that's the case, I'll go back and think about it carefully. She left. Jinglan slammed the door shut and praised, my son is really smart. This trick really works, but who is she? Why do I feel like she has bad intentions? Gu Chencher thought to himself, Mom, you are right, there must be something wrong with this woman. It is very likely related to Xiaoyu. It's time to eat. Xiaoyu's voice came from the kitchen. Gu Chencher comforted Jinglan with a few words and hung up the phone. Get up and go to the kitchen to serve the meal. He had no idea what the other party's intention was regarding buying his house, so he didn't plan to tell Xiaoyu for the time being, so as to prevent her from damaging her liver and getting angry. There are some things that he can take on for her. A woman covered in jewels and looking extremely wealthy, carrying a limited edition brand name bag, got into a $1 million luxury car parked on the side of the road. The owner's son offered 10 million. She spoke respectfully to the person on the phone. For that shabby house, 1 million is already a bargain for them. How dare they ask for 10 million? Why doesn't he just go and rob it?